family, when I was 6 years old, I actually beat up UchihaFugaku, the young clan leader, like a punching bag. He activated his Sharingan to attack, but I easily countered and even turned against him. I am a time traveler, starting in hell mode, but later awakened my self-healing ability and divine eye, and I practiced hard with Minato. After beating Fugaku, I was ready to go to school, and the third Hokage even came to give speech. Let me tell you how things went down. That night, UchihaFugaku, with his newly activated Sharingan, charged at me like a rabid rabbit, yelling, "Very well, you've successfully angered me. Today, I'll show you the Uchiha." At that moment, I thought, dude, you're using your Sharingan against a 6-year-old? Aren't you ashamed? Before he finished speaking, he threw a bunch of shurikens at me, followed by a phoenix fire technique. The fireballs seemed to have eyes, homing in on me. I tell you, it looked like a fireworks show to anyone who didn't know better. I wasn't flustered, though my hands moved so fast they almost left afterimages. One water wall after another, then a dirt wall, water and fire clashing, and with a sizzle, steam erupted like a sauna. When the mist cleared, he was stunned because I had vanished. While he was looking around, I had already circled to his side and threw a few shurikens. He was acting all cool, blocking them with kunai, but the next second, I yanked on the wire attached to the shuriken family. You know what I mean? He got tied up like a big zongzi right there. He was completely dazed, and I didn't give him time to react. I delivered a flying kick to his chin, followed by a 3-hit combo in midair jaw, stomach, chest 3 kicks, and the last one sent him crashing to the ground, knocked out cold. Alright, let's pause the scene here. Let's rewind time, and I'll explain how I managed to treat UchihaFugaku like a punching bag. I am an ordinary time traveler who fell into the Naruto world 5 years ago, without even a hint of a golden finger. I started in hell mode as an orphan, having lost my parents, and was raised by a kind couple of Chunin, only for my adoptive parents to perish on mission a year ago. Isn't that tragic? By my side, there was just a little tail, Uchiha Mikoto. This little girl clung to me every day to play in the mud, all cute and soft, just providing companionship. But because I got close to her, I caught the attention of that little brat, UchihaFugaku. One day, he blocked my path and right away called me a bastard, telling me to stay away from Mikoto. I found it amusing. As someone who knows the script, how could a little brat like you scare me? I directly pushed away his hand that was grabbing my collar and said in a low voice, "Uchiha's young clan leader. Want to make a scene? There are at least 3 Umbu watching us. Go ahead, try to touch me. Tomorrow, there will be a report on Uchiha bullying the weak on the Hokage's desk." Well, he immediately backed down, his gaze shifting nervously, really thinking I had discovered something. In reality, I was just bluffing him, but I didn't expect the Uchihas to be so guilty that they were easily intimidated. This incident alerted me without strength. Even breathing in this world is wrong. I couldn't be a slacker anymore. I had to get serious. The next day, I got up early to jog. After my run, I was starving and rushed to old the ramen shop. I tell you, at that time, Brother Lu was still just a little apprentice. While I was eating, 3 people walked in. I took a closer look and thought, wow, isn't that the younger versions of a legendary 3? The white-haired pervert Jiraiya, the blonde beauty Tsunade, and oh my god, Orochimaru. Jiraiya heard me bragging about wanting to reach the peak of the ninja world and laughed at me. Could I take that? I just smiled and said, once I reach the peak, I can watch beautiful sisters wash themselves just like you. Before I could finish, Jiraiya quickly covered my mouth, but it was too late. Tsunade had already heard me and transformed into a furious dragon lady, punching Jiraiya into the wall, making him unable to peel himself off. Then she hugged me tightly, and let me tell you, it was so passionate that I almost passed out. That feeling, family, who understands the suffocating love. After finally breaking free, I looked up and met Orochimaru's gaze, which was like examining a lab rat, and he even licked his lips with that long tongue. Damn it, I didn't even finish my ramen before I bolted. The feeling of being eyed by a top scientist was too intense. This incident further solidified my determination to get stronger. I rushed to the ninja tool shop to buy kunai and shurikens, then went to the small forest behind the mountain to practice hard. I tried to mimic Itachi with the wire shurikens, but my skills were lacking and I accidentally cut myself, leaving a big gash on my arm. Just as I winced in pain, something strange happened. The wounds started healing at a visible speed. Holy crap, I realized on the spot that my golden finger wasn't missing, it was just late. This was comparable to Hashirama's self-healing ability. Wasn't this the youthful version of the sage body? Excited, I rushed home that night and pried open the box left by my adoptive parents. Goodness, it was full of treasures. Chakra training methods from the Sarutobi clan, a complete set of techniques including Shadow Clone, Great Fireball, Water Wall, Earth Wall, and a bunch of explosive tags. I hurriedly took out the chakra test paper to check, and it showed fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning. Hey, all 5 attributes lit up. as expected of me. The next day, during training, I ran into a golden-haired little son, practicing shurikens seriously by himself. His focus was clearly extraordinary. I approached to test him, and wow, his reaction speed was off the charts. After a few exchanges, we got acquainted. His name was Minato Namikaze, and like me, he was an orphan with a dream of becoming stronger to protect those important to him. I immediately decided, all right, let's train together from now on. It'll take you to new heights. Just like that, the future yellow flash of Konoha became my #1 training partner. That night, my eyes started acting up again, itching terribly. I rushed to the bathroom to splash cold water on my face, and suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted from my eyes, revealing a line of golden subtitles in front of me. My second power-up, my exclusive divine eye, finally activated. A year flew by. In this year, Minato and I went crazy with training. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, tree climbing, water walking, we practiced everything we could. By the age of 6, the amount of chakra in my body had already reached the level of a special genin. My golden divine eye also awakened its first ability, essentially a fusion of Byakugan and Sharingan, mastering skills like X-ray vision, telescopic vision, copying techniques, Jinjutsu, and dynamic vision. Tomorrow is the day the ninja school opens, and Mikoto came to find me, worried that we wouldn't be in the same class. I patted her head and took her little hand to eat ramen, then dropped her off at the Uchiha compound. However, on my way home, that pesky UchihaFugaku showed up again. He emerged from the shadows and started threatening me, saying Mikoto was his grandfather's fiancé and told me to give up, claiming he would kill me today. I just laughed. Perfect. Minato always went easy on me when we sparred. Finally, I had a punching bag I could go all out on. Then, the scene from the beginning happened. I suppressed him with taijutsu, and in a fit of rage, he activated his Sharingan, tried to use ninjutsu to finish me off. However, I countered with faster hand seals and more cunning tactics, binding him up and giving him a thorough beating until he was knocked out cold. Looking at UchihaFugaku lying on the ground, I clapped my hands, feeling a bit bored. Is that it? I haven't even activated my divine eye yet, and you're already down. So much for being an Uchiha genius, you really are weak. At this moment, I felt several powerful chakra signatures rushing towards me at high speed. It must be the Umbu who were attracted by the commotion earlier. I glanced at the nearly lifeless Fugaku on the ground, shook my head, and turned to leave. Back home, soaking the bathtub, I was still reflecting on the battle from earlier. There are definitely many areas for improvement. By the way, since my golden divine eyes have the abilities of both Byakugan and Sharingan, can I also learn the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique? Although I look down on it a bit, having an extra skill isn't a bad thing. Moreover, as for the heavenly hand technique, when I thought about it, isn't it just a high-level sprinkler? It expels chakra from all the chakra points in the body and spins wildly, creating a 360-degree defense without blind spots. I got all I need on my hands, but my golden divine eyes are too eye-catching in the village, like I've turned on a beauty filter, making it impossible to unleash my big moves. Who understands this kind of frustration among my family? No way, I must get a pair of wind-proof goggles tomorrow. I can just wear them on my forehead as a retro trend, pulling them down when needed to feel secure. Although they might look a bit like the early QQ show's non-mainstream style, it's better than being treated like a little white mouse for experiments. Just as I was pondering my new skills, I heard that the Hokage building was in an uproar. That old guy, UchihaFugaku, was sent to the ICU for emergency treatment, and the third Hokage and Danzo were holding an all-night meeting, with smoke swirling in the office. Anyone who didn't know might think that the spider cave had opened up. But none of this concerned me as a 6-year-old kid. My primary task at the moment was to go to school. The next day, I held Mikoto's little hand and went to register the ninja school. Wow, the looks on those little brats' faces were practically screaming envy and jealousy. I scanned the classroom and saw, wow, isn't this a gathering of familiar faces from future ninja clans? The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio, the 2 twin brothers from the Hyuga clan, and the young Minato Namikaze, all of them looked like they walked out of a baby filter. Then, the heavyweight arrived. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, personally gave us little newbies an opening school speech. Let me tell you, his Will of Fire special tour. It's simply the strongest hypnosis on earth. I was almost ready to ascend on the spot. The leader had been painting a big picture for almost half an hour, and I couldn't take it anymore, so I directly took a nap to pay my respects. When I woke up, I happened to catch the resentful little eyes of the third-generation old man, looking like a wronged woman from a deep palace. Come on, I just dozed off. Is it that serious? Meichin was quietly tugging at me from the side, asking how I fell asleep. I chuckled and leaned closer to her ear, saying, I couldn't sleep well last night because I was thinking of you. The little girl blushed instantly and turned her head away to ignore me. Then the homeroom teacher came on stage, a big guy with a scar on his face named Fukuda Nakajima. As a result, the group of second-generation privileged kids below started making a racket, chattering like a bustling market, and the teacher looked quite embarrassed. I thought I couldn't let the situation get too awkward, so I stood up first and started. Hello, everyone. My name is Sun Yin. I love cultivation. My dream is a secret. I like Mei-Chin, and I hate the rats in the gutter. Finished. Instantly, the whole place fell silent. The effect was maximized. Minato also got the idea, seeing that I started off well, and stood up to introduce himself as well. Finally, school was over. Am I supposed to attend such boring classes every day? Impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. I directly created a shadow clone to replace me at school, focusing on a companion-style school life. As for my main body, of course, I could continue to grind my combat power. That night, I was on Hokage Rock enjoying the breeze when Minato showed up, his eyes shining like they had two light bulbs in them, telling me he found his path and wanted to become someone like the third Hokage. To be Hokage. What could I say? I could only pat him on the shoulder. Go for it, brother. I believe in you. You will definitely become the fourth Hokage in the future. With this mindset, I was practically a prophet on the spot. Half a semester passed in the blink of an eye, and my main body was crazily cultivating in the small woods every day. Rasengan, bring it on. I created it in just 3 weeks and even upgraded it to the big ball Rasengan, which left a 3-meter deep pit when unleashed. I also mastered the returning heaven technique without a teacher, and my chakra level skyrocketed straight to special Jonin level. I even customized a short sword for myself. Although I didn't know any sword techniques, it looked cool to carry. Then one day, my shadow clone sent back a message saying that 2 transfer students had joined the class, Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Nanako. Good heavens, Minato's future wife has arrived? I immediately decided, brother's wife, I won't be polite. Tomorrow, my main body will personally make a move. I must go to school to enjoy the beautiful life of flirting with girls. Who knew that night? I felt a bit restless and went out for a stroll. And hey, a flash of red hair floated past me. My heart skipped a beat. No way. Kushina was kidnapped on her first day. The KPI in Cloud Village is really tight. Without a second thought, I followed the red-haired mark they left behind and chased after them. How dare they touch the girl I have my eye on? Cloud Village, just wait for your banquet. My body flicker technique is so fast that chasing a few ninjas carrying oil bottles is a piece of cake. In just 2 hours, I spotted those 3 unlucky guys. They saw a little kid like me chasing them and started mocking me. I couldn't be bothered to talk, so I body flickered right next to Kushina, kicked one of the Cloud ninjas away, and followed up with a Rasengan, sending that guy spiraling into the sky, crashing through a dozen trees, and dying on the spot. The remaining 2 were so scared they were frozen. One of them used lightning release against me, but I easily dodged it with a substitution technique and countered with a powered-up lightning release. Earth walk right in their faces, stunning them. Then I followed up with a great fireball technique, incinerating them on the spot. One-stop service professional. After taking care of everything, I turned to Kushina, who had tears in her eyes but insisted she wasn't crying. I teased her, saying that a simple thank you was enough. She had to offer herself in return. The little firecracker got flustered, her face turning as red as an apple. I noticed she had twisted her ankle, so without hesitation, I picked her up in a princess carry. She struggled, saying I was being a pervert, and I pretended to let go. She gasped and held onto my neck tightly. Huh, now it's not me being the pervert, right? As I was carrying Kushina back, a blonde figure rushed in. Minato, you came a step too late. I smiled at him and told him to hurry and inform the third Hokage while I took Kushina to the hospital. Once at the hospital, I got Kushina settled, and as I was about to leave, I was stopped by a member of the Umbu who said the third Hokage wanted to see me. Well, here we go. As soon as I entered the Hokage's office, wow, the third Hokage's gaze was like an X-ray, trying to see through me. I immediately switched to drama mode, calling him Uncle Third sweetly. He asked if I was the one who killed those 3 Cloud ninjas, and I said yes. He then asked if I knew a very powerful ninjutsu, and I said yes, even demonstrating a Rasengan right then and there. Let me tell you, the third Hokage's jaw nearly dropped. The way he looked at me was like I was a national treasure panda. Then the old man started to PUA me, asking if I was willing to use my power to protect the village. I was rolling my eyes internally, but I outwardly expressed my righteous indignation, saying I loved Konoha, that it was my home, and filled with positive energy. Coming out of the Hokage building, I ran into Danzo, that old schemer, who tried to recruit me into his shady root organization. I shot back, sorry, but I'm not interested in living with rats in a sewer. He turned green with anger right there. Back home, my mysterious eyes started acting up again, and a line of golden text appeared in my mind, saying it was called iSpirit and could give me powers beyond anything. What the heck? Has my cyber eye come to life? This thing seems a bit creepy. I should use it sparingly in the future. Since my strength was already exposed, I couldn't be bothered to hide it anymore. The next day, I went straight to the training field to practice. As a result, the third Hokage used a crystal ball to live stream it and even called his 3 prized disciples, the future legendary Sannin, to watch. I was getting into the groove when Jiraiya, that old pervert, jumped in like a monkey, insisting on pulling me over. Once I entered the office, the future Sannin were all gathered. Tsunade looked at me like I was some rare pet, while Orochimaru's gaze. Ugh, it was a bit creepy, sending chills down my spine. The third Hokage got straight to the point, saying that the Ninja Academy was too shallow for me and wanted me to spend a few years in the Umbu. Starting work early. I thought to myself, isn't this just turning into 007 child labor? But then I reconsidered, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I immediately said, third Hokage, I can join the Umbu, but I have one request. The old man heard this and immediately smiled. Go ahead. I want to take a look at the sealing book of Konoha. As soon as I said this, the smile on the third Hokage's face froze. I quickly added, I want to learn some powerful ninjutsu so that I can better protect the village. Wow, my high emotional intelligence statement completely overloaded the old man's CPU. He was so moved that he almost cried and agreed on the spot. Moments later, I followed the third Hokage to the Ninja Techniques building, where several Umbu were guarding the entrance. I took a good look at the leader, who had silver-white hair, although he was wearing a mask. I guessed it was most likely Hitaki Sakumo, the White Fang of Konoha. The third Hokage opened layer after layer of barriers and led me inside. As we walked, he asked, Yin, what is your chakra attribute? Me? That's impressive. All 5 types are complete. Can you handle it? Third Hokage? I told him that the techniques I used before were all relics left by my heroic parents. When the third Hokage heard this, he sighed, patted my shoulder, and said, Your parents are heroes of Konoha. You need to work hard too. I thought to myself, of course. But then he changed the subject and said that because I had done a good deed by saving someone, he would specially allow me to learn not just one forbidden technique, but a few more. Wow, this old man is being so nice to me? Is he trying to take my kidney? But he was smiling like a Mithria Buddha and said this was my reward. All right then, can't pass up a good deal. I immediately nodded vigorously. Once I entered the barrier where the sealing book was kept, I was stunned. When that huge scroll opened, wow. 4 Crimson Flame Formation. Shadow Clone Technique, Corpse Sealing Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, Flying Thunder God. Does anyone understand? ISNT this like a beginner's gift pack delivered right to my mouth? I almost laughed out loud. Oh, 3rd generation old man. Little do you know that the obedient baby in front of you is actually a wall hanger. The next moment, a golden light flashed in my eyes and 2 golden chakra jewels spun around, equipped with scanning and printing functions. Shadow Clone Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, Flying Thunder God. After a few clicks, the cultivation methods were directly engraved in my mind. As for the corpse sealing technique, the 1-for-1 trade is too unprofitable. So I'll leave that for the 4th generation to show off. I set up the barrier in advance, and the 3rd Hokage happily asked me what I chose. I said, Shadow Clone Technique and Flying Thunder God. He immediately became serious and said that the Shadow Clone Technique should be used with caution, and that the Flying Thunder God is extremely difficult. Aside from the 2nd Hokage himself, no one has ever mastered it. I chuckled and said, Uncle Third, you don't believe in me, do you? He was taken aback, then laughed heartily and said, How could I not? With your talent, you'll definitely be fine. I seized the opportunity and said, Hey, 3rd Hokage, I want to recommend someone to you. Absolutely a talent. If he doesn't join the Umbu, it would be a loss for Konoha. He asked who it was, and I said Minato Namikaze. He thought for a moment and said he had an impression. I vouched for him, saying this guy's strength is no less than mine. We spar every day, so I know him best. As soon as the 3rd Hokage heard this, he immediately made a decision to arrange a match tomorrow, and if Minato passed, he would let him join the Umbu. Done. I then jotted down a few ninjutsu before leaving, feeling satisfied. That night, I ran to Hokage Rock, and sure enough, that kid Minato was there with his golden hair, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking more artistic than a ninja. I quietly appeared behind him, and he jumped in surprise, saying I'd gotten stronger again. I asked him what was up. Was he contemplating life here? He first congratulated me on joining the Umbu, saying that news had spread everywhere. I rubbed my head, feeling a headache. Someone must be behind this, either the 3rd or that old schemer Danzo. Minato, still confused, asked me what a mouse was. I could only give him a brief explanation that where there is light in Konoha, there are shadows, and with the Umbu, there is a dirty organization called Root, led by Danzo, which specializes in underhanded tactics. Minato listened, stunned, and I directly told him that every ninja knows about this. After chatting about gossip, I got to the point. Minato, do you want to join the Umbu? His eyes lit up as he said, of course I do. I want to serve Lord Hokage and contribute to the village. I patted his shoulder and said, all right, the opportunity is here. Tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. at Training Ground 8, the third Hokage will personally oversee the exam. Perform well, and I'll be waiting for you in the Umbu to fight side by side. After saying this, I used body flicker technique to disappear, leaving Minato there, moved to tears. I ran to the back mountain by myself and started pondering the Flying Thunder God technique. This thing has 3 realms. The first level is marking for teleportation. The second level is casually marking during battle and also creating spatial barriers. And the third level is using shadow clones, along with Flying Thunder God all over the place. I was sitting cross-legged feeling the fluctuations in space when suddenly a golden line of text popped up in my mind. You think this garbage ninjutsu is a treasure? I was really pissed off at that moment. After finally finding a bit of feeling, it was all messed up by this thing. I was cursing in my heart. Who do you think you are? You're not allowed to show up without my permission from now on. Are you here just to make things harder for me? That golden subtitle was quite arrogant. Humph, if I don't show up, I'll 1T show up. Even if you beg me later, I'll 1T come out. I was really annoyed. How come this cheat has a smart customer service that talks back? I couldn't be bothered with it, so I split off dozens of shadow clones and pulled an all-nighter to grind through spatial comprehension. The next day, as soon as the sun came up, I opened my eyes and dismissed the shadow clones. The fatigue almost knocked me down, but my eyes were filled with excitement. I took out a kunai, focused my mind, and carefully engraved the technique on it. After finishing, I held that piece of art and felt like I deserved an award. I suddenly threw the kunai, and in the next second, whoosh. I was already next to the kunai. I grabbed it and threw it again. Whoosh. I followed it again. Ha ha ha. It worked. My talent is simply incredible. It's one thing to have a cheat, but to be a genius myself, how can others live with that? When my chakra ran out, I happily swayed back home, and as for reporting to the Umbu, I had completely forgotten about it. I went home and fell asleep, only to wake up at 2 p.m. Who would understand? I was woken up by 2 future goddesses, Kushina and Mikoto. These 2 girls heard that I joined the Umbu, and they actually thought of it together, going to buy me new goggles as a gift. As a result, they ran into each other in the store, and almost got into a fight over a limited edition pair of goggles, cursing from red-haired Pepper to Mikoto Pig. They waited all morning for me to report to the Umbu, and when they asked Minato, they found out I hadn't gone at all. So the 2 of them came straight to my house. As soon as I opened the door, Mikoto sweetly said, Yenji, congratulations. This is a gift. Next to her, Kushina blushed a little and somewhat proudly handed me a gift box, saying, here, it's for you. I took the 2 gifts and looked at the 2 beautiful girls in front of me, feeling warm inside. I used to think this was just a game world, but now I felt like I had 2 people I must protect. The 2 girls stared at me in a daze, and I deliberately teased them. Am I handsome? Mikoto immediately blushed, while Kushina stubbornly said, T-Siege vain. I laughed heartily and said, I'll go check in at the Hokage building first. You 2 help me out and gather all the classmates. I'm treating tonight. Let us have a party. As soon as Kushina heard there would be a party, she was so happy she almost jumped up, but then she deflated again. I could tell she was worried about something, so I ruffled her red hair and said, don't worry, they will accept you. Kushina looked into my eyes and nodded heavily. Beside her, Mikoto got jealous and said, Yenji, I want one too. I had no choice but to ruffle her hair as well. After sending them off, I used a body flicker technique and directly arrived at the Hokage office. The third Hokage looked at me with a resentful expression, and I could only awkwardly scratch my head and say, Uncle Third. I got too into researching ninjutsu yesterday and overslept. He sighed and asked what I was researching. I said, Flying Thunder God technique. He was about to advise me not to be too eager, mentioning that the technique requires extremely high talent. I interrupted him directly, Uncle Third, I've already mastered it. The entire office fell silent, leaving only the sound of the third Hokage gasping in shock. He stuttered, Yin, you're not joking, right? I remained calm and collected. I lived up to expectations, meditated for a whole night, and understood. The third generation was at a loss for what expression to use when looking at me, this monster. After being stunned for a while, they finally called in a member of the Umbu to take me for reporting. Following that Umbu senior, wow, This guy is quite the chatterbox. He kept asking me questions all the way, even saying that I had exceptional talent, and yet was neither arrogant nor impatient. I humbly replied, "Senior, you flatter me." But the more he spoke, the more excited he became. When he heard that Minato also joined the Umbu and that he was my classmate, he completely lost it, saying that our bond was too passionate and that he wanted to write a novel based on us, even coming up with a title, "Striving to Follow in Your Footsteps." At that moment, I just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. What a brilliant idea. After finally completing the paperwork, I practically escaped. My team is an independent unit established specifically for the third generation. As for the members, we'll find out when we gather at the training ground number 47 tomorrow morning at 6. During the party tonight, everyone, including Pig, Deer, Butterfly, and the Hugo brothers, showed up, each bringing gifts and calling me a freak and a pervert, saying that someone like me is too discouraging. I replied without a hint of embarrassment. What can I do? I'm a genius, after all. Just as we were joking around, I called Minato in and announced to the bewildered crowd, "Today, S main character ISNT just me, but also Minato. He, like me, has passed the Umbu test." The whole place fell silent instantly. You could hear a pin drop. The first to wail was Jiku. "No way. You two are making it impossible for anyone else to live." I laughed heartily and raised my cup. "Come on. To our friendship, cheers." After the party ended and everyone was sent off, only Kushina, Mikoto, and I remained. Watching the two girls help me clean up, I silently vowed to protect them. Thinking about the time, it wasn't long until the Second Great Ninja War, and Kushina's fate of becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was approaching. No, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. I need to become stronger, strong enough to change everything. After sending Mikoto home, I walked with Kushina on the road and suddenly said seriously, "Kushina, listen, if one day the village asks you to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, you mustn't agree. Also, don't show off your sealing technique talent. Keep it hidden, understood?" She foolishly asked me what a Jinchuriki was, and I got so angry that I messed up her hair, telling her to remember my words. The next day, I arrived at the training ground early with Minato. Not long after, the chatty senior Yamamoto Kitaro from yesterday also showed up. What a surprise, he was on our team. As soon as he saw us, he began to brainstorm his passionate novel again. We were feeling awkward when the captain arrived. A silver-haired man with an eagle face and a mask silently appeared behind us. And even I didn't notice him at first. He took off his mask, revealing a handsome yet cold face, and spoke with a domineering tone. "Two little brats? Is the third Hokage treating this as a daycare?" His name was Hatake Shigeki, the brother of Hatake Sakumo, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. He looked at us coldly. "Don't think that passing the test means you can stay. In my team, you either earn my recognition with strength, or you can leave right now." I told you, my temper flared up immediately. I burst out laughing, patting Watergate's shoulder, and said, "Watergate, it seems we are underestimated." Kigaku Shigetsu's gaze turned colder, and a terrifying murderous intent surged toward us. Watergate was a bit nervous, but I pulled down my visor. A flash of golden light in my eyes, grabbed the short sword behind me, and smiled. "Watergate, just watch, we might not lose." What a brazen little brat. The moment Kigaku Shigetsu locked eyes with me, his body suddenly stiffened. That's right, he fell for my illusion technique. Although he broke free in an instant, it was enough to startle him. The next second, he vanished, moving like a shadow, and charged straight at Watergate. Watergate instinctively tried to block, but was kicked away, turning into a puff of smoke. Just a shadow clone. Kigaku Shigetsu looked at me. "Interesting, so you're the real body." I grinned. "I want to see where my limits are, and you just happen to be the perfect opponent." "Watergate, don't intervene. Little brat, I have a bit of faith in you." Before he finished speaking, he disappeared again. That speed had surpassed the limits of the naked eye, but to me, it seemed like slow motion. Behind me, I instantly turned around, clang. The clash of blades, sparks flying everywhere. We exchanged blows in an instant, dozens of rounds. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. His blade was so fast that even the Sharingan couldn't keep up, yet I managed to block all of it. As for me, I was struggling to hold on, my palms were cracked from the impact, and I was starting to take damage. My body still couldn't keep up with the speed of my eyes. I seized the opportunity to create some distance and unleashed a water release, water severing wave. He blocked it with an earth wall. In that moment, amidst the swirling smoke, lightning erupted from his body, and his speed increased several times. A lightning-infused slash came crashing down from the sky. "It's over, little ghost." Just as the blade was less than a centimeter from my head, a blue chakra vortex exploded from my body with a buzz, providing 360-degree defense. The lightning blade struck the vortex hard, producing a loud bang and an explosion of dazzling light. Immediately after, a figure was sent flying backward, crashing into a distant tree with a thud. As the smoke cleared, a large pit was left in the ground, and I stood firmly in the center of it. That guy, Shikaka Nara, was completely stunned by my move, clutching his chest and coughing up blood, looking at me as if he had seen a ghost. I tell you, that expression, shock mixed with confusion, and, in that confusion, a hint of despair as if he realized this kid was cheating. I just smiled at him and asked, "So, how is it, Senior Mauda? Does this strength meet your approval?" Watergate hurried over, looking nervous as he scanned me up and down, and, "Are you hurt?" I waved my hand. "It's a small matter. Don't panic." Shikamaru took a deep breath and said with a serious face, "You've earned my approval." But the look in his eyes, let me tell you, it was as if he wanted to grab me and dissect me for research, while mumbling, "But do you still want to challenge me?" The one next to him, named Kitaro, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Senior Shikamaru, you've just finished. Take a break. I'll handle the test for Minato." "Well, that's fine." Shikamaru, each syllable pronounced clearly, kept his eyes fixed on me, probably filled with questions. How could this kid with no Byakugan possibly use the Hyuga family's gentle fist? It's not scientific. I casually took off my windproof glasses, revealing a pair of clear and bright big eyes, blinking innocently. Well, when he saw my big eyes, he was even more confused. Anyway, after the Watergate was finished, my chakra was exhausted and I lost, but I still passed the test. After everything was done, Shikaku let us disperse and said to gather at the same time and place tomorrow. Then that guy, Hidekuro, suddenly came over with a lewd smile and said, Yin, Watergate, today I'm taking you to a good place. Family, who understands?" That smile was just like someone who had just finished watching a cheesy drama, still wearing a creepy grin. I thought to myself, this guy can't be taking us to some filming site for study materials, right? As a result, Shikaku directly kept me behind. "Son Yin, you stay." "Oh," I thought. Here it comes. He finally couldn't hold it in. Hidekuro smugly asked, "Shikaka-senpai, you wouldn't get lost. After being with me for so long, you still don't know what kind of person I am?" Shikaku scolded impatiently, then turned to us and said, "You guys go wait for him at Ichiraku Ramen." Once those two left, I got straight to the point. "Senpai Shikaku, what is the matter? Stop pretending. How do you know the Hyuga clan's secret technique rebirth? Can I tell him the truth?" "Of course not." I immediately switched to my persuasion mode and said innocently, "Senior, my surname is Sun, not Hinata. What do you mean by returning to the sky? That move I just did was my own creation, where I spray chakra out from all the chakra points in my body and it spins rapidly outside to form a shield. It just requires a high level of chakra control. Is it really that difficult? Let me tell you, when Shikamaru showed I heard me say that sows can climb trees. His expression was just like someone who was shocked to the point of almost having his jaw drop. No internal vision without rolling eyes. And you can achieve this level? The way he looked at me had already shifted from thinking this kid is just lucky to realizing this kid is a genius. Seeing that he was speechless, I asked if there was anything else. He came back to his senses and reminded me to use this move sparingly, lest I get into trouble with the Hyuga clan. I sweet-talked him, showering him with compliments, saying it was because he was so strong that I had no choice but to use my trump card, which made him laugh heartily. We also chatted about the upcoming Second Shinobi World War, and the atmosphere instantly became heavy. This old guy is quite sentimental, saying that we are the hope of Konoha and must protect these little ones. I thought to myself, buddy, I'm not some delicate flower in a greenhouse. In the end, his wife called him home for dinner, so I slipped away. I'm sure this guy doesn't believe my nonsense, but he didn't press further, so he's not a fool either. I ran to Ichiraku Ramen, and Watergate and Hitaro were already waiting for me there. Watergate had ordered my favorite tonkatsu chashu ramen. What a thoughtful brother. Just as I finished my noodles, Hitaro urgently pulled us along, saying he wanted to take us to an amazing place. Wow, I couldn't believe it. This guy brought us to the red light district in Konoha. The whole street was filled with places only adults could enter. Watergate's face instantly turned as red as a monkey's, and he seemed completely out of it. Hitaro, familiar with the place, led us into a flower house, and a group of glamorous ladies immediately surrounded us. An older madam came up and hugged Hitaro's arm, calling him young Master Yamamoto. At that moment, I realized that this guy must be Jiraiya's half-brother, as they had the same interests. Then we were arranged into a large private room, and 3 beautiful women in kimonos came in. I maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, eating the fruit fed to me by the ladies. While my mind was racing with thoughts, this Hitaro was definitely not a simple character. That pure-hearted little virgin, Minato, couldn't handle it at all. He was so shy that his face was almost buried in the ground, being teased by a girl named Heizi. Before long, Minato found an excuse and slipped away. I saw this and thought, all right, I'll slip away too. So I smiled and said goodbye to my sister Yunzi, who was holding me, complimenting her charm with flirty remarks that made her giggle uncontrollably. I dragged Watergate and ran away, completely ignoring the excited Jotaro. As soon as we got outside, Watergate asked me what half-old woman meant, but I didn't respond and directly said to him, Watergate, this Jotaro isn't as simple as we thought. The next day at the gathering, Jotaro showed up with 2 black eyes and asked us with a chuckle why we left early yesterday. I gave him a glare and said, dude, we're only 6 years old. What do you expect us to do? Just then, Shigemitsu came in and immediately dropped a mission on us to eliminate the Black Cloud Village. He said it was a group of bandits who committed all kinds of atrocities, and it was classified as a C-rank mission, mainly to let Watergate and me see some blood. I just asked casually if there are elderly, weak, sick, or disabled people inside. Will they be released or eliminated altogether? Shigemaru Kiki didn't answer, just said this is our own choice. When we arrived at the location, he and Jotaro were outside holding the line, while I and Minato went in to resolve the situation. I didn't sneak in or carry out an assassination like Watergate. I just walked in boldly. When those mountain bandits saw 2 little kids, they laughed so hard they nearly fell over. I took off my mask, grabbed a wine jug, took a big swig, and then said, let's go Watergate. The next second, it was hell on earth. The scene was unbelievable, with the smell of blood mixed with the earthy stench and limbs everywhere. I had killed before, but even I was nauseated by the chaos. Watergate couldn't handle it and started to vomit wildly while leaning against a tree. I forced myself to push through the nausea and entered the residential area inside. I opened the door, and a group of women, children, and the elderly were shivering in fear. And guess what? There was a little brat named Xiangwan inside. His dad had just been taken out by us, and the look in his eyes was as if he wanted to devour me alive. Shui Min came over after he finished throwing up and asked me if I really wanted to kill them all. I looked at that kid named Xiangwan and smiled. Minato, have you ever thought about what will happen if we let them go? They know we are leaf ninjas. That kid didn't disappoint me, shouting at the top of his lungs, I will never forget your faces. One day, I will kill you all, wipe out all the ninjas from Konoha. At that moment, my inner rebellious spirit awakened, and I felt like I was possessed by Uchiha Itachi. In front of that kid, I swiftly took care of his mother with one strike, then delivered a classic villain speech. Nice eyes. Do you want to kill me? Then hate me. Grow through your pain. Minato also took care of the remaining adults. As we were leaving, I told the surviving kids, remember, we didn't kill you out of a whim. Goodbye, little brats. When I reported back and said I let the kids go, Senior Xiao's expression was as shocked as if I had said pigs could climb trees. He asked me why, and what could I say? I couldn't just say I wanted to experience what it felt like to be the final boss, right? I could only say, it was a whim. I thought this script was a bit interesting, don't you think? Back in the village, Minato was completely withdrawn. I tried to comfort him with some words about the survival of the fittest and protecting important people, but I didn't know if he took any of it in. As for the kid Xiangwan who I let go, I was actually looking forward to him coming back to seek revenge on me in the future. After dealing with all this, I remembered that Mikoto and Kushina had no classes today, so I planned to go find them in the Uchiha clan area. However, as soon as I arrived at the Uchiha territory and hadn't even caught my breath, guess who approached me? UchihaFugaku. This guy had a look on his face as if he had been reborn, blocking my path and shouting, Sun Yin, I challenge you. I will repay the humiliation you gave me double. Huh? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, thinking the sun is shining, the rain has stopped, and this guy feels like he could take me on again? I said, what's wrong? Didn't you get enough of a beating last time? He was so determined to challenge me that the surrounding Uchiha clan members gathered to watch the excitement, and I thought to myself, this is going to be something big. I just made a condition. All right, the challenge is on. If you lose again, you have to go back and tell your family to annul the engagement with Mei-chin. You. He was directly choked by my words. I continued to stoke the flames. What's wrong? Scared now? It's not that I didn't give you a chance. It's that you're useless. As soon as I finished speaking, an old man with an Uchiha fan directly attacked, using a flaming sword to hack down at my head. I quickly unleashed the lightning release enchantment I copied from Shigekuni Kiki, and with a flash of electricity on my short blade, I directly blocked his attack, causing both of us to be pushed back several steps. The old man looked incredulous and introduced himself as the third elder of the Uchiha clan. The surrounding Uchiha clan members immediately surrounded me. I directly mocked. What's the matter? The Uchiha clan can only bully the weak with their numbers, right? Is that it? In the end, UchihaFugaku gritted his teeth and agreed to my terms, and we set a duel for 3 days later. I huffed and turned to leave, not in the mood to look for Makoto. Feeling annoyed, I found a small tavern to drink, and guess who I ran into? Tsunade. This big sister was sitting there drinking alone. I sat down next to her, and she was a bit tipsy. "Hey, brat, what are you doing here?" I figured out why she was upset in just a few words. It's time for the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to be chosen, and her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, is not well. Kushina and another little girl from the Uzumaki clan were called over to select one to be the next Jinchuriki. When this big sister heard about it, she immediately wanted to challenge me to a drinking contest. With my small frame, the result was that I ended up getting completely wasted. The next day, when I woke up, I was stunned. I was actually in Tsunade's bed, and beside me, it was soft. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Tsunade's beautiful sleeping face. When she turned over, she directly pinned me down. Goodness, that feeling of suffocation nearly took me away. I finally managed to struggle out, looked at the clock, and damn, it's 10 o'clock. There's no way I'm going to make the deadline. Forget it. I'll just give up. I thought I shouldn't take advantage for free. So I went to the kitchen and made her a bowl of congee with preserved eggs and lean pork. She got up when she smelled the aroma, sleepily asking me what I had made. While I was serving her porridge, I teased her, "So, are you touched, old woman? Want to offer yourself to me? You little brat." She scolded, but her eyes were a bit red. In the end, this girl finished 4 bowls of porridge in one go, even burped and joked about wanting me to stay as her personal chef. I replied directly, "You wouldn't understand the joys of being a woman, even if we lived together." With a loud bang, I ended up with another bump on my head. After the commotion, I finally got to the serious matter. I wanted to meet Lord Mido to discuss Kushina being the Jinchuriki. Tsunade had a knowing look on her face, as if she was aware I had feelings for Kushina. A bit jealous, but she still agreed to help me ask. I used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash back home. This ninjutsu is really convenient for traveling. After changing my clothes, I went to ask the 3rd Hokage for leave and also requested him to be a witness for my duel with the Uchiha clan, so that those guys wouldn't deny it if they lost. Although the old man was helpless, he still agreed. In the end, I directly used the Flying Thunder God to appear in Makoto's room. Let me tell you, that girl was almost crying. Her eyes were red, clearly having been placed under house arrest by her family. I called out to her, "Mate-shun." She looked up, saw me, and thought she was dreaming. "Yinga, am I dead?" "Silly girl, it's me, I'm here." My heart ached so much. "It's really you, Yinga." In an instant, she threw herself into my arms and burst into tears. I held her and gently patted her back, saying, "Don't cry, don't cry." "What happened?" She sobbed and told me that just because she had a fight with those stubborn old folks at their house yesterday, the Uchiha gang immediately threw her into the dungeon. As soon as I heard this, my anger flared up. They really went too far. They even resorted to collective punishment, huh? Without saying another word, I hugged her tightly. In the next second, swoosh, we directly appeared at my house. Let me tell you, I'm glad I had a backup plan. I secretly carved a Flying Thunder God seal on her. Otherwise, if that old bastard UchihaFugaku got angry after losing and took it out on Makoto, I can't even imagine the consequences. This enmity is completely sealed now. I told Makoto that things were getting chaotic here, and the Uchiha people would definitely think it was me first, so we had to quickly find her a safe place. Just as I finished speaking, the window suddenly crashed open, and someone jumped in from outside, a familiar loud voice shouting, "Sunyin, you little brat, are you home? If not, I'm coming in." I was speechless at the time and said, "Sister, do you always take the initiative to commit crimes when you enter someone else's house?" It was none other than Tsunade. As soon as she walked in, she saw Makoto next to me, narrowed her eyes, and said, "Oh, little brat, hiding a beauty in a golden house? Isn't this that little girl from the Uchiha family?" I was startled. How did she know? Tsunade directly pointed it out, saying that my affair with Uchiha had already been spread as gossip throughout the entire Konoha. My personal information was probably laid out on the desks of the leaders of all the major ninja villages. I'm telling you, that old dang is definitely not a good person. It's definitely Danzo who's pulling the strings behind the scenes. I offended him quite a bit before. Tsunade also nodded, saying that Danzo is indeed very sinister. At that moment, I thought back to how the Senju clan eventually perished. Wasn't it just the 3rd Hokage and Danzo stabbing them in the back? On the surface, the 3rd Hokage seems righteous and just, but in reality, he's using Danzo to do the dirty work. One plays the good cop while the other plays the bad cop, and they really know how to put on a show. It's only because the 1st Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mido, is still alive that they don't dare to be too reckless. I came to my senses and asked Tsunade what she needed me for. She said her grandmother, Lady Mido, finally agreed to meet me. As soon as I heard this, I thought, Here comes the opportunity. I immediately put on a smile and said to Tsunade, Sister Tsunade, hold on, there's something I need to trouble you with. Tsunade looked at me sideways and said, with that expression, I know it's not good. Just spit it out. Hee, you know about my fight with Uchiha. I rescued Mikoto, and it's not safe for her here, so I was wondering. Get lost. Tsunade exploded, you bastard. Trying to shove your little lover into my house. How could you even think of that? I'm thick-skinned, so I directly pushed Mikoto. Mikoto, hurry up, thanks Tsunade. What the hell? I haven't agreed yet. Tsunade's face turned red with anger. As a result, Mikoto timidly said, Tsunade, sorry to trouble you. That voice was so sweet that Tsunade instantly softened. Just a second ago, she was all fierce, and the next second she changed her expression, grabbed Mikoto's hand and said, Oh, little sister, you're so cute. I like you. Come on, let's go home and stay for a few days. I feel really happy inside. The saying sharp tongue, but a soft heart describes her perfectly. However, when I think about the future of the Senju clan, I am determined. I can't control others, but I absolutely cannot let Tsunade's younger brother, Ju, my future brother-in-law, die. When we arrived at the Senju clan's place, the atmosphere was completely different from the Uchiha clan. Everywhere was filled with warmth and hospitality. No wonder they were well-loved. Tsunade first settled Mikoto down, and then took me towards the central building. On the way, a young guy who resembled the first Hokage came rushing over, shouting, Sister, I'm back from a mission. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, then revealed a kind smile, and with a fist clenched at her right hand, she swung it out. With a loud bang, it hit him right in the face. The kid fell straight to the ground. Sis, what are you doing? Why did you hit me right away? He exclaimed, holding his face, looking completely confused. Tsunade, counting on her fingers, coldly laughed, Ju, you dare come back to see me? I put up with you for a month. Saying that, she rushed up and started delivering a series of loving punches. All I could hear was Ju wailing, Sister, Soda, I want to steal your money again. Be gentler. I thought this was my future brother-in-law, Shinshu. I'd seen him before in the ramen shop, but didn't recognize him. I walked straight over, put my arm around his shoulder, and playfully said, Hey, little brother-in-law, I'm your brother-in-law. Shinshu, being the lively character he is, immediately shouted, Sister, do you have a thing for underage boys? Everyone around us turned their heads at once, and I instantly felt like I had socially died on the spot alongside Tsunade. Tsunade was so angry she was shaking, pointing at us and saying, You too. Go die. Chaos ensued. After everything calmed down, Shinshu, sporting a bump on his head, looked at me with a mournful expression and said, Brother-in-law, your family status isn't looking good. We were in the middle of a playful exchange, calling each other brother-in-law and big brother, when Tsunade suddenly yelled, and we immediately shut up. When SHJ heard me mention Sun Yin, his eyes lit up, and he said that everyone in Konoha knows my name now. Genius youth, sworn enemy of the Uchiha. Incredibly impressive. As a result, he was kicked away by Tsunade. Upon entering the building, it was brightly lit inside, and I could sense several powerful auras hidden around. Elite guards protecting Uzumaki Mido. 2 guards saw Tsunade and respectfully called her Princess Tsunade, then glanced at me a few times, murmuring about heroes emerging from youth. As soon as we entered the hall, an old lady with white hair was standing there. Next to her were Kushina and another red-haired girl. Tsunade ran over to the old lady like a little girl and acted cute. I was feeling awkward when Kushina came over and asked me how I got here. I teased her by saying I missed her. The other girl, named Nanako, blushed and asked me how Minato was doing. I encouraged her to speak up if she liked him. At this moment, the old lady, who was Uzumaki Mido, finally turned her gaze towards me. You are Sun Yin? I bowed and said, I'm honored to meet you, Lord Mido. She nodded and mentioned that she had heard about me and that I was a good seedling. Then she said to Tsunade, Little Tsunade, I need to have a few words with this child alone. With that, she turned and walked into the inner hall. Once inside, let me tell you, that old lady had sharp eyes. She got straight to the point and asked me if I was here regarding the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. My heart skipped a beat, but I had to maintain my composure. She smiled and said it was because that silly girl Kushina let it slip. She laid her cards on the table, saying she was nearing the end of her life, and once she was gone, the Senju clan would be schemed against by the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. Therefore, she wanted to make a deal with me. I need you to protect SHJ and Tsunade, and, if possible, do your best to preserve the Senju clan. I thought to myself, you think too highly of me. What influence can I, a mere upper ninja, have in such political struggles? But Lord Mido said she believes in her judgment and in my potential. I told her that I would protect Tsunade and SHT without her needing to say anything. As for the Senju clan, I reminded her that Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo wouldn't dare to come out openly. They would likely use others to achieve their goals. The Second Shinobi World War would be the best opportunity. I urged her to remind the Senju clan leader that once war breaks out, they must preserve their strength and not foolishly rush forward. After hearing this, her gaze towards me changed, and she sighed, saying, "I increasingly find it hard to understand you. However, at my age, I can't be bothered to think too much." The deal was struck. She agreed to replace Kushina with Nanako, who has better talent, as the next Jinchuriki. In return, she gave me a scroll that contained not only the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, but also advanced water release ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama. I got the scroll and didn't rush to leave. Instead, I started training at the Senju clan. With Lord Mito personally guiding me, my sealing technique level soared that afternoon. However, what I didn't know was that an assassination attempt against me had quietly been set in motion. In a dimly lit room, Danzo was secretly meeting with the current Uchiha clan leader, UchihaFugaku. Danzo wanted to ally with the Uchiha to deal with me, claiming that Fugaku's chances of defeating me were less than 20%. As a result, UchihaFugaku, being extremely arrogant, exploded when he heard that Danzo's men were monitoring his son. The shadow-level chakra erupted, and his three-tomo Sharingan fixed its gaze on Danzo. He slammed the table and scolded him as a rat, asserting that he would protect the honor of the Uchiha himself and did not need Danzo's interference. Danzo left in a huff, his old face dark enough to drip water. "You Uchiha, how dare you be so ungrateful?" he thought. He coldly ordered his subordinates, "You lead the team personally, 10 Shunin and 4 special Jonin. Eliminate Sun Yen. Make it clean and frame it on the Uchiha." In the evening, as I walked home, I was still happily contemplating my gains from the day. But I suddenly noticed that the usually bustling street was eerily quiet today. I sneered at myself, turned around discreetly, and headed towards the back mountain. As I accelerated, a dozen black shadows instantly caught up behind me. He noticed and shouted, "Quick, chase." Wow, such a big deal. They really think highly of me. I thought while running, just don't know which dog sent them. I deliberately led them to the forest behind the mountain where I usually train, then threw a kunai with an explosive tag back at them to force them to stop. I stopped in my tracks and confronted them. The lead ninja, with a cocky attitude, said, "Ha, kid, why aren't you running away?" I sighed and said, "Big brother, your villain lines are subpar. If nothing goes wrong, you must be from Danzo's group, right? Dead people don't need to know so much." As soon as I finished speaking, a sky full of shurikens shot towards me. I quickly formed hand seals with both hands, Earth style, Earth wall, the moment I blocked the attack. I sent out 2 shadow clones towards the several Nin. At the same time, I activated my Mangeki Sharingan, except for the leading Nin and 2 special Nin who reacted quickly and broke free. The remaining fodder were all caught in the illusion instantly. Taking advantage of their daze, my shadow clones swiftly took down 2 Nin. "Don't look at his eyes," the Nin shouted, as he began to form hand seals with the remaining members. Fire style, great fireball. Wind style, great breakthrough. A massive combined ninjutsu came roaring towards me. I stood my ground, my hands forming an extremely complex seal. Water release, great waterfall technique. I created a waterfall out of thin air in a place without water, crashing it fiercely against their ninjutsu, instantly filling the entire area with steam. Wind release, great breakthrough. A ninja blew away the white mist. I remained standing in place, a faint smile on my lips, still smiling even when death is imminent. The Jonin shouted angrily. I shook my head. "I'm laughing at you. About to die and still so arrogant." Saying this, I suddenly leaped back, unsealing the seal on my arm. In an instant, hundreds of specially made shurikens poured down like a torrential rain, filling the entire battlefield, embedding themselves in the ground and trees around them. They easily blocked this wave of attack, and the leader even mocked me. "Is that all you've got?" A dying struggle. He didn't see that my cold smile deepened. The next second, I vanished. When I reappeared, I was already behind that Jonin, my voice like a death knell. "In your next life, be a good person." A deep blue Rasengan instantly formed in my hand and was smashed against his back. With a huge bang, the ground was directly smashed into a big pit, and the Jonin's body twisted beyond recognition. The remaining root ninjas were all dumbfounded. What happened? Such a fast body flicker technique. No, it's not the body flicker technique. It's the flying thunder god technique. One ninja just shouted, and the next moment, a short blade, charged with lightning, had already cut through his throat. I moved like a specter, weaving through the kunai scattered across the battlefield, each flash taking a life. Enjoy the fear of death, everyone. Soon, the world will fall silent. I smiled at the depths of the forest and said, "Hey, have you seen enough? Come out." A familiar figure jumped out. It was Tsunade, looking shocked. "You little brat, you're really a monster." I was so angry at that moment, leaning on my knee and gasping for breath. "Humph. You didn't make a move when you got here earlier. That's really not a good friend. If I didn't know you could fight, would I have led you here?" Tsunade looked proud. "What if I had capsized? If you had come out earlier, would I have to exert so much effort? The flying thunder god consumes a lot of chakra, you know," I said irritably, feeling like my body had been completely drained. Tsunade only came over to support me when she saw that I could barely stand. On the way, she couldn't help but tug on my ear and asked how I had learned the flying thunder god technique. I had no choice but to confess that it was a condition I proposed to the third Hokage when I joined the Umbu, and I learned it myself after looking at the ceiling book. Then she asked about my eyes. I told her that this is my bloodline limit, a dojutsu that surpasses both the Sharingan and Byakugan, which I call the Divine Eye. This is a secret between the two of us. Tsunade listened and looked at me with a complex expression and finally agreed to keep it a secret for me. I collected all the special kunai engraved with the flying thunder god mark from the battlefield. These things are worth money. Tsunade sent me home and, still not reassured, wanted me to move in with her, saying it would ensure she had breakfast sorted. I decisively refused, which made her angry and leave. As soon as she was gone, I collapsed onto the sofa. Winning today was somewhat of a fluke. Suddenly, the familiar golden subtitles appeared in front of me. "Well done. In addition to absorbing energy, killing people can also promote the upgrade of your eyes. Furthermore, you can enhance your awakening by absorbing the ocular power of other bloodline limit eyes." Wow, this system even has KPIs, huh? Killing can level up too? No sooner had I said this than a wave of heat surged from my eyes throughout my body, and I felt my chakra suddenly break through, reaching the level of an elite J-nin. I even grew a bit taller, now standing at 1.40 meters. The golden subtitles reappeared. The ability gained from this eye upgrade is body refinement. I complained. "Is this it?" The subtitles also have a personality and replied to me. "Is this it?" I was really angry at that moment. "I told you not to be too arrogant. I spirit. What do your Rinnegan and rebirth eye amount to? Fine, you're impressive, but you'd better be truly impressive and not let me catch you bragging." And then it just casually said, "Believe it or not, don't bother me," and left me speechless. Does anyone understand? Dealing with such a proud system, I'm truly at my wit's end. I couldn't be bothered to argue with it. So I lay on the couch thinking about today's events. Without a doubt, it was definitely someone from Danzo's shady faction. But I couldn't quite understand why, after just a few days of offending him, he was so eager to take drastic measures. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't. Anyway, my physical condition has upgraded, and my chakra levels have surged to elite Jonin level. Plus, I picked up a passive skill, which is great. Speaking of this eye technique, I was just wondering how to use it when the golden subtitles popped up again, saying that this thing is a 24-hour, fully automatic system that continuously strengthens my body, not just chakra, but even physical strength. Wow, I just sit up right away. No wonder I always felt a warm flow in my body, like I had a little boiler inside. I laughed, probably a bit lewdly, and the subtitles mocked me. "You laugh so lewdly. I should have known not to tell you." Hee. I immediately put on a flattering expression. "Don't say that, Brother Eyes. I'm with you from now on. Hurry and evolve. Bring on more awesome eye techniques, and I'll take you to new heights." It remained aloof. "Humph. You think I don't want to?" Relying solely on myself. It'll be a miracle if you evolve to the 5-pointed star glaucoma by the time you reach adulthood. Want to speed things up? Sure, go absorb other eye techniques' bloodlines and use their ocular power as a power bank. How to absorb? I got excited when I heard that. Just peel it off and absorb it directly. Wow, this is so discouraging. Are they really treating people's eyeballs like QQ candy? I pretended to ask, "Isn't that a bit cruel?" And it replied, "It's fine even if they're freshly dead." Hey, now I'm wide awake. Right then, I boldly declared, "The Second Shinobi World War is about to begin, and to the families of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, don't worry. I will help you collect the corpses for free, ensuring your eyes have a good resting place." The subtitles were stunned and flooded the screen. "Can you have some dignity? How shameless are you?" I chuckled and said, "I am willing, my lord. I just finished calculating the eye recovery plan here." While over there, in Danzo's lair, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. Bang! With a loud crash, Danzo slammed his hand down on the table, shattering it into splinters. His old face dark enough to squeeze water from. Say that again. The root ninja in front of him was so scared that sweat was pouring down. Trembling as he repeated, Lord Danzo, the ones we sent out, all died in the back mountain. Jonin Nakayama Honda died in a particularly tragic manner, as if he had been hit by some extremely powerful ninjutsu, his body twisted. The others were all killed in one strike by lightning release sword technique. One strike kill. Danzo's eyes were nearly popping out. Impossible. Sun Yin is only 6 years old. At least an elite Jonin could do something like that. A 6-year-old elite Jonin? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? The ninja quickly analyzed. My lord, I believe it definitely wasn't just Sun Yin acting alone. There must have been someone helping him. Think about it. Which clan in Konoha is the best at lightning release sword technique? The Hitaki clan, who could instantly take out 4 special Jonin. The Hitaki clan. And Sun Yin just happens to be part of Hitaki Sakomo's team. Oh, interesting. Danzo squinted his eyes, a cold smile creeping up his lips. What is your name? I am Kato Dan. The Kato clan? Danzo's tone changed. Who sent you? This Kato Dan, the pretty boy, shivered in fear and quickly took off his mask to show his loyalty. Danzo smiled insincerely, praised him a couple of times, and then told him to get lost. Once the person left, Kato Dan's back was soaked, and he thought to himself, damn it, was I discovered? This old fox is indeed not simple. Danzo turned around and entered the underground secret laboratory, which looked like a biochemical factory. A researcher ran over to report, Lord Danzo, the research on the first Hokage cells has reached a bottleneck. That thing has too strong a life force. Ordinary people can't withstand it. Once injected, they are immediately consumed by the cells and turn into mushrooms. Useless. Danzo trembled with anger. A bunch of useless fools. What good are you to me? The researcher was so scared his legs went weak, quickly saying, My lord, please don't be angry. It's not hopeless. As long as we can find something to counter the power of the first Hokage cells, there's a chance. Countering the power of the Senju clan. Danzo repeated in his mouth. Suddenly his eyes lit up as if he thought of something. That's right. Who else but the Uchiha can match the Senju? He smiled sinisterly, muttering to himself, Senju, Uchiha, Sun Yin, Hitaki clan, just you wait. At the same time, I inexplicably sneezed, thinking to myself, it must be that old Danzo cursing me. Just wait. One day I'll take you down. The next day, I slept in until I woke up naturally, feeling great. As for the duel with UchihaFugaku, I hadn't taken it seriously before, and now that my strength has skyrocketed, it's nothing to worry about. I rushed to the training ground to practice, still thinking about Might Guy's 8 gates. Just as I was lost in thought, the warm-up began, 1,000 handstand push-ups. 1,000 push-ups, let's go. While I was sweating it out, a rugged voice came over. Hey, young man, you got a lot of passion. This is what youth should be like. I turned around and, wow, a guy in a green bodysuit with a watermelon head was giving me a thumbs up, showing off a set of pearly white teeth that could be featured in a toothpaste commercial. Family, who understands this? This is simply the flashy version of Aladdin's lamp. Just as I finished mentioning Mike D, he showed up at my door. I immediately flipped over and stood firm, with a big smile on my face. You must be the legendary expert of the Konoha steel fist style, Mr. Mike Guy. You are my idol. This flattery made Guy feel comfortable, and he laughed heartily. Oh, you actually know me. It seems that I, Mike Guy, am quite famous. How about it? Shall we train together? I couldn't ask for more. Great. Let's unleash our passion together. Saying this, he demonstrated the correct kicking posture with a leaf hurricane, directly breaking a tree as thick as a person next to us. I was stunned at that moment. So strong. Now let's run 3 laps upside down around Konoha. I was feeling green in the face, thinking to myself, can my small frame handle this? But Mike had already set off, so I could only grit my teeth and keep up, shouting, burn, passionate youth. After 2 laps, I was exhausted like a dog, and my arms were almost numb. Yet Mike was as if nothing had happened, speeding up even more. Damn it, I was going all out. After finally completing 3 laps, I collapsed on the ground, feeling like my arms weren't even mine anymore. But terrifyingly, after a while, my abnormal physique started to kick in, and the soreness rapidly faded away. Mike looked stunned. What the hell? Back in my day, when I was your age after doing this, my arms would soak in a medicated bath for 3 days to recover. He said this while feeling my muscles as if inspecting goods. Kid, you truly are a once-in-a-lifetime genius in martial arts. From tomorrow on, stick with me. As soon as I heard there was a show, I said I'd join the Umbu and might not have much time. He was even more shocked. You joined the Umbu at 6? You are the rumored young genius. Sun Yin, that's right. He suddenly got fired up and shouted. Even the young genius wants to train body techniques with me. This is what youth is about. He excitedly told me that he had a powerful ancestral body technique called the 8 gates of Duinjia, which could instantly unleash power exceeding his own by dozens of times. But the side effects were also huge. "Senior, how many gates can you open now?" I quickly asked. He said he could open 6 gates without injury. But if he opened 7, his body would be severely damaged. Opening the 8th gate, although it could grant power 10 times that of a shadow level, the price would be death. I was so excited that I directly laid my cards on the table. "Senior, can you teach me the cultivation method of the 8 gates of Dunjia?" To my surprise, he thought for a moment and readily agreed, even giving me a scroll, only asking that I shouldn't use it recklessly until my physical fitness was up to standard. I took the scroll and read through it from start to finish in front of him, directly engraving all the content into my DNA, and then handed the scroll back to him. My guy looked bewildered. "Yan, what are you doing?" I replied, "Senior Dai, I've memorized it. Such a precious thing. You should keep it safe yourself." He instead burst into laughter. "What's the big deal? Even if the world knows it, very few can actually master it." I admired this pure man even more in my heart. But the next second, he pulled me into another round of grueling training, making me run another 100 laps around Konoha, while I was being crazily drilled by Might Guy. The atmosphere in the Uchiha clan's territory was incredibly oppressive. A group of high-ranking members was in a meeting, first discussing the mysterious disappearance of Uchiha Mikoto in the dungeon. Some suspected I was behind it, but then they thought I didn't have the capability. In the end, the vice-clan leader brought the topic back. "Everyone, the most important thing right now is the battle appointment the day after tomorrow. This concerns the honor of our Uchiha clan." UchihaFugaku, the clan leader, directly asked Fugaku, "What are your chances?" "Father, I'm 100 confident." Fugaku clenched his fists, and the next second his eyes turned crimson, with 3 tomo slowly spinning. 3 tomo. The entire conference room erupted. Those old men were so excited their faces turned red. Good, good, good. Heaven bless our Uchiha. A genius like Fugaku has appeared. This is stable now. In an instant, the oppressive room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. If they knew about my current setup, they would probably have a heart attack on the spot. The next day, the day before the battle appointment, I woke up feeling refreshed, with all the fatigue swept away. I sneaked out to Ichiraka Ramen and ordered a large bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen. The owner even came over to cheer me on and told me the battle appointment was set at training ground number 32 at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Wow, I didn't even know that. After finishing my ramen, I sneaked over to the Hokage building, where the 3rd Hokage was worrying about the situation at the borders. Sunagakure and Iwagakure had been making constant small moves recently. As soon as I heard that, I thought, here is my chance. I immediately pretended to be worried about the country and told him I had a premonition that a big battle was coming, requesting his approval to go to the battlefield. The 3rd Hokage obviously disagreed, saying I was only 6 years old and the future of Konoha. I started giving him a pep talk. "Uncle 3rd, flowers in a greenhouse cannot become strong, and without the tempering of bloodshed, a genius will always just be a genius." The 3rd Hokage sighed after hearing this, seeming to be swayed by my words. I was almost laughing in my heart. War was the best nutrient for my Sharingan evolution. In my eyes, the Uchiha clan were all walking power banks. After leaving the Hokage building, I happened to bump into Minato Namikaze practicing hard. I thought my hand were itching, so I went over to tease him. This guy, as soon as he saw me, made a face and said that if he didn't work harder, I would leave him behind. I turned my eyes and devised a scheme. I pretended to say that I lacked the feel for the duel tomorrow and needed a sparring partner, then used the training method of the spiral sphere as bait, tricking him into fighting me. The result, of course, was that I beat him down to the ground, making him question his life. And only then did I throw the scroll to him. Seeing his healed smile after he got the scroll, I felt a bit guilty inside. I had taken his wife, stolen his renowned technique, and now I had beaten him up. It was somewhat unkind of me. There was no conversation that night. The next day, I overslept until 9:30 and rushed to get ready. By the time I arrived, the number 32 training ground was already packed with people. That old man, the 3rd Hokage, was even selling tickets. What a business genius he was. UchihaFugaku had been standing on the field for a long time, looking all high and mighty, as if he had been waiting forever. As time ticked away, it was almost 10 o'clock, and I still hadn't shown up. The Uchiha side was starting to get impatient, and the hired supporters began to stir the pot, saying things like the Leaf S #1 genius must be too scared to come. Minato and Tsunade were both anxious. The referee walked onto the field, raised his hand, and was about to announce the result. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, and I appeared in the center of the arena with a faint smell of blood. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the wait. I think I'm not too late, right?" I said, a slight smile on my lips, my clothes still stained with a few drops of blood. The Uchiha's deputy clan leader, Uchiha Ken, changed his expression drastically upon seeing me. He knew that the two jonin he had sent to ambush me had apparently delivered themselves to me instead. I looked around and happened to meet his gaze, even smiling at him, as if to say, "Thank you, old buddy, for the power of the gaze." He felt uneasy under my stare and unconsciously activated his Sharingan. The third Hokage saw that I had arrived and immediately announced, "Son, Yin has arrived," and the match can officially begin. As a result, Uchiha Jin became anxious, jumped out, and shouted, "He is already late. Why should he still compete?" As soon as I heard this, I couldn't help but laugh. In front of everyone, I immediately shot back with a sarcastic tone, "Oh, I thought the referee hadn't called the match finished yet. What's going on? Are you Uchiha afraid? That's fine, just admit it." I didn't expect such a prestigious clan to have such little courage. As soon as I said this, the whole place erupted, and the atmosphere shifted instantly, with everyone's attention turning to the Uchiha. The faces of those Uchiha members turned as dark as a pot bottom. The one called Uchiha H-Dai, who was probably the clan leader, couldn't sit still anymore, despite the guy next to him frantically signaling him to calm down. He stood up and shouted, "We Uchiha fear no challenge. If you want to fight, then let's fight." I couldn't help but laugh inside. This guy is much more foolish than someone named Uchiha Ken. He clearly is a straightforward boy, and the best way to deal with him is to provoke him. He probably doesn't even know about the assassination attempt on me. At that moment, UchihaFugaku also walked over, and his glare seemed like he wanted to swallow me alive. I can almost imagine his inner thoughts. "Son Yin, the humiliation you've brought upon me, I will return it double. Oh dear, this is a classic case of being overly dramatic." He turned to the referee and said, "Let's start." Then he turned back to glare at me. "Son Yin, are you ready to face the wrath of the Uchiha?" I roll my eyes directly. "Dude, it's just a fight. Why all the nonsense? And you, Fugaku, do you have a bit of a masochistic tendency? Always looking for a fight. You need to change that." He let out a cold laugh. "Humph, you don't understand the power of the Uchiha at all." Saying this, he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, creating an impressive visual effect that stunned everyone in the audience. Even the third Hokage was surprised for a moment. Tsunade on the platform muttered, "A 3-tomo at 14. That's still considered a genius." But her tone clearly showed she didn't think much of me, believing I was guaranteed to lose. Fugaku was thrilled to see everyone's naive expressions, grinning widely. This was the show-off effect he wanted. To be honest, I was momentarily taken aback. It seemed my butterfly wings had flapped quite fiercely, bringing out this guy's potential. However, it was just that, barely reaching the level of Jonin, I could easily handle 7 of them. As Fugaku saw me dazed, he thought I was scared silly, and his smirk grew even more smug. Just then, the referee waved his hand. "The match begins." As soon as the words left his mouth, Fugaku charged at me like a cannonball, activating his Sharingan, with a kunai aimed straight at my vital points. His movements were incredibly fast, and his strength was sufficient. Every strike was lethal, and the Sharingan locked onto me tightly, even predicting my movements. It looked like I was being pressured, struggling to block his attacks, but who understands, all of this was within my calculations. The more Fugaku fought, the more alarmed he became. He realized he could see through my movements, but his body couldn't keep up with my reaction speed. Frustrating, right? In the stands, that kid Rope was still yelling, "Sister, it seems like brother-in-law is being suppressed." Before he finished, Tsunade delivered a punch, and a big bump appeared on his head. "You don't know anything. Shut up and watch." Tsunade was truly unrelenting. On the field, our taijutsu duel had already entered a heated phase. When Fugaku realized he couldn't deal with me through taijutsu, he immediately created some distance, quickly forming hand seals, fire release, dragon flame song. I have to tell you, that scene was incredible. He directly spewed out 5 massive fire dragons, sealing off all my escape routes from 5 directions, 360 degrees without any blind spots. This move was originally used by Madara in the original work, and although Fugaku's version is just a low-tier one, its power is still quite troublesome. But did I panic? Not at all. I didn't even think about dodging, not even bothering to use water release. Today, I was determined to test just how tough my newly upgraded healing Pro Max version really is. The 5 fire dragons roared towards me, and just when Tsunade couldn't help but want to jump down to save me, a bright blue chakra tornado enveloped me in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, smoke and dust erupted. The people outside were dumbfounded, and the Hyuga clan members were collectively stunned. This is a secret technique only our main family can learn. How could you use it? And the range is way too big. Could it be that you're an illegitimate child of the Hyuga family lost to the outside world? When the smoke cleared, the spot where I stood had become a pit 3 meters in diameter, and I, completely unscathed, grinned at Fugaku. Not bad, not bad. This defense is solid. I jumped out of the pit and brushed off the dirt. Not bad for ninjutsu now. It's my turn. Water style. Grand waterfall technique. My hand seals were completed at more than double his speed. In the next second, an endless stream of water gushed out from my mouth, instantly transforming the entire area into a water park. UchihaFugaku was swept away by the flood, completely disoriented, and it took him a while to stabilize himself on the water surface. Just as he was being washed away, I had already disappeared. As he finally reacted, I burst out of the water, throwing a kunai straight at his neck. The Sharingan is indeed impressive. He managed to dodge this attack, but he countered with a stab at me. As a result, with a splash, I transformed into a puddle of water. Water clone? Don't play such tricks. Fugaku started to feel smug again. Is that so? You said it. My voice came from behind him. Then let us play for real. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A gigantic water dragon slammed right into his face. So fast. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. He hurriedly countered, but I didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. Water release. Exploding water shockwave. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Water release. Water fong bullet. My hand seals were getting faster and faster. He was completely unable to keep up. Just as he prepared to dodge, he realized that my attack was just a feint and hadn't been executed at all. While he was still puzzled, the water surface beneath him suddenly erupted with a bang, and a high-speed, rotating water bullet shot up into the sky. He used the substitution technique to avoid a fatal hit, but was still blasted away by the shockwave. The opportunity had come. 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate. Open. I tell you, at that moment, the entire world seemed to slow down in my eyes. The people on the field could no longer see my figure, only the ripples on the water surface. In the next second, I had already appeared right above the flying Fugaku. So fast, the crowd gasped in surprise. The Uchiha members shouted anxiously, "Watch out, Fugaku!" Fugaku couldn't use any leverage in midair, watching helplessly as I appeared above him, his eyes filled with terror. He wanted to form a seal, but it was too slow. With a leaf whirlwind, I struck fiercely at his chest. Crack! I heard the clear sound of ribs breaking. He spat out a mouthful of old blood, crashing into the water like a broken sack, sinking straight to the bottom. The Uchiha clan instantly exploded with anger. Oda and several elders rushed into the arena, surrounding me in an instant, fearing that I would kill him. I closed the 8 gates, my breath a bit disordered, but I felt one thing. I was feeling helpless when a dozen dark shadows flashed by, and the Uchiha elders were directly surrounded again by the dark faction. The third Hokage personally stepped in, and only then did the Uchiha people reluctantly retreat. At that moment, UchihaFugaku had already been pulled up and completely passed out. No kidding, with my kick from the second gate, I could break steel if I hadn't held back most of my strength at the end. He would have already gone to meet the Sage of 6 Paths. The medical team quickly carried him away, and the third Hokage cleared his throat, raising his hand to announce, "The winner is Sun Yen." Instantly, the entire venue erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Tsunade, Shinjuro, Minato, and a large group rushed over to surround me, creating a stark contrast with the desolation of the Uchiha clan. I could guess their hearts were shattered. Just as the Uchiha people were preparing to leave in disgrace, the clan leader, Uchiha Hita, surprisingly walked over to me. Tsunade and the others immediately tensed up, but I waved my hand to signal that it was okay. Then, everyone was stunned. I tell you, jaws dropped everywhere. The Uchiha clan leader, under everyone's gaze, bowed deeply to me. "Thank you, Sun Yen." His voice was heavy, and this bow was his way of thanking me for not delivering a fatal blow to Fugaku as a father. Also, I apologize for the recent disturbances caused by our Uchiha clan. After saying that, he left without looking back. My friends were all stunned, and Tsunade's mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. "Hey, what kind of expressions are you all making?" I said with an innocent face. Tsunade grabbed my neck and said, "Kid, winning the competition means you should celebrate a bit, right? These friends of mine were just waiting for a chance to take advantage of me." Minato, that rascal, was also stirring the pot from the side. "Yin, you made us worry for so long. A bowl of ramen won't do. It has to be barbecue at the very least." "All right, Minato, just you wait. I'll definitely challenge you to a match someday." In the end, I had no choice but to shout painfully, "Let's go. Konoha Loneting Barbecue Restaurant. It's on me." Oh yeah, after dinner, all the money I painstakingly earned from missions was gone, and my heart was bleeding. I have to report to the Umbu tomorrow, not for anything else. but to make money. Everyone scattered, leaving only the Hyuga brothers, who shyly came over to ask me, Yin, how did you learn that blue defensive ninjutsu? I directly transformed into a philosophical master and told them, the essence of ninjutsu is interconnected. As long as you understand it, you could do it too. Wow. I completely bewildered those two brothers, and they left with a look of realization on their faces. After bidding them farewell, it was just me and Tsunade left. Kid, you did well. Of course. I'm on cloud 9. After chatting for a while, I asked about Kushina, and Tsunade gave me a mischievous smile. Oh, caring about your little lover. Huh? Let me tell you, you better treat Mikoto and Kushina well, or I won't let you off the hook. Just as we were talking, two oblivious Uchiha ninjas blocked my path, their attitude extremely arrogant. Son Yin, we Uchiha have important matters to discuss. Come with us. I let out a cold laugh. Is this your attitude towards an invitation? Whether I go or not is not up to you. Before the person could finish speaking, my foot had already kicked him in the chin. Another one, just realizing what happened, found a kunai already pressed against his neck. What is there to be arrogant about for a defeated foe? Go back and tell your clan leader that if you use this attitude next time, just wait to collect the corpses. I withdrew the kunai and turned to leave, leaving behind two disheveled Uchiha in the wind. I'm getting ready to go home and set things up when suddenly, Yin rushed in urgently. Hey, a mission has come in. My face has collapsed. No way. Didn't I take a leave? I don't know either. Someone from the Umbu said, all Umbu members, gather at the back mountain. My heart skipped a beat. All the members? With this situation, something must have happened to the Nine Tails. Is Granny Uzumaki Mito not doing well? We rushed to the back mountain, where over 100 ninjas had already gathered, all top fighters from the village, including the legendary Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki. Sure enough, we spent the entire afternoon setting up the ceiling barrier. Granny Mito planned to successfully transfer the Nine Tails to the next Jinchuriki before she completely gave out. At dusk, Granny Mito, supported by Tsunade and Kushina, slowly walked over. She first called me over and praised me in front of the third Hokage, acting quite convincingly. Finally, the ritual began. Granny Mito walked to the center of the sealing technique, facing a red-haired girl named Uzumaki Nanako, who was the next Jinchuriki. Child, are you ready? Granny Mito asked with concern. Nanako nodded firmly. The next moment, Granny Mito's gaze turned sharp as she shouted, for symbols sealing, release. 8 trigrams sealing, release. 5 elements sealing, release. As soon as the seals were broken, a dark red chakra exploded out, and an ominous aura enveloped the entire area. Immediately after, a gigantic reddish-brown fox appeared before us. The Nine Tails. Ha, I'm finally out. The Nine Tails laughed maniacally. Then its expression changed, and 9 tails as thick as mountains swept towards us. Luckily, there was a barrier to block it, but the barrier instantly became covered in cracks. Granny Mito strained her body and unleashed countless golden chains to tightly bind the 9 tails, shouting at the dumbfounded Nanako, Quick, use the sealing technique I taught you. Uzumaki Mito, you still want to seal me? The 9 tails was completely enraged, swiping its claws at the two. In this critical moment, a flash of lightning appeared. Tsukumo Hitaki's figure had blocked in front of the two, using a short blade to hold back the 9 tails claws. Seeing its attack blocked, the 9 tails became even angrier, feeling humiliated, and opened its mouth wide to start gathering chakra. Yin-yang chakra wildly converged, forming a black, high-density energy sphere. Damn, that's the tail beast ball. I'm standing outside the barrier, holding back Tsunade, who wants to rush in, and Kushina, who looks worried, feeling a tightness in my chest. Of course I feel tense. Who wouldn't tremble at the sight of this thing? Come on, this is the tailed beast ball, not a water gun. One touch and you're reborn, okay? Let me tell you, if I hadn't unlocked my Manjiki Sharingan yet, I would have gone and have a go at it. But for now, we need to stay rational. I'm holding them back purely for the sake of quick escape. My Flying Thunder God technique is my lifesaver. If I can't fight, I can at least run away, right? Inside the barrier, the atmosphere has frozen to a chilling point. The third Hokage and the others are staring at the increasingly larger black sphere in the 9 tails mouth, their faces turning green. The sealing team is desperately strengthening the barrier, and Mito's face is grave, probably thinking to herself, this was hasty. I underestimated this fox. Let me tell you, the 9 tails tail beast ball, although suppressed to the height of an adult, its power is definitely no joke. Just as it finished forming the sphere and was about to launch, the third Hokage moved. Wow, that hand speed was incredible. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. a flurry of outputs. He managed to master 5 different elemental jutsu, forcibly merging them into a dazzling white light that shot straight towards the tailed beast ball. Your moves are a bit AI-like. Old man. With a loud bang, there wasn't the earth-shattering explosion one might expect. The two forces began to madly consume and offset each other in midair. The third Hokage was clearly exhausting too much chakra, panting heavily, but his hands never stopped as he created another earth release. Multiple earth wall. Dozens of earthen walls rising up to protect everyone inside. Just after doing all this, the two opposing forces finally determined a victor. With a blinding flash of white light exploding, the terrifying shockwave instantly lifting the entire barrier. I quickly opened my Sharingan and took a peek inside. Amidst the smoke, the Nine-Tails was completely suppressed, while Granny Mito was frantically pouring her last bit of chakra into a little girl named Uzumaki Nanako, as if it were free. As the smoke cleared, the third Hokage and the others were unharmed behind the earthen walls. The poor Nine-Tails was bound like a zongzi by the adamantine chains, still stubbornly claiming, "Trash ants. If it weren't for this broken seal, you think your little tricks could stop me?" At this moment, Granny Mito's weak voice rang out. "Nanako, I've given you all my chakra. Hurry, seal it." Nanako, as if awakened from a dream, nodded with tears in her eyes and clapped her hands. Adamantine sealing chains. Wow, this time the chains were several times thicker than before, wrapping the Nine-Tails tightly so it couldn't move. Following that was the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal. A series of sealing techniques instantly connecting Nanako and the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails form began to blur, and finally, with a whoosh, it transformed into a massive brown-red chakra that was entirely absorbed into Nanako's body. Done. Everyone inside and outside the barrier let out a sigh of relief. As the barrier vanished, Tsunade suddenly broke free from me and rushed to Granny Mito like a madwoman. The ninjas from Konoha also surrounded her, all knowing that this great woman, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, who had dedicated her life to Konoha, was leaving. Tsunade and Dai were crying their hearts out. And Kushina was in tears too. Who understands family? Seeing the scene, I suddenly felt emo. Everyone eventually dies. Even the Sage of 6 Paths couldn't escape it. What about me? I'm so amazing. I'm definitely going to be more powerful than the Sage of 6 Paths in the future. Does that mean I'll also kick the bucket in the end? No way, absolutely not. I went through so much to reincarnate, not to die again. I must achieve immortality. And it must be the kind of immortality that is invincible like Kagaya, not the kind of mere survival like Orochimaru. All right, I have a goal, and this gives me motivation. By the time everything was settled, it was already late at night. The atmosphere in the Senju clan was unbearably sorrowful. The clan leaders held a meeting, and the current clan leader, an old man who had survived since the Warring States period, said he had quarreled with the third Hokage over the issue of the new Jinchuriki Nanako's affiliation. He wanted to keep Nanako in the Senju clan, but the third Hokage insisted that the Jinchuriki was a strategic weapon of the village and must be managed uniformly by the village. Meanwhile, in Konoha's underground base, that old guy Danzo was listening to his subordinates' reports, laughing like a madman. "Ha ha, Mito is dead. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been replaced. My opportunity has come. Senju Uchiha, in the power of the Nine-Tails, I have set a big chessboard. This world will ultimately be mine." Ha ha. I couldn't help but laugh at his self-satisfaction. On the other side, Tsunade was alone in a small tavern, drinking away her sorrows, crying like a blooming pear flower. At that moment, a pale-faced boy with light blue hair approached, grabbing her hand that was about to drink more. Tsunade turned around and instantly got angry. "Who the hell are you? Get away from me." As she swung a powerful punch, the guy managed to dodge with a sidestep. They say Tsunade has a fiery temper, and it was indeed well-deserved. The guy smiled and said, "So who are you really? What do you want?" Tsunade coldly asked. I've been seen through. My name is Kato Dan. I was watching from the shadows, thinking that this person must be up to something. Tsunade couldn't be bothered and turned to leave. I watched as Kato Dan saw Tsunade off, then found a secluded corner, directly projecting my spirit and flying towards the Hokage building. Wow, he could do that too? I immediately followed. The third Hokage was still in his office handling documents. When he saw the transparent Kato Dan kneeling on one knee, he frowned and asked, "Dan, what brings you here? Is there movement from Danzo's side?" As soon as I heard it, I understood immediately. It turns out that Kato Duan is an undercover agent planted by the third Hokage beside Danzo. Kato Duan reported, "Lord Hokage, it seems that Danzo is planning to take action against the Senju clan. He asked me to get close to Princess Tsunade And I also heard him say something like Senju, Uchiha, I have laid a big chess game. After hearing this, the third Hokage also had a serious expression and ordered Kato Duan to continue the mission while secretly protecting Tsunade. Just as Kato Duan's spirit was about to leave, the third Hokage suddenly shouted at the ceiling, "You've been listening for so long. Won't you show yourself?" I was startled. Damn it, I've been discovered. This old man has some keen perception. I quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, not even getting a chance to show off a few moves. I miscalculated. If I had known, I wouldn't have bragged about knowing the Flying Thunder God technique. What a huge loss. Just as Kato Dan's spirit returned to his body, I used a transformation technique to teleport behind him, pressing a cold kunai against his neck. Kato Dan, hello there. He panicked instantly. Why you? Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is to stay away from Tsunade, or I can kill you anytime. As I spoke, I secretly carved a Flying Thunder God seal on his back. Hey, mobile GPS done. This is both a piece of advice and a warning. Whether you're working for Danzo or the third Hokage, don't joke with your own life. After saying that, I vanished. Watching Kato Dan collapse on the ground, gasping for breath, I couldn't help but laugh internally. If that guy had dared to use a substitution technique just now, he would have been done for. When I got home, I realized that Kato Dan was with the third Hokage, which meant that the old man wasn't someone to be underestimated either. However, today's trip wasn't in vain. Not only did I teach that pretty boy a lesson, but I also witnessed the third's impressive 5-element barrage. Truly remarkable. No wonder he is a master of ninjutsu. As for being the strongest Hokage, let's forget about that. The next day, it rained lightly, and the entire Konoha was shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere. Granny Mito's funeral attracted not only ninjas, but also many villagers who came to pay their respects. I offered a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, silently promising Granny Mito, "Don't worry, I will fulfill my promise to you. For Tsunade's sake, I won't let the Senju clan face extinction." The second great ninja war should be approaching soon. After the funeral, I went straight to Tsunade's house. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw Jiraiya and Orochimaru standing there. Jiraiya, acting like an excited puppy, was shouting, "Hey, Tsunade, don't be too sad." Meanwhile, Orochimaru had a philosophical expression of "Who am I? Where am I?" with his snake-like eyes gleaming, watching me with great interest. I felt a bit creeped out by his gaze and couldn't be bothered with those two troublemakers, so I directly leaped into Tsunade's room. Jiraiya was completely stunned on the spot. He probably wanted to do the same, but as soon as he thought of the consequences, he immediately backed down. I went in and saw, good heavens, the floor was covered with wine bottles. In the bedroom, Tsunade was sprawled on the bed, disheveled and completely drunk. I went over to help her and cover her with a blanket, but she suddenly rolled over and, with a loud wah, vomited all over me. Who understands a struggle, right? With my little 7-year-old body, it was a challenge to get her dirty clothes off. Looking at her blue underwear and her impressive figure, I could only look but not touch. I was so frustrated. Time, please pass quickly. After covering her with a blanket, I used a Flying Thunder God technique to rush home, take a shower, and change clothes. When I came back, I found Jiraiya's spiky head was still squatting at the door. I opened the door, and he tried to squeeze in, but I stopped him sternly. She just fell asleep? What are you going in for? ULSP, pervert. You definitely have bad intentions. Get lost. Watching his indignant figure leave, I couldn't help but smirk. Then, I ran to another house and knocked on the door. Is Makoto there? The door swung open, and the graceful Makoto jumped into my arms, tearfully saying, "YNG, Brother Yin. I thought you didn't want me anymore." I suddenly felt heartbroken and regretted it. Yes, these past few days I was preoccupied with other things and forgot about my little girl. I held her small face and kissed her forehead, softly saying, "Silly girl. How could I possibly not want you?" Only then did the little girl stop crying and smile. Then she suddenly asked me, "Yingo, do you like Kyubi?" I was stunned on the spot. How did this life-threatening question come up? Before I could respond, she hummed to herself, "I knew it." "So Yingij, tell me, do you like her a little more? Or do you like me a little more?" "I don't care. You can like her, but I want to be the big one. She can only be the small one." I was completely stunned. Are girls nowadays really this bold? Looking at her stubborn yet adorable expression, I suddenly smiled. In her surprised gaze, I pulled her into my arms and kissed her lips. That's right, it was the kind you all imagined. I only let go when she was almost out of breath, and looking at her face that was almost bleeding red, I intentionally put on a serious face and said, "Meichin, you all are equally important to me. There's no such thing as big or small. From now on, we're good sisters and no jealousy allowed, got it?" But clearly, it was her later. Magkin mumbled softly. I couldn't help but laugh out loud as I picked her up and used the flying thunder god technique to appear at Tsunade's house. Who? The bathroom door was suddenly yanked open, and Tsunade rushed out wrapped in a towel, looking surprised to see me. I chuckled, my eyes fixated on her impressive figure, especially certain prominent parts. Tsunade looked at me with a hungry wolf-like gaze, and instead of getting angry, she smirked and mocked. What's wrong? Isn't my figure nice? Too bad. Someone can't do anything right now. Damn it. I silently shouted in my heart. Tsunade, just wait. Once I grow up, you'll be the first one I deal with. Tsunade ignored me and turned to Mikoto, smiling. Oh, Mikoto is here too. Why is your face so red? Caught a cold? Then she asked us how we got here. I had been here for a while. That outfit you're wearing? I was the one who took it off for you. It felt great. Ugh. It was hard to take off, I said deliberately. A hint of crimson flashed across Tsunade's face, but she quickly covered it up, stubbornly saying, I'm fine. TCH, almost drank myself to death, and still says she yes fine. How about a drink tonight? I suggested. Drink? I'm not afraid of you. Tsunade slammed the table. After Mikoto went to cook, I finally laid my cards on the table with Tsunade. Before Mito left, she called me to her room and told me some things. The Senju clan will completely decline after the upcoming Second Shinobi World War. Why? Tsunade instantly stood up. I revealed my analysis completely regarding how the third Hokage and Danzo, in order to centralize power, would inevitably weaken or even sacrifice the Senju clan through war. A common man has no guilt, but the presence of the Senju clan is the greatest obstacle to the Hokage's centralization of power. Tsunade's face turned pale upon hearing this, and in anger, she was about to confront the third Hokage. I pulled her back and scolded. Are you really stupid or just pretending? What good does it do to look for him now? You'll just be seen as someone who is mentally unstable after your grandmother's death. All we can do now is wait. You train the rope tree yourself and see if he can awaken your grandfather's wood release. We also need to strive to become stronger. Tsunade was silent for a long time before finally nodding. Seeing her calm down, I chuckled. By the way, Tsunade, I want to go to the Wetbone Forest to learn a sage technique. Can you help me contact someone? Tsunade gave me a glare, but still summoned a giant slug. Hey, Lord Slug, I joked as I approached. I'm Tsunade's innocent little boyfriend. Really? Lady Tsunade? The slug said with a deadpan expression. Tsunade blushed and said, he's crazy. Don't mind him. Just give him the scroll, have him sign it, and then you can leave. I picked up the sticky scroll, wiped it off with disdain, then bit my finger and wrote my name on it. That wasn't the end of it. I turned around and pulled Mikoto, who was humming a tune while cooking in the kitchen, over to sign her name too. Hey, let me tell you, I'm all about sharing the blessings. As for Kushina's signature, I'll add it next time when I summon the slug. But man, after my series of actions, Tsunade's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and I could smell her jealousy from 800 meters away. Later, I had a few drinks with Tsunade and listened to her talk about the old stories of the first Hokage. After hearing it all, I felt one thing. The first Hokage was such a tragic figure. You've built your ninja village, grasped military power, and managed the economy and politics. So why support those feudal lords and merchants, creating a pile of mess at home, with a son who has a strained relationship with him, ultimately leading to a gloomy end? Who understands this? It's simply baffling behavior. After drinking, I took Mikoto home. On the way, I gave her some pep talk, saying she needed to work hard, since the Uchiha Sharingan was so impressive. If she didn't T-step it up, that girl Kushina would surpass her. Mikoto was quite worried about me, asking if it was dangerous to return to the Umbu. I was about to boast a bit, saying, you think your brother, can outrun anyone? Just as I finished speaking, I grinned and shouted towards the dark corner beside me. Hey Orochimaru-senpai, you've been tailing me all this way. Aren't you going to come out and chat? A chilling voice floated over, and Orochimaru's pale face, looking like it had just been coated with white paint, emerged from the shadows. As soon as I saw his expression, I got angry and directly confronted him. What do you want? I tell you, this guy is definitely not a coincidence. He must be here for me. Sure enough, he said with a forced smile, I heard you've been doing really well lately, so I came specifically to ask you for advice. As soon as I heard that, I understood. He was annoyed with me and wanted to teach me, this junior, a lesson. I thought it was just right, as I've been itching to practice lately. I told him, sure, let me drop Meichin off at home, and then we can practice. After saying that, I pulled Meichin along and left Orochimaru there, laughing ominously. After dropping Meichin off at home, the little girl even advised me not to go, saying that person didn't look like a good guy. I laughed and said, don't worry, taking care of a not fully darkened little snake is a piece of cake for your brother Yen. Just kidding at this moment. Orochimaru probably hasn't even lit up his skills for the Edo Tensei or the eight-headed serpent technique yet, so he is not to be feared. With a body flicker technique, I returned directly to the spot. When Orochimaru saw I really came back, his hoarse voice rang out again. You really keep your promises. I wanted to give him a show of strength right then, so I said, I've long heard of the great reputation of the third Hokage's most outstanding disciple, Orochimaru. Today, I finally get to see him. I deliberately paused, watching his smug expression, then changed my tone to the most disdainful one and said, but that's all there is to it. Goodness. My words turned Orochimaru's face green with anger. He immediately lunged at me from above with incredible speed. Unfortunately, he only struck my shadow clone. I directly suggested, this place is small and cramped. Let's go to the back mountain. He sneered and followed me. When we got to the place where I often practiced on the back mountain, I lifted my chin at him and said, please. He chuckled. Well, you better be careful. If you're not serious, you could die. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. His speed was as fast as a ghost. I felt a surge of excitement. Not bad, not bad. This is just the right intensity to be my sparring partner and help me break through my bottleneck. Without saying a word, I activated my Sharingan. The moment he charged at me, the entire world seemed to slow down in my eyes. Clanging sounds echoed as our figures flashed wildly through the forest, sparks flying everywhere. As we crossed paths and separated, Orochimaru was taken aback. Your eyes are extraordinary. I chuckled and started to ramble. That's right. I took down a few Uchiha not long ago and got it from him. The Sharingan? He suddenly realized, no wonder he could predict my moves. I continued to stoke the fire. Is that all you've got, Orochimaru? You're too weak. It's boring. This completely angered him. I saw his neck stretch like a rubber band, and in an instant, he lunged at me, spitting out a gleaming sword. Does anyone understand? My eyes went wide. This was the Kusanagi sword, the sword of my dreams. How could it be in a snake's mouth? It was simply a waste. I immediately made up my mind that when I could crush him in the future, I had to pry this treasure out of his mouth. He looked at me with shining eyes, probably thinking I was scared silly. In the next moment, his mouth opened like a dam burst, and thousands of poisonous snakes poured out, overwhelming me. My fear of dense clusters kicked in. Even worse, those snakes were spitting out swords. Multiple shadow clone technique. I created dozens of myself and shouted in unison, Great return to heaven. Instantly, dozens of 5-meter diameter blue chakra washing machines spun wildly on the field, directly turning the snake swarm into minced meat. Orochimaru's jaw nearly dropped. He must have been wondering how I could use the Hyuga clan's secret technique. But this move was continuous and too troublesome. I directly used water-style waterfall technique, turning the entire back mountain into a vast ocean, washing away the snake swarm. Then, I used water body technique to appear above his head, already forming an oversized Rasengan in my hand. Boom! A direct hit. A massive water tornado shot up into the sky, crashing down on him, and he was plunged into the water, his body twisted beyond recognition. But I didn't relax at all. Instead, I immediately distanced myself. Sure enough, with a splash, a sword shot out of the water and pierced me. Orochimaru's elongated neck and sinister smile popped up. Surprised, huff flame. He was gloating, but suddenly realized something was off. I, who had been pierced, didn't bleed at all, but instead turned into a puddle of water. While he was momentarily stunned, my real body appeared at his side, and another Rasengan hit him. Hidden shadow snake hands. He reacted quickly, and a few snakes shot out from his sleeve to block it. We once again created distance between us. I have to say, his substitution technique is quite impressive. It perfectly blocks damage and can hide his presence. But it consumes a lot of chakra. My divine eyes can see it clearly. He has already used up a large portion of his chakra. Orochimaru, your substitution technique is strong, but the consumption is not small, right? I pointed out directly. His face became even darker, knowing that I had seen through his condition. He started to play the emotional card with me, talking about Danzo's troubles, saying that Danzo was conducting forbidden experiments with the first Hokage's cells, trying to buy time to recover his chakra. I couldn't help but laugh. I already knew about this. He was completely shocked, looking at me as if I were a monster. He realized that procrastination tactics were useless, so he steeled his heart. Flame, let's settle this with one move. If you can catch it, I will admit defeat. Bring it on. I waved at him dismissively. This contemptuous attitude reignited his anger. I saw him create 5 shadow clones, each forming seals for fire release, earth release, water release, wind release, and lightning release. The 5 types of ninjutsu fused in midair, and he directly created a colorful black. Oh no, It was the five-nature transformation Great Bomb. A dazzling white sphere of light, carrying a world-destroying momentum, came crashing towards me. What about me? I slowly formed a seal. Just at that moment when the light sphere hit my face, boom, the space in front of me suddenly twisted. And 8 golden symbols appeared out of nowhere, like a big mouth, directly swallowing that world-destroying light sphere. The next second, a deafening roar came from over 10 kilometers away. Orochimaru was immediately stunned, muttering to himself, "Space ninjutsu. This is the flying thunder god technique of the second Hokage." I tell you, his expression was just like a CPU that I had burned out. His little pride was completely crushed by my flying thunder god technique, leaving no trace behind. "Orochimaru, do you still have any tricks up your sleeve? It can't just be this level, right?" I continued to taunt him. He was utterly defeated and bitterly smiled, saying, "I lost." The commotion was too loud. The Umbu were probably already on their way. We didn't stay long and found a secluded little tavern to sit down. You know, Orochimaru, who had been beaten, had a surprisingly good attitude. The way he looked at me changed, as if he were gazing at a rare treasure, constantly licking his lips and asking me how much power I was hiding. I pointed him in a clear direction and told him, "You should study the relationship between the soul and the body. You might find the immortality you desire." Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up. We talked again about the upcoming Second Shinobi World War and Danzo's little schemes, and my political acumen once again astonished him. In the end, I used the flying thunder god technique to go straight home, leaving him alone in the tavern questioning his life. That night, I was awakened by an emergency signal. It was an urgent summons from the third Hokage. Something big had happened. I rushed to the ninjutsu building, where the scene was a mess. 4 Umbu guards had been killed, each with a sword through their throat. The third Hokage's face was ashen as he said someone had stolen the Book of Seals. A ninja from the Hyuga clan used his Byakugan to see 8 figures fleeing in different directions. Split into 8 teams and pursue. The third ordered. I was with the Watergate group, and after just a few steps, I had to stop him. I said, "Don't chase anymore, buddy. Those 8 are all fake. It's an inside job. The third generation knows what's going on." Sure enough, this matter eventually came to nothing. Time flew by, and half a year passed. In this half year, my strength had also reached the shadow level. Under my guidance, Mikoto and Kushina made significant progress in their abilities. One day, while I was instructing them in their training, I looked at Mikoto's small fireball, which was half her height, and I was about to criticize her for being too kind to her enemies. Suddenly, the highest level summon order echoed throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. I rushed to the large square in front of the Hokage building, where a massive crowd had gathered. All the village's jonin and the heads of various clans were present. The third Hokage and several advisors walked out with serious expressions. The third Hokage stood on the podium, and his heavy voice resonated throughout the venue. I announced that the Hidden Leaf Village is now in a state of war. This morning, the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth have jointly declared war on our Land of Fire. The Second Shinobi World War has officially begun. I tell you, as soon as the old man finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire square instantly froze. Immediately after, he started assigning tasks. Oh no, I mean distributing missions. Over at the Sand Village, Shigekuni Hitaki, Kakashi's father, was the overall commander, leading a group of Uchiha warriors to draw the line at the border. But the key point is, on the Rock Village side, the overall commander was actually Danzo Shimura. At that moment, my heart sank. Who understands? Letting that old coot lead the team, it would be a miracle if the Senju clan didn't get screwed over by him. As soon as the crowd dispersed, I instantly teleported next to Tsunade. She was just about to report to the medical team and looked a bit surprised to see me. I got straight to the point and asked, "Sister, did those old geezers in your family really hand over most of the elite Senju clan, about 800 top-notch fighters, to that old schemer Danzo?" Tsunade's brows furrowed so much they could crush a fly, looking worried. That's right, I advised them, but those old guys wouldn't listen, thinking Danzo wouldn't stir up any trouble. She added, and that iron-headed kid Shoshuru insisted on going too, saying he needed to get stronger and earn military merits on the battlefield. It's simply nonsense. Well, it seems the plot is indeed still the same. Seeing Tsunade's worried expression, I didn't want to make her too anxious, so I patted her shoulder and said with a smirk, "Don't worry. Your future husband here has already left a backup plan on your brother, a flying Thunder God seal. If it really comes down to it, I can pull him back directly from the hands of the King of Hell." Tsunade's face turned bright red. She cursed me for being slick-tongued and hurried away. After calming the big one down, I teleported to the 2 little ones. Mikoto and Kushina were looking confused, not knowing what was happening. I ruffled their hair and said, It's fine, it's just a fight. Don't worry. Your brother here is ridiculously strong now. This battlefield is just a big experience package for me. They'd have a hard time even touching a hair on me. Just as I finished speaking, the Umbu's gathering eagle was circling in the sky. All right, time to get to work. I said goodbye to the two girls and teleported to the assembly point. Goodness, Kato Dan was also there. It seemed he was kicked back after Danzo figured out his identity. When he saw me, he smiled, and I thought to myself, buddy, you probably don't know that it was me who knocked you out that night. The mission was simple. Escort a batch of extremely important supplies to the front line. Minato was also there, looking worried and asking if many people would die. I patted his shoulder. Brother, don't think too much. That's how war is. It's either you kill or you get killed. Just do it. Before we set off, the squad leader stopped me, saying Minato and I were too young. And the third Hokage specially approved that we didn't have to go. I got furious and launched into a tirade. What are you talking about? We joined the Umbu based on our strength, not because we're young and cute. The village needs people now. How can we hide in the back? Right, Minato? Minato also got fired up and shouted along. That's right. Together we stand to protect Konoha. You know, our little duet ignited the atmosphere among the surrounding old-timer Umbu, one by one roaring that we were the future of Konoha. Heroes come from youth. And so the convoy set off. Let me tell you, the journey was incredibly boring. Aside from casually taking out a few clueless bandits and making a small profit from looting their corpses, nothing happened. Just when I was gnawing on military rations to the point of questioning my life, suddenly, that golden finger system in my head activated. It directly dropped a bombshell on me, saying Kagaya wasn't the final boss, and there were more major updates coming to this Ninja World server. I was stunned. I was playing a single-player game, and now you're telling me there's an online mode and a sequel coming? Who can handle that? Just as I was contemplating how abstract this world was, an ambush came. Everyone be on guard. The squad leader shouted. The next second, the ground collapsed, and countless clay bombs fell from the sky, trying to bury us alive. I opened my golden eyes and instantly saw through it. The clay was mixed with explosives, and using fire release would mean rising to the sky collectively. Use lightning release, I shouted, unleashing a burst of Chidori that electrocuted all the incoming clay into scraps. A leader from the rock village stepped out, staring into my eyes. Golden Sharingan? No, who are you? I couldn't be bothered with him. But then an old six tried to sneak attack me from behind with a heavy rock technique. I countered with a true heaven reversal, sending him flying, followed by a lightning cutter that pierced his heart and took him out in an instant. The leader on the other side, named Delora or something, exploded in rage and charged at me. I saw that our situation was dire. Kato was almost being beaten into a pulp, and the others were also being pressured. I had to end this quickly, so I deliberately taunted him. Stop playing with that soft earth technique. It's like a tickle. Don't you know how to use the explosion technique? If you don't use it now, you'll miss your chance. He fell for it, roaring as he started stuffing clay into his mouth, then unleashed a barrage of explosive clay like a machine gun. I danced around him, dodging while leading him far away from the main battlefield. Once the distance was sufficient, I stopped playing around. He unleashed an explosion technique, Earth Pillar Blast, coming at me, and I countered with an identical seal and hit him back with the same move. He was completely stunned. His eyes seemed to ask, Bro, are you cheating? Taking advantage of his daze, I teleported behind him, crafting a brand new explosive technique, Spiral Shuriken, and slapped it right onto his face. He was tough too. Realizing he couldn't escape, he chose to detonate all his chakra and die with me. Boom! The scene was catastrophic. The ground shook, and for miles everything was flattened. Everyone on the main battlefield was knocked over by the shockwave, their ears ringing, thinking we both perished. The rock-hidden side started laughing maniacally, while our side fell into silence. Minato's eyes were red, and the squad leader gritted his teeth, urging him to run and report. But what happened? In the center of the explosion, that Delora crawled out from the dirt, having used a clay clone to avoid the fatal blow. Though he was left with half his life, he was still alive. He looked at the empty pit, thinking I had turned to ash, and was feeling quite pleased. You seem very happy, a devilish voice echoed behind him. He stiffly turned around to see me standing there unharmed. His expression was more dramatic than seeing a ghost. I couldn't be bothered to chat with him, so I hit him with a lightning cutter and sent him on his way. As I strolled back to the main battlefield holding his head, the battle was nearing its end. Most of our people were severely injured on the ground, and the rock-hidden folks were preparing to collect heads, only to realize that the supplies we were escorting were just sand. They had wasted their effort. Just as the rock-hidden vice captain was furious and about to order a killing spree to vent his anger, I tossed Delora's head at his feet like it was trash. Hello everyone, miss me? Everyone was dumbfounded. The rock-hidden guys were still in shock when I had already prepared a wind release, spiral shuriken in my hand, and casually threw it over. Get down. The vice captain only had time to shout those 3 words. The next second, after a piercing whistle, the world fell silent. In the pit, a dozen rock-hidden ninjas lay perfectly still, not a single one intact. The surviving members of the dark side here, including that squad leader, all looked at me with eyes like they were seeing a monster, their mouths agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. I tell you, at that time, the brothers from the dark department were almost dropping their jaws to the ground. There was a big brother from the Akimichi clan named Ding Ning, who directly shouted at me, saying, "Yinge, you saved me. My life is yours from now on." Goodness, that really made me feel a bit embarrassed. The squad leader also came over, looking like he had just survived a disaster, saying, "Yin, thanks to you, otherwise we would all be here singing cool today." I waved my hand and asked him where Minato was. He then told me that they thought I had been blown to bits by that explosion, so they fought desperately to cover Minato's retreat, saying that the 2 of us were the hope of Konoha and He both fall here. Great. So I had already been reported dead, but the more shocking news was yet to come. The squad leader bitterly told me that the supplies we were transporting were completely fake. Our entire team was just bait, pure cannon fodder, with a mission to attract fire and allow the real supply team to pass through safely. I was stunned, feeling a chill in my heart. You old man. The 3rd Hokage, you are the real pressure monster. For the greater good, you even deceive your own people and dare to use a genius like me as a pawn. He must have calculated that I would use Flying Thunder God to take Minato away, but what if? What if I hadn't reacted in time? Does anyone understand this feeling of being treated as a tool? Just then, in Konoha, the old man of the 3rd Hokage was listening to his subordinate's report. He calculated the time and thought that our cannon fodder team was about to be completely wiped out. So he ordered the real supply team to set out and gathered a bunch of elite jonin to prepare to clear the enemies within the borders. The next second, Minato burst into his office covered in blood. As soon as the old man saw that it was just Minato, he jumped up from his chair, grabbed Minato, and asked, "Where's Sun Yin? Is Sun Yin okay?" Minato had no idea about what happened later and recounted in detail how I heroically sacrificed myself to draw the enemy away. I tell you, it is said that the 3rd Hokage completely collapsed at that moment, looking like he aged 10 years in an instant, helplessly slumping back into his chair. "Haha, you thought you could scheme against me, and now you're dumbfounded." Over here, I quickly bandaged a few wounded and let them hurry back to the village, as their injuries were quite serious. The squad leader asked if I was going back. I said I wouldn't, planning to head to the front lines to take a look at the situation. He advised me to be careful, saying that the battlefield is not a place for individual heroism. I couldn't help but chuckle inside, as they were completely unaware of the limits of power. So, I directly turned around and headed towards the Konoha camp at the border of the Land of Fire. On the other side, the high-ranking officials in Konoha, led by Danzo, were in a meeting discussing sending Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, each with 500 men, to occupy the Land of Rain. Some were worried about provoking the ruthless Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village, but Danzo silenced everyone with a single remark, saying that if we didn't go in, we should just wait to be wrapped up like dumplings once a Wagakure got there first. While these big shots were bickering, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, was feeling anxious due to the lack of reports from our side and directly ordered his troops to advance into the Land of Rain to seize territory. The entire ninja world was in chaos by the time my Umbu brothers safely returned to the village. The 3rd Hokage only then realized I wasn't dead and had actually gone to the battlefield in Sunagakure alone. He must have felt a mix of surprise, joy, and headache, muttering that this kid was too reckless, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, I was already in the Land of Rivers. The overall commander here was Hatake Shigeru, who was Kakashi's father, known as Konoha's White Fang. We had already engaged in several battles with Sunagakure, and under White Fang's leadership, we were pushing through. However, ever since 2 puppet masters arrived from Sunagakure, who would later be known as the parents of Sasori of the Red Sand, the situation had come to a stalemate. When I arrived, they had just finished a battle and were having a meeting. As soon as they heard I was there, SH Sakakiki was overjoyed and called me in directly. We were already familiar with each other, and he treated me like a treasure along with the elder Uchiha Ken from the Uchiha clan, leaving that old man sidelined, which made the situation quite awkward. Just as we were chatting, a small soldier came in to report that Sunagakure was attacking again. I directly said to SH Saka Senpai, "You take care of those 2 puppeteers, I'll handle the front line." Let me tell you, That was the first time I truly witnessed a battlefield with thousands of people. On both sides, ninjas were everywhere, unleashing various ninjutsu, as if they were free. The scene was incredible. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth flow wall. It was like setting off fireworks. I don't have the patience to play games with them. With a rub of my hands, 2 massive wind release, double helix shurikens formed instantly, and I tossed them into the crowd of Sunagakure shinobi like I was throwing a discus. The leader on the Sunagakure side was so scared that his soul almost left his body, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. Get out of the way? What a joke. Could they dodge the speed of my jutsu? With 2 thunderous explosions, dozens of people at the center of the blast evaporated on the spot, leaving not even a trace behind. Seeing this, Scorpion's parents wanted to come over and focus fire on me, but they were stopped by Kakashi's blade. The melee began, and I scattered my flying thunder god Kanai all over the battlefield like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Then, my personal showcase began. My figure flickered like a black phantom, wildly appearing on the battlefield, and with each appearance, I claimed the life of a Sunagakure ninja. It felt like playing the highest difficulty level of a rhythm game. Every strike was lethal. In the blink of an eye, I had taken down at least 80, if not 100, Sunagakure shinobi. The remaining ones were terrified, completely devoid of fighting spirit, and they directly collapsed. This battle was a complete victory for Konoha. I also earned a new nickname, the Black Phantom of Konoha. That night, I secretly snuck over to the bodies of the Uchiha clan members who had fallen on our side. Sigh, the dead cannot be revived. But these eyes must not go to waste. I extended my hand and began to silently absorb the remaining ocular power. You ask me why? This is my ultimate purpose for coming to the battlefield. That night, I absorbed 48 Sharingan in one go, and I felt my eyes had become significantly stronger. I silently thought, Golden Legend, come out and chat. A golden subtitle popped up in my mind. Sorry, my name is not Golden Legend. I chuckled and asked it, how many more 3 Tomo do I need to evolve? It replied, probably about 100 more. Keep it up. Wow, over 100. It seems I'll have to stay on this battlefield in Sunagakure for a while longer. In the following 20 days, Sunagakure was scared and turned from offense to defense. Acting like a turtle hiding its head every day, the battlefield was eerily quiet. I was so bored that I sat alone by the barracks drinking in solitude. Then, my senior, S.H. Suk, came to find me and brought me bad news. Hanzo the salamander from the land of rain has officially declared war on us. The land of fire, the land of earth, and the land of wind simultaneously. Our forces in the land of rain were ambushed, suffering heavy casualties, and the 3 Sannin fought desperately to break through the encirclement. As soon as I heard it, I knew what was going on. The most chaotic period of World War II had arrived. Just in time, I should also go to the rain country to take a look, as there are a few people I have always wanted to meet there, Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan. I definitely have to take Conan with me. I also want to borrow Nagato's Rinnegan to study it and see if I can absorb it as well. However, I need to be careful of that old schemer. Black Zetsu. I was just calculating things here when I never expected that the true behind-the-scenes big boss of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, had already set his sights on me. In a dark cave, an old man with white hair and hollow eye sockets was sitting on a stone. This man was Uchiha Madara. A black and white figure emerged from the ground. It was Zetsu. As soon as white Zetsu appeared, he flattered Madara, saying that even at his old age, his insight remained sharp. Madara was so furious that he almost died on the spot and ordered him to shut up. Black Zetsu quickly reported the situation, saying that the land of rain had declared war and a fierce warrior named Hanzo the Salamander had emerged, known as the demigod. Upon hearing this, Madara laughed disdainfully, saying, "Is that all? He dares to call himself a demigod?" Then Madara asked about the key piece on the chessboard. Black Zetsu mentioned me, saying that a genius named Sun Yen had emerged from Konoha, possessing shadow-level strength at the age of 7 and a pair of mutated Sharingan. Upon hearing about the mutated Sharingan, Madara became interested and directly ordered, find his weakness and take control of him. Wow, I haven't even fully developed yet, and I've been targeted by the final boss? This script doesn't make sense. The scene cuts back to the Land of Rivers. Due to my significant contributions in the last battle, I was promoted to squad leader, managing 50 people. UchihaFugaku was also promoted. However, during the meeting, more bad news came. Sunagakure had dispatched nearly 2,000 reinforcements, led by 2 major bloodline ninjas, one using Magnet Release, the future 3rd Kazekage, and the other using Scorch Release, named Yakumo. And what about us? We had no reinforcements whatsoever. The 3rd Hokage had sent all the forces to the Land of Rain. Uchiha Ken immediately exploded in anger, saying that the third's decision was simply irresponsible. I interrupted them directly and said that complaining was useless. We needed to find a way. I quoted an ancient text. In battle, it is courage that matters. One surge of energy can win the day, but the second will weaken, and the third will exhaust. The big shots were left dumbfounded. My plan was simple: dig trenches and build walls, then launch a defensive counterattack. As long as we could withstand their initial wave of ferocious attacks and wear down their morale, we would have a chance to engage in a war of attrition. Senior Mao Shuo immediately agreed to proceed as I suggested. A few days later, the reinforcements from Sunagakure arrived. A great battle was imminent. That night, I approached Senior Mao Shuo with a grin and said, "Tonight, I want to give them a surprise." Senior Mao Shuo was terrified, saying that the opponents were the two big shots, Magnet Release and Scorch Release. It was too dangerous. I patted my chest and assured him, "Don't worry, I have Flying Thunder God. I won't die." He couldn't argue against me and had no choice but to agree. I changed into a set of night gear, held the Flying Thunder God kunai tightly, and vanished into the night. Future third Kazekage and that beautiful Lady Yakura, here I come. This is a great opportunity for me to witness your Magnet Release and Scorch Release, so I can learn from it. I used Flying Thunder God to appear directly in the Sunagakure camp, knocking out an unfortunate soul with a swift chop. Hif. Flying Thunder God is truly an essential technique for sneaking in. I rubbed my hands together, and two massive explosive release shuriken formed in an instant, radiating a devastating light. The patrolling Sunagakure guards noticed and screamed as they sounded the alarm. I smiled, throwing one shuriken toward the conference room of their high-ranking officers and the other toward the camp of ordinary soldiers. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions followed by earth-shattering blasts and heart-wrenching screams. I just want to give them a little shock from Konoha. The people of Sunagakure went crazy, trembling and shouting, "It's the black ghost of Konoha." Some thought their new leader had been taken out by me and yelled a charge at me in desperation. I was surrounded by thousands, but I wasn't worried at all. I even shook my finger at them and said, "With you guys, you can't keep me here." As soon as I finished speaking, in the ruined conference room, as the dust settled, a huge shield made of black iron sand appeared, protecting 5 figures inside. The leader among them was the future third Tsuchikage, Magnet Sand. He had consumed 80% of his chakra to block my attack, and his face turned pale. The 5 of them flew out and confronted me. One tall and hot female ninja, wearing a purple backless bodysuit, was Yakura. She questioned me, "Are you the black ghost of Konoha, Sunyen?" I have to say, at that moment, I didn't have the time to reply to her. My eyes were fixed on her chest. She blushed from my gaze, covering her chest with her hands, both shy and angry. This girl was only 16 years old at the time, still a pure little girl. But she quickly realized that this little brat, shorter than her, was a ruthless killer, and angrily exclaimed, "What are you looking at, you devil?" For blazing fireballs of Scorch Release erupted around her. I sincerely apologize. "Oh dear, I'm really sorry, Miss Yakura. I almost blew you up, a beauty like you." Shikaza said in a deep voice, "Little brat, I didn't expect you to have explosive escape." I laughed. I have many more skills. Before I finished speaking, I opened my divine eye and disappeared in an instant, reappearing above their heads and delivering a powerful leaf hurricane kick. Shikaza reacted quickly and blocked it with magnetic sand. I did a mid-air turn and dodged Yakura's scorching fireball. She was furious. Does he have eyes on the back of his head? Shikaza unleashed a powerful move. Magnetic Release, Sand Iron Rain. Countless sand iron needles shot towards me from all directions. Yakura also used Scorch Release, Overboil Kill, and together they sealed off all my escape routes. However, I was not worried at all, forming hand seals with one hand, and with a whoosh, I used Flying Thunder God to disappear and reappear next to a kunai in the distance. Their attacks all missed. I stood at a distance, marveling. What excellent ninjutsu techniques! In that brief moment, my Sharingan had already copied their Bloodline Limit's operational methods. Now, I could also use Magnet Release and Scorch Release. The sand user saw through my trick and sneered. "Your space ninjutsu requires shurikens, doesn't it?" As he spoke, he activated Magnet Release, pulling all the Flying Thunder God shurikens I had scattered across the battlefield into the air, then grinding them into powder with sand and iron. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Giant Needles. Without the shurikens, he thought I had become a toothless tiger, and several massive iron needles shot towards me. I rarely used a shadow clone, and several clones rushed towards Yetsong to engage her in battle. My main body was moving at high speed on the battlefield, and the magnetic sand attacks couldn't hit me at all. He was puzzled, wondering how I could teleport without shurikens. In fact, I had simply left a flying thunder god mark with a shadow clone past. Miss Yetsong, the Leaf Village ninjas hope you can come to Konoha as a guest. My voice suddenly appeared behind Yetsong. She was startled and hadn't reacted yet when I struck, quickly sealing her acupoints with a technique similar to the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. She looked at my golden pupils in shock, and then everything went black as she collapsed into my arms. Damn it, let Yetsong go. By the time Magnetic Sand reacted, it was too late. He was completely enraged and unleashed his strongest move, Magnetic Release, Sand Iron Barrier. A massive amount of iron sand surged out instantly, forming a gigantic black sphere that enveloped us both. Countless sand iron spikes shot towards me from all directions, and Magnetic Sand himself, clad in sand iron armor, moved at an incredible speed, throwing a punch at me. I could have directly taken Yetsong and run away, but I just enjoy watching others ignite hope, only to have it snuffed out by my own hands, just as the fist of the Magnetic Sand was about to hit me. And a sinister smile appeared on his face. I held Yetsong, and with a poof, we disappeared again. In the dimly lit room, a woman let out a moan and slowly opened her weak eyes. As soon as I opened my eyes, good grief, it was pitch dark, and I saw a handsome face right in front of me, but that guy was smiling in a sleazy way. Oh, you're awake? Sun Yin spoke up. Let me tell you, this woman, the genius girl Yakura from Sandhidden, was furious at that moment, shouting at the top of her lungs. You devil. If you have the guts, kill me. I won't say a word. But that kid Sun Yin completely went off script. He curled his lip in disdain and said, Sandhidden, I really don't care about that broken village. Whether you win or lose, it has nothing to do with me. So why are you capturing me then? Yakura was completely dumbfounded, pouting her lips with a look of are you out of your mind? I'm telling you, this guy immediately made his move the next second, grabbing the girl's chin with one hand and running his middle finger across her face. The look in his eyes was as if he had I'm a pervert carved on his face, staring directly at her chest and saying, what is up? He, of course it's you. Yetsong's voice almost blew the roof off. Her face turned pale as she started laying down the rules. You can't do that. The ninja world regulations say to treat captives well. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off the hook. Sun Yin saw that she was scared enough, and suddenly his hand went to her lower abdomen. Yetsong screamed even louder. I'm begging you. Don't. You're too young right now. Doing this is bad for your body. Does anyone understand? As soon as those words came out, Sun Yan's face darkened, and I was left with a confused expression like a black question mark. What the hell? You think I'm small? He looked speechless. What are you thinking? I'm just sealing your chakra and unblocking your gentle fist points. Otherwise, your blood vessels will get blocked, and you'll end up with internal injuries. Yetsong's face turned bright red, probably cursing Sun Yin 1,000 times in her heart. In the end, the guy just placed a 5-element seal on her lower abdomen, and while unblocking her points, he was anything but discreet, touching her chest and thighs. You know what I mean? He was getting all the good stuff. Finally, he even stamped a flying thunder god mark on her chest through her clothes. Please kill me. Yetsong completely broke down. This wasn't a killer. This was the ultimate combination of a devil and a pervert. TCH, you're more useful alive than dead. Sun Yin clapped his hands and commented, pretty big indeed. Starting tomorrow, you'll be my personal servant, responsible for taking care of me. After saying that, he turned around and left. Outside, Konoha's white fang, Moku Saku, had been waiting and hearing screams and lewd laughter from inside. He knew this interrogation was definitely not a serious one. Yin, what did you find out? Sun Yin scratched his head and lied without a blush. That woman threatened to die. Didn't T say anything? Senior, her strength is too strong. Just leave her to me to manage. By the way, don't say we captured her. I estimate Suna will go crazy tomorrow. Moku Saku smiled bitterly. He knew better than anyone that they had captured Suna's precious gem, the genius girl Yetsong, and now the situation was serious. Inside the room, Yetsong was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, regretting coming to the battlefield. She secretly took off her top, looking at the flying thunder god mark on her chest, a design that would look outdated even in 2025. Ugly enough that she wanted to rub it off on the spot. Just as she was rubbing, suddenly Sun Yan's voice rang out. What are you doing? The next second, he appeared right in front of her. Yetsong quickly put her clothes back on, embarrassed to the point of wanting to dig a hole in the ground. When did you come in? What did you see? Ahem. I said I didn't TC anything. Do you believe me? What are you here for again? Yetsong covered her chest, glaring at him angrily. Watch your tone. You're my servant now, got it? I'd rather die than be your servant. You will. After Sun Yin said that, He turned around and left. Hey, are you just going to keep me locked up? What else? We are enemies. Do you expect me to reason with you? Sun Yin turned back with a smile. And I'll tell you, the higher-ups in Konoha don't know about you being captured. Now you have two options. 1. Obediently be my little servant. 2. I hand you over and let those old geezers interrogate you. They'll do anything for information. Itsong was stunned by his intimidation but still held her ground. I feel like you're different from them. You wouldn't do that. He, don't flatter me. It's useless. There's a big battle to fight tomorrow. You have to behave. After Sun Yin said that, he left a shadow clone outside to keep watch and slipped away. The next morning, alarms blared as 2,000 Sunin ninjas charged in. In the conference hall, Mokusaku was urgently deploying strategies, while my buddy Sun Yin leisurely munched on bread and drank milk, exuding a sense of relaxation. Mokusaku was speechless. Yin, did you hear the deployment just now? Don't worry, senior. Sun Yin swallowed the last bite of bread. In the face of absolute strength, numbers don't matter. The guy who plays with magnets, leave him to me. On the battlefield, the two armies faced off. On Suna's side, a guy named Magnetic Sand pointed at Sun Yin and shouted, Sun Yin, I let you run yesterday. Today I'll chop off your dog head. All right, stop talking. Come and cut me. Sun Yin remained calm. Magnetic Sand grew iron wings from his back and flew up, like a drone, showering the ground with iron needles. Sun Yin immediately used the multi-shadow clone technique and then opened a true great reversal, a huge blue chakra shield protecting everyone, absolute defense, all right. Magnetic Sand enlarged again in the sky, sending down dozens of giant iron tops spinning down. Flying is a bit troublesome. Sun Yin said this, but didn't he slow down his hands? He created more shadow clones and shot himself into the sky like cannonballs. Magnetic Sand taunted from above, knocking down shadow clones with iron needles. Just as one shadow clone finally charged in front of him, he threw a punch with a sonic boom. But at that moment, Sun Yin's main body used the Flying Thunder God and flashed beside the shadow clone, a fire release. Spiraling sphere already pressed against Magnetic Sand's face. Boom! With a loud bang, Magnetic Sand fell like a kite with a broken string, caught by his teammates using puppets. His sand iron armor was twisted into a twist by the spiraling sphere, and the high-temperature flames even melted the iron, leaving him looking like he had just been pulled from molten iron, a sight too tragic to behold. Seeing their main see down, Suna's side initially wanted to retreat. But then there was a pig teammate from the Nara clan, a reckless youth, who insisted on charging and shouting to finish him off. That was good, igniting the entire battlefield, and Suna's side became furious. For Lord Itsong and Lord Magnetic Sand, take revenge. The situation instantly spiraled out of control into a brutal melee. Sun Yin watched the tide of people rushing in. A fleeting moment of sadness crossed his mind, and he quickly divided out hundreds of shadow clones. Whispering, Flying Thunder God Space Barrier. The next second, he turned into a beam of light in broad daylight, flashing around the battlefield. Each time the light shone, a Suna ninja would fall. From then on, a saying spread across the ninja world. When you see a flash of black light in front of you, first check your neck to see if it's still there. This battle, later known as the Battle of Falling River, lasted from morning until dusk. Konoha, with 1,000 men against 2,000, achieved a Pyrrhic victory. Suna lost a full 1,500, including the famous puppet master's parents, who died under the White Fang's blade, and Sun Yin alone killed over 800. After the battlefield was a river of blood. Sun Yin walked among the piles of corpses, smelling the intense scent of blood, and surprisingly felt a bit of enjoyment in this slaughter. He quickly shook his head to calm himself down. Mokusaku came over, patted his shoulder, and told him to go back to the village to rest and not bear too much. But Sun Yin was secretly popping champagne in his heart. Why? Because on this casualty list, 206 members of the Uchiha clan had died. His chi could finally level up. That night, he sneaked into the Uchiha morgue like a tomb raider. Golden Legend, are you there? He called out in his heart. I've told you so many times. Call me Golden-Eyed Spirit. A golden subtitle flashed in his mind. Stop talking nonsense. There are more than 200 pairs of eyes this time. Enough for you to feast on. Hurry up and upgrade. My Susanoo, my Gundam, I'm coming. He pressed his hand on the cold corpses of the Uchiha clan, frantically absorbing their lingering ocular power. 1 pair, 2 pairs. The feeling was so delightful, he almost moaned out loud. 100 pairs were fully absorbed. The evolution might cause a bit of a stir. I suggest you find a deserted place. Sun Yin transformed into a black light and instantly appeared in a deep mountain. Let's begin. He saw the 3 tomo in his eyes, spinning wildly, golden light surging. Then the eye color changed from gold to blue, and the three Tomo completely mutated, merging into a blue pentagram. Even his body was enhanced. His height shot up to 1.60 meters, feeling the explosive power brought by these brand new eyes. Sun Yin grinned broadly, laughing recklessly. Now, let the peeping rats pay a price. He smiled and looked at the ground, punching out. Boom! The ground exploded, and a black and white figure stumbled out. It was Kuro. You actually found me. He, in front of my eyes, all concealment is a joke. Sun Yan's arrogant demeanor was exactly like that of the newly awakened Sasuke. Kuro still wanted to fool him, saying something about Madara, wanting him to decide the future of the ninja world. Sun Yan laughed directly, as if looking at a fool. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Deciding the future? Not interested. As for you, daring to spy on me, you can all stay here. Damn brat. Kuro realized he had been played and laughed sinisterly. Sun Yin was too lazy to waste words with him. His gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a killing intent. Divine illumination. A strange blue flame appeared out of nowhere, instantly igniting Kuro. This flame, let me tell you, has an outrageous temperature, and once it touches something, it can't be extinguished. What's even more perverse is that it burns not only the body, but also the soul. I was immediately burned to nothingness. Kuro was also stunned, screaming in terror. Impossible. My yin-yang release actually doesn't work. He was a ruthless character, directly severing his burning body and transforming into a shadow to escape underground. Damn, that's awesome. Sun Yin was shocked himself. With one move, he had severely injured Kuro, who could kill 6 paths of Madara. He quickly asked the cheat in his mind and learned that this power had a different origin. An yin-yang release couldn't erase it at all. Moreover, this divine illumination had a passive ability. Anything burned would turn into pure energy, which would then enhance himself. After burning by, his mental power surged significantly. I shall call you the first divine eye of the ninja world. Sun Yin praised wildly in his heart. These evolved divine eyes had one attack skill, divine illumination, and one illusion skill, heavenly deity, which was even more powerful than Tsukuyami, and could passively immunize against all illusions lower than his mental power. Simply invincible. He was excited to try out his new Gundam and activated Susanoo on the spot. A layer of blue chakra armor appeared, and then layers of armor wrapped around him, ultimately forming a 50-meter-tall half-body giant, carrying a giant energy sword on its back, with a Vajra ring on its wrist, looking incredibly cool. After testing his new toy, Sun Yin used Flying Thunder God to return to the camp. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black cave, the old figure stood before Kuro, who awkwardly emerged from the ground, panicking as he reported to Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara, I almost didn't see you. That Sun Yin awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. His flames can burn souls, and Bai was instantly killed by him. Uchiha Madara smiled slightly after hearing this. Flames that burn souls? Interesting. Lord Madara, this kid is definitely the biggest obstacle to the Eye of the Moon plan. He must be eliminated. Kuro said with hatred. Such matters. I have my own discretion. No need for you to teach me. Madara said lightly, instructing Bai's clone to continue monitoring Sun Yin, but not to get too close. On the other side, let me tell you, Sun Yan's side was not so cold. It was lively as hell. My legs were a bit sore. Come over and give me a massage. I lazily lay there, issuing orders to Yetsong, who was standing beside me. She was so stuttery. Yes, master, master. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that, grinning. What's wrong calling me master so unwillingly? Are you feeling naughty again? Goodness. As soon as I made that expression, Yetsong's little face turned pale, as if she recalled some horror movie, her hands instinctively covering her backside, looking at me in terror. Don't. I was instantly awkward, thinking, oh no, this girl seems to have been messed up by me. Does anyone understand? Mainly because her backside is too elastic. I really got addicted to it these past few days, and now every time I glance at her, she automatically enters a state of stress. Ahem. Well, little Yetsong, let me ask you something. I quickly changed the topic. Please go ahead, master. She still looked pitiful. I suddenly wanted to tease her. Hey, honestly, do you think I'm a real jerk? A real scumbag? Without even thinking, she showered me with compliments. No, master is the strongest, handsomest, most invincible handsome man in the ninja world. How could he be a jerk or scumbag? But let me tell you, when she said the words jerk and scumbag, she gritted her teeth. To be honest, I promise not to hit you. If you don't tell the truth, I'll spank you. I added mischievously. Her expression then seemed to say, I knew it. But she thought about it. Even though I often touched her, I really hadn't done anything too outrageous. More importantly, a couple of days ago, those 2 stubborn old men from Konoha, Tika and Mito, insisted on taking her back to the village for harsh interrogation to extract information. And she was ready to die. What happened? For her, I directly flipped the table with Konoha's upper echelons, even losing military power. Thinking of this, she actually felt a bit embarrassed, quietly saying, "Actually, you're not such a jerk. Although very bad, but essentially, not a bad person." I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, sister, I am the Black Shadow who killed thousands of people from your sand hidden, your village's #1 enemy. And you tell me I'm not fundamentally bad? That's different. She suddenly got excited. That was war. It was a matter of different stances. I have also killed Konoha ninjas that can't determine a person's inner goodness or badness. Hearing this, I felt a bit emotional. I sighed. After the war ends, I will let you go. Will you return to Sand Hidden? Of course, why not? She said as a matter of course. I grabbed her. Come on, let's go somewhere. The next second, we both disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, in the Konoha upper echelons meeting room, the noise was unbearable. That old man Mito was spitting everywhere. Now is the time to pursue victory and directly invade the Wind Country. Hatake Tsukumo immediately disagreed. I don't agree. The Wind Country is a hellhole with terrible weather. We are blind, and going there is just sending our heads. Tika also sarcastically remarked. It would be great if we could pry something out of that female Sand Hidden's mouth. I wonder what Sun Yin is thinking. Yan's contributions are evident. If it weren't for him, the enemy would have long since invaded the Fire Country. Hatake Tsukumo exploded with rage. Even Uchiha's 3 elders, who had fought against me before, stood up to support me, leaving those 2 old men embarrassed. I was walking with Yetsong in a small town in the land of rivers, ravaged by war. The ground was littered with corpses and refugees, and the cries of children were heart-wrenching. Yetsong looked dazed, her small face pale. Her eyes filled with confusion as she faced the harsh reality of how war affects civilians for the first time. Do you see this? This is war, I said flatly. Big nations fight for their interests, and it's always the small countries that suffer. These people are the victims of the war between Konoha and Sunagakure. I looked directly at her and made it clear. So, after the war is over, I don't want you to go back to Sunagakure. Huh? Why? Her face turned crimson. I want to establish my own ninja village, and I need helpers. You have a bloodline limit and great potential. Oh, is that what it is? Her tone was tinged with disappointment. Can't you tell? I laughed at the time. It's not all about that. Mainly, if you leave. Where am I going to find such a nice, but you're bullying me again. She pounded me with a flushed face. I directly released the 5-element seal in her body, then took out a kunai and, with a swift motion, made a mark on her forehead protector. She was stunned. I'll help you make a decision. I smiled at her. Then we found a small town that hadn't been affected and went into full foodie mode, eating from one end of the street to the other, having a blast. Just as we returned to the camp, someone came to relay a message that the 3rd Hokage had sent a secret letter and that Kakashi and those 2 old stubborn men wanted me to attend a meeting. I thought it was a good opportunity to settle things at once. I turned to Yetsong and said, "Let us go. Come with me." Isn't that inappropriate? She asked. What's inappropriate about it? You're my person now? I said, pulling her into the conference hall. As soon as I entered, Chunin Kamachi's machine gun of words opened fire. Sun Yin, why are you so late? Don't you have any sense of time? Mito Gate and followed up. As the captain, how can you be away from the military camp all the time? What kind of discipline is that? I couldn't be bothered to respond to them and directly pulled Yetsong in front of me. Sun Yin, how dare you bring this war prisoner here? Mito Gate pointed at me, scolding. Kakashi looked bewildered and quietly asked me, Yen, what's going on? She's no longer from Sunagakure. I pointed at the scratch on Yetsong's forehead. The 2 old men immediately fell silent. The mark of a traitor was a hard rule in the ninja world. But Mito Gaiden, being the old fox he was, quickly found another issue. Even if she's a traitor, does the 3rd Hokage's secret letter mean she can listen? What if she's a fake defector gathering intelligence? I got annoyed and sneered. Are you 2 feeling no pain and want to get slapped again? Sun Yin, you dare. The 2 old men trembled with anger. Heh, I don't even need to lift a finger to hit you. Let me tell you, I directly gave them a harsh lesson. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Jinjutsu. Heaven's God, welcome to my world. My voice echoed eerily behind them. The next second, Mito Gate rushed towards me, but with a poof. He struck only an illusion. Oh, I forgot to tell you, in here I am a god. As soon as I finished speaking, the entire space was filled with my figures and Mito Gate couldn't move. He watched helplessly as countless versions of me pulled down his pants. I can tell you, I gave him a rather shocking experience. Chunin Kamachi was already so scared she almost wet herself, trembling like a leaf. You are a devil. A devil? No, I just need a puppet. I activated my Heaven's God ability again. After spending a whole 3 days in my Jinjutsu space, I formatted her thoughts, focusing on a cyber ascension. Now, she was my most loyal dog. Very good, who am I? My master, Lord Sun Yen. She replied with vacant eyes. Done. I immediately dispelled the Jinjutsu. In the real world, not even a second had passed. Kakashi saw me glare at the two men, and they both collapsed, one looking hideous and the other pale. Yen, what did you do? He was almost scared silly. I shrugged innocently. I looked at them, and they fell down. Is this a scam? Mito Gate On's expression was such that if he wasn't sent for medical help, he would probably be done for. Kakashi quickly called for people to take them away for rescue. After everyone left, he handed me the third Hokage's letter. I opened it and smiled. The old man's letter was flowery, starting with a barrage of praise for being a hero of Konoha, then lamenting that Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were surrounded at the Rain Village battlefield and the situation was critical, urging me to hurry and provide support. All right, let's go now. I bid farewell to Kakashi and reminded him not to actually lead troops into the Wind Country. Then, I took Yetsong and used Flying Thunder God to flash directly to the border of the Rain Country. As soon as we arrived, it started to rain, which was quite annoying. Hold on tight. I sensed a familiar Flying Thunder God mark and activated the teleportation again. The next second, we appeared behind 3 people. Who? 3 voices sounded simultaneously, and 3 kunai with explosive tags shot towards us. Yetsong reacted quickly and struck them down, but the explosive tags still detonated. With a loud bang, smoke filled the air. Seriously, do you have to be this cautious? My lazy voice echoed out. As the smoke cleared, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru stood there, stunned. Sun Yen? Is that really you? Tsunade exclaimed excitedly. Impossible. You even got Sun Yen's height wrong. Jiraiya still looked wary. I was completely speechless. Can we not use height as a point of reference? To prove my identity, I summoned the Toad Sage's avatar. This time Tsunade believed me and rushed over to hug me tightly, ruffling my hair while mumbling, "You little brat, it's only been half a year. How did you grow so tall?" I was nearly out of breath under her grip, but still teased. Yeah, Tsunade, you've grown too. Jiraiya was filled with envy and jealousy, eating his heart out next to us. Yen-san, you've gotten stronger again, Orochimaru said in his usual hoarse voice. After exchanging pleasantries, Tsunade started interrogating Yetsong about her background, her eyes resembling someone who had caught their husband bringing home a mistress. I quickly changed the subject, saying I was sent by the 3rd Hokage to provide support. Subsequently, the 5 of us returned to the main Konoha camp in the Rain Country. Let me tell you, the scene was tragic. Out of a 500-strong unit, more than half were dead or injured, supplies were running low, and they were surrounded by the Rain Village ninja. As soon as the meeting started, it erupted into chaos, with officers arguing and questioning why reinforcements were so delayed. I blended into the crowd, fully aware of the situation. Konoha clearly had nearly 5,000 people in the Rain Country, yet a small Rain Village had caused such devastation. If there wasn't some scheme from that old fox Danzo behind it, I'll write my name backward. Just then, as soon as the words fell, the meeting began. And let me tell you, it was quite a spectacle. The clan leader of the Senju clan, that old guy had a real temper, pointing at Danzo's nose and berating him, almost spitting in his face, implying, Tsunade and the others are running out of resources quickly. If you don't send troops soon, do you want them to die out there? Wow. With that shout, the entire conference room exploded. Clans like the Sarutobi and Uchiha all stood up in agreement. And the atmosphere was so intense, it was as if they were ready to overturn tables. And guess what happened next? That old fox Danzo just sat there acting profound, slowly saying, "Everyone, this is clearly a trap from the Rain Village. We must not fall for it." Ha! The Senju clan leader immediately shot back. A trap? Can a trap just watch its own people die? The 3rd Hokage sent that guy named Sun Yen over. Just one person. Can he fly? Is Hanzo the salamander a vegetarian? Oh, I almost laughed out loud when I heard that. Brother, the Sun Yen you mentioned is just standing behind you listening. Danzo, that old man, saw he couldn't hold it in anymore, said nothing, and directly got up to leave. The way he walked away was so desolate and aggrieved. You wouldn't know it and think he was terribly bullied. The Senju clan leader scoffed and probably thought to himself, "Is that it? Tsunade still wants me to be careful of him? Our Senju clan is afraid of your scheming?" Family members who understands this flag is set, it's practically textbook level. They immediately decided to gather everyone who could move tomorrow evening, and from the weakest right flank of the Rain Village, just give him a wave and take him away. I watched helplessly as Danzo returned to his room, grinning from ear to ear, muttering, "The Senju clan is finally going to become history." At that moment, I had only one thought. It's over. These big shots are going to be sold out. The scene shifted, and we looked over at Tsunade. As soon as I arrived at the camp, her explosive temper led her to slam her hand down on the table, shattering it into pieces. And the whole place fell silent. Then she grabbed me, who was slacking off next to her, and shouted to everyone. Who says we don't have support? This is it. I tell you, at that moment, all the eyes in the room suddenly focused on me. People below immediately began to murmur. Are you kidding, Lady Tsunade? This little brat? But within 3 seconds, a sharp-eyed ninja suddenly jumped up as if electrified, pointed at me, and shouted at the top of his lungs. It's him. It's Sun Yen. It's our Konoha's Black Phantom. Wow. Is he really the one who single-handedly took down hundreds of sand ninjas on the battlefield? It really is him. We're saved. The atmosphere instantly shifted from doubt to frenzy, like a fan meeting. I felt so relieved. It seems my reputation has become a kind of faith in Konoha. Originally, Tsunade and the others planned to fight their way out the next day, but I stopped them. Come on. I didn't study Sun Tzu's Art of War for nothing. You have to choose the right moment for a desperate gamble. I pushed the plan to the day after tomorrow and ordered everyone to eat as much as they could. Not to hold back. I wanted my brothers to know that the day after tomorrow would be a fight to the death, but with me here, we could definitely break through. That night, I kept watch with Orochimaru on the outskirts. We didn't say a word, just exchanged a knowing smile. Everything was understood without words. But soon, a silly young boy ran over, and wow, it was my future brother-in-law, Shoshin. This kid didn't even recognize me and asked Orochimaru, Teacher, who is this big brother? I turned my head and said, Rope Tree, long time no see, but I seem to be younger than you. Rope Tree was stunned, staring at my face for a long time, and suddenly exclaimed, You're Sun Yen? Of course, I'm not fake. That's great. Now that you're here, we're saved. This kid was so excited. I casually made a joke. Little brother-in-law, you're overrating me. Don't worry, once I win over your sister, your pocket money will be safe as long as I'm around. As soon as he heard about money, his eyes lit up. As we chatted, he suddenly scratched his head and asked me, Yen, you're 5 years younger than me, right? How come you're taller than me? Almost 1.60 meters. Did you grow up on hormones? This is so awkward. The giant snake beside me also got excited, its snake-like eyes shimmering with a strange light, rasping, Yeah, Yen, you really have a lot of secrets on you. I replied to him with a smile that didn't reach my eyes. Senior, curiosity is a good thing, but the premise is that you must have strong enough strength. That old guy probably studied a few forbidden techniques and thinks he's capable. So I need to give him a little warning. Orochimaru instantly retracted his greedy gaze and shifted the topic back to SH-Ju. SH-Ju, why are you so excited in the middle of the night? Is something going on? Sensei. As soon as SH-Ju heard this, he became animated. I think I accidentally fused water and earth chakra. What? Orochimaru was directly shocked. I was also shocked. Wow, I just exclaimed. Would release. Even for me, it requires the special ability of the Sharingan to barely use it. Yet this kid managed to figure it out by himself. What a talent. He's simply leagues ahead. Under Orochimaru's guidance, SH-Ju tried again, and a ball of green chakra emerged from his hand, eventually growing into a small branch. You did it, SH-Ju. I quickly congratulated him. You will be the second ninja in the ninja world to awaken would release. This kid was quite humble, scratching his head and saying, Actually, it's not that hard. Then Orochimaru poured cold water on him. Don't get too proud. Your wood release is at most good for a forestation. SH-Ju instantly wilted. His expression was just like that of Hashirama when he was a child. The next day, I told Yakumo that I was going out under the pretense of reconnaissance and slipped out of the camp. We needed to find a child. In a large town, there wasn't a single shadow. Yakumo walked through the war-torn ruins, looking impatient. Didn't you say we were here to find child? What exactly are we looking for? A little girl with purple hair, I replied succinctly. To find a companion for Kushina and Mikoto. Yakumo rolled his eyes at me. Just then, we heard a crack from a nearby, dilapidated house. We rushed in and saw a skinny little girl, her face covered in dirt, looking at us with a desperate gaze. Are you ninjas? Her voice was trembling. Yakumo quickly went up to comfort her. I got straight to the point. Is your name Conan? The little girl was immediately shocked. Big brother. How do you know? Are you a deity? You can think of it that way. I began to persuade her, Conan. Big brother will take you to a place without war, where you can have enough to eat. Okay? Is there really such a place? Of course. And that place will be created by me. Then I'll go with you. Done. I was thrilled inside. Glad I found her before Yahiko. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome later. I used Flying Thunder God to bring the two of them back to the camp. Meanwhile, over at Amigakure, The root ninja sent by Danzo had met with Hanzo of the Salamander and revealed the entire plan of the Senju clan's ambush. This old fox, Hanzo, knew very well that Danzo wanted to use him as a knife to kill, but he had no choice. Such a meal served on a platter. He couldn't pass it up. He immediately ordered all forces to gather in Heiyu town. He wanted to personally end the Senju clan. That night, Tsunade found Ju, who was diligently practicing wood release, with a heavy expression. She said she had been having nightmares these past few days, dreaming that her grandmother blamed her for not taking care of Ju, and also dreaming that the Senju clan was left with only her. I was just about to comfort her when suddenly, in the northwest direction at Heiyu town, a massive white beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire night as if it were daytime. Immediately after, there was a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, and a gigantic mushroom cloud slowly rose up. My heart sank. Oh no. Tsunade's face instantly turned pale as she murmured, "It's the explosive tag array of Hanzo the Salamander." Orochimaru and Jiraiya also rushed over, their expressions serious. I made a quick decision. You gather the troops and prepare to break out. I'll use the Flying Thunder God to check the situation. When I arrived at Heiyu town using the Flying Thunder God, it had already turned into a ruin with the bodies of Konoha ninjas scattered everywhere. And most of them were wearing the clan emblem of the Senju clan. My mind buzzed, and everything became clear. Danzo, you old schemer. In the center of the battlefield, the remaining dozens of Senju clansmen were surrounded. The Senju clan leader had already been poisoned by Hanzo and was half kneeling on the ground, filled with regret. "Let me tell you who betrayed you," Hanzo said, raising his poisoned scythe with a mocking expression. "It was your beloved advisor from Konoha, Shimura Danzo." So it was him. The Senju clan leader spat out a mouthful of old blood. Just as Hanzo's scythe was about to fall, I instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared next to the Senju clan leader, with a short blade in hand wrapped in dazzling lightning. I charged forward fiercely. Lightning release, thunderclap, bang. With a loud noise, we were both sent flying. I landed smoothly with the Flying Thunder God, but that old man Hanzo was much more disheveled, sliding a long way across the ground. The black, ghostly light of Konoha. Sunyen. Hanzo's voice was extremely serious. I couldn't be bothered with him and directly switched to sarcasm mode. Demigod of the ninja world? Hanzo the Salamander? Is that it? Hanzo's face turned green. How could this kid not follow the script? Little did he know how furious I was. The arrogant little brat. Hanzo roared and detonated the explosive tags buried underground. Boom! Flames instantly engulfed me. But as the smoke cleared, a giant blue-armored figure, my Susanoo, stood intact, with one hand shielding the clan leader of the 1,000 hands behind it. Hanzo was dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring down his face. He immediately commanded his salamander to spit out toxic mist and shouted for everyone to charge, then turned to run. Want to escape? Too late. Are you done? My voice echoed from within the Susanoo, icy and bone-chilling. Now it's my turn. Hanzo the Salamander. I'll take you down with one sword. If you don't die from this strike, I'll spare you today. I slowly drew the 7-star divine sword from behind Sisa, and in an instant, the wind ceased, the rain stopped, and the world changed color. The stars in the sky lit up, and beams of starlight gathered on the sword blade. That destructive aura sent Hans into a panic, fleeing for his life. But it was too late. A white sword light swept across, instantly evaporating all the rain ninjas into clouds of blood mist. The sword light pursued Hans. Although he had almost become a shadow, he was still caught by the residual wave of the sword light, and with a loud bang, his entire right arm exploded into a shower of blood. He let out a tragic scream, spitting blood, and disappeared into the distance without looking back. On the entire battlefield, apart from me and the remaining dozens of Senju clan members, there was not a single survivor. I took them back to the main force. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the third Hokage Hiruzen Tsurutobi received a secret letter from Danzo, which stated, "The Senju clan has become history, and the era belonging to the Hokage has arrived." This old fox merely sighed, symbolically before starting to make arrangements for the aftermath, recalling Kakashi Hitaki while announcing that he would personally head to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. At this time, in the Land of Rain, Danzo called another high-level meeting. Unlike his previous silence, he was now full of confidence and pride. I tell you, his old face was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. He jumped right in and directly started laying it all out for everyone. It's the Senju clan of 1,000 hands. It's them. Their wrong decision led to our entire raid plan going up in smoke. The support troops, Not a single one survived. Goodness. The way he shifted the blame was so clean and neat. But there were smart people among the crowd. Naruto stood up, furrowing his brows, and said, "Hey, wait a minute, Danzo, something's not right here. This is an S-class top-secret operation. Even Tsunade doesn't know about it. How did the enemy set up an ambush in Kyu Town like they had a map of our entire plan? Even Hanzo, the salamander himself, came to lie in wait for us? If there's no mole involved, I'll write my name backwards." As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted. That's right. They're a traitor. We must root them out. The atmosphere suddenly heated up, but that old Danzo was as calm as ever. He knocked on the table and said, "Everyone, let's set the traitor issue aside for now. I have something more important to tell you." He shifted the topic, saying, "Oh, don't get hung up on the traitor. Did you know a mysterious expert appeared on the battlefield, taking down hundreds of our rain ninjas, and even knocking Hanzo down? This is our real pressing concern. We must find out who this person is immediately." Just listen to this level of topic shifting. It's practically textbook. I figured out his little scheme. He panicked because they hadn't found Senju Asahi's body, but then thought, so what if you're not dead? Do you have any evidence? Without evidence, what are you going to say to me? Right now, the Senju are like a broken ship, easily sunk with a kick. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans aren't fools either. They immediately started firing back. "Danzo, what are you hiding here? Are you feeling guilty? What do you mean? Suspecting me? Huh? Don't you know in your heart?" Goodness, this argument went on from dark until dawn, a peak showdown in the ninja world, with a few old men arguing until their mouths were dry, just when they wanted to take a break. Suddenly, a scout came rolling in. Report. Princess Tsunade and the others have broken through. They're on their way. Everyone was initially delighted, but then their hearts sank. Oh no, with Tsunade's temper. If she finds out the truth, Naruto just shouted to go welcome them. And before he finished speaking, bang, the door to the conference room was kicked to pieces from the outside. I told you, Tsunade's menacing figure was standing at the door, and without saying a word, she threw a powerful punch straight at Danzo's old face. Danzo reacted quickly, using a body flicker technique to dodge, but that fist smashed into the ground with a bang, causing the entire conference room to collapse. We scrambled out and heard Danzo jumping up and down, shouting, "Tsunade, are you crazy? How dare you attack the Konoha advisor?" Dozens of root ninjas appeared behind him, protecting him tightly. Tsunade sneered, "Do you really think I don't know about the little things you've done?" In the distance, Jiraiya looked confused and asked me and Orochimaru, "Are we just going to let her cause a scene like this? What if she gets caught?" I couldn't help but laugh at the time. It's fine. With me here, no one can touch a hair on her. Let her vent. Holding it in can easily lead to illness. Danzo was still shouting, claiming that Tsunade was overly sad about losing her clan and needed to be captured in the name of the commander. Who understands family? Just a second ago, the Moonlight clan was brotherly with the Senju, and in the next moment, they became Danzo's lackeys, coming out to advise Tsunade. "Princess Tsunade, you must be rational." Rational? That word doesn't exist in Tsunade's dictionary. She chuckled, her figure flickering, and charged forward with a chakra blade in hand. The root ninjas before her were like paper, collapsing in a heap. Tsunade didn't kill them. She merely severed the muscles controlling their movements, leaving them temporarily paralyzed. After clearing the low-level ninjas, she sent a powerful punch towards Danzo. Danzo dodged with a wind-style body flicker and shouted, "Someone! Tsunade has gone crazy. Take her down." As soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade's old subordinates surrounded him, turning the tables on the ninjas who wanted to attack. I couldn't be bothered to watch anymore and used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear right next to Tsunade. Tsunade was furious. "Sun Yin, don't interfere. This is my business." I laughed. "It's fine, I'll just stand here and see who dares to move today." As I spoke, I suddenly released my chakra, and the shockwave directly sent everyone around me flying. Danzo's face turned green as he pointed at me and shouted, "Sun Yin, do you want a rebel?" I directly retorted, "Shimura Danzo, the Senju clan was exterminated, and you, as the commander, cannot escape blame. It's not up to you to label me." Then I turned to everyone and asked, "Do you believe that the Black Phantom of Konoha will rebel?" The whole place fell silent. Just then, Jiraiya with his big white hair swaggered over. "If this counts as rebellion, then count me in." Orochimaru also emerged like a ghost, hoarsely saying, "He, the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha cannot be separated." At this point, Danzo was completely speechless, his face as dark as a pot bottom. Just when the tension was thick, an old man with an imposing aura, surrounded by a dozen Anbu, made a grand entrance. Everyone stepped back. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had finally arrived. I I sneered inwardly. This old fox had been watching from the sidelines, waiting for the perfect moment to come out and play the good guy. Danzo, like he had found a savior, began to complain, "Hiruzen, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, your disciple and our hero would have rebelled." The third Hokage ignored him and looked at Tsunade with a pained expression. "Tsunade, I am very sorry about the Senju clan. Their sacrifices will not be in vain. We will definitely win this war and comfort their spirits in the afterlife. Let me tell you, the third Hokage is truly remarkable." With just a few words, he got the atmosphere going, and thousands of ninjas at the scene were shouting slogans along with him, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. He turned a blatant conspiracy into a heroic sacrifice for the country. No matter how much Tsunade caused a ruckus, she couldn't stir up any trouble. Then, the third Hokage held a meeting and publicly announced that Danzo's command was lacking, revoking his identity as a Hokage advisor and telling him to go back to the village to handle logistics. It was a subtle demotion, ensuring his protection. That night, the third Hokage called Danzo into a small dark room. Danzo laid it all out, saying that one must get rid of the root of the problem, and that Senju rope tree was a menace that had to be eliminated. Guess what the third Hokage said? He said, "You absolutely cannot touch Tsunade." Did you hear that? The bottom line is Tsunade. As for rope tree, Danzo understood immediately, turned around to leave, and before he left, he commanded the roots in the darkness, collect all the bodies. Also, find an opportunity to eliminate Senju rope tree. He didn't know that I was listening to everything clearly in the shadows. So they're going to make a move on rope tree, huh? I whispered to myself, and my figure instantly disappeared. The next second, I appeared in my room, using the Flying Thunder God technique to send Yakumo and Konin out of the Land of Rain. A week later, Orochimaru brought a special forces team to support Jiraiya, and Rope Tree was in his team. That kid, as soon as he heard the rain stop, charged forward like a wild dog, and then there was a huge explosion, a burst of flames that engulfed him. Orochimaru found Rope Tree's green necklace amidst the ruins and was completely stunned. But what they didn't know was that just 0.01 seconds before the explosion, I had used the Flying Thunder God to pull Rope Tree away. I brought the unscathed Rope Tree and looked at him with a face full of relief after surviving a disaster, smiling. "Rope Tree, you should understand now, right?" He was still pretending to be clueless. "Understand what, Yinga?" I said. "The truth about the extermination of the Thousand Hands clan. That day you were eavesdropping outside the door. Did you really think I didn't notice?" Now, Shangtai is silent, as he was never good at lying. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's very dangerous for you to stay in Konoha right now." Then I directly used Flying Thunder God to return to the explosion site from earlier. We hid in the shadows and saw several root ninjas wearing masks collecting the bodies. Mumbling, "With such a powerful explosive tag, it shouldn't have turned to ashes, right?" Once they left, I let go of Ju and asked him now, "Do you still think Danzo wouldn't dare to act against you openly?" Ju was completely dumbfounded, scratching his head and saying, "Then where can I go? Become a rogue ninja?" I smiled wickedly and said, No. Thousand Hand Rope Tree has already died in this war. From today on, you are the Wood Release Ninja of the Flame Organization, codename Divine Tree." Flame Organization? What's that? An organization established for revenge, for peace, and even to fight against future aliens. I was speaking nonsense with a straight face. Rope Tree was taken aback, but in the end he clenched his fists and said, "No matter what it's for. As long as I can take revenge, I'm in." "Great. You're now the fourth member." I used Flying Thunder God to take him directly to our organization's secret base. As soon as we landed, Rope Tree's face fell. It was a desolate, deep mountain forest, and, apart from me, Leaf Warehouse and Shao Nan. There were only a few shabby wooden houses I had hastily built with Wood Release. "No way, Flame Bro, is this it? This is our secret base?" Rope Tree immediately wanted to leave the group. Leaf Warehouse and Shao Nan were laughing hysterically. I cleared my throat and began to introduce. "This is God Windyakone. This is God Paper Shion. And I am a Founder God I." Shoju scratched his head with a bitter expression. "All right, I am Godwood." "Great. From today onwards, the Flame Organization is officially established." In the cabin at the base, the four of us sat around the table eating. Shoju was wolfing down his food while mumbling. Yinga, you are really fortunate. With Tsunade-san, Kushina, Mikoto, and Sister Yekon." Yekon's face turned red immediately. I gave him a glare. "Can't you keep your mouth shut while eating? After the meal, I'll show you what true Wood Release is." After eating, I took Shengshu to an open area and let him make the first move. He tried to buy me with some vines, but ended up getting tricked by my wood clone. He still wasn't convinced. "Yinga, your Wood Release is pretty similar to mine. Is it? Then watch closely." I clapped my hands and shouted, "Wood release. Birth of the world of trees." I tell you, in that, the entire ground of the valley began to shake wildly. Countless towering trees uprooted, and in the blink of an eye, this open space turned into a primeval forest. The rope tree was chased around inside, jumping up and down, and was finally tied up tightly by a vine thicker than its waist, with its chakra flowing out like a burst dam. "Fire! Help! I'm gonna be drained!" It cried out in desperation. I leisurely walked over, released my wood style, and smiled. "How does it feel to sense the value of your grandfather's efforts in pacifying the chaos back in the day? My wood style relies on my eyes and has a limit, but yours relies on your bloodline, with limitless potential." Upon hearing this, Shungtai's eyes lit up. "Wow, as long as I have such strong power, I will definitely be able to take my revenge." I left a wooden clone to accompany them and returned to the military camp using the Flying Thunder God technique. In the dimly lit room, the third Hokage, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were all present. Orochimaru handed the necklace to the pale-faced Tsunade. I held onto her tightly, not letting her rush forward. The third generation sighed. "Tsunade, I'm really sorry." "Ooh." Tsunade collapsed onto the ground, crying heart-wrenchingly. After they carried away the corpse I'd faked with wood, I took Tsunade back to her camp. Once we entered the room, it was just the two of us. Tsunade quickly wiped away her tears, still with droplets on her face. But the corners of her mouth curled up into a mischievous smile. She chuckled. "So, how was my acting, sister? Not bad, right?" "Not bad at all." "The Oscars owe you a little golden statue," I praised. "Of course." She huffed proudly, then sighed again. "At least now, SHJ's safety is finally guaranteed." I seized the opportunity to tease her. "Hey, Tsunade, do you want to join our flame organization?" She shook her head. "No. Once the war is over, I'm going to travel the world and gamble everywhere." "Are you really willing to part with me?" I asked with a smile. "TCH, what is there to miss?" She had a proud look on her face. "All right, my Princess Tsunade, whenever you change your mind, the doors of the Flame Organization will always be open for you," I said seriously. Tsunade suddenly looked at me with curiosity. "Flame, I'm a bit curious. Why did you establish this organization?" "Let me tell you, Tsunade. Do you think the ninja world is just about these surface matters? How naive. Beneath the water surface are alligators. A bunch of old monsters are hiding in the dark, manipulating the entire world like puppets. So, you established an organization for this? For the ninja world? Oh, come on, I'm not that great. I have a lot of selfish desires." "My selfish desires? That's simple. Defeat everyone, be invincible, and then, of course, protect all you little cuties." "Oh my, still protecting us. Why is your face turning red? Are you thinking too much?" "Haha, don't hit me, don't hit me." Well, for years have passed in the blink of an eye. The Second Great Ninja War was chaotic, and the name of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha was earned during this time. Jiraiya and the others teamed up to take down Hanzo of the Salamander, instantly becoming the top figures in the ninja world. But the battlefield on the Sunagakure side was a total mess. Minato's father and that old lady, Tsunade, were giving blind commands, charging with a large army into the Land of Wind. But they didn't even touch the hairs of Sunagakure before being wiped out in a massive sandstorm, returning in tatters with heavy casualties. This gave Sunagakure a breather, and the second Kazekage, along with Chiyo, launched a counterattack that almost toppled Konoha's defenses. The third Hokage had no choice but to call back those two hidden talents and summon Kushina to stabilize the situation. As for me in these 4 years, I was just a firefighter running back and forth between the Rain and Sunagakure battlefields, occasionally taking time to return to Konoha to check on Kushina and Mikoto, or to train with Konin and Nagato at the Organization S base. One day, after half a year, I returned to Konoha. The familiar scent of begonia flowers filled the air, making me feel relaxed. Kushina and Mikoto were in class, so I strolled around the streets by myself. The streets were incredibly quiet. Everyone's face was filled with fatigue and sorrow. The pain of losing loved ones was palpable from afar. After eating something casually, I wandered to the training ground. Sure enough, that familiar yellow figure was there, furiously training. Minato is really reckless. After 4 years, he has grown quite a bit, almost reaching 1. For meters, although he's still more than a head shorter than me, I've grown to 1.7 meters in these 4 years. Minato, the king of training. I greeted him with a smile. "Yen, you're back." When he turned around and saw me, his eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over to give me a bear hug. "If I don't work harder, I won't even be able to see your taillights." I patted him and joked, "You have talent. In a few years, you'll definitely be better than me." Shueimin thought I was comforting him and smiled wryly, as if to say, "Who understands what family is?" But I was speaking the truth. We chatted as we walked, and before we knew it, we arrived at the ninja school. Wow, they were conducting practical training there. I took a look and saw Kushina and Mikoto in the lineup. When the two girls saw me, their faces turned red with excitement. But since the teacher hadn't said anything, they didn't dare to move and could only wildly signal me with their eyes. From their expressions, it was clear they were holding back a lot of energy, wanting to show off their skills in front of me and take down the opponent. As soon as the two of us appeared, we became the center of attention. Look, it's Sun Yen, the great hero of Konoha, and next to him is Namikaze Minato, the genius ninja. Damn, they're clearly from the same generation as us, yet one has cut through the battlefield, and the other has become an elite in the Umbu. How can the gap between people be so huge? At this moment, my former homeroom teacher, Nakajima Fukuda, cheerfully walked over. Yen, Minato, you're here. How is the front line? It's stable, Teacher Nakajima, I said with a smile. I estimate it will be over soon. I really didn't see it back then. A kid who slept through classes every day now has such achievements. He was still teasing me. You're joking, teacher. Without your guidance back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. I flattered him a bit, making him so happy, saying that the greatest achievement of his life was teaching the two of us. I quickly brought the topic back. Teacher, how are Mikoto and Kushina doing lately? Hey, those two girls are really at odds with each other. They have to compete for first place in everything. And now all their grades are tied for first in class. Just as I was saying that, the referee on the field shouted, "Next round, Uchiha Mikoto versus Uzumaki Kushina." I tell you, that scene exploded in an instant. As soon as the two girls took the stage, the group of boys below went wild. Go, Goddess Mikoto. Defeat that blood-red chili pepper. You're talking nonsense. Goddess Kushina is the strongest. If it weren't for the teacher being there, they probably would have started fighting right away. With the referee's command, the two of them moved in a flash. Their speed was so fast that even teacher Nakajima and Minato were taken aback. It was obvious that these two girls had been hiding their true abilities in previous training matches. They circled around, looking for weaknesses in each other. Suddenly, Kushina made her move, throwing a kunai straight at Mikoto's vital points without holding back at all. Mikoto dodged with an extreme maneuver and countered with a strike. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the two were engaged in a fierce battle. Every move aimed at taking the other down for good. The surrounding teachers turned pale and quickly moved the onlooking students back. In just a short while, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, their speed increasing. By the end, ordinary students could only see a blur and the sparks flying from the kunai, clashing. My goodness, when did they become this strong? Teacher Nakajima's jaw nearly dropped. I laughed. Teacher, they were already at this level 6 months ago. What? He was even more shocked. Watch closely, teacher, their true abilities are not just this. As soon as the words fell, both of them seized the other's opening at the same time. With a bang, Kushina punched Mikoto in the chest, and Mikoto kicked Kushina in the stomach. The two quickly created distance, and Mikoto completed her hand seals mid-air. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Boom! A huge fireball, nearly 2 meters in diameter, surged towards Kushina. Just as Nakajima and the others were scared and about to intervene, they saw Kushina complete her hand seals as well. Water style, water wall. A massive wall of water rose up, withstanding the impact of the fireball. And as water and fire collided, thick white mist instantly billowed up. The next moment, Mikoto's figure vanished, diving straight into the mist. Several crisp sounds of metal clashing echoed from within the fog. When the white mist dissipated, everyone gasped. Mikoto's kunai was already pressed against Kushina's neck. Nakajima and the others felt their hearts nearly stop. What happened next made their hearts freeze even more. Kushina, still playing such boring tricks? Mikoto sneered and suddenly slashed with the kunai. No! Nakajima and the others screamed in horror. As Kushina's throat was cut, she transformed into a puddle of water with a splash. A water clone. Before everyone could catch their breath, the ground beneath Mikoto suddenly exploded, and a kunai shot up from below, aiming straight for Mikoto's back. A substitution technique. Mikoto instantly appeared to the side, while in her original position. A wooden post was completely pierced by the kunai. Is that all, Uchiha Mikoto? Not very impressive. Kushina jumped out of the pit and started mocking. TCH, I was just trying not to hurt you. I didn't want to use that move. Mikoto pouted defiantly, as if I'm afraid of hurting you. Kushina shot back. Oh really? Then let us see who's better. Mikoto's eyes sharpened, and her eyes instantly transformed into the scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan. Now, even I was surprised. She hadn't shown any signs of awakening 6 months ago. That girl must have been triggered by something. Wow, Uchiha Makoto, you opened your eyes and didn't tell me. Kushina stomped her feet in anger. Makoto made a face at her and then secretly glanced at me, her little eyes clearly saying, praise me, praise me. I couldn't help but be both amused and exasperated. Makoto, didn't T.In teach you not to get distracted in battle? Kushina seized the opportunity, throwing several shuriken while simultaneously forming hand seals. Ninja art, shuriken shadow, clone technique. Buzz. Several shuriken instantly transformed into a rain of blades, pouring down towards Makoto. This is an A-rank jutsu from the third Hokage. The surrounding teachers were astonished. But Makoto remained calm, pulling out a kunai. With the enhanced dynamic vision from her Sharingan, her figure turned into a blur, clanging as she knocked down all the shuriken. Seeing this situation, Kushina knew ordinary techniques wouldn't work, took a deep breath, and began to gather chakra in her right hand. In an instant, a bright blue sphere of light appeared in her hand. Rasengan. Did you teach her that technique? Nakajima and Minato were shocked. They understood the difficulty of this technique all too well. Makoto looked at the Rasengan in Kushina's hand, her expression serious. She raised her left hand sharply. Chidori. The sound of crackling electricity rang out, as if 1,000 birds were screaming, as violent lightning gathered in her palm. The next second, Makoto moved, dragging the Chidori across the ground, creating a deep trench, transforming into a streak of lightning, and charging straight at Kushina. Let me tell you, Chidori is simply tailor-made for the Uchiha clan. Just as the Rasengan and Chidori were about to collide, I flashed in between them, grabbing both of them by the scruffs of their necks like picking up little chicks, and forcefully tossed them to the sides, safely placing them on the ground. Yamato! Yamato! The two girls were unhappy, clearly about to determine the winner. Bam! Bam! I gave each of them a light knock on the head. Yamato! If you hadn't pulled me away just now, I would have won. Kushina complained while holding her head. TCH, who knows who would have won? Makoto was also unconvinced. You two little fools. I said irritably, if I hadn't stopped you, with a bit of luck one of you would have lost an arm, and with bad luck, both of you could have been done for right there. Don't underestimate the power of Rasengan and Chidori. Seeing me get serious, they didn't dare to speak. Kushina's eyes turned, and she immediately put on a playful expression. Let's not talk about that. Yamato, you finally came back. Take us out to play this afternoon. The school lessons are so boring. Yeah, Yamato, take us out to play. Makoto also started to act cute. Teacher Nakajima smiled beside us. All right, Yamato. I'll grant them permission for the afternoon. I immediately gave him a grateful look, but he looked confused, not knowing what he had done wrong. I originally planned to leave after finishing my tasks, but I was dragged around shopping by the two girls for the whole afternoon. After saying goodbye to them, I didn't rush to leave. Instead, I found Shushuin in the dormitory. In a secluded room, she saw me and immediately respectfully called out, Master, the organization is short on funds. I got straight to the point. Master, this is the 300 million taels I've managed to gather over the past 6 months. All here. She opened a box full of cash. Well done. I nodded. I'll give you another task. Send someone to keep a close eye on Tuanzong and report any abnormalities immediately. Also, adopt more war orphans and send them to the old place. Someone will be there to assist you. The organization needs to expand. Yes, Master. After leaving, I used the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared directly in a brightly lit underground base. This is one of our Yin organization's bases. Yin, you're here. Yitsong's figure appeared. After 4 years, this girl has become more charming, losing some of her innocence and gaining a touch of allure. Hee, our little Yitsong is getting more feminine. I casually tossed the money box onto the table and teased her. Isn't it because Master trained me well? She looked at me with seductive eyes, her body pressing against me, whispering in my ear. Over the past 4 years, Yitsong has really figured me out. She knows I'm just a surface rogue with a pure-hearted little virgin inside. I've only spanked her and done nothing else. Yitsong, you're playing with fire again. My body reacted instantly, and my voice dropped. Oh, I'm just playing. It's just spanking. Can you really eat me? She looked at me slyly. You keep being arrogant for another 3 or 4 years, and I'll finish you off. I said fiercely. TCH, it's just that you haven't matured fully. She murmured softly. Damn, how can I tolerate this? Dare to say I haven't fully matured? I was about to pull out my gun to verify it right there and let her see. But just at that critical moment, a notification popped up in my mind. It is advised that the host does not reproduce too early, as the current bloodline has not fully awakened, and this system has not evolved to its final form. If offspring are born now, their potential limit will be severely affected. Who understands family? At the crucial moment, the system switched me to a teenage mode, saying my bloodline hasn't awakened. And having a child now is like being in an early version, which would affect the initial strength of the child. I'm really speechless. Yitsong saw me suddenly freeze and thought I was about to get serious, but when I didn't move, she burst out laughing. My anger flared up instantly as I wrapped my arms around her slim waist, my hands wandering over her body, eventually climbing up to those 2 peaks. She panicked immediately, her face turning as red as an apple. W, what are you doing? You're not even an adult yet. He, you started the fire, so you have to take responsibility for putting it out, I said with a wicked smile. But you said. I gently lifted her chin and whispered, I'll let you off this time, but if you dare to play like this again next time, I'll let you know what water splashing festival means. After saying that, I fiercely kissed the corner of her mouth until she was almost out of breath before letting go. The girl gasped for air, with a glimmer at the corner of her mouth, and the blush on her face hadn't faded, leaving me wondering what beautiful thoughts were running through her mind. I turned around with a smile and went to take a cold shower. After coming out, I pointed at the box and said, This is the organization's latest fund of $300 million. Has there been any news from the Rope Tree side lately? Is he still doing bounty missions? Our intelligence network shows that the name flame organization Divine Tree is already quite prominent in the bounty circle. Not bad at all. Among the recent batch of orphans, are there any with good talent? There are 2 little girls with excellent ninjutsu talent and a few little boys with outstanding physical qualities, suitable for practicing the 8 gates of Duanjia. I'll leave the headquarters matters to you and Xiaonan then. In the evening, I rushed back to the Rain Country camp. As soon as I appeared, Jiraiya started teasing me mischievously. Flame, it's so convenient to use Flying Thunder God. Back to Konoha to see your 2 little girlfriends, right? If I could use Flying Thunder God, While saying this, he let out a lewd laugh. Tsunade looked at him with disdain and then sighed. This war is finally coming to an end. Orochimaru added, the Rain Country has submitted the ceasefire agreement, and the 3rd Hokage should agree soon. By then, the only enemy left will be Sunagakure. I lay in bed, unable to fall asleep. Over the past 4 years, my strength has improved significantly. My physical condition now allows me to open 6 gates without injury, and my chakra has reached the peak of shadow level. Just 1 step away from surpassing it. But I still feel it's not enough. The next day, the 4 of us infiltrated the heart of the Land of Rain for reconnaissance again. After the mission, we rested in a cave. It seems the Land of Rain really wants to cease fire. Their troops are being withdrawn, Jiraiya said. Yen, why aren't you speaking? I sense someone approaching. I said calmly. The 3 of them instantly entered a combat stance. Moments later, a boy with orange hair walked in. It was Yahiko. As soon as I saw him, a smile crept onto my face. Share some food with us. Right after that, Nagato and another kid also walked in. My pupils constricted. That kid was the one I had let go on a whim when I wiped out the Black Cloud village. Kamaru, when enemies meet, they become particularly hostile. Upon seeing me, Kamaru's pupils instantly turned blood red, but reason triumphed over impulse. He knew that making a move now would mean death. So, he pretended to be nonchalant and started munching on cookies with Nagato. I walked up to him, and his whole body started to tremble. Little brat, have we met before? I whispered in his ear with a devilish voice. His fists were clenched tightly, and he trembled as he said, and no, we haven't met. I instantly activated the Byakugan. When Jiraiya saw me open my eyes, he thought I was going to make a move and shouted in fear. Yamato, no. I smiled and reassured him, don't worry, I won't make a move. My gaze locked onto Kankuro. In an instant, everything within him was exposed to my eyes. Wow, he contained an extremely powerful force within him, with cellular activity comparable to a weakened version of Hashirama cells. And that pattern on his hand, it's a seal. This world of Naruto is becoming more and more interesting. I quietly carved a Flying Thunder God technique on his shoulder and said with a smile, don't be nervous. I just think you look like an old friend of mine. When we were about to leave, Yahiko and the other 2 followed us, asking us to teach them ninjutsu. Orochimaru found it troublesome and pulled out a kunai, intending to kill them all, but Jiraiya stopped him. In the end, Jiraiya decided to stay and teach them until they could survive on their own. I also stayed and said with a smile that I was very interested in them. Tsunade shot me a glance and then leaned close to my ear to quietly ask, how's that guy SH doing lately? He's a big shot in the bounty circle now, I whispered to her. Jiraiya couldn't take it anymore and urged Tsunade and Orochimaru to hurry back and report. That night, Jiraiya confronted me and asked if I stayed for Nagato's Rinnegan. I answered half of it correctly, laughing. Yeah, he could be the child of prophecy. You can't make a move against him. Jiraiya began to lecture me. I yawned as I listened, and only after he finished did I slowly speak up. Jiraiya, let me tell you a secret. Nagato is from the Uzumaki clan, and the Rinnegan is the final evolution of the Uchiha Sharingan. He was shocked on the spot. So, I must have these eyes, I said with a smile. Jiraiya looked pained and said that if I took action, he would definitely stop me. I just chuckled and didn't explain further. Of course, what I said wasn't meant for him to hear. Aren't I doing this on purpose for that white absolute hiding in shadows? My target is not the transplanted Rinnegan of Madara. I'm fishing. Fishing for the big fish Uchiha Madara. What do you call this? This is called luring the prey into the trap. Sending a VIP invitation to Madara and letting him come personally to battle me. Sure enough, the news quickly reached a dark cave in the Land of Fire. The aged Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson three-tomo. Oh, Sunyen? It's him again. How dare he touch my belongings? Madara slowly stood up, picked up his fan and scythe, hoping he could please me. Meanwhile, outside a small cabin in the Land of Rain, I felt that destructive aura rapidly approaching, and a smile crept onto my lips. Jiraiya, I called out. As soon as he turned around, I activated my ocular technique, Heavenly Deity. A blue five-pointed star appeared in his mind, and before he could even react, I pulled him into the illusion space. Sleep for a while, Jiraiya. It took just a moment to deal with him. Yahiko and Nagato were dumbfounded, watching as their seemingly invincible teacher Jiraiya was taken down by just a glance from me. What did you do to teacher Jiraiya? Yahiko shouted angrily. I couldn't be bothered to answer. With a flash of my figure, I appeared behind him and knocked him out with a swift chop. Then, I unleashed an overwhelming killing intent, directly pressing down on the remaining Nagato and Xiongwan. Nagato was so frightened that he couldn't move. I looked at them with a wicked smile. Who should be next, He? It's you, the red-haired kid. Just as I was pondering who to deal with first, that red-haired kid couldn't hold himself back and yelled at me. Don't come over. If you come any closer, I'll kill you. Goodness, I almost burst out laughing. That threat was as soft as cotton candy. I ignored him and continued to stroll forward. He panicked even more, screaming ah, and then suddenly, an invisible force exploded from him, and he rolled his eyes and fainted. Is that it? With a flying thunder god technique, I zipped behind his female companion and, with a swift motion, knocked her out with a chop. Done. I clapped my hands and shouted towards the small grove beside me. I've been watching for a while. Old brother, aren't you coming out to chat? Ha ha. An old but vigorous voice responded, and an old man instantly appeared next to the red-haired kid, casually handing him over to a white figure that looked like a zombie from Plants vs. Zombies. Let me tell you, this old man, even though his face is full of wrinkles, his physique and aura clearly show that he is a tough guy. Not bad, little one, he has spoken. The mutated kaleidoscope, and can still use the flying thunder god. In this ninja world, you can basically walk sideways now, right? I laughed. Being praised by the legendary Uchiha Madara, I feel so honored. He squinted his eyes. You really know me. Of course, senior. I pretend to be confused while knowing full well. Your esteemed self has come for those Rinnegan eyes, right? Yes, but not entirely. Madara is so imposing. The eyes are mine, and this little brat is also my person. Oh, I stretched out my tone. The Eye of the Moon plan, I understand. How do you know? Who among the family understands? Just a moment ago, Madara was as steady as a rock, and the next second his face turned dark. The dark object he was hiding in his sleeve scared him so much that he squeaked in fright, probably thinking, it's over, this kid has opened the heavenly eye? Has he seen through the script? I continue to add on. I also know that you're here to recruit me, right? I also know that you want to resurrect the Ten Tails, become a Jinchuriki, activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, and achieve world peace. Oh no, I mean nuclear peace. Now, the black Zetsu in your sleeve is completely broken and no longer pretending to be dead, directly shouting, Madara-sama, I told you this kid is a disaster. Hurry up and kill him. Quick. Madara glanced at his sleeve. Oh, when did you wake up? Just woke up. Madara-sama, don't mind me. Just kill him. Madara ignored him. His gaze locked onto me. The killing intent was palpable. Kid, there are two paths. Submit or die. Oh, isn't there a third path for me to take? I asked with a grin. Very well, you chose the path of death. As soon as Madara finished speaking, I threw a flying thunder god kunai. The space here is too small for a proper fight. I want to change to a more spacious place and see your methods. After saying that, I vanished. Ha! Madara let out a cold laugh and followed me. We found a desolate spot, and just as we steadied ourselves, Banyu showed no mercy. With a few claps, he created 4 wooden clones, positioning them in the 4 cardinal directions. A red barrier instantly enveloped us all. Kid, you're too confident. He started mocking me. If you had just used Flying Thunder God to escape earlier, I wouldn't have been able to stop you. But now, it's too late. This is the plus version of the 4 Scarlet Flame formation, It locks down the space, and you can't fly away. I gave a try, and sure enough, I couldn't sense any of the coordinates left outside. Are you so sure you've got me figured out? What answered me was a huge scythe. In an instant, Madara appeared right in front of me, and we clashed wildly, exchanging blows for over 100 rounds. My heart raced. This old man, despite his age, had even greater melee strength than I did. I secretly opened the 8 gates of Duanjia just to barely keep up. Lightning release, shocking flash. My short knife crackled with electricity, and I transformed into a bolt of lightning, descending from the sky to strike down at his head. But then, with a loud bang, a blue skeleton emerged from him, blocking my attack. Nice knife. Your eyes are even more interesting, Madara commented casually while standing the skeleton. Then he ramped up the intensity. With a surge of chakra, the skeleton instantly grew flesh, became armored, and transformed into a 50-meter-tall blue giant, sprouting 4 arms, each holding a massive sword over 10 meters long. Good heavens, he's going full Gundam, isn't he? Isn't this bullying the honest folks? Explosion release, spiraling shuriken. Scorch release, spiraling shuriken. I rubbed my hands together, sending out 2 large spinning shurikens that exploded against the blue giant. Smoke billowed, and when I used my divine eye to look, I saw that the giant's exterior had been blasted apart. It recovered in just a few seconds, as if nothing had happened. Yoshi, not bad. You almost broke through my Susanu's defense. Madara laughed from above. But at this level, that's not enough to tickle me. As soon as he finished speaking, his giant upgraded again. It grew to nearly 100 meters tall, sprouting wings from its back and wielding 2 gigantic swords, looking incredibly imposing. Madara stood atop the giant's head, looking down at me as if I were an ant. Kid, take this sword, Senj no Ken. A several dozen-meter-long energy sword descended with a momentum that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Can I be cowardly? Just kidding. I can also summon a Gundam on the spot. My Gundam is blue, covered in layers of energy armor, and finally transforms into a giant armored figure over 50 meters tall, named Holy Light Armor. Just the name sounds more impressive than his. Looking at the sword energy coming at me, I just smiled and controlled my Gundam to extend its left hand, and a diamond drill flew out with a buzz from my wrist. At that moment, Madara's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear, probably thinking, with this broken circle, do you think you can block my sword? The next second, his jaw nearly dropped. I saw that my diamond drill was like a black hole, sucking up all of his world-destroying sword energy without a trace. It seems that your circle is a spatial artifact. Madara was calmly analyzing it. But you must be consuming a lot of energy, right? Your eyes are almost closing. Hee. Then I'll switch to a more energy-efficient option to play with you. I smiled, and with a clang, my Gundam drew out a 7-star divine sword. When this sword appeared, let me tell you, the heavens and earth changed color. It seemed even some alien beings in the universe were startled, trembling in fear, but that's a story for another time. Our Gundams went straight at each other. My Holy Light armor may not be as big as his, but its defense is ridiculously strong. Even if one layer is pierced, there is still another. Like a nesting doll. With the sharpness of a 7-star sword, I chopped off several of his energy blades in quick succession. Forest of Swords. Here comes Madara again. Sword of the Stars. I charged up and clashed back. The 2 sword lights collided without exploding. Instead, they devoured each other, and with a loud bang, they merged into a storm of sword energy that filled the entire barrier. When the storm passed, both of our Gundams were still standing, though a bit disheveled. Ha ha ha. Madara suddenly burst into laughter. Sun Yin, you are the second man after Hashirama who has made me feel this exhilarated. Come on, let us continue. He charged at me like a madman. I retracted the 7-star sword. It consumed too much energy, so I formed an energy spear to fight him. Now, without the artifact's boost, I was directly pressed down and rubbed against the ground by him, relying entirely on my Gundam's defense to hold on. We both stabbed each other in the end. My long spear pierced the Susanu's abdomen, and his blade plunged into my Gundam's chest. Neither of us could do anything to the other. Just then, Madara's Gundam suddenly became unstable, with pieces of armor falling off. TCH, without the support of the eyes, it still wouldn't work. He frowned and directly dispelled the Susanu. As soon as I saw it, I quickly put away my Gundam. I didn't have much blue left, and besides, the main business hadn't been discussed yet. Obito, you don't really think I brought you here for no reason, do you? I spoke up. He said in a low voice, I had my suspicions. What is your true purpose? My purpose, I stared into his eyes and said word by word, is Kagaya. In the next second, I directly activated my illusion, pulling him into a mental space. Is this the ability of your kaleidoscope? A very clever illusion. He truly was Obito. not panicking at all. I can't trap you, but you also didn't rush to get out, did you? I smiled. You said Kaguya is a product of your will. Do you believe that? He smirked. I've never believed that guy's nonsense. Oh, now it's my turn to be surprised. He continued, the steel of Nana's shrine. The Uchiha and Senju combined can awaken the Rinnegan, then summon the Outer Path's demonic statue, revive the Ten Tails, infinite Tsukuyami, achieve peace. You know all this, right? I know, but I must clarify. I'm not one of you Uchiha. I'm just an orphan. I recounted the contents of the steel. I'm really curious how you know all this. His tone became dangerous again. I said my eyes can foresee the future. Do you believe it? I pointed at my eyes. If you follow the script, you will ultimately fail. You're just a pawn of others. Pawn? Who can treat me as a pawn? He scoffed. This story is quite long. I began to tell him the story of the millennium, starting from thousands of years ago when an alien named Kaguya atSix appeared. I told him everything about how Kaguya was revived by Black Zetsu's design. This melon is ripe and very sweet. After listening, Obito fell silent, muttering atSix. Kaguya. Alien, how much of what you said is credible? He asked. You already believe it in your heart, don't you? I said. My purpose is to unite with you to fight against the true great enemy in the future, the atSix clan from the depths of the universe. As for the peace you desire, isn't it just a matter of absolute power? He thought for a long time and finally asked, what do you plan to do? The first step is to eliminate Black Zetsu. Your Moonai plan can continue. You will be the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. As for Kaguya, leave it to me to handle. Obito nodded and directly tore apart my illusion space with brute force. Truly, he was impressive and quite proud. We just returned to reality. And Black Zetsu immediately started, Madara, kill him quickly. He will be our biggest obstacle. Madara smiled wickedly. Black Zetsu, who is Kaguya Tsutsuki. Huh, Madara, what are you talking about? How would I know who Kaguya is? Black Zetsu was still putting on a brave face. Really? The third son of the Sage of Six Paths, hiding deep enough, huh? As Madara spoke, he swiftly cut off his own sleeve. Black Zetsu suddenly appeared. Looking terrified, how do you know? Did he tell you? That's right. I revealed your 1,000-year plan to Madara. I laughed. What answered him was a ball of blue flame, which directly scorched his face. Shinjutsu. Black Zetsu let out a piercing scream, turning to ashes in the flames. I'm not willing to give up. All done, the main focus is to eliminate the root. Madara lifted the barrier and said to me, I need to go to the land of water, Nagato that kid. You help me keep an eye on him? I nodded. He exchanged a few words with that Bai before disappearing. The Bai was so scared that his legs went weak, and he hurried to catch up with me. Lord Yen. Wait for me. I took the long door from his hand and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the small cabin where Jiraiya and the others were. I settled the few unconscious guys and then went straight back to Konoha. Once I arrived at the Hokage building, I reported the mission to the third Hokage along with Tsunade and Orochimaru. The third Hokage wanted to send me to the battlefield in Sunagakure. But Tsunade immediately exploded. Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you trying to go back on your word? I'm leaving as soon as the Rain Country battle is over. You promised. Where were you when my clan was wiped out? Now you want me to serve Konoha? No way. As she said this, she ripped off her forehead protector and slammed on the ground. I'm done with this broken ninja life. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Orochimaru also chimed in. Old man third, you really went too far this time. He left as well. The third Hokage looked at me, and I shrugged. I don't have the right to advise her. After saying that, I slipped out too. Outside, Orochimaru was waiting for me. YN. It's been a long time since I had a drink. We found a small tavern, and he told me he wanted to study immortality. I said to him, be careful of that old guy Danzo. He licked his lips and laughed. Ha, indeed, nothing escapes your eyes. We're just using each other. The next day, I was preparing to head to the battlefield of Sunagakure when I ran into Tsunade at the entrance of the Hokage building. What are you doing here? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. She shot me a glare. The third Hokage offered a huge price and asked me to crack Chiyo's poison. This is the last time. From now on, the fate of Konoha has nothing to do with me. As soon as we left, Danzo sneaked into the Hokage's office and said to the third Hokage, Sarutobi, what do you think about taking out Tsunade? And that's Sun Yin. He doesn't seem to regard you highly anymore. Maybe we should deal with him too. The third Hokage got angry. Danzo, don't challenge my bottom line. Sun Yin is a hero of Konoha. Danzo sneered. He has a good relationship with Kakashi too, you know. The third Hokage's eyes flickered for a moment, but he finally said in a deep voice, do not touch Sun Yin. I hope you won't regret this. Danzo huffed as he left in anger. Meanwhile, I had already appeared in the sky above the Sand Village battlefield with Tsunade. As soon as we landed, I ran into Konoha White Fang, or Kakashi Hitaki. Tsunade was immediately taken away by the medical team to research Chiyo's poison, while I stood on the fortress with Kakashi, enjoying the breeze. As soon as he saw me, he was so excited that he came over and patted my shoulder. "Brother, you finally made it. Now that you and Tsunade are here, I can finally relax." I smiled and told him, "Don't worry, once we take down the Sand Hidden, this damn war should come to an end." He was still reminiscing, saying that with the two of us, we could finally match the opposing side's high-level combat power. I doused him with cold water. "What are you thinking? Tsunade will leave after she neutralizes the poison. She's no longer a ninja of Konoha." "What? Leaving?" Shikumo was completely stunned on the spot. I sighed and casually mentioned to him that the matter of the Senju clan had completely disheartened her towards Konoha. Let me tell you, when smart people talk, it's just straightforward. As soon as Shikumo heard it, he understood immediately. The expression on his face was incredibly complicated, probably confirming the suspicions he had in his heart. Just as we were chatting, a ninja covered in blood rushed over, looking like he had just crawled back from the gates of hell. "Report. We intercepted information from Sunagakure. Their Jinchuriki, One Tail, will arrive on the battlefield in 1 day." Goodness, Shikumo exploded on the spot. "What? Sunagakure has gone mad? They dare to use a Jinchuriki?" I also frowned. This thing is like a nuclear bomb. It's a trump card that usually won't be used unless there's a village-destroying crisis. Because if you use it, the other side will have to use it too. And in the end, it's us little soldiers who suffer. The key point is that our Konoha's Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Nanako, is just a little kid who hasn't even graduated, so she can't go to the battlefield at all. Shikumo's first reaction was, "Report this to the third Hokage immediately." I directly stopped him. "Brother, by the time those old men in the village finish their meeting, the daylilies will have cooled down. Don't rush. Just leave this little matter to me." Shuamao looked at my confident demeanor, pondered for a moment, and finally could only nod. "All right, just be careful." I laughed. "Don't worry, it's just a little raccoon." I really didn't take it seriously. Without hesitation, I charged straight into the wind country. In the desert, a small team of 50 sand-hidden ninjas was stopped by me alone. The leader was a young monk who stepped forward and asked me who I was. I yanked off my hat, revealing the Konoha forehead protector and my incredibly handsome face. The other side instantly erupted in chaos. "It's a Konoha ninja. This face. Could it be? Black Ghost, Sun Yen. That devil." At that moment, I had an innocent look on my face. Devil? Who among my family understands? I'm so handsome, and you call me a devil? That little monk, who is also a Jinchuriki, seemed quite calm, with that dark aura. "Isn't it a bit too reckless for you to charge into the land of wind, all alone?" I rubbed my chin and thought, It seems a bit true. After all, the number of sand ninjas that died at my hands, saying 1,000 is a bit exaggerated. But 800 is definitely not too few. Form a formation. With a shout from Fuku, 50 sand ninjas instantly took their positions. Wind release, air bullets. Goodness. 50 mouths fired simultaneously. Countless wind balls came rushing at me like a machine gun. And in an instant, the scene was filled with yellow sand, making it impossible to see anything. Is it resolved? Just as one sand ninja finished speaking, I suddenly appeared behind him, a kunai strike, clean and swift. What the hell? He didn't die? Is he a monster? The formation of the sand ninjas instantly fell into chaos. I looked at these panicked guys and laughed. Kaleidoscope Divine Eye, activate. With a clasp of my hands. Wood release, birth of the trees. I tell you, that scene was unbelievable. Countless gigantic trees burst out of the sand, crazily charging towards those sand ninjas. Finfu's face turned pale as he roared at them to disperse quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The speed of wood release was beyond their ability to escape. In an instant, screams echoed one after another. Some were bound and suffocated by vines, while others were pierced through directly by wooden spikes. Finfu himself was tightly entangled, his chakra being frantically devoured by wood release. He panicked, shouting in his mind for Shikaku. "Shikaku, give me more power. If you don't help, we're both done for." As a result, Shikaku in his body shrank back, its voice trembling. "This human is dangerous. I sent a deadly threat. Run. You can't defeat him." While saying no, it honestly transmitted chakra to Finfu. With a loud boom, Finfu broke free from his restraints, a layer of crimson chakra armor emerging around him. Meanwhile, his teammates had already been drained into dried corpses. "Oh, a tailed beast's chakra armor? Interesting." I beckoned with my finger. "Come, let me witness the power of the tailed beast." Finfu, or rather Shikaku, talk tough. I will make you feel despair. As soon as the words fell, he transformed into a red shadow, charging towards me with a punch. I lightly extended my right hand and firmly caught his thunderous punch. The force was decent, but unfortunately, your speed was no different from a snail in my eyes. With that, I retaliated with a punch and sent him flying. At that moment, the Crane Guardian was already cursing in his mind. Brat, didn't I tell you to run fast? You want to die, but I don't want to die yet. Funfu was also a tough guy and replied, do you think you can escape? I've already sent the signal. Once Lord Windshadow arrives, we'll flank him from both sides and leave this Konoha devil here today. What you need to do now is hold him off. You useless fool. You want to get me killed. So if you don't want to die, lend me even stronger power. All right, leave your body to me. I watched in disbelief as Funfu's eyes transformed into the shape of coins, and the chakra cloak on his body solidified from ethereal to tangible, directly morphing into a small one-tailed guardian crane. Oh, the second form? I became even more excited. Damn humans, die for me. The guardian crane roared, turning into a dark red line that appeared above my head and slammed down with a punch. I easily dodged aside, watching him smash the ground and create a huge pit, and couldn't help but retort, hey, it's you, the one-tailed Shikaku, controlling the body, right? What? You actually know my name. Shikaku was shocked. Today I'll use my ultimate form to play with you. I formed hand seals, and in an instant, a faint blue energy erupted from my body, enveloping me completely. This feeling was somewhat like Otsutsuki Shin's Rinnegan mode, although I couldn't produce the truth-seeking balls. This power was ridiculously strong. I felt an explosive power within me and waved at Shoha. Damn it, you don't take me seriously at all. Shoha charged over aggressively. However, in this state, my speed was many times faster than his. I appeared above him in an instant, and, with his shocked little eyes staring up at me, I slammed down with a punch. Boom! A giant pit with a diameter of 20 meters appeared, and Shoha lay helplessly at the bottom of the pit. His chakra cloak dimmed significantly, and his copper coin-like eyes were filled with fear and anger. Damn no mans. I'm going to kill you. Shoha completely went berserk, opened his mouth wide, and frantically devoured chakra, causing his entire body to swell up. Then a destructive red beam shot out from his mouth. It was the tailed beast ball. That's more like it. Now it's interesting. I started to form a ball of chakra in my hand, one that was several times larger than before, taking the shape of a light blue wind release, spiraling shuriken. After thinking for a moment, I gave it a rather over-the-top name, Divine Wind Release Spiraling Shuriken. Then, I threw it directly out. The two massive attacks collided in the air, holding each other off for less than a second. In Shoha's incredulous gaze, my spiraling shuriken directly devoured his tailed beast ball and continued flying towards him with unabated momentum. What? Shoha exclaimed, instantly transforming into a gigantic sand raccoon cat over 50 meters tall. Unfortunately, it was useless. The spiraling shuriken hit its target, creating a thunderous explosion, and yellow sand filled the air. When the dust settled, the huge raccoon cat had vanished, leaving only a fainted little monk named Funfu on the ground. I used my kaleidoscope to delve into his spiritual world and saw the weakened Shoha complaining to him. The human's big move has a strange power, extremely destructive. I need time to expel it. Hello. I suddenly appeared before them. Shoha shivered in fear. Human, how did you find this place? Was it those eyes? Is it hard to find this place? I shrugged. Shoha looked into my eyes and suddenly remembered something. You're like that Uchiha Madara guy. No, you're even stronger than him. You have some insight. I smiled, saying I won't kill you, but I need you to come with me. After that, I exited his inner world, as I sensed a powerful chakra rapidly approaching from a few kilometers away. I created a wooden clone to watch over Funfu, while my main body felt the chakra surging wildly within. Wow, just now my chakra level directly broke through to the super shadow level. This feeling is like a phone instantly jumping from 4G to 6G. Exhilarating. I watched as the large sand village army rushed towards me, and I laughed. I don't have time to play with you guys. Leaving behind a shadow clone, I took the unconscious Bunfuku and vanished using Flying Thunder God. Soon after, the second Kazekage, Sabaku, arrived at the scene with nearly 100 people. My shadow clone stood there, grinning at them. Sabaku looked at the desert that I had turned into a forest, along with the corpses hanging from the trees, and his expression instantly darkened. Next to him was a ninja wrapped in bandages, who was a magnet release user. I couldn't hold back my laughter when I saw the shiny bald head of the sand ninja, with a dragon tattooed on it. You have an eye for aesthetics. Big guy, what are you laughing at, you bastard? The magnetic ninja looked at me, as if he had seen the murderer of his father. However, the bald ninja remained calm. Heisei Yuguang Sun Yin, since you're here, you'll stay in a land of wind forever. Form a formation. In an instant, dozens of sand ninjas spread out, and a huge transparent barrier rose up, enveloping us all. We specifically researched this barrier to deal with your space ninjutsu. So you can't escape now. The bald wind shadow looked confident. My shadow clone remained completely calm, directly unsealing the wrist seal. And countless flying kunai shot out in all directions like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Sand wall. The second Kazekage controlled the sand to form a huge wall to block the kunai. Magnetic release. Iron sand rain. The magnetic release ninja also made his move, sending a sky full of iron needles towards me. However, when he tried to use magnetism to control my kunai, he found it was completely ineffective. I opened a kaleidoscope of shadow clones, and when the iron needles approached me, they instantly lost control and turned into iron sand, which then, in the shocked gaze of the magnetic ninja, I formed hand seals, magnetic release, iron sand rain. With his own technique, I returned it to him. Damn it, how could he use magnetic release? The Sand Master quickly raised a sand wall to protect his subordinates. I didn't give them a chance to catch their breath. I directly used a stronger magnetic release to condense dozens of giant iron needles and hurled them at them, faster and more powerful. The magnetic release ninja tried to regain control, but soon realized that his chakra was on a completely different level than mine, leaving him helplessly watching the giant needles flying towards him. At the critical moment, a black puppet blocked in front of him, using a rapidly spinning mechanical shield to deflect the attack. The Sandmaster appeared beside him. Step back, leave it to me. Did you think you had me? In fact, you're digging your own grave. My shadow clone smiled and formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire destruction. The scene, let me tell you, was not just fire release. It was a sea of flames. It swept directly towards everyone in Sunagakure. The Sand Master fought with all his might, using up all his chakra just to barely block it with a sand wall, and he started gasping for breath. He looked at my shadow clone, who appeared so calm, and his mentality completely collapsed. Does this person not consume chakra when using ninjutsu? He wanted to retreat, but couldn't swallow his pride, so he decided to fight to the end. Quicksand waterfall, sand explosion burial. A series of powerful techniques were hurled at my shadow clone. As a result, my shadow clone merely watched the overwhelming sand and formed hand seals. Water release. Grand waterfall technique. Endless torrents of water appeared out of nowhere, turning the desert into a vast ocean. The Sand Master was petrified, using such a large-scale water release in the desert. What kind of monster is he? Now his sand manipulation technique was useless. My shadow clone laughed and said, as the founder of the puppet technique, let me see your skills. The Sand Master took out a scroll and summoned his secret technique, the 8 puppets of Chikamatsu, as 7 puppets charged towards me. Poison needles, steel blades. Various traps came one after another. However, my shadow clone simply created 7 water clones, unleashing water dragon bullets and water, severing waves, easily neutralizing his attacks and effortlessly slaughtering the sand ninjas behind the second Kazekage. The Sand Master's eyes turned red. He was at his limit. He summoned the magnetic sand to his side, gasping for breath as he assigned his last wishes and handed over the Kazekage's token. From today on, you're the 3rd Kazekage. Remember, as long as Sun Yin is a ninja of Konoha, never go to war against Konoha. This man is too terrifying. You can't handle him. After saying this, he straightened up, using his last chakra to activate his ultimate secret technique. Black secret technique, puppet sealing. The 7 puppets transformed into shadows, tightly binding my shadow clone and himself together. Then with a loud bang, they self-destructed. The massive explosion vaporized the surrounding water, leaving a huge pit. Just when the remaining sand ninjas thought they had perished together, a 2-meter-tall giant in blue armor slowly emerged from the smoke. What? What is this? The magnetic sand was completely stunned. As the blue armor faded away, it revealed my shadow clone and scathed. He muttered to himself, is this all there is? So boring. Break the barrier. Everyone flee quickly. The magnetic sand roared orders. Watching the sand ninjas flee in panic, my shadow clone did something they would never forget. He pressed his palms together, and in the terrified gazes of everyone, with a puff, he transformed into a cloud of smoke. What? The one who fought us for so long was just a shadow clone. The magnetic sand was stunned, cold sweat pouring down. He finally understood the meaning of the second Kazekage's last words. Meanwhile, in the Konoha military camp's conference room, I threw the unconscious Bunfuku on the ground. Yen? Back so soon? Kagami Sakumo was shocked. What is this? The one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, Bunfuku. I smiled. The entire conference room erupted in chaos. Lord Yin single-handedly captured the Jinchuriki? This strength is too terrifying. I waved my hand and said, "Don't worry, I've added a few seals to him. So even if he wakes up, he won't be able to cause any trouble." SHM was overjoyed. That's great. Tsunade has also developed the antidote. So the counterattack plan can begin. Just as we were in the meeting, I suddenly stood up and said, "I just received the latest news. The second Kazekage, Sabaka no Shaman, is dead." What? SHM was shocked again. I casually added, "The situation is true, because he was killed by my shadow clone." I told you. When those words came out, the whole place fell silent. The looks in UchihaFugaku and the others' eyes were filled with luck and fear. Probably thinking that provoking me before was truly living on the edge. After listening to my briefing, Tsunade made a quick decision. With the second Kazekage dead, Sunagakure will surely be in chaos. Tonight is the best time for a counterattack. All troops, get into a state of high alert and prepare for a full assault. Yes, by nightfall, I could finally take a break. Tsunade and I lay on the lawn watching the stars after a busy day. Tsunade asked me innocently, "Yin, do you think people turn into stars in the sky after they die?" Seeing her rarely show such a feminine side, I smiled and said, "If you think so, it will be. Then Grandpa must be the brightest one," she softly said, "and Grandma is the one next to the brightest one." I just nodded. And before the warmth had even passed 3 seconds, I tell you, a ninja suddenly appeared in front of me, saying that Shikamaru was calling for a meeting, and Tsunade was there too. Well, the romantic atmosphere was instantly wiped out, so we headed off to the meeting. But while we were preparing to stir things up, the atmosphere at the Sand Village headquarters was incredibly oppressive. A group of people was shouting for revenge on the second Kazekage. As a result, that old lady Chiyo slammed the table a few times and directly started cursing. "Revenge, revenge. All you know is revenge. My son and daughter-in-law died at the hands of Konoha's White Fang. Am I supposed to be okay with that? The most important thing now is to choose a new third Kazekage." Wow, this old lady was really clear-headed. Her brother, the elder Hai Laotsong, quickly agreed, saying, "Yes, yes. We need to choose a leader first." Chiyo directly pushed her old and outdated teacher out, wanting to pull the strings behind the scenes. Her faction immediately chimed in like a parrot, agreeing. But another faction wasn't having it. A guy named Masaki stood up and said, "The elder is too old. What we need in the Sand Village is young blood, a leader who can take us to the peak of life." He then turned around and directly nominated that magnetic release kid, Gaara. This stirred up a hornet's nest. The Kazekage faction instantly boiled over, and a large portion of the elite Jounin all stood with Gaara. When Chiyo saw this situation, she got anxious and started to play dirty, saying, "What about the Kazekage's heirloom? Does he have it? If not, he has no qualifications." Guess what happened next? That Gaara, who had been silent the whole time, quietly pulled out the heirloom from his pocket. In that moment, Chiyo's face turned green, and she couldn't even let out a sound. Just at this critical moment of power transition, a ninja rolled in from outside, shouting, "Konoha has attacked." Chiyo was still in disbelief. "Impossible. What about my poison smoke?" The ninja was almost in tears. It was released, but it didn't work on them. Now all eyes were suddenly focused on the new king, Gaara. The Kazekage faction knelt down in unison. "Please give the order. Third Kazekage." Immediately, everyone else knelt down as well. Gaara took a deep breath and issued his first command, which, let me tell you, silenced everyone. He said, "Listen to my orders. The entire army will split into 3 routes and retreat from the land of rivers." Retreat? Just became Kazekage and already running away? One Jounin exploded on the spot, pointing his finger at Gaara and cursing. "As the third Kazekage, you won't lead us to counterattack, but instead are fleeing the battlefield, you." Before he could finish, a sharp spike made of sand and iron pierced through his neck, killing him instantly. The entire meeting room fell into a deathly silence. Gaara was as cold as ice, saying, "I'm the third Kazekage. My commands are military orders. Anyone who disobeys military orders will die." Chiyo wanted to say something, opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Masaki was dumbfounded, thinking, is this still the gentle Gaara? This method is even harsher than the second Kazekage. Wow, this guy knows how to establish authority in the workplace. When I arrived at the Sand Village headquarters leading Shikamaru, I found it completely deserted. Not even a tent was left. They had fled cleanly and swiftly. Shikamaru asked me, "Is this a retreat?" I laughed and said, "This Gaara is a talent." He got scared. Or rather, he realized that with me here, they can't win this battle. Shikamaru rolled his eyes at me, saying that while I was speaking the truth, it was embarrassing to hear it come from my own mouth. Despite the complaints, he couldn't hide the smile on his face, saying, "That's fine. My wife wrote to say she's pregnant. I can go back to accompany her early." My mind buzzed, and I said, "Big brother, something's off. You returned to the village just over a month ago. The timing is too precise, right?" I was wondering whose child this is. Shikamaru's face darkened immediately, his eyes filled with a resentful look like a woman in a deep palace. I quickly tried to change the subject. He then started pondering names for the child, and I had a light bulb moment. I said, "No matter if it's a boy or a girl, let's call it Kiki Wakikai. How about that?" Guess what? He actually thought the name sounded nice. And it was settled. I could already imagine that in the future, this kid would get into fights, and when teammates mocked him, he'd helplessly say, "There's nothing I can do." That esteemed person named me back then. News returned to Konoha, and the third Hokage looked at the battle report, almost igniting his pipe. He saw my achievements were too great and felt uneasy in his heart. So he called Minato over, starting to play mind games, subtly instigating. "Look, son, Yin is already a jounin. You should work harder too. How about participating in the Chunin exam?" Minato was no longer the naive character from the original story. Having been tricked by me too many times, he was shrewd as a monkey and instantly caught onto the third's insinuation, but he didn't expose it and just went along. He came out of the Hokage building feeling quite depressed and just happened to bump into Kushina, Mikoto, and the others shopping. Kushina's loud voice immediately teased him, asking if he missed her, turning Minato's face bright red. Mikoto couldn't stand it and pulled Kushina away, intentionally creating some space for Minato and Nanako. Family members who understand. Nanako, because of her special status, had always been monitored by the Umbu, and Minato directly chased those Umbu away. Nanako immediately broke down, crying and asking why. After doing so much for the village, she had to be treated like this. At that moment, I tell you, he was incredibly handsome. He didn't say much, just went up to wipe her tears and said, "Trust me, I will create a brand new Konoha." Nanako directly threw herself into his arms. TSK, such dog food. Just when this couple was being sweet, the perverted sage on Mount Mayaboku got an updated version from the old Toad, predicting that there would be a decisive battle in the future ninja world concerning life and death. With a strong enemy that needed a person with supreme eye power to lead the prophesied child, and all the ninjas to resist. Half a month later, the Wind Country indeed started causing trouble, claiming that we in Konoha had assassinated their Kazekage, strongly condemning us and demanding an explanation. This explanation was to hand me over to them, or else they would fight to the end. The third Hokage immediately ordered me to return to the village. I returned to Konoha in the evening and sat on the Hokage rock all afternoon, waiting for news from the third Hokage. Sure enough, as soon as it got dark, the Umbu showed up and said the third summoned me. I sneered inwardly. Here it comes, the banquet of Hongmen. In the conference room of the Hokage building, there were the third Hokage, Danzo, 2 advisors and the heads of various clans, a large crowd that created an atmosphere so tense it could drip water. As soon as I entered, Danzo was the first to jump out and accuse me of disobeying military orders and acting on my own to assassinate, putting Konoha in a passive position, and asked if I knew my crime. I was so angry that I laughed. I said, "What are you thinking? There's a war going on. If you're outmatched and get killed, is that called assassination? Also, I was intercepted while carrying out a mission. Is that disobeying military orders?" At this point, the third Hokage was being ambiguous, admitting that I had indeed gone a bit too far. I was too lazy to argue with them anymore and made it clear, saying, "Third Hokage, make your decision. Will you hand me over for peace? Or will you keep me to continue fighting?" In the end, the third Hokage backed down and solemnly said that Konoha would never hand over its hero. I hope he doesn't regret it. I turned around and walked away, too tired to look at their faces. I had just left the Hokage building and wasn't far down the street when, whoosh, 3 shurikens flew past my face. I grinned and dodged, then chased after the shadow. The more I chased, the more alarmed I became. This guy was ridiculously fast. I couldn't shake him off even with Flying Thunder God. It seemed like he was using some kind of space ninjutsu, always keeping his distance from me. It wasn't until we were completely out of the Leaf Village's territory that he finally stopped. I felt a deadly threat. This guy was definitely from the atSix clan. I asked him who he was, but he didn't say a word. With a wave of his hand, a purple spatial barrier enveloped both of us. The next second, he moved. At speed, I barely managed to see the trajectory with my azure light 5-pointed star eye, but his fist was already at my face. With a bang, I was sent flying by a single punch. Luckily, I had an energy gauze protecting me. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured. I was furious. I activated the 8 gates, opening all 6 of the initial gates. Green steam erupted around me. And what happened? That guy effortlessly took it all. Fine, you're impressive. 7th gate, the gate of shock opened. My speed and strength surged again, and the situation flipped in an instant. It was my turn to press him. I seized an opening and kicked him into the sky, then unleashed a flurry of rapid kicks on him, just for hitting me earlier. Finally, I compressed the air into a dragon and used my self-created technique, the 7 gates body technique, Dragon Strike, to attack. Then the most ridiculous thing happened. My Dragon Strike passed right through his body. It was exactly like Obito's Kamui. Just as I was in shock, a black hand reached out from the space behind me to grab my head. I used the substitution technique to dodge and countered with a spiral shuriken. Guess what? He simply shifted his body and reached out to absorb my spiral shuriken. What the hell? My technique's flames were devoured by the purple flames that erupted from him. There was no choice. I activated both the Azure Light 5-pointed star eye mode and the 8 gates at the same time, instantly maxing out my physical state. The masked man opposite me got serious, a light purple gauze appearing around him. I transformed into a green light and charged at him, each punch carrying world-destroying power. But he predicted all of them. He threw a punch leisurely, and to me, that punch moved as slowly as a snail, yet I couldn't dodge it. My body felt like it was frozen by some mysterious force, and with another bang, I was smashed into the ground, creating a massive pit over 10 kilometers wide. I spat out blood and finally understood it was time. This guy could manipulate time. The more I thought about it, the more terrified I became. There was simply no way to fight back. I used the Divine Mist Tree Realm Descend to try to trap him, and quickly split myself into thousands of shadow clones to prepare to escape. As a result, that guy just smiled, and in an instant, he locked onto my true self among the thousands of clones, appearing right behind me. The time ability activated again, and my movements became incredibly slow. Then all that was left was the echoing sound of a tragic scream. After he disappeared, I covered my body full of wounds, and was directly pressed down and rubbed into the ground. I tell you, that feeling was incredible. A warrior can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Right, family? You can beat me to death, but you just 1T kill me. Instead, you pressed me down and used me as a sandbag to hammer. After hammering, you ran away. How can I swallow this anger? I touched my face, swollen like a pig's head, and had only one thought in my mind. Just wait. Don't let me know who you are. If you're a man, I'll make you experience what it means to be a eunuch. If you're a woman, anyway, this grudge is settled. On the other side, in a place I can't see, the person in black took off their mask and wow. It turned out to be a top-tier beauty. She was talking to herself. Tong Ling, are you sure that little chicken has a bloodline stronger than mine? I'm at the 9th level, and he's at the 10th level? A purple screen floated out, replying. That's right, he is at the highest 10th level. But I don't know why he is so weak now. You two are the last 2 members of the Celestial Scourge tribe in the universe. So it's best not to fight among yourselves. The woman laughed. I couldn't help it. My hands were itchy. I had no idea about all this. With a quick flying thunder god technique, I returned to Konoha. As soon as I entered the door, Mikoto and Kushina were enjoying the air conditioning and sipping juice. Seeing my miserable state, both of them jumped up and rushed into my arms. Hey, slow down, you're hurting me. I grimaced in pain. Kushina was almost in tears. Yamato, what happened to you? You're covered in wounds. Without hesitation, Mikoto was about to run into the room. Yamato, I'll go get you some medicinal alcohol. No, it's fine, Mikoto. I quickly stopped her. It's just some surface wounds. I'll be fine after a good sleep. What happened? Both of them were extremely anxious. I darkened my face and managed to squeeze out a sentence. I tripped while walking. Kushina exploded on the spot. Who are you trying to fool? With your strength, you can still trip? Look at these fist marks on your body. You were clearly beaten up. Great, now my face was even darker. Mikoto looked at me with a worried expression. I could only brace myself and boast. Ahem. I had a few exchanges with a stranger who was a master. That guy was indeed strong, but we both had our wins and losses, and in the end, I chased him away. That's good. I was so worried. Mikoto finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Kushina tilted her head, eyeing me suspiciously. Really? Wins and losses? I gave her a light knock on the head. Bang. Ouch. You big bad guy. Why are you hitting me again? Kushina protested while covering her head. Just used to it. My hand slipped. No more knocking in the future. If I don't grow taller, it's all your fault. All right, my bad. Seeing her serious little face, I quickly surrendered. This matter was finally brushed aside. Kushina then changed the subject. By the way, Yamato, the Chunin exams are coming up soon. Do you think Makoto and I should participate early? Makoto nodded along. Yeah, Yamato, you're already a Jonin, and we're not even Jinin yet. I thought about it. With their current strength, they could easily handle elite Jonin, so participating in the Chunin exams would indeed be a one-sided affair. But thinking about how being a Chunin means having to take on missions every day made my head hurt. Being a Chunin means doing missions. How troublesome. Isn't it better to just hang out at the Ninja Academy and wait for death? No way. Kushina waved her little fist. Playing with little kids every day is boring. I long for an exciting ninja career. Exactly. Makoto agreed passionately. Great. I really have no way to deal with you two. I rubbed my temples and said, fine, I'll go find a third Hokage to recommend you. But have you sorted out the recommendation letter from your teacher? Don't worry, we've had it for a long time. Kushina proudly waved the recommendation letter in her hand. Oh, right, there's also someone from a year above us, I think from the Hyuga clan, who also got a recommendation letter. All right, then I'll go talk to the third Hokage tomorrow. Come on, Makoto, you apply some medicine on me. That night, lying in bed, I couldn't sleep no matter how I turned. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the scene of being beaten today. That overwhelming fear of being dominated by absolute strength was unbearable. That purple fire, that ridiculous space ninjutsu that was even more outrageous than Kamui, and that perverted ability to pause time. What was that all about? Moreover, I could feel a power within him that was of the same origin as mine. But he seemed to have no killing intent towards me. But no matter how you look at it, being pressed to the ground and rubbed in the dirt was a fact. I've noted this grudge down. I must repay it 1,000 times in the future. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, and I directly cursed my so-called Azure Legend in my heart. Hey, Azure Legend, aren't you supposed to be the #1 god eye in the universe? Today I was pressed down and beaten, and you didn't even let out a peep. Are you scared? You're just an electronic pet, right? As a result, a line of Azure subtitles appeared before me. The man in black has awakened, but you have not awakened. Awakened? What the hell is that? I demanded. Then it became unresponsive. Goodness, playing the silence is golden game with me. Huh? If this thing wasn't stuck in my eye socket, I would have pulled it out on the spot. The next day, I went to find the third Hokage with a swollen face. The old man looked haggard. It was obvious he had pulled another all-nighter. When he saw me, he forced a smile. Yamato, you're here. To be honest, seeing him like this made me feel a bit uncomfortable. Although this old man had done a lot of crazy things in the original work, he had been quite nice to me so far. Third Hokage, take care of your health, I said politely. Ha. Want to take a walk with me? He suddenly suggested. I was a bit surprised but nodded. We walked down the streets of Konoha, and people around us were shouting about Konoha's heroes and the Black Ghost or something. When we reached Hokage Rock, the old man suddenly spoke. Yamato, are you blaming me? Goodness, this old man was actually playing the honesty card with me? He directly admitted that the Senju clan's affairs had his fingerprints on them. I fell silent. He asked if I thought he was too cruel. I shook my head and spoke honestly. From a decision-maker's perspective, you're not wrong. If it were me, I might do the same. But I don't have the right to comment on you. In my heart, you're a politician who will stop at nothing to achieve your goals, not a good leader. Moreover, what you should care about is not me, but Tsunade. I added, and that old thing Danzo, he's not a good guy either. I won't touch you. But I have to settle my accounts with Danzo, one by one. The third Hokage furrowed his brows. Are you really going to do this? Hee. That depends on whether he brings about his own demise. If he touches my reverse scale, it won't matter who comes. I was very firm. The old man sighed and suddenly stared at me, his eyes shining with determination. Yamato, since the decay of the roots is inevitable, would you be willing to be the one to bring light back to Konoha? At that moment, I thought, is this old man looking for a scapegoat? He's simply a workplace PUA master. I smiled. You're still young. Besides, I'm not really suited to be Hokage. Minato is good, and I've heard you have high hopes for him recently. Minato is just too naive. Isn't that just what you want? I directly exposed him. He sighed and didn't continue the topic. I quickly told him about Kushina and Makoto wanting to participate in the Chunin exams and casually mentioned that I wanted to be a team leader. The third Hokage slapped his thigh. Perfect. The Hyuga branch has a genius girl named Hinata Ring, just graduated, and is currently in need of a team leader. It's you. All right then, one more is not a problem. I shrugged indifferently. After finishing the business, I used the Flying Thunder God to leave. I turned around and went to the training ground, and sure enough, Minato was still there sweating it out. I quietly placed my hand on his shoulder. Who? Minato was startled and instantly countered with a kunai. I easily dodged and laughed. Hey Minato, you've improved? When he saw it was me, he smiled wryly. You're the one who's improved more. I didn't even notice you. We chatted for a while, and he told me that rumors were already spreading in the village that I had killed the second Kazekage and brought great losses to Konoha. I sneered, oh, that must be that old thing Danzo, stirring up trouble behind the scenes. After chatting with Minato, the fire in my heart grew even stronger. No, I must do something big. My current strength is simply not enough. I found an empty area and directly performed a summoning technique. With a puff, a large slug appeared. Little Sun Yin, it's been 4 years, and you've changed a lot. Ha ha, you grew quickly. Big sister slug, I want to go to the Wetbone Forest to learn Sage Mode. I got straight to the point. The slug was shocked. Sage Mode is not easy to learn. And our Wetbone Forest Sage Mode is even hellishly difficult. No problem, just take me there. Whether I can learn is my business. It couldn't argue with me. And shortly after disappearing, I felt a force pulling me, and the surrounding environment changed drastically in an instant. Wow, is this the Wetbone Forest? There are bones everywhere, and a sour smell fills the air. The giant slug leading the way tells me that the slug immortal wants to see me. I follow it to the front of a giant slug as big as a mountain. An ancient voice immediately sounds. Sun Yin, right? You want to learn immortal techniques? I advise you to give up. The immortal techniques here have only been mastered by one person since ancient times, and that is Hashirama. Those who fail have become the bones outside. Upon hearing this, I thought, well, isn't that convenient? If Hashirama can do it, why can't I? The slug immortal explained that the cultivation method involves soaking the entire person in a deep pit filled with acidic liquid that contains natural energy. Hashirama succeeded because of his abnormal vitality. His corrosion rate couldn't keep up with his recovery rate. I replied, Slug Immortal, my physique is not inferior to Hashirama's. Saying this, I took out a special kunai and scraped it against my arm, but embarrassingly, I couldn't even break the skin. The Slug Immortal was also surprised. In that case, give it a try. I was taken to the edge of a heavenly pool on a mountaintop. This was the deep pit. I tossed a specially made kunai into it, and it instantly dissolved. My eyelid twitched, but I'd already said it, so I gritted my teeth and dove in. Let me tell you, the sensation was like being pricked by 10,000 needles while dancing. My body was being corroded wildly while simultaneously healing. In this state of extreme contrast, I began to comprehend natural energy. Everything was going quite smoothly until, just as I was about to find a balance, the golden point in my dantian suddenly went wild, acting like a pump, frantically absorbing the natural energy within me. It wasn't enough. The entire pool of acidic liquid formed a huge tornado, pouring into my body. The slugs outside were dumbfounded, unable to get close to save me. When I opened my eyes again, wow, half a month had passed. The acidic liquid in the heavenly pool had become dull and lifeless. I shot out of the water, now wearing a white divine robe, with several black magatama floating behind me, feeling like I had transcended. The slug immortal was directly shocked. You are? In perfect immortal mode, even more perfect than Hashirama. I sensed that the natural energy and chakra within me were actually 50-50. Moreover, I could activate them at any time without time limits. The slug immortal was extremely excited. Heaven bless our Wetbone Forest. Kulme, I will pass on our secret immortal technique to you. The top-ranked immortal technique is called Mirror Flower Water Moon, and it's an illusion technique. Hearing this, I felt a bit disappointed. An illusion technique seems a bit redundant. It chuckled. This illusion technique is performed through smell and touch. As long as the enemy breathes in a modified natural energy or comes into contact with it, they will be affected. I was dumbfounded at the time. Isn't this an unbeatable field skill? Exactly, which is why Hashirama couldn't learn it back then. He only learned another physical technique, immortal art, called Super Strength Anytime, Anywhere. I was silent at the time. Super Strength Anytime, Anywhere? That name is a bit abstract, isn't it? But let me tell you, that's not even the most abstract part. The next technique is truly outrageous. That big slug, the slug immortal, started giving me a lesson, saying he would teach me an immortal technique called Mirror Flower Water Moon. I thought, wow, isn't that Aizen Zanpakuto? Do we mix up the scripts, brother? But then it said that this thing is even more impressive than the original Hokage's immortal mode. It involves making your immortal chakra fall in love with the energy of the entire natural world, directly transforming a region into your own illusion-themed park. At that moment, my mind went blank, and I directly entered the Sage mode. No, it was the Enlightenment mode. When I opened my eyes again, it felt like I had just taken a nap. Then the big mucus slug told me, "Who understands, family?" 10 days have passed. I immediately performed a spontaneous ascension on the spot. That super strength, I mastered it in no time. It was incredibly easy. After training in the wet bone forest, I said goodbye to the slug sage and used the flying thunder god technique to zip back home to Konoha. As soon as I landed, Kushina rushed over like a firecracker, pouting and asking where I had gone. I was still dazed, so I quickly recalled my shadow clones from outside. Wow. It was a flood of memories that almost burned out my CPU. My shadow clone is living the life of 007, being dragged around shopping by the two little troublemakers, Kushina and Mikoto, every day. I'm about to collapse and had to find an excuse to escape. And surprisingly, I've become the leading jonin for them, and a little girl named Ling Long from the Hyuga clan. This relationship, TSK, I can only say it's impressive. Finally, a beautiful Monday has arrived, and I gathered the three girls at the training ground. The scene was like a large-scale female competition. As soon as Kushina and the girl named Ling Long met, sparks flew. Ling Long is the type who thinks of herself as a queen, acting all high and mighty. When they first met, she directly told Kushina that she wasn't interested in little kids, which made Kushina explode on the spot. Mikoto was stuck in the middle, trying to mediate, and it was exhausting for her. At this moment, Ling Long actually admired me a lot, calling me teacher Yin repeatedly, while Kushina, next to her, looked like her mouth was about to pout up to the sky. I quickly tried to smooth things over, telling them to just call me Yin and not to use those formalities. Then, the two girls insisted on dragging me along, refusing to take D-rank missions and insisting on taking C-rank ones instead. Fine, I'll indulge them. When we got to the mission office, the third Hokage was also there. After chatting about how nothing was happening in Sunagakure, I directly asked if there were any suitable C-rank missions. The old man flipped through some papers for a while and said there were a few escort missions to the land of water, the land of iron, and the land of rain. Without thinking, I chose the land of water. The two little girls cheered on the spot. They were finally able to leave the village. We gathered at the village entrance at 10:30 and met our employer, a merchant named Yoshida Masakazu. As soon as he saw us, a Jainin with three little kids, his expression was so disdainful it almost overflowed the screen. Kushina was ready to throw a fit right then and there, but I quickly stopped her. I directly told him, if you think we're weak, you can pay more to upgrade to S rank. If you don't have the money, just shut up. He instantly deflated, but I still felt like he was hiding something. However, in front of me, what could he possibly pull off? I tell you, while we were leisurely making our way here, the underground bounty office on the other side of the land of fire exploded. My ace from the Flame organization, codenamed Shingu, who is also known as SHJU, actually got into a fight with that legendary bounty hunter, the ceiling of the bounty world, Kakuzu. One was fighting over stolen business, and the other over a valuable bounty, and without a second thought, they just went all out. That old monster Kakuzu immediately transformed. Several dark objects burst out from him, spitting out wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, like he was in a video game. And guess what? SHJU immediately unleashed would release. Advent of the Tree World. The scene instantly took me back to the first Hokage. Kakuzu was hit with PTSD on the spot, probably recalling that time when he got beaten up by the first Hokage's would clone after throwing shurikens from 800 miles away. In the end, Kakuzu unleashed a big move, realized he couldn't win, and slipped away. After this battle, Shingu's name completely blew up in the bounty circle. Now back to our side. After 5 days of travel, we casually dealt with a few bandits, but ended up giving three little girls some psychological trauma since it was their first time seeing blood. They were all drooping like frostbitten eggplants. I thought we should celebrate once we reached our destination. We found a place called the Tianguan Inn to stay. Hey, here's the interesting part. This inn is actually a property of my Flame organization. I pulled out my Supreme Black card. No, I mean my token and the boss. Upon seeing it, nearly collapsed, almost kneeling down in front of me. That annoying employer Yoshida Masakazu, I made him pay out of pocket. No money? No problem. Then he can go wash dishes in the back to pay off his debt. Let me tell you, the look on that guy's face when he saw the mountain of dishes was simply heartbreaking. The real joke was on me. This gag fit him perfectly. That night, I met with the inn manager, who reported to me about the battle between SHJU and Kakuzu and mentioned that they had found Kakuzu's whereabouts. Asking if I wanted to take action, I told him to hold off for now because Kakuzu's secret technique of resentment was a good thing, and I needed to save it to deal with him personally later. The next day, we set off again, and that Yoshida Masakazu was much more obedient, acting like a little follower. But as soon as we entered a forest, the fog grew thicker and thicker, and I knew trouble was coming. A few mist ninjas emerged from the water and swiftly decapitated me. Blood sprayed everywhere. Ling Long was instantly stunned, and Yoshida Masakazu wailed like a ghost. But Kushina and Mikoto remained calm, knowing it was just my clone, and they immediately engaged the enemy. Ling Long had a rough time, getting kicked away and was about to be taken by Kanai. I figured it was my turn to step in, so I quickly unleashed the 8 trigrams air palm, turning that mist ninja into a blood mist mosaic. Linglong looked at me, then at Mikoto and Kushina, who were handling things with ease, and I could tell her worldview was collapsing, her face written all over with a real clown as me. At that moment, I thought this kid still has hope. After that, I directly pulled Yoshida Masakazu over for questioning. This guy finally couldn't hold it in anymore and confessed everything. It turns out he wasn't a businessman at all, but the second son of the feudal lord of the Land of Water, who had been betrayed by his older brother and fled to the Land of Fire. Now that his father had passed away, his will had him set to inherit. But his brother sent people to hunt him down. Because he went bankrupt, he only had enough money to post a C-rank mission. As soon as I heard it, I got angry. Aren't you treating us as cannon fodder? I directly told him that we wouldn't take on this mission and that he could go play by himself. He suddenly knelt down in front of me, crying and begging, saying that as long as I helped him, he would give me as much money as I wanted, and that the Water Nation could still maintain good relations with the Fire Nation. I thought I should ask my teammates about this. After all, it's a team effort. As a result, my teammates were all fired up. Goxinai and Mei In directly said, Yin, if you agree, there will be no problem. The girl from the Hyuga family, Ling Long, probably didn't want to fail on her first mission and nodded her head with gritted teeth. All right, since everyone agrees, let's do it. Coincidentally, my business expansion in the official and was also due to reach the Land of Water. Isn't this just a resource delivered to our doorstep? All right, let's go. However, we hadn't gone far when, under the blazing midday sun, a masked guy suddenly jumped out from the forest, wearing a white flame robe, and directly blocked our path. As soon as I saw it, I laughed. Isn't that my person, Shengshu? Mei-chin and the others instantly got riled up, pulling out their kunai like hedgehogs. I calmly shouted, Flame Organization Divine Tree. On the other side, they cooperated perfectly, responding to me in that pretentious tone. The Black Phantom of Konoha. I'll tell you, the show has begun. Shinshu started according to the script. Someone is offering $1 billion to buy that fat guy's head, so those who know what's good for them should scram. I laughed out loud. What do you think? Is there nothing to discuss? Enough of the nonsense. I've been wanting to experience the skills of your Yen organization. Well, the battle was about to break out. Shunshu started with a Doton, Kai Shun Baku, and stone pillars erupted from under my feet. He even used Suiton, Mizu Rambwa, a high-pressure water gun aimed right at my face. I used Hirashina dodge and took the opportunity to taunt him. Not bad, Shunshu, great acting. Have you been waiting for us long? He was still pretending. After all, it's a mission escorted by the black light. How could I be careless? I wanted to laugh, but held it in, continuing to play along. I was thinking, what pose should I use to take you down more stylishly? It's really hard to choose. Before I finished speaking, I quickly followed up with a katon. Jikamekyaku. Damn, that sea of fire swept over like a tidal wave. Shunshu was stunned and muttered softly, Damn it, no sense of martial ethics. He quickly clapped his hands and used wood release. Advent of the tree world. A forest was forcefully pulled up from the ground and collided with my sea of fire. The scene was simply incredible. Next to him, Hinata Linglong's eyes were about to pop out, probably thinking in her mind, is this the world of the big shots? As the smoke cleared a bit, Shinshu's white robe had burned several holes, looking quite disheveled. He pretended to be at a disadvantage and directly trapped me in a large cage with wood release, then flicked his vines towards our real boss, Yoshida Masakazu. Now it was time for our girls to shine. Mikoto made a sizzling sound as she unleashed Chidori, directly cutting through the wooden vines. Kushina was even more fierce. With her multiple shadow clone technique, there were hundreds of her, throwing shurikens at Shinshu's face like it was raining, and finally, she even formed a Rasengan, creating a big hole in Shinshu's wooden wall. Shinshu was probably thinking, damn, the boss even taught her this move? I looked at the situation and lost the mood to mess with them. The rope tree used a thorny technique to trap the two girls, and with a flash of black light, I used the Flying Thunder God technique to pull them out, casually complimenting them. Not bad, you two, you've made progress. Just then, the rope tree began to show off his ultimate acting skills. He had a wooden clone that had somehow captured Hinata Linglong, and then he proudly shouted at me, Black Ghost Light. Choose one. Either kill Yoshida Masakazu and save your student, or complete the mission and abandon your student. I was almost laughing out loud when I saw the triumphant look on his face. This kid really got into character. I used the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared right behind him, whispering in his ear, Shunshu, you've really improved. Huh? He jumped in fright, but still wasn't convinced. If it weren't for you marking me with the Flying Thunder God, I would have won this time. I patted him on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "Take another look at who you caught." He lowered his head, and with a loud bang, Hinata Linglong and his arms transformed into my appearance, and her body was covered with explosive tags, with the fuses almost burnt out. "What?" Ju turned pale. I waved my hand at him, saying, "Hurry up and get lost. Stop causing trouble for me." After saying that, I disappeared. The next second, a tremendous explosion erupted behind me, creating a spectacular fireworks display. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing left at the scene, just a pile of broken wood. The fat guy Yoshida Seiichi was trembling in fear, grabbing my sleeve and asking, Is it resolved?" I patted him. "Don't worry, with me around, he's already gone." Hinata Linglong walked out from behind a tree, her little face pale, still shocked that the person just now could use would release. Kushina, with her sharp tongue, mocked, "It's just a little would release. Look how scared you are." Hey, surprisingly, Linglong didn't retort this time, just stood there clenching her fists in a daze. This incident was just a minor episode. We adjusted ourselves and continued on our way. Finally, we arrived at the dock, and the foodie Kushina's eyes lit up, clamoring for seafood freedom. We rented a big boat, and that night held a barbecue party on the deck. The big crab was at least as tall as a person, and with a fireball technique from Mikoto, it was perfectly cooked in an instant, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Kushina was as anxious as a monkey, urging me to get the dipping sauce. I lazily lay on the deck watching the stars, telling her to get it from her bag herself. Mikoto brought over the grilled crab legs, and I pulled her into my arms, causing her to blush bright red. Kushina, watching from the side, was so angry that she threw a large crab claw at me, which I caught with a hearty laugh, making the scene all the more joyful. To be honest, this is the kind of life I want. But for some reason, I always felt like there were eyes watching me from the shadows, making me a bit uneasy. While I was lost in thought, Kushina came over to ask what was wrong. I laughed it off and then took a big chunk of crab roe, successfully diverting the battle to her and Mikoto, and watching them play around made me feel a bit better. Yoshida Seiichi, next to us, was rubbing his growling stomach. Wanted to eat, but too shy to say it. I casually broke off a crab leg and tossed it to him. Late at night, Hinata Linglong was alone on the deck, feeling emo in the sea breeze. I walked over to chat with her. This little girl felt too weak, thinking she was just a burden in the team, and as she spoke, tears began to fall. She hated it. Hated that she didn't have the strength to avenge her parents. Hated the damned, caged bird curse seal on her head. And hated how the Hyuga main family treated the branch family like dogs. I told her that I'd already looked up her information and knew about her family's issues. That's how the world works. The one with the bigger fist has the final say. I promised her that I would find a way to free the bird in the cage above her head. And as for strength, I would personally teach her gentle fists. In the end, I also encouraged her to get along with Kushina and Mikoto. After all, they're on the same team. The young girl listened and stood there, nodding heavily. The ship drifted for 3 days and nights on the sea until we finally saw land. I directly told Yoshida Masakazu, "Hey, we've reached the shore. Our mission is complete." But the fat guy started begging me again, insisting that we had to be taken to the daimyo's residence for the mission to be truly complete. I chuckled. "Hey, this just gives me another opportunity." I told him that it's not impossible, but it depends on what you can offer to impress me. He was very cooperative, saying that as long as he could get home safely, he would agree to any conditions. I revealed my true intention. "Have you heard of Tianguanin? I own it. The market in the Land of Fire is saturated, and I'm planning to expand into the Land of Water. So I need your help as the future daimyo." Upon hearing this, his eyes widened, and he nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. "No problem. Absolutely no problem." Just then, 3 people appeared in the distance, each carrying oddly shaped large swords. Goodness, the 7 ninja swordsmen. 3 of them at once. Suigetsu Zuki sneered. "This is none of your Konoha's business." However, Pobai Shirzong recognized me and squinted. "Konoha's Black Ghost?" Suigetsu Zuki became even more excited, stroking his big sword, Samahata, and said, "No wonder Samahata is so thirsty today. It wants to taste your chakra." They said they were sent by the 3rd Mizukage to pick up Yoshida. And upon hearing this, Yoshida felt relieved and kept thanking me. I smiled, turned around with Mikoto and the others, and walked away, acting as if the mission was complete. Once on the ship, Kushina complained about leaving without having fun in the Land of Water. I told her that the situation in the Land of Water was not peaceful lately. And then I created a shadow clone to let them return first while I used Flying Thunder God to disappear. As if I could just leave like that. Even AI couldn't calculate my next moves. I had already sensed that the expressions of those ninja sword users were off, looking at Yoshida as if he were a dead man. Sure enough, They led Yoshida down a small path and revealed their true intentions, stating that the third Mizukage wanted him dead. Just as Pabai Shirzong was about to swing his executioner's sword down, a flash of black light appeared, and I reappeared, using a shuriken to block his sword firmly. Black Ghost, what do you mean? The three of them were taken aback. Suigetsu H. shouted that this time he would let Samahata have a feast. I directly mocked them. Interfering in your domestic politics? Your country's domestic politics involve the Mizukage sending someone to assassinate the future daimyo? How interesting. With no words left to share, the fight began. The three surrounded me, and I swayed my body, evading their blockade at an extremely tricky angle, then counterattacked with a flying thunder god and a Rasengan aimed at Pabai Shirzong. Hiragakure's Gazuki quickly released his dual swords, launching 2 chakra orbs to provide assistance. I didn't engage in a direct confrontation. I threw away my flying thunder god shuriken and changed positions. These guys had some brains. The three of them simultaneously form hand seals, performing a massive water release. Great waterfall technique, turning the entire forest into a vast ocean, attempting to block my landing point for Flying Thunder God, then attacking me with water Dragon Balls, chakra blades, and water bullets from a distance. TCH, a mere trick. I form hand seals with both hands, causing the space in front of me to collapse into a large pit, sucking in all their attacks, which then detonated hundreds of meters away. They were completely dumbfounded. Pabai Shirzong was already suggesting that we should retreat. Suigetsu H. The brash one, wouldn't he have it, roaring as he charged in. I kick him into the air with a leaf hurricane, then hit him down with a big ball Rasengan, only to find it was a water clone. Real attacks came from all directions. Gazuki's triple slashes and Suigetsu H. sharp needle-like attacks. I was annoyed and directly spun rapidly in place, unleashing a true return of the Dragon Tornado. That chakra tornado, nearly 40 meters in diameter, left nothing alive in its wake, flattening the forest and drying up the water on the ground. When the storm settled, the three of them fell from the sky like broken sacks, half dead. Gazuki barely survived by turning into water, unable to speak. Pabai Shirzong was spitting blood, still holding his ground, saying he would cover for his companions to retreat. Gazuki also got up to stand in front of him, saying they would die together. TSK, how touching. But that Suigetsu H. was looking around, seemingly wanting to escape. I laughed. So, Mr. Suigetsu H. Are you ready to greet death as well? The fat guy immediately backed down, starting to threaten me with the power of the land of water, saying that killing him would be tantamount to declaring war on the land of water. I can't stand being threatened by others. In a flash, he couldn't even react before my hand, charged with purple lightning, pierced through his heart. My power exceeds your imagination. I laughed as I pulled my hand out, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The remaining two, Hachiman Jiz and YKO Mitsuki, closed their eyes, waiting for death. I didn't kill them. I simply picked up the large sword from the ground and slung it over my back, then left with Yoshida Masakazu. Guess what? While I was rampaging, an old man couldn't sit still in a cave. Uchiha Madara, that old actor, was plotting his Moon Eye plan. White Zetsu reported to him that I had arrived in the land of water and had taken down the 7 ninja swordsmen. Upon hearing this, Madara became even more wary of me, considering me a huge variable, and instructed White Zetsu to keep a close eye on me, hoping to find my weakness. He didn't know that when he acted for me that day, claiming his body was failing, it was actually true. If he continued to fight, he'd be defeated by me. Meanwhile, I continued towards the daimyo's mansion with Yoshida Masakazu. He asked me how I knew those people were assassins, and I said, the way they looked at you was the gaze of a hunter at its prey. The fat guy was in awe of me. I then asked him why the second Mizukage wanted to kill him, and he looked confused and said he didn't know. I further inquired how many trusted subordinates he had in the daimyo's mansion, and after counting on his fingers for a long time, he said there were only 3. I was speechless at that moment. Buddy, you might as well not be a daimyo. It's a pure hell start. I directly confronted him, saying, do you believe it or not, in your current state, you won't survive a month after becoming famous? He didn't believe it and said something like, it can't be that bad. I chuckled and asked, are you willing to bet on it? Originally, I wanted to leave a backup for him to protect himself, but seeing how fearless he was, I thought it was better to forget it. As soon as he heard this, he was almost scared out of his wits and immediately rushed over to hug my thigh, saying, don't, big brother, you have to leave a backup to protect me. I thought to myself, this is just right. I told him that my clone could exist for half a year if it didn't engage in any hard battles. During this half year, he would be absolutely safe, but he must work tirelessly to develop his own power. Of course, this is a win-win situation. With his prominent name, supporting us publicly, my heavenly official ink can naturally open throughout the entire water country. I said to him, it's not just trying your best, it's betting your life to do it. As I spoke, I suddenly created a shadow clone and casually changed his appearance. I cleared my throat and began to give orders. From today on, your name will be Wulong, and your task is to protect this big genius next to you. My shadow clone had a constipated expression. Hey, can we change my name? Sure, I said understandingly. You can be called Feng Chu. He flinched and immediately changed his mind. Let's stick with the name Wulong. Done. I patted Yoshida Masakazu's shoulder. From now on, he will be your bodyguard and strategist. Mr. Wulong, I'll take my leave first. You guys enjoy yourselves. After saying that, I used Flying Thunder God and disappeared. As soon as I moved, I immediately changed locations and appeared on the top of a mountain, turning my perception up to the maximum. Goodness, the entire area was scanned by me in an instant, like I had opened my heavenly eye. Soon, I locked onto a spot on the ground 100 meters away, where something was moving underground. Without saying a word, I used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash over, rubbing a huge raisin gun in my hands and slammed it down hard onto the ground. With a loud bang, I created a big pit in the ground, and a pale figure crawled and rolled to kneel in front of me. As soon as I saw him, I exclaimed, "Oh, an old acquaintance. Baiju, long time no see." I greeted him with a smile. This guy was so scared that he stuttered. "Lord Sun Yen. I was just passing by. I really wasn't spying on you." I thought to myself, this is just like the saying, there's no silver here. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I directly ordered, take me to see Uchiha Madara. He dared to stall, saying something about how Madara's mood hasn't been great these days. I was immediately enraged and flashed over to grab him by the neck. Lifting him up, "I'm commanding you. Not negotiating, got it?" He immediately caved in and nodded vigorously. I then threw him on the ground and scoffed. It could have been done like this from the start. You had to force me to take action. After that, White Zetsu obediently led the way. I have to say, Madara really knows how to find a place. He took me through a winding path to a broken cave on a desolate island. I sensed that familiar and ancient aura and instantly teleported to the cave entrance. Then strolled in as if I were wandering in my own backyard. Deep inside the cave, a figure old enough to fall apart was sitting there. I directly spoke up. "Hello, Madara, we meet again." When he opened his eyes and saw me, his eyes almost bulged out in shock as he exclaimed, "It's been a few days, and you've actually gotten stronger again." I showed off a bit. "Hi, just okay, ranked 3rd in the world. As for you, you become quite humble." He stubbornly said that I would eventually have my day. I laughed, thinking that this guy must be aiming for immortality. Once he heard that, his expression changed immediately. He probably guessed that I was also interested in the tailed beast. That old fox. He asked me in a deep voice what I was here for. I laid my cards on the table. I planned to invade the land of water. He was immediately displeased, saying that the Hidden Mist Village was an important part of his plan, and that what I was doing would disrupt his entire deployment. I smiled and waved my hand. "Don't get me wrong. You do your Hidden Mist Village, and I'll manage my land of water. We won't interfere with each other, and can enjoy our own games. How about that?" "Who is Obito?" I suddenly realized and coldly laughed, saying that I had a good plan, wanting to support a puppet lord and take control of the entire economy and politics of the land of water into his own hands. I burst out laughing. "Oh, it's truly an honor to receive your praise. Don't you also want to secretly manipulate the Hidden Mist Village from behind the scenes?" Let me tell you, the expression on Banye's face at that time was as if he had been constipated for a month, feeling like the tapeworm in his stomach was completely exposed to me. Family, who understands this feeling of firmly grasping the final boss? It's simply exhilarating. In the end, he made a harsh statement, saying that if there were any conflicts of interest, he wouldn't hold back. I replied, "I won't hold back either." After saying that, I simply used Flying Thunder God to leave. This is me being courteous before resorting to violence. I'm not here to negotiate. I'm here to inform you. On the other side, in the Mizuki's office of the Hidden Mist Village, Pipa, Shirzong, and Kirigakure's Manatsuki were kneeling in front of the 3rd Mizuki reporting their work, detailing how I had instantly defeated the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon and snatched the shark skin. As a result, the 3rd Mizuki, with a rather unique thought process, asked after hearing everything, "He killed the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. Why didn't he kill you?" Goodness, as soon as those words came out, Kirigakure's Manatsuki exploded on the spot, almost thinking he was going to be treated as an insider. Fortunately, Pipa Shirzong was quick-witted and quickly smoothed things over, saying that with my strength, I probably wouldn't bother to kill such small characters. The 3rd Mizuki took the hint and let them go to recover, arranging a funeral for the pufferfish demon. and this matter was temporarily suppressed. If the assassination of the future daimyo were to be exposed, the entire land of water would be in an uproar. And he didn't dare to gamble. But this grudge has been formed. I directly returned to the passenger ship. As soon as I got back, I saw Kushina and Mikoto, two little foodies with their mouths full of seafood, shouting about wanting to take some back to Konoha. All right. I sent a few shadow clones to the sea to catch some fresh seafood, sealed it with a scroll, and left a clone to keep them company while I used the Flying Thunder God technique to zip back to Konoha. When I arrived at the village entrance, I greeted the guard and casually asked when the Chunin exams would start. They said it would be in a few days. Good, as long as I didn't miss it. Then I took the 3 girls to the Hokage building to report back. Of course, I omitted some details, but I specifically brought up the matter of the Inn organization Shinju, telling the 3rd Hokage that we encountered a shadow-level powerhouse who could use would release. And he was incredibly strong enough that I wasn't confident I could defeat him. The 3rd Hokage was shocked on the spot. His expression serious, as he said he would keep an eye on it. After the important matters were discussed, the 3rd Hokage also told me some good news. Sunagakure proposed a ceasefire. Tomorrow, Tsunade and Senior SHM are bringing back a large force, and he wanted me to go with him to welcome them. Absolutely. The next morning, I took Kushina, Mikoto, and Hinata Reiko to the training ground, announcing that I would personally guide them in their training. I arranged the Rasengan for Kushina and Raikiri for Mikoto. As a result, Hinata Reiko wasn't happy and wanted to learn the Rasengan too. I explained to her that this technique is ill-level ninjutsu, and her chakra control is not good enough yet. Kushina was beside us, mocking her wildly. Be a Kugan freak. My talent is not something you can compare to. I quickly clarified that Kushina has a special physique, with chakra levels dozens of times greater than hers, and she also used the shadow clone technique to train, yet it still took her a month. To make her give up, I had Kushina and Mikoto demonstrate the most basic tree climbing technique. The two of them zipped up the tree as easily as walking on flat ground. When Hinata Linglong saw this, she thought, "Is that it?" and rushed up as well. As a result, she stepped on the trunk and made a big dent, falling down completely. Kushina reluctantly caught her. I assigned her today's task, to learn how to climb a tree. Then I created several shadow clones to supervise them, while I, slipped away to the tavern for a drink. As I was strolling out of the tavern, lo and behold, I ran into Watergate and Uzumaki Nanako, holding hands while shopping. I shouted loudly, startling Watergate so much that he let go of her hand, and Nanako's face turned as red as a monkey's but as she ran away. I went over and teased Watergate. This guy was so shy. However, just as the village was in a peaceful state, Orochimaru and Danzo, those two old schemers, were shaking hands in a secret base, preparing to research the first Hokage's cells together. When these two team up, it's bound to be trouble. The next day, the whole of Konoha was decorated as if it were New Year's. At 3 in the afternoon, Shikomo-senpai and Tsunade's large group finally returned. The villagers all rushed over. I didn't have the time to squeeze into the crowd, so I used Flying Thunder God and appeared behind Tsunade in an instant. Before she could react, I picked her up in a princess carry. Tsunade was completely stunned. Her face flushed as she asked me to put her down. I refused, whispering in her ear, "You used to say I was small, but now I've grown up and can handle things." She immediately grabbed my ear, causing me to yelp in pain. The people around thought we were flirting, and the cheers grew even louder. I found it too noisy, so I used the Flying Thunder God to take her to Hokage Rock. I asked her if she was going to leave again after coming back this time, and she tacitly agreed. I said, "All right, then come to my house tonight before you leave." She thought I had other intentions, and her face turned red with anger. I quickly explained that I meant to invite Mikoto and the others for dinner and drinks. Only then did she punch me, but of course, it wasn't with any real force. That evening, we watched the grand fireworks in the village from Hokage Rock. I joked about sleeping under the same blanket that night, and as a result, I was jointly punished by the 3 girls. After the feast, it was time for cake. The next morning, the conference room in the Hokage building was filled with high-ranking officials. The 3rd Hokage publicly announced the appointment of Kakashi Hitaki as the assistant Hokage and head of the ANBU, with a status equal to his own. Then it was my turn, deputy head of the ANBU and concurrently the head of the medical department. Wow, that caused quite a stir. Someone stood up to oppose, saying I was too young and that the medical department should go to Tsunade. The 3rd Hokage said Tsunade declined. Just when Mito Gate's old man was about to mess things up, surprisingly, Konohamaru stood up to support me. What play are these 2 old guys performing today? The 3rd Hokage took the opportunity, and just like that, it was settled. The worst off was the Uchiha, who put in a lot of effort but ended up with nothing. After the meeting, I walked out with Kakashi-senpai. He looked worried, concerned that the third Hokage's suppression of the Uchiha might lead to trouble, and said he wanted to talk to the third Hokage. My heart sank. This guy is too upright, which isn't a good thing in a place like Konoha. I could only remind him to be extra cautious. Back at home, Tsunade and the others were the training ground. I went over to Tsunade to complain about my new position as the head of the medical department, saying that I didn't know any medical ninjutsu, and it felt like pushing a duck onto a perch. Tsunade thought for a moment and said, "That's simple. Just before I leave, I'll teach you all my medical ninjutsu." She also mentioned that she heard I had mastered the perfect sage mode of the wet bone forest, which even her grandfather couldn't achieve. With that foundation, learning medical ninjutsu would be a piece of cake. Let me tell you about dimensionality reduction strikes. You're really underestimating me. Tsunade demonstrated it for me once, just once. I replicated it on the spot, and the results were even better than hers. This is just the beginning. For the next 3 days, I created a bunch of shadow clones and tackled those medical tomes thicker than bricks, while my main body conducted experiments on little white mice. Researching gene fusion. Just then, that system in my head, which hadn't made a sound for ages, suddenly popped up with green subtitles. Have you felt the changes in your body? Wow, this thing finally stopped playing mute. I cursed in my heart, and then the subtitles appeared again. You're cursing me in your mind. Oh, I forgot you could read minds. I quickly smiled and said, "Hey, Brother Toneling, don't be angry. Don't be angry. I just couldn't help it for a moment. Are you going to upgrade me again this time?" The response was, "It'll take another 2 years for an upgrade. I want to tell you about the light spot in your Dantian." I felt a stir in my heart. That's right, when I activate the immortal mode, a golden light point appears in my Dantian, wildly absorbing natural energy. What exactly is this thing? That is your divine root. The subtitles floated out leisurely. Divine root? What is that? It means that you're no longer immortal, but a supreme god. You will possess infinite lifespan. Who among my family understand this? I was dumbfounded at that moment. Infinite lifespan? Is it really within reach? Just as I was about to ask again, that broken system went silent, leaving only a phrase, "Your journey is the stars and the sea." Then there was no further response. I was still pondering about the stars and the sea when Tsunade casually walked in wearing casual clothes and asked me how my studies were going. I chuckled and said, "In terms of theoretical knowledge, I can easily crush you." After hearing that, she seemed relieved and said it was time for her to leave. Of course, I couldn't let her leave alone, so I casually handed her Kato's sister, Shizen, and told her to take them as her apprentices and take care of their daily lives. Just as Tsunade was about to leave, I called her back and asked if she was tight on money recently. I pulled out a shiny golden token and tossed it to her, which had a big flame character engraved on it. Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, and then burst into joy. I told her that it was from my flame organization. The hottest industry under it. The highest token for Tian Guan's cameo. Now she, the guaranteed loser in gambling, could eat, drink, and take money for free wherever she went. Tsunade went wild right then and there, laughing so hard she was shaking. Family, who understands? I felt like I had dug myself a pit. I pulled her close and whispered in her ear, "It's the real deal." The next second, a fist the size of a clay pot came flying towards my face. I quickly dodged and watched as she left Konoha without looking back, her presence fading into silence. Just as she left, the old man Danzo immediately received the news. He sneered ominously and sent someone to carry out an assassination, claiming that I was not a threat at all because my Achilles heel was Mikoto and Kushina. The scene shifted to the Uchiha clan. Goodness, the outrage was palpable. A group of elders was holding a meeting, banging on the table and cursing the third Hokage for being inhumane, saying that with the Senju clan gone, the Uchiha would be next. After a long tirade, the clan leader, UchihaFugaku, slammed the table and said, "Stop the noise. To break the deadlock, we need outside help. Who should we find?" Me. That afternoon, one of my shadow clones happily returned, saying that the Uchiha clan invited us for a feast and even gifted a large amount of gold, silver, and jewels. Just as I was about to say that I wouldn't accept rewards without merit, this dim-witted clone told me, "Body, I've already accepted the gift for you. I really... Thank you. There's no way around it. Since I accepted their gift, I have to attend this dinner." When Meichin heard we were going back to the family home, she felt a bit awkward and said she wouldn't go, so Kushina accompanied her and didn't go either. By evening, I had to attend the meeting alone. The Uchiha elders had a complete turnaround in attitude, so enthusiastic that I almost got goosebumps. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, I directly put down my chopsticks and said, "All right, clan leader Howdai, stop beating around the bush. Just tell me what you want me to do." He didn't hesitate and said that the Uchiha were being oppressed too harshly in the village and wanted me, as the deputy minister of the Umbu, to make it easier for them to join the Umbu. He was asking for a ridiculous number of 150 people. I directly shook my head. That's too many, at most 80, and I can arrange for the rest to go to the medical department. How'd I thought about it and agreed. So, this matter was settled. I just walked out of the Uchiha clan grounds when my Umbu subordinates appeared, saying they had caught someone tailing me, a member of Root. I didn't even raise an eyebrow. Kill him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for the Chunin exams to kick off. As the head of security, I sent Mikoto and the others to the exam venue and gave them a few reminders. Then I returned to my office, propped my legs up, and started slacking off. Before long, Yakura came in, feeding me grapes while reporting on work. She said Tsunade had been ambushed several times on the way by members of Root, but she had fought them off successfully each time. As soon as I heard this, my face immediately turned cold. Danzo, you old fool, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. I directly split a shadow clone and ordered it to go with Yakura to wipe out all the rats hiding in the fire country, one by one. By the way, I want that walking ATM machine, Kaku, captured alive too. I'm interested in his Earth Grudge fear secret technique. That little vixen Yakura even threw me a flirtatious glance before leaving and said, "Sister's leaving, don't miss me too much." Goodness, who can withstand that? After handling these matters, I finally went to check the exam monitoring. In the first written test, it was all about the thrill. A bunch of people got fooled and were directly eliminated. Of course, my 3 girls passed with flying colors. In the second round, the Death Forest, I felt a bit uneasy watching the 3 of them go in. Sure enough, not long after they entered, the emergency communication hawk from the Umbu was circling in the sky. Meanwhile, in the Death Forest, Mikoto and the others had already started. 3 unlucky grass village ninjas were taken down by them in no time, and they got the scroll right away. Kushina was so excited, yelling to go hunt, practically turning this exam into her hunting ground. On the other side, Minato was also doing well, getting ready to head towards the central tower. But the next second, a bunch of grass ninjas surrounded him like dumplings. I told you, the leading grass ninja directly called out Minato's name, and I felt something was wrong at that moment. His subordinates even asked if Minato was also a target and whether they should take him out as well. But the leader told them to get lost and said he would deal with the primary target himself, Minato. Minato is quick-witted. As soon as he heard that tone, plus the fact that these guys were definitely not at the level of grass ninjas, he immediately realized, "You're Danzo?" Once his identity was exposed, that old man couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and unleashed a series of wind release techniques, throwing vacuum balls at Minato like they were free. Minato quickly erected an earth wall, but it was as fragile as paper and was instantly turned into a sieve. Minato could only rely on the body flicker technique to desperately dodge. Danzo, that old guy, had truly vicious battle experience, launching one attack after another, not giving Minato a chance to breathe. With wind release, shurikens, and vacuum waves, he sealed off all of Minato's escape routes. Minato, being a genius, managed to counter this wave of attacks by infusing his shuriken with wind release chakra, clanging away at the assaults. The two exchanged blows, water release against wind release, ninjutsu clashing, and the whole forest felt like it had been hit by a typhoon. However, when it came to close combat, Minato's lack of experience became a disadvantage. In a moment of carelessness, Danzo seized a flaw and a wind release-infused shuriken sliced across Minato's neck. Just when Danzo thought he had succeeded, Minato suddenly turned into a puddle of water. Hey, a water clone! It turned out he had secretly formed the hand signs during the earlier ninjutsu clash when the water splashed everywhere. Minato hid behind a tree, feeling incredibly anxious. He definitely couldn't win in a direct fight, and the chances of a sneak attack were pitifully low. Most importantly, he realized that Danzo and his group were not just after him. Mikoto and Kushina were in danger too. Weighing his options, Minato decided to run. He had to get out of the forest of death immediately. Find me, and tell me about this. Meanwhile, I had just arrived at the Umbu gathering point and felt that the atmosphere was off, with a group of Umbu members running around like headless chickens. My heart sank, and I used the flying thunder god technique to return to the monitoring room. When the guys there saw me, it was like they had seen a savior. They said all the monitors for the Death Forest had gone black. My face immediately darkened, and I quickly sensed the flying thunder god technique I had left on Mikoto and Kushina, but I could only sense one. In the next moment, I disappeared from my spot. By the time I arrived, the scene had turned into ruins. Kushina was injured all over, desperately protecting herself with the adamantine chains, while there were 5 root ninjas in front of her. The 4 trusted subordinates I had sent to secretly protect them had already become 4 cold corpses. When Kushina saw me, the adamantine chains instinctively lashed out, but then they abruptly halted in midair. She could no longer hold on, collapsing into my arms, crying out, "Yin, quickly kill them. Mikoto and Linglong have been captured." I held her close, stabilizing her injuries with medical ninjutsu while softly comforting her. The few root members across from us still dared to talk tough, saying how it was no surprise that the blacklight was so quick to react. I laughed at that moment, and that smile was probably scarier than death itself. In the next second, I transformed into a flash of blacklight and rushed past. Those 5 people, poof, directly ascended on the spot, turning into a sky full of blood mist, leaving not a single complete piece behind. After settling Kushina, I immediately returned to the Death Forest. Danzo was there with 2 subordinates, carrying the unconscious Mikoto and Linglong, preparing to escape. I directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared in front of them, activating the perfect sage mode, with my white sage robe fluttering in the wind. The 3 of them saw me and stopped in their tracks as if they had seen a ghost. That old guy Danzo realized he couldn't escape, so he simply released his transformation technique and looked at me in shock. He even dared to threaten me, saying that Mikoto and the others had cursed seals on them, and with just a thought, the 2 girls would die. He demanded that I either serve him like a dog or commit suicide on the spot. I nearly burst out laughing when I said to him, "Old dang, are you not aware of the situation? Those 2 are your only chance of survival right now. If you lay a finger on them, I guarantee you will not only die, but I will also make you understand what it means to be unable to live or die." This old guy was shouting about wanting to destroy everything, but his grip on the seal was so tight that his cold sweat soaked his clothes. He was clearly terrified. We were in a stalemate for about half an hour when the 3rd Hokage, that old fox, couldn't sit still any longer and led a group of elite jonin and umbu towards the Forest of Death. But he didn't know that the entire Forest of Death had already been enveloped by my chakra, forming a massive barrier that no one could enter. During the standoff, I suddenly broke into a strange smile. The 2 ninjas behind Danzo, who were holding the girls, suddenly pulled out kunai without warning and stabbed each other in the heart, collapsing straight down. Danzo panicked completely and yelled at me, threatening to activate the curse seal if I pulled any more tricks. But as soon as he activated it, it was pointless. The figures of Mikoto and Linglong transformed into 2 butterflies and flew away. Only then did he realize he had already fallen into my illusion. When did that happen? He didn't even know. Immediately after, his world went dark, and his senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, were all stripped away by me. Like a devil, I commanded him in his heart, "Now, release the cursed seal." Watching Danzo obediently lift the cursed seal like a puppet, I sighed in relief and hurriedly brought the real Mikoto and Linglong over, using healing jutsu on them. When they woke up and learned that the umbu who had protected them had sacrificed themselves, Mikoto cried uncontrollably. I held her and vowed word for word, "Mikoto, I will never let their sacrifice be in vain. Danzo, the 3rd Hokage, and the entire Konoha will pay the price for this." I first sent them back to my secret base, leaving them in the care of Yakumo and Kushina. Then, I obtained from Yakumo the distribution map of all the root bases in the Land of Fire, directly splitting into dozens of shadow clones, ordering, "Leave none behind." After finishing all this, I returned to the Forest of Death. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage and his group were still anxiously pacing outside the barrier. I slowly and lifted the Genjutsu on Danzo. As soon as that old guy's senses recovered, before he could appreciate the beauty of the world, a blue Rasengan smashed into his face. His survival instinct kicked in, and he managed to dodge a fatal blow. But one of his arms was twisted into a spiral by the Rasengan. His scream probably scared all the birds in the Forest of Death away. Upon hearing this sound, the 3rd's face turned green, and he frantically urged his subordinates to find a way to get in. Danzo, holding his severed arm, still dared to shout, calling me a traitor of Konoha and claiming that I had the audacity to kill him. I coldly recounted all his misdeeds one by one, from sending people to assassinate me to the massacre of the Senju clan. Exposed by my words, this old fool became furious and summoned his spirit beast, the Dream Taper, hoping to use it to hold me back while he made his escape. I narrowed my eyes, activated the 5-pointed star blue light, and a ball of black flame directly turned that massive Dream Eater into ash. Then, with a Flying Thunder God, I blocked Danzo, who was desperately trying to escape. "You can't kill me. I promise I won't trouble you again." This old man completely cowered and began to plead for mercy. I looked into the distance, and could already see the 3 generations rushing over madly as the barrier dissipated due to my glaucoma. I smiled, wanting to show you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fate of the one you protected. It was too late. I gathered purple lightning in my hand, a Chidori blade, as fast as lightning, pierced right through his crotch. Who understands the family? I directly gave him a physical silence. That pig-like scream echoed again. Danzo completely went mad, wanted to use the reanimation, 4-symbol seal, to take me down with him. But just as his chakra began to gather, I was already in front of him, executing a set of 8 trigrams, 1,024 palms, sealing all his chakra points, and his chakra instantly went silent. I grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Just then, the 3rd Hokage and Shikaku appeared at the same time. "Sun Yen, stop!" the old man shouted, his face flushed with urgency. Immediately, a swarm of Jonin and Umbu surrounded us. I looked at the 3rd Hokage and sneered, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, your face is truly disgusting. No matter what happens, let go of Danzo first. The laws of Konoha will take care of him." The 3rd Hokage is still putting on an act. I directly exposed all his dirty deeds, like the 1,000 Hands exterminating clans, suppressing the Uchiha, and tacitly allowing Danzo to conduct human experiments, stripping away his hypocritical facade in front of everyone. The crowd instantly erupted. The 3rd Hokage saw that he couldn't control the situation and directly labeled me as mentally unstable, ordering everyone to take me down. And what happened? Kakashi stopped the Umbu, and most of the Jonin stood still. Come on. I still vividly remember the scene where I instantly killed a dozen root ninjas who would dare step up and become cannon fodder. 3rd Hokage, don't make it hard for them, I said calmly, holding the half-dead Danzo. Want to save him? Fine, beat me. The 3rd Hokage, pushed to the limit, got angry and threw off his Hokage cloak, revealing his battle armor underneath. Ninjutsu, shadow, shuriken technique. Countless shurikens flew toward me like a torrential downpour. I truly used a reverse technique to easily block it. The 3rd Hokage tried to drag me into the swamp with earth release, but only a shadow clone fell in. My real body appeared on the other side, and I immediately unleashed a fire release, great fire destruction. That sea of flames, like a tsunami, left the 3rd Hokage and nearly 100 elite Nin dumbfounded. They barely managed to block it with a combined water release, and the entire forest was instantly shrouded in steam. I smiled, unsealed the bindings on my wrist, and countless kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique shot towards the 3rd Hokage, shrouded in mist. The 3rd Hokage summoned his summoning beast, the Monkey King, which transformed into the adamantine staff, clanging and deflecting all my kunai away. Immediately afterward, the staff suddenly elongated and thrust straight towards me. I dodged to the side and appeared next to another kunai, swinging my Chidori blade towards the 3rd Hokage. The adamantine staff instantly retracted to block, and the clash of lightning and metal produced a piercing sound. Even the Monkey King was astonished, saying that this lightning release was incredibly strong. I didn't confront him head-on at all. Instead, 2 shurikens were thrown in different directions, and my figure vanished again. The 3rd Hokage was completely caught off guard, focusing all his attention on those 2 shurikens, guarding against me coming out from the left or the right. As a result, there was no movement on either side. Only then did he realize that I had tricked him. The old man turned pale, knowing he had been made a fool of by me. Let me tell you, the scene was about to spiral out of control in the next second. Without saying a word, I quickly performed a plus version of a spiral shuriken. The thing was bigger than a basketball court and buzzing loudly. The 3rd Hokage's face turned pale. Senior Kakashi was stunned, calling my name and asking what was going on and if there was still a chance to talk. Talk. Today. I'm going to take down that old dog Danzo in front of the whole village. Anyone who tries to stop me will go down with him. The old man didn't back down either. Realizing that words wouldn't work, he directly unleashed a powerful jutsu, sending a combination of earth, wind, fire, water, and metal my way, creating a display that looked like the opening ceremony of the Olympics, all colorful and vibrant. Goodness, the 2 powerful attacks collided in midair, and the entire Hidden Leaf thought the New Year celebrations had come early with the loud explosions ringing in their ears. And what happened? As the smoke cleared, a faint green glow enveloped me, like I had activated a VIP skin, and I was completely unscathed. The 3rd Hokage, on the other hand, had a rough time. He had to use Earth Style to cover himself in several layers of protective shells just to barely survive the blast. When he saw that I was unharmed, his expression changed, realizing that I was serious now. I didn't waste any time talking to him and directly unleashed the green silk robe. The first door of the 8 gates of Duinjia. Open door, open. Let me tell you, in that instant, I felt as fast as lightning, with purple electric sparks crackling all over my body. With one slash, I sent that old man along with his staff flying, and then I kicked him right in the face. With a loud bang, the third Hokage fell to the ground head first, half of his face swollen like a pig's head. His Rui Jingu Bang, which could transform into a monkey, remained loyal, turning back into monkey form and blocking in front of me to buy some time. The third Hokage knew he couldn't take me on in a one-on-one fight, so he started calling for help, shouting to his predecessor, Shikamaru. Shikamaru, quickly. Let's team up to take him down. At that moment, the village's elders and advisors arrived with a bunch of jonin, forming a large crowd to surround me. Seeing so many people, the third Hokage gained confidence and started playing the emotional card, saying things like, Sun Yin, just back off. If you accept the investigation, I can let the past go. Danzo, that old dog, was lying on the ground like a rag doll, half dead from the shockwave of the explosion. But upon hearing this, his eyes lit up. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. All right, I nodded, pretending to be innocent and naive. The third Hokage still thought I really believed him, with a relieved expression on his face. Then, I walked step by step in front of Danzo and lifted him off the ground. That old dog still thought I was there to save him, urging me to release his chakra points. I leaned close to his ear and said with a smile, "Did you really think the game was over?" In the next moment, my hand surged with purple lightning, and with a swift strike, I directly opened a hole in his heart in front of everyone. You think that's the end? Let me tell you, even more explosive moments are still to come. I watched as that old man Danzo's soul floated out, trying to escape. I quickly countered with a god-s light technique, and a ball of black flames instantly stuck to him, burning him to nothing. Does anyone understand? Physical exorcism isn't enough. We need a soul ash package. At this point, the entire place fell silent. The third Hokage immediately broke down, crying out in disappointment towards me and ordered everyone to capture me alive. As a result, these fools came at me with hundreds of ninjutsu attacks. I used Flying Thunder God to redirect the lightning and opened a hole for them, causing all the ninjutsu to fall from the sky, killing and injuring a large number of them on the spot. Senior Shikaku rushed forward to try and stop me. I pushed him back with a single strike and took the opportunity to tell him about how the third Hokage and Danzo had teamed up against my woman. He was stunned and realized there was no way to settle this peacefully. At this moment, that old man Mito gate and was still fanning the flames, urging everyone to attack together. In response, Senior Shikaku stepped forward and ordered all Umbun not to move, even if the Hokage commanded it. This directly sidelined the third Hokage. Furious, the third's face turned purple, and he could only command the remaining non-Umbun ninjas to charge forward. I shook my head as I watched the hundreds of people rushing over. At that moment, I thought I should give them something hardcore. I raised my hands and pointed to the sky. Purple lightning, great might of the heavenly dragon. Let me tell you, the scene was extraordinary. A purple lightning dragon, bigger than a mountain, burst out from the dark clouds, and its roar was like the howl of hell. The group of ninjas below were so scared that they wet themselves, crying and shouting for help. But it was too late. The lightning dragon dove into the crowd, and with one strike, everything within 100 meters was turned to ash. What elite ninjas, what upper ninjas, they simply vanished into thin air. When the lightning faded, there lay an old man, nearly dead, in the middle of a deep pit, the third Hokage. His monkey-summoning beast had already died trying to save him. I was ready to finish him off with a knife, but Senior Shuan Mao and the remaining people stopped me, saying that I couldn't kill the Hokage no matter what, and that Konoha must not be thrown into chaos. I looked at him, then glanced at the familiar faces behind him, and sighed. Fine, we have different paths, so we can't work together. In front of everyone, I crushed my forehead protector into bits. From today on, I sever ties with Konoha. After saying that, I used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. As I left, I seemed to catch a glimpse of Minato. That kid was hiding behind a tree, crying his eyes out. Back in my old lair, my precious Yetzong was already waiting for me. We were having a cozy time when my shadow clones came back with a bang, bringing back so much loot that it nearly flooded the base. Gold bars, cash, various S-rank ninjutsu. That old man Danzo really is rolling in wealth. The best part is, they even managed to get the solution for the cage bird from the Hyuga clan. This time, I'm making a killing with tears and blood. On the other side, Konoha Hospital was in chaos. The third Hokage was lying there like a vegetable, while Senior Shikumo, acting as Hokage, was arguing with those old fossils every day. I also left a letter for the Watergate, stuffing the secret of the Flying Thunder God technique inside. This kid is destined to become a golden flash in the future. So as his older brother, I have to give him a hand. 6 days later, that old man, the third Hokage, surprisingly woke up. The first thing he did upon waking was to label me as an SSS-class rogue ninja, and then he wanted to hold a memorial service for that old schemer Danzo, portraying him as a hero who protected Konoha. I was really flabbergasted. Senior Shikaku saw this situation and felt disheartened. Without saying a word, he resigned and went home to be with his wife. The funniest part was Orochimaru. The guy secretly dug up Danzo's corpse, wanting to use the impure world reincarnation. It's hilarious. I even scattered his soul. So what's the point of him being reincarnated? When this news reached Jiraiya, I heard he was teaching Yahiko and the others in the Land of Rain at the time, and upon hearing this, he became completely emo. I tell you, he may be emo, but he still has to get things done. Before leaving, he specifically instructed the 3 kids in Yuin village, especially the one named Xiangwan, saying, "You mustn't provoke that guy Sun Yen. He's a pure, ruthless person." Goodness, as soon as that kid heard Sun Yan's name, his eyes lit up with flames, as if he had activated his Sharingan. The hatred was impossible to hide. Jiraiya saw this and felt a jolt in his heart, but he didn't ask further. After giving his instructions, he hurried back to Konoha. On the other side, in the northern part of Konoha, in Tiandu town, it was a place filled with debauchery. Tsunade, our Tsunade, was at a place called the Haoshin Casino, drinking heavily and throwing money around like crazy. Next to her, Shizen was almost in tears, holding a suitcase as if protecting her own child, saying, "Tsunade-sama, stop gambling. We've already lost 10 million Ryo. We're really going to eat dirt this month." Tsunade's eyes were red as she slammed the table. "Shut up. Just one more round, just one last round. I will turn the tables." Next to her was a greasy man who looked like no good, already eyeing Tsunade with a gaze that seemed to want to weld onto her. Seeing Tsunade and Shizen dawdling, he impatiently urged, "Are you betting or not? If not, get lost. Stop hogging the toilet without doing your business." The greasy man was calculating in his mind, thinking that once this big-chested girl lost everything, he would feign pity and lend her money. And when she couldn't pay it back, he would make her pay with her body. Just thinking about it made him chuckle like a pig. As expected, Tsunade lost again. The greasy man was delighted. "Big-chested girl, out of money, huh? Then get lost." Who was Tsunade? She couldn't take this kind of humiliation. She tossed her head back and said, "Do you dare lend me some money? I'll pay you back when I win." Shizen was covering her face beside her, thinking, family members, who understands? This familiar plot is starting again. The greasy man was overjoyed. He had been waiting for this line. The outcome was predictable. Tsunade lost again, leaving her in debt of 1 million Ryo. The man saw the opportunity and began to smirk as he gathered a group of bodyguards to surround Tsunade. "Want to leave?" "Sure, pay me back first." Tsunade was still a bit drunk. "I don't have any money right now. How about I write you an IOU? IOU? I don't want that." The greasy man grinned lewdly. "No money is fine. You and that little girl behind you can come to the hotel with me for a night of fun, and this debt will be wiped clean." Goodness, as soon as those words left his mouth, the air turned cold. Tsunade's fingers twitched, ready to smash this guy's skull into pieces. But Shizen quickly stepped in and said, "Tsunade-sama, don't make a move. Dealing with scum like him will only dirty your hands." Tsunade nodded, understanding, and turned to walk out. Just as she stepped outside, a series of ghostly wails and howls erupted from inside, comparable to a horror movie scene of the year. In no time, Shizen emerged carrying a suitcase full of money, her face as calm as can be, smiling. "Tsunade-sama, it's taken care of." Tsunade laughed. "Well done. To deal with such dark forces, we must use magic to defeat magic." The two of them then swaggered towards the next casino. However, they hadn't gone far when Tsunade suddenly stopped in a thicket. "Shizen, something's not right. A rat has been following us." As soon as she finished speaking, a kunai whizzed and flew into the nearby woods. "Still not coming out?" Tsunade sneered, stomping her foot hard, releasing her chakra, and using her heavenly guard technique. She leaped into the air and stomped down hard onto the ground. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the ground was smashed into a big pit. In the grass, 2 figures dressed in white flame robes and wearing masks, one tall and one short, scrambled out in a panic. The tall one complained, "It's all your fault, Xiaonan. You exposed us." The shorter one had a voice like a yellow oriole, crisp and bright. "How is it my fault? If you have the ability, go tell Brother Sun Yin yourself. You just like to bully me. How could I dare? You're Sun Yan's precious little darling." The tall one mocked while pulling off his mask. "But let me tell you, you're at most a little one. This big-chested sister in front of us is the real deal." Tsunade and Shizen were stunned. When they recognized the face, Tsunade froze, and tears streamed down her face. Shizen was confused. Tsunade-sama, do you know them? The tall figure was none other than Tsunade's younger brother, Shungtai, whom she had thought was long dead. He grinned. Sister, long time no see. You little brat. Tsunade pulled him over and gave him a good whack on the head, crying and laughing at the same time. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. At the base of the Yen organization, Yen was facing 3 opponents. Who were they? Kushina Mikoto and Hinata Linglong. These 3 girls were no longer the inexperienced ones they used to be. Each had grown incredibly strong. Kushina, the little firecracker with her red hair flying, launched a massive wind release. Super large Rasengan right his face. Mikoto, with her 3-tomo Sharingan locking onto Sun Yin, was charging up her lightning release, purple lightning cutter, which could be thrown for long-range attacks. Hinata Linglong was even fiercer, directly activating her ultimate technique, Gentle Fist secret technique, multiple 8 trigrams mountain palm. 3 attacks sealed off all of Sun Yin's escape routes. What happened next? Sun Yin seemed to have activated invincibility. As soon as his azure 5-pointed star eyes opened, a layer of blue energy armor enveloped him, clanging as all the attacks were deflected. Kushina stomped her foot in frustration. Damn it. Yin, that move is too cheating. Mikoto, however, was quite understanding. Brother Yin has already gone easy on us. He didn't even use Flying Thunder God. After the sparring, Sun Yin looked at the 3 of them, deliberately putting on a stern face and saying nothing. The 3 girls' hearts were in their throats, fearing they wouldn't perform well. The next second, Sun Yin couldn't hold back his laughter. Just kidding. You all did great. I'm very satisfied. Over the past 3 years, aside from teaching them, Sun Yin hadn't been idle himself. That thing called the divine root within him had grown to the size of a human eye, functioning like a perpetual motion machine, automatically absorbing blue energy every day and converting it into an even more powerful energy, constantly reinforcing his body and soul. It sounded great, but the problem was he still couldn't control it himself and could only use it passively when his eyes were open. That night, Sun Yin stood outside the base, preparing to leave. At 16, he was 185 meters tall, looking incredibly handsome, like a celestial being straight out of manga. Next to him, Yetsong was gazing at him, her eyes almost sparkling. What are you looking at? You see me every day and still haven't had enough? Sun Yin said helplessly. Yetsong flirted back, of course. I haven't had enough of my sister. Your gaze is too aggressive. I feel like a little white rabbit without clothes. Upon hearing this, Yetsong silently cracked her knuckles. Sun Yin immediately shut up. Over the past 3 years, Yetsong had been supporting the organization inside and out. She was now 26 and nearing 30. Although everyone understood their relationship, there had been no substantial progress, and resentment was building. Just walking away after coming out of seclusion? You don't care about the organization at all? Yetsong complained. This time, my eyes are about to break through. Sun Yin sighed. It's a bit special this time. I need to comprehend some stellar power. Breaking through anywhere is still breaking through, right? Hee, little Yetsong, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Who asked your little Yetsong? I'm almost old Yetsong. Yetsong was genuinely a bit anxious. You have resentment, but why do I have resentment? Don't you understand? Sun Yin quickly surrendered. All right, wait for me to come back. I'll definitely compensate you, okay? You said it, no backing out. As soon as Yetsong heard this, he immediately changed his expression, his eyes gleaming with triumph, and swayed his waist as he left, making Sun Yin furious. As Sun Yin walked, he complained to the system Qing, say, Chuan Shua in his mind. I mean, Brother Tongling, why is leveling up so troublesome? Do I really have to comprehend some star power? Qing Sei Chuan Shua directly mocked him. You idiot. That's the power of the 7 ancient stars in the universe. Time, space, power, devouring, destruction, light, and life. Those are the powers of rules. And you aren't worthy to know that yet. Sun Yin was speechless. Great. He was being looked down upon by this broken system again. Meanwhile, he had no idea that deep in the universe, a group of pale-skinned atSix were holding a board meeting. They sensed Sun Yin's existence through some means and thought he was the last survivor of a rival race, which made them anxious. They had to eliminate him before he grew stronger. So they decided to send someone to destroy the entire planet he was on. After much discussion, they finally decided to send the 7 most outstanding young members of their clan, including Bing Shi, Lin Shi, Do Shi, and one called Air Shi, to Earth to farm bosses. Completely unaware of this, Sun Yin was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, entering a meditative state. 7 beams of starlight from the depths of the universe crossed space and time, and landed on him. He strained with all his might and finally comprehended a little bit of the laws of life and destruction. Qing Chuan Shua, it's time to level up. Sun Yan shouted impatiently. Qing Chuan Shua started mocking him again. With your talent, you only comprehended two? So pathetic. By the way, before leveling up, give this divine eye a powerful name. I can't keep calling it by color, right? Sun Yan thought for a moment. Since it keeps changing colors, let us call it Thousand Light Divine Eye. How about that? The system responded, hey, that sounds useful. Approved. In the next moment, a red and green beam of light shot up into the sky with a bang, likely visible throughout the entire ninja world. As the light dissipated, Sun Yan's eyes transformed completely. His pupils turned dark red while the whites remained cyan, making him look both enchanting and sinister. What thrilled him the most was that this evolution directly awakened two new eye techniques, space eye technique and time eye technique. He casually took a shuriken and stabbed it into his chest. And guess what? With a crunch, the shuriken broke. His body didn't even have a white mark. Then he activated the plus version of Susanoo, now called Holy Light Heavenly God, which shot up to 200 meters tall and crushed the mountaintop with one step. Next, Sun Yan activated the new space eye technique, Divine Realm. His body transformed into a vortex and instantly appeared in his eye technique space. This space was different from Obito's underworld. It had mountains, seas, sunlight, and even life. It was practically a miniature world. With a thought, Sun Yan reappeared back on the rooftop of the Flame Organization. Yitsong was patrolling when a space vortex suddenly appeared beside her, scaring her to the point of summoning 6 blazing fireballs. Just as Sun Yan emerged from the vortex, the 6 fireballs hit him in the face. However, he just smiled, and a smaller vortex appeared in front of him, directly swallowing all the fireballs. Your welcome method is a bit special. Your eyes evolved again? Yitsong exclaimed in surprise and joy. Of course, Sun Yan said as he pulled her into his arms with a charming smile. You've worked hard. Tell me, what reward do you want? Yitsong could no longer hold back and kissed him fiercely. Sun Yan instantly turned the tables, and the two began to entwine on the rooftop. Yan, let us go inside, someone might come, Yitsong said breathlessly. Sun Yan smirked. Divine Realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the two disappeared from their spot and appeared in that fragrant and beautiful eye technique space. What followed was a series of wonderful melodies, if you know what I mean. The next morning, feeling refreshed, Sun Yan was in the kitchen making porridge for Yitsong. After all, last night's battle was too intense, and Yitsong was too exhausted to get out of bed. At that moment, Makoto walked in and sweetly asked, Brother Yan, who are you making porridge for? Sun Yan's face turned red, scratching his head. Well, your sister Yitsong is sick, so I'm making her some porridge. Sister Yitsong is sick? Then I'll go see her with you. I can take care of her too, Makoto said innocently. Sun Yan's heart raced, but he couldn't refuse. The two brought the porridge to Yitsong's room, where she had just woken up and was still a bit dazed. Sun Yan was about to remind her that Makoto was also there, but Yitsong didn't see Makoto at the door at all and pouted. I sent it because of you, you dead ghost, that you were so forceful last night. I told you, at that time the air was so quiet that you could hear the heartbeat. I tell you at that moment, the air was so quiet that you could hear the heartbeat. In the next second, Yitsong's face turned bright red all at once, like a cooked shrimp, probably cursing me inside for not finishing my sentence. As for Mei-Chin next to her, she wasn't much better off. Her little face was flushed, and her expression was quite complicated. Who understands family? Her expression could be translated as, oh, no wonder Sister Yitsong suddenly fell ill. It turns out it's your fault. In her gaze, there was 3 parts shyness and 7 parts jealousy, and the way she looked at Yitsong was off. It was as if she was about to directly accuse me of stealing her man. As soon as I saw the situation, I thought, wow, this is a battlefield. My survival instinct kicked in instantly. I put down my bowl of porridge, laughed awkwardly, and said, oh, I just remembered I've been the hands-off manager for too long. I need to get familiar with the matters in the organization. You guys carry on, carry on. Before I finished speaking, I used the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished in an instant, running faster than a rabbit. I left 2 girls in the room staring at each other, and I don't know what they talked about. Anyway, I had already appeared in the meeting room. I tell you, that scene was packed with people, flags fluttering. Cough, cough, got off track. Anyway, it was completely full, and when I walked in, everyone stood up at once. The momentum was impressive, tsk. I glanced around and saw some familiar faces, as well as quite a few newcomers. There was a naive newcomer who whispered, is this the respected one? He looks too young, right? Immediately, an experienced veteran elbowed him and said, shut up. Do you think a rookie like you can comment on a respected one's matters? The newcomer probably recalled some terrifying legends. His face turned pale, and he instantly fell silent. I walked to the main seat, waved my hand, and said in a particularly cool manner, "We're all brothers here. Take a seat." Then I cleared my throat, ready to give a self-introduction and make my presence felt. However, the new secretary next to me, Sakura Miyazuki, leaned over and delivered a backhanded compliment. "Your Excellency, no need for that. These newcomers are all top performers selected from the batch of orphans we raised. They all know you." I was petrified at that moment. Goodness. All the emotions I had been brewing were instantly silenced. This secretary really needs to improve her professional skills. But what could I do? I could only awkwardly finish my self-introduction with a forced smile. Next came the departmental reports, which felt like listening to a foreign language. The first to stand up was the guy, codenamed Duro, the leader of the Undead Legion. Let me tell you, this legion is basically our local cyborg warriors. They are just ordinary people without any ninja talent and who don't like studying, but they don't want to give up. I gave them a choice: trade freedom for power, get a curse seal on their forehead for absolute loyalty, and then implant the secret technique of the Earth's resentment, turning them into cockroaches that can't be killed. No one is forcing you. It's a fair trade. 3 years ago, there were only 10 people, and now, goodness, there are nearly 100. The scale of it shocked me. Then came the Life Sciences Department, which is even more impressive as I directly oversee it. They specialize in studying interstitial cells, human genes, organ regeneration, and other cutting-edge technology. They already developed the first-generation chakra enhancement potion, and the second-generation chakra battle armor is on the way, which can serve as a power bank and is both durable and combat-ready. After hearing all this, I nodded in satisfaction, feeling that my 3 years of seclusion were not in vain. The Intelligence Department and the Ninja Department also finished their reports. And then I started my lecture. I talked to them passionately about how science and technology are the primary productive forces, and I painted a grand vision, saying that we would work on mobile phones and planned economy in the future. The people below looked stunned, probably thinking that this esteemed leader had come up with new ideas after his retreat, but the applause was quite enthusiastic. After the meeting, my throat was nearly on fire. Back in the office, looking at the mountain of documents, I instantly understood Yi-Sang's grievances. At that moment, Sakura Miyuki came in with a huge stack of documents. "Esteemed one, here are the plans for the first half of the year for your review." I was feeling overwhelmed and smiled as I asked her, "Gongyue, do you know what a secretary does?" She answered quite seriously, "Taking care of your life and helping you convey orders." I shook my head, wrong, completely wrong. This girl is still too young and doesn't understand the essence of alleviating the boss's worries. I thought to myself that the secretary should be Yi-Sang, so I told her I would transfer her to the ninja department as the deputy minister, which would be better for her development. The little girl immediately became happy again when she heard she wasn't being dismissed and was even getting a promotion. Once she left, I instantly used a shadow clone technique and pointed at the pile of documents, saying to my clone, "Good job, worker." My clone immediately replied with colorful language, "You're such a dog." Goodness, I would call this the ultimate form of self-exploitation, not even sparing my own clone. The vibe was too intense. After shaking off work, I quickly slipped into Yi-Sang's room. She had almost recovered and joked with me, saying that the evidence I left on her body couldn't be healed with medical ninjutsu. I told her I'd transferred Gongyue away, and she teased me, "Oh, heartthrob, are you settling down?" I teasingly lifted her chin and said with a smile, "I can't see through your little thoughts. Sending your favorite disciple to be my spy." She still wouldn't admit it, stubbornly saying it wasn't her doing. I pointed out directly, "Silly girl, it's just that you want to find a companion for yourself, afraid of being wronged in the future." Then I seriously told her, "Don't do this in the future. Each of you is my treasure. I've settled down. With you, Tsunade, Makoto, Kushina, and Conan, that's enough." On the other side, on the rooftop, Kushina was questioning Makoto, who was sighing. After a lot of hesitance, Makoto finally admitted it was because I was with Yi-Sang first, and she felt unhappy. Upon hearing this, Kushina burst out laughing. So you're jealous?" She added, "No, you're just mad that you didn't get to be the first." Makoto was embarrassed when her true feelings were revealed, her face turning bright red, and she chased after Kushina to hit her. After laughing, Kushina got serious and said that this kind of thing would happen sooner or later and that being angry was useless. Then she turned her eyes and provocatively said to Makoto, "Makoto, it's been a while since we VE competed, right? Since we can't determine who is stronger, how about we see who can win him over first?" Upon hearing this, Makoto's fighting spirit ignited instantly, and she clenched her fists, declaring, This time, I absolutely have to win. Goodness, these two girls have directly entered palace intrigue mode. At night, Yeet Song and I were discussing serious matters. She asked what my plans were next. I told her that the Yin organization should step into the limelight. I wanted to establish our own ninja village, a super ninja village that could crush the 5 great nations and conquer the entire ninja world. But the timing wasn't right. We had to wait for the Third Ninja World War to break out in 5 years when chaos reigned, which would be the best opportunity for us to make our appearance. So what are we doing now? Yeet Song asked. I smiled and said, well, for now, let us go catch a few mountain guardian beasts to play with. Guardian beasts? Tailed beasts. As soon as I finished speaking, I transformed into a spatial vortex and disappeared. The next second, I appeared in the land of iron and pulled the task executing Sheng Tong into my divine space. This kid fell from midair, completely dazed, staring at the boundless space in shock. When I revealed myself, he thought I had come to save him and excitedly tried to hug me, only to be kicked away by me. I had a bit of a quarrel with him, telling him that this is my world and I'm the god here. Then I directly removed him from the space and airdropped him to the organization's base. After that, I made another space transfer and arrived in the southern part of the Fire Nation. Xiao Nan was carrying out a mission here, dressed in a white robe and wearing a flame mask. Her moves were clean and swift, with paper flying everywhere like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. But each piece of paper could take a life. After 2 years, she had already become a top boss in the bounty circle. I intentionally wore a mask, changed my voice, and walked out of space, wanting to tease her. Xiaonan didn't say a word and immediately threw a flurry of paper shurikens. I easily blocked them, but then those things exploded into explosive tags. Goodness, I almost got blown to bits. I directly activated my intangibility, allowing her attacks to pass right through me. Xiaonan was shocked, thinking she had seen a ghost. Taking advantage of her daze, I instantly flashed behind her and pulled off her mask. As her stunning face was revealed, I returned to my normal voice. Hey, Xiaonan, I'm not teasing you anymore. She froze for a moment, then her eyes turned red as she dispelled the jutsu and jumped into my arms. Yingo, I stroked her hair and smiled, saying, you made quite a bit of progress. Then, using a space-time technique, I brought her back to the base. 3 years had passed in the land of fire as well. Jiraiya returned to the village and took Minato as his disciple. Interestingly, this old pervert started pestering Minato to teach him the Rasengan. Minato was there forming the jutsu, while Jiraiya acted like a little student learning beside him. That scene was so absurd, it was hard to tell who was the teacher and who was the student. On my side, the core members of the Flame organization finally gathered together. Shengshu, code name Divine Tree. Xiaonan, code name Divine Paper. Makoto gave herself the code name Divine Fire. As for Kushina, she thought my code name for her, Divine Sun, was too cheesy and insisted on calling herself Sun God. Upon hearing this, Shengshu wanted to change his name too, but was simultaneously denied by both me and Yekon. His defeated expression made me laugh. With everyone gathered, I officially announced, brothers, it's time for the entire ninja world to hear the name of our Flame organization. Our goal is all the secret techniques of the 5 great nations. Our first stop will be the Land of Lightning, known for its military strength. Everyone got excited upon hearing this. Only I had a bit of worry in my heart, as Mikoto and Kushina had never experienced real bloody battles, fearing they might soften up when the time came. But Yekon was right. Only through the trials of blood could one become a true warrior. Just as we were gearing up, over in Konoha, the 3rd Hokage received intelligence about our Flame organization and immediately assigned Jiraiya a mission to investigate us. Upon hearing the name Flame Organization, Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat, likely already guessing it had to do with me. The next day, in the Land of Lightning, at the Hidden Cloud Village, the 3rd Raikage was in his office handling paperwork when he suddenly felt a sense of unease. His son, the future 4th Raikage A, walked in to report on Killer BS training. While the father and son were talking, suddenly, there was a huge explosion. A beam of white light shot up from the center of the village, shaking the entire village. The 3rd Raikage's expression changed drastically as he instantly activated his lightning release chakra mode, transforming into a blue lightning bolt and rushing out. At that moment, above the Hidden Cloud Village, 6 figures were quietly hovering, dressed in identical white flame cloaks, wearing different masks. Their cold gazes looked down at the chaotic village below. Let me tell you, among these 6 people, there's a sister with purple hair and paper wings. She's simply stunning, but also deadly. She just floats in the sky, and suddenly, her body turns into countless pieces of paper. I'm telling you, that scene looked like it was snowing, yet it felt like knives were falling. All the paper pieces turned into shurikens, raining down on those unfortunate souls below in a merciless barrage, collecting heads like mowing grass. Bastard, looking for death. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and a blue lightning bolt shot over. The third Raikage, that old man with a bad temper, charged up directly, launching a punch wrapped in lightning towards that purple-haired sister. But this old man was fast. Someone was even faster. Another person in a white robe from our side, with a whoosh, appeared right in front of the third Raikage as if teleporting, and also threw a punch, colliding head-on. Boom! Oh my! That sound was so loud that my ears are buzzing. In the next moment, the third Raikage, the man known as the strongest shield, was sent flying by a single punch. And our guy here, he stood still, not moving an inch. Who is this person? Who else could it be but my boss? Sun Yen. The rest of us are the entire Yen organization. The third Raikage managed to stabilize himself in midair with great difficulty, looking completely dumbfounded. His eyes filled with shock. I bet he's thinking, where did this monster come from? He sent me flying with one punch and is still on top. What could they possibly want by attacking our village? He calmly asked, who are you really? Why did you attack our hidden cloud village? My boss strolled out slowly, a smug grin on his face, saying, we are the Flame Organization. As for our purpose, you aren't qualified to know. Of course. You could also interpret it as us being bored and just having some fun by killing a few of you. Bastard. The third generation Raikage was so furious that his hair was almost standing on end. What do you take this place for? No matter what organization you are, if you dare to come to our hidden cloud village, be prepared to die. With that, he was about to take action. Lightning release armor. The old man shouted in anger, unleashing all his lightning chakra to the maximum. The blue electric light almost turned into a tangible armor, his hair standing on end. And the imposing aura was indeed something to behold. My boss couldn't help but praise, saying, no wonder it's the strongest shield. Then he turned to us and said, this old man is quite fierce. I'm going to fight him, so don't interfere or you'll get taken out in an instant. Understood. Sister Yetzong was the most straightforward. After saying that, she used a body flicker technique with Kushina and went straight to find the two tails. Over there, two more came, looking quite powerful. Leave them to us. Brother Yen. After Makoto said that, she grabbed Conan and rushed towards AI and Killer Bee, who were coming to support from a distance. Hey, these two girls really know how to pick their opponents. One a future fourth Raikage, and the other the eight tails Jinchuriki. As soon as my boss looked over, he immediately told S.H. Ju, who was standing next to him with the shark skin greatsword and always cool and silent, go help those two. Those two kids are unfathomably strong. Makoto and the others will be at a disadvantage. S.H. Ju grinned and said, got it. Should I also catch the eight tails to play with? My boss waved his hand. Forget it. The eight tails is too ugly, not suitable as our organization's mascot. Who understands? My boss's taste is all about being real. While they were talking, the third Raikage moved again. A bolt of blue lightning streaked across, and a heavy punch slammed down where my boss had just been standing. Boom! The ground was directly smashed into a huge pit. Damn, he's so fast. The third Raikage was shocked, but when he looked again, my boss had long since vanished. When he appeared again, he had changed from a white flaming robe to a pure white sage outfit. Perfect sage mode activated. In the next second, both of them disappeared simultaneously. A white afterimage and a blue electric light wildly collided in the village. Let me tell you, when my boss activated sage mode, his perception was simply unbelievable. The third Raikage's attacks were like a torrential storm, but my boss? He was like a leaf in the wind, repeatedly dodging and swaying. Just couldn't TB hit. Damn, why can't I land a hit? The Raikage was almost going crazy. At that moment, my boss got bored and stopped dodging. His figure flashed and directly appeared in front of the Raikage's chest, executing a strength technique at any time, smashing right into his chest. Boom! The figure emitting blue lightning was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through more than 10 buildings before stopping. The surrounding cloud ninjas were stunned. The third Raikage actually got punched away by someone. Kill him. Avenge Lord Raikage. A group of fearless guys rushed toward my boss. My boss shook his head. His expression seemed to say, isn't it good to be alive? He clasped his hands together. In a nearly 10-meter diameter sage technique, super large wind release shuriken formed in his hands, which he threw at the group. Nanny, this level of ninjutsu, we're going to die. A ninja shouted in despair, and everyone instantly fell apart. Just as the gigantic shuriken was about to sweep them all away, suddenly, a blue lightning bolt appeared again, charging straight at the shuriken. Hell Spike, one book, one hand. It was the third Raikage. This old man actually used his body to withstand my boss's big move to save his little brothers. Boom! The huge spiral shuriken exploded in the air, forming a chakra storm with a diameter of 100 meters, directly swallowing him inside. On the other side, Xiao Ai and Karabi, who were fighting against Ju and Mikoto, felt cold sweat break out when they saw the terrifying storm in the sky. During battle, you can't get distracted, okay? Mikoto's voice suddenly rang in Xiao Ai's ear. Lightning release. Chidori's sharp spear. A blue lightning spear stabbed towards Xiao Ai's back. Xiao Ai reacted quickly, dodging with a body flicker, frowning. Such exquisite lightning release. It seems I have to get serious. Saying this, he activated his lightning release chakra mode, transforming into a blue bull, and charged at Mikoto with a thunder plow hot knife. So fast, Mikoto exclaimed, quickly activating her 3-tomo Sharingan, barely catching his figure, using lightning body flicker to narrowly dodge. Sharingan. Xiao Ai was shocked. You guys are ninjas from Konoha? Konoha? Ha! Not a long time ago, Mikoto said, her figure disappearing again, her speed astonishing. So that's how it is. She stimulated her body with lightning release chakra to enhance her speed? But that's not enough. Xiao Ai roared, increasing his chakra output again, elbowing towards Mikoto with a heavy strike. Mikoto, relying on the dynamic vision of her Sharingan, cleverly sidestepped, thrusting the Chidori fiercely towards Xiao Ai's chest. But the next second, something shocking happened. Her Chidori was actually blocked by that layer of lightning release armor, unable to penetrate. Nanny, go to hell, Uchiha girl. Xiao Ai seized the opportunity, grabbing Mikoto and pouring violent lightning release chakra into her lightning bomb. He smashed her towards the ground. Boom! The earth cracked, dust flying everywhere. But when the dust settled, Xiao Ai found no one on the ground. Damn, it's a lightning clone. He cursed angrily. Mikoto's figure emerged from underground, her expression serious. Since Chidori couldn't break through her defense, she began to gather purple lightning. Seeing that purple lightning release, Xiao Ai's heart tightened, deciding to strike first. Lightning release. Lightning torture level. He transformed into lightning and appeared above Mikoto, delivering a hand strike downward. Lightning release. Purple lightning. Chidori. Mikoto also completed her technique simultaneously. Xiao Ai gritted his teeth, deciding to take it head-on. He aimed to push his speed to the limit, trying to eliminate her before her attack hit him. So fast, Mikoto felt her heart sink. This speed was about to surpass the limits of the 3-tomo. Without thinking, she threw her purple lightning Chidori like a shuriken. Now, it was Xiao Ai's turn to be shocked. Chidori could be thrown. He never expected that. Boom! A loud sound echoed in the air, and Xiao Ai's figure fell from mid-air, kneeling on one knee, his lightning release armor pierced, leaving a blood hole. Bastard! I was careless. He roared as he stood up, blue lightning shining on his body again. This little injury won't kill me. Lightning ninja encounter must spit out blade. Xiao Ai instantly appeared in front of Mikoto, throwing a punch towards her heart. Too fast, there's no way to dodge. A hint of despair surged in Mikoto's heart. Am I going to die here? Will I never see Inazuma again? I haven't even become his bride yet. Who understands in such a situation, she's actually thinking about getting married. Love brain, terrifying. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye. At that moment, the 3-tomo Sharingan in her eyes began to spin wildly, finally condensing into the shape of a 3-petal cherry blossom. The Raikage's heavy fist smashed into her. But the next second, Xiao Ai was once again stunned. Mikoto's body actually transformed into a flurry of cherry blossoms, dissipating into thin air. My boss was watching from a distance, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had already seen this scene with his left eye's foresight and was ready to step in to save her. But then he found out that the girl had broken through at the last moment and directly awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. The cherry blossoms in the air gathered around my boss, forming the figure of Mikoto. Yamato, it seems my Sharingan has evolved. She excitedly threw herself into my boss's arms, laughing and crying. I almost didn't get to see you. My boss patted her head and said, silly girl, even if you hadn't awakened the Mangeki, you wouldn't have died. I'm here. Then he reminded her, don't use the Mangeki's abilities recklessly, understand? You won't participate in the upcoming battle. Ju. My boss called out to the cool guy with the big sword, go teach that brat a lesson. Ju grinned, wielding his blade as he walked towards Xiao Ai. Meanwhile, on the other side, Killer Bee was being overwhelmed by Xiao Nan's paper attacks, continuously rapping clumsily, bastard, idiot, ugly freak who can only fold paper. You've got her Xiao Nan all confused. It's a low physical attack, but extremely high in mental pollution. My boss settled Machin and walked towards the third Reikage, who had survived the storm. That old man was in a terrible state, his right arm's chakra pathways completely severed, covered in wounds, looking like a bloodied mess. As expected of the strongest defense, my boss laughed, daring to take my shuriken with his physical body and only losing one hand. However, you can't stop me now. As long as I'm alive, don't think you can harm anyone in the village again. The old man gritted his teeth and said, "So, is this your duty as the Reikage? Truly great, isn't it?" My boss shook his head, his tone full of mockery. At that moment, a swarm of cloud ninjas surrounded us. "Support the third Reikage. Kill them." My boss sighed and put his hands together. Mirror flower, water moon. The next second, all the charging cloud ninjas froze in place, then raised their weapons and attacked their own comrades. "Bastard, what have you done?" The third Reikage looked at the hell before him, his eyes about to burst. They were too much of a nuisance, weren't they? My boss, wearing a mask, smiled like a demon. "I will definitely kill you." The third Reikage roared, his body once again enveloped in lightning armor. He even cut off his own ruined right arm, disregarding the blood, and used his remaining left hand to gather chakra. Hell stab, one book through hand. He unleashed his strongest move again, for fingers merging into one, thrusting fiercely towards my boss. My boss stood there calmly, completely motionless. Just as the finger was about to stab him, his eerie eyes shifted slightly, and a layer of dark red energy armor instantly covered him. Immediately after, a massive dark red skeleton rose from the ground, enveloping him. Susanoo, the strongest spear of the Reikage, struck the Susanoo's bones. Crack! A fissure appeared on the bones and quickly spread. Finally, with a bang, the bones were pierced. But when the spear continued to thrust toward my boss's energy armor, it could no longer advance an inch. The Reikage exerted all his strength, but the armor remained completely unmoved. My boss couldn't stand it anymore. With a casual wave of his armored right hand, he punched out. Bang! That blue figure shot through the sky like a meteor, crashing through dozens of buildings, and finally, with a thud, embedded itself into the distant mountains, unable to be pulled out. Damn, that's awesome. My boss released Susanoo and was taken aback himself. Just then, a loud noise came from deep within the village, and an ominous chakra erupted. A giant raccoon cat, engulfed in blue flames, appeared. Two tails had been released. It seemed that Kushina and the others had succeeded. My boss instantly teleported over, and there was Kushina using the adamantine sealing chains to bind the just-released two tails like a rice dumpling. "This little cat, I will personally suppress it." Saying that, she created a dozen shadow clones, each with a Rasengan, and they all bombarded Two Tails. The screams were painful just to hear. My boss really couldn't watch any longer, and with a single-eye technique, he flashed over to Killer Bee's side. At that moment, Killer Bee had already borrowed the power of the Eight Tails and entered a half-tailed beast transformation, battling Conan back and forth. Seeing the third Reikage's fate uncertain, and Two Tails being rubbed into the ground, he gritted his teeth and communicated with the Eight Tails inside him. "Eight Tails, I need your power." Boom! A fully formed Eight Tails appeared. It wrapped itself with its tentacles and slammed towards my boss like a giant top. Tail Beast Bomb. Is it this move? My boss chuckled. Senjutsu. Wood release. Advent of the tree world. Countless ferocious giant trees erupted from the ground, overwhelming the Eight Tails. The Eight Tails frantically spewed tail beast balls, but it was useless, instantly being engulfed by the sea of trees. Damn it, my chakra is being absorbed. It finally blasted through the trees with a tailed beast bomb and was about to condense an enormous tailed beast bomb when my boss clasped his hands. Senjutsu. My Gene Gate. A gigantic red torii gate descended from the sky, thudding down and pinning it firmly to the ground, sealing its chakra in an instant. The battle was over. Small AI was bound by the rope tree, using wood release, her fate unknown. Killer Bee also reverted from the tailed beast transformation. The Flame Organization's first full-scale operation was a complete success. After fighting and killing, the next step was to loot. My boss immediately created hundreds of shadow clones and went on a crazy shopping spree in the hidden cloud village. Gold, silver, jewels, secret ninjutsu, research data, all taken, moved, and copied. Finally, amidst a massive spatial vortex, the six of us vanished from the land of lightning. Half a month later, the entire ninja world was in an uproar. A mysterious force called the Flame Organization was powerful enough to annihilate the 5 great nations, and everyone was thrown into panic. In the highest council of the hidden cloud village, there was a dead silence. The third Reikage said, I believe we should hold a 5 Kage summit to jointly combat the Flame Organization. An elder proposed. A 5 Kage summit? Easy to say. Small AI retorted. We are currently suffering heavy losses. The other 4 great nations won't miss the chance to take advantage of us. Amidst the ongoing debate, the third Rakage quieted them down, and the intelligence minister began to report. According to the investigation, each member of the Flame Organization possesses strength at the level of a Kage. They have Uchiha's Sharingan, powerful sealing techniques, a lava release bloodline, and some can use wood release. And that leader not only can use sage arts and wood release, but also possesses a pair of eyes and spatial abilities that we cannot comprehend. In the conference room, you could hear a pin drop. After a long silence, the third Rakage said solemnly, one thing could be confirmed, their target is not the tailed beasts. Otherwise, Killer Bee would already be dead. That's right, they looted everything from us. They are nothing but thieves. Just then, a silent ninja wearing glasses suddenly spoke up. Everyone, it seems we have overlooked something. Samder, do you have any thoughts? The ninja named Samder smirked. The Sharingan and wood release of the Leaf Village. The sword of the Mist Village. Small AI instantly understood. You mean this is a conspiracy by the Leaf and Mist Villages? That's right, Samder smiled. That smile looked more villainous than my boss's. The losses the Flame Organization brought us must be recovered from these 2 villages. Families, let's broaden our perspective. Regardless of whether they are related to this matter, they must bear the blame. Samder, small AI, realized at this moment. In a while, I will send the intelligence of the Flame Organization members to the 3rd Mizukage and the 3rd Hokage and invite them to the Hidden Cloud Village for discussion. The 3rd Rakage said, hopefully, we can get to the truth from them. The 3rd Rakage concluded. In the Leaf Village, the 3rd Hokage was smoking a cigarette, looking at the intelligence sent by the Leaf spies. The images showed that half of the buildings in the Hidden Cloud Village had collapsed, and the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud suffered heavy casualties, while the Flame Organization had no casualties, suddenly appearing and then disappearing. Seeing this, the 3rd Hokage thought to himself, Jiraiya might be in danger. He then addressed the Umbu, sent a message to Jiraiya, telling him that even if he discovers the Flame Organization, he should not act rashly. In the Land of Water, in the Mist Village, a betrayal was occurring in the Hokage office building. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura, personally killed the 3rd Mizukage and was elected as the 4th Mizukage. In the Land of Water, the current daimyo, Yoshida Masakazu, with the help of Sun Yen, successfully secured his position and secretly established his own ninja organization, the Guardian of Names. The current situation in the Land of Water is quite complex. The relationship between the daimyo and the Mizukage is very tense. In a cave in the Land of Water, Uchimadara was sitting cross-legged when a white figure suddenly emerged from the ground. Here it comes. What major events have happened in the ninja world recently? Uchiha Madara asked. Lord Madara, half a month ago, the Flame Organization attacked the Hidden Cloud, White Zetsu reported. The Flame Organization, is that the organization founded by Sun Yen? Uchiha Madara said. That's right, and the 3rd Rakage had one of his arms severed by Sun Yen, White Zetsu said in surprise. Hee, Sun Yen must be treated with caution. He definitely has a larger scheme, Uchiha Madara said. However, no matter what his scheme is, as long as I become the 10-Tails Jinchuriki, it will be nothing to fear. In the meantime, I cannot turn against this guy. Uchiha Madara said. Yes, Lord Madara is wise, White Zetsu flattered. Hee, even if the Otsutsuki clan really descends, I will personally deal with it. Having established such a powerful organization, if I can use it for my purposes, my plan could be advanced by 20 years. Unfortunately, with my current self, I cannot control Sun Yen. Uchiha Madara thought. White Zetsu, keep an eye on the descendants of the Uchiha clan in the Leaf Village, and help me look out for suitable candidates, Uchiha Madara said. Yes, Lord Madara, White Zetsu said before sinking back into the ground. Uchiha Madara raised his head, the 3 tomo in his eyes shining with an unusual light, and then issued orders to the 4th Mizukage. Eliminate the current daimyo. Execute the blood mist coup. After giving the orders, Uchiha Madara's mouth curled into a smile. In the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki organization, founded by Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan had begun to gain notoriety. It was still raining in the Land of Rain, and Konan stood in the rain, letting the heavy downpour drench his clothes. Suddenly, a strange figure appeared in Conan's mind, and then the wedge in his hand began to glow, spreading light throughout his body. Soon, his own body was overtaken by another consciousness. This body fits quite well with me. Much better than that monk, Otsutsuki Kinshiki laughed. Bastard, who are you? Xiangwan suddenly found that he could no longer control his body and panicked. He, I am a god, the god who will save you. I can give you power and help you take revenge, said atSix Ishiki. Chapter 125 atSix Ishiki, you are a god? What nonsense! Get out of my body! Xiangwan shouted angrily. Without you, I can still take my revenge. Little brat, you should just take a nap, atSix Ishiki said, completely taking control of Xiangwan's consciousness. Looking at his new shell, atSix Ishiki smiled slightly. Although this body was still very weak, it was more compatible with his powers than that monk's body, and the strength he could unleash in the future would definitely be much stronger than the previous shell. Damn atSix Kagaya, if it weren't for this traitor, I would have completed my mission and returned to Takamagara. With this thought, Ishiki already had plans in mind. Before his powers awakened, he would just have to endure a bit. Once his powers revived, he would conquer the entire ninja world, resurrect the 10 tails, and then condense the chakra fruit to return to Takamagara. Xiangwan, why are you out in the rain again? Yahiko came out holding a straw hat. I'm used to it. Where's Nagato? Ishiki asked. Nagato took the team to carry out a mission, Yahiko replied. Soga, the Rinnegan. It's really unbelievable that such a pair of eyes was born on such a low-level planet. atSix Ishiki thought to himself. After saying this, Ishiki walked into the house. Yahiko looked at Xiangwan, who walked in the house, and felt something was off. Today's Ishiki felt different from usual. At the main base of the Flame Organization, Sun Yan was sitting on the rooftop absorbing natural energy. In Qian Guangyan's view, endless natural energy was crazily drilling into Sun Yan's body, being absorbed by the divine root. The divine root absorbed natural energy, resulting in a slight increase. Occasionally, it released a bit of divine power, which drilled into Sun Yan's limbs, forging his body. After a long time sensing someone approaching, Sun Yan stopped absorbing. Yitsong's figure appeared, wearing a black professional skirt, her long legs wrapped in deadly seductive black stockings. Walking over to Sun Yan in high heels. Seeing this, Sun Yan's mouth twitched. This woman was getting better at this. Master, it's time for the meeting, Yitsong said, bowing slightly. Smack! Sun Yan slapped Yitsong on her peach. Master, did I do something wrong? What do you want? Yitsong's charming voice came. Can you be normal? Hurry up and start the meeting. Sun Yan restrained himself, and with a smug look on his face, used Flying Thunder God to appear in the meeting room. Lord Supreme. As Sun Yan's figure appeared, everyone stood up. All right, no need for too much courtesy. Let's start the meeting, Sun Yan said. Lord Supreme, many of our bases in the Land of Fire have been under surveillance by many ninjas, most of whom are from Konoha, in addition to many ninjas from the other 4 great nations and various bounty hunters and rogue ninjas. The head of the intelligence department reported. Is that so? Then things are getting more interesting. Haven't you been exposed? Sun Yan asked. Our Flame Organization has not been exposed in any of the 48 bases throughout the Land of Fire. However, 3 bases have a high possibility of being exposed. The head of the intelligence department said. In that case, tell them to move any valuable items first, and then let those who are targeting us see the strength of the Flame Organization. Sun Yan laughed. Every base has 1 or 2 members of the Living Dead Legion stationed, not to mention many elites from the ninja department. Who dares to touch the Flame Organization's bases is simply looking for trouble. Also, we received news from the Water Country's Tianguan and headquarters that the 3rd Mizukage was assassinated, and the Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails, Shikura, has successfully assumed the position of 4th Mizukage and has launched several cruel policies targeting families with bloodline limits. The intelligence department continued. Uchiha Madara, finally unable to resist taking action. But as long as you don't touch my interests, do as you please, Sun Yan thought to himself. After all, Madara's combat power was quite considerable and could potentially be a help in the future. After listening to the intelligence department's report, the next step was the work reports from other departments. It was worth mentioning that the technology department successfully developed the elderly phone inspired by their advanced theories. Looking at the elderly phone handed over by his subordinates, Sun Yan smiled. This was a very good start. Currently, the phones could only be used within the Flame Organization's bases, and no signal stations have been constructed elsewhere. However, this thing would definitely be popularized throughout the ninja world in the future. A few days later, in a base of the Flame Organization in the Land of Fire, a group of uninvited guests arrived. They were wearing Konoha headbands, clearly Konoha ninjas. You have been surrounded by us. Surrender quietly, and you might have a chance to live. The leading Konoha, Umbu, said. Konoha's Umbu? Surrounding us is really ridiculous, said the living dead with the code name 48 in a deep voice. Enough nonsense, 48. Finish them quickly, said one of them, and the 2 moved. After a long time, The battle ended, and all 23 members of Konoha's Umbu were annihilated. The living dead 48 pulled out the hearts of 2 corpses and said with a gloomy face, "Damn it, I was careless and lost 2 hearts." He then installed new hearts. "What a monster. Let's hurry up and leave. Konoha's ninjas should not be underestimated," said the head of the ninja department. "All Konoha Umbu have been wiped out, but we also lost several elite members from the ninja department." After saying this, the few of them blew up the base and disappeared from the spot. The same scene played out in 3 different bases, all located in the eastern part of the Land of Fire, relatively close to Konoha. In the Flame organization, Sun Yin had just finished dealing with Yi Tsong and walked into the bathroom for a shower, feeling refreshed. "I'm going out for a while. If anything major happens, just use the flying thunder god, Kunai, to summon me, and I'll sense it and come back to handle it," Sun Yin said to Yi Tsong, who was lying on the office bed, her face still flushed. "You just want to be a hands-off boss. There's no benefit in that. I'm not doing it, Yi Tsong said angrily. No, I just gave you a benefit," Sun Yin said with a wicked smile, disappearing from the spot. "Bastard," running away after eating. "You big bastard," Yi Tsong cursed, but Sun Yin was already out of earshot. In the Flame organization's training ground, Xiaonan, Kushina, and Mikoto were undergoing intense training. After just experiencing a life-and-death battle, they felt their strength had improved again and specifically came here for comprehension. Seeing Sun Yin arrive, Mikoto instantly pounced into Sun Yan's arms. Xiaonan and Kushina looked on with fiery eyes. "Flame brother, how come you have time to come? Did you come specifically to accompany us in training?" Xiaonan smiled. Not really. I saw that you 3 were training so hard and thought I'd take you out to play for a few days," Sun Yin said. "No way, Flame. The sun isn't shining from the west, right?" Kushina said. Chapter 125, a day trip to Konoha. Of course not. "Why? Don't you want to go, Kushina?" Sun Yin laughed. "How can I not want to go? Of course I want to go. By the way, it has been almost 3 years since we've had a good time," Kushina said. "Flame brother, where are we going to play?" Mikoto asked. "Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I went to Konoha. How about we go to Konoha first?" Sun Yin suggested. "Yeah, it's been 3 years. I wonder how those little friends are doing," Mikoto said. "If we're going to Konoha, let's call Ling Long to come along." Kushina said. "Of course. I've already sent someone to notify her," Sun Yin replied with a smile. Just as Sun Yin finished speaking, Hinata Linglong's figure appeared from a distance, flashing to the side of the group. A year ago, Hinata Linglong voluntarily requested Sun Yin to send her to the ninja department for work. She was very busy, and it was difficult for Mei Qin and the others to see her. "Linglong," the group called out. The young girl nodded, smiled at them, and said, "Sorry I'm late." The girl in front of them wore plain clothes, her long black-purple hair fluttering in the wind, and her eyes, resembling white gemstones, gave her a hint of a holy aura. Even Sun Yin couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Grown-up Hinata Linglong looked like Hinata Hyuga. If there was a difference, it might be that her chest was slightly smaller than Hinata's, but only slightly. "Lord Sun," Hinata Linglong smiled and bowed. Linglong, do you tease people like this?" Sun Yin asked. The 4 girls burst into laughter upon hearing this. Just then, a tall figure ran swiftly from a distance, shouting, "Yin, I heard you guys are going to Konoha. Count me in, I want to go too." The newcomer was Shunshu. Moments later, Shunshu arrived beside the group. "Shunshu, you really want to go with us?" Kushina asked displeased. "Yeah, I want to visit the former Senju clan's land," Shunshu said solemnly. "Shunshu, you're not planning to attack Konoha, are you?" Konan asked, poking her head out. "No way, I just missed the place where I grew up. Besides, Konoha was established by my grandfather. I would never attack it. Moreover, Danzo has already been killed by Yen, and the only remaining culprit responsible for the Senju clan's downfall is the 3rd Hokage, but now is not the time to deal with him," Shunshu explained. "Then let's go together," Sun Yin said. After that, a space barrier appeared, and the 6 figures vanished from their spot, reappearing in a forest on the back mountain of Konoha. At that moment, a kunai with the flying thunder god technique was stuck in an ancient tree. Sun Yin walked over to the tree and pulled down the kunai. The specially made kunai, after 3 years of exposure to the elements, showed no signs of wear. Sun Yin nostalgically put the kunai away. After he defected, the 3rd Hokage must have cleaned up his flying thunder god kunai, and it was quite a feat that this one remained. Of course, he had left many sealing techniques inscribed in Konoha. After finishing these tasks, Sun Yin said to the group, "Let's go see how Konoha has developed." With that, they walked slowly into the bustling market. Everything felt so familiar, yet so strange. Standing again on the cliff behind Hokage Rock, Sun Yin sighed. "By the way, us walking around so openly seems a bit inappropriate," Shunshu commented. "Hee. The third Hokage wouldn't dare to act against me. He knows my strength. Besides, if he did, that would be even better, and you could take your revenge. Sun Yin said. Exactly, we're here to have fun in Konoha. What's the point of sneaking around? Kushina added. Yin, let's go to the food street first and eat to our heart's content, then buy some cosmetics and clothes, and finally go to the game street to play claw machines. And then, Kushina rambled on with a long list of plans. Sun Yin felt overwhelmed after listening to her. Sighing, he accompanied the four beautiful girls towards the food street. Shun Shu, on the other hand, headed towards the Senju clan's former territory. However, the Senju clan's land had long since vanished, with parts taken over by other clans and parts turned into new cemeteries. As the four walked along the main road of Konoha, they stood out as handsome men and beautiful women were very popular, and all four had reached their peak in this regard. Look at that guy, he's so handsome. Not just handsome, but also incredibly charismatic. I wish I could date him. Many infatuated girls gazed at Sun Yan's appearance, their hearts fluttering. Look, for beautiful girls, all stunning. That lucky guy must have some incredible luck to have four beauties surrounding him. A group of guys glared at Sun Yin with resentment. That purple-haired girl seems to have Byakugan. She's from the Hyuga clan, but why does she look so unfamiliar? Some people also noticed the situation and whispered. Seeing this, Sun Yin and the others could only silently sigh. It seemed that sometimes being good-looking wasn't a good thing, as it attracted too much attention. Of course, this scene did not escape the eyes of Konoha's Umbu. But when those Umbu saw Sun Yan's face, they broke out in a cold sweat. Although the photo of the person on the file looked much younger than Sun Yin now, the difference was still not large. Moreover, the appearance of the people around Sun Yin completely matched those of the few who had disappeared along with him in the files. You two follow them. I will report to the third Hokage immediately, the leader of the Umbu said before using the body flicker technique to disappear from the spot. If it's really that man, then Konoha is in danger. The first SSR-level rogue ninja in Konoha's wanted list, the former hero of Konoha, the legendary ninja known as the Black Shadow, Sun Yin. The Umbu thought as he quickened his pace. At this moment, the third Hokage was looking at the information sent by his subordinates, his face filled with worry. On one hand, all the Umbu sent to scout Yan's organization had disappeared without a trace, and on the other hand, he received a letter of accountability from the third Raikage of the Cloud Village. The third Hokage was truly in distress. Just with would release and Sharingan, Konoha had responsibilities it couldn't escape. Taking a deep breath from a cigarette, the third Hokage sighed deeply, just as he wanted to take a break. An Umbu rushed in hastily. Third Hokage, sir, there's a big problem. Sun Yin has appeared in Konoha, the Umbu said without time to catch his breath. Seeing his subordinate's lack of professionalism, the third Hokage was about to scold him, but before he could get a word out, he was startled by what the Umbu said. What? The third Hokage exclaimed in shock. You're sure it's Sun Yin? The third Hokage asked. Absolutely. He's accompanied by Hinata Linglong, Uchiha Meichin, Uzumaki Kushina, and an unknown girl, the Umbu reported. I understand. You send your people to follow them, and notify me immediately if there's any unusual movement, the third Hokage instructed. Yes. Third Hokage, the Umbu said before disappearing from the spot. Sun Yin, it's been 3 years. You've finally shown up. I wonder what your purpose in coming to Konoha is this time. The third Hokage muttered to himself. After that, the third Hokage pulled off the Hokage robe, revealing the combat armor underneath, and then vanished from the spot. In Konoha's food street, Sun Yin and the others were indulging in food. Brother Yin, there have been tales watching us since half an hour ago, Meichin whispered to Sun Yin. Speaking of which, I'm the first SSR-level rogue ninja in Konoha's history. Now that we're so openly appearing in Konoha, how could we not attract the attention of Umbu? Sun Yin said. Should we deal with them? Meichin's eyes glinted coldly as she spoke. Ha, no need. We came to Konoha to have fun, not to destroy it. There's no need to cause unnecessary trouble. If they want to follow, let them, Sun Yin said with a smile. I'll listen to Brother Yin. When C.I. Meichin nodded. Meanwhile, in a dark underground base in Konoha, Orochimaru was conducting experiments on cursed seals. At this moment, one of Orochimaru's subordinates appeared. Lord Orochimaru, Sun Yin has appeared. The subordinate said, kneeling on one knee. Crack. Orochimaru dropped the test tube in his hand, shattering it on the ground. After a moment, Orochimaru licked his lips and said in his hoarse voice, Understood, you can go. He then stopped his work and turned to walk into the room. At that moment, Hatake Tsukumo was at home teaching his 2.5-year-old son, Hatake Kakashi. Originally, Hatake Tsukumo planned to name his son Hatake Wuukai based on a suggestion from Sun Yin. but his wife strongly rejected it. Due to someone's bronchitis, they ultimately named him Hatake Kakashi, but his nickname was Wuukai. Brother, brother. Hatake Shido's panicked voice came from outside, and soon he burst through the door. Shido, what happened? Why are you in such a rush? Hatake Tsukumo asked. Uncle, what happened? Kakashi also asked curiously, as his uncle usually remained calm regardless of the situation. So he wondered why he was so flustered today. Brother, that kid Yin has come back. Hatake Shido said. What? Yin is back. Yin is back. Upon hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo also became unsettled. Father, uncle, the Yin you're talking about. Could it be the rogue ninja, Sun Yin, from Konoha? Kakashi pondered. Wuukai, who told you that? Hatake Shido and Hatake Tsukumo frowned upon hearing this. A few days ago, while playing with my friends, I heard their parents talking about it. What is wrong, father, uncle? Kakashi asked, confused. Wuukai, remember, Sun Yin is not the rogue ninja they're talking about, but a hero of Konoha, a ninja even stronger than your father, Hatake Tsukumo said. But, I understand, father. Kakashi wanted to say more, but seeing Hatake Tsukumo's furrowed brows, he decided not to continue. Senior Tsukumo, it's such an honor to receive your recognition. Sun Yan's voice came from outside the door. Soon after, Sun Yan walked in. Yin, when did you arrive? The two exclaimed in shock. Senior Tsukumo, Senior Shido. It's been 3 years, and you both look well. I just arrived not long ago, Sun Yan smiled. This little boy must be your son. Son, Yin said as he picked up the small boy in front of him. You are Sun Yin, let go of me. Hurry up and let go of me. Kakashi struggled. Wuukai, you didn't know? Your name was given to you by me, Sun Yin said, rubbing Kakashi's face with a smile. You mean Wuukai is a name you gave me? Kakashi widened his eyes and asked. Yes, Sun Yin smiled. It's all your fault. How could you say such an ugly name? Luckily, my mother didn't agree. Otherwise, my name would have been Wuukai. Kakashi said with an unhappy expression. What an annoying little brat. Sun Yin gloomily put Kakashi down on the ground. Kakashi quickly hid behind his father, afraid that Sun Yin would catch him again. Yin, weren't you at the food street? Kakashi asked. Hey, that's a shadow clone. Sun Yin laughed and replied, well, you really have a knack for this, Yin. Kakashi said, going shopping with them will definitely be torture. Sun Yin remarked, indeed, are all women like this? Kikuchi Tsukumo sighed. I've booked the hotel, Tsukumo-senpai and Medaka-senpai. I wonder if after 3 years, my skills in wine have improved? Sun Yin smiled and said, Yin, can you tell me what the purpose of returning to the village this time is? Kakashi Hatake asked. Don't worry, SHM, senpai, it won't be the destruction of Konoha. Sun Yin shook his head and said, I came to Konoha to see you old friends. Sun Yin continued. Actually, after you left, the third Hokage regretted his actions greatly and felt very guilty towards you, SHM said on the way. SHM, senpai, the past is like the wind, too painful to look back on. There's no need to dwell on unpleasant things. Today, let's drink and be merry, Sun Yin smiled. When they arrived at the tavern, a familiar figure had been waiting there for a long time. It was Orochimaru. Yin-san, it's been a long time, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru-senpai, you're quite well informed, Sun Yin replied. It seems Yin-san doesn't consider me a friend, coming to Konoha without letting me know, Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. At this moment, SHM didn't engage much with Orochimaru. After all, any normal person wouldn't want to interact with him too much. Meanwhile, Kakashi kept staring at Orochimaru and Sun Yin, thinking that both of them were powerful ninjas in his father's words, and he must surpass them and his father to become the strongest ninja. Orochimaru-senpai is just joking. Since we are here, let us enjoy together, Sun Yin said. After a few rounds of drinks, the table was a mess. They had agreed beforehand not to use chakra to sober up, which resulted in SHM getting quite drunk, while Sun Yin and Orochimaru seemed unaffected. Yin, did you and Orochimaru cheat? Did you use chakra to sober up? How come you two seem fine? SHM asked in confusion. SHM, senpai, I'm right next to you, and I haven't used chakra. You should know that by now, just admit defeat. Haha, Sun Yin laughed. SHM couldn't take it anymore and used chakra to evaporate the alcohol in his system, quickly regaining his clarity. Yin, if only you hadn't left. Then I could have had Kakashi learn from you. Under your guidance, I believe Kakashi would become an even stronger ninja than I am, SHM said. SHM, senpai is joking. It would be more suitable for you to personally teach Kakashi, Sun Yin replied with a smile. Yin, how have you been these past 3 years? The ninja world is not safe now, SHM said. Haha, I've been doing well. With my strength, there's nowhere in the ninja world I can't go, Sun Yin said. Actually, I still want to fight for you, to clear your name and have you return to Konoha. SHM said. Stop talking about that, SHM senpai. Alright, I won't mention it again, SHM sighed. Chapter 127. Orochimaru's Test Yin. In these years of wandering in the ninja world, do you have any information about the Yin organization? SHM asked. Oh, why is SHM senpai suddenly asking about that organization? Sun Yin laughed and said, not long ago, this organization attacked the village of Yun-In in the Land of Thunder. Even Yun-In had no power to resist against this organization, which shows how powerful they are. Hatake Tsukumo said, I can't believe such a thing happened. This organization is truly terrifying. Even Yun-In, with the strongest military power, is no match for them. Sun Yin said in shock, so, Yin, if you come across any information about this organization in the ninja world in the future, I hope you can pass it on to me. Hatake Tsukumo said, no problem, Tsukumo-senpai. Sun Yin said, holding back a smile. Meanwhile, Orochimaru looked at Sun Yin, lost in thought. Not long after, several members of the Hatake clan arrived at the restaurant and whispered a few words to Hatake Tsukumo, causing him to furrow his brows instantly. And, something has happened in the family. I need to go back and handle it. I apologize for leaving abruptly. Saying this, Hatake Tsukumo shook awake the drunken Hatake Toku beside him. Hearing this, Sun Yin smiled and said, you're too polite, Tsukumo-senpai. Hatake Tsukumo then lifted Kakashi onto his shoulder and left with Hatake Toku. Watching their departing figures, Sun Yin shook his head, realizing that something had suddenly gone wrong and the situation was likely complicated. Tsukumo. The armored third Hokage called out to the departing Hatake Tsukumo. Third Hokage-sama, Hatake Tsukumo replied. Tsukumo, don't forget what you said back then, the third Hokage said. Third Hokage-sama, weren't you also regretting what happened with Sun Yin? If only Sun Yin could return to Konoha. Hatake Tsukumo didn't finish his sentence before being interrupted by the third Hokage. Tsukumo, some things once past cannot return. Now, the rogue ninja is brazenly appearing in Konoha, causing great panic among the common ninjas of Konoha. We are currently expelling him due to public reports. The third Hokage stated. I'll let you leave first to prevent a confrontation between you. The third Hokage said helplessly. Understood, third Hokage-sama. With that, Hatake Tsukumo took Kakashi back to the clan grounds. Dad, why? Kakashi asked. What do you mean by why? Tsukumo asked. Why is it that in your words? Brother Sun, Yin is a hero of Konoha, but in the villagers' eyes, he is a mad rogue ninja? What kind of person is Brother Sun, Yin really? Kakashi inquired. Well, that starts with your uncle and son Yin, Hatake Tsukumo said, patting his son's head. The father and son walked through Konoha in the evening, the sunset casting two shadows. One big and one small. Konoha Tavern. Yin-san, it's been 3 years since we last met. I wonder how much stronger you've become, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. I'm curious too. Orochimaru-senpai, to what extent have you reached? Sun Yin smiled. I want to know some things about your eyes. Can you tell me about it, Yin-san? Well, what do you want to know? Sun Yin chuckled. After reviewing a lot of data, it shows that the Sharingan can undergo a second evolution, transforming from 3 Tomo to Manjiki. Each Manjiki Sharingan has different abilities, and when 2 Manjiki are used together, the legendary godlike power appears, Orochimaru grinned. That's right, Sun Yin nodded, realizing that under his provocation, Orochimaru had already opened up the idea of the Sharingan. So Yin-san, can I witness this godlike power? Orochimaru said, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, and a large snake coiled around Sun Yan's body. Orochimaru-senpai, is it really okay for you to commit suicide in front of me? Sun Yan's voice reached Orochimaru's ears, and in an instant, the scene before Orochimaru changed dramatically. The snake that was supposed to coil around Sun Yan was now wrapped around Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat and looked towards Sun Yan, only to see the golden 3 Tomo. Sun Yan smiled at Orochimaru and said, the Manjiki is not something you can see easily. Those who have seen it generally end up dead. Sun Yan chuckled. Furthermore, Orochimaru-senpai, you still haven't found the power to activate physical vitality, have you? Once dead. It's really dead, Sun Yan laughed. Hearing this, Orochimaru was completely stunned, wondering how Sun Yan knew about his experimental projects. Could it be that one of his subordinates was working for Sun Yan? Orochimaru-senpai, there's no need to panic. Your subordinates don't have anyone from me, Sun Yan laughed. You remain as mysterious as ever, Yin-san. Orochimaru put away his defeated expression, knowing that Sun Yan had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, he might have already died just now. Orochimaru-senpai, this is the last time. If they're SA next time, you will definitely die a miserable death, Sun Yin said, walking out of the tavern and disappearing. Moments later, the third Hokage led a group of elite Konoha ninjas to the tavern, but Sun Yan's figure had long since vanished. Orochimaru, where is Sun Yan? The third Hokage asked in a deep voice. You're late. He has already left, Orochimaru replied with a smile. Hearing this, the third Hokage inexplicably felt a sense of relief in his heart. Orochimaru, as an elite ninja of Konoha, why didn't you stop him? Mito Minion, the current leader of the route, asked. Although Sun Yan's departure made Mito Minion internally happy, accountability still needed to be pursued. If Lord Minion thinks he is a match for Sun Yan, you should hurry and chase him down before he gets too far, Orochimaru taunted before turning to leave. Mito Minion stood there, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. After leaving the tavern, Sun Yan activated the Flying Thunder God and appeared beside the four girls. Yen, I knew you must have used a shadow clone to trick us, and secretly went to drink elsewhere, Kushina said angrily as Sun Yan's figure appeared. Sun Yan awkwardly scratched his head. I'm right by your side. The people of Konoha will arrive soon, so to let you all enjoy yourselves. I had to sacrifice myself, Sun Yan said. I knew you would say that, Kushina replied. Really? What a coincidence, Sun Yan laughed heartily. Alright, Kushina, Brother Yin must have more important things to do, Mikoto said, pulling Kushina away. So, did you have fun today? Sun Yan quickly changed the subject. It was alright, but I found out that Minato's team has gone on a mission, so I didn't get to see Nanako, Kushina said. In that case, let us go. Let us head to the land of water, Sun Yin said. In the land of water? Sun Yin had two main purposes for going there. One was to assist Yoshida Masakazu, the daimyo of the land of water, who had sought help from the Tianguan a few days ago. The other was to abduct a few children from the Mist Village for training. Chapter 128. Kidnapping the bloodline girl. Sun Yin and the five did not wait for He and set off towards the land of water with the four beautiful girls. Sun Yin did not choose to use the Flying Thunder God to go directly to the land of water, but instead traveled while playing along the way. It took nearly 10 days to reach the land of water. However, the atmosphere in the land of water now was filled with a repressive aura, which could be seen from the faces of the nearby villagers. The last time he visited the land of water, the fishermen had smiles of happiness on their faces, but now there was not a trace of smile, only endless bitterness. Yin, why has the atmosphere in the land of water become so oppressive? Hyuga Raygun was the first to notice the change in the land of water. Yes, when we came last time, these villagers were all smiling. But now their faces are filled with bitterness and oppression, Kushina said. Just then, sounds of fighting came from a distance, and the group was drawn to the source of the noise, rushing towards it. She is from a Mizunazuki clan. Kill her, you damn monsters. Several Umbu surrounded a young girl. I'm not a monster. Why do you want to kill me? The girl, about 16 or 17 years old, shouted in panic at the group of Mist Umbu. Whether you're a monster or not is not for you to decide. Attack. Water release. Mist technique. Instantly, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings. Don't force me. Don't force me. In the mist, few figures could be seen. Only the panicked voice of a woman slowly echoed out. Sun Yin and the other four were currently perched on a large tree, observing the scene. Sun Yin activated his 1,000 light eyes, focusing on everything in the mist. Hinata Linglong also activated her Byakugan. Similarly, watching as a member of the Mist Umbu silently approached the girl, ready to launch a fatal strike at any moment. She turned to Sun Yin and said, Yin, I want to save her. As she spoke, Hinata Linglong prepared to use the body flicker technique. However, Sun Yin grabbed her shoulder. Yin? Hinata Linglong asked in confusion. But the next moment, a desperate scream was heard from a mist. As the scream echoed, the mist surrounding the Mist Umbu and the girl gradually dissipated, transforming into countless ice crystals that pierced through the Umbu. This was followed by a series of blood-curdling screams. Seeing this, Hinata Linglong stood frozen in place. No wonder Yin had stopped her. He had anticipated the woman's extraordinary abilities. At this moment, several Mist Umbu had been pierced by countless ice crystals, dead beyond recovery. The woman was now kneeling on the ground, surrounded by the blood of the Mist Umbu, her clothes soaked in blood, her face splattered with it, staring blankly at everything around her. Sun Yin grinned, thinking, all right, it's my turn to take the stage. He took out 5 sets of Yin organization uniforms from the eye technique space and distributed them to Mikoto and the others. He smiled now. Come with me to welcome a new member. I see Yin must have taken a liking to this little girl, Kushina whispered to Konan and the others. Kushina, What are you saying? Sun Yin smiled at Kushina. Instantly, Kushina stuck out her tongue, made a face, and hid behind Mikoto. The others couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. At this moment, Mizuki Ling was engulfed in endless fear. She was originally the third princess of the Mizuki clan, but overnight her family was slaughtered, and her parents, in order to buy time for her and the clan to escape, held off the fourth Mizukage along with the clan elders. Mizuki Ling's world had lost all light, filled only with fear and hatred. Revenge, revenge. Just then, a handsome face with a smile appeared before her, momentarily mesmerizing her. She noticed that this man radiated a light that illuminated her world, causing all darkness to retreat. Who are you? The girl asked in confusion. I am the one who brings you light, Sun Yin replied with a smile. The one who brings light? The girl asked. That's right. I am the leader of the Yin organization, and I formally invite you to join us, Sun Yin said gently. Aren't you afraid of me? They all call our clan monsters, the girl asked innocently. Hee, of course, if you call the bloodline limit holders monsters, then I might be the king of monsters. Sun Yin laughed. King of monsters? You're also a bloodline limit holder? The girl asked. Sun Yin smiled and activated his thousand light eyes, instantly showing her a kaleidoscope of red and blue. Such beautiful eyes, the girl murmured. Is it? Beautiful things are often very dangerous, aren't they? Sun Yin laughed. Sun Yan's serious teasing left Mikoto and the others speechless. Yan's skills in conning are improving. I wonder how many little girls he has tricked behind our backs, Kushina said. The Yin organization can give you power and help you take revenge, Sun Yin said. I need power. I want to avenge the Mizuki clan, Mizuki Ling said. Then join us, a warm family, Sun Yin smiled. Hearing this, Mizuki Ling nodded, and then her eyes rolled back, fainting. Sun Yin quickly picked her up and slung her over his shoulder. He smiled at the four girls, who looked resentful, and said, All right, we've successfully snagged a bloodline girl. Hey, don't look at me like that, okay? It's creepy, Sun Yin said, feeling goosebumps from their stares. Oomph. The four of them huffed in unison and angrily walked away. Sun Yin scratched his head, watching their retreating figures, secretly thinking, why has Hinata Ling Long also started huffing? Brother, this charm that cannot be placed anywhere. He then stored Mizuki Ling in the divine space, having used an illusion technique to put her under hypnosis. He hurried after the four beautiful girls. The five of them encountered many such situations along the way. The Akatsuki clan, the Kagaya clan, and other ninjas from the Mizuki clan. However, they were not as fortunate as Mizuki Ling. They were either killed or barely escaped. They arrived at a Tianlong inn in the Land of Water. Sun Yin casually tossed a token to the innkeeper, who immediately knelt down. Where's your boss? Sun Yin asked. Replying to the esteemed lord, the boss should be at the daimyo's residence right now, the innkeeper said. Oh, what happened? Sun Yin asked. A few days ago, the boss received a plea for help from the daimyo of the Land of Water and went to the daimyo's residence with the bosses of the 8 branch inns. The innkeeper reported. Understood. Tell me about the current situation in the Land of Water, Sun Yin said solemnly. Chapter 129. Marching into the mist-hidden village, yes, esteemed lord. The innkeeper said. After the death of the third Hokage, Yagura was selected as the fourth Mizukage. As soon as he took office, he issued a very cruel policy to exterminate all bloodline clans, the innkeeper reported. Currently, the Akatsuki clan, Mizuki clan, and Kagaya clan have all been persecuted. Furthermore, our Tianguan Inn and the daimyo's residence's relationship has likely been revealed by the fourth Mizukage, but for now, they have only targeted the daimyo's residence. In just half a month, the daimyo's residence has suffered nearly 100 assassination attempts, the innkeeper reported truthfully. Hearing this, Mikoto and the others were stunned. 100 assassination attempts in half a month? This frequency seemed a bit too high. Originally, with the help of Mr. Wulong, the daimyo of the Land of Water had formed a protective guard under his command, but it was still insufficient against the mist-hidden village. In these days, the protective guard has suffered casualties, with many dead and wounded, the innkeeper said. Understood, you may rise, Sun Yin said. The innkeeper lifted his head. The five of them had already walked out of the inn. Yin brother, where are we going next? Mikoto asked. To the mist-hidden village. It's been a while since the Yin organization last acted. First it was the cloud-hidden village. Now it's the mist-hidden village, Sun Yin smiled. All right, just hearing about battle gets me all excited, Kushina said. The others immediately had a black line across their foreheads, knowing that Kushina's violent factor had awakened again. In the past, the mist-hidden village was somewhat of a thorny existence for you, with the Kagaya clan's corpse-bone path and the Mizuki's ice shield bloodline being very powerful. But now, killing bloodline ninjas is like courting death, Sun Yin said. So, you means we can relax and have fun, Kushina laughed. Well, you could think of it that way, Sun Yin said, scratching his head. Right now, even the 7 ninja swordsmen are no match for us. The others all had quasi-Kage level strength, with Mikoto awakening her Mangeki Sharingan and Kushina possessing Yang Release, formally stepping into the threshold of Kage level. It is worth mentioning that both of Mikoto's Mangeki abilities consume little of her ocular power. One is Cherry Blossom Scatter. When physically attacked, he transforms into a sky full of cherry blossoms to avoid harm, while another technique is the illusionary Cherry Blossom Drunkenness. It can be cast not only through eye contact, but also during the release of the cherry blossoms, making it a powerful illusion technique. Although it is not as invincible as Tsukuyami, it does not consume as much of the user's ocular power. With that said, let's set off. Sun Yin smiled and activated the Divine Realm, pulling everyone into the ocular space. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hidden mist village was very oppressive. The long-standing mist was no longer pure white, but carried an eerie red hue. The air was also filled with the stench of blood, making it quite uncomfortable. The 5 figures of Sun Yin and his companions arrived at the peak behind the hidden mist village. The smell of blood permeated the mist. Why would the 4th Mizukage do such a foolish thing? Shounen frowned and said, Do you think the 4th Mizukage is really the 4th Mizukage? Sun Yin smiled. What do you mean? Could it be that the 4th Mizukage was killed, and the current one is a fake? Kushina speculated. Sort of, but not entirely. After all, killing the 4th Mizukage is still quite difficult, and finding someone to impersonate him would be even harder. So rather than killing him, it's better to control him completely. Sun Yin explained. Control him? Do you mean using illusion techniques? Mikoto asked. Smart as always, Mikoto, Sun Yin praised. But to control a Kage-level powerhouse. I fear only Brother Yin can do it in this ninja world, Mikoto said, pondering. He, that may not be the case. There are many hidden big shots in this ninja world. Do you know Uchiha Madara? Sun Yin smiled. Yes. The high-ranking members of our clan used to forbid us from mentioning him. But privately, the clansmen often discuss him. He was also one of the founders of Konoha, along with the first Hokage, stabilized the chaotic era, and his strength is comparable to that of the first Hokage, Mikoto replied. Then do you know that it was Uchiha Madara who caused the current state of the hidden mist? Sun Yin said. What? The 4 were stunned at this statement. No way. Yin, he was supposed to be dead. Kushina exclaimed. That's right. Our clan says that Uchiha Madara later intended to destroy Konoha with his own hands. The first Hokage fought him in the Valley of the End to stop him, and ultimately, Uchiha Madara was killed by the first Hokage, Hinata Linglong said. Let me tell you now, Uchiha Madara did not die and gained even more powerful strength from Senju Hashirama, Sun Yin said. And the current 4th Mizukage is being controlled by Uchiha Madara using illusion techniques, Sun Yin continued. Upon hearing this, the 4 were surprised but did not raise any objections. Sun Yin had already shared these secrets of the ninja world with them multiple times, and they had grown accustomed to it. Now, let us save this village under Uchiha Madara's control, Sun Yin said. 2 massive wind release. Spiraling shuriken formed in Sun Yin's hands. Then, the 2 gigantic shuriken flew towards the hidden mist village, piercing through countless buildings along the way, and headed straight for the Mizukage building. The 2 enormous spiraling shuriken penetrated the Mizukage building and then exploded. Boom, boom. With 2 loud bangs, the entire Mizukage building turned into a pile of ruins. Sun Yin and his companions also appeared near the Mizukage building. Seeing the approaching ninjas, Sun Yin nodded to the 4 girls, and they moved towards the incoming hidden mist ninjas. Just then, something unusual came from the ruins, and countless fragments flew into the air. A massive figure appeared in Sun Yan's line of sight. It was the 3 Tails. However, at this moment, Yagura had clearly not yet become the Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails. The appearance of the 3 Tails indicated that it should have been sealed in some kind of container and had accidentally broken free from its seal. As the dust settled, a turtle covered in spikes and with 3 tails floated before Sun Yin. Ha ha, I'm finally free. I'm finally free. The 3 Tails roared to the sky. Hee hee. 3 Tails Isabu, you can come out, but you should thank me. Sun Yin chuckled. Oh, human, I hate humans. Thanking you is impossible. You should just die. The 3 Tails roared, swinging its 3 tails fiercely at Sun Yin. Chapter 130. Plundering the hidden mist village, looking at the 3 massive tails coming towards him. Sun Yin instantly activated his Thousand Light Eye. Dark red energy armor enveloped his body as he rose into the air, followed by a 50-meter high dark red energy skeletal giant surrounding Sun Yan's form. As he faced the incoming tails, an additional 4 powerful arms grew from the skeletal giant's back. 3 of these arms firmly grasped the three tails, while the remaining 3 large hands pulled, throwing the massive body of the three tails away. The three tails was momentarily stunned. This familiar scene filled it with fear. It still remembered a similar scene from years ago, the same technique, the same energy giant, but not the same person, though possessing distinctly different eyes. The three tails climbed up from the ground, its gaze filled with fear as it looked at the dark red energy giant in the distance. And it did not attack again, but turned to flee. He. Trying to run? Divine Realm. Shuriken. Sun Yin chuckled, and 3 dark red shuriken appeared in the skeletal giant's hands, flying rapidly towards the three tails. The Divine Realm. Shuriken flew out and directly entered a spatial vortex, which then appeared behind the three tails. The shuriken instantly struck the three tails, and the spatial vortex appeared, severing the three tails and sucking its body into the Divine Realm. Roar! The three tails let out a tremendous cry of pain and then stopped moving. It knew that this human would not let it go. Rather than flee, it was better to fight to the death. At the same time, Sun Yin praised the power of his Divine Realm, Shuriken. Not to mention its offensive power, the three tails was the strongest among all tailed beasts in terms of defense. Covered in a hard shell, at this moment, the three tails was significantly smaller than before, indicating that the previous attack had taken quite a toll on it. Damn human, you want to wipe me out? In that case, I won't let you succeed easily. The three tails roared. After that, it arched its body, its massive, thick shell enveloping its entire body, forming a giant wheel that rolled towards the energy giant. It rolled at an incredible speed and quickly reached the front of the red skeletal giant. Sun Yin controlled the holy light celestial god, growing 2 energy giant swords from its arms to block the three tails, preventing it from moving an inch. The ground was dug up into a massive pit by the three tails, but it showed no sign of stopping its rotation. Seeing this, Sun Yin created more energy giant swords with the other 4 arms, and the powerful arms swung the energy giant swords, fiercely stabbing into the sides of the wheel-shaped three tails. Instantly, countless sparks erupted from the three tails shell, and its rotation slowed down until it was forced to stop. Then it was pinned to the ground by 6 energy giant swords. Three tails Isabu. Hello, Sun Yin smiled. Who are you? How do you know my name? Who told you? The three tails asked. No one told me, but I just know. Sun Yin smiled and said, I guess you are quietly gathering tailed beast balls right now, and then taking advantage of my inattention to attack me and escape, right? Sun Yin chuckled. Upon hearing this, the three tails trembled and looked at Sun Yin with eyes full of fear. Could this man foresee the future? You should be grateful that I stopped you. Otherwise your fate would definitely be miserable, Sun Yin said lightly. The next moment, Sun Yan's gaze met that of the three tails. In an instant, the three tails was completely controlled by Sun Yin. Sun Yin lifted the holy light heavenly god and descended onto the body of the three tails. At this moment, a huge explosion sound came from the ruins, and then several figures crawled out of the debris. It was the 4th Mizukage and the 7 ninja swordsmen, along with several elite Umbu. Let's make a big scene, three tails. Sun Yin ordered with a smile. Tail beast ball. As soon as Sun Yan's voice fell, the three tails began to gather chakra. The 4th Mizukage, upon seeing this, did not show excessive panic, but instead shifted his gaze to Sun Yin, who was dressed in a white robe with a flame pattern and wore a mysterious mask that even concealed his eyes. At this time, in a cave in the hidden mist, Uchiha frowned. The earlier explosion left him bewildered, and now that the 4th Mizukage was under his control, he could sense everything. When did Sun Yin arrive at the hidden mist village, and why was he unaware? Logically, the entire hidden mist village was under the surveillance of White Zetsu. Once Sun Yin stepped into the hidden mist village, White Zetsu would notify him immediately. Also, what was Sun Yan's purpose for coming here? To interfere with his plans. Had he already seen through his true intentions and wanted to eliminate him? At this moment, the three tails had already gathered the tail beast ball and shot it towards the 4th Mizukage and the 7 ninja swordsmen. Water release, multiple water barrier technique. Immediately, the 7 ninja swordsmen all used their water release water barriers. In an instant, a huge water curtain intercepted the tailed beast ball, but moments later, the water barrier was pierced by the tailed beast ball and continued to attack the group. The water barrier was simply unable to withstand it. Let's use the water dragon bullet together. Water release, great water dragon bullet technique. Instantly, A water dragon bullet several dozen meters long crashed into the tailed beast ball. The two collided violently, followed by a loud explosion. In an instant, water mist filled the air. At this moment, Mikoto and the others also arrived at Sun Yan's side, holding several large scrolls. Ninja arts and secret techniques are ready. Mikoto smiled. The ninja tool store has already been looted clean. There are dozens of billions of explosive tags. Conan said with a grin, seemingly quite fond of explosive tags. The money is also in hand. Kushina smiled. I released the prisoners in the hidden mist village, many of whom are ninjas from bloodline limit clans. Hinata Linglong said. I picked two very good little ones. Take a look. Hinata Linglong said as she pushed two children in front of Sun Yan. Two little girls, one from the Kagaya clan and the other from the Mizuno Yuki clan. At this moment, they looked terrified at the masked Sun Yan. The Kagaya clan, not bad, but the stronger their Shikatsumiyaku awakens, the stronger the accompanying blood limit disease. Sun Yan said, blood limit disease? The others questioned. Ninjas with bloodline limits gain extraordinary powers, but also have different personal flaws. Just like Mikoto's Mangeki Sharingan, although very powerful, it also has significant side effects. Frequent use can lead to blindness. The same goes for the Shikatsumiyaku awakening, which also has severe side effects, and the greater the awakening, the greater the side effects. Sun Yan explained. From a medical perspective, this is a genetic disease, and to completely cure it, one would need gene therapy, which, given the current technology in the ninja world, is quite difficult. However, for me, curing it isn't too hard. Sun Yan smiled. Just then, countless people in prison uniforms rushed out and charged towards the fourth Mizukage. Meanwhile, the 7 ninja swordsmen were too busy dealing with the 3 tails to support the fourth Mizukage. He, we've taken what we need. We've been out for more than half a month. If we don't go back, Yakura is going to go crazy. Sun Yan laughed inwardly. Uchiha, I hope you will accept the gift I send you. Saying this, a huge spatial vortex appeared, and then the figures of several people disappeared from the spot. Author's note, brothers, I have an artificial intelligence exam tomorrow, and I've already started listening to Liang Liang. Chapter 131. 5 Kage Summit. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and now the entire land of fire had entered deep winter. The 40th year of Konoha was about to pass, and the 41st year of Konoha was about to arrive. At this moment, there was only one day left until the 41st year of Konoha. On this day before the new year, the Flame Organization was adorned with festive decorations because Sun Yan ordered that from now on, the Flame Organization would celebrate a special festival at the end of each year. Except for those assigned to duty, everyone could put down their work and participate in the year-end festivities. Sun Yan named this festival a very symbolic name, Spring Festival. It signifies that the cold winter will pass and spring will come. In contrast to the Flame Organization, the 5 great hidden villages, except for Konoha, had fallen into a dead silence. Over the past 6 months, the Flame Organization had also taken action against the Sand and Rock villages, attacking the Sand Village a month ago and the Rock Village half a month ago. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, could not swallow this anger, especially after discovering the existence of Wood Release and Sharingan within the Flame Organization. The third Tsuchikage directly wrote to the leader of the Iron Country and the other 4 Kage, strongly requesting a 5 Kage summit. This move was met with widespread response. Of course, except for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He could hardly imagine how the other 4 Kage would criticize him during the 5 Kage summit. Although he was very unwilling, the other 4 Kage had already agreed. If he did not go, wouldn't that mean he had a guilty conscience? Wouldn't that make him the target of public criticism? If the 4 great countries launched an attack on the land of fire together, that scene was simply unimaginable. Of course, if the first Hokage and second Hokage were here, they would naturally not fear it. But how strong is Konoha now? The third Hokage certainly knew. If he were here, Konoha might not be so passive now, but he had already left. Iron Country, the only country in the ninja world that still retains samurai traditions, where there are no ninjas, only samurai. At this moment, 5 men dressed in different colored ceremonial robes gathered here, followed by their personal guards. The 5 were the Kage of the 5 great nations. Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Land of Water, Mist Village, 4th Mizukage Jigura. Land of Lightning, Cloud Village, 3rd Reikage. Land of Earth, Rock Village, 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki. Land of Wind, Sand Village, 3rd Kazakage Gara. Their guards were elite jonin from their villages or potential candidates for the next Kage. For example, from the Cloud Village, there are A and Killer Bee. From the Sand Village, there's Raza. And the guards accompanying Konoha were not Jiraiya and Orochimaru. but a golden-haired boy with a smile and Orochimaru. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was obviously a bit oppressive. The 6 parties had been sitting here for nearly an hour. The general of the Iron Country, Mitsuba, could no longer bear it and coughed, saying, "Everyone, since we have all arrived on time, let the meeting begin." As soon as Mifune finished speaking, Anoki, with his arm still bandaged, slammed his uninjured arm on the table and pointed at the 3rd Hokage, saying, "Sarutobi, old man, you must give the 4 great hidden villages an explanation." "That's right. We must have an explanation. And our Lightning Country has suffered the most severe losses among the major hidden villages." The 3rd Raikage followed closely behind. "We from a Sand Hidden Village also want an explanation," said Chiyo. "There are several members of the Flame Organization who are from your Konoha. One has the Sharingan, one has the Byakugan, and one can use with release. I'm sure everyone has already confirmed this." The 4th Mizukage said faintly, "Of course, we have confirmed this." "Mizukage, what exactly do you want to say? Just spit it out," Anoki retorted angrily. "He, through our information network in the Mist Hidden Village, we have now confirmed the true identity of a member of the Flame Organization," the 4th Mizukage teased. "Mizukage, are you trying to keep us in suspense?" "Please just say it all at once," the 3rd Raikage said, clenching his only left fist. "That person is the former hero of Konoha, the legend of the ninja world. Known as the Black Shadow, Sun Yin," the 4th Mizukage said in the most youthful voice, delivering the most shocking news. For a moment, the temperature in the room dropped to freezing point. The 3rd Hokage's expression was somewhat dazed. He should have thought of it earlier. The Flame Organization, Sun Yin. Although he internally believed what the Mizukage had said, as a seasoned fox, he would never admit it so easily. At this moment, Minato felt a layer of cold sweat forming in his palms, thinking, could it really be Yin? "Mizukage, you are quite young. I just wonder how credible your words are." Sarutobi Hizashi said, "It is naturally 100% credible. May I ask if your Konoha's rogue ninja son, Yin, has mastered an extremely powerful wind release ninjutsu?" The Mizukage said, taking out a tape. He then projected a video showing Sun Yan's wind release technique, the scene of the spiraling shuriken hitting the Mizukage's building. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hizashi frowned and said, "Just one ninjutsu probably can't determine that it was our village's rogue ninja son, Yin, who performed it. It could also just be a similar-looking technique." "Absolutely not. This technique, I will never forget it," the 3rd Kazekage Chiyo said. "When we were fighting against Konoha, Sun Yin personally used this technique in front of me. It caused great casualties for us in the Sand Hidden Village, both in size and scale." "It is exactly the same," Chiyo said excitedly. "Kazekage, are you so certain?" Sarutobi Hizashi asked solemnly. "Are you questioning me, Hokage? I can guarantee with my life that this technique was definitely used by Sun Yin," Chiyo said with a dark expression. Upon hearing this, the 3rd Hokage pulled a long face and did not continue speaking. "Hokage, all current signs indicate that the Flame Organization and your Konoha's rogue ninja son, Yin, have an inseparable relationship. What else do you have to say?" The 3rd Raikage said in a deep voice. "Since you also know that Sun Yin is a rogue ninja from my Konoha, then you should know that rogue ninjas have no connection with their original ninja village. So even if the Flame Organization and Sun Yin did something to you, you can't blame it on Konoha. If you have the ability, go catch Sun Yin yourselves. We Konoha will never intervene." Upon seeing this, the 3rd Hokage dropped the act and laid it all out. "If you have the ability, go catch Sun Yin. Whatever Sun Yin did has nothing to do with Konoha." As soon as these words came out, the 3rd Raikage directly smashed the conference table with his elbow, shouting, "Bastard! No matter whether he is a rogue ninja or not, this is a disaster from your Konoha. You Konoha have an unshirkable responsibility regardless of the circumstances." With the Raikage's actions, the atmosphere in the entire room became eerie again. What the Raikage said is very true. Moreover, the Flame Organization has no grudge against us yet attacks us, while having a grudge against you Konoha yet not attacking. Could it be that Hokage has some unspeakable secret with the Flame Organization? Anoki said. Author's note. Chapter 132, 5 Kage Summit. 2. Lord Tsuchikage, please mind your words. You are slandering and accusing, Sarutobi Hizashi said in a deep voice. Then what explanation does Hokage have for this? Anoki asked. What explanation? I'm not Sun Yin. How would I know? Sarutobi Hizashi said. I just wonder if Hokage really doesn't know or is pretending not to know, Anoki said in a deep voice. Thinking of that arrogant figure, Anoki couldn't help but associate him with Uchiha Madara, equally powerful and equally intimidating. Lord Tsuchikage, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to start a war? Sarutobi Hizashi said coldly. If a war is to be started, then let it be. Do you think we? Anoki's words were interrupted by his son, Kuratsuchi, from behind. Father. Kuratsuchi tugged at Anoki's sleeve and then shook his head. Seeing this, Anoki's expression shrank, and he stopped speaking, for he knew that the Iwagakure had just suffered an attack from Sun Yin, with economic losses and casualties reaching a severe level. An Iwagakure could not bear a war at this time. The third Hokage also understood this, which is why he dared to speak so boldly. Hokage, could it be that you are feeling invulnerable? The fourth Mizukage said with a faint smile. Just as Sarutobi Hizashi was about to retort, Mifune couldn't stand it anymore and knocked on the table, saying, Gentlemen, I believe you didn't come here just to argue. If this continues, we won't reach a conclusion. It's better to calm down and discuss how to deal with the Flame Organization. After Mifune finished speaking, the third Kazekage was the first to agree. General Mifune is right. We should stop and seriously think about how to deal with the Flame Organization. In any case, we must completely eliminate the Flame Organization. Otherwise, the ninja world will not know peace. As for Konoha, we will consider it after eliminating the Flame Organization, the third Raikage said. Agreed. The Flame Organization must be completely wiped out, Onoki said. Agreed, the third Kazekage said. Agreed, the fourth Mizukage smiled. At this moment, in a hidden cave in a land of water, Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a smile as he said, Sun Yin, how's my return gift? The third Hokage frowned and said solemnly, We in Konoha will cooperate fully. Meanwhile, behind the third Hokage, Minato's heart was in turmoil, wondering why Yin had taken such a path. Surely, Yin must have his own difficulties. Now that the 5 great nations were joining forces against Yin, what should he do? How could he contact Yin and warn him to be careful? The most important thing now was to find the hiding place of the Flame Organization and take them out in one fell swoop, the third Raikage said. On this point, I want to say that we have already discovered 2 bases of the Flame Organization in the Land of Fire, but nothing of value was found on site, and all the elites of our Konoha Umbu were killed in action. This indicates that the Flame Organization is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface, consisting only of a few Kaga-level experts, Sarutobi Hizashi said. It seems that the strength of the Flame Organization exceeds all our imaginations. Moreover, it has long existed in the ninja world, the third Raikage pondered. Even a ninja as powerful as Sun Yin has joined the Flame Organization, which indicates that there are beings even more powerful than Sun Yin within the Flame Organization, the third Kazekage said after a moment of contemplation. He knows best how powerful Sun Yin is. The large area of burn on his body was caused by the hands of another. However, with even Sun Yin joining such an organization, what does that imply? It implies that the Flame Organization likely has existences even more powerful than Sun Yin. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Are you all afraid? What are we? We are shadows. How can we fear these guys? Seeing everyone fall into an eerie silence, Yaki shouted. That's right, what the third Tsuchikage said is true. We are shadows. How can we fear these guys? The third Raikage roared. Hearing this, everyone regained their composure, and a sense of lofty ambition rose within them. Yes, as the leaders of our villages, how can we fear these petty characters? This is the information we collected in Iwagakure. Since the members of the Flame Organization all wear masks, we cannot know their faces. We have only gathered other physical characteristics, combat styles, traits, and the ninjutsu they use, Yaki said. By the way, we have also compiled this information. First, let's share the intelligence we have collected, and then we can complement each other, Magusa said. The 5 Kage summit proceeded this way. After an afternoon of research and discussion, they determined the true identities of several members of the Flame Organization. The girl with long black-purple hair and Byakugan was highly likely to be Hinata Rincon, who had defected alongside Sun Yin years ago. The girl with Sharingan was likely Uchiha Mikoto, while the girl with red hair, skilled in using the adamantine sealing chains, was probably Uzumaki Kushina. The girl known for her paper jutsu was one of the first 2 members of the Flame Organization to be exposed, named Kamizuru. The one who uses would release and wields the large sword Samahata was the Flame Organization Shinju. As for the member of the Flame Organization who has only appeared once and possesses the Scorch Release bloodline, their identity remains unknown. Sun Yin was accurately identified as the one wearing a ferocious mask, the one who left the 4 great nations Kage, searching for their teeth. Sun Yin possesses a pair of mutated Sharingan, with extremely powerful ocular techniques. Currently, the only exposed ocular technique he has is an illusion called Tenshin. Jiraiya had once fallen victim to this illusion, and according to his description, this illusion is activated through eye contact. Beyond that, the ability of his other eye remains unknown. The third Hokage said. Additionally, he can use the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo, but his Susanoo is not exactly the same as that of the Uchiha clan. It is an exceedingly troublesome defensive technique. The third Hokage continued. I have more to add. Sun Yin also masters two extremely powerful bloodline limits, explosion release and scorch release. The third Kazekage Magusa said solemnly. What? Impossible. Explosion release is exclusive to a Wagakure. How could he possibly master it? Yaki exclaimed in shock. What I said is the truth. Fortunately, I survived his explosion release ninjutsu. Besides, what benefit do I have in lying to you now? Magusa replied. A person who masters a space ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God, while simultaneously possessing multiple bloodline limits. How monstrous is that? I really envy you, Konoha. Yet I also hate you, Konoha, Yaki said. Chapter 133. Jiraiya vs. the Living Dead 48. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's expression turned quite grim. But he did not say much. Meanwhile, at a certain branch base of the Flame Organization in the southern part of the Land of Fire, a small green toad appeared. However, this little toad did not attract anyone's attention. The branch base of the Flame Organization was currently filled with laughter and joy, as it was the Spring Festival. Except for those on duty, everyone else had gathered together to drink and eat. Hot pot is a must-have delicacy in winter, and at this moment, nearly 100 people were enjoying sake and hot pot. The feeling was simply delightful. The leader of the branch base S Ninja Department was currently delivering an important speech, followed by inspiring words from the leaders of the Life Research Department and the Natural Research Department. Everyone has done excellently this year. Let us continue to work hard next year. Lord Respect said that every year, 10 elites will be selected from various branches to work at headquarters. Everyone, keep up the good work. The leader of the Life Research Department encouraged. Immediately, the atmosphere in the room was lifted. Cups clinked together, and they were completely unaware that two uninvited guests had entered the base. At this time, Jiraiya was hiding in the belly of the toad, waiting for the right moment. The Flame Organization is indeed a behemoth. It seems that what has been exposed so far is just the tip of the iceberg. The ninja world is in danger. I just don't know who their so-called Lord Respect is. Could it be Yin? Just then, a figure with a grim expression stepped out. This person had green eyes and exuded an aura that discouraged approach, wearing a black mask that covered half of his face. To Jiraiya's surprise, for some reason, the moment this man appeared, he suddenly felt exposed. It's Lord 48. Someone shouted. Hearing this, many leaders of the ninja department stood up. They knew that the Living Dead Corps was a direct unit under Lord Respect, each possessing shadow-level strength, and every branch base would have such a figure stationed. Lord 48, why have you come out? The leader of the ninja department asked. Haha, you are really stupid. A fly has slipped in, and you don't even know it? 48 said in a deep voice. As he spoke, a cold gleam flashed in his hand, and a kunai accurately flew towards Jiraiya's reconnaissance toad. Instantly, white smoke rose, and a figure with white hair appeared before everyone's eyes. Ninjutsu, Lion's main technique, Jiraiya said without hesitation, his hair instantly lengthening and forming a lion's head that rushed towards 48 to strangle him. Dirt manipulation, tentacle fist. 48 remained unfazed, and a black hand burst from the ground, reaching for Jiraiya's neck. Seeing this, Jiraiya frowned. This guy seems to have some terrifyingly strong battle experience. He actually managed to neutralize my attack in such a short time, and in this manner. Looking at the approaching tentacle, Jiraiya had no choice but to leap into the air, creating distance between himself and 48. The Sage of Mayaboku, Jiraiya, I have long admired your name. Today, seeing you in person, you truly are extraordinary, 48 said in a deep voice. I'm curious, my disguise was quite good. How did you manage to detect me? Jiraiya asked. Haha, I have sensory-type ninjutsu, so of course I would notice you. Since you're here, don't leave. I think Lord Respect would be very happy to see you, 48 said. Who is the Lord Respect you speak of? Who is the leader of your Flame Organization? Jiraiya asked in a deep voice. Haha, stop wasting words. Let me see the high-level skills of one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, 48 said, and his body transformed into a shadow, charging towards Jiraiya. At this time, the leaders of the ninja department were covering the retreat of the others. They saw everyone packing various valuable items into several large scrolls, then moving to a stamped formation. With the combined effort of the ninja department, the members of the Natural Research and Life Research departments, along with various experimental equipment and data, vanished from the spot. The sealing marks on the ground also disappeared. The technique they jointly performed was the Heavenly Sin technique, albeit a modified version improved by Sun Yin. Compared to the previous Heavenly Sin technique, it consumed more chakra, but ensured spatial stability. After completing this, the members of the ninja department did not leave. Instead, they headed to the place where the two were fighting. Unlike those other departments, the ninja department only accepted the death of its members, not their retreat. Is this the duel of shadow-level powerhouses? There's completely no possibility of intervening, one of the subordinates said. Shut your mouth and be ready for battle. The leader of the ninja department said, as he pulled out a kunai. Jiraiya and 48 had already exchanged nearly 100 moves using taijutsu, still evenly matched, with both sides winning and losing. Jiraiya kicked 48 in the chest, and 48 also punched Jiraiya in the abdomen at the same time. Wind release, vacuum wave. The hit 48 spat out a long stream of air in midair, aiming to slice Jiraiya in half. Unfortunately, Jiraiya dodged it in midair. Immediately after, a fire release, great fireball shot towards 48. Upon landing, 48 quickly formed hand seals with lightning speed, and a massive water curtain appeared around him, successfully blocking the great fireball. The flames and the water curtain created a vast mist that completely obscured everyone's view, and the sounds of kunai clashing could be heard from within the mist. Earth release, yellow spring marsh. Earth release, earth flow river. Jiraiya was increasingly astonished. The multiple ninjutsu used by the opponent were all signature techniques of the third Hokage. What is going on? Can anyone from the Flame organization use these advanced ninjutsu? Breaking free from the earth release. Earth flow river. Jiraiya unleashed wind release. Vacuum continuous waves. Countless wind release chakra bullets rushed towards Jiraiya. While dodging, Jiraiya thought to himself that the opponent was clearly a master of ninjutsu, not only proficient in 5 elemental chakra techniques, but also possessing an extraordinary amount of chakra. Using various ninjutsu, as if they required no chakra at all, it seemed that capturing him would require a significant amount of effort. Ninja art, summoning technique. In an instant, a toad over 30 meters in size, with a 10-meter-long katana at its waist, appeared on the spot. Toad Bunta, use that move, Jiraiya quickly said. Seeing Jiraiya in battle, Toad Bunta merely complained and then nodded, spitting out a mouthful of toad oil towards 48. At that moment, Jiraiya also instantly unleashed fire release, great fireball. Combined ninja technique, fire release, toad oil fireball. A massive oil fire dragon was unleashed from both their mouths, sweeping towards 48. Seeing this, 48 had no choice but to activate his Earth Grudge Fear mode, and his body began to split apart. Chapter 134, Jiraiya vs. 48, 2. 4 pitch-black monsters gradually separated from 48's body. Each black monster wore a mask representing different attributes. Among them, the 2 monsters representing fire and wind attributes opened their fearsome mouths. Fire release, firehead. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Combined ninja art, flame face chaotic wave storm. A gigantic fire pillar was spewed from the mouth of the fire attribute monster, combining with the wind attribute ninjutsu, extending into a massive wave of flames towards the oncoming toad fireball. The enormous wave of flames collided with each other, resulting in a momentary standoff. After a while, both sides' ninjutsu had concluded, and the surrounding environment had been utterly devastated by the gigantic fire release ninjutsu. Toad Bunta, having finished spitting oil, left without a word. Looking quite busy, the legendary 3 ninjas of the ninja world truly live up to their name, 48 said in a deep voice. Water release, water wave. 48 instantly retracted the 4 black monsters and unleashed water release ninjutsu. Immediately, a high-pressure water wave shot from 48's mouth, slicing towards Jiraiya's waist. The high-speed, high-pressure water wave instantly penetrated Jiraiya's body, causing blood to fly. 48 was momentarily stunned. Could it be that he was done for? But just as this thought arose, Jiraiya's bisected body transformed into a mist. Then, the ground beneath 48 cracked open, and a white-haired figure holding a blue energy sphere burst forth. 48's eyes widened. This technique wasn't Lord's spiral sphere. If hit by this technique, both hearts would truly be in danger. However, he clearly could not dodge this sudden strike. Before he knew it, 48 instantly performed Earth Release, Earth Spear. The muscles in his chest were instantly covered with Earth Release chakra, hardening and turning black. After doing this, the chakra sphere in Jiraiya's hand also struck 48's chest. Boom! 48 was instantly sent flying, crashing hard against the wall. Seeing this, Jiraiya secretly breathed a sigh of relief and approached the now lifeless 48. Thinking to himself that taking his corpse back to Konoha for a soul search would reveal the true nature of the Flame organization. With that in mind, Jiraiya quickened his pace towards 48. At this moment, 48 had a concave chest and was spitting blood from the corner of his mouth, clearly not yet fully dead. Seeing this, Jiraiya pulled out a kunai, wanting to help end his suffering. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A black hand burst from the ground and punched Jiraiya in the jaw, catching him completely off guard and knocking him out. Black hand dig. Jiraiya traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. 48 was also left in shock, thinking that the technique invented by Lord was indeed invincible. If he hadn't used the Earth Spear for defense, it likely wouldn't have been just a water attribute heart at stake. The Earth attribute wouldn't have been saved either. You didn't die. Jiraiya struggled to get up from the ground, his head buzzing. He knew the power of this technique. Anyone who brushed against it would be injured. Yet the opponent had taken a direct hit from the spiral sphere and not died. Hee, I am immortal. I can never die. I was careless when you hit me just now. From now on, you won't have any chances, 48 said, frustrated, and his body split again. But this time only 3 pitch-black monsters emerged, each wearing masks representing lightning, fire, and wind attributes. Seeing this, Jiraiya's heart sank. Was it this mode again? But it seemed to be missing one. Could it be? Jiraiya had a bold guess. The previous spiral sphere had indeed hit him, yet the opponent had not suffered any actual damage. This was something Jiraiya couldn't understand, but now everything made sense. His damage hadn't disappeared. Rather, he had eliminated one of the black monsters. With that thought, a smile crept onto Jiraiya's lips as he said, "It seems you are not truly immortal. One of the monsters inside you has already been dealt with by my technique. So to defeat you, I just need to eliminate all your monsters." Jiraiya said, "Huh, no wonder you're one of the legendary 3 ninjas. You figured it out so quickly. But what does knowing do for you? You must be at your wit's end now." As he spoke, the wind attribute monster and the fire attribute monster began to fuse, forming a towering 2-headed monster. The next moment, a storm of fireballs and wind balls simultaneously shot toward Jiraiya. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls. Seeing this, Jiraiya instantly unleashed multiple earth flow walls, and several towering earthen walls rose from the ground, protecting Jiraiya's body. Then, the torrent of massive fireballs crashed against the earth flow walls, instantly shattering layer after layer of the walls. Jiraiya thought to himself that this was bad, with the enhancement of the wind attribute. The fire attribute's power had undergone a significant change. To deal with this guy, it would probably be troublesome. Let the toads play with him for a bit. Summoning technique. With that thought, Jiraiya instantly summoned 2 large toads, one red and one orange, one with a katana at its waist and a pipe in its mouth, and the other wearing a hat and holding a steel fork. "Jiraiya, you bastard. Why did you call me here? Don't tell me you still haven't dealt with that monster." Froshwinna grumbled as he appeared. "It would be great to have an elder brother here. Why bother calling me? I'm completely useless," Froshkin humbly said. Well, it still hasn't been resolved. "Sorry to trouble you. This guy's a bit tricky," Jiraiya said. Really useless," Froshwinna said, swinging his great sword at the black monster. To Winta's shock, the massive sword instantly split the black monster in half and cut into the ground, creating a deep gash. However, the next moment, the severed black monster rejoined. The black monster and Froshwinna created distance, and then a storm of fireballs and wind blasts surged towards Winta. Water release. Iron cannonball. Several giant water balls were expelled from Froshwinna's mouth, instantly nullifying the incoming wind and fire barrage. At this moment, Froshkin leaped powerfully into the air, smashing through the thick wall above the already battered Flame organization base, and after rising nearly 100 meters, he came crashing down towards 48. Boom! The underground subbase of the Flame organization was smashed into a massive pit. The surrounding ninjas of the ninja department had already fled several kilometers away due to the earlier battle shockwaves, but they were still blown back several meters by this massive shockwave. Chapter 135. 48's death. 48 was forced to recall the black monster and used Earth Release to burrow underground to avoid Frosh's attack. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Marsh. At this moment, Jiraiya once again performed a technique, turning the surrounding land into a swamp. 48 was forced to emerge from the ground again, looking at Jiraiya and saying in a deep voice, "Jiraiya, you can't take me down, and I can't take you down. Stop this futile battle. The Flame organization is not something you can afford to offend. Killing you won't make your master happy." "Ha, you underestimate me, the great sage of Mayaboku," Jiraiya replied. sticking his finger into his mouth and drawing a line on his face. Then he put his hands together, and immediately 8 shadow clones emerged from the shadows. 48 was stunned, wondering when Jiraiya had created so many shadow clones. As several of Jiraiya's shadow clones dissipated, Jiraiya's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Then a white mist rose, and Jiraiya's hair became fluffy, his nose grew enormous, and 2 ancient toads stood on his shoulders. Little Jiraiya, have you encountered tough enemy? Sage Shima asked. What's so strange about this guy? Sage Fukasaku inquired. He has 5 lives, making him a hassle to deal with. And if he escapes this time, my 6 months of effort will be wasted, Jiraiya said. Well then, Winta and Kin, you two should head back. We'll take care of the next battle, Sage Shima said. Frosh Winta and Frosh Kin disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Sage mode. Seeing this, 48 thought to himself that things were not looking good. The 2 sages were about to join the fight. Jiraiya said, transforming into a blur. In an instant, he appeared beside 48, fast enough to shock him. He then threw a punch, and 48 quickly dodged this fierce strike. But the next moment, 48's figure was sent flying, and at that moment, Sage Fukasaku instantly whipped out his long tongue, wrapping around 48's figure, then releasing a large amount of acidic liquid that instantly corroded 48's body. At that moment, 48 transformed into a giant rock, slowly corroding in the acidic liquid. It's an earth clone. It seems he has hidden himself, Sage Fukasaku said. But it won't have any effect. In Sage mode, he has nowhere to hide. Just as Sage Fukasaku finished speaking, a black tentacle struck towards Jiraiya's neck. But Jiraiya's hair instantly wrapped around the tentacle and then flung it into the air, sending 48's figure flying upwards. The next moment, the tentacle struck again, aiming to grab the nearby ground. However, Jiraiya's hair grew longer and controlled another tentacle. Sage Art, 5 right guards. Instantly, Jiraiya spewed oil. Sage Fukasaku used wind release, and Sage Shima used fire release. A massive wave of oil engulfed 48, followed by a surge of wind and fire. A huge oil firestorm completely swallowed 48's figure. What followed were continuous explosions of oil and fire. From the moment Jiraiya entered Sage mode, the battle between the two had shifted from a balanced confrontation to a one-sided massacre. After an unknown amount of time, the entire Flame Organization base was blown to pieces, leaving only a rough outline. After a long while, the oil and fire still lingered, reducing everything to nothingness. In a duel between experts, victory and defeat can be determined in an instant. 48 never expected that Jiraiya in Sage mode would possess such powerful perception, and thus, he had completely lost his combat ability. Of his 5 hearts, only one remained with a weak pulse. His body was shattered, and his skin was burnt beyond recognition. The remaining Earth heart could stop beating at any moment. Just earlier, it was the Earth Spear that had saved his life. Jiraiya had also exited Sage mode and walked slowly to 48's side. I don't think you will provide any valuable information, so rather than watching you die painfully, how about I give you a quick end? What do you think? Jiraiya said. 48 said nothing and simply closed his eyes. Jiraiya then pulled out a kunai, spun it in his hand, and instantly stabbed it into 48's last remaining heart. With that, the living dead 48 was defeated. You were a worthy opponent, but your value is too great. I cannot give you a proper burial, Jiraiya said, storing 48's corpse in a space scroll. Meanwhile, a dozen remaining members of the ninja department were waiting for the battle to conclude. Among them, a sensing-type ninja was desperately sensing 48's chakra. After a moment, he said sorrowfully, 48's chakra has completely disappeared. Only the chakra of that ninja remained. The leader of the ninja department remained silent for a moment and then said, I said before, there are only fallen ninja department ninjas, not fleeing ones. At all costs, keep them here. Saying this, he transformed into a shadow and rushed towards Jiraiya's direction. The remaining dozen people quickly followed. The battle was about to erupt. After an unknown amount of time, Jiraiya killed the last enemy and collapsed to the ground, his chakra completely exhausted. At that moment, any low-ranking ninja could kill him in an instant. Did you enjoy the killing? A familiar voice, or rather, a slightly rougher version of voice, came from behind Jiraiya. And is that you? Jiraiya trembled and asked. Does it even matter? You've offended the people of the Flame Organization. You will die a miserable death. A cold voice came from behind, a dagger clearly pressed against Jiraiya's neck, preventing him from turning around. Sure enough, you really have deep ties with the Flame Organization. Can you tell me why you did this? Why did you join this organization? Why did you kill Danzo? Why did you kill so many innocent ninjas from Konoha? And why did you leave Konoha? Jiraiya said excitedly. Jiraiya, you're still the same. Instead of asking me, don't you already have the answer in your heart? Sun Yin said. Sure enough, it was Danzo who targeted you, right? Then you can tell the truth to the third Hokage. He will definitely seek justice for you. Jiraiya said. Jiraiya, stop deceiving yourself. Don't you know better than I do what the third Hokage is like? But you have always been deceiving yourself, haven't you? Now that things have come to this, there is no need for more words. The Yin organization is not as simple as you think. If you don't want to die, stop investigating. Next time, I won't spare our past friendship. After finishing, Sun Yin moved the kunai he had pressed against Jiraiya's neck away. Jiraiya suddenly turned around, but Sun Yan's figure had already vanished, along with the corpse on the ground. Seeing this, Jiraiya clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 136. Night of Ecstasy. Sun Yan's figure appeared at the annual meeting. It was evident that the attack on the sub-base had been deliberately concealed, and everything today belonged to the celebration. Starting tomorrow, the 41st year of Konoha will begin, and I will first give Konoha a big gift. I'll head to the Land of Iron to greet the 5 Kage who are currently in the Kage Summit. He swayed the goblet in his hand and waved for Yakura to come over. What can I do for you, master? Yakura said playfully. An emergency meeting will be held at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then let the entire ninja world see the Yin organization. Are you planning to expose the Yin organization to the light? Yakura blinked. That's right, it's time for the Yin organization to be revealed to the world. Soon, the 6th hidden village, Yin Ninja Village, will be established, and a country called the Land of Gods will also be founded, Sun Yin said domineeringly. The entire Northern Fire Country and the Land of Iron will be the territory of my Land of Gods. Sun Yin continued. Understood. I will go make arrangements, Yakura said, twisting her body as she walked away. The entire rooftop was now shining with lights as Sun Yin raised his goblet and drank it all in one go. Immediately, nearly 100,000 people below erupted into thunderous cheers. At this time, Mikoto was already slightly tipsy. Mikoto, Kushina, Linglong, and Konan had started to compete in drinking. Mikoto was the first to give in, followed by Konan, leaving only Linglong and Kushina, who kept downing one cup after another. Of course, this was without using chakra to enhance the alcohol. Mikoto, holding an empty wine glass, found Sun Yin and stumbled into his arms. Brother Yin, I came to drink with you, Mikoto mumbled. Fool, you can't drink so much. Hurry up and use chakra to sober up. Sun Yin patted Mikoto as little head. If I want tea. We agreed not to use chakra to sober up. If I sober up, it means I've lost to those guys, Kushina, Mikoto mumbled. All right. No sobering up. I'll take you back to your room to rest. Sun Yin sighed. No, I want to stay with Brother Yin and drink. Mikoto acted cute. Drinking like this? Saying that, Sun Yin ignored the lively banquet and picked up Mikoto, heading towards the residential area. This scene happened to be seen by Kushina and Linglong, who were competing in drinking. It wasn't much, but what made them grit their teeth was that Mikoto was making faces at them from Sun Yan's back, showing no signs of being drunk just moments ago. Damn it, Linglong, that little flirt Mikoto actually dares to play this with us. We must expose her, Kushina said through gritted teeth. What are you talking about? Why include me? Hinata Linglong's face instantly turned red, shyly said. TCH, Linglong, stop pretending. Don't you have feelings for Sun Yin? Kushina narrowed her eyes slyly. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm different from you and Mikoto. In my heart, I've always regarded Yin as my teacher. Hinata Linglong's face turned crimson as she argued. Linglong, I see. You regard Yin as a teacher and then have a student-teacher relationship with him, right? Kushina hit the nail on the head. Hinata Linglong immediately couldn't sit still. Kushina, you just talk nonsense. Where did you learn all this? So you have nothing to say now, huh? If Linglong likes him, she should boldly say it. After all, more people means more fun. If it were you, I wouldn't have any objections, Kushina said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense. Hinata Linglong's face was completely red, almost dripping with water. No, we're Yin and Mikoto. This is bad. They're both missing. Kushina seemed to remember something and looked around. Sun Yin and Mikoto were nowhere to be seen. At this time, Sun Yin had already delivered Mikoto to her room. He poured a glass of water for Mikoto, fed it to her, covered her with a blanket, and was about to leave. However, at that moment, Mikoto sat up from the bed and hugged Sun Yan's waist tightly, burying her head into his solid back. Hey, what's wrong? Sun Yin asked. Brother Yin tonight. Stay here and keep Mikoto company. Sun Yin turned to see Mikoto looking at him with alluring eyes. Mikoto, you're still young. This might not be very good. Sun Yin said, feeling a bit awkward. Brother Yin, tell me, do you not like me at all? Tell me, where am I small? Makoto said with red eyes, looking pitiful. It seemed that if she said anything wrong next, she would burst into tears. Sun Yin looked at Makoto's impressive little chest and thought, well, it wasn't small at all. Ah, no, Makoto is only 16. How can I do such a thing? By the standards of my previous life, she isn't even an adult yet. Although in a ninja world, 16 is already considered an adult. Sun Yin still felt a bit hesitant. Makoto, you're only 16. I think we should wait a couple more years. Sun Yin scratched his head and said, Then why did Brother Yin do that with Yakura's sister at 16? Makoto puffed up her cheeks, angry. Sun Yin was momentarily speechless. It seemed that he might lose his virginity tonight. Is Brother Yin always lying to Makoto? Does Brother Yin not like Makoto at all? Makoto cried. Of course not. Sun Yin replied directly. Then why didn't you want Makoto? When Makoto said this, her face instantly turned crimson, her voice getting smaller and smaller, until it was barely a whisper. As soon as Makoto finished speaking, a big mouth kissed her cherry lips. In an instant, Makoto was startled by this sudden action. Her muscles tensed up all over, and her lips instinctively tightened. But the next moment, a strong tongue pried her tightly shut lips open, and Makoto began to respond. The two kissed passionately, their bodies gradually melding together. That night, on New Year's Eve, was a night of ecstasy. Sun Yin completely transformed into a beast, crazily giving in, while Makoto responded wildly. The next day, Sun Yin woke up early. Last night had been crazy, and it didn't end until the early hours. Moreover, it was Makoto's first time. Looking at the girl, sleeping soundly on the bed, a trace of tenderness flashed across Sun Yan's face, but she could no longer be called a girl. It is worth mentioning that the ones who couldn't sleep last night, besides himself and Makoto, were Kushina, Konan, and Hinata Linglong. These three girls had been eavesdropping all night until the battle ended before they dispersed. Chapter 137. Tremble. Konoha Sun Yin cooked some nourishing porridge, and Makoto slowly woke up from her sleep. Awake, little fool? Sun Yin smiled. Upon hearing this, Makoto turned over in bed, causing a sharp pain to shoot through her. All right, don't move. The first time is always painful, Sun Yin said with a smile as he brought over the porridge he had cooked, feeding it to Makoto spoon by spoon. I'll listen to you, Brother Yin. Makoto sweetly replied as she drank the porridge he handed her. After Makoto finished the porridge and fell asleep again, Sun Yin activated the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at the meeting room. The meeting room was already packed with people, and the previously restless crowd fell silent the moment Sun Yin appeared. Lord Zun, the crowd shouted in unison. Well then, let's begin the meeting. First, Yitsong will read our achievement from last year and our plans for this year, Sun Yin said. Yitsong organized the materials in his hands and began to read. The people below listened attentively, feverishly jotting down what they considered important. Shortly after, Yitsong finished his reading, and Sun Yin slowly said, I have some unfortunate news for everyone. Just yesterday, one of our southern bases was attacked again by those from Konoha. The members of the Dead Man's Army 48 and the Shinobi Corps bravely fought to their deaths. Therefore, our first goal this year is to start a war against the Land of Fire, to divide the Land of Fire, and to establish our own nation. As soon as Sun Yan's voice fell, the room plunged into a deadly silence, but it was quickly followed by thunderous cheers. Lord Zun is right. With the current strength of our Yen organization, why should we hide in the shadows? We should establish our own nation, and then we will be the strongest in the ninja world. Konoha, we have never sought trouble with you, yet you dare to repeatedly attack our Yen organization. You are simply seeking death. We declare war on Konoha, annihilate Konoha village, and conquer the Land of Fire. Watching the fire in his subordinate's eyes, Sun Yin smiled. Thinking of sending Konoha and the Land of Fire a grand gift today. Shungshu, send a message to Shungshu. Tell him to go to the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire and rob them of billions. As for us, we will go to Konoha to collect our debts. Sun Yin said to Yitsong, Understood, but can you really bear to just target Konoha? Yitsong teased. Haha, you underestimate me, Yitsong. There is nothing left for me to be attached to in Konoha. If you dare to attack the Yen organization, be prepared to face our wrath. I did not kill Jiraiya out of sentiment for the past, but this will be the last time, Sun Yin said flatly. All right, when do we set out? Yitsong asked. This time, just take Xiao Nan and Linglong with us. Makoto and Kushina don't need to go, Sun Yin replied. But it's Makoto's first time. Can't you be a bit gentler? Yitsong said. Let's not talk about that now. Call Xiao Nan and Linglong. We should get going. Sun Yin quickly changed the topic. At the Yen organization base on the rooftop, 6 figures stood there. Sun Yin, Yitsong, Xiao Nan, Linglong. as well as the Dead Man's Army 10 and Sakurada Miyuki. However, Xiao Nan and Ling Long didn't look so good. Both were sporting dark circles under their eyes. Xiao Nan, Ling Long, what is wrong with you? Did you not sleep well last night? Sakurada Miyuki asked. Hearing this, Xiao Nan and Ling Long seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, their faces instantly turning red. They had eavesdropped for nearly 2 hours last night, and Makoto's mysterious sounds, along with the sounds of her body colliding, lingered in their minds, causing the two girls to be unable to sleep the entire night. What is up with them, teacher? Sakurada Miyuki asked Yitsong. Seeing this, Yitsong almost laughed out loud, then said they heard something they shouldn't have last night, which caused them to be sleepless all night. Something they shouldn't have heard? Sakurada Miyuki asked, confused. What exactly did you hear? Tell me, I want to know too, she said. Xiao Nan and Ling Long's faces turned even redder, and seeing this, Sun Yin quickly interrupted them, then used the Divine Realm technique to pull everyone into the eye technique space. Konoha. After Jiraiya returned to the village, he sent the body of the 48th to the medical department in the Umbu for joint research. However, just as the Umbu was about to search the memories in the 48th teacher's brain, they saw a red-green eye, and then collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Thus, the corpse Jiraiya brought back not only failed to uncover the secrets of the Yen organization, but also left many dark flags for Sun Yen. At this moment, Jiraiya was in a small tavern drinking with Kakashi. The third old man has stepped down. I suppose it's up to you, Kakashi, to take on this great responsibility. Jiraiya teased. Hey, Jiraiya, you can't say things like that casually, Kakashi replied. Tell me the specifics of your mission, Kakashi said. Understood. Jiraiya put away his playful demeanor and solemnly recounted the entire situation. The corpse I brought back has 5 hearts. Only by destroying all 5 can you kill him. If I hadn't activated Sage Mode, you might not have seen me again, Jiraiya concluded with a sigh. Are you sure Sun Yin has joined the Yen organization? Kakashi's voice trembled slightly. That voice, that tone, that momentum, it's no one but Sun Yin, Jiraiya said. But why? Kakashi was puzzled. Hearing this, Kakashi shook his head. Just then, a loud noise came from the center of Konoha, followed by a wave of ominous chakra that appeared out of nowhere. A massive roar accompanied it. Kakashi and Jiraiya instantly disappeared from the tavern, and what came into view was a giant blue monster cat, over 20 meters long, rampaging through the village, crushing all buildings in its path. Huge green fireballs were being spat out from the monster cat's mouth, aimed at the approaching Konoha ninjas. On the cat's back sat 6 distinct figures. Everyone disperse, with Sun Yin's command. Only he remained among the 6 figures. Yurue, did you see those 3 statues? Use the tailed beast bomb to take them down. Sun Yin pointed to the distant Hokage rock. Understood, the 2-tailed Yurue said as she began to gather chakra. Not far away, Jiraiya sensed something was wrong. The next moment, he activated the body flicker technique and vanished from where he stood. Just as Yurue was gathering the tailed beast bomb, a massive shadow covered the sky above Sun Yin and Yurue. It was Jiraiya's summoning technique, the roof collapse technique. Chapter 138, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Orotoru vs. Sun Yin, Part 1, with the summoning technique. Jiraiya summoned a giant toad to fall from the sky above Sun Yin and the 2-tailed beast, attempting to interrupt the tailed beast bomb that Yurue was about to unleash. Seeing this, Sun Yin smiled slightly. Divine illumination. Dark red flames appeared out of thin air, transforming into a gigantic fire dragon that instantly engulfed the shadow in the sky. Jiraiya also quickly left the toad, almost getting consumed by the dark red flames. Years of experience told him that once touched by such flames, death was certain. The toad was forced back to Mount Myaboku, but Sun Yin knew that even back at Mount Myaboku, the toad would not survive. His evolved divine illumination had a strong contaminating power. It first contaminated the body, then the soul. While the flames on the body might be resisted by chakra, how could the spirit resist the flames of the mind? Moments later, Sun Yin sensed a surge of spiritual energy entering his body. Clearly, the toad had already perished. At this moment, the tailed beast ball of the 2 tails had already condensed, and with a flash of red light, the tailed beast ball struck the Hokage rock on the back mountain, causing a massive explosion. Kakashi and Jiraiya were heartbroken. Summoning technique. Jiraiya instantly summoned Fukasaku, Shima, and the 2 sages, Zetsu and Jiraiya. What's going on, young Jiraiya? Sage Shima said solemnly. The Akatsuki is attacking Konoha, Jiraiya replied. You 2 sages. I need to enter Sage Mode. Please help me buy some time. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he created several shadow clones. Kakashi was arranging the evacuation of the civilians while deploying the military forces. The situation was chaotic, but Kakashi remained calm, dividing the incoming elite ninjas into 5 teams, each team heading towards an atSix member. Intense battles were visible throughout Konoha, as Yakura controlled blazing fireballs, mercilessly launching them at the Konoha ninjas rushing towards her. Those hit by the fireballs instantly turned into dried corpses. This was the terrifying power of blazing release. Sakuradama Yuki wielded a sharp long sword, weaving through the ninjas, taking a life with every pass. Konan flew in the air, her body transforming into countless pieces of paper surrounding the Konoha ninjas. In the stunned eyes of the Konoha ninjas, the sky full of white paper transformed into countless explosive tags. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, with lives lost in the explosions. Hyuga Linglong made her way to the Hyuga clan's grounds, where the clan members had already gathered but made no move. The Uchiha clan hasn't moved. Why should we? Just then, a purple-haired woman in an Akatsuki uniform appeared at the entrance of the Hyuga clan. Who are you? The current clan leader of the Hyuga asked. The corruption of the Hyuga clan has been ongoing for quite some time. I once thought of completely destroying this corruption to bring new life to the Hyuga clan, but now it is no longer necessary. I came today only for revenge. I will kill the clan leader and the elders of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Linglong said coldly. What do you think you are? The Hyuga clan will not tolerate your desecration. I will defeat her myself, Hyuga Hayashi said as he charged at Linglong. However, in the next moment, Linglong's figure appeared in front of Hayashi, and with a single finger, she sent him flying back. He crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious, and before the Hyuga clan could react, Linglong's body turned into an afterimage. Meanwhile, in the center of Konoha, Sun Yin stood on the head of the Two Tails, facing off against Jiraiya and Kakashi. Yin, is that you? Kakashi said, looking at the solitary figure atop the Two Tails. You can't hide anything from you, Kakashi-senpai. Yes, it's me. No more pretending. I established the Akatsuki, Sun Yin said with a faint smile, slowly removing his fierce mask to reveal a face as beautiful as an immortal. Why? Can you tell me why you're doing this? Kakashi asked. He, Konoha has already eliminated 3 of my Akatsuki strongholds. As they say, reciprocity is a must. Not returning a favor is impolite, Sun Yin replied with a smile. Jiraiya and Kakashi's expressions instantly turned grim. Yin, stop. Don't be so stubborn, Jiraiya said, hands clasped together. Hee. Although I know you're stalling for time, I don't mind. Of course, my subordinates won't mind either. Believe me, the longer you stall, the more people from Konoha will die. Sun Yin shook his head and smiled. The chakra from the 3rd Hokage's cells will run out. The chakra armor from the 3rd Hokage's cells is at its peak in defense, chakra supply efficiency, and chakra storage. It won't deplete even after fighting for a day and a night. Worrying about little time? That's simply not an option. Orochimaru, since you're here, why not show yourself? Are you reluctant to make a move against me? Sun Yin looked towards the distant shadows and said. Moments later, a pale-skinned, tall man stepped out. It was Orochimaru, who licked his lips and said in his hoarse voice, Yin, although I really don't want to fight you, this is Konoha after all. If that's the case, then let's battle. He patted the Two Tails and pointed to the 3 giant toads. In the next moment, Sun Yan's figure disappeared, reappearing above Jiraiya. He drew his long sword and slashed down at Jiraiya, who was gathering Sage Chakra. So fast, Jiraiya exclaimed, and not just him. The 2 sages also failed to react. At that thunderous moment, a bolt of lightning flashed, and Kakashi made his move, his short blade glowing with blue electricity, firmly blocking Sun Yan's strike. Kakashi-senpai, I once learned sword technique from you. Let's settle this today. The 2 figures turned into afterimages, battling fiercely for nearly 100 exchanges. Sun Yin seized a flaw in Kakashi's defense, instantly knocking the short blade from his hand. As the long sword was about to pierce Kakashi's chest, 6 enormous snake hands blocked Sun Yan's fierce attack, giving Kakashi a chance to grasp the short blade again. Yin, your sword techniques are timeless. I'm no longer your match. But for Konoha, even if I die today, I will stop you. Saying this, he charged at Sun Yin along with Orochimaru, and the 3 instantly engaged in battle. Nevertheless, Sun Yin remained unfazed. Lightning flashed. Thunderbolt. Kakashi instantly unleashed his signature move. Lightning Guard. Sun Yin also activated his defensive technique. Chapter 139, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Orochimaru vs. Sun Yin. Part 2, 2 bolts of lightning flickered as Kakashi and Sun Yan's bodies collided again. Then the 2 used the force to separate. Kakashi-senpai, Let me borrow a move too, thunderclap. 8 flashes. Sun Yin instantaneously activated his golden 3-tomo Sharingan. Then, chakra from lightning began to coalesce on the blade, and the sword and lightning began to resonate, transforming the entire blade into a lightning blade. In the next moment, Sun Yin moved even faster than before. Kakashi simply closed his eyes and focused on comprehending this sword strike from Sun Yin. Lightning flashed, and, at the last moment, Kakashi unleashed 8 sword strikes. The lightning blade pierced through the short blade and struck Kakashi's shoulder. The lightning blade cut through the short blade, hitting Kakashi's shoulder. As expected of Kakashi Senpai, you were able to withstand one of my 8 ultimate sword techniques, Sun Yin said. Sun Yin smiled as he pulled the lightning blade from Kakashi's shoulder and then kicked him away. Ninjutsu, Shadow Serpent Barrage. Orochimaru's arm transformed into a mass of snakes, attacking Sun Yin. With a casual swing of his sword, Sun Yin severed the snake swarm, then used a body flicker technique to vanish from the spot, appearing behind Orochimaru. With a swift strike, Orochimaru barely reacted before his arm was severed by Sun Yin. Blood gushed out instantly, but in the next moment, the severed arm quickly regenerated. Seeing this, Sun Yin was hardly fazed, while Jiraiya and Kakashi, who were gathering Sage Chakra, were instantly stunned. It was clear that Orochimaru had mastered the technique of cellular regeneration. Suddenly, Orochimaru's arm elongated, swiftly striking at Sun Yin. However, such an attack was like a mere tickle to Sun Yin, who casually sliced off Orochimaru's arm that was coming at him like a rubber whip. Sun Yin teased Orochimaru-senpai. I didn't expect you to master cellular regeneration and tissue softening techniques so quickly. Hee. Even so, it didn't bring any surprise to Yin-san. Orochimaru pulled out the long sword at his waist and said, "Ha ha ha, that's natural. Since you, Senior Orochimaru, can achieve this step, I certainly wouldn't be surprised. But that's not enough." Sun Yin smiled slightly. The golden 3-tomo Sharingan emitted an unusual glow, and then 2 massive spiral shurikens formed in Sun Yin's hand. One emitted a dazzling blue light, which was wind release, spiral, shuriken. The other appeared gray, surrounded by a destructive aura, which was explosive release, spiral shuriken. The corner of Sun Yan's mouth curled slightly, and the 2 massive chakra, shurikens were not thrown at the 3, but directed towards the surrounding ninjas. Not good. Spread out quickly. Kakashi Shigeru shouted to the group of ninjas behind him while covering his charred body. However, it was already too late. The 2 chakra spiral shurikens had long surpassed several times the speed of sound, and how could these little elite ninjas dodge them? Wind release. Spiral shuriken instantly hit the group of ninjas, cutting several bodies in half before exploding completely. A windstorm with a diameter of several dozen meters engulfed all the ninjas within its range. Everything around was illuminated by the enormous blue light. For a moment, everyone except Sun Yin closed their eyes due to the dazzling blue light. After a long time, the blue light disappeared, leaving behind a scarred earth and countless corpses pierced through by the wind release laser. On the other side, the explosive release, spiral shuriken penetrated numerous houses along the way, ultimately exploding in the center of Konoha, where a gigantic starfish appeared in the sky, followed by a huge explosion. Everything within the explosion's range turned to ashes, and a massive shockwave made it difficult for everyone to resist, as thick clouds of dust filled the sky, and a giant mushroom cloud soared into the air. Kakashi Shigeru, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru stared blankly at all this, their hearts filled with turmoil. Can an enemy like Sun Yin really be defeated? Yin, you've changed, becoming unrecognizable, terrifying. Kakashi Shigeru said with red eyes. Hee, Senior Shigeru, people change, don't they? Sun Yin chuckled. Sage mode activated. At that moment, Jiraiya's Sage mode also activated. Sage art. Oil wave. Jiraiya said no more and instantly unleashed the Sage technique, a sea of oil rushing towards Sun Yin. Following that, 2 toads appeared, one using wind release and the other using fire release. Sage mode, interesting. Although Jiraiya's Sage mode takes time to activate, its power is definitely not an issue. Watching the Sage art rushing towards him, Sun Yan's golden 3-tomo Sharingan instantly transformed into a pentagram. Divine illumination. Dark red flames came from the void, forming a towering firewall over 10 meters high, firmly blocking the incoming Sage technique and preventing it from entering even a bit. The 2 types of flames collided, as the oil flames of the Sage art crashed against the divine illumination wall, yet could not move it at all, and the power of the Sage art flames seemed to gradually weaken, while the divine illumination firewall grew stronger as if gaining an energy boost. This scene made Jiraiya's eyelids twitch. Sage art. Gate of the Right could be said to be the pinnacle of fire-style ninjutsu, yet now was being crushed by this dark red flame. After a long time, the sage art oil flames disappeared completely, while the divine illumination wall still existed. And compared to before, its area had increased. Seeing this, Jiraiya and the others frowned tightly. Observing the situation, Sun Yan's mouth curled into a sinister smile. And with a turn of the thousand light eye, the towering fire wall transformed into 3 massive fire dragons, roaring towards the 3. If hit by that thing, they would definitely die, Orochimaru thought, realizing that even using body flicker technique would not allow them to dodge. I can only use that technique. Summoning technique, triple summoning gate. 3 massive gates with wide mouths rose in front of Orochimaru. The roaring fire dragons violently crashed into the summoning gates, instantly burning through the first 2 layers, and finally striking the last layer, spreading outward. Moments later, the last summoning gate was burned to nothing. It finally fell to the ground, creating a sea of fire. Compared to Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Kakashi Shigeru had much weaker means of survival. Watching the incoming fire dragons, Kakashi Shigeru pulled out a kunai, gathering all his chakra into it, and slashed out a thunderous strike. Lightning, heavenly slash. A dazzling lightning bolt streaked across the sky, cleaving the massive divine illumination dragon in 2, sweeping towards Konoha from both sides of Kakashi Shigeru. At this moment, Kakashi Shigeru collapsed on the ground. Lightning, heavenly slash consumed a massive amount of chakra, and its power was comparable to that of a tailed beast bomb, instantly draining the already heavily injured Kakashi Shigeru's body. Meanwhile, Jiraiya summoned a water dragon from Sage Master Shimizu and a hurricane from Sage Master Shima. A combined ninjutsu was formed, rushing towards the divine illumination dragon. However, the moment they collided, the combined ninjutsu was burned to nothing. The divine illumination dragon continued to attack Jiraiya. Faced with the incoming ninjutsu, Jiraiya saw that he had only 2 options. One was to summon a toad to block the attack for him, and the other was to take the hit head-on. Chapter 140. After this battle, on to the next. Little Jiraiya, don't hesitate, Sage Master Shimizu said. 2 sages, no, Toad, Jiraiya has already lost his life for this. I absolutely cannot do it, Jiraiya said as he opened his palm to gather chakra. A chakra sphere the size of a half-person condensed in Jiraiya's hand. And then with the input of chakra, the half-person-sized chakra sphere suddenly enlarged, becoming a massive chakra sphere several meters in diameter. Chakra increased again. Jiraiya's face became somewhat unnatural. Clearly, controlling so much chakra at once and maintaining it in a spherical shape was very difficult. Even in Sage mode, it was quite strenuous. Ultimately, a nearly 5-meter diameter chakra sphere was held high by Jiraiya. The terrifying energy contained within it shocked both Kakashi Shigeru and Orochimaru. Jiraiya's figure flashed as he swung the massive sphere towards the incoming divine illumination dragon. Boom! The 2 collided, and a massive sound erupted, followed by a tremendous storm. For a moment, smoke and dust filled the air. A voice flew out from the center of the storm. It was Jiraiya, who had evidently been forced out of Sage mode, with the 2 sages having already disappeared, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Being at the center of the explosion, he was nearly killed by the shockwave. Orochimaru and Kakashi Shigeru were desperately trying to withstand the aftermath of the explosion. After a long time, everything returned to calm, and the once invincible figure still stood in the distance. He smiled and said, "My spiral sphere? I didn't expect you to master it to this extent. You truly are impressive, Jiraiya." Jiraiya struggled to right himself, spitting out another mouthful of blood, wanting to say something but failing to do so. "Yin, Konoha has been destroyed to this extent by you. Do you not feel any pain at all?" Kakashi Shigeru said. "Stop right there, Shimeo-senpai. I am now the leader of the Flame Organization, not a ninja from Konoha. If it weren't for my goodwill, Konoha would have been completely destroyed by now. Achieving this much, I have already been merciful enough. As for Jiraiya, if I had wanted to kill him last time, it would have been an easy task, but I let him go. However, that does not mean I will not hold anyone accountable or turn a blind eye to the members of the Flame Organization being killed by Konoha. This operation is both revenge and a declaration of war against Konoha. From today onwards, the Flame Organization officially declares war on Konoha," Sun Yin said loudly. At this moment, the 2 tails had already dealt with several toads, while the other 5 had completed their respective tasks and came to Sun Yan's side. "The ninja arts building of Konoha has been emptied by me, In the sealing book of Konoha, Yi Tsong said with a smile, "Lord, the money is also in hand. As expected of the richest country among the 5 great nations, Konoha's wealth is nearly 10 billion, Deadman number 10 said. For some reason, Sun Yin noticed that these undead, after using the Earth Grudge Fear, had a strange excitement about money, like Deadman number 10, who eagerly wanted to make money during the task allocation. I've taken down Orochimaru's lab with Conan. There were many high-tech technologies that I managed to steal, Sakurada Gongyue said with narrowed eyes, and Conan nodded in agreement. What's wrong with Linglong? Sun Yin asked, looking at the silent Linglong nearby. I've already personally dealt with several leaders of the Hyuga clan. Just thinking about my parents makes me feel very bad, Hinata Linglong said. Well, your great revenge has been avenged. I believe your parents will be very comforted, Sun Yin said. Since that's the case, we should leave now. Hearing Sun Yan's words, the 3 of them felt a buzz in their heads. They were instantly confused. The Flame Organization was going to war with Konoha? Just the 6 of them plus one-tailed beast had caused Konoha to be like this. What's more, what the Flame Organization had shown was just the tip of the iceberg. Yin saying, I really want to know what your true purpose is, Orochimaru said in a deep voice. Orochimaru-senpai, you wouldn't understand even if I told you my purpose, but I really admire you. By the way, your soft tissue technology and cell regeneration technology are quite good. I'll take them for now. It's getting late. I still have to rush to the next event. Goodbye, everyone, Sun Yin said, and as soon as his voice fell, the 2 tails transformed into a puff of white smoke and immediately disappeared from the spot. The figures of Sun Yin and the other 6 also sank into the space and vanished. In a land of iron, a country located in the northern part of the ninja world, the entire winter was almost buried in white snow. The 5 Kage were conducting their final discussions here, having spent 2 days discussing how to jointly deal with the Flame Organization. After a unified discussion, it was decided that the Land of Fire would first conduct reconnaissance activities, eliminate and investigate all the bases of the Flame Organization, and find the final hiding place of the Flame Organization. Then, the 5 Kage would personally lead 100 elite ninjas from their villages to completely annihilate the Flame Organization, ensuring that all villages would spare no effort to eradicate this tumor of the ninja world. Today was the conclusion of the meeting, and the issue under consideration was how to divide the spoils of victory after the annihilation of the Flame Organization. The Raikage was the first to speak, stating that the 2 tails must be returned to the Cloud Village and declaring that Cloud had suffered the worst under the Flame Organization's attacks, demanding that after the eradication of the Flame Organization, Cloud should receive 30% of the profits. This statement immediately met with opposition from everyone. Noki was the first to disagree, slamming the table angrily and saying, Raikage, I think our Wagakure has suffered the most severe losses. The 2 instantly began to argue, while the Kazekage was calculating his own benefits, saying, after the eradication of the Flame Organization, we can forego the profits. But the Land of Fire must give us a piece of land in the south as compensation. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished, thinking that the 3rd Kazekage must be a fool. How could Konoha possibly agree to such an outrageous demand? Kazekage, are you joking? Why should our Land of Fire cede land to you? The 3rd Hokage said angrily. The known members of the Flame Organization are all ninjas from your Land of Fire, so you should take responsibility for this. Following this, the Hokage and the Kazekage began to argue again, while the Mizukage remained silent, merely closing his eyes to rest. Sanbian was no stranger to this. Initially, a good discussion could yield results in half a day, but it had to devolve into accusations, back-and-forth arguments, and pushing responsibility. In the end, it was of no use unless they became the target of everyone's blame. Far away in the land of water, Uchiha Madara shook his head at this. These guys were truly useless. They hadn't even started fighting, and they were already arguing over how to divide the spoils. With this thought, Uchiha Madara once again believed that the ninja world created by Hashirama was a mistake and that he must realize a truly ideal world. Just as the few of them were arguing most fiercely, a strange phenomenon occurred. Chapter 141. Declaring war on the 5 great nations, a loud explosion rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. As the dust settled, 6 figures appeared in front of everyone, with countless dead and injured samurai from the Land of Iron behind them. At this moment, the 5 Kage finally recognized the appearance of the 5 people, and even more striking was the Flame Organization attire they wore, resembling the long robes of the Hokage. Damn it, it's actually members of the Flame Organization, Noki said. They aren't wearing masks. Damn rats, have they finally shown their faces? The Raikage shouted. Aside from Deadman number 10, 5 handsome men and women appeared before the Kage. For a moment, it was hard to believe that the notorious members of the Flame organization were just a group of such attractive individuals. Though it might be redundant, let me introduce myself to everyone present. I am Sun Yin, the leader of the Flame organization. The Flame organization was established by me in the shadows, Sun Yin said, looking at the 5 Kage and their attendants. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, especially the sunny boy standing behind the 3rd Hokage, who looked at Sun Yin in disbelief. He had suspected that Yin might have joined the Flame organization, but he never expected that the Flame organization was established solely by Sun Yin. As expected, Yin, you have fallen, the 3rd Hokage said solemnly. You have no right to say whether I have fallen or not, 3rd Hokage, Sun Yin scoffed. The next moment, Sun Yin moved, transforming into an afterimage that appeared behind Orochimaru, and with a single lightning cutter, pierced through Orochimaru's body, which then transformed into a puff of white smoke under everyone's astonished gaze. 3rd Old Man, can't you even tell a shadow clone apart? Sun Yin asked with a smile. The 3rd Hokage's face instantly turned red, filled with anger towards Sun Yin and Orochimaru. Standing in front of the 3rd Hokage, Minato looked at Sun Yin, whom he had never properly looked at before. Minato didn't believe it. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was his best friend Yin. Minato, it seems you've been doing pretty well these past 3 years, Sun Yin said with a smile. Yin, tell me why you're doing this. Why you're attacking other ninja villages. Why? Minato said with a pained heart. Well, let me correct you. I'm not just attacking other hidden villages. I just finished attacking Konoha, and, the casualties should be quite heavy, Sun Yin said with a smile. What did you say, Yin? You said you also attacked Konoha? Minato asked in shock, suddenly realizing how unfamiliar Sun Yin seemed. Yin, why have you become like this? What happened to you? Minato shouted. You're called Minato, right? Little guy, let me answer that question. It's not that Sun Yin has changed. It's that you have never understood the real Sun Yin. Yitsong's enchanting voice reached the ears of Minato, once again causing a tremendous shock to his heart. Magnetic Sand, it's been a while. Does Sunagakure still remember someone like me? Yitsong said with a smile to the 3rd Kazekage. At this moment, the 3rd Kazekage recalled that this familiar woman was once his biggest rival, Yitsong. After Yitsong was captured by Sun Yin. In order to successfully seize the position of Kazekage, Magnetic Sand chose to remain silent on this matter, thinking that Yitsong had already died at Sun Yin's hands. Unexpectedly. Now I will answer your second question. Minato, Sun Yin said, looking at Minato. My goal is to establish a country of my own. To create my own ninja village, a village that surpasses the 5 great nations, a ninja village that surpasses the 5 great hidden villages. My purpose is that simple. Sun Yin laughed. Establishing a country that surpasses the 5 great nations and a village that surpasses the 5 great hidden villages? You must be dreaming. The current structure of the ninja world is already set. Where is there territory for you to establish a country and a hidden village? Noki mocked. Absolutely impossible. The 5 great nations mutually restrict and balance each other. There's no need for you to establish a so-called ninja village that surpasses the 5 great nations. The 3rd Raikage also said. Haha. Sun Yin laughed loudly. Bastard, what are you laughing at? The 3rd Raikage angrily retorted. If it weren't for the fear of being beaten too badly and embarrassed by Sun Yin, he would have rushed up to punch him already. I'm laughing at the disgusting faces of your 5 great nations, at your inexplicable sense of superiority, at your naive belief that you can stop the rise of the Flame organization, and also at your naive assumption that I am here to negotiate with you. Sun Yin said, activating his Mangeki Sharingan, instantly cooling the atmosphere in the room. In the next moment, a yellow flash appeared beside Sun Yin, followed by Minato's figure, who clenched his fist and aimed for Sun Yin's face. In his heart, he thought, I cannot let you go wrong any longer, Yin. The Sharingan flickered with a glimmer. As Sun Yin had already seen everything that would happen in the next 3 seconds. To everyone's eyes, it seemed as if Sun Yin had predicted the future. He slowly extended his left hand and caught Minato's heavy punch, smiling. Don't waste your energy. The Flying Thunder God technique is useless against me. Immediately after, he swung a punch at Minato, but in the next moment, Minato disappeared into thin air again. Seeing this, Sun Yin chuckled, turning into a shadow and moving to a side angle, punching at the air. Just as everyone was confused, Minato's figure appeared, immediately sent flying by a punch. Let us all attack together. Otherwise, in a one-on-one, you have no chance of winning, Sun Yin said, extending a finger and swaying it left and right towards everyone. Seeing this, the 5 Kage exchanged glances and then stepped forward. No, I beg you all, give me a chance. I want to catch it myself, Minato said, struggling to get up from the ground. Having taken a punch from Sun Yin and still being able to stand was already quite remarkable, given Sun Yan's current physical strength. Taking a punch from him would leave anyone severely injured, if not dead. Yin, my Flying Thunder God technique was taught by you. Now I want to use it to wake you up, Minato insisted. All right, I'll give you this opportunity. Use the Flying Thunder God to bring you to spare once more. Sun Yin said with a smile, shaking his head, and in the next moment, he closed his Sharingan. He slowly pulled out a Flying Thunder God kunai. Minato took out a huge scroll, then formed hand seals, and countless Flying Thunder God kunai flew out of the scroll, rushing towards Sun Yin. In response, Sun Yin knocked away all the kunai, quietly standing in place, waiting for Minato's attack. In the next moment, a golden flash appeared, and Minato's figure appeared on Sun Yan's right side, throwing a Flying Thunder God kunai at him. The next moment, Minato appeared behind Sun Yin, with a Rasengan already formed in his hand. Chapter 142, Sun Yin vs. the 5 Kage. At this moment, Sun Yin was indeed caught between the kunai and the Rasengan. In that instant, he tossed the kunai into the air, and the once dreaded black, ghostly light appeared again. Sun Yan's figure appeared in midair, once again holding the kunai. Meanwhile, Minato disappeared again, reappearing next to a distant Flying Thunder God kunai. In the first round of their clash, both sides seemed evenly matched. Noki looked at Minato, who was battling Sun Yin, and said to the third Hokage, "Your Konoha has produced an impressive ninja. Space ninjutsu is really annoying," the third Raikage remarked. Seeing this, the third Hokage smiled, but his smile was somewhat forced. He was very worried about Konoha's safety, yet he couldn't free himself at the moment. Just then, the two had already used the Flying Thunder God and exchanged several blows, with Sun Yin merely using a single kunai to evade Minato's attacks back and forth. "Is this all you've got, Minato? You're a bit overestimating yourself," Sun Yin said, transforming into a shadow, and in the next moment, he appeared behind Minato. Sensing the deadly crisis behind him, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God again, appearing next to another kunai. However, the sense of crisis did not diminish at all. In the next moment, a golden flash flickered again, and Minato activated the Flying Thunder God once more. But then came an even stronger sense of crisis. A black light flashed, and Sun Yan's kunai slashed towards Minato's neck. The deadly crisis made Minato instinctively dodge, avoiding this lethal blow, but the kunai left a deep blood mark on his face. Immediately after, Sun Yin delivered a front kick, and Minato hurriedly raised his arms to block. Minato looked at Sun Yin with a shocked expression, confused as to when Yin had engraved the Flying Thunder God kunai. "Stop with these futile efforts. I'm already tired of the Flying Thunder God, and you're just getting started. Also, your Flying Thunder God is really pathetic. I regret teaching you this technique. It's a complete waste of its potential. Next, let me show you what a true Flying Thunder God looks like," Sun Yin said as he moved. Everyone only saw a black light flash, and Sun Yan's figure disappeared from spot. Minato activated the Flying Thunder God, and within the room, neither of their figures could be seen. Only a shadow and a yellow light darted around the room, followed by the humming sound of blades clashing. However, this state did not last long. One figure was knocked away, blood gushing from the abdomen. It was Minato, who was clearly unconscious at this point. Sun Yin maintained his thrusting motion, looking particularly impressive. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became very oppressive. Clearly, Sun Yan's skilled Flying Thunder God had shocked everyone once again. Water release, violent wave technique. At that moment, the fourth Mizukage launched the first attack. A massive water dragon whirlpool surged towards Sun Yin. Fire release, great fire destruction. Sun Yin quickly formed hand seals and then spewed out a massive wave of flames. Instantly, he extinguished the fourth Mizukage water ninjutsu, sending the residual force towards the 5 Kage. Watching the massive wave of flames approaching, everyone present displayed their skills. The third Hokage first hugged Minato to his side, then performed exquisite earth release techniques, raising numerous earth walls to block the wave of flames. As for the Raikage and his son, they activated their lightning release armor, while the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, infused himself with Tailed Beast Chakra. The Mizukage, Yi Tsong, along with Pai Pa Jiz and the Ghost Lantern Moon, all used water release techniques to resist Sun Yan's fire release. Magnetic Sand gathered sand iron to form a protective shield, covering the entire Sunigakure group. After a long time, Sun Yan's fire release technique finally dissipated. Xiao AI and Killer Bee exchanged glances, and then transformed into 2 afterimages. Lightning release, Absolute Bull Thunderplow. A red and a blue figure sliced through the crowd's line of sight, then appeared on either side of Sun Yan. Two elbows struck towards Sun Yan's neck. Boom! A massive collision sound erupted, and the tremendous shockwave caused the ground to crack, raising a cloud of dust. Sun Yan, with an incredible maneuver, withstood the attacks of both individuals, blocking little AI's elbow strike with his right elbow while simultaneously kicking Chi Rubby's elbow strike with his left foot. Just then, another bolt of blue lightning streaked through the air, appearing above Sun Yan. It was the third Reikage, AI. Hell Spike, 4 books penetrating hands. A blue light surged towards Sun Yan, followed by a deafening explosion. The entire conference building shook. Did it succeed? Luo Sha asked. How could it be? Magnet San mocked. Just then, 2 figures flew out of the dust, revealing little AI and Chi Robby. Both were sent flying and crashed into the wall. Immediately after, a dark red skeletal giant appeared, with the third Reikage's 4 books penetrating hands stabbed into the chest of the skeletal giant, unable to move an inch. In the next moment, the skeletal giant raised its fist and smashed it towards the third Reikage, with a flash of blue light. The third Reikage dodged the skeletal giant's punch, which slammed into the ground, causing the entire hall to shake again. The holy light armor dissipated, and Sun Yan emerged unscathed. The trio's joint attack was not particularly strong. Although he had long anticipated their assault, why dodge when he could simply withstand it? Everyone, I will give you one last chance. I do not wish to indiscriminately kill the innocent. If you do not wish to be enemies with the Flame Organization, please leave quickly, Sun Yan said in a deep voice. You think we are afraid because you have more people? This is a psychological tactic, and we won't fall for it. With us 5 Kages here, your Flame Organization will never rise, Inoki said as he launched an attack. Earth Release, Original World Severing Technique. A white light beam swept towards Sun Yan and the members of the Flame Organization. Divine Illumination, Flame Dragon. In an instant, a dark red flame enveloped Sun Yan's body, which then transformed into a gigantic fire dragon, twisting towards the light beam. Seeing this, Inoki smiled, thinking that his dust release was invincible in the world. Unless Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo could withstand his dust release, any other technique that touched his dust release would vanish into nothingness. But the next moment, Inoki was dumbfounded. The fire dragon transformed from the dark red flames, entwined with the dust release light beam, and the two began to counterbalance each other, ultimately both vanishing into nothingness. Dust release is nothing special. Besides, I can use it too. Dust release, original world severing technique. Following this, a dust release light beam thicker than Inoki's appeared, sweeping towards everyone. Chapter 143, Departure of the Wind Shadow. The massive light beam sliced through the entire hall, its residual power still targeting the other Kages. Upon seeing this, although Inoki was shocked again, he immediately went on the defensive. Dust release, limit boundary severing technique. A gigantic rectangular dust release appeared in front of the Tsuchikige's group, firmly blocking Sun Yan's dust release, while others weren't so lucky, either defending or dodging. Boom! The entire hall was cut in half by Sun Yan's dust release, and the massive rooftop came crashing down. Having dodged the dust release, Inoki hurriedly flew into the air to meet the rapidly descending ceiling slab. Earth release, light and heavy rock technique. In the next moment, Inoki lifted the massive rooftop with one hand. Looking at the people below, Inoki cursed inwardly. A bunch of bastards. When are you going to maintain your strength? He then shouted, when are you all going to see enough? Hurry up and deal with this guy. Saying this, he rose higher and threw the entire rooftop aside, causing another loud roar. Inoki is right. Today we must work together to eliminate the Flame Organization. The third Reikage said. Why hasn't the third Hokage made move yet? Could it be that he's reluctant to act? The third Reikage remarked. Of course not. Everyone present. Let's get to it. Although the third Hokage was worried about Minato's safety, seeing that Minato's wound wasn't bleeding anymore, he felt relieved. He set Minato aside, threw off the Hokage's ceremonial robe, and assumed a battle stance. The 4 water shadows also removed their ceremonial robes and picked up their long weapons, ready to launch an attack on Sun Yan at any moment. The Reikage was also poised for action. However, the Wind Shadow, Magnet Sand, remained calm and made no moves, simply watching. Luo Sha and another guard quietly approached, saying, Lord Wind Shadow, we are withdrawing. Let's leave now. Magnet Sand's words shocked Luo Sha and the others. Logically, Magnet Sand should hate Sun Yan the most. Having suffered severe burns over 80% of his body due to Sun Yan's actions, leaving him wrapped in bandages except for his face. Yet now, with the enemy right in front of them, the wind shadow want to leave? This left Luo Sha utterly confused. Magnet Sand stood up and said to everyone, "We of the Sand Village are withdrawing from this battle. Whether the Flame Organization establishes a ninja village or nation has nothing to do with us. Moreover, 90% of our Sand Village's territory is desert, which the Flame Organization likely looks down upon. Let what the Flame Organization took from the Sand Village be considered a congratulatory gift." After finishing his words, Magnet Sand, under the astonished gazes of the other Kages, took Luo Sha and another guard to leave. Even Sun Yin couldn't comprehend this. Was Magnet Sand really that cowardly? However, it was indeed a clear choice, as Sun Yin had already thought of how to maximize the value of these Kages. With the Wind Shadow's departure, the Tsuchikage and Reikage immediately began to curse. They hadn't expected Magnet Sand to be so cowardly, lacking the momentum and foresight that a Kaga-level strong person should possess. Magnet Sand left the conference building, saying to his followers, "They may accuse me of being timid, but everything I do is for the Sand Village. The Sand Village really can't withstand any more turmoil. The last time, the Flame Organization already emptied our village's treasury. Then, if Lord Wind Shadow and the 4 Kages work together to eliminate Sun Yin here, won't we have nothing to worry about?" Luo Sha asked. Those who don't know their limits. Sun Yin has yet to unleash his true power. Just wait and see. It won't be long before their scandal breaks, Magnet Sand replied as he quickened his pace, as if fearing Sun Yin would chase after them. Luo Sha remained puzzled. Although Sun Yin was powerful, the 5 Kages working together were certainly not weak and could potentially win. Was Lord Wind Shadow really afraid of being beaten? At this moment, in the empty hall, Sun Yin stood shoulder to shoulder with the 5 figures, including the leader of the Land of Iron, Mifyun. Originally, Mifyun did not want to get involved in these ninja affairs, but when Sun Yin stated that the future Land of Iron would be part of the Land of Flame, Mifyun joined the ranks of the 4 Kages without a second thought. Summoning technique. The 3rd Hokage instantly summoned a monkey. The Monkey King had already been taken out by Sun Yin, and this monkey had not appeared in the original work. Following this, the monkey transformed into a Vajra rod and charged towards Sun Yin. With the 3rd Hokage's movements, Mifyun followed closely, while the Tsuchikage cast the light and heavy rock technique on the Reikage, further boosting the 3rd Reikage speed as he charged towards Sun Yin. Seeing this, Sun Yin chuckled. "Are you all coming at once? Things are getting more and more interesting." He drew his long sword from his back, infusing it with pure lightning. In the next moment, Sun Yin's body transformed into a streak of lightning, moving faster than the current AI, and instantly arrived above AI. Lightning release. Instantaneous slash. In the next moment, Sun Yan's slash landed on the 3rd Reikage. Although it did not break through his defense, it still sent him flying against the wall. Immediately after, Sun Yin engaged in combat with Mitsuba and the 3rd Hokage once again. Mitsuba and Sarutobi were both masters of physical combat, and for a time, the 3 fought back and forth. The Tsuchikage attacked Sun Yin from a distance, while the Reikage waited for the right moment to launch a fatal strike against him. But he never succeeded. Sun Yin seemed to be able to foresee the future, evading the Reikage's 4-point thrust and the Tsuchikage's earth release attacks with precision. The battle reached a boiling point. As for Yi Tsang and his 6 companions, they were engaged in a fierce fight with the guards, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Everyone put in more effort. Even if we can't defeat him in the short term, he has been fighting us for so long that his chakra must be severely depleted. "Hold on, we need to wear him down," said Noki. After hearing Naka's words, Sun Yin felt a sense of discomfort at Naka's foolishness. This Noki was truly amusing. How could he think Sun Yin was running low on chakra? Sun Yin possessed nearly peak Kaga-level chakra reserves and levels, along with a terrifying physique, and his consumption was less than his recovery. It seemed they mistook his playfulness for weakness. A column of dust release shot towards Sun Yin again, just as he was about to dodge. The other 4's attacks came crashing in, blocking all of Sun Yin's escape routes. Swift as a startled swan, Mitsuba unleashed a massive sword technique. Vajrarui stick, great smash. The Vajrari stick in the 3rd Hokage's hand extended and then smashed towards Sun Yin. Water release, water wave surge. The Mizukage also unleashed a powerful ninjutsu. Black thunder, lightning tiger explosion. The 3rd Reikage used his black lightning technique, summoning a lightning tiger with a ferocious mouth to attack Sun Yin. Chapter 144. The terrifying Thousand Light. I mowed the scene before Sun Yin had already manifested in his mind, leaving no room for retreat. Unless he used space ninjutsu, he wouldn't achieve the goal he desired. It had been a long time since he used that form. He wondered how strong he would be now if he activated that mode. Instantly, a mix of blue and red energy overflowed from Sun Yan's body, enveloping him and forming a dark red chakra cloak. At that moment, an extremely terrifying aura emanated from Sun Yan's body, causing the surrounding air to stagnate. Following that, an invisible shockwave radiated from his body, and Sun Yan began to float in the air. Seeing the incoming attacks, Sun Yan smiled, extended a finger, and a dark red sphere appeared, dispersing to form a spherical barrier around him. At that moment, all the attacks struck the dark red barrier. Contrary to expectations, there was no massive explosion. All ninjutsu was instantly absorbed upon contact with the dark red barrier. As for the third Hokage's Vajra Rui stick, it began to dissolve before the astonished gazes of everyone present. The third Hokage, disregarding everything else, immediately threw away the Vajra Rui stick, which then transformed into a monkey, though this monkey's body was gradually starting to dissipate. Elder Monkey, are you okay? The third Hokage asked. I don't know why my body is disintegrating. Elder Monkey wanted to say more, but in the next moment, a gust of wind blew by, and his body completely vanished along with his soul. A gust of wind stirred up some dust, and Sun Yan's figure hovered in the air, looking down at the crowd with a sympathetic gaze. What has happened? Why were our ninjutsu absorbed? Noki asked in a deep voice. I don't know, but Sun Yan feels even stronger now. Does he have no limits? Mitsuba panted. It's just a layer of red skin. You all haven't seen anything yet. I'm going first, the third Raikage said, transforming into a blue light. However, a red light moved even faster than him, arriving above the third Raikage at 10 times his speed. God! Lightning release. Lightning cutter. A dark red lightning bolt appeared from Sun Yan's hand, effortlessly piercing through the third Raikage's strongest armor and striking his right chest, causing blood to spurt out. All of this happened in an instant. Everyone saw the Raikage transform into a blue light, charging towards Sun Yan. But then the blue light disappeared, and the third Raikage plummeted from the sky, blood gushing from his body. Clearly, he had lost consciousness, and unbeknownst to everyone, a mysterious force was ravaging the third Raikage's body. Meanwhile, Xiao AI, who was still fighting, noticed the situation here. In that moment of distraction, the living dead seized the opportunity and unleashed a triple-shot ninjutsu toward Xiao AI. Currently, Xiao AI's lightning release chakra armor was evidently inadequate. It was instantly heavily damaged by the triple shot. At the same time, Yi Tsong was engaged in a back-and-forth battle with Pipa Shirzong and Ghost Lantern Mizuki, easily handling 2 opponents and even gaining the upper hand. Xiaonan was fighting against Noki and another Wagakure ninja, but she appeared somewhat flustered at the moment. Hinata Linglong was clashing with Killer Bee. Both were masters of physical combat, one using fists and the other using a blade, trading blows with each other. However, Killer Bee seemed somewhat distracted. Both the third Raikage and his older brother AI were severely injured, and he couldn't take them down in the short term. He had to consult with the 8 Tails within him about the situation. 8 Tails, I need your power. My brother and Lord Raikage are both severely injured. I need your strength. Killer Bee said, Kid, it's not that I don't want to help you, but if that guy's your opponent, it won't matter whether I show up or not. That man is on a different level than you. Give up struggling, and you might just survive, the 8 Tails replied. With no choice, Killer Bee resumed battling Hinata Linglong. As he watched the Raikage rapidly falling from the sky, Noki rushed forward, catching the Raikage and placing him on the ground. Damn it, what just happened? The so-called strongest shield, the third Raikage, was actually breached. Noki gritted his teeth. Now it's just the 4 of you left. One is the Tsuchikage with a bloodline limit. One is the Hokage, who is said to be the strongest in history. Another is the Mizukage, who has indiscriminately slaughtered bloodline families in the village since taking office. And the last is the half-hearted swordsman from the Land of Iron. Sun Yan laughed. Do you think you still have a chance? Sun Yan smirked. The third Hokage looked sorrowfully at Sun Yan in the sky, an inexplicable heartache swelling within him. He spoke a few words to the Tsuchikage and the Mizukage, then looked at Sun Yan with a death-defying gaze. Flame, you have become what you are today, and I bear an unshirkable responsibility. If I hadn't sheltered Danzo and allowed him to do such things, you wouldn't have turned out like this. The cause of everything is my fault. So let me end this moment with my own hands, the third Hokage said, quickly forming hand seals. Stop it, Hokage. You merely want to perform the Reaper Death Seal and perish with me. Next, you'll have the Tsuchikage use the boundary removal technique to lock down the entire sky. Then, the Mizukage will attack from the right flank. At that moment, I will dodge to the left. And then Mitsuba will unleash his ultimate sword technique while you take the opportunity to perform the Reaper Sealing Jutsu, Sun Yin said slowly. Upon hearing this, the three were instantly astonished. How did Sun Yin know this? Hee, I must say you guys are really too idealistic. Alright, this farce should come to an end, Sun Yin said. As Sun Yin spoke, his figure vanished and reappeared, now hovering over Noki. A set of Babwa palm strikes hit his body, followed by a kick that sent him flying. Immediately after, the water shadow, and finally the fire shadow, flew out almost simultaneously, crashing into the wall, showcasing just how terrifying Sun Yan's speed was. As for Mitsa, Sun Yan activated his technique Heavenly God, permanently altering his memories to ensure his eternal loyalty to Sun Yin and the Yin organization. Approaching the four shadow clones who were spitting blood, he saw that they had all been absorbed into the divine realm space. He then arrived next to several shadow guards lying on the ground and complained, Yakura, you were too heavy-handed. They turned into mummies. Sun Yin pointed at the ghost lantern and said, TCH, you can't blame me. My Scorch Release just happens to restrain his water transformation technique. It was an accident that I killed him. Fine, Sun Yin said, speechless. These people are all money. Each shadow is worth 1 billion Rio, and the 8 tails is also 1 billion. As for the other fire shadow attendants, they are basically the next candidates for shadow, worth 500 million each. This is simply too cheap for them. Chapter 145, The Arrival of the Big Fat Sheep at Night in the Iron Country's Prison. The four slowly awoke, looking at their unfamiliar surroundings, feeling a sense of inexplicable panic. Naturally, when they saw each other's familiar faces, they revealed a bitter smile. Did we die? Yakura asked. We're not dead. I can feel the pain in my body, said the third Reikage. The four of them had all their chakra points sealed by Sun Yan's Bagua palm, unable to use any chakra. Sun Yan, why didn't you kill us, but instead locked us up? And where's Mitsuha? Did Sun Yan kill him? Noki said. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the prison, and a middle-aged man in armor, carrying a sword at his waist, entered, followed by a squad of fully armed samurai. The four shadows smiled upon seeing the newcomer, thinking Mitsuha might have come to rescue them. However, it seemed that heaven was playing a cruel joke on them. As the middle-aged man said to the people behind him, open the door and take them to the hall. He then turned and left, leaving the four in a state of confusion. Damn it, what does this mean? Said angrily. Mitsuha must have betrayed us, Noki said solemnly. Damn it, this is outrageous. When we return to the Land of Lightning, I will definitely send troops to destroy his Iron Country, they declared. Lord Reikage, you might not have that capability. The Iron Country has already allied with the Yin organization. Do you think you have the ability to destroy him? The third Hokage said. Damn it, this is maddening. Be gentler with me. I'm old and it's not easy. Noki yelled. In the brightly lit hall, only Sun Yin was present, while the other members of the Yin organization had already returned to the main base to prepare for war. They were just waiting for Sun Yan's command, and the Yin organization would launch attacks from various subbases to conquer the Land of Fire from all sides. As for the Iron Country, it was already in Sun Yan's pocket. Sun Yin aimed to take at least 50% of the Land of Fire, while he had no interest in Konoha. Sun Yin planned to split the entire Land of Fire in two, either east-west or north-south, but he had not yet made specific plans on how to divide it. Currently, the Yin organization S-base was located in the northwest of the Land of Fire, very close to the Iron Country, which was also why Sun Yin incorporated the Iron Country into his plans. At this moment, the four shadows had been brought over by the samurai. Sun Yin greeted the four of them amiably. Sun Yin, stop pretending here. If you're not going to kill us, what do you want? If you want us to surrender, that's impossible, Noki said fiercely. No, I don't expect you to surrender, nor will I kill you. Killing you would only lead to endless conflict between the four great nations and my Yin organization. Although I am not afraid, I currently have no intention of unifying the ninja world. Therefore, I can only maximize your value. I have already sent a statement to your respective hidden villages, asking them to send people to redeem you for 10 billion each. Of course, the 8 tails is also 10 billion, and as for your shadow attendants, they are worth 500 million each, Sun Yin said with a smile. Bastard, you want to have a good end. The Reikage roared. You'd better kill us, otherwise, our Awagakure will still be at odds with your Yin organization, Noki said angrily. You are wrong on 2 points. First, the Yin organization is about to become the Yin country. You could be at odds with the Yin country, not the Yin organization. Second, whether your Land of Earth is at odds with me is not entirely up to you, is it, Lord Suchikage? Sun Yin laughed. After saying this, Sun Yin ignored the four and vanished into a spatial vortex. At the Yen organization base, Sun Yen appeared in the highest conference hall, where many personnel had been waiting for a long time. They were ready to enter battle at Sun Yan's command. However, to Sun Yan's surprise, a familiar yet slightly unfamiliar figure appeared here. This person had a neatly trimmed, light yellow bob haircut, wore a white and green blouse with a large gambling character printed on the back, and had a delicate face, a slim figure, and a pair of breasts that would make any woman envious. This person was none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Sun Yen was slightly taken aback, unsure when Tsunade had arrived. Although he missed her dearly, Sun Yen still prioritized troop deployment and tactical arrangements. After a while, everyone in the conference room dispersed, and Yakura, Kushina, and Mikoto also left very tactfully. Sun Yen looked at the stunning figure before him, a wicked smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Tsunade, it's been 3 years. You're looking more and more impressive, he said. Hearing this, Tsunade's face flushed, but quickly disappeared. Little brat, you're still the same, full of flattery, Tsunade said. Although I expected it, I still didn't think you would grow to this extent in just a few years, and your Yen organization has developed to such a scale, Tsunade remarked. I didn't expect you to have a second development, Tsunade, ha ha ha, Sun Yen teased, staring at Tsunade's breasts. Bam! Tsunade punched Sun Yen on the forehead, but clearly, she didn't use much force. You really haven't changed at all. You dead, Sun Yen, Tsunade scolded, her face turning red. Hey, change? There's a lot, but I remain the same for the ones I love. Sun Yen looked at Tsunade and said affectionately, You. Seeing Sun Yen's loving gaze, Tsunade's heart raced, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. The two stared deeply at each other, just as their faces began to draw closer. Tsunade suddenly snapped back to reality, pushed Sun Yen away, turned her head, and pretended to say, Don't use your tricks on me. It won't work on me. Ha, right, it won't work, Sun Yen laughed. I came to find you because there's something I need to discuss with you, Tsunade said, calming her emotions. Humph, so if there were nothing to discuss, you wouldn't come looking for me? Sun Yen feigned sadness. Of course not, Tsunade instinctively replied, but then thought of something and fell silent. All right, we'll talk about other things later. How have you been these years? Sun Yen sat down, took a sip of tea, and asked. Not too bad. I've been enjoying gambling, Tsunade said, her eyes sparkling. Is losing money really that enjoyable? Sun Yen muttered. What losing? I always win when I gamble, Tsunade retorted. Well, over the past 3 years, you've borrowed a total of 1 billion taels from Tianlong Bank. When are you going to pay it back? Sun Yen said, speechless. Ah, Yen, how did you find out? Tsunade exclaimed in shock. Chapter 146. Conversation with Tsunade, TCH. The entire Tianlong Inn, Tianlong Casino, Tianlong Bank, Tianlong Merchant City, and Tianlong Chamber of Commerce in the Land of Fire are all mine, okay? Sun Yen said, covering his face. The reason Sun Yen took so much money, not borrowed, but acquired, was primarily for research and development. And secondly, to control the economic lifeline of the Land of Fire. He also aimed to educate the public and instill new ideas in people's minds. Over the years, all of Tianlong's institutions have been created for the people, aligning with their sentiments, and have gained much recognition and support from the people of the Land of Fire. Aside from Konoha, there are many small towns and villages in the Land of Fire. In remote and underdeveloped areas, farmers rely on the weather for their harvests. If the harvest is good, they barely have enough to eat. If it's bad, many starve. This leads to the spread of epidemics and other diseases. The feudal governance system, led by the daimyo, not only fails to provide disaster relief, but also increases taxes, which infuriates the people. At this time, Tianlong institutions would open their granaries for disaster relief. And even various bases of the Yen organization would send medical ninjas to provide free treatment to the people of the Land of Fire. In this way, the weight of Tianlong institutions in the hearts of the people of the Land of Fire has been growing. In addition, Tianlong institutions also teach the people of the Land of Fire the new ideas of a harmonious society, imparting concepts of peace, democracy, freedom, and equality. After all, building a country relies not only on military power, but also on the establishment of economic, cultural, and ideological foundations, with the grassroots populace being the most important. Otherwise, occupying such a large territory without people is useless. Listening to Sun Yen, Tsunade was momentarily dumbfounded. The casino and bank she had been gambling at were both run by Yen, which meant she could play freely without spending any money. Thinking of this, Tsunade smiled slyly. I gave you a token, didn't I? If you show the token, the casino shouldn't dare to take your money. As for the bank, the token can advance 500 million, Sun Yin seemed to have seen through Tsunade's thoughts and said. Tsunade was instantly stunned, frozen in place. Damn it, she cursed. I remember when you left? I told you, right? But back then, you only had a Tianlong Inn. Where did the Tianlong Bank and Tianlong Casino come from? Tsunade said. By the way, what were you looking for me for? Sun Yin asked. Tsunade was taken aback at the question. Actually, Yin, I've heard about your situation. You've taken on the 4 major hidden villages, which isn't your usual style. I want to know what you're really trying to do. Tsunade said worriedly. Currently, the ninja world is a balance of the 5 great nations. If a country arises that surpasses the 5 great nations, do you think they would agree? Sun Yin said. The 5 great nations definitely won't agree. They might even join forces to attack this country and obstruct its success, just like the Rain country in World War II. Tsunade said. Hans was indeed a hero. He knew that even if he didn't attack the great nations, they would still act against the Rain village. Rather than being on the defensive, it's better to take the initiative, Sun Yin said. Exactly, wait. Are you implying that? Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. Hee. There aren't many women like you who are both beautiful and smart, Sun Yin praised. Stop joking. You mean to establish a country that surpasses the 5 great nations. So there will inevitably be a conflict between you and the 5 nations? That's why you're taking the initiative to weaken their power and create a good basis for your Yin organization? Tsunade said. Exactly, my little Tsunade, you're so clever. Sun Yin complimented. Yin, I have to say you're really crazy, Tsunade remarked. You want to establish your own country, but the existing territories are mostly. Tsunade said, suddenly realizing something, looking at Sun Yin in shock. That's right, you guessed it. Only someone who knows me, like Tsunade, would understand, Sun Yin said with a mysterious smile. You want to take over the Land of Fire? Tsunade asked. Not entirely, but I want 50% of the land in the Land of Fire, Sun Yin said, sipping his tea. Tsunade, you aren't still holding on to old feelings, are you? Sun Yin said, after all, the current daimyo is still Tsunade's uncle. Don't disgust me. I'm just a bit worried about your situation. The foundations of the 5 great nations are not to be underestimated. Hans once tried to break this rule, but was utterly defeated, Tsunade said. Although Hans had foresight, he lacked the strength to dominate. The Yin organization is different. It has no less than 100 shadow-level experts, and its technological strength is at least 50 years ahead of the current ninja world, Sun Yin laughed. When these words came out, Tsunade thought Sun Yin was joking and didn't pay much attention. However, she still understood Sun Yin's strength and figured that even if he ultimately failed, he could at least protect himself. Hey, what's with that expression? Why do you look like you don't believe me? It's really annoying, Sun Yin said, looking at Tsunade, who was rolling her eyes. Oh no, it's just that your base is quite hidden. It took me a long time to find it according to the guidance on the token, Tsunade said. Of course, this is the main base, and the defensive barrier here is top-notch, Sun Yin smiled. By the way, where's atSix? Tsunade asked. atSix went to kidnap his uncle, Sun Yin said with a wicked smile. You've already targeted the daimyo's residence? Tsunade asked. Not just the daimyo's residence. I've also targeted Konoha, and for the 5 Kage summit, currently, aside from the agreeable wind shadow of the sand, the other 4 Kages are all in my hands. Sun Yin laughed. Jiraiya and the others must be very disappointed in you, Tsunade said. I don't care how others see me. I only care about how the person I love sees me. Like you, Sun Yin said. Stop being poor. By the way, I'm going to stay here for a while. Tsunade said. That's what I want. Why not stay in my room tonight? Sun Yin said. Get lost. Michin has already arranged rooms for me and Shizun. You little brat. Be honest with me. You've already messed with that little harlot Yakura, and now Michin too. Haven to you? Tsunade said, pulling Sun Yan's head into her chest. Be gentle. I can't breathe. I just couldn't help it. Besides, you can't blame it all on me, Sun Yin pleaded. Still trying to argue, Tsunade said, increasing her grip. Sun Yin cried. Tsunade could see through him. Chapter 147. Ransom arrives 5 days later in the Land of Iron. Sun Yin sat in a seat, conducting transactions with the envoys from the 4 great nations' hidden villages. The Land of Lightning had no doubts and directly offered 25 billion taels. After all, this was the 3rd Reikage, the 8 taels, and the 3rd Reikage Sun, A. As for the Land of Water's Kirigakure, they only offered 10 billion taels for the 4th Mizukage. While Pakura chose to give up directly, Sun Yin was not surprised by this. Pakura's strength was evident, and at best, she was an elite Jainin. Paying 5 billion taels for an elite Jainin was not a deal anyone would make. However, the people from Kirigakure planned to buy back 2 ninja swords. The Hiramakarei and the Kubikirib Ch Sun Yin looked down on this. Kirigakure really knew how to do business, but he certainly wouldn't give them a bargain. A knife worth 800 million taels, giving it as a gift, is truly a conscientious price. Sun Yin felt he was too kind and treated Mist-Hidden too well. However, whether Mist-Hidden would think so, Sun Yin did not know. Nevertheless, Mist-Hidden still did not acquire the ninja sword. Rock-Hidden and Mist-Hidden acted similarly, spending 1.5 billion taels to buy back Yuki and Lus, while another shadow chose to give up directly. The Reikage, Suchikage, and Mizukage were taken away by messengers from the village while cursing. After returning to the village, they would send ninjas to eliminate the Flame Organization. As for Konoha, the visitor was Sun Yin's old acquaintance, Orochimaru. Jiraiya was still in a serious injury and unconscious, and Kakashi was also recovering from injuries, so Orochimaru had to step in. However, at this moment, Orochimaru's situation was obviously a bit awkward, as it was revealed that he had sent a shadow clone to follow the third Hokage. Yin-san, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Here is 1 billion taels, Orochimaru said, handing a large scroll to Sun Yin. Sun Yin smiled and put away the scroll Orochimaru handed over. Aren't you going to check it, Yin-san? Orochimaru laughed. Hee, I trust you. Mr. Orochimaru, what do you think? Sun Yin replied with a smile. Even if I don't give you the money, I wouldn't suggest it. After all, the soft tissue technology and cell regeneration technology, compared to these two technologies, what is 1 billion taels worth? Sun Yin continued. Hearing this, Orochimaru's face darkened, and he said nothing more. Mr. Orochimaru, if you leave Konoha in the future, you can come to the Land of Flame to find me. Sun Yin smiled. Hee, I certainly will. I'm looking forward to your Land of Flame, Orochimaru replied. In Konoha, are you planning to give up on Minato? Sun Yin asked. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was kidnapped 2 days ago. The treasury is empty, and not only that, Konoha's treasury has also been robbed by you. And Konoha is still in reconstruction, so there is no way to buy so much. The third Hokage's money was raised by the villagers of Konoha. Moreover, I believe you won't do anything to Minato, right? Orochimaru said meaningfully. Hee, you're right. I won't kill Minato for now, Sun Yin said. Bring the third Hokage over. Sun Yin then said to Mitsuba. Go, bring the third Hokage over. Mitsuba ordered the people around him. Several warriors quickly left for the prison, and soon an old man and a blonde-haired boy were brought out together. It was indeed the third Hokage and Namikaze's Minato. Minato's abdominal wound had healed after treatment by medical ninjas, but his complexion was still very pale. When the third Hokage saw Orochimaru, his face nearly turned green, but he didn't say much and instead spoke loudly. As Hokage, I should have stepped up when Konoha was in trouble, but instead, I was dragging the village down. I'm truly ashamed. After all, I have lived long enough. This 1 billion taels to buy my life is really not worth it. Orochimaru, you spent 500 million taels to take Minato away and use the rest for village reconstruction, with Kakashi serving as the fourth Hokage. After a round of speeches from the third Hokage, even Sun Yin was almost moved to tears. Minato was even more stirred by the words and said, looking at the weathered figure, no, third uncle, the village needs you now, so this 1 billion taels must save you. Minato, how can you be like this? You are the hope of the next generation of Konoha. The third Hokage said sorrowfully. I'm not being reckless, third Hokage. The village cannot be without you. Konoha needs you to preside over the overall situation, Minato replied. This, fine, the third Hokage said regretfully. Moments later, Orochimaru took the third Hokage away from the room, disappearing into the distance. Sun Yin walked to Minato's side, unlocking his handcuffs and leg shackles. But he did not unlock the acupuncture points in his body for the time being. Minato, do you hate me? Sun Yin asked, looking at Minato. Yin, I don't know. You attacked Konoha, killed so many innocent people, trampled on what I wanted to protect. Logically, I should hate you, but for some reason, I can't bring myself to hate you, Minato replied. Konoha, I didn't want to touch, but my flame organization has 3 bases that were innocently wiped out by Konoha. Whether as the leader of the flame organization or as myself, I cannot swallow this anger. So attacking Konoha is not my fault. It's all Konoha's own doing. Sun Yin explained. Chapter 148. The Civil War begins then, I still don't understand. You just want to establish a country. Why do you also attack the other 4 hidden villages? Minato asked. On one hand, it can weaken the strength of the 4 hidden villages. And on the other hand, it can enhance the foundation and strength of my flame organization. Furthermore, to establish a country that surpasses the 5 great nations. Do you think the 5 great nations will agree? Therefore, the Flame Organization has long been at war with the 5 great nations, Sun Yin said. But why do you want to establish your own country? Aren't the people of the Fire Country living well? Minato asked again. What you see is just the villagers within Konoha. Of course, they're living well. However, over the years since the establishment of the Flame Organization, I have seen countless impoverished villages. They have never eaten a full meal, never slept a good night's sleep, and have never worn a complete piece of clothing. They are exploited and oppressed by landlords and officials, with no freedom at all. Unless by chance they become ninjas, otherwise, they will never have a chance to turn their lives around. The situation I speak of is merely the most common phenomenon. Most of our Flame Organization members are orphans of war or homeless children, Sun Yin explained. You love your Konoha and want to give your life to protect it. But in the end, you find that what you are protecting is wrong. What will you do? The highest ruling group of the current political system of the daimyo is merely the biggest parasite in this world. While the ninja villages are the hardest shell protecting this parasite, Sun Yin said. Parasite? Shell? Minato murmured softly. I will unlock your acupuncture points. As for whether to stay or leave, it will be up to you to decide, Sun Yin said. Yin, aren't you afraid? Minato started to say. What is there to be afraid of? But to be honest, in this war, I don't want to see you, Sun Yin said with a faint smile. I want to stay in your Flame Organization to see what kind of country you want to establish. I just don't know if you will believe me, Minato replied. Ha! Of course, Sun Yin laughed. I definitely won't believe you now. You're a prisoner of war, understand? You have to stay by my side at all times. Not leaving even a step. Sun Yin chuckled. Shui Min, ha ha ha, I'm just joking with you. Sun Yin laughed loudly at Shui Min's gloomy expression. Time flew by quickly, and in just 4 days on this day, the Flame Organization officially declared war on the Land of Fire. Nearly 50,000 ninjas gathered in the northwest region of the Land of Fire. The 5 ninja leaders divided their forces into 5 large squads, each led by SHK, Hinata Linglong, Yetsong, Sakurani Yuki, and the head of the ninja department, Taidun Riguangio, each commanding 10,000 ninjas. The squads led by SHK and Yetsong were stationed in the west and north of the Land of Fire, respectively, to guard against invasions from the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. Each squad had 5 members from the Undead Legion and 5 shadow-level experts from the ninja department, forming teams of 1,000 ninjas. Just the number of shadow-level experts would astonish anyone who heard about it. In addition, the Flame Organization had various bases throughout the Land of Fire, rising up from all corners. Just yesterday, Sun Yin personally wrote a letter of challenge to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Although the daimyo was indulgent and extremely reluctant to go to war, he also recognized that the Land of Fire was at a critical moment of life and death. Therefore, upon receiving the letter from the Flame Organization, he hurried to Konoha that very night. At this moment, in the high-level meeting room of the Konoha camp, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the 3rd Hokage, and many high-ranking members of Konoha were discussing the battle plan. You Konoha must completely eradicate the Flame Organization from me, and that leader son, Yin, must be eliminated too. We cannot allow the territory of the Land of Fire to be violated. Otherwise, you Konoha can forget about getting a single penny in the future. The daimyo shouted at the 3rd Hokage and the high-ranking members of Konoha. Hearing this, the Konoha ninjas frowned tightly, but they dared not voice their anger. And some ninjas even wondered why they should protect such fools and why they should follow such people as commands. Lord Daimyo, please calm down. The Flame Organization has not yet launched an attack on us, the 3rd Hokage said. 3rd Hokage, what do you mean by that? I mean for you to take the initiative and completely eliminate the Flame Organization, the daimyo insisted. Report. At this moment, a ninja using body flicker technique arrived in the meeting room. It was a communications ninja. What is it? Speak quickly, the 3rd Hokage instructed. The 4 northern counties and 28 villages have already fallen into the hands of the Flame Organization. Moreover, the Flame Organization's army is spreading throughout the Land of Fire in small teams, with nearly 10,000 ninjas heading south from the northwest, north, and northeast. The communications ninja reported. What? 30,000? When did the Flame Organization? The 3rd Hokage was stunned, realizing that it had only been a day since the declaration of war, and the Flame Organization had moved so quickly. Everyone, the situation is urgent. The enemy's forces are double ours, and they definitely have many powerful shadow-level experts. If you have any ideas, please share them, the 3rd Hokage said solemnly. From the current situation, the 4 northern counties have already fallen into the hands of the Flame Organization, and 1/3 of the Land of Fire has been lost. Moreover, Konoha's military supplies were just robbed by the Flame Organization a few days ago. Even if all the major clans contributed their remaining supplies, it is still severely insufficient. Furthermore, our national treasury and village treasury are empty, and currently 70% of the wealth of the Land of Fire is concentrated in the hands of the Tianlong group, leading to a complete economic collapse. This war has not even started, and we can already see the outcome, Zhuang Qi Xiaochun said calmly. Her plain tone sounded like thunder to everyone's ears. Even the third Hokage looked at Zhuang Qi Xiaochun in disbelief. Even he would not dare to speak so directly in front of so many high-ranking Konoha officials in the daimyo, knowing that in the face of an impending war, saying such things could be seen as a crime that disrupts morale. The room fell into an extreme silence, where even the sounds of breathing and heartbeats could be heard. The expressions of everyone in the room varied. Some were calm, some shocked, some contemplative, some smiled, and some were angry. Bang! The daimyo slammed the table hard, then stood up, pointing at Zhuang Qi Xiaochun and began to scold her. You bastard! You traitor! You are disrupting morale. You damn old hag! You definitely have an unspeakable connection with the Flame Organization. Hokage, why don't you find someone to take down this traitor? Hearing this, the third Hokage fell silent. Zhuang Qi Xiaochun's words were indeed a bit excessive, but how could Sarutobi lay hands on a childhood friend? At that moment, a cold light flashed, and the daimyo's finger pointing at Zhuang Qi Xiaochun was mercilessly severed by a kunai, blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 149. The Death of the Daimyo. A heart-wrenching scream escaped from the daimyo's mouth. He could hardly believe that a Konoha ninja would dare to attack him, especially one of the Hokage's advisors. The attacker was none other than Zhuang Qi Xiaochun. At this moment, she was still holding the sharp kunai that had severed the daimyo's finger, with traces of blood on it. Bastard! Third Hokage, quickly take down this dead traitor. The daimyo shouted angrily at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The high-ranking officials in the meeting room turned their eyes toward the third Hokage. Advisor Xiaochun, what you did was indeed a bit excessive, but Lord Daimyo, please be aware of the current situation, the third Hokage said in a deep voice. You good? Good for you. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Where are the guardians? The daimyo shouted towards the door, realizing that after such a horrific scream, the guardians had not appeared. This was already abnormal. Now, with still no one arriving, the daimyo's expression began to panic. At that moment, 5 guardians entered, but these 5 guardians were clearly Konoha ninjas. Seeing this, the daimyo's panicked expression calmed down, and he said to the 5 guardians, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill that woman. The 5 guardians did not execute the order. One of them took a slow step towards the daimyo. What are you doing? I told you to kill that woman. Hurry up, do you hear me? The daimyo yelled. Lord Daimyo, are you really foolish or just pretending to be foolish? What capital do you have to order us to do things for you? Money? Haha, it seems you don't have that much money right now. And the entire economy of the Land of Fire has long since collapsed due to your negligence. The guardian ninja replied. What do you mean? Are you trying to rebel? Where are Yamamoto and the others? You traitors, the daimyo shouted. Haha, the daimyo will become history in the Land of Fire and will no longer exist. It's over. Lord Daimyo, the guardian said, drawing a dagger and slowly walking toward the daimyo. Third Hokage, this is all your arrangement? Isn't it? Third Hokage, you despicable villain. You won't be well off without me. Your Konoha will eventually be doomed. The daimyo roared. The third Hokage silently pulled out a pipe and slowly lit it. At that moment, the guardian's hand flashed with cold light, and in an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was dead beyond saving. Take the head of the daimyo and present it to the Flame Organization, along with the surrender letter from the Land of Fire. The third Hokage instructed Zhuang Qi Xiaochun. The diplomatic affairs were originally managed by T-Rin-Sh-Ka and Mito Gaidon, but now Mito Gate and has become the new leader of the Root Organization, leaving diplomacy, economics, and politics to T-Rin-Sh-Ka. All right, just leave it to me, T-Rin-Sh-Ka said. Everything today is the result of discussions among the high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire. With Konoha's current strength, opposing the Flame Organization is like an ant trying to shake an elephant, and the chances of victory in this war are 0. Even if Sun In dies, the possibility of winning the war is at most 1. Surrendering directly would allow Konoha to survive, as well as preserve most of the Land of Fire's territory. If we wait until we suffer defeat, the Land of Fire will be destroyed, and Konoha will cease to exist. Meanwhile, in the Land of Thunder, at the Cloud Village, the third Raikage was arguing fiercely with the daimyo of the Land of Thunder. Now that the Land of Fire is embroiled in civil war, it is the perfect opportunity for us to eliminate the Flame Organization and annex the Land of Fire. I ask for your financial support, my lord, the third Raikage said. AI, are you joking with me? The Treasury's reserves are insufficient to wage a war, and we can't produce military supplies in a short time. Besides, how many times have you fallen to the Flame Organization? You are no match for them, and then I'll have to pay to get you back. How can our Land of Thunder afford that much money? The daimyo of the Land of Thunder replied, If we don't find trouble with the Flame Organization, I can't swallow this anger. And then there's that bastard from the Iron Country, Sanbian, who surrendered directly to the Flame Organization upon seeing our defeat. The Flame Organization wants the Iron Country, and so do we in the Cloud Village, the third Reikage said, ignoring the daimyo, as the daimyo was a relative. In the Land of Earth, at Awagakure, Noki was pacing in his room. The nearby Kei Tsuchi was dizzy from watching and couldn't take it anymore, saying to Noki, Father, what are you thinking? We should avoid getting involved with Konoha. We have already lost enough to sustain a large battle. You brat, if we don't get involved with the Flame Organization, how can I swallow this anger? And that bastard Sanbian from the Iron Country, upon seeing us defeated, directly surrendered to the Flame Organization. The Flame Organization wants the Iron Country for themselves, and I won't let them get away with it so easily. Sonnen was sitting in the military camp, sipping tea, with T-Rin SHK kneeling in front of him. Get up. You are the advisor of Konoha's Hokage and one of the elders, a person of some standing, Sonnen said. Thank you, Lord Sonnen, T-Rin SHK replied. Go back and tell the third Hokage that our Flame Organization has mobilized a large number of elite personnel, but we have incurred significant losses and demand compensation of 1 billion, with a 1-year deadline. Additionally, I hope the Hokage will take care of our businesses at the Tianlong Group's branches in the southern part of the Land of Fire. Yes, my lord. After the death of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the entire economy, politics, and diplomacy of the Land of Fire may fall into my hands. I will do everything you said, so please rest assured, T-Rin SHK said. That's even better. Soon, a large number of novel things will emerge. And at that time, we will export them to your Land of Fire. Sonnen smiled. Bring this treaty to the third Hokage and let him come to the capital of the Flame Organization to sign it on another day, Sonnen added. Understood. T-Rin SHK said before leaving the room. Soon after, Tsunade, SHJU, and Minato entered. They clearly already knew about Konoha's unconditional surrender. Your uncle was killed by the third, Sonnen teased. I really didn't expect the third to do this, Tsunade said. This is just the third's usual operation, all right? Son, In said. Uncle, as a ruler, you ended up with a corpse that can't be identified. Fortunately, I brought all your money in advance. Don't worry, I know you love money the most in your life. We will treat them well, SHJU said, looking at the box in front of him with sorrow. Sonnen, you really are something. This is truly a nephew, Son, In replied. Minato, when do you plan to return to Konoha? Now, Son, In looked at Minato and smiled. I don't know. After all, the third hasn't given me the ransom yet, has he? Minato said with a wry smile. In that case. Let's go to the Iron Country together, Son, In said. Minato nodded in agreement. Son, In then activated the God Realm, pulling everyone into the space of his ocular technique. Chapter 150. The Power of Technology. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Although the agreement had not yet been formally signed, the Flame Organization had already begun a series of constructions, such as building signal base stations, public hospitals, and public security management bureaus. In addition, a series of policies to benefit the people were being formulated, among other issues. The original base of the Flame Organization was also undergoing relocation. The headquarters was established in a paradise-like environment, but the internal space had reached its limit, necessitating the relocation of equipment. However, it was not a complete relocation. Son, In chose to leave the research department here, as this would become the research center of the Flame Organization in the future. The new location for the relocation was an open plain outside the paradise. Son, In directly used his sword to carve a large hole in the mountain, completely connecting the paradise with the outside world, making it convenient for transporting equipment and beneficial for the organization's development. During these 2 days, Sonnen had been running back and forth between the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron, busy with the construction of the village while also waiting for the movements of Awagakure and Kyomogakure. At this time, these two guys would definitely not sit idly by and would try to take advantage of the situation. Report, my lord, the Cloud Village, led by Killer Bee and A, has arrived at the border of the Land of Iron with 1,000 ninjas, a samurai hurriedly reported. Report, ninja from Awagakure have also arrived at the border of the Land of Iron, another samurai hurriedly reported. I knew these two brats would pull this stunt. Let's go. Let them experience the power of technology, Son, In smiled. At this moment, SHJU and Tsunade had also arrived in the hall. SHJU grinned and said to Son, In, We have already filled these warriors from the Land of Iron, and we can launch at any time. Ju was aware of the power of the chakra cannon, which was not much less powerful than the tailed beast bomb. Moreover, it could store chakra, allowing it to fire a chakra cannon comparable to the tailed beast bomb after charging the chakra in advance. It was one of the high-tech weapons of the Flame Organization. With nearly 10,000 warriors from the Land of Fire and half a month of chakra charging, 50 chakra cannons have been fully charged. My lord, should we send warriors to block their entry into the Land of Iron? Sambian asked. No need. Wait for them to come. Set up the 50 cannons I brought. Today, let them experience the power of technology, Sun In said with a smile. Are you saying that a Wagakure has also come? A asked a member of the Umbu Intelligence Department in front of him. That's right, they are stationed in the southern part of the Land of Iron. The Umbu member replied. Currently, Konoha and the Flame Organization were in a stalemate, and the Flame Organization had no time to pay attention to the Land of Iron. Don't worry about a Wagakure. Follow my orders and launch an attack immediately, it commanded. Yes, said the leading ninja, who then used the body flicker technique to disappear from the spot. Big brother, now that we are here, we must have already been spotted by the warriors of the Land of Iron, but Sambian has not taken any measures so far. Wouldn't charging ahead recklessly be risky? Killer Bee said, his usual carefree demeanor replaced with a frown. B, when did you become so cautious? It's just a country without even a ninja. At most Sambian has a little something, but it's still not worth mentioning, A replied. All right, Big Brother B said. As evening approached, a deafening sound of battle erupted, with clouds of hidden cloud ninjas coming from all directions. At the forefront were two figures, one clad in lightning release armor and the other enveloped in tailed beast chakra, namely Xiao AI and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. At that moment, several dazzling beams of light emerged from the walls of the Iron Country, exuding immense energy. Xiao AI and Killer Bee exchanged glances, each sensing a hint of worry in the other's eyes. Just then, the beams of light shot towards the ninjas of the Land of Lightning at lightning speed, covering nearly 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Quick, use defensive ninjutsu, Xiao AI shouted, maximizing the lightning release chakra armor around him, causing his hair to stand on end. Following Xiao AI's command, some quick-reacting ninjas began to deploy defensive ninjutsu, but most were too late. Dozens of light beams struck the crowd of cloud ninjas, followed by massive explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of explosions rang out. Wherever the chakra blasts hit, deep craters several dozen meters in diameter were left behind, and the ninjas struck were instantly vaporized, leaving no trace. However, this was only the first round of bombardment. Each chakra-filled cannon could unleash 10 similar attacks. Of course, they could also choose to expend all their energy at once, similar to the tailed beast bomb principle. The longer the charge, the more energy accumulated, and the greater the power. However, conventional level bombardment would suffice against these cloud ninjas. Damn it, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Its power is comparable to a tailed beast bomb. B, are you okay? Xiao AI said, lying on the ground next to Killer Bee. Damn it, idiot. Of course I'm fine. Damn it, I need to borrow your strength, Brother Octopus. Killer Bee stood up and said, I'll lend you my power this time. The Eight Tails said, with an ominous chakra emerging, a massive creature with a bull's head and a fish's body appeared in front of everyone. Its gigantic form immediately became a living target. The next moment, several beams of light swept toward the Eight Tails. Seeing this, the Eight Tails didn't dare to be careless, as the power of these chakra beams was not to be underestimated. Following that, small-tailed beast bombs were continuously launched, one after another, towards the incoming chakra beams, colliding with nearly 10 of them and resulting in massive explosions. However, the speed at which the Eight Tails released the tailed beast bombs was still far slower than that of the chakra cannon, and several chakra beams were about to explode on the Eight Tails. In a moment of desperation, the Eight Tails used the tailed beast, 8 rolls, spinning rapidly and generating a massive storm to collide with the incoming beams of light. Xiao AI also proactively faced one of the chakra beams, but reality was cruel. Xiao AI's figure was instantly knocked away by the chakra cannon and smashed to the ground, unconscious. The Eight Tails, using the tailed beast 8 rolls, managed to block the remaining chakra cannonballs. However, the Eight Tails was now in a somewhat disheveled state, surrounded by black smoke, having clearly taken several chakra blasts head-on, and was struggling to cope. Watching the distant cannon still charging energy, the Eight Tails began to gather a giant tailed beast bomb. Chapter 151. The Fifth Tails captured a rich yin-yang attribute chakra condensed in the Eight Tails' mouth, which then fused at a ratio of 2:8, forming a purple chakra sphere filled with a sense of destruction. The tailed beast bomb, 10 meters in diameter, shot towards the walls of the Iron Country. Sun Yen on the city wall, seeing this, smirked and aimed a long-prepared chakra cannon at the incoming giant-tailed beast bomb, pressing the launch button. The chakra cannon fired a beam nearly 2 meters wide, approaching the speed of the tailed beast bomb, indicating that this shot would expend all remaining energy at once. The two devastating forces collided in midair, producing a blinding white light that illuminated the entire land of fire. Accompanying this was a tremendous explosion, an invisible shockwave violently destroying everything around, stirring up clouds of dust. The land beneath the explosion became one of the most severely impacted areas. And as the dust settled and everything returned to calm, a crater with a diameter of 100 meters appeared beneath the site of the explosion. Such a commotion had naturally caught the attention of the rock-hidden village. In the rock-hidden base, the Fifth Tails, Jinchuriki-Han, and explosive-release Ninja Disra, upon hearing their subordinates' reports, broke into a cold sweat. They were aware of the power of the tailed beast bomb. And now the Iron Country was equipped with such devastating weapons. If they acted recklessly, they would surely meet the same fate as the Cloud Ninjas. After discussing, the two decided to report the matter to the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, before making a decision. On the battlefield, a strange calm fell. The Eight Tails was shocked by the power of the recent chakra cannon, which was nearly on par with his giant-tailed beast bomb. Terrifying indeed. Moreover, after the recent tailed beast bomb, the Eight Tails couldn't use another one in a short time. If the enemy launched another bombardment like before, he would definitely be finished. He then said to Killer Bee, "Kid, hurry and take your big brother and escape. Although I don't know what just happened, continuing will only lead to more casualties." "Damn it, idiot. If we run, what about these ninjas?" Killer Bee replied. "Damn it, kid. If we don't run now, you, me, and your big brother will all die here. If you want to die, don't drag us down." The Eight Tails shouted angrily. "Damn it, idiot." Killer Bee cursed and then exited his full form, switching to chakra mode. Xiao AI had just regained consciousness, clearly having been knocked out by that blast. He vowed never to charge directly into attacks again. Upon waking, he saw a scene before him. A crater with a diameter of 100 meters nearby, surrounded by cracked earth and ninjas dazed by the shockwave, with only about 30 strong Cloud Jonin barely standing. Out of 1,000 ninjas, only a few dozen remained combat effective. Xiao AI gritted his teeth, unable to accept the reality before him. How could the Iron Country have such equipment? It must be the work of the Flame Organization. The damned Flame Organization. Just then, a figure cloaked in dark red chakra appeared. It was Killer Bee. "Bee, are you okay?" Xiao AI asked with concern. "I'm fine, big brother, but you're in a bit of trouble," Killer Bee replied. "Em fine. Even if I die here today, I will take down the Iron Country." Xiao Ai declared. "Big brother, it's about 10 kilometers from here to the city wall. Even with your speed, it's impossible to break through the enemy's cannon fire. We have no chance left. We should retreat," Killer Bee said. "No way. I can't return home in disgrace. I can't face the elders of the cloud," Xiao AI insisted firmly. "Big brother, look over there." Killer Bee pointed to the side. Xiao AI turned to look, but what greeted him was endless darkness, and Killer Bee struck Xiao AI on the neck with a knife hand, knocking him out. "To the remaining ninjas, follow my orders and retreat from the Iron Country," he commanded, picking up Xiao AI and starting to flee, with waves of cannon fire approaching from behind. Everything happening here was clearly visible to Sun Yen. With his current vision, he could see everything within 100 miles. Watching the fleeing Cloud Shinobi, Sun Yen felt quite gratified by the power of the chakra cannon. He ordered the Sand Village to send warriors to clean up the battlefield, as a majority of the Cloud Shinobi were merely unconscious and had not been blown to bits. Capturing these people for some human experiments would be beneficial, or they could be used for training the next generation of the Flame Organization members. Next up was the Rock Shinobi. He adjusted the chakra cannon's direction and immediately began bombarding the Rock Shinobi camp. Half of the chakra from the 19 cannons was depleted, and the Rock Shinobi's position was already riddled with holes. Nearly 1,000 Rock Shinobi were left in a state of dismemberment. Sun Yan's figure vanished and reappeared inside the rock camp. Through his 1,000 light eyes, he detected a weak presence. It was the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails Han. Sun Yan dug Han out of the deep pit and instantly released the crude sealing technique on him. Following that, an endless stream of crimson chakra burst forth from Han's body, and a gigantic beast resembling a dolphin and a horse appeared. This creature stood over 50 meters tall, entirely white elongated, with 4 horns on its head and 5 enormous tails swaying in the wind. Upon seeing Sun Yin, it charged at him without a second thought, utilizing its immense steam power. Sun Yin smiled faintly, instantly entering sage mode, his sage robes billowing in the wind. As the 5 tails Mu King approached, he remained completely calm. In the next moment, Sun Yin moved, appearing above the 5 tails Mu King, and then he delivered a powerful punch. Boom! Mu King saw the figure in front of him vanish. In the next moment, he felt a tremendous force striking down from above. His entire body was smashed into the ground. Roar, accompanied by a scream. Countless steam jets erupted from Mu King's body, shooting towards Sun Yin. Little beast, sage art, super large-tailed beast bomb. A spiraling sphere with a diameter of 100 meters, blocking the sky, appeared in Sun Yan's hand. He then appeared above the 5 tails, and under its shocked gaze. He pressed it down onto him. The enormous-tailed beast bomb enveloped the 5 tails entirely, leaving a 100-meter wide pit in the ground, and leaving the 5 tails on the brink of death. Sun Yin felt a bit guilty for being a little too heavy-handed, but if he had used Sage Art, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, the 5 tails might have already been gone. After signing a contract with the 5 tails, Sun Yin performed the taming technique to remove the seal on the 5 tails, as it would now be considered his summoning beast. When the 5 tails woke up, it looked at the man in front of it with fear, sensing that it had established some sort of connection with him. Sun Yin said, "From now on, you will be one of my summoning beasts. By the way, your good buddy, the 2 tails, is also my summoning beast. With him around, I think you won't feel lonely. Also, shrink your body for me. I want to ride you back." The 5 tails thought internally, "Help, this person is a big weirdo." Chapter 152. The establishment of a land of flame and the construction of hidden flame village. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had already gone by. In the 41st year of Konoha, in the 41st year of the Gregorian calendar, in February, the land of fire was split in 2, and the land of flame was officially established, with hidden flame village constructed. The land of iron announced its status as a vassal state of the land of flame. In an instant, the ninja world was in an uproar. Although the establishment of the land of flame was already anticipated, Konoha surrendering without a fight still surprised everyone. With its advanced national power, the land of flame became the 6th largest country in the entire ninja world. Sun Yin, the leader of Hidden Flame Village, was respectfully called Flame Shadow, but he disliked this title. His land of flame was different from the other 5 countries. There was no daimyo. It was not a feudal society, but a democratic one. He abolished the title of Flame Shadow and changed it to chairman. Sun Yin became the first chairman of the land of flame and Hidden Flame Village. After that, Sun Yin began to implement sweeping reforms, introducing various laws and policies throughout the land of flame. People's hospitals, people's courts, police stations, people's representatives, and schools, including ninja schools, began to be constructed throughout the land of flame. In addition, commercial reforms were also initiated, with institutions like Tianlong Mall, cinemas, and video game halls gradually appearing. Of course, the emergence of these institutions was inseparable from the technological development of Hidden Flame Village. In the land of rain, the sky was perpetually raining, and members of the Akatsuki organization were engaged in battle with another organization within the land of rain. After 2 years of development, the Akatsuki organization had started to take shape. The leader was still Yahiko, as Nagato was not good with words, and Konan, whose body housed atSix Kenshiki, naturally wouldn't concern herself with these minor matters. As for Nagato's Rinnegan, he hadn't moved it yet because the timing wasn't ripe. Having been here for over 1,000 years, he knew that those eyes did not belong to Nagato at all. There were many conspirators in the ninja world, but as the strongest antagonist, the first thing to do was to make a grand entrance. Effortlessly killing and attacking ninja, Conan's figure turned into an afterimage, charging towards the enemy. With several screams, the battle came to a complete end. "Conan, your strength has improved again," Yahiko said, slightly surprised. "Huh, just barely," Conan replied. With that, the group returned to their base with the members of Akatsuki. In a warm room, Yahiko raised a wine glass and chatted cheerfully with everyone. The weather in the land of rain made it very unhealthy for the body not to drink a little alcohol to dispel the humidity. "Hey, leader, did you hear? Just 2 days ago, the Flame Organization established its own country, and Konoha surrendered directly to the Flame Organization," a ninja said. "Haha, the so-called strongest ninja village among the 5 great countries has only this much ability? Humph, they previously invaded my land of rain. But now we don't see them sending troops to eliminate the Flame Organization, another ninja said. Humph, these so-called great countries only bully the weak and fear the strong. They're a bunch of scoundrels. I heard the Land of Flame established by the Flame Organization is a country without a daimyo, a country where the people are the masters, free from the exploitation and oppression of daimyos. Many residents from small countries are immigrating to the Land of Flame, and the Land of Flame is also establishing hospitals, schools, ninja schools, etc. If your child has ninja talent, they can enroll in a ninja school. If they don't have the talent, they can still receive free compulsory education. And those with excellent grades can still stand out, a member said. How do you know that? Someone asked. A few merchants from the Land of Flame came a few days ago and told me, was the reply. The atmosphere in the room was lifted, and Yahiko joined the conversation, feeling a strong interest in Sun Yin, the leader of the Flame Organization, thinking to himself that what he was doing was precisely the answer he was pursuing. I must find the time to visit the Land of Flame and meet its chairman, Sun Yin, this powerful and extraordinarily wise man. Do you know about the recent 5 Kage Summit? The leader of the Flame Organization faced 5 opponents single-handedly. An unknown source shared some of Sun Yin's notable moments. Listening to his subordinates recount Sun Yan's various deeds, Yahiko surprisingly felt no anger. Instead, he smiled and said, I will work even harder from now on to bring true peace to our homeland. However, upon hearing Sun Yan's name again, Konan couldn't help but shed tears. Although Konan's consciousness had been overtaken by Kinshiki, she was still aware of everything happening now. Inside Otsutsuki Kinshiki's mind, he thought, What's wrong, Konan? Are you reminiscing about that invincible figure, the one who personally killed your parents and family, and then let you go with a mocking gaze? It seems you have always wanted revenge, but it appears to be increasingly difficult. That man has already established his own great nation, and it is a superpower with extraordinary strength. Do you still think you can take revenge with your own power? Just perfectly hand over your body to me, and I will personally help you take revenge. The seductive voice of Otsutsuki Ishiki gradually caused Keimaru to lose himself, and finally, the last trace of consciousness in his mind was devoured by Otsutsuki Ishiki's consciousness. In a moment, a flicker of red light flashed in Keimaru's eyes. Then Keimaru stood up and walked out. Keimaru, where are you going? Yahiko said as he watched Keimaru leave. To do something that needs to be done, Keimaru replied, and his figure directly took off from the spot, flying northeast. What? Lord Keimaru can actually fly? Could he be a deity? Some members of the Akatsuki organization said. Lord Keimaru is really strong. Yahiko, what exactly is going on with Keimaru? Should we follow him? Nagato said. I don't know, but are you sure you can keep up? Yahiko said, looking at the black dot in the sky. In the air? Ishiki felt the compatibility of this body. It was a pretty good shell. He absorbed Keimaru's consciousness and felt all of Keimaru's pain. Sun Yin, this person is really interesting. Let me meet you, Otsutsuki Ishiki said, speeding up his flight toward the Land of Flames. Just as he flew to the border of the Land of Flames, before he could make any move, a rapidly flying chakra projectile shot towards him. Seeing this, Ishiki showed no signs of panic. A series of wedges began to spread around his body, and soon his body was covered with black stripes. Looking at the chakra projectile coming towards him, Otsutsuki Ishiki slowly extended his right hand. Then, the chakra projectile was slowly absorbed into his body. Looking at the border of the Flame Organization, Ishiki smiled, then extended his right hand. While the many ninjas were confused, his body was suddenly pierced by a mysterious black rod. After doing this, Otsutsuki Ishiki curled his lips into a smile and continued to fly north. Chapter 153. Otsutsuki Ishiki's attack that night. Sun Yin was in his office reviewing various matters with Itsang. Minato had already been dispatched back to Konoha 2 weeks ago. Tsunade continued to travel the ninja world, and SHT was appointed as the head of the ninja department. As for other elder-level members of the Flame Organization, such as Mikoto, Kushina, and Ling Long, Sun Yin had also assigned them relevant positions. Although the Land of Flames had already been established, Sun Yin planned to continue developing the Flame Organization, essentially forming a second-generation Flame Organization. Recently, Sun Yin had identified a group of highly talented children, including several kids brought back from the Hidden Mist. Of course, the bloodline girl Mizuki Ling, who was previously brought back from Hidden Mist, had already become an officer in the Umbu of the Flame Hidden Village. Her age was similar to Sun Yan's, and with Sun Yan's help, her bloodline limit had been developed extensively, and her strength had already reached the level of a shadow. Therefore, she was dispatched to work in the Umbu. The flame-hidden village naturally adopted the Umbu organization and did not establish the position of Umbu minister. The Umbu could only take orders from the chairman, and in addition, they must also obey anyone holding the chairman's token, which was currently Sun Yen. As for the Undead Legion, it had disappeared from everyone's sight, becoming the most mysterious group of troops in the flame-hidden village, hiding in the shadows, executing the most dangerous tasks, and protecting the flame-hidden village. After finishing all the business, Sun Yen pulled Yi Tsang into his arms. "Hey, what are you doing? We're still in the office, and the Umbu is nearby," Yi Tsang said, her face flushed. "What are you afraid of? Aren't the Umbu protecting me, all carefully selected beautiful ninja? Are you still worried they might peek?" Sun Yen said, his hands becoming restless. At that moment, a powerful and unfamiliar chakra was rapidly approaching the flame-hidden village in Sun Yan's perception, and he stopped his actions. Yi Tsang took the opportunity to escape from Sun Yan's grasp, feeling curious about why this little pervert would let her go so easily. "Tsang, a guest is about to arrive. Ring the alarm bell to welcome the guest," Sun Yen said with a smile. "Guest. Understood," Yi Tsang said, pulling out a token and pressing a button, and soon an alarm echoed throughout the flame organization. Otsutsuki Ishiki had just arrived outside the flame-hidden village and had not yet entered, but he was already displeased by the sudden alarm. "Damn it, I haven't even entered the village yet, and the alarm is already ringing." However, Otsutsuki Ishiki intended to swagger in. Thinking this, he flew directly inside. Yet, an energy barrier suddenly appeared, and Otsutsuki Ishiki nearly crashed into it. "Damn, does this large barrier not consume chakra? Or is your flame-hidden village so wealthy that it looks down on this little chakra?" With that in mind, countless black rods appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the energy barrier and shattering it open. At this moment, the nighttime ninja guard troops of the flame-hidden village had also arrived. One by one, ninjutsu was unleashed towards Otsutsuki Ishiki. "He, foolish lower beings. Ninjutsu is useless against me." Ishiki extended his hand, and all the ninjutsu that touched his body was absorbed. The next second, Ishiki vanished and reappeared among the crowd, beginning to dance in the midst of them. He slaughtered one life after another, with the chaotic attacks of the black rods. One moment they were unaware, but the next moment, countless black rods pierced through their bodies. Groups of ninjas rushed over, along with many Umbu. Ice release. Ice crystal kill. Countless sharp, diamond-shaped ice crystals began to form, and then rapidly spun towards Otsutsuki Ishiki. Bang! Several black rods appeared out of nowhere, blocking the ice attack. The next moment, Ishiki flickered, holding a black rod, and pierced through the ice ninja in front of him. But it was only an ice clone. The ice from the clone quickly spread towards Ishiki, who immediately abandoned the black rod. Just then, a man covered in lightning descended from the sky and kicked towards Otsutsuki Ishiki. Boom! The ground was deeply cratered by this kick, and Ishiki's figure had vanished. Countless black rods appeared again, but this time they did not pierce the man's body. They merely embedded themselves in him. The next moment, the suddenly disappearing Ishiki reappeared behind the man clad in lightning armor, then kicked him in the face, sending him flying. Subsequently, a very thick black rod pierced the man, pinning him to the ground. Ice release. Ice dragon. The ice ninja once again unleashed ninjutsu, and a 10-meter-long ice dragon roared towards Ishiki. Countless black rods emerged again, some even reaching tens of meters, impaling the ice dragon and shattering it to pieces. Otsutsuki Ishiki extended his hand towards the ice ninja, and the next moment, Great Black Day was activated. Just then, a white figure suddenly appeared, smashing a blue sphere of light into the air in front of him. This person wore loose white clothing, had long black hair flowing in the wind, and their green-red eyes were fixed on Otsutsuki Ishiki with a slight smile on their lips. The evening breeze passed, and the two looked at each other. Otsutsuki Ishiki thought to himself, "This Sun Yen is indeed extraordinary. He can bring me a sense of pressure. It seems he is a special ant. Keimaru, it's been a while." "No, I should now refer to you as Otsutsuki Ishiki, Shun-Ti," Sun Yen said, smiling at Ishiki. Upon hearing this, Ishiki's pupils constricted slightly, ready to launch an attack on Sun Yen. Ishiki frowned and said, "How do you know this?" Sun Yen replied, "How I know is none of your business. Whether you're Kagaya or Ishiki, what brings you to Yenin village?" "Hehe, it's ridiculous. I came here to kill you." "Insect," Ishiki said. "Kill me to avenge the body as owner?" Sun Yen shook his head. "You can understand it that way. After all, this body is mine now. Avenging is just a trivial matter. Now, give up your futile struggle. After saying this, Ishiki's chakra exploded completely. In the next second, Ishiki's body vanished from its original spot and reappeared behind Sun Yin, delivering a punch to the back of Sun Yan's head. Sun Yin dodged Ishiki's heavy punch and immediately kicked backward. The two engaged in battle, their figures colliding in midair. The onlookers saw two beams of white and red light clashing in the sky, and in an instant, the two had exchanged nearly 100 blows in the air. Chapter 154. Sun Yin versus Ishiki. Ishiki became increasingly alarmed as he fought. Kagaya's body had been completely taken over by him, and the compatibility was perfect. His current strength was only slightly weaker than at his peak, yet the Sun Yin before him was overwhelmingly superior in terms of power, speed, and physical strength. At that moment, Sun Yin landed a heavy punch on Ishiki, and everyone witnessed a red light rapidly descending from the sky. However, just before it hit the ground, the red light vanished. Is this the terrifying power of the Lord? He has clearly transcended the level of a shadow, several Umbu ninjas remarked. At that moment, in Sun Yan's eternal Mangeki Sharingan, a nearly 1/10 atomic-sized Ishiki sent hundreds of smaller black rods flying toward him. Even the eternal Mangeki could not capture the black rods. But under Sun Yan's thousand eye, they were nowhere to hide. What a troublesome ability. Sun Yin silently cursed, activating the God of Flame, instantly surrounding himself with flames. Countless black rods shot toward him, but were burned to nothing by the dark red flames before they could make contact. Seeing this, Ishiki was again astonished by the power of the flames, but that was all. He did not take it to heart, as he could absorb any jutsu based on chakra, regardless of its power. His body suddenly enlarged, appearing on Sun Yan's right side, and he activated Daikokutten again. However, in the next moment, Ishiki's movements had already played out in Sun Yan's mind like a movie. He slightly tilted his right brain to dodge the 1/10 atomic-sized black rod attack, and then executed the body flicker technique, appearing to the right. At the spot where Sun Yin had been, a massive black square appeared, creating a huge pit in the ground. Ishiki, who thought he had everything under control, was once again dumbfounded. How is this possible? Such a seamless attack was dodged just like that. Could be they saw through my attack? But how is that possible? Even an ordinary Rinnegan shouldn't be able to see it. Could his mutated Sharingan actually capture my movements? Just as Ishiki was puzzled, Sun Yin smiled at the spot where Ishiki stood, leaving Ishiki completely dumbfounded. Indeed, he could see me. Ishiki was now furious, instantly regaining his form and glaring at Sun Yin, saying, "Damn bastard, you can clearly see me, yet you still mock me." "Oh, really? You found me out. I'm so sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to upset you," Sun Yin replied with a cheeky smile. "Foolish human, your mutated eyes seem to have some uniqueness, able to see through my eye techniques. If that's the case, then those eyes have no reason to exist." After saying this, Ishiki's tattoos began to darken, his pale skin becoming even paler, and a sharp horn gradually sprouted from the top of his head. He looked less and less human, and Ishiki's aura grew stronger. Surrounded by red chakra, his eyes changing to a pair of rice-shaped eyes staring at Sun Yin with an air of invincibility. However, in the next moment, the eye technique, Heavenly God, was activated. Ishiki fell into Sun Yin's Heavenly God space. Ishiki was dumbfounded again. What is this place? Just then, he suddenly realized that he couldn't move his body. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. Suddenly, he felt the gravity around him increase dozens of times, and his body was instantly pressed to the ground, his internal organs beginning to shatter under the intense gravity, causing excruciating pain that he dared not cry out. Countless black rods appeared without warning, piercing through his body, his most skilled technique, Daikokutten. Finally, the terrifying gravity vanished, and the rods disappeared. He was able to move again. But in the next moment, a black door appeared with the words inscribed, "First layer of 18 layers of hell." Ishiki suddenly had a bad premonition. He realized he was caught in an illusion, an incredibly powerful one. He exerted all his mental strength to try to break free from this illusionary world. But reality was cruel. He was sent to the first layer of hell. In the Heavenly God space, a month passed, while only a moment elapsed in the external world. Ishiki fell from the air, crashing to the ground, holding his head in his hands. The previous horror was still vivid in his mind, and the mental shock drove him mad, but he still endured. However, compared to his previous arrogance, he now only held deep apprehension and dared not make eye contact with Sun Yin. "So, how does it feel in the 18 layers of hell, Ishiki?" Sun Yin asked with a smile. Mere tricks. Insect die." Ishiki moved, wielding a long black rod, transforming into a red light, rapidly charging at Sun Yin. Seeing this, Sun Yin smiled, drawing his long sword from his back, charging it with lightning, and transforming into a blue-white beam of light. The two beams collided in midair, then separated, only to collide again. Sun Yin laughed. How long has it been since I've had such a fun fight? Just this simple, primal physical clash. Ishiki, you're a good opponent. Being invincible is truly lonely. The two collided again in midair, the powerful shockwave causing everything around them to crack, with the ground forming several large pits. Hee, you seem worried about the lives of the other insects. That's quite irrational. The two remained locked in combat in the air, their output of power increasing. At that moment, Daikokutten was activated again, stabbing towards Sun Yan's head. But by sheer coincidence, Sun Yan dodged again. Ishiki frowned and said, Insect, this is impossible. Hee, nothing is impossible. By the way, why don't you dare to look me in the eye? Why must you speak with your head down? Sun Yan asked. Rasengan. At that moment, one of Sun Yan's shadow clones suddenly appeared, followed by a Rasengan aimed at Ishiki's back. Damn it. Unable to withstand the energy clash with Sun Yan, Ishiki was forced to activate his Space Eye technique, disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, his hand was already on Sun Yan's back, and in the next moment, the Space Eye technique activated. Sun Yan seemed caught off guard, allowing Ishiki to succeed. In the next moment, with a look of delight, Ishiki dragged the smiling Sun Yan into his space. Chapter 155. The beaten atSix Ishiki as the space regained its calm. The figures of Sun Yan and atSix Ishiki had already vanished. Kushina, Linglong, SHJ, Mikoto, and others had also led a large group of ninjas over. But there was no trace of Sun Yan at the scene. Yitsong was seen directing the order on site. Upon seeing this, the group hurried over. Yejang, where's Brother Yen? Mikoto asked first. That's right, where's the chairman? The group of ninjas inquired. In order to ensure the safety of the village, Yen entered the otherworldly space with atSix Ishiki. But don't worry, with Yan's strength, dealing with atSix Ishiki won't be a problem, Yitsong replied. Upon hearing this, everyone felt relieved. In atSix Ishiki's otherworldly space, Sun Yin, welcome to my space, atSix Ishiki said with a smile. Wow, this space really isn't great. And it seems you're quite sure of yourself. Sun Yin responded with a grin. Without the Space Eye technique, you absolutely cannot escape this space. So even if I can't take you down for a while, I can still trap you here, atSix Ishiki stated. Ha ha ha. atSix Ishiki, you really are calculating, but what you said does make sense. However, I think you have more to say than just this, Sun Yin laughed. Indeed, I admire your strength. So I've decided to give you a chance to serve the gods. As long as you agree to serve me, I can let you go, atSix Ishiki said. Ha ha ha, you're making me laugh. Sun Yin exclaimed. What are you laughing at, foolish ant? atSix Ishiki said angrily. I'm dying of laughter. Were you a god? You dare to call yourself a god? Sun Yin roared with laughter. Just as atSix Ishiki was about to speak again, Sun Yin instantly appeared behind him, clearly not through a body flicker technique, but through genuine spatial abilities. The spiraling sphere quickly condensed, dodging several black rod's attacks, and struck straight for atSix Ishiki's heart. Several chakra black rods appeared instantly, protecting Ishiki's body. The spiraling sphere smashed into the black rods, instantly shredding them to pieces. The remaining force hitting Ishiki's body. Ishiki's body rapidly fell from the air, and in the next moment, Sun Yan's figure followed closely, appearing next to Ishiki. Ishiki was taken aback and began dodging Sun Yan's attacks, while observing how Sun Yan executed spatial ninjutsu. He suddenly noticed a heart-shaped mark imprinted on his clothing. atSix Ishiki swung the black rod to cut away the clothing where the technique was inscribed. However, Sun Yan's attack landed on Ishiki again, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. Good insight, very good, atSix Ishiki, Sun Yan praised. You have also mastered spatial abilities. No one of you are powerful, ant. atSix Ishiki remarked. Well, today let us see how this ant can blow you up, atSix Ishiki. Saying this, Sun Yan transformed into a blue light and charged at Ishiki. atSix Ishiki and Sun Yan clashed again, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. atSix Ishiki utilized the eye technique, Daikokutten, to its fullest extent, but all of his attacks were dodged by Sun Yan. Divine Illumination, 8 desolate fire dragons. Endless divine illumination flames swept out from the void, transforming into 8 ferocious fire dragons, charging towards atSix Ishiki. Divine, return to heaven. atSix Ishiki, seeing the fire dragons approaching, used a return to heaven technique, which could only be activated with the Byakugan. A nearly 100-meter-wide blue chakra shield appeared, and the 8 swift fire dragons crashed into the chakra shield, creating a massive explosion. The tremendous shockwave caused the entire space to crack, and the ground was torn open. Everything reduced to dust. Ishiki's figure gradually emerged, his left hand covered in divine illumination flames. Clearly, he was using his vast chakra to resist, but it was still difficult to suppress the burning speed. The divine illumination flames were crazily climbing up atSix Ishiki's entire body. The flames consumed atSix Ishiki's chakra violently, and to his astonishment, he found he could not absorb the divine illumination flames. Moreover, his mental energy was being greatly depleted. After undergoing a divine baptism, atSix Ishiki's spirit suffered heavy damage, and if this continued, his spirit would be extinguished. Thinking this, atSix Ishiki swiftly severed his left arm. However, his left arm began to slowly regenerate, clearly showing that Ishiki possessed regenerative abilities, albeit slowly. Sun Yin, I underestimated you. I really didn't expect such a powerful existence to emerge from such a weak planet, atSix Ishiki said warily. Are you planning to escape? Sun Yin smiled and asked. Though I can't defeat you, I can leave, and you won't be able to stop me, atSix Ishiki replied, holding the black rod in his right hand. Wow, so confident? Today, let me show you the high skills of U.S. natives. 8 gates of Dunjia. 8th gate, the death gate opens. As soon as Sun Yin spoke, he instantly opened the death gate, causing his chakra to surge nearly 100-fold, surrounded by red steam. The powerful aura emitted from him caused the ground to crack again, and even the space showed signs of cracking. Although he opened the 8 gates, Sun Yin's body did not suffer significant damage, which demonstrated his terrifying physical strength. In the next moment, Sun Yin moved his speed so fast that he was almost invisible, only a flash of red light seen in the sky. Along with atSix Ishiki being kicked around like a soccer ball, atSix Ishiki was dumbfounded. Was such speed really achievable by a human? Absolutely impossible. Sun Yin was truly a god. Countless air cannons battered Ishiki's body to a pulp, ultimately kicking him into the ground, leaving a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Sun Yan's use of the 8 gates was on a different level compared to Guy's. After all, in terms of chakra volume and physical strength, the two were not even comparable. At this point, Sun Yin also closed the 8 gates and descended next to atSix Ishiki, whose body had been beaten to a pulp but was still alive. One must say, the atSix clan's vitality was indeed strong. Stepping on Ishiki's face, Sun Yin said, You're not doing so well, noble atSix, yet you were still blown up by this native. By the way, I'm very curious about the atSix clan, Sun Yin said as he activated his 1,000 light eyes to probe into Ishiki's memories. Chapter 156, unveiling the background, the 1,000 light eyes activated instantly, and scenes from atSix Ishiki's mind flashed into Sun Yan's consciousness. After a moment, a serious expression appeared on Sun Yan's face. The atSix clan was divided into the main family and the branch family. The main family naturally possessed extremely powerful strength and the resurrection eye, just like atSix Ishiki, while the branch family, apart from having the same vitality as the main family, did not possess powerful abilities, similar to atSix Kaguya before she consumed the chakra fruit, being merely a simple girl who could only use the Byakugan-S abilities. The atSix main family had unparalleled power, and their population was incredibly rare, with only a few thousand individuals, while the atSix branch family had billions of members. The atSix clan was a dominant presence throughout the universe, planting divine trees on various planets and plundering resources from other planets. The headquarters of the atSix clan is located on a planet called Takamagara at the center of the universe, nearly 10,000 years ago. As the grandson of the third elder of the main atSix family, atSix Ishiki was indeed a high-class and wealthy man. Back then, he immediately took a liking to the princess of the branch family, Kaguya, and chose her to accompany him to the ninja world to plant the god tree. However, he never expected that this woman harbored such ambition and launched a surprise attack on him, leaving him severely injured. Forced to take refuge in the body of a monk named Jigen, he survived but could not unleash his full power until he encountered Kawaki, a perfect vessel. In addition, Sun Yin learned from Ishiki's memories that the current cosmic overlord, the atSix clan, had been enslaved by another clan nearly 100 million years ago, and that clan mysteriously disappeared from the universe. Only then did the atSix clan manage to turn the tables. This was all told to Ishiki by his father, and Ishiki knew very little about that clan, only that they were called the Tensha clan, the absolute overlords of the universe hundreds of millions of years ago, ruling for tens of billions of years. However, they vanished overnight. After the disappearance of the Tensha clan, the atSix clan was able to rise and inherited the miraculous god tree. The women who were taken as concubines by the members of the Tensha clan were left vulnerable and bullied after the clan's disappearance. However, the children they bore possessed immense power. As these children grew up, they completely took control of the atSix clan and referred to themselves as the main family, while labeling the original atSix clan members as the branch family. Even more shamelessly, the leaders of the main family proclaimed themselves to be the ancestors of the atSix. From then on, the main family began to enslave the branch family. Even after nearly 100 million years, the bloodline of the Tensha clan within them was almost untraceable. Yet they still considered themselves superior to the atSix branch family. This is the information about the atSix clan that Ishiki held in his mind. The Tensha clan had once enslaved the atSix clan, and the god tree was not a product of the atSix clan, but rather that of the Tensha clan. Son, Yin mumbled to himself. At this moment, the long-absent I-Spirit reappeared. I-Spirit, at this point it's time to tell you. You are a member of the Tensha clan. The woman in black who beat you up last time is also a member of the Tensha clan. Wow. So you didn't die? Sun Yin exclaimed. Of course I'm not dead. Hey, I'm discussing serious matters with you. Stop rambling, the I-Spirit replied. Actually, I'd already suspected this. Sun Yin said seriously. That's right. You and that person in black are the only two remaining members of the Tensha clan in this universe. The I-Spirit stated. Why did the Tensha clan disappear overnight? Did they encounter some formidable enemy? Sun Yin wondered. It's clear that there is no one left in this universe whom the Tensha clan could call a formidable enemy. It's highly likely they broke out of this universe and went to a higher realm, the I-Spirit explained. No way, then what about me? Why didn't I go with the Tensha clan? And what about that woman? Sun Yin questioned. You're the son of the Tensha clan leader and possess a rare 10th tier bloodline, so your father decided to leave you here. After breaking through the universe, everything faced is unknown and could lead to great terror. The entire Tensha clan might face annihilation, so the clan leader, who is your father, decided to leave a backup plan for the Tensha clan's legacy, thus leaving you and another girl with a high bloodline here. However, tearing through the universe comes with great karmic burdens. He himself no longer feared the universe, but as his son, you could potentially face cosmic backlash. Therefore, your father chose to separate your body and soul to avoid detection from the universe, allowing you to escape a calamity. After the disaster, I will use the innate I-power I accumulated to retrieve your soul from the low-dimensional universe, the I-Spirit clarified. After hearing everything the I-Spirit said, Sun Yin felt completely dazed. It all seemed too shocking, making it hard for him to accept. You're not joking with me, are you, I-Spirit? Sun Yin asked. Do you think I need to joke with you? Seriously, the I-Spirit replied. I see, but this Tensha clan leader only left me a girl. Who does he think he's looking down on? Sun Yin grumbled. I-Spirit, that's just absurd. And that woman, when I see her, I must make her suffer 1,000 cuts and break her into pieces to vent my anger. Sun Yin said angrily. Stop dreaming. Right now, you are definitely not her opponent. If I'm not mistaken, she should have already evolved her eyes and body to the highest state. You still want revenge? She would only find it easier to torment you now, the I-Spirit discouraged. What? But didn't you say my bloodline is higher than hers? Sun Yin asked. Yes, but she has completely developed her bloodline and upgraded her eyes to the highest level. While you are still this weak, the I-Spirit mocked. I-Spirit, you are insulting my personality. This is highly unethical of you. Sun Yin retorted angrily. Hurry up and grow. I believe the atSix clan will not stand by when they learn that there are still remnants of the Tensha clan. After all, their fear of the Tensha clan is engraved in their bloodline, hard to erase. But precisely because of this, they will not allow the existence of the Tensha clan. The I-Spirit warned. Does that guy's eyes have the ability to absorb? Sun Yin pointed at Ishiki below. They can absorb, the I-Spirit confirmed. Sun Yin smiled as he placed a pair of rice-shaped eyes into his palm, absorbing the I-power within. At the moment Sun Yin finished absorbing the eyes, the surrounding space began to collapse. Seeing this, Sun Yin activated the Divine Realm and brought Ishiki's broken body into the Divine Realm space. After absorbing Ishiki's eyes, Sun Yin's Divine Realm space seemed to expand a little more. Additionally, he gained Ishiki's eye techniques, Deikokunin and SH My Baiku. with a smile on his face. He activated the eye technique Tenjin against Ishiki once more. Chapter 157. The technological superpower, the Land of Flames. Moments later, the Tenjin technique ended. And Sun Yan began to heal atSix Ishiki's injuries. Golden light emanated from Sun Yan's palms, and soon Ishiki's broken body began to gradually repair itself. After a while, Ishiki slowly opened his one remaining white eye. Upon seeing Sun Yan, he bowed and knelt down, calling out, "Master." "Okay, you go back to the Akatsuki organization for now. I'll find you when I have a mission," Sun Yan instructed. "Understood, Master," atSix Ishiki replied. After that, Sun Yan released Ishiki from the Divine Realm space and returned to Hidden Flame Village, as he had been away for a long time and must have worried Yukura and the others. As the spatial vortex appeared, Sun Yan's familiar figure emerged before everyone. However, Sun Yan's clothes were already tattered and stained with atSix Ishiki's blood. It's worth mentioning that the quality of Kai's tight-fitting clothes in the original work is indeed quite good. Seeing Sun Yan covered in blood, several people rushed over, quickly asking what happened. Sun Yan smiled and explained everything, which relieved them. Thus, as the commotion involving atSix Ishiki came to an end, the entire ninja world fell back into tranquility. The 5 great nations entered a strange calm, and those unaware thought peace was approaching. But those with a bit of experience knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The original 5 great nations have fallen into a state of calm, but the Land of Fire has been making waves. First, the invention of the telephone shocked the entire ninja world, and then various types of chakra weapons were successively exposed and sold to the surrounding small nations. In the Hidden Flame Village, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was examining a palm-sized iron lump repeatedly. "Is this the thing called a mobile phone developed by the Land of Fire?" Anoki asked. "That's right. According to reports from our spies in the Land of Fire, as long as you buy something called a phone card, insert it into the mobile phone's card slot, and input the phone number you want to dial, you can call that person," Huang Tu replied. "This greatly facilitates communication between people. In addition, the Land of Fire has also established ninja schools, regular schools, and public hospitals in various towns across the country. The Land of Fire is thriving," Huang Tu continued. "Damn it, the Cursed Flame Organization, the damned Hidden Flame Village, the Cursed Land of Fire, and that cursed Sun Yan. All this prosperity is built on what we've taken from the 5 great nations. The Land of Fire is a country established by robbers, and I must completely eradicate it," Anoki said angrily. "By the way, why can't my mobile phone make calls?" Anoki asked. According to the spies, to achieve communication, a signal base station must first be established. Otherwise, having just a mobile phone and a phone card is useless," Huang Tu explained. "Give his mobile phone to the research department and demand that they must replicate it within half a month. We need to popularize mobile phones too," Anoki ordered. "But father, we don't have a technology to establish a signal base station. Without a base station, a mobile phone is useless," Huang Tu said, sweating. "If we don't have the technology, then research the technology. If that doesn't work, send spies to the Hidden Flame Village to steal the technology. We must acquire this technology," Anoki shouted. Huang Tu was speechless. Infiltrating the Hidden Flame Village to steal technology was simply a pipe dream. The ninja sent to the Hidden Flame Village had just entered the village and for some reason was directly exposed, ending up dead in a gruesome manner. Sending spies to steal technology was no different from sending people to their deaths. The ninja from Awagakure were now hesitant to take on missions related to the Hidden Flame Village. Meanwhile, in the Land of Thunder, the third Raikage was experimenting with a chakra weapon in front of him. According to reports from spies, this chakra weapon only required a small amount of chakra to be injected, after which the user could choose an attack attribute, allowing for different attribute ninjutsu attacks. The third Raikage injected a large amount of chakra into it, then chose the fire attribute. Immediately, a high-pressure fire column erupted, piercing through the high wall in front of him. He then switched to the water attribute, and a high-pressure water wave shot out, cutting down several tall trees along the way. The immense power astonished the third Raikage. Although such an attack had no effect on him, it was devastating news for ordinary ninjas. As long as they stored enough chakra before the enemy's attack, they could unleash overwhelming ninjutsu. By the time the enemy exhausted their energy to resist the ninjutsu, they would still be in peak condition, making them practically invincible. Additionally, in front of the third Raikage were a batch of special ninja tools, such as shurikens that could curve an explosive kunai. These tools were weapons sold by the Flame Organization to neighboring small nations, and it was clear that Kimogakure had obtained them through special channels. The Hidden Flame Village was aware of this, but said nothing because they weren't afraid of being retaliated against after selling the weapons. The third Reikage said in a deep voice, "The weapons developed by the Hidden Flame Village have already severely affected the structure of the ninja world. Send word to the research department to break through the technology behind these weapons. We also need to develop technological weapons." Hearing this, Xiao AI felt somewhat uncomfortable, but nodded and left. Time flew by, and the weapons and technology of the Hidden Flame Village exposed in the ninja world instantly caused an uproar throughout the ninja world. Many surrounding small nations, as well as some organizations hidden in the shadows of the ninja world, began to desperately purchase the weapons sold by the Flame Organization. Konoha and Sunagakure also expressed their willingness to purchase from the Hidden Flame Village, but whether or not they actually bought anything remained a secret known only to heaven, earth, and themselves. In the Hidden Flame Village, Sun Yin looked at the income from the Flame Organization over the past few months with a satisfied smile. He was also very eager to see how the inclusion of technological weapons would affect the development of the upcoming Third Ninja War. One day, Sun Yin lay alone on the rooftop of the chairman's building in the Hidden Flame Village, gazing at the countless stars in the sky. Once, a clan that ruled the entire universe for billions of years, enslaving the current cosmic overlord, the atSix clan, the Tiansha clan. And his own background turned out to be that of an orphan from the Tiansha clan. Everything caused a huge change in Sun Yan's worldview, tearing apart this universe and heading towards a stronger realm. Such a person truly existed, and he was his father. In fact, ever since he awakened the second stage of the Mangeki Sharingan, he had gradually lost his direction, as he already possessed the strength to sweep through the ninja world. This immense power made him increasingly lost, leading to arrogance and self-limitation. However, the current Sun Yin had found his direction again. Once he possessed the true strength of an invincible universe, he would definitely tear apart this universe and head towards a stronger realm. Chapter 158. The Tragedy of White Fang. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the summer of the 42nd year of Konoha. In the land of fire, Konoha village, Kakashi Hatake sat alone at home, looking extremely pained. Closing his eyes, his mind was filled with the various curses of the villagers of Konoha. He is a coward. He doesn't deserve to be a ninja. The mission could have been a success, but because of him, we suffered a great loss in Konoha's interests. A few instigators in the crowd said. But even with that, Kakashi could still remain unperturbed, but what hurt him the most were the 2 Konoha ninjas he had saved. Are we supposed to give up such an important mission for our lives? If that's the case, we would rather die at the hands of the enemy, one ninja said. That's right, it's all your fault. Who told you to save us? You shouldn't have saved us and made us share your disgrace, another ninja said. Upon hearing their words, Kakashi was stunned. The reason he failed the mission was that he saved their lives. Yet now, those 2 did not appreciate his kindness and instead blamed him. At that moment, Kakashi's heart began to grow cold. This was the face of the comrades he had saved by giving up everything, and now they showed such a countenance. Was everything he had done truly worth it? Was everything he did for this village really worth it? This was not the first time Kakashi had such doubts. In past conversations with Sun Yin, he had questioned himself more than once. But until it happened to him, no one could truly understand the feelings of the person involved. Now, Kakashi somewhat understood Sun Yan's behavior and his hatred for Danzo and the third Hokage. Behind this incident, if it weren't for the third Hokage's guidance, it certainly wouldn't have reached this point. Although the third Hokage did not express anything on the surface regarding this incident. The moment Konoha decided to punish Kakashi for his mistakes, it indicated the third Hokage's stance. The task this time was to infiltrate Iwagakure and steal relevant intelligence. Just when the information had been successfully obtained and victory was within reach, an ambush from Iwagakure occurred. The battle was extremely fierce, although the other 2 were elite jonin. They quickly fell under the siege of numerous Iwagakure shinobi. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo had already killed all the ninjas surrounding him and was about to break through to deliver the Iwagakure intelligence back to the village. However, the 2 companions were on the brink of death. Caught between the mission and his comrades, Tsukumo did not hesitate much. He swiftly killed several Iwagakure shinobi and then led the 2 of them out of the encirclement. Unfortunately, the confidential scroll he had obtained was also destroyed in the desperate interception by Iwagakure. The previous scenes played back in Tsukumo's mind like a film, lingering and unshakable. Their words, their gazes, constantly stimulated Tsukumo's already battered heart. At this moment, in the third Hokage's office, only the third Hokage and Mito Gate In sat opposite each other. Sarutobi, Tsukumo has made great contributions to Konoha. Don't you think what we are doing is a bit too much? Mito-Gate-In frowned and said. Currently, Mito-Gate-On was the head of the root, but today's root was vastly different from the past. The previous root was entirely under Danzo's control, and his subordinates absolutely obeyed his orders, having been brainwashed to develop a belief in Danzo. Now, however, the third Hokage had full oversight of the root, and Mito-Gate-Un was entirely responsible, truly making it an organization for cultivating the Umbu. Mito-Gate-Un had no real power. The third Hokage pondered for a moment and sighed softly. I know this is a bit cruel for Tsukumo, but with the split of the Land of Fire 2 years ago and the establishment of the Land of Flame, the voices against me within the village have grown louder, and the calls for Tsukumo have increased. Although Tsukumo has no such intentions, we must be cautious. Sarutobi, you and I have changed. We've become people we dislike. Strangers to each other. We really are getting old, Mito-Gate-In said. Don't worry, Tsukumo is someone who has weathered great storms. This setback won't mean much to him, the third Hokage said confidently. Internally, he thought, alas, Danzo died too early. There's no one left who understands me. Although Mito-Gate-Un was also a childhood friend, their exchanges were limited to banter. He truly couldn't count on him to take on those dark tasks. This was also why the third Hokage preferred working with Danzo rather than Mito-Gate-Un. Danzo was like a worm in his belly. There were things he didn't need to say, and Danzo would take care of them. After Mito-Gate-Un left, the third Hokage lit his pipe and, using the telescope technique, began his day of leisure. The technique revealed a scene filled with swirling smoke, where countless women were playing in the water. The third Hokage immediately felt his blood rush, and 2 streams of nosebleed erupted, prompting him to rush to the restroom. Clearly, the third Hokage was unaware of the immense harm his little actions had caused to Hatake Tsukumo. Meanwhile, 7-year-old Kakashi's heart became unusually sensitive due to this incident. Walking down the street, he faced the pointing fingers and gossip of passersby. Look, it's the little genius Kakashi. What is the use of being a genius? No matter how talented, he is still the child of a coward. A coward raises a coward, one person said. Don't say that. Tsukumo-senpai must have had his reasons. Another responded. What? You say he is innocent? A person who doesn't even follow the rules of being a ninja has no right to be one. Does he think that just because he is accomplished, he can act recklessly? This was met with a chorus of angry shouts. Initially, some ninjas defended Hatake Tsukumo, but they ended up drowning in a flood of insults. Now, no one dared to speak up for him. This is the ignorance of people when similar incidents occur. They only stand on the moral high ground to criticize others, never delving into the truth and reasons behind the matter. This is the ugliness of human nature. Kakashi hurried home, rushing to the room where his father was. Just as he was about to knock, his mother stopped him. She knew that Tsukumo needed peace right now. At that moment, Tsukumo's voice came from inside. Hui, has Gogo returned? Dad, are you okay? Kakashi asked. Hui, let him in, Tsukumo said. Moments later, a silver-haired boy walked in. Seeing Tsukumo's disheveled appearance, tears couldn't help but flow down his face. Gogo, don't cry. Don't worry, I'm fine. Tsukumo said hoarsely. Dad, why do they all say you're a coward? Why are they all blaming you? Why is this happening? Is it wrong to abandon a mission to protect your comrades? Kakashi cried. Gogo, remember, there is nothing wrong with abandoning a mission to protect your comrades. And your father does not regret making that choice. If I had to do it again, I would still choose to protect my comrades, Tsukumo said. But Dad, if you're not wrong, then why are they blaming you? Kakashi asked in confusion. They're not wrong either. It's just that people have different beliefs, Tsukumo replied. Hearing this, 7-year-old Kakashi stood still, thinking for a long time. Kakashi was eventually taken away by Tsukumo's wife. Hui, did I really make a mistake? Tsukumo asked his wife. Tsukumo, you've been alone for a day and a night. Whether you're right or wrong, I don't care. I just hope you can get through this tough time, Tsukumo's wife said, embracing him. I understand, Hui, but I still want to be alone for a while, Tsukumo said. Tsukumo's wife didn't want to leave, but in the end, she chose to go. She knew her man best. Perhaps the only person who could console him now was that once adorable child, the current chairman of the Hidden Flame Village, Sun Yin. Chapter 159. The death of White Fang. On this quiet, deep night, Hatake Tsukumo chose an extremely extreme path. Although past events had left him dissatisfied, he still held hope for Konoha. But this time his heart was completely cold. However, he could not be as decisive as Sun Yin, clearly distinguishing love and hate. He still loved this village where he was born and raised, but the people in the village truly made his heart ache and left him with no hope for it. He slowly took out a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique, which Sun Yin had left for him. The flying thunder god mark was still clearly visible on it. Seeing this kunai reminded him of that once sunny, cheerful, and exceptionally talented boy. Now, that boy had become the ruler of a nation, holding an incredibly noble status. Remembering the past with Sun Yin, Tsukumo couldn't help but smile. In the next moment, he stabbed the kunai fiercely into his chest. With a heart-wrenching pain, bright red blood slowly flowed from his heart. Gradually, Tsukumo closed his eyes, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred, and everything familiar around him disappeared, leaving only endless darkness. At that moment, a familiar face appeared before his hazy consciousness. Seeing this, Tsukumo wanted to say something. But at that moment, he could no longer control his body, and ultimately, the familiar face was also covered by darkness. Sun Yin looked at the unconscious Kakashi Hitaki in front of him, reached out and pressed a few acupuncture points on his chest, and then pulled out the kunai of flying thunder god from his heart. He shook his head speechlessly, wondering what Kakashi was thinking when he chose to commit suicide with the kunai of flying thunder god. Then a golden chakra appeared in his hand as he cast the healing technique. The wound on Kakashi's heart was visibly healing at a rapid pace. In just a moment, the injury on Kakashi's chest had already healed, and Sun Yin sighed as he looked at the unconscious Kakashi. He then created a shadow clone and proceeded to handle some matters. Soon after, he disappeared from the room with the unconscious Kakashi. Thus, Konoha White Fang completely exited the stage of Konoha. When Kakashi's wife, Ahui, cleaned the room the next day, Kakashi had already become a cold corpse. The news of Kakashi's death spread rapidly throughout Konoha, shocking everyone. Those who had once exchanged cold words with him fell into silence. No one had expected that Kakashi would end his life in such a way, expressing his dissatisfaction with the cruel Konoha. Even the third Hokage was deeply saddened, as he never thought Kakashi's heart was so fragile. Had he known, he would not have used such methods to suppress Kakashi's reputation. After all, Kakashi had made great contributions to Konoha and was a hero of the village, always belonging to the Hokage faction, with no intention of competing for power against him. Thinking of this, the third Hokage was filled with grief and guilt. He attended Kakashi's funeral and issued an order that no discussions regarding Kakashi should take place in the future. Kakashi died due to rumors, and this matter must be thoroughly investigated to find out who was behind the rumors. Once identified, there would be no leniency. In addition, the third Hokage personally went to the Hitaki clan to offer condolences. It was truly hypocritical and disgusting. During the third Hokage's visit to the Hitaki family, Kakashi's father, Kakashi Hitaki, showed no good face to the third Hokage throughout the process. This made the third Hokage feel quite awkward, but he couldn't get angry, as he felt guilty towards Kakashi. After offering his condolences, the third Hokage began to speak to the next generation. He patted Kakashi's head and said, "Kid, your father was a hero of Konoha, a perfect ninja who inherited the will of fire. I never expected that he would choose to resist in such a way when faced with rumors. As Hokage, I bear an irrefutable responsibility for this, and I sincerely ask for your forgiveness." Saying this, the third Hokage bowed to Kakashi. Kakashi remained silent, feeling little impact from the third Hokage's words, and did not cry like other children. He merely looked coldly at himself. Upon seeing this, the third Hokage thought to himself that this child was truly extraordinary, worthy of being White Fang's child. This mindset was not something an ordinary child could compare to. The third Hokage doesn't need to apologize. If it was wrong, it should be paid for. Emotions are not something a ninja should have, Kakashi said, turning to leave, leaving the third Hokage with a small silhouette. The third Hokage wanted to say something, but Kakashi had already walked far away. The third Hokage stood alone in the sunset, his long shadow making him seem very lonely. He sighed deeply, recalling the Konoha of the Second Shinobi War, where powerful ninja were everywhere, easily countering Iwa, Aim, and Suna. Now, however, Sun Yin had separated from the Land of Fire to establish his own country. Tsunade had left Konoha, and Jiraiya was wandering the ninja world. Now White Fang was also dead, leaving only Orochimaru in Konoha among the next generation of ninjas. Yet, he felt increasingly estranged from his once favorite disciple, Orochimaru, not knowing when an insurmountable generational gap had appeared between them. Just as the third Hokage was about to leave, Minato's figure appeared in the distance. He was currently shopping with Nanako. The two also saw the third Hokage and greeted him. Upon seeing this, the third Hokage smiled, relieved to see Minato, and walked over to them with a smile. "Hey, being young is great," he teased. Minato scratched his head and said, "It's good that the third Hokage is smiling." Nanako shyly hid behind Minato. Minato, do you have time? Walk with me, the third Hokage said with a smile. However, Minato's next reaction surprised him. I'm sorry, third Hokage. I need to take Nanako home first, he said, turning to leave with Nanako. The smile on the third Hokage's face instantly froze. Why was Minato ignoring him like this? Minato wasn't like this. He wasn't like this. The third Hokage still couldn't understand that the current Minato was no longer the silly kid from the original story. After Sun Yan's transformation, Minato had become very cunning inside, but he still appeared to be the same sunny and handsome person on the surface. Although Minato still lacked a deep understanding, he was much better than the original story, where he blindly believed in the illusory will of fire. Chapter 160. Breaking through again in the land of fire, in the hidden flame village. Kakashi Hatake slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was a dazzling white light. Kakashi thought to himself, where am I? Is this heaven? However, the sound of footsteps soon woke him up, and the visitor was familiar. It was Sun Yan. Kakashi was very surprised and said, Yin, did you also die? Sun Yan frowned upon hearing this and covered his head, saying, Senior Kakashi, do you think I'm so easy to kill in your heart? So you mean I'm still alive? You saved me? I'm not dead, Kakashi said. I really can't understand why you would commit suicide when everything was fine, Senior Kakashi. Is it really worth it for that garbage village? Sun Yan said, Kakashi, I can't be like you, clear about love and hate. I could only express my helplessness and resistance to the village through death. Kakashi shook his head and replied, Hee, but have you thought about Kakashi's and Aunt Huey's feelings? Kakashi is only 7 years old. Do you know how much this will hurt him? Aunt Hui loves you so much. Without you, how could she live alone? You're really a jerk, planning to end it all for yourself. But have you considered the feelings of those who truly love you? Do you think it's worth giving up your life for a filthy village? Sun Yan scolded. Kakashi had no rebuttal and instead fell into deep thought. In his act of suicide, he had indeed been selfish, failing to consider his family's perspective. Yen, I understand now. Thank you for saving me, Kakashi said after a long silence. Hee, it's good that you understand, but now you're already a dead man, Senior Kakashi, Sun Yan said with a cunning smile. Yen, what do you mean by that? Kakashi asked. What I mean is for Konoha, you're already a dead man. Your funeral was held a day ago. It's impossible for you to return to Konoha now, so the Kakashi of Konoha is dead. You are now the thunder god of our hidden flame village, Sun Yan said with a smile. The Kakashi of Konoha is dead, Kakashi murmured. Yin, I understand what you mean, but I'm still worried about Kakashi and Aoi. Kakashi hesitated to speak. Now you're worried about them? Why didn't you care earlier? In this world, there are no regrets. Whatever you do, you have to pay the corresponding price. And we will find someone to take over, but Kakashi, I think leaving him in Konoha is the best arrangement, Sun Yan said. Okay. Hatake Tsukumo scratched his head and replied. Now I officially appoint you as the second-generation swordsmanship instructor of the Flame Organization in Yenin Village. Tomorrow, I will send someone to take you to the training base in the back mountain. Senior Tsukumo, every member of the second-generation Flame Organization is a carefully chosen genius youth. Their talents are very strong, and I believe that under your swordsmanship guidance, their skills will definitely see a qualitative improvement. Sun Yan smiled. Yin, it seems your swordsmanship is already above mine. Since their talents are so good, wouldn't it be better for you to teach them personally? Hatake Tsukumo said. The reason my swordsmanship has achieved what it is today is thanks to you. Sun Yan laughed. Besides, I don't have the time to teach them. I almost forgot. You're now a king of a nation, Yin, Hatake Tsukumo teased. When I say I don't have time, I don't mean for handling state affairs. I leave that to Yezong and Gongyue. Sun Yin shook his head. Oh, then what are you spending your time on? Hatake Tsukumo asked, confused. Of course. It's to improve my strength. Sun Yin smiled. Improve your strength? Haven't you reached your limit yet? Yin? Hatake Tsukumo was shocked. My strength may be at the peak in the ninja world, but in the entire galaxy, the entire universe, it's still nothing. Sun Yin shook his head. Yin, are you saying there are really aliens? Hatake Tsukumo asked. Not only are there, but they have long known about the existence of the ninja world and have already taken action against it nearly 10,000 years ago. Moreover, these aliens are much stronger than us ordinary people, Sun Yin said. Are you saying they're going to take action against the ninja world again? Hatake Tsukumo asked. Senior Tsukumo, they have already taken action long ago. However, nowadays, they don't just want to take action, they want to completely destroy the ninja world. Sun Yin said as he walked out of the room, leaving Hatake Tsukumo alone in the room. The night in the ninja world was incredibly beautiful, with a round white moon reflecting on the earth and countless stars dotting the sky. Sun Yin was sitting cross-legged in a mountain gorge, absorbing the natural energy that filled the entire ninja world. However, this was far from enough. The purest power of the Earth's veins surged into Sun Yan's body like a torrent. The energy in the Earth's veins was much purer than natural energy. Natural energy was more like a weakened version of Earth vein energy, significantly stronger than natural energy. Sun Yan absorbed it with great satisfaction, but dared not absorb too much. Once he drained the energy from the Earth's veins, the entire ninja world would become a dead star. At this moment, red energy radiated around Sun Yan, and both his physical body and internal energy underwent a qualitative change once again. Moments later, 8 red orbs appeared around Sun Yan, exuding immense power. Sun Yan stopped absorbing energy, extended his right hand, and grasped one of the energy orbs, nodding. This red orb was indeed a Tao-seeking jade. But compared to ordinary Tao-seeking jades, this one, formed from his own divine power and chakra, was stronger in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Looking at his divine root growing once more, Sun Yan revealed a knowing smile. His strength had increased again, which made him feel more at ease. However, it was time for his eyes to upgrade again. Speaking of which, Sun Yan gazed at the moon, where the giant Rinnegan must be nearly complete. If he waited for his eyes to upgrade on their own, it would take another year or two. Although Sun Yan was not afraid of waiting. Why not take advantage of it? There was also the Dragon Vein. He needed to find time to visit it as well. Meanwhile, in the universe, a superliminal spaceship was racing towards the star system where the ninja world was located. On board were 16 pale-skinned individuals, 8 sitting and 8 kneeling, with clear distinctions in their ranks. Did Grandpa send us to this place just to kill a native? atSix Linsher said. Linsher, mind your words. That's too careless. This is not just any native. He is very likely the last survivor of the 10 Celestial clan, atSix Bingsher said. That clan's existence is a thing of the past. Now, we atSix are the true rulers. There's nothing to fear. Once we deal with him, we can rightfully obtain the chakra fruit, and our strength will surely rise, Dosher said. Regardless of whether he has grown or not. I will personally deal with him with my sword, Jinsher said. atSix remained silent. Compared to the 7 top-tier third generations before him, he was merely a younger brother. Although his strength might not be weaker than some of them, his status was what it was. He had come this time to find his older brother, atSix. As for the so-called last survivor of the 10 Celestial clan, he did not want to get involved, as even if he helped, he would not receive any divine fruits, and he felt that coming to the ninja world was not a wise choice. Look, it seems this star system has given birth to quite a few life-bearing planets. Wouldn't it be a waste if we didn't go down and plant a divine tree? Schwisher said. Anyway, dealing with that native won't take long. If we don't plant a divine tree, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Let's go, everyone. Fusher said. Hearing this, the group nodded, and the spaceship headed towards a deep blue planet. atSix saw this and twitched the corner of his mouth, but said nothing more, as his status was the lowest here. In the ninja world, the news of the death of Konoha's White Fang spread throughout the ninja world in just one day. When the various countries heard this news, they were immediately in an uproar, followed by gloating. Konoha had lost another shadow-level figure, and it was the legendary Konoha White Fang. It was not hard to see why they would be pleased. Back when the Land of Fire was divided, although the Land of Fire lost a significant portion of its national strength, Konoha did not suffer any substantial damage. In fact, by abolishing the daimyo political system, their military power increased significantly. However, the suicide of Konoha's White Fang was a painful blow to Konoha. Losing a shadow-level powerhouse like Hatake Sakomo, who could influence the outcome of a war, was enough to shake the balance between countries. In the Land of Lightning's Yunin village, upon hearing the news of Konoha's White Fang's death, the Third Reikage first laughed maniacally and then frowned. The Land of Yin was now to the north of the Land of Fire, providing a strong barrier for the Land of Fire. This raised the question of how to declare war on Konoha. Could it be that they had to borrow a route from the Land of Yin? Not to mention whether the Land of Yin would lend it or not. Even if they did, how much toll would they have to pay? Thinking of this, the Third Reikage asked his secretary, how is the research on technological weapons going? Lord Third Reikage, currently our technology is simply unable to develop anything. As for the chakra cannon, we have made some progress in our independent research, but in terms of range, attack power, and charging time, it is still inferior to the tailed beast bomb, the secretary said nervously. Damn it, you've only produced this much in almost 3 years? Are the researchers in the department just eating for free? What are they even doing? Over the years, we have given the research department funding of up to hundreds of millions, but what have they produced for me? They haven't developed a single high-tech weapon. What's the deal with this chakra cannon? It's not even comparable to the tailed beast balls. Were they even researching? You tell them that I'll give them another year. And if they still can't produce results, they can all get lost. The third Rakage said angrily. Understood, Lord Rakage. The secretary quickly replied. Sunagakure. When the news of White Fong's death reached them, Granny Chio was in tears, and the 16-year-old Scorpion shed tears of hatred. The enemy that Granny Chio had instilled in him since childhood was dead. The enemy who killed his father and mother was dead. For a moment, Scorpion was bewildered. Looking at his grandmother's tears of joy, Scorpion quietly walked out to a sand dune. He placed the puppets of his father and mother on either side, thinking about what it would feel like to have parents. The wind and sand blew by, and Scorpion had already disappeared from the spot, leaving only 2 puppets on the ground. The Wagakure. A red light shot up into the sky, heading towards the moon. The red light was Sun Yin, who did not seek any passage to the moon. Instead, he chose the simplest and most brute force method, flying directly to the moon. The red light streaked across the night sky and quickly reached above the atmosphere. Feeling the immense resistance on his body, Sun Yin increased his output of power and instantly flew out of the atmosphere into outer space, heading towards the moon created by Sage of 6 Paths moments later. Sun Yin arrived above the moon. Coming towards him was a vast number of puppets. Seeing this, Sun Yin smiled. It seemed that the atSix clan had already developed the large Rinnegan and wiped out the entire main family. Now, the only ones left on the moon were atSix Shin and his father. Seeing the puppets approaching, Sun Yin did not form hand signs but instantly activated his fire release technique. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A massive wave of flames engulfed all the puppets, turning them into nothingness. Inside the palace on the moon, a middle-aged man and a young boy with bandaged eyes noticed the intruder. Father, is there an intruder? atSix Shin asked. The middle-aged man replied to the boy, just a little mouse. Stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. After saying that, the man disappeared from the spot. Sun Yin activated his 1,000 light eyes, looking at the middle-aged man flying towards him from a distance, and smiled. Momins latte. The middle-aged man, holding a staff, flew towards him. Damn ant, why did you intrude on the moon? I'll give you a chance. Get lost immediately, or die. atSix said. Hey, ant, it seems you know nothing of my power, Sun Yin said as he vanished from the spot. He reappeared behind atSix and punched him. atSix was directly slammed into the ground, creating a massive pit. atSix was stunned. Was this person this strong? Climbing out of the pit, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Just one punch had left him dazed. In the next moment, several black chakra rods inexplicably pierced through atSix body, pinning him to the ground. atSix was once again dumbfounded. This was absurd. It seemed that without using the giant Rinnegan, he couldn't subdue this invader. An endless repulsive force spread from atSix towards Sun Yin, and the black rods on his body were shattered to pieces. Watching the infinite repulsive force approaching, Sun Yin's body was instantly covered in a tangible energy armor. And then a 500-meter-tall energy armor giant appeared. The red energy armor giant held an energy spear in its hand and thrust it towards the infinite repulsive force wave. The two clashed, causing the surrounding space to begin to tear apart. Seeing the two locked in a stalemate, both Sun Yin and atSix increased their output. But when Sun Yin controlled the Holy Light Titan to swing its left arm, the balance began to tip. Chapter 162. Absorbing the Giant Rinnegan. The invisible repulsive force wave was broken through by the Holy Light Titan, turning into nothingness. Although atSix could use the Giant Rinnegan, he could only borrow its power and could not unleash its full potential. Looking at the giant standing over 500 meters tall, atSix suddenly felt a sense of retreat and said to Sun Yin, "It seems we have no enmity between us. What brings you here today?" I was passing by and found something that is fated to be mine. If atSix clan leader is willing to give it to me, I will leave today." Sun Yin shamelessly replied. Hearing this, atSix heart trembled. This bastard must be after the giant Rinnegan. If that's the case, even if it costs him his life, he would have to perish together with him. What is this item you speak of? If the atSix clan truly has it, I will obtain it and give it to you, just to be friends, atSix said while secretly activating the Rinnegan. Why must you ask when you already know the answer? As soon as Sun Yin finished speaking, a dazzling golden light descended from the sky. revealing an endless golden chakra sword that violently slashed towards the Holy Light Titan. Even a 500-meter Holy Light Titan appeared insignificant before it. Watching the rapidly approaching golden sword, Sun Yin drew the 7-star longsword from his waist. At this moment, the 7-star longsword appeared even more substantial than before, with one star emitting a dark purple glow and another a light green hue, symbolizing destruction and life. The purple brilliance enveloped the sword body, and the familiar feeling of the law of destruction resurfaced in Sun Yan's mind as he unleashed a peak strike. An equally boundless sword energy of destruction slashed towards the golden giant sword, annihilating everything in its path. The two ultimately collided, and after a moment's resistance, the golden giant sword was destroyed by the 7-star destruction sword energy. The residual power of the destruction sword energy continued to cut through the universe. In the next moment, the Holy Light Titan vanished, and Sun Yan's figure disappeared once more. Moments later, he appeared above atSix Tenon, followed by a series of aerial strikes. atSix Tenon's entire body was shattered, and he was dead beyond recovery. Sun Yin casually wiped the blood from his hands and slowly walked towards the depths of the palace. Tap, tap, tap. Sun Yin stepped into this enormous and unfamiliar palace. "Father, is that you?" atSix Shin asked. Hearing this, Sun Yin smiled faintly and said, "I am not your father. Your father is dead." "What? Father is dead? How could that be? Then who are you? Did you kill my father?" atSix Shin exclaimed in shock. Sun Yin did not waste words with atSix Shin and delivered a knife hand strike to his neck. He then began to explore the massive palace. Sun Yin maximized his perception and proceeded deeper into the palace. After a while, a gigantic blue-purple Rinnegan stood prominently in the center of the Great Hall. Seeing this, Sun Yin smiled. The Eye Spirit also appeared. Sun Yin asked Eye Spirit, "What level will you recover to after absorbing this?" The Eye Spirit replied, "This giant Rinnegan possesses immense ocular power. To be honest, I'm not sure, but it will definitely increase by 2 levels. 2 levels? Is that the level of the Rinne Sharingan?" Sun Yin said, "The Rinne Sharingan. The eyes on a beast cannot compare to mine," the proud spirit of the eyes retorted. Sun Yin gave a wry smile and ignored the proud spirit, slowly walking towards the massive blue-purple Rinnegan. He reached out his hand towards the Rinnegan, and then it erupted with a tremendous blue-purple brilliance. The blue-purple light resonating through the heavens and earth. Even those far away on earth were illuminated by this resplendent light, and people wondered why the moonlight was so bright today. Could it be that something unusual had happened on the moon? Was this change good or bad? And would the world head towards destruction because of it? Just as people were speculating, Sun Yin had already begun to absorb the massive power before him. An endless stream of eye power surging into Sun Yan's divine eye. At this moment, Sun Yan's eyes underwent a transformation. The red and green mixed Qianguang Yin began to spin wildly, and then its color changed to pitch black. However, it did not stop there. With the input of the giant Rinnegan's eye power, the Qianguang Yin began to turn gray, then white, and finally transformed into silver. In the silver eyes, a 5-pointed star could be faintly seen flickering, and at this moment, the enormous Rinnegan had turned into a cloud of dust. Feeling the infinite eye power within his eyes, Sun Yin smiled with satisfaction. Now, his eye power could truly be said to be limitless. All the eye techniques that the Rinnegan should possess were learned by Sun Yin. And in addition, Sun Yan's original eye techniques underwent qualitative changes, and he also acquired a new eye technique, the Yellow Spring Bee Zaka. Although this new eye technique was a minor help for Sun Yin, having more techniques was never a disadvantage. The Yellow Spring Bee Zaka surpassed the eye technique of the Divine Realm in terms of attack diversity, and it could perform spatial movement without any spatial fluctuations, whereas the eye technique of the Divine Realm would inevitably produce some spatial fluctuations during use. This fluctuation might not show any difference in current skirmishes, but in true expert duels, it could often be fatal. The current Qianguang Yin appeared more ordinary compared to its previous flashy form, but as the saying goes, the more ordinary, the more remarkable. That was the case with the Qianguang Yin. This time, Sun Yin decided to keep the Qianguang Yin activated. After all, the consumption of eye power was trivial for him. The reason Sun Yin previously chose to turn off his eyes when not in use was that the Qianguang Yin was too eye-catching, causing fear in others. The combination of red and green, with the red 5-pointed star, was intimidating and not aesthetically pleasing. Mei Qin and the others didn't want Sun Yin to keep it activated, as it affected his overall appearance. Thus, Sun Yin reluctantly chose to turn it on when needed and off when not in use, But now it was different. The silver eyes not only did not diminish Sun Yan's appearance, but made it even more extraordinary, so there was no reason to turn it off. Just then, a massive energy fluctuation emanated from deep space, even hundreds of light years away, catching Sun Yan's attention. He looked toward that distant part of the universe, and, after a moment, Sun Yan frowned. Chapter 163. The despicable Tsutsuki 7 group on an unknown planet. The gigantic spaceship of the Tsutsuki landed on this planet in a very flashy manner. The entire ground was smashed into a deep pit with a radius of 100 miles due to the immense impact brought by the spaceship. All surrounding buildings and life were turned to ashes under the shockwave. This event instantly caught the attention of everyone on the planet. Compared to the shinobi world, this world was one of the combination of technology and power. Various nations soon realized that this was an alien invasion and immediately formed numerous armies and a large number of cultivators to resist these extraterrestrial visitors. Tsutsuki Kenjutsu and his servants were the first to step out of the massive spaceship. He floated in the air, looking at the encircling armies and native cultivators. With a disdainful expression, he loudly proclaimed, "Insignificant ants, why have you not knelt before your god?" What is that paratrooper saying? Is this alien an idiot? Does he not know he is already surrounded? A soldier whispered to his companion. I don't know what kind of nonsense he is talking, but just looking at him, you can tell he has nothing good to say. Another soldier commented, Chief, are these natives stupid? I have made myself clear. Why are they not kneeling before me? Kenjutsu said, Haha, Kenjutsu, are you the stupid one? You are speaking the language of Takamagara. How would these natives understand? Tsutsuki Ringshi stepped forward and said, Ringshi, do you think I really don't know? Kenjutsu retorted without appreciation. Haha, whether you know or not is irrelevant. Don't forget what we came here for, Ringshi said, disappearing from his spot and reappearing in front of a high-level cultivator. Without the person having any reaction, he activated his eye technique, instantly controlling their consciousness. In a moment, the brainwashed cultivator's eyes turned white, and they fell to the ground, clearly becoming a complete idiot. This sudden scene caused the entire native army to become restless, unsure of who fired the first shot. In an instant, all artillery fired at Kenjutsu in the sky. Kenjutsu in the sky felt like a fool. These rich idiots clearly had no brains, since they dared to strike first against a god, then let them be destroyed. Countless energy swords emerged from the space behind Kenjutsu and shot towards the incoming artillery. The energy swords seemed to pierce through the void, instantly reaching the natives. In the next moment, millions lay dead, blood flowing for miles. Regardless of whether they were cultivators or soldiers, they were all pierced to pieces by the countless energy giant swords, leaving no complete corpses. This is the fate of angering a god. Damnatives, prepare to die. Chief, wipe them out. Kenjutsu shouted. Wait, Brother Ken, there's no need to go that far. What we want is not slaughter but domination, do you understand? If you kill them all, who will take care of the divine tree for us? Just then, a soldier stepped out, smiling as he spoke. Whether this planet, which breeds such foolish natives, is even qualified to plant the divine tree, is debatable. If the fruits it bears are of substandard energy, they can only be fed to those useless branches of the Tsutsuki and become our servants. Kenjutsu said disdainfully. These natives cannot be killed. Brother Ken, I want to give them divine seals, continuously providing me with power and faith. A dark-faced Tsutsuki man stepped forward and said to Kenjutsu, perverted man, do you also want to give a few good-looking women divine seals, turning them into your female slaves? Kenjutsu said mercilessly. The symbol type merely smiled and ignored him, knowing that arguing with this sword fanatic would lead to endless disputes, which was too degrading for him. Now let the divine tree come forth, Ringshi said, forming hand signs and pressing down into the air. Then, a monster with 9 Magatama Rinne Sharingan appeared on this planet. The monster let out a huge roar and, looking at the blood and corpses flowing on the ground, emitted an excited scream. Countless tentacles slid down its body, rushing towards the corpses and blood to begin absorbing the power within. Seeing this, Ringshi murmured softly, Don't be anxious, these things are nothing. Saying this, he formed hand signs again, and the 10 tails was controlled. The beast began to transform into a towering ancient tree, with 10 massive tails deeply rooted in the ground, extending thousands of meters down to absorb the energy from the earth's veins. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce ourselves. We are the savior gods from the great Takamagara, here to bring prosperity and abundance to your world, to bid farewell to suffering and sorrow. We are your gods, and this tree is a gift bestowed upon you by the divine. You must take good care of this tree and prevent it from suffering any harm. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as those who have just shown disrespect to the gods. atSix Kinshur spoke in the native language. This divine tree will bring you happiness and good fortune, freeing you from diseases and disasters. Kinshur continued. Now we will select a group of people to serve as guardians of the divine tree. Who is willing to take on this role? The survivors under the sword attacks were filled with despair, their hearts uneasy, as everything happening had already upended their understanding. They faced only two choices, submission or death. Finally, one person knelt on the ground, bowing their once proud head towards atSix in the sky. This person was one of the commanders of the World Alliance, and as he bowed, many behind him fell to the ground as well. Of course, there were those who vowed to resist to the death, but in the next moment, their lives were ruthlessly taken away. Thus, after the World Alliance, symbolizing the strongest power in the world, surrendered, this world completely fell under atSix's dominion. Very well, now we can begin planting the talismans, said the talisman user, disappearing into the night with his servants. That night, countless young girls became the talisman user's female slaves, and many were ruthlessly slaughtered. On the atSix spaceship, atSix Kinshur frowned as he watched everything unfold. After a long while, he said to the nearby Do and Jujitsu, "Someone is monitoring us, but I can't discern their location. Are you sure? How could such a presence arise in this galaxy?" Do replied, "It could be our target." Chapter 164. The third war erupts. You mean the one spying on us is a descendant of the Tenebris clan? That's unlikely. Do said, "Not necessarily. Anything is possible. Don't underestimate them like those idiots outside. Being complacent could lead to death," Kinshur replied. As Kinshur said, Sun Yin was indeed watching their every move. This is the terror of the thousand-light eye, capable of clear observation even across a galaxy's distance. Sun Yin retracted his gaze. This Kinshur actually detected his observation, indicating a unique advantage in perception. After observing the actions of atSix and his companions, Sun Yin furrowed his brow. Had atSix already made a move? Faster than he had anticipated. However, since they dared to come, they must be prepared to be killed. atSix Kinshur left his servants on this planet, and then a few of them boarded their spaceship, continuing towards the small star system where the ninja world is located, planting divine trees on different planets as they went. Meanwhile, the ninja world fell into an eerie calm once again. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the 45th year of the ninja world arrived, breaking the tranquility with a shocking event. In the 45th year of the ninja world, the third Kazekage, known as the strongest in history, mysteriously disappeared. The stability that had lasted for several years in the ninja world was shattered by this inexplicable disappearance. The Sand Village found itself leaderless, and elder characters like Chiyo and Chiyo's husband had no choice but to step in to manage the situation. Considering the various voices within the village, Chiyo and Chiyo's husband, along with many high-ranking officials, made an important decision to redirect the villagers' hatred towards neighboring villages to ensure their own safety. Thus, Konoha became the unfortunate scapegoat chosen by the Sand Village. Blamed for the disappearance of the third Kazekage, Konoha was truly a victim of circumstances, caught in a situation where trouble came from above. The third Hokage was furious. Realizing that the Sand Village was picking on the weak, given the current international situation, Konoha was indeed the softest target, having lost half of its territory and greatly diminished national strength, making it a soft target compared to the other four nations. Faced with the unreasonable demand from the Sand Village to hand over the third Kazekage, the third Hokage chose to ignore it. He knew that war was unavoidable, as the Sand Village needed a conflict to quell the anger of its villagers. However, the scale of the war should not be large. This was the third Hokage's estimation of the coming conflict. Soon after, the Sand Village declared war on Konoha, with both sides amassing troops along the borders of the Land of Rivers, ready for a major battle within its territory, led by Orochimaru from Konoha. Both sides believed that a small nation like the Land of Rivers, lacking a ninja village, would, as in the past, obediently open its gates to allow their forces in. But this time, the Land of Rivers demonstrated its determination by mobilizing its entire National Guard, stationed at the border, ready to launch an attack on Konoha and the Sand Village's ninja. The members of this National Guard were mainly composed of lower-ranked ninjas, with some higher-ranking leaders reaching the level of Chunin. However, despite their lower ninja ranks, the equipment they possessed was among the most advanced. Automatic tracking shurikens, 5-element chakra guns, and even explosive kunai were all part of this technologically equipped force. For a time, neither Konoha nor the Sand Village took further action, knowing that the power of the Land of Rivers forces should not be underestimated. Thus, a stalemate ensued for several days, until this balance was finally broken when the Cloud Village and the Rock Village declared war on each other due to border disputes. As they declared war on each other, they also declared war on Konoha. However, due to the natural barrier of the Land of Fire between the two countries and the Land of Fire, both sides were forced to seek passage through other nations. Unlike the previous two Ninja World Wars, this time, the involvement of the small nations was significant. They did not become mere battleground for the great powers, but instead, under the support of the Land of Fire's weaponry, resisted the major nations. The Land of Lightning originally intended to use the Land of Soup to launch an attack on the Land of Fire, but unexpectedly, the Land of Soup stood firm, first demanding an exorbitant fee for passage and then dispatching fully armed ninja forces to the border. Upon learning of this, the Third Reikage was furious. How dare a small nation, believing it had the military support of the Land of Fire, act so boldly? Who gave them the courage? Liang Jingru. They simply do not take the Land of Lightning seriously. These surrounding small nations must be suppressed. They should not think that having some advanced weapons enables them to contend with great powers. The Third Reikage immediately ordered an attack on the Land of Soup, followed by a siege on the Land of Fire. On the other hand, the Land of Earth was not in a much better position. Although they had received permission from Hanzo to pass through the Land of Rain, the Land of Rivers was not so easily dealt with. The current situation in the Land of Rivers was that it single-handedly kept the armies from the three great nations at bay. The courage of the Land of Rivers' feudal lord was commendable. However, unlike Konoha, the battlefield values speed and strategy as the attackers. The Sand Village and the Rock Village had already seized the initiative and were determined to catch Konoha off guard before they could react. Therefore, they chose to launch an attack on the Land of Rivers without further delay. Since you've become arrogant, don't blame us for being merciless. War is about to break out, with the small countries of River and Hot Water taking the lead against the three great nations. They have pushed high-tech ninja tools to the limit, inflicting massive losses and casualties on Cloud, Sand, and Rock villages. After nearly half a month of fighting, they still haven't taken down the two small countries. And the three great nations have lost patience again, deploying their Jinchuriki to the battlefield. With the arrival of the Jinchuriki, the two small countries began to gradually falter. However, the small countries are not foolish. They sent requests for assistance to the Land of Flames and the Land of Fire. Sun Yin rejected them without a second thought. The Land of Flames does not fear war, nor does it need it, and it certainly will not engage in meaningless battles. Providing weapon support is already a kindness. The five great nations wouldn't be able to buy it even if they wanted to. But Konoha is different. The principle of the rabbit dies. The fox grieves is understood by the third Hokage. He immediately dispatched Orochimaru to lead ninjas to the river country for military support and sent Minato to form a small team to assist the hot water country, aiming to block all of them outside the borders of the Land of Fire. In addition, the distant Mist Village overseas inexplicably became involved in this war, and they were all strangely united in targeting Konoha. Thus, the Third Great Ninja War erupted completely, and the entire ninja world fell into chaos, except for the Land of Flames. Chapter 165. Uchiha Madara in action in a hidden, damp cave in the Land of Water. An elderly man was sitting quietly. The old man's body was connected to more than a dozen tubes, the other end of which was connected to a huge monster. The old man's body was extremely dry, seemingly devoid of moisture, resembling a mummified corpse. Sitting there, one might think he was a dead body, but the still beating heart proved he was not yet dead. After a moment, he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of scarlet three-tomo Sharingan. Immediately, a pale creature emerged from the ground, speaking to the old man in a rather comical voice. Lord Madara, it's bad. The entire ninja world is fighting. Oh, they're fighting? Hee, foolish people. It's time for us to leave here. The Uchiha kid you scouted last time is a good candidate, Uchiha Madara said. Hee, Lord Madara. Can our Moon Eye plan finally progress further? Vortex White Jew flattered. Humph. I will personally end this era created by Hashirama and bring true peace to the ninja world. Uchiha Madara murmured. By the way, has that kid son, you made any moves recently? Uchiha Madara asked. Lord Madara, we can't even enter the Hidden Rain Village. Once we do, we'll be discovered immediately. Even if we get in, we can't reach Sun Yin, Vortex White Jew complained. This guy must be even more terrifying than before. He will be the biggest obstacle to our Moon Eye plan, And that woman who created white Zetsu, the chakra progenitor Kagaya Otsutsuki. From what Sun Yin said, once I activate infinite Tsukuyami, she will take over my body. However, the essence of infinite Tsukuyami is to turn people into beings similar to white Zetsu, which means everyone will die. Since the result is death, why must I activate infinite Tsukuyami? Uchiha Madara muttered to himself. With this in mind, Uchiha Madara made a decision. A new moon eye plan formed in his mind. After collecting all the chakra, he would undo infinite Tsukuyami. Without chakra in people's bodies, they would have no power, and such a world should be very peaceful. But to realize this plan, the only issues to resolve were the unclear motives and purposes of Sun Yin and the chakra progenitor sealed on the moon. After a moment, he pulled out the tubes connected to him. Currently, he relied on the God Tree to sustain his life. He then had Vortex White Ju wear his body. Picking up his Uchiha fan and Scythe of Death, he said to Vortex White Ju, the base in the southern part of the Land of Fire. Yes, Lord Madara. Vortex White Ju replied, and together they disappeared into the ground. In the Land of Flames, in the hidden flame village, a high-level meeting was taking place in the chairman's office. Rope Tree, Leaf Warehouse, Mikoto, Kushina, Linglong, Miyazuki, and others were present. The Minister of Ninja Affairs, Senju Rope Tree, was seriously analyzing various information regarding this ninja world war, followed by routine reports. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. After Sun Yin signaled, a patrolling ninja entered and knelt on one knee, saying, Chairman, there are several people from the Land of Rain claiming to be from the Akatsuki organization outside the village. The leader said he knows you. By the way, he said his name is Yahiko. He, Akatsuki, Yahiko, what do they want from me? Sun Yin shook his head and muttered to himself. All right, let's have Leaf Warehouse take over the meeting. I will go greet the guests from the Land of Rain. Sun Yin smiled and walked out the door. In the Hidden Flame Village's guest hall, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, and 5 accompanying Akatsuki ninjas were waiting. Sun Yin instructed someone to serve them the finest tea. A short while later, Sun Yin entered the hall. Upon seeing him, Yahiko immediately stood up, followed by the others. Yahiko quickly walked to Sun Yan's side and bowed to him, saying, Senior Sun Yin, please allow me to pay my respects. Oh, what is this bow for? Sun Yin quickly reached out to support Yahiko, not accepting the bow, and then asked. Back then, when the Hidden Rain Village was enemies with Konoha, as a child of the enemy country, you not only didn't kill us, but instead provided food for the 3 of us. This bow is to show my gratitude. Yahiko said, I can't accept that. You should bow to your teacher Jiraiya instead. Moreover, I don't have much sense of belonging to Konoha, so there's no need to pay attention to it, Sun Yin replied. Then the chairman can accept my bow, for the sake of the world's people and their happiness. You have worked hard. The people of the Land of Flames are now living in peace and prosperity, and I bow to you on behalf of all the common people, Yahiko said, getting more extravagant with his words. That doesn't mean you should bow to me. I seek a way out for my citizens. Isn't that only natural? And you, a person from the Land of Rain, bowing on their behalf seems a bit inappropriate, Sun Yin said. It is appropriate. It is very appropriate. As long as it is for the common people of the world, what does it matter if I am not one of them? Yahiko replied. The renowned leader of the Akatsuki organization from the Land of Rain. If word gets out that you bowed to me, the chairman of the Hidden Flame Village, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? I can't accept that. Sun Yin still did not accept it. You didn't come just to bow, did you? Sun Yin asked. Chairman, you are right. I came here for another matter, and I believe only you can accomplish it in the current ninja world, Yahiko said. What is it? Go ahead and tell me, Sun Yin asked, though he had already guessed most of it. I hope the chairman can mediate and persuade the various countries to stop the war and return peace to the ninja world, Yahiko said. Yahiko, you must be thinking too much. I am merely the chairman of the Hidden Flame Village, not the chairman of the whole world. If I speak, will they listen to me? If I could end this war with a word, then I would be a god. Sun Yin laughed heartily. No, Chairman Sun Yin, your strength is enough to intimidate them. Chapter 166. Extremely naive. No, Chairman Sun Yin, your strength is enough to shock them. If you step forward, they will definitely fear your power, and they will certainly stop the war, Yahiko said excitedly. My Yahiko, you are too naive. I have no reason to do that. The conflicts between countries have reached a peak, which naturally evolves into war. Therefore, war will happen at any time. It is something that can never be avoided. Although our flame nation is strong, there is no reason to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. As long as they fight among themselves, and it does not involve the interests of our flame nation, I have no reason to intervene. Moreover, Their battles will lead to the import of various military supplies to our flame nation, such as shurikens, kunai, explosive tags, etc. If I stop the war, wouldn't that cut off my source of income? Why should I do something that is thankless? Sun Yin said. But what about the innocent civilians who suffer because of the war? Aren't they pitiable? They need help, and you have such great power. You could clearly prevent all this from happening, yet you just turn a blind eye and even export military supplies to the warring countries in large quantities. Don't you feel guilty about this? Mayahiko said. Hee, that's absurdly funny. Who told you that having supreme power comes with the obligation to maintain world peace? Don't impose your will on others, and don't stand on a moral high ground to criticize others, let alone shout in front of the divine. As soon as Sun Yin finished speaking, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. This immense pressure swept towards Mayahiko and his companions, instantly knocking down the few attendants to the ground, while Nagato and Konan struggled to resist this overwhelming force. Mayahiko directly knelt on the ground, finding it difficult even to lift his head under this tremendous pressure. The powerful aura blew Nagato's red hair, revealing his Rinnegan. Seeing this, Sun Yin recalled Uchiha Madara, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Presumably, this guy has also started working on his plans. However, he doesn't know what choices he will make after learning about the future. Sun Yin originally intended to pull Uchiha Madara into his camp, but he knew that Madara would never easily trust him. As for what Madara was really thinking, Sun Yin had no idea. He just hoped that Madara wouldn't narrow his path. Looking at the extremely embarrassed Mayahiko on the ground, Sun Yin retracted his aura and said slowly, "Now, I will tell you, in this world, you can only trust your own power. Only by having power can you decide everything you want to decide. And someone like you, who can't even withstand 1/10 of my aura, can't change anything. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I want to kill you. Take your Akatsuki organization and leave. I misjudged you, Sun Yin. I thought you would be someone who truly speaks for the people, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You are so selfish." So before he could finish speaking, an irresistible gravitational force pulled him up and then threw him out of the window. In the blink of an eye, Mayahiko's figure had disappeared. Nagato shouted angrily, "Bastard, what did you do to Mayahiko?" But before he could finish his words, their bodies were also drawn by the immense gravitational force and thrown out of the window into the sky. Several dark shadows first passed through the sky, and then the shadows turned into a few black dots, disappearing into the sky. Seeing this, Sun Yin shook his head. He had long understood Mayahiko's purpose for coming to find him, which was for his ridiculous peace. But he didn't know that only nuclear annihilation can bring peace. Just like in his previous life, after nuclear weapons appeared, the major powers never engaged in large-scale wars similar to World War II. That was because nuclear weapons created a balance of power among the great nations. The world fell into an unavoidable peace, and he himself was the nuclear weapon of the Hidden Flame Village. It was precisely because of his existence that the flames of war did not spread to the Flame Nation. Otherwise, even if the Hidden Flame Village was extremely powerful, it would still suffer from the joint attacks of other countries. On the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, Orochimaru was leading his army in battle against the Rock Hidden Village. In a land of hot water, Minato was also facing his archenemy, the AB combination of the Cloud Hidden Village. The two sides had fought dozens of times since the start of the war, with each side having its victories and defeats. Meanwhile, in the Land of Waterfalls, it was now caught in the battlefield of the Cloud and Rock Hidden Villages. Over the years, the Cloud Hidden Village had vigorously developed its military and had long sought to expand its territory. If it weren't for the division of the Land of Fire, they might have already made significant advances into the Land of Fire. With the appearance of the Flame Nation, the Cloud Hidden Village changed its strategy, shifting its main attack target to the Rock Hidden Village. Currently, the Third Reikage personally led his troops deep into enemy territory, capturing several small countries and reaching the border of the Land of Earth, ready to push further in. In the Rock Hidden Village, in the office of the Tsuchikage, the Third Tsuchikage looked at the battle distribution map in front of him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This time, Third Reikage, I will make sure you go and never return. What the Third Reikage did not know was that a conspiracy against him had already been secretly planned by the Tsuchikage. In the office building of the Hidden Flame Village, Yekon was reviewing documents, while Sun Yin was lying in Meichin's arms. Eating the fruits, she fed him and enjoying the gentle breeze created by Kushina. Life was quite pleasant. Over the years, they had shared the same bed more than once. And now they wouldn't feel ashamed about it, as they did before. Flame, with the wars in various countries, Countless refugees had fled their homes and were now gathering at the border of the Flame Nation. They hoped to seek asylum in our Flame Nation. Yekong said, while reviewing a document from the border. It's fine for them to seek asylum in our Flame Nation, but we must control the number of refugees. After all, our land is limited, and we cannot accept so many refugees unconditionally. Tell the border personnel that we can accept refugees, but the maximum number is 200,000. Sun Yin thought for a moment and said, Understood. Yekong nodded in response. At night, Sun Yin went to the rooftop alone and then activated the yellow spring Hirazaka, disappearing into the bustling night. On the moon, Sun Yan's figure appeared. Then he activated the divine eye and began to explore the entire moon. After a long time, a smile appeared at the corner of Sun Yan's mouth, and he activated the yellow spring Hirazaka again. When he reappeared, Sun Yan arrived in an extremely concealed space. Although the barriers of this space were not as strong as those of the divine realm, they were several times stronger than those of the ninja world. Chapter 167. atSix Kagaya. As soon as Sun Yan's figure arrived, endless black chains swept towards him. Sun Yan's thousand light, I could clearly see the yin-yang sealing power on the black chains. It was evident that these black chains possessed extremely strong chakra sealing capabilities. Watching the black chains sweeping towards him, infinite repulsive force condensed into a repulsion wave barrier in front of Sun Yan. All the black chains that came into contact with it turned into nothingness. While expanding the area of the repulsion barrier, Sun Yan walked towards the center of the space. A pale-skinned woman with 2 horns on her head was sitting at the center of the space, bound by several black chains. Although the woman had an unusual skin color, she was still a rare beauty. Sun Yan walked over slowly. The black chains seemed to sense that their attack had no effect on Sun Yan and momentarily stopped their assault. The pale-skinned woman also noticed the anomaly right away. Looking at the young man walking towards her, atSix Kagaya showed no change in her expression. It wasn't until Sun Yan reached her side that a hint of shock appeared on her face. The chakra possessed by the man before her was simply terrifying, comparable to her peak period. If it were just that, she wouldn't be surprised, but what truly shocked her was the thing growing inside him. Is this the legendary clan? atSix Kagaya thought. Hello, the origin of chakra in the ninja world, the beautiful Lady Kagaya, Sun Yan said with a smile. Why does a member of the Ten Tails clan have such lowly energy as chakra in their body? atSix Kagaya asked. This question is hard for me to answer. After all, I could be considered half a ninja world person, Sun Yan replied. In that case, why have you come here, divine orphan? atSix Kagaya asked. I have 2 purposes for coming here. One is to see if I can rescue you and make you my little female servant. And the other is to learn about the past of the atSix clan and your story, Sun Yan said with a smile. Rescue me? Well, with your strength. It must be very easy to rescue me, but don't fantasize about me becoming your female servant. I'd rather not go out at all, atSix Kagaya said haughtily. Ha, just kidding. Princess of atSix, please tell me about your clan and your story, Sun Yan laughed. atSix Kagaya thought for a moment and then began to narrate the origins of the atSix clan. After listening, Sun Yan felt that her account was similar to what he had learned in his mind, and he further understood why atSix Kagaya wanted to reclaim the scattered chakra and even create white Zetsu. Although atSix Kagaya was a princess in terms of actual status, a branch family princess was not even comparable to a commoner from the main family. Thus, she became a maid to atSix, subject to his whims. Although atSix treated her relatively well, atSix Kagaya was not an ordinary woman. How could she be content to become someone else's plaything? She secretly ambushed atSix, stole the divine tree, planted it in the ninja world, then fused with the divine tree, giving birth to 2 children and distributing more than half of her chakra to them. She thought she could live a peaceful life like this until one day she discovered Ishiki's trace. Ishiki had not died. This made her panic. Since he had not died, he must have reported her actions to the main atSix family. The news of her betrayal must have reached Takamagara, and the atSix clan would definitely send someone to reclaim the chakra fruit and bring her back to Takamagara to face the highest punishment for traitors. Everything she currently had would turn to nothing, and her sons might even be killed by the atSix clan. atSix Kagaya began to go insane. She had to reclaim all the chakra to deal with the deadly threat from the atSix clan. However, what saddened her was that her 2 sons, her closest children, had betrayed her, even turning against her for those natives. Her heart grew cold. Everything she had done was to protect them, and even to protect this world. But now, they showed no gratitude. Thus began the battle of the 10 tails against the 6 paths brothers. Ah, you are a pitiful woman. However, you can go out and not be my female servant. But once you are out, you must listen to me in everything, and your personal freedom will be temporarily restricted. You must follow me closely, not leaving my side, Sun Yin said. How is this different from being your female servant? atSix Kagaya retorted angrily. It's different. You won't have to warm my bed, Sun Yin laughed. You are truly a complete bastard. A flush rose on atSix Kagaya's pale face. All right, you make the decision, Sun Yin said cunningly. I want to go out. I really don't want to stay in this place anymore, atSix Kagaya said. Okay, but you must promise me. Sun Yin replied. I know. No need for you to remind me. By the way, do you know how many years I've been trapped here? atSix Kagaya asked. Almost 10,000 years, I suppose, Sun Yin said. 10,000 years? Hasn't the atSix clan sent anyone to look for me? atSix Kagaya asked. No, but the atSix clan is already on their way, Sun Yin said. Are they coming to capture me? atSix Kagaya asked. Not exactly. Capturing you might be incidental. I think their main goal is to eliminate me. Sun Yin shook his head. Coming to eliminate you. To eliminate the divine orphan of the 10 tails? How ridiculous. The atSix main family is coming to eliminate their own ancestor? atSix Kagaya mocked. It seems you know some historical events, Kagaya, Sun Yin smiled. Of course. My ancestors are the direct lineage of the atSix clan, and were once the most loyal branch to the 10 tails divine emperor, Kagaya said. I believe the situation with the atSix main family is one of no end until death. They do not allow a divine orphan like me to exist because, to them, the 10 tails clan is a thorn in their side that must be destroyed. Therefore, I will kill everyone in the atSix main family and bring peace back to the universe. Sun Yin declared. Then we have a common enemy. My goal is also to eliminate all the atSix main family and bring true peace to the atSix clan. atSix Kagaya said. The two locked eyes, and they could see each other's determination. Sun Yin smiled slightly, and an infinite power surged in his eyes, and then the entire space was swallowed by another space. What Sun Yin had cast was the eye technique, Divine Realm. Chapter 168, bringing atSix Kagaya home moments later. The ceiling space where atSix Kagaya was located was completely swallowed into the Divine Realm. Sun Yin and atSix Kagaya appeared in a small world, which was Sun Yan's Divine Realm space. atSix Kagaya looked around in amazement, her mouth slightly agape. She asked Sun Yin, is this your eye technique space? What's wrong? Surprised? Sun Yin smiled. How'd we end up in your eye technique space? Did you use spatial abilities to help me escape the ceiling space? It's not an escape, but a swallowing. The ceiling space you were in was directly swallowed by my eye technique space, Sun Yin chuckled. What? The ceiling space, formed by the combination of infinite yin and yang powers of the feathered robe and feathered village, was actually broken by you like this? atSix Kagaya exclaimed in shock. Just basic skills, Sun Yin said. Basic skills? What does that mean? I don't understand, atSix Kagaya replied. It's nothing, let's go. I'll take you to see the current ninja world. With that, Sun Yin led atSix Kagaya out of the Divine Realm space. The two arrived on a hill in the Land of Rivers. Below was the battlefield between Konoha and Iwagakure, with countless sounds of ninjutsu clashing. The sounds of ninja tools colliding, blood flying everywhere, and severed limbs scattered. The shocking scene before them made even atSix Kagaya, the origin of chakra, frown repeatedly. These foolish humans, I should reclaim all their chakra. They're simply stupid, atSix Kagaya lamented. If it weren't for Sun Yin by her side, she would have already rushed down. This chakra originally belonged to me, atSix Kagaya snorted coldly, glancing at Sun Yin as she spoke. What are you looking at me for? Actually, even if you don't reclaim this lost chakra, you can still become very strong. After all, you are someone who has consumed the chakra fruit. Theoretically, you are immortal, and your physique has transcended the existence of the 6 paths. You can completely condense chakra by yourself. Why bother reclaiming the chakra from these humans? Sun Yin said, creating chakra by oneself? What does that mean? I don't understand. atSix Kagaya said, here you go. Saying this, Sun Yin tossed a book on chakra cultivation methods to atSix Kagaya. If you practice according to this, chakra will quickly be produced. As soon as Sun Yan's voice fell, a huge chakra vortex erupted from atSix Kagaya's body. Even Sun Yin couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. This woman's talent is indeed quite good, and with her immortality, as long as I cultivate her a little, she will definitely become the strongest fighter in my girl group. At that moment, a crack opened on Otsutsuki Kagaya's forehead, followed by the emergence of the 9 Tomo Rinnegan, which looked fierce. Haha, although the chakra in my body is nowhere near what it used to be, the feeling of regaining power is really refreshing. Otsutsuki Kagaya laughed. Otsutsuki Kagaya hadn't laughed for long before she stopped, as she noticed Sun Yin looking at her with a very aggressive gaze, making her a bit uneasy. She thought, could this cursed orphan be trying to do something bad to me? What if he attacks me later? What should I do? Should I resist? Even if I resist, I would definitely not be a match for this divine child. Plus, he saved me. How could I not resist? With this thought, Otsutsuki Kagaya blushed and asked, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Sorry, I was thinking about whether to absorb the eye on your forehead, but after careful consideration, I decided not to absorb it, Sun Yin said. Otsutsuki Kagaya said awkwardly. By the way, the eye on your forehead has many ocular techniques that can be used. Don't waste it, Sun Yin said. For example, you can probably use the ultimate Susanoo, as well as your powerful space ocular techniques, Sun Yin said. You seem to know my eyes better than I do, Otsutsuki Kagaya pondered. Hee, I am a god who can foresee the future, got it? Sun Yin couldn't help but pat this silly sweet girl's head. Don't touch my body casually, even if you are a god. Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned and said, understood, Princess Kagaya. Sun Yin retracted his hand and said, the chakra pressure emanating from Otsutsuki Kagaya also startled the ninjas fighting below. Both sides thought it was an unknown enemy, and countless ninjutsu came pouring up into the sky. Otsutsuki Kagaya was thoroughly enraged and looked at Sun Yin. Seeing this, Sun Yin nodded at Otsutsuki Kagaya. In the next moment, countless bone spikes shot out from the void, targeting the ninjas below. The dark gray bone spikes carried a trace of destructive aura, making anyone who saw them feel a sense of fear. The speed of the dark gray bone spikes was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the ninjas below hadn't reacted when their bodies were already pierced. However, to their surprise, they felt no pain at all, just when they thought it was an illusion. They inexplicably discovered that their bodies were slowly turning to ashes, dissipating in the wind. In an instant, the once quiet battlefield was devoid of any life. Even Sun Yin couldn't help but praise the remarkable power of the bone of coagulated ashes. With Sun Yan's praise, Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but smile, muttering softly, of course. Even a god would not fare well after taking my blow. Before her voice fell, a silver bone spike also grew from Sun Yan's palm, and not only that, but the silver bone spike was also covered with a layer of dark purple brilliance, emanating an infinite aura of destruction, more powerful than Otsutsuki Kagaya's bone of coagulated ashes. Otsutsuki Kagaya was stunned, looking at Sun Yin, tightly clenching her fist. Seeing this, a smile crept up the corner of Sun Yan's mouth. He thought, you little one, trying to compete with me. You're still too naive. All right, Kagaya, let's go. It's time to go home, Sun Yin said. Home? Your home? Otsutsuki Kagaya asked. Not mine. Could it be yours? Do you still have a home? Sun Yin shrugged and said, aren't you afraid that I will go to your home and capture your family to threaten you? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Sun Yin and said, I'm dying of laughter. Do you know you're serious? Fierce demeanor is somewhat inexplicably cute. Sun Yin laughed heartily. Damn it, you bastard. You're not allowed to laugh at me, Otsutsuki Kagaya said angrily. Don't worry. As for why, I believe in my strength and in you, Sun Yin said seriously after finishing his laughter. Chapter 169, Kagaya and Kushina's conflict. Believe in your strength and believe in me. Otsutsuki Kagaya murmured softly. All right, stop dazing. Let's go, Sun Yin said, taking Otsutsuki Kagaya and activating the Yellow Springs Bailing, appearing on the rooftop of the Hidden Flame Village. Then, Sun Yin took out his phone and called Yukura, Mikoto, Kushina, Konin, and Ling Long. To be precise, he called his several wives. After all, Sun Yin hadn't been idle in the 3 years besides cultivation. These women had already become his wives in essence. Hey, a family meeting will be held on a rooftop tonight. Make sure to attend, Sun Yin said, and then hung up the phone. Family meeting? Are these girls your family? Otsutsuki Kagaya asked. Yes, you could say that. They're all my family, Sun Yin said, scratching his head. You men are all the same. When you see someone pretty, you want to possess her, Otsutsuki Kagaya said, turning her head away, leaving Sun Yin with a cold back. Sun Yin thought to himself, what's wrong with me liking pretty girls? Nothing wrong. Is it wrong to marry a few more? No, it's not wrong. I'm not someone who abandons after starting. To be honest, I also have my eyes on you. I'm going to fulfill my dream from back then. Kicking the 6 pads Madara soon, and pressing Kagaya Hime, also soon, Sun Yin shouted in his heart. After a while, several beautiful figures walked over, chatting and laughing, clearly showing that they had set aside their grudges after years of interaction, treating each other with sincerity, as sleeping together was often the case. However, when they noticed a strange woman standing next to Sun Yin, their originally happy and cheerful faces immediately turned cold. Of course, except for Yakura, as she was the current big sister. Naturally, she had to have the demeanor of an older sister. "Hey, you all came," Sun Yin said, taking the initiative to greet the now cold-faced group. The group collectively huffed. "Yin, explain what's going on. You promised the sisters you wouldn't mess around anymore. So who is this woman? If you can't explain clearly, don't think about sleeping with the sisters tonight," Yakura said in a calm tone. But one could hear the anger contained within that calmness. "Haha, I'm just worried you might misunderstand, which is why I called you all out. This is the atSix Kagaya, known as the goddess of creation, and of course, her other title, you must have heard of it, the progenitor of chakra," Sun Yin said with a smile. "No way. Yin, the goddess of creation, the progenitor of chakra, and she's a woman? She's lived for nearly 10,000 years. Why doesn't she look old at all?" The carefree Kushina suddenly jumped out, circling around atSix Kagaya, asking Sun Yin. Boom! A massive chakra storm surged from atSix Kagaya, instantly sending Kushina flying to the ground. "Foolish ants, how dare you desecrate the divine? Truly do not understand what you see in these weak ants," Kagaya atSix said to Kushina Uzumaki, who was already standing up, looking at Kagaya with anger and shouting, "Bastard, what are you saying, you old witch who has lived for nearly 10,000 years? What? You dare to call me that? It makes me furious. Let me tell you, if it weren't for Sun Yin, you would have turned to ashes long ago, you ant." Kagaya replied, "You old witch, do you dare to turn me to ashes?" Kushina pouted, "Don't think I really wouldn't dare. And stop calling me an old witch. I'm not old at all." Kagaya shouted angrily, a bone of death materializing in her hand as she struggled to control herself. Sun Yin couldn't bear to watch any longer and pulled Kushina into his arms, holding down her head that was trying to struggle. But he didn't manage to cover her mouth in time. "You old witch, are you trying to seduce Sun Yin? Let me tell you, don't get your hopes up," Kushina said. Kagaya was initially furious, but then her anger dissipated as she walked over to Sun Yan's side and said to Kushina, whose head he was holding down, "That's right, Aunt, I'm interested in Sun Yin, and I'm already pregnant with a child." After saying this, Kagaya kissed Sun Yin on the lips. Kushina, who was so close, was stunned with anger. This old woman actually kissed Sun Yin. Sun Yin was also slightly stunned, even though he had long predicted this outcome. But it was really thrilling. This was the big boss from the original story. Kagaya's kiss was very light, and after the kiss, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Sun Yin came back to his senses and felt a bit awkward. Yakura, please arrange a room for Kagaya," Sun Yin said. Got it." Yakura naturally understood that if this continued, Kushina would definitely fight Kagaya to the death. She had heard Sun Yin talk about Kagaya's story, and if it really came to a fight, 100 Kushinas probably wouldn't be enough to withstand Kagaya's wrath. Yakura took Kagaya to the high-end residential area, while Sun Yin stayed behind to comfort the others. The moon tonight was very round and bright. "Are you really the progenitor of the ninja world?" Yakura asked. "Is that what people call me now?" Kagaya replied. "Are you from the atSix clan?" Yakura asked. "It seems Sun Yin cares a lot about you and has told you many things," Kagaya said. That's natural," Yakura replied, feeling a bit shy in front of this progenitor of the ninja world, perhaps due to the pressure of status. "You seem very nervous. There's really no need to be. Sun Yin is even more terrifying than I am, yet I don't see you being so nervous around him. Just treat me like an ordinary person. Sometimes, I really envy you ordinary people," Kagaya said in a very calm tone, completely devoid of the earlier arrogance she had when talking to Kushina. Yakura simply nodded and took Kagaya to the high-end residential area, very close to Sun Yin and the others' houses. "Thank you, Miss Yakura," Kagaya said. Yakura nodded but didn't leave. "If you have something to say, just say it. No need to hold back," Kagaya said. Are you really pregnant with Sun Yan's child?" Yakura asked, feeling a bit guilty inside. She had been with Sun Yin the longest, but had never gotten pregnant. If this progenitor really was pregnant with Sun Yan's child, then her position as the eldest sister would have to be relinquished. Of course, I was just fooling that red-haired girl." Kagaya smiled and turned to walk into the room. Chapter 170. Kagaya atSix's training. The bright moonlight and the brilliant starry river were beautiful. Everything seemed so wonderful. Kagaya atSix was in her courtyard, gazing at the moon that had imprisoned her for thousands of years. Tears streamed down her face. Yes, the moonlight was gentle but it was also desolate, always reminding her of those unbearable past events. After a moment, Kaguya wiped her tears and began to form hand seals. But after waiting for a long time, the summoned will still did not appear. Are you calling for your third son, your will, Kaguya? Sun Yan's familiar voice came from behind her. Kaguya was startled at first, but then she relaxed. Yes, but he seems to be dead. It must have been you who killed him, Kaguya said. Hee, I didn't expect you to be this clever, Sun Yan laughed. I'm not stupid, Kaguya retorted angrily. What do you want so late at night? Where are your women? Kaguya said proudly. I came to find you for a reason. Starting tomorrow, you will begin training with me, and I will personally teach you, Sun Yan said. What? Do I still need to train? I could just crush everything with absolute power, Kaguya replied. In fact, in the original story, Kaguya lost because of this point. Her combat methods were too few. As the progenitor of chakra, she had very few ninjutsu at her disposal. She always thought she could rely on absolute strength to crush everything. But in the end, she was sealed by 2 juniors, which was a disgrace. No, even though you are the progenitor of chakra and possess the bloodline limit and various techniques. The ninja world has developed for thousands of years since you, resulting in various ninjutsu. Although these ninjutsu may not be as powerful as the bloodline limit, learning them will give you many more options, and as a result, your strength can be increased by at least 3 times, Sun Yan explained. Is it really that exaggerated? 3 times the strength? Kaguya questioned. He just watch. Before Sun Yan's voice fell, he had already appeared above Kaguya. Kaguya was shocked. Clearly, Sun Yan did not use any space-time ninjutsu, but just performed space movement. How did you do that? Kaguya asked in surprise. This technique is called Flying Thunder God Technique, developed by a man named Senju Tobarama. It is an extremely powerful space ninjutsu that allows for space movement by inscribing the Flying Thunder God formula, Sun Yan explained. Inscribing the formula for space movement? Kaguya looked at herself and found that there was a series of embarrassing formulas inscribed on her clothing. Kaguya was utterly flustered, angrily looking at Sun Yan. She then used the power of the 6 paths to erase the formula on her rear. How is it? The importance of ninjutsu has shattered your understanding, right? There's actually one more technique that I think you won't be able to handle, Sun Yan said thoughtfully. Such a small ninjutsu. Is there anything I can't handle? Although this Flying Thunder God Space ninjutsu is indeed good, it still cannot pose a threat to me, Kaguya said. Well then, reverse harem technique. Sun Yan finished speaking and instantly formed hand seals. Countless naked handsome men appeared around Kaguya amidst a bit of smoke. Kaguya was left stunned, her cheeks quickly turning red, and she felt a warmth at the tip of her nose. She was actually bleeding from her nose. A piercing scream echoed in the sky, and Kaguya surrounded herself with chakra, scattering all the handsome men into smoke. Damn it, how could there be such a lewd ninjutsu? This must have been invented by you. You bastard, Kaguya said. This is my fault. I'll just have to bear the consequences myself, Sun Yan said with a scratch of his head and a smile. All right, you must have a general understanding of the power of ninjutsu by now. Starting tomorrow, go to the training ground number 1 on the back mountain. I will guide you through a series of training sessions. Trust me, having more skills is never a burden. Once you learn these ninjutsu, you will definitely benefit greatly, Sun Yan said. I understand. Is there anything else? If not, I need to rest, said atSix Kaguya as she turned and walked into the room. Why so quiet? I'm really not used to this, Sun Yan muttered, and then disappeared from the spot. The next day, at training ground number 1 on the back mountain, atSix Kaguya had been waiting for a long time, while Sun Yan had just gotten up from his gentle slumber to wash up, with no time for breakfast. Sun Yan arrived at the training ground to see atSix Kaguya looking at him with a resentful expression. Feeling embarrassed, he scratched his head and smiled, saying, "Good morning. It's almost noon. You really are early," atSix Kaguya said. I just got delayed a bit by my morning exercises, Sun Yan replied. This is for you. It contains the most basic 3-body technique, the shadow clone technique, ninjutsu of the 7 attributes, yin, yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, as well as various bloodline limit techniques. Learn these first, Sun Yan said, throwing a huge scroll to atSix Kaguya. Kaguya caught the scroll, the Rinne's Sharingan appearing in her forehead, and then threw the scroll back to Sun Yan, saying, "Once I learn this, it feels like all of these techniques you gave me, except for the shadow clone, are useless." Hearing this, Sun Yan smiled and said, "That's indeed true. Besides the shadow clone, all other ninjutsu are indeed useless to you, but having more skills doesn't hurt. Didn't you say you would personally teach me? Why is it just about learning these ninjutsu?" Atsutsuki Kagaya asked. Of course not. Haven't you heard that the best training is through battle? So let's get started, Sun Yin said with a smile. The next moment, Sun Yin vanished and reappeared above Atsutsuki Kagaya. Then he kicked down. Despite her guesses, Sun Yan's speed still surprised Atsutsuki Kagaya, and she instantly activated the yellow springs of hell. Atsutsuki Kagaya's body vanished into space and appeared behind Sun Yin, shooting out the bone of the dead from her palm toward him. Bang! The bone of the dead pierced into Sun Yan's body, making a metallic collision sound. Atsutsuki Kagaya was shocked. Was this guy even human? What kind of physique was this? The bone of the dead was ineffective against him. Sun Yin smiled faintly and then punched Atsutsuki Kagaya in the chest, sending her crashing into the ground, creating a deep pit several meters in diameter. Obviously, Sun Yin hadn't used his full strength. Chapter 171. The golden flash of Konoha. Atsutsuki Kagaya was in a bad state. Her sage clothing was torn from the impact. She looked angrily at Sun Yin and said, "If you have the ability, change the place to fight." "Huh? You want to go to your ancestral space?" "I'm happy to oblige," Sun Yin laughed. Heavenly Eye of the Gods. Atsutsuki Kagaya finished speaking and activated her space eye technique. Sun Yin felt the world around him change, and he found himself in an unknown space, specifically one of Atsutsuki Kagaya's ancestral spaces, the lava space. As Sun Yin appeared, countless lava tentacles surged toward him to attack. In an instant, the entire lava space began to flood towards Sun Yin. Divine ice ceiling for miles. Sun Yin smiled faintly, and then boundless divine power surged forth. The next moment, all the lava attacking Sun Yin was instantly frozen into ice sculptures, then turned to dust and dissipated in place. Atsutsuki Kagaya's figure once again appeared behind Sun Yin, throwing a punch at him. However, before her fist could reach him, it was as if Sun Yin had predicted her attack in advance, as he grabbed Atsutsuki Kagaya's jade fist and slammed it into the ground. Atsutsuki Kagaya formed hand seals, and then countless images of herself appeared in the sky, unleashing countless ninjutsu upon Sun Yin, as if she wanted to use all the techniques Sun Yin had taught her. With a wave of his hand, a barrier appeared around Sun Yin, and all the ninjutsu touched the barrier and were instantly absorbed. Seeing this, Atsutsuki Kagaya dispelled the shadow clones and activated the heavenly eye of the gods again, causing a sea of acidic liquid to spread with an acidic aura, transforming into the acidic space. Countless acidic liquids turned into a ferocious giant dragon, surging towards Sun Yin. Upon seeing this, Sun Yin slightly shook his head. The invisible barrier appeared once more, and the acidic liquid, upon crashing against Sun Yin's barrier, was completely absorbed. "No way, this acidic liquid ISNT chakra," Atsutsuki Kagaya said. "He, my ability can absorb not just chakra, but any energy," Sun Yin replied with a smile. "I'm not fighting anymore. I don't want to fight you anymore," Atsutsuki Kagaya said, shaking her head. "The difference in our strength is not even on the same level. What's the point? Moreover, I don't think there is much to gain from fighting you like this," Atsutsuki Kagaya said. "To be honest, there are two aspects I really want to train you in. One is your familiarity with the 5 spaces, and the other is your physical techniques," Sun Yin said, shaking his head. "Physical techniques? My physical techniques are not weak. If you don't believe me, you can take one of my moves," Atsutsuki Kagaya said slyly. 80 God Vacuum Attack. Relying on an immense amount of chakra to form a colossal chakra fist, then unleashing 80 punches in a row with no gaps in between. It has infinite power and combines offense and defense. It is indeed a good physical technique. However, using such a technique once still consumes a lot of energy and is only suitable for a big move, not as a regular physical technique for attacking others. You possess the physique of the bloodline web and an immortal body, making it destined for greatness in training physical techniques, Sun Yin said. Hearing Sun Yin's words, Atsutsuki Kagaya was once again shocked. It seemed that she had no secrets in front of this man. He seemed to understand everything about her. Surprise, right? Let me put it this way. I have the ability to see through the past and the future, so that explains it, Sun Yin said, looking at the shocked Atsutsuki Kagaya. Can eyes that see the past and future really exist? Atsutsuki Kagaya asked blankly. Haha. Sun Yin did not answer, just smiled. Saying this, Sun Yin activated the yellow springs of hell and took Atsutsuki Kagaya out of her ancestral space. In the land of soup, the troops led by Minato clashed again with the Cloud Hidden brothers. Both sides had fought several times, but this time the battle was the most brutal, with only a few people remaining at the end. Minato used his extraordinary flying thunder god to block the fierce attack of the AB combination. Thus, Konoha's golden flash began to reveal its edge. Although Minato successfully kept the cloud-hidden forces within the land of soup, the situation was not optimistic compared to the battles against the sand-hidden and rock-hidden forces. The allied forces of rock-hidden and sand-hidden had already penetrated into the land of fire. As the overall commander, Orochimaru, and the deputy commander, UchihaFugaku, after discussion, decided to abandon sniping the enemy at the border and instead opted for a strategy of luring the enemy deeper, leading their troops to retreat. As night fell, UchihaFugaku still had not slept. Today, he witnessed the death of his dear friend with his own eyes. The indescribable pain, which could only be truly understood through personal experience, was evident on Fugaku's face as he bore the glaring kaleidoscope eyes. This is the moment he awakens a new power. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, witnessing the death of his dear friend. Fugaku Uchiha never expected to awaken such eyes, but he did not feel happy about it. He would never agree to exchange his friend's life for such powerful strength. Looking at the shuriken beside him, Fugaku had a crazy thought. But then the innocent smile of his son, Itachi Uchiha, appeared in his mind, and he smiled faintly. He thought to himself that the war must be ended as soon as possible. On this day, Minato finally had time to return to Konoha village, wanting to spend more time with Nanako, but soon he was called to the office by the third Hokage. To Minato's surprise, there were 3 of his students, who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, in the office. The troubled youth Kakashi Hitaki, the innocent girl Rin Noara, and the Chinibu patient Obito Uchiha. Upon seeing Minato, Obito immediately cheered, tugging at Minato's clothes and shouting, "Minato is here?" The third Hokage greeted him kindly. "What's going on, Lord Third Hokage?" Minato asked. "Minato, the Wagakure and Sunagakure have already invaded the borders of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire is at a critical juncture for survival. We need to cut off a Wagakure supply routes. Only by bypassing the enemy and penetrating deep into their rear can we have a chance. I believe that aside from you, who masters the Flying Thunder God technique, no one else can accomplish this task. Tomorrow morning, you will lead your class members to Kaminobi Bridge and completely destroy it to sever a Wagakure supply route," the third Hokage said. Chapter 172. The eve of battle. Hearing this, Minato frowned, thinking to himself, has Konoha's surviving force suffered such casualties that they are now relying on young ninjas? He then said to the third Hokage, "Lord Third Hokage, the difficulty of this task seems to exceed our class's capabilities. This is already an S-rank mission, and it requires at least 2 Jounin to lead. I hope you can make other arrangements." "Haha, Teacher Minato, you probably don't know yet, but this morning Kakashi has successfully been promoted to Jounin," Rin said sweetly, looking at Kakashi with admiration. Meanwhile, Obito turned away with a disdainful expression, not even glancing at Kakashi, muttering under his breath, "atSix, just luck. What's so great about that?" Minato frowned even more. Rin was right. Kakashi had indeed passed the Jounin exam and became a qualified Jounin. The third Hokage also stated, looking at Minato's furrowed brow. He continued, "Minato, sometimes we must learn to let go and believe they will do well." Seeing this, Minato could only smile, though he was quite dismissive of it in his heart. He smiled at the third Hokage and said, "Understood, Lord Third Hokage." He then took Kakashi and the others out. "Wow, this is amazing. Our first S-rank mission, haha." As soon as they exited the office building, Obito exclaimed excitedly, "Is it really okay for us to get such a mission for the first time?" Rin said somewhat nervously. "Hee, of course, Rin. Don't worry, I'll protect you," Obito said, looking at Rin affectionately. Compared to their excitement, Minato and Kakashi remained silent. "Kakashi, tomorrow we will embark on our very first S-rank mission. Aren't you the least bit nervous?" Rin asked Kakashi, who had a cold expression. "Ninjas are born to execute missions. As for the type of mission, it's all the same," Kakashi said coldly. Upon hearing this, Rin said with admiration, "You're so impressive, just like Kakashi." Obito, on the other hand, said with displeasure, "Humph, what a conceited guy." Minato looked at these 3 clueless youths and sighed internally. This is war, a brutal war. Although he was extremely reluctant to let his students go to the battlefield at such a young age, it was unavoidable. The neighboring class had already completed several missions under their mentor's guidance, while he had been away from the village for a long time due to ongoing battles with Kimogakure, leaving Kakashi and the others without a leader. Now, with Kimogakure struggling on the battlefield in the Land of Earth and retreating in the Land of Water, he finally had the chance to return to the village. Thinking this, Minato smiled at the group and said, "Everyone, this mission is of utmost importance. Do not treat it lightly, or it could lead to real death. Therefore, you must be well prepared. Of course, don't be too nervous. Tomorrow, I will explain the specific mission arrangements to you. All right, everyone, disperse for now. Adjust your state tonight, and we will gather at the Konoha gate at 5 in the morning. See you then. Teacher Minato, you're so long-winded. We're not kids anymore, Obito said. In response, Minato ruffled Obito's hair and then activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing from the spot. Hey Rin, Kakashi, how about we go eat at Ichiraku Ramen together later? It'll be a treat for ourselves. Before Obito could finish, Kakashi turned and left. Idiot, I really don't understand what this guy is always so full of himself about, Obito said, watching Kakashi's back with dissatisfaction. He then turned to Rin and said, Hee. Rin, let us ignore him. I'll treat you to Ichiraku Ramen. Rin, feeling a bit shy, said, I'm sorry, Obito, but I've already promised my parents to go out for dinner tonight. Aha, no problem, Rin. You should hurry and go, Obito said, patting her head with a smile. Watching Rin disappear, a glimmer of affection flashed in Obito's eyes as he headed alone towards Ichiraku Ramen. Boss, I'll have a large bowl of tonkatsu, chashu ramen. With extra chashu and egg, Obito ordered. Oh, it's you, Obito. Long time no see, the owner of Ichiraku said with a smile. Haha, Uncle Ichiraku. I was busy with the Chunin exams the other day, so I didn't have time to eat ramen, Obito replied. Now I'm a Chunin. After all, I'm going to be the Hokage one day, Obito said, pointing to the forehead protector on his head. Haha, you're really full of energy, Obito. As a reward for becoming a Chunin, today's ramen is on me, Uncle Ichiraku said generously. Hey, how can I let you do that, Uncle Ichiraku? You should wait until I finish my S-rank mission and then treat me, Obito replied. Nanny? You're taking on such an important mission at such a young age? Uncle Ichiraku asked in disbelief. Yeah, we're setting off tomorrow. After I complete the mission, Uncle Ichiraku can treat me to a bowl of ramen. That's fair, Obito said. Yash, it's ready. A large bowl of tonkatsu, chashu ramen. Here you go. Ha ha ha. Thanks, Uncle Ichiraku. I'm going to dig in now, Obito said as he began to eat. Uncle Ichiraku watched as Obito devoured the ramen, and memories of a once familiar figure surfaced in his mind. Sun Yin, once the pride of Konoha, and now a big shot in the ninja world. However, back then, Sun Yin grew up eating his father's ramen, while this kid in front of him had grown up eating his own. I hope this kid can achieve something great like Sun Yin did. Minato was having dinner made by his wife, Kushina, at home. Minato, do you have a mission again tomorrow? Kushina said with concern. Minato nodded in response. You seem to have something on your mind, Minato, Kushina remarked. The current situation in Konoha is not optimistic. Hyumogakure and Iwagakure have already deployed their Jinchuriki weapons. I'm really worried about you, Minato said. It's okay. If the village needs me, I will undoubtedly take action, Kushina replied. No, I absolutely won't allow that. Don't worry, Kushina. I will take care of everything, Minato said, gently patting Kushina's head. Be extra careful tomorrow. Kushina looked at her man and said, Don't worry, with the Flying Thunder God. Nothing will happen, Minato assured her. Chapter 173. The Battle of Kaminarabashi. The next morning, when Obito arrived, the three had already been waiting for a while. However, Obito was not late. He understood the importance of this mission. Seeing Obito approaching, Rin quickly greeted him. Obito, filled with joy, ran towards Rin, shouting, Everyone is here, so early. Of course, today is an important day for me too, Kakashi said, looking up. Speaking of which, Kakashi is going to become a jounin like me starting today. I, as his teacher, haven't congratulated him yet. There's nothing much to give, so I'll give you this special Flying Thunder God Kanai. It might be a bit heavy, but you'll get used to it, Minato said with a smile, handing Kakashi a Kanai. Thanks, Kakashi replied, taking it and demonstrating a sword flourish. Kakashi, this is a personal medical kit I made myself. It's much better than the ordinary ones, so I'm giving it to you as a gift, Rin said, pulling out her prepared gift. Kakashi smiled as he accepted Rin's gift, thanked her, and walked over to Obito, extending his right hand. What does it mean that you're extending this hand? Obito asked awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Kakashi retracted his hand and turned to leave, saying, Forget it, giving useless things is just a burden to carry. Bastard, what are you saying? Obito retorted angrily. All right. You two, stop arguing, Rin said, slightly scolding Obito for not preparing a gift but not wanting them to fight. Well, since Kakashi has become a jounin, we will split into teams for today's mission. Minato began to outline the strategy. In a cave in the southern land of fire, a frail old man was listening to a report from a pale figure. Madara, the boy named IBeat Uchiha, has left the land of fire and is about to reach the borders of the land of earth, and the land of rivers. It seems he is on an important mission, accompanied by his teacher, the same generation as Sun Yin, Minato Namikaze, and his two teammates. The genius boy Kakashi Hitaki and the girl he likes, Rin Noera, White Zetsu reported. Good. Confirm that this Rin Noera is the one he likes? Madara asked. Absolutely. Lord Madara. I have observed him for a long time. Rin Noera holds an unparalleled position in Obito's heart. She has been his motivation on the path of a ninja. White Zetsu replied. Haha, good. Continue to follow Obito Uchiha. He is the most important piece in my plan, Madara said. Thus, the Battle of Kaminarabashi began, with Obito bravely falling in battle, and Kakashi realizing the true meaning of being a ninja due to his friend's death. In the hidden Sun Village, Sun Yin was also observing everything with his thousand-light eye, including Obito being rescued by White Zetsu, all reflected in his mind. Sun Yin chose not to intervene. Additionally, he often observed the upcoming Otsutsuki 7 in the universe. It must be said that these 7 were truly idle, invading planets for fun and committing all sorts of evil deeds. Some things were hard for Sun Yin to bear, especially that talisman, which was utterly inhumane. Sun Yin planned to crush that talisman into pieces when the 7 arrived in the ninja world. What are you doing? A cold voice came. It was Kagaya Otsutsuki. I'm watching a show. 2 major events are about to unfold in the ninja world. One is directed by your son, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's descendant, and the other is the arrival of your clan members. Sun Yin smiled. Has Kinshiki been killed by you? Kagaya asked. Oh, how did you know? Sun Yin questioned. So that's it. No wonder he didn't come looking for me. If I lift the seal, he would know immediately and come to find me to execute me, Kagaya said. Haha, even if he finds you, he won't be your opponent, right? Sun Yin shook his head and laughed. In the past month, Kagaya had made remarkable progress. Even if Kinshiki came, he still wouldn't be able to handle Kagaya at all. That's the truth, but when did you kill Kinshiki? Kagaya asked. I didn't kill him. He is still useful to me. However, he is now my subordinate. Should I call him over to vent your anger? Sun Yin joked. Didn't you say he was useful to you? I'm afraid I might kill him, so I'll hold off for now, Kagaya replied. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin shook his head and smiled. In Konoha, at the memorial stone, 3 days had passed since Obito's death, and Kakashi had been there for 2 full days. The figures of Obito and his father intertwined in Kakashi's heart. The things they said and did were vivid in his mind. Ninjas are not just killing machines. They have emotions just like ordinary people, with flesh and blood. If failing to complete a mission makes one scum, then abandoning comrades to complete a mission is even more scummy. I will break this rule. Just then, Rin's voice reached Kakashi's ears. Kakashi, don't say that. If Obito knew, he would be very sad. Kakashi turned to look at Rin beside him, and his Sharingan seemed to have a life of its own, producing an indescribable sensation. He made a silent vow to protect Rin and to protect her for Obito. I understand, Rin, he said, managing a bitter smile. We are ninjas. Facing life and death is inevitable. So Kakashi, promise me to stay strong. Obito will definitely be watching us from heaven, Rin said. I understand. Don't worry, Rin. I will pull myself together, Kakashi replied. Kakashi, we have a new mission. Let's go, Rin said, extending her hand. Kakashi tightly grasped her hand, and together they headed towards the Hokage building. In the 3rd Hokage's office, smoke was swirling. Currently, Konoha's military strength was very weak, as the Land of Fire was under siege from 3 countries, reaching a life-and-death moment. Just at this critical juncture, the Mist Village, which had always kept to itself, began to take action against Konoha. Chapter 174, Rin's Death, Obito's Darkening according to reliable sources. The Mist Village has dispatched nearly 10 squads to land in the southern region of the Fire Country, with their specific motives unclear. However, Konoha will never allow such reckless aggression against other nations' territories. The mission of Kakashi's team is to locate the traces of this Mist Village contingent and relay the information to Konoha's Umbu. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi's team encountered the Mist Village squad, and a fierce battle was imminent. With the Sharingan, Kakashi's strength was significantly enhanced, and he used Chidori to annihilate his enemies. However, the enormous sounds of battle attracted additional Mist Village squads, who restrained Kakashi, killed the remaining 2 members of his team, and kidnapped Lin. After Kakashi eliminated all the Mist Village ninjas, Lin had already been taken away. Looking at the corpses around him, Kakashi held the flying thunder god Kunai in his hand, and the image of his teacher and Obito's words appeared in his mind, compelling him to rescue Lin. Resolving himself, Kakashi activated the body flicker technique and chased after them. He had failed to save Obito last time, but this time he would definitely save Lin. At the southern border of the Fire Country, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, was working with several elite jonin to seal the 3 tails within the body of a little girl. After a long time, the 3 tails were sealed into this girl's body, and the 4th Mizukage let out a sigh of relief. To be safe, he inscribed a cursed seal on Lin's heart, ensuring that even if she wanted to commit suicide, she would be unable to do so. After completing all of this, the 4th Mizukage left with a few missed umbu by boat, with everything in place. Kakashi summoned his dog and rushed over frantically, while at the same time, Obito, possessed by Tobi, was also hurrying to the scene. Kakashi, seeing the heavily guarded mist ninjas, didn't hesitate and launched himself forward with a Raikiri, engaging in combat with the mist ninjas. His highly mobile body and the dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan allowed him to pierce through the bodies of the mist ninjas with his Raikiri at first sight. However, Kakashi's chakra was nearly depleted. With limited uses of Raikiri left, he had no choice but to abandon it, pick up a kunai, and began to grapple with the mist ninjas, simultaneously recovering his chakra. Kakashi noticed that these mist ninjas didn't seem intent on fighting to the death with him. It was as if they were deliberately allowing him to rescue Lin, leaving him puzzled. Kakashi, don't worry about me. You must leave quickly and not fall into their trap. They have sealed a tailed beast inside me, and once you rescue me and return to Konoha, their sealing technique will fail. At that time, I will destroy the entire village. A familiar voice came. It was Lin, who had just awakened. No, Lin. There must be a way. I will definitely save you, Kakashi replied, killing a mist ninja and using the little chakra he had just gathered to unleash Raikiri again, charging towards the mist ninja near Lin. Raikiri, thud. The sharp lightning blade pierced through flesh, but the body was not that of an enemy, but Lin's. Kakashi, don't blame me. I can only do this. Promise me you must live on. After saying this, Lin fell to the ground, lifeless. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, Kakashi's heart trembled, chakra completely exhausted, and his spirit received a tremendous shock, causing him to collapse to the ground and lose consciousness. This scene was witnessed by Obito, who had just arrived, seeing his dear friend kill his beloved. Darkness completely enveloped Obito's heart, transforming him from a lovesick man into a neurotic. With a miserable cry, Obito activated his Manjiki Sharingan, and the heart-wrenching scream instantly attracted the attention of the mist ninjas. Where did this lunatic come from? Brothers, attack. With the command from the leading mist ninja, dozens of ninjas surged toward Obito. Countless ninjutsu attacks and kunai struck Obito, and the next moment, all the attacks passed through his body, causing the mist ninjas to exclaim, "Is he human or a ghost? Help! Is that a ghost? Die, everyone die!" Obito moved, and countless mist ninjas fell to the ground. Regardless of the type of attack, anything that struck Obito would pass through him, while every attack he unleashed would take a life. In an instant, aside from Kakashi, there was no sign of life left. Dozens of mist ninjas had been slaughtered by the darkened Obito. After doing all this, Obito approached the body of his beloved, cradled her in his arms, and said softly, "Lin, I will create a world with you." He then looked at the unconscious Kakashi and said in a deep voice, "Cut off everything in this world." Next to him, Tobi nodded in agreement, and Obito took both Lin's body and Kakashi into the Kamui space, disappearing from the scene. "Why not kill that brat?" Vortex White Zetsu asked in the cave. "Killing him just to vent my anger? That makes no sense," Obito replied, then turned to the dying person beside him. "I am determined to create the world you spoke of. Tell me your plan in detail." "Very well, you have finally come to your senses. This world is wrong. My plan is called the Eye of the Moon Plan, and it goes like this." Uchiha Madara began to outline his plan, and from this point on, Obito was completely darkened, transforming from a loser into a great boss. Sun Yen, who was watching the entire ninja world, was naturally well aware of this. It seemed that the plot was about to begin. The Third Great Ninja War had already been going on for almost 2 years. After one more year, it would end. After the end, Minato would become the puppet Hokage. Then Orochimaru would defect, leading to the Nine Tails turmoil and the birth of the prince, Naruto. In a land of rain, Hanzo was negotiating with the Akatsuki organization. Of course, this was an unequal negotiation. Hanzo ultimately took action against the Akatsuki. As he aged, Hanzo realized that his strength had diminished significantly, especially the residual sword energy within him that had not been completely eradicated for many years, continuously weakening his vitality. As his strength waned, his control over the land of rain gradually diminished, and the Akatsuki's promotion of peace slogans received strong support from the people of the land of rain. If he did not suppress them, his power would surely be threatened. Therefore, despite no interference from outside villages, Hanzo still took action against the Akatsuki. Chapter 175, Nagato's Darkening, the true establishment of the Akatsuki in a vast area. Yahiko was bound by Hanzo's men. The Rain Ninjas, led by Hanzo, were confronting the Akatsuki members, but in terms of numbers, the Rain Ninjas outnumbered the Akatsuki by several times. Hanzo, how despicable you are. Don't think that capturing me will eliminate our Akatsuki. We are composed of countless versions of myself. You can never kill us all. Although Yahiko was tied to a pillar of earth, he did not yield. Your Akatsuki talks about peace, but it's just a guise to overthrow our control of the Rain Village. Now, I give you Akatsuki members one last chance to choose. Will you continue to rebel with the Akatsuki and be killed, or will you lay down your weapons, surrender, and join the Rain Village? Hanzo stated. Comrades, don't. Before Yahiko could finish speaking, a Rain Ninja covered his mouth. Seeing this, some in the Akatsuki crowd clearly wavered, quickly dropping their weapons and running to Hanzo's side. Nagato looked at everything with anger, while Yahiko was anxiously shouting. In the blink of an eye, only a dozen people remained by Nagato and Conan's side. What a bunch of traitors, Conan said in a low voice. You bastards! How have we treated you all this time? And now you do this to us. Nagato roared. He not surrendering? Are we supposed to die with you? Even at the brink of death, you still want to drag us down with you? We followed you before because it was beneficial, but what about now? Said the leader. Then he looked at Hanzo with a sycophantic expression. Seeing this, Hanzo smiled slightly. Once he dealt with Nagato and the others, he would kill these traitors first. Since they could betray their master once, they would betray countless times. Hanzo, who was already highly suspicious, thought these clueless fools actually believed he would forgive them. It was simply wishful thinking. So the remaining people want to completely oppose us? Hanzo said, thrusting a scythe into Yahiko's body. He then pressed down rapidly with one hand towards the ground, and suddenly the land beneath Nagato and Conan's feet began to crack, followed by countless explosive tags flying out from the ground, wrapping around a few of them. What followed was a violent explosion, with countless dust clouds enveloping the land. After a moment, as the dust settled, a deep ravine had been blasted into the ground, and dozens of bodies, blown to pieces, were clearly visible. The figures of Conan and Nagato also appeared before everyone. Unlike the original story, with Conan's help, Nagato did not have his legs blown off. Looking at Yahiko, who had been pierced through, Nagato let out a low growl, and tears of sadness began to flow. Why do this? We only wanted peace, Nagato shouted. He then pressed both hands fiercely against the ground, and with a puff of white smoke, a huge, grotesque stone statue appeared before everyone. Following that, several black chakra rods extended from the statue and pierced into Nagato's body, beginning to absorb his chakra and life force. Finally, under Nagato's control, the statue slowly opened its gaping mouth, and then an invisible chakra seal swept towards the Rain Shinobi, instantly turning anyone it touched into bones. Even Hanzo, who had seen much, was momentarily stunned and immediately activated the body flicker technique to escape the scene. All the Rain Shinobi present had turned into dry skeletons. After finishing all this, Nagato collapsed to the ground. Conan walked over to Yahiko's body and carried it back to Nagato's side. Conan, why is all this happening? Did we do something wrong? Wasn't everything we did for peace? Why can't we gain everyone's recognition? Nagato shouted. Because you are too weak. So no one will recognize what you say. Only when you have absolute power will they fear you, respect you, and listen to you, answered not Conan, but a man who stepped out from a space vortex. This man wore a swirling mask and spoke in a highly tempting voice. That's right. Only by making this world feel pain, by letting foolish people experience the fear of losing everything, will they truly fear war and yearn for peace. A pale figure also emerged from the ground. It was White Zetsu. Who are you? Nagato asked in shock. We are also people who yearn for peace. We are like-minded companions, said Toby. We have been observing you for a long time. We were looking for a path to peace, and we thought your path was correct. But the results were disappointing. Foolish humans have endless desires. When those desires cannot be satisfied, war will arise. A beautiful world is never cherished, and only those living in fear will understand the preciousness of peace. Yahiko's path was wrong. Our path is the right one, Toby continued. That's right. That fool Yahiko was wrong. Only by living in fear and pain will these greedy people understand the value of peace, Nagato said sorrowfully as he looked at Yahiko's body. So, let's work together. Let's build a peaceful world together, Toby said. Conan, Nagato looked at Conan. Yes, let this world feel pain, Konan nodded and said. After that, the group headed towards the Akatsuki base. Do you know what great power your eyes possess? Toby asked. I can feel that they are powerful, and I can already control part of their power, Nagato replied. Your eyes are said to be the eyes that only the sage of 6 paths possesses. With the power of all creation, incredibly strong, they are the legendary eyes of creation. The reason you have such eyes is that you are the chosen one, sent by heaven to bring peace to the ninja world. Toby continued to manipulate him. Sage's eyes, all creation, Nagato murmured. I have a plan to achieve peace in the ninja world. I wonder if you would like to hear it, Toby said when he saw Nagato's interest. What plan? Tell me quickly, Nagato urged. Legend has it that nearly 10,000 years ago, there was a tailed beast called the 10 Tails, which possessed the power to destroy the ninja world. At that time, only the sage of 6 paths, who had the sage's eyes, could suppress it. Chapter 176. The end of the Third War. In a dim room in the Land of Rain, several future villain bosses who would dominate the ninja world were sitting there, having a discussion. So your plan is to collect the 9-tailed beasts, then resurrect the 10 Tails, this massive weapon of destruction, to conquer the entire ninja world, making people feel the pain of war and the fear of life being controlled, living in fear, so they will sincerely beg for peace and yearn for it? Nagato summarized. That's right. That's the idea, Obito replied. In that case, let's take action now, Nagato said, looking at Konan and Toby. He, are you really sure that we are currently a match for the entire 6 great nations? Just the power of the 9-tailed beasts is enough for us to drink a pot of tea. Not to mention that there are too many experts in the ninja world now. This is not the best time to act, Obito said. He had not forgotten that Madara Uchiha had repeatedly warned him before his death not to provoke the Land of Rain before their wings were fully formed. Then when will we? Before Nagato could finish, he was interrupted by Toby. What we need to do now is wait and absorb fresh blood, expand our Akatsuki's influence, and strengthen our organization, Toby said. Before that, could you reveal your identity to us? Konan asked Toby with a smile. Oh dear, after talking for so long, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, Nagato was shocked again and exclaimed, Isn't Uchiha Madara already dead? That was a lie I made to deceive the world. In the Valley of the End, I did not die at the hands of Hashirama Senju, but I was seriously injured afterward. Toby then proceeded with a long-winded speech to brainwash them. Upon hearing this, Konan merely smiled and said nothing, while Nagato believed every word. So from now on, the true Akatsuki organization is officially established. We will bring true light to this world. The god who brings light to this world, Obito declared. God, is Hanzo ready to accept the wrath of the gods? Nagato murmured softly. Time flies, and the years pass swiftly. The Third Great Ninja War ended after 3 years, in the 48th year of the ninja world. Compared to the Second Great Ninja War, although the duration was shorter, the casualties among the nations far exceeded those of the Second War. The Third Raikage fought valiantly alone to cover the retreat of the Cloud Village's main forces, ultimately dying from exhaustion after killing over 10,000 Iwagakure shinobi. The Third Kazekage of Sunagakure, known for being the strongest in history, has been missing ever since, most likely dead. The Iwagakure lost the most of their fighting force, with the Third Raikage alone having killed over 2,000 of their shinobi. Meanwhile, Konoha faced simultaneous attacks from the 4 great nations, which initially aimed to destroy the village. But unexpectedly, after the appearance of the Black Obscurity, a new figure known as the Yellow Flash emerged, changing the entire course of the war. This led to great resentment among people, questioning how Konoha could produce so many geniuses, feeling it was against natural order, as if the heavens were favoring Konoha too much. Fortunately, while Konoha breeds many talents, it cannot retain them. Throughout history, many geniuses from Konoha have either defected or left, and those who stayed often became victims of internal political struggles. In the Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, dissatisfaction within the village towards the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has become increasingly apparent, especially due to his weak attitude during the signing of the truce with the Cloud Village. Furthermore, after the war, the interests among various clans became divided, leading to obvious discrimination, causing many families to be quite unhappy, with the Uchiha clan being the most discontent. They clearly contributed the most yet received the least benefit, which no one would accept. As various voices emerged, public opinion grew louder, and even the Third Hokage could not avoid it. Thus, the Third Hokage actively proposed his resignation. and the village's higher-ups began to decide on the election of a new Hokage. The third Hokage, in his office, was smoking a pipe, looking around at everything familiar in his office, and for a moment, tears streamed down his face. Reflecting on his life, although not extraordinarily accomplished, he had made his mark, but now he would have to part from all that was familiar from this office he knew so well. With this thought, tears of sadness flowed again. The power he loved would soon be out of his reach. Was he willing? He was not willing. With this thought, a light gleamed in the third Hokage's eyes. Who would be the next Hokage? The previous Hokage had significant influence. As long as they found a kind and weak person for the role, he could use the excuse of handing over work to assist the new Hokage and continue to control power. As for who would take this new Hokage position, the third Hokage already had the best candidate in mind. Minato Namikaze was at home cooking, while Nanao was beside him, looking at her man with a blissful expression. Watching her man and gently caressing her belly, Nanao was 3 months pregnant and filled with dreams about the future. Would she have a boy or a girl? She preferred boys a bit more, while Minato had said it didn't matter. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Nanao opened it to find a man with a lewd expression, Jiraiya, walking in. As he walked, he said to Nanao, "Wow, Nanao, you're looking more beautiful." Nanao blushed at his words and quickly welcomed Jiraiya inside, saying, "Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you back to the village?" "Well, I happen to be gathering materials in Konoha, so I thought I'd drop by and see you guys," Jiraiya replied with a smile. "Of course, I'm also here to recommend my new work, ah-ha-ha-ha." He laughed loudly, making Nanao feel a bit awkward. "Is Jiraiya-sensei here?" Minato also learned of Jiraiya's arrival and came out of the kitchen, speaking gently. "Minato, you're cooking? Wow, perfect timing. I'm in for a treat, haha," Jiraiya exclaimed. Before long, Minato finished cooking. "By the way, Minato, your cooking is really good. It's nearly on par with professional chefs. Looks like you've been cooking a lot at home." "Huh?" Jiraiya said with a smile. "Well, it's not just me. Nanao and I take turns cooking when we have time. But now that Nanao is pregnant..." Minato trailed off. "Nanny? Nanao is pregnant?" Jiraiya was surprised. Nanao's face turned red from the sudden attention. "By the way, Jiraiya-sensei, could you help us name a baby?" Minato said, smacking his forehead. "Ah, that might not be appropriate," Jiraiya replied. "Why not, Jiraiya-sensei?" Nanao said with an expectant look. "How about we name him Naruto?" "The name comes from my new work, Tales of Strong Will and Endurance," Jiraiya said excitedly, pulling out a book and handing it to Minato. Chapter 177, The Hokage Contest in Konoha, at the Uchiha compound. At this moment, all the elite jounin of the Uchiha clan gathered, and clan leader Fugaku Uchiha was holding a clan meeting. The clan members were expressing their dissatisfaction to Fugaku. "Leader Fugaku, Konoha wants to drive our Uchiha clan to extinction, whether it was the second or third war. How much effort did we Uchiha put in? Yet in the end, what do we get? Isolated and hated, gradually distancing ourselves from the political center of the village. We can't take it anymore. If it continues like this, we might as well leave Konoha," one Uchiha jounin said with a heavy heart, having lost his brother and father in the Third Great Ninja War. "That's right, Leader Fugaku. The third Hokage has gone too far." "Exactly, Leader. If this goes on, we'll end up like the Senju clan." The scene quickly became uncontrollable, with the Uchiha clan's immense anger surging forth. Several Uchiha elders tried to maintain order, but their voices seemed insignificant in the chaotic room. After a long silence, Fugaku Uchiha finally spoke. His eyes showed the three Tomo spinning rapidly and then began to condense. As the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan emerged, the clan members in the room fell silent, looking at Fugaku in shock. Fugaku was quite satisfied with this result. And then he said solemnly, "Although the third Hokage is in his twilight years, his strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique is unparalleled in the ninja world. Now, if we leave Konoha, there is only one path ahead, the destruction of the entire Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, the anger of the Uchiha clan members was instantly extinguished. On one hand, they were shocked by the Manjikyu before them, and on the other, they found Fugaku's reasoning quite valid. Just the third Hokage alone was not something the Uchiha clan could easily deal with, and now, with Minato Namikaze added to the mix, as the clan leader said, leaving Konoha would only lead to the Uchiha's demise. "Leader, have you awakened it?" an elder asked. "Leader, you've awakened the legendary Manjikyu Sharingan. This is truly a blessing for our Uchiha clan," an older man said, tears streaming down his face. "Such a Sharingan. Has the leader awakened the same eyes as that legendary figure?" Seeing the gaze of the crowd, Fugaku nodded and said, Yes, this is the Manjikyu Sharingan, the higher form of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan, awakened during the Third War. Since the leader has awakened such eyes, then the third Hokage is surely not to be feared, an excited clan member said. The remaining clan members also looked at UchihaFugaku with anticipation. You underestimate the third Hokage too much. Even with such awakened eyes, it's a best of 50-50 chance against him, UchihaFugaku said. Actually, aside from rebellion, there is another way to resolve the current situation of our Uchiha clan, said the eldest elder of the Uchiha clan. What is it? Second elder, please tell us, one clan member asked. The solution is to run for the next Hokage. Elder Uchiha Shurtake said. Run for Hokage? That's right. As a founding clan of Konoha, the Uchiha clan has never had a Hokage from our lineage. We must secure the position of the fourth Hokage, said the new third elder, Uchiha Daichun. Exactly. We should fully support the clan leader in running for the position of fourth Hokage. Only in this way can our Uchiha clan break free from the current predicament, said the fourth elder. Everyone, there are only 4 slots for Hokage candidates. 1 recommended by the Hokage, 1 by the elders, 1 by the heads of the clans, and 1 by the new financial officer after the daimyo's death. Don't expect the third Hokage and Mito Minyin, the only elder, to support us. We can only work from the other 2 sides, Uchiha Shurtake said. Are we going to ask those small clans? The third elder asked. We have never had a good relationship with those small clans. If we go to them with a stiff face, we might just end up with a warm face pressed against a cold, but the fourth elder said. As for the financial officer, Tsunade, who used to be a member of the elder group, probably won't easily recommend the clan leader either, the third elder said. All right, enough said. Tomorrow we will split up. I will visit the other clans, and you go find Tsunade, UchihaFugaku said. Sai, I guess we have to do it this way, the second elder said. The next day, in the office of the third Hokage, Minato and Jiraiya were called in together. Old man, long time no see, you've aged quite a bit. Jiraiya said. You brat, at least you know to come back. The third Hokage feigned anger. All right, why did you call us? Jiraiya asked. I called you here regarding the election for the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage said, taking a puff from his pipe. Old man, what do you mean? Don't expect me to take over this mess. Jiraiya immediately rejected. I knew you wouldn't agree. So what I want to say is that I hope Minato will participate in this Hokage election, the third Hokage said. Hearing this, Minato frowned, wanting to speak, but was interrupted by the third Hokage. Minato, don't rush to refuse. You know what the position of Hokage means. I want you to be the fourth Hokage, not on a whim, but after careful consideration. You not only possess great strength, but you are also the perfect inheritor of the will of fire. Moreover, you are a great hero in the eyes of the villagers, the guardian deity in their hearts. You are the people's choice for the fourth Hokage, not just my decision alone, the third Hokage said. But, Lord Third Hokage, I feel I may not be suitable for such an important position, Minato said with a bitter smile. There are many things I don't understand, Minato said. You don't need to worry about that. I will assist you for a while, the third Hokage said. However, there are other candidates besides me. Orochimaru-senpai has more qualifications and strength than I do. I think he should be the best candidate for the fourth Hokage. Minato still refused. Even though becoming Hokage was his lifelong dream, and now that dream seemed within reach. He was no longer as naive as before and knew that being Hokage was not an easy task. Minato, just participate in the election. Leave the rest to me, the third Hokage said. Hearing this, Minato could only nod in agreement. Chapter 178. Results announced the next day when the first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth. UchihaFugaku, accompanied by his wife Uchiha Mikoto, began visiting the clans throughout the village. On this day, UchihaFugaku and his wife visited all the ninja clans in Konoha, except for the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. This scene naturally did not escape the third Hokage's notice. He knew the Uchiha clan's intentions well, but how could he fulfill their wishes? For the sake of his own power and the village, he could not allow the Uchiha clan to take control. Of course, the third Hokage also did not believe that the Uchiha clan's last-minute efforts could truly change the image he had established in Konoha. In his eyes, the Uchiha clan's actions were hardly to be feared, but to be safe, the third Hokage began to take small actions. In the evening, UchihaFugaku returned to the clan grounds, exhausted. The conference room was already packed with Uchiha clan shinobi, who had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing UchihaFugaku arrive, the clan members showed eager expressions. Clan leader, how did things go on your side? The second elder asked first. Hearing this, UchihaFugaku sighed and slowly sat on the floor. Upon seeing this, everyone's hearts sank. UchihaFugaku took a slow sip of tea and then said, those traitorous guys. After I agreed to their conditions, more than 2/3 of the ninja clans have promised to lend our Uchiha clan a helping hand. Upon hearing this, the entire Uchiha clan grounds erupted in cheers. The Great Elder also proposed loudly, heaven is helping our Uchiha clan. Everyone echoed in agreement, as if the position of Hokage was already in the Uchiha clan's pocket. By the way, Second Elder, what response did you get from the financial officer? UchihaFugaku asked. Tell that old fox Tsunade that she only expressed that she is very busy with work and will choose to give up this time's recommendation rights. The Second Elder said angrily. I knew it would be this result. Although Tsunade and the third Hokage, as well as Mito Minyan, are no longer on the same side, their attitude towards our Uchiha clan is surprisingly consistent. After all, they are both disciples of the most cunning second Hokage, UchihaFugaku said. Why worry about these? Let's look forward to tomorrow's results, clan leader. One person said. That's right. We have already gained support from many small clans. We are sure to secure this recommendation. The third elder also said. The next day, many Uchiha clan members got up early, not for any other reason, but because it's 6 o'clock today. The list of Hokage candidates will be posted on the bulletin board. At that time, the 4 Hokage candidates will be selected, and the next Hokage would emerge from these 4. Of course, it wasn't just the Uchiha clan that got up early. Nearly all the ninjas in the village flocked to the bulletin board. Third Hokage's recommendation, Namake's Minato. Elder's recommendation, Orochimaru. Ninja clan's recommendation, Jiraiya. Financial officer's recommendation, UchihaFugaku. As the people in front of the bulletin board slowly read out the 4 Hokage candidates, the crowd erupted. Lord Jiraiya is also participating in this Hokage election. Lord Orochimaru, we will win. Konoha's yellow flash, we believe in you. The Uchiha clan's leader? At this moment, the Uchiha clan members in the crowd were also bewildered. Why was the clan leader's recommendation Tsunade, that reincarnated person? Shouldn't the clan leader be recommended by a human clan? Of course, this confusion was fleeting, as they were already giddy with excitement. UchihaFugaku was calmly sipping tea, and compared to his composure, the elders around him appeared quite anxious, pacing back and forth in the room. Outside the door, there was a commotion of footsteps. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and 4 or 5 smiling Uchiha clan members rushed in. Great news, clan leader, you made the list. One of them shouted. Everything is within my expectations. What else with all the shouting? UchihaFugaku admonished. It seems these little clans are quite astute, UchihaFugaku continued. Upon hearing this, several clan members suddenly had strange expressions on their faces. The second elder noticed something was off and asked, what's wrong? Clan leader, elders. The clan leader's recommender is T-Rune Koharu, one of the clan members said. UchihaFugaku, how embarrassing. At night, the office of the third Hokage was brightly lit. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, T-Rune Koharu, and Mito Kazan were arguing fiercely. T-Rune Koharu, you actually used your recommendation on the Uchiha clan? Have you been subjected to a jinjutsu by them? Mito Kazan shouted angrily, seeing his former ally now staunchly opposing him. Mito Kazan's fury was understandable. Elder Mito, you might be underestimating me. Although I haven't fought in years, my strength is still that of an elite Jainin. T-Rune Koharu replied. What got into you? Have you forgotten the teachings of Master Tobirama? Mito Kazan retorted. Don't use the master to pressure me. If that is the case, would you have forgotten the words of Lord Hashirama as well? T-Rune Koharu refused to back down. All right, you two stop arguing. Koharu, can you tell us your reasoning? The third Hokage sighed, taking a puff from his pipe. Since the death of the daimyo, I have taken over his work and become the financial director of the entire Land of Fire, with a status even higher than the former daimyo. Do I still need to give you, Sarutobi, a reasonable explanation for my actions? T-Rune Koharu said resolutely. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's brow furrowed, veins popping with anger. Although he was very upset, what T-Rune Koharu said was indeed true. But why did it sound so infuriating? Even disregarding his identity as Hokage, she should at least give some face to her former friend. Koharu, that's not what I meant. I meant to ask if you have any specific plans. After all, the Uchiha clan becoming Hokage is not something you would want to see, the third Hokage said with a forced smile, cursing himself for being so foolish to think that after killing the daimyo, he should have held all the power in his hands. The Uchiha clan's contributions during the Second and Third Shinobi Wars, you should know better than I do. They contributed the most and received the least gratitude. No one would agree to that, T-Rune Koharu said. Excessive suppression may make other ninja clans yield to you, but the Uchiha clan is different. You know them better than I do. You wouldn't want to see the Uchiha clan rebel, would you? Tirun Koharu continued. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage fell silent for a moment. After taking a puff from his pipe, he slowly said, Indeed, I may have been somewhat inconsiderate. Even if UchihaFugaku qualifies as a candidate, he won't be a match for Minato and the others, which would also help pacify the Uchiha clan. Koharu's move is indeed clever, the third Hokage concluded. Tirun Koharu internally mocked him. You actually believe it. If it weren't for the master's arrangements, I wouldn't be involved in this nonsense at all. You're right. I was too anxious, Mito Kazan also said apologetically. In that case, I will give Minato a green light. In the first match, I will arrange for Minato to face Jiraiya, and Jiraiya will directly choose to forfeit, allowing Minato to enter the finals. As for the second match, it will be a duel between Orochimaru and UchihaFugaku. UchihaFugaku will definitely not be Orochimaru's opponent, and in the end, Minato will face Orochimaru. After the victor is decided, if Minato wins, he will become the fourth Hokage. If he loses, then there will be another round of selection, the third Hokage stated. Another round of selection? What do you mean third Hokage? Tirun Koharu asked. The selection based on force is just one aspect. The people's support is the other. Every villager in Konoha will receive a vote to elect the fourth Hokage of their choice, the third Hokage explained. Upon hearing this, Tirun Koharu's expression turned cold with a smirk. What a third Hokage really knows how to play. Tirun Koharu ignored the two and found an excuse to leave. Moments later, a ninja from the Umbu emerged from the shadows, and this ninja belonged to the Hyuga clan. Has she fallen under a Jinjutsu? The third Hokage said solemnly. Lord, third Hokage, you worry too much. Director Koharu's chakra is very stable, and there are no signs of being under a Jinjutsu, the Umbu ninja replied. The third Hokage nodded at this, and the Hyuga Umbu vanished from sight. Tirun Koharu walked down the road, a cold smile on her lips. The third Hokage even sent someone to secretly observe her. It was simply laughable. How could I possibly fall for such a low-level Jinjutsu? I was under a visual jutsu, the divine eye, okay? In a very concealed cave in the back mountains of Konoha, Orochimaru was conducting experiments on the cells of the first Hokage. Behind him were rows of human cultivation dishes containing dozens of infants. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door. It was Orochimaru's trusted subordinate. Lord Orochimaru, the newcomer said. What happened? Orochimaru asked. Lord Orochimaru has been selected as one of the candidates for the fourth Hokage, and the election will take place in a week. Moreover, Lord Orochimaru will face UchihaFugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, the subordinate reported. The Uchiha clan? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was somewhat surprised, but quickly regained his composure. The fourth Hokage, how interesting. In that case, I can conduct many forbidden experiments. With that thought, Orochimaru licked his lips. However, the old man Sarutobi won't easily give up the power of Hokage, so this election won't be simple, Orochimaru remarked. That's right, currently, the most popular candidate in the village is Minato Namikaze. I believe the third Hokage will strongly support Minato becoming the fourth Hokage, as he only needs a puppet. The subordinate continued. Well said. But this makes it even more interesting, Orochimaru said, licking his lips with keen interest. In the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, now that you'll be facing the well-known Sannin Orochimaru, do you have confidence in winning? The second elder asked. If the clan leader hasn't awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, then defeating Orochimaru would indeed be difficult. However, if the clan leader has awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, then Orochimaru is not a threat at all. The only real obstacle we face is Minato Namikaze, the third elder said. Then why not Jiraiya? His strength is unfathomable. He is a sage, after all. The second elder pointed out, given the third Hokage's nature and Jiraiya's character, even if Jiraiya does not forfeit in the week-long preliminaries, he will let his own student go. What was it he let go? All right, he will let go of a sea of water. In that case, Minato Namikaze will effortlessly enter the finals. The third elder said. In the office of the third Hokage, Minato, do you have confidence in winning the duel in a week? In the office of the third Hokage asked with a serious expression, how should I put this? Well, Lord Third Hokage, I can't say I have absolute confidence, but I will do my best, Minato scratched his head and replied. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just prepare well. The Hokage said. Meanwhile, in the land of fire, in the Hidden Flame Village, a week later, Konoha would hold the selection for the fourth Hokage. And it would surely be an incredibly exciting showdown. Is there anyone who wants to go? Son, Yin asked his wife and daughter. Dear Chairman, you make it sound easy. With this pile of work, if we leave, who will handle all these documents? Yi Song and the others complained. He. Then I'll leave it to you all. I guess I have to go by myself, Sun Yin said. Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from behind. I'm going. The speaker was Kaguya Otsutsuki. At this moment, Kaguya's appearance was vastly different from before. Her long hair, which used to drag on the ground, had been cut short, though it still reached her waist. The reason for cutting her hair was that Sun Yin had forcibly done it. For this reason, Kaguya had ignored Sun Yin for an entire week. Of course, if Kaguya wanted her hair to grow back, it would only take a thought. But since Sun Yin cut it, she hadn't made it grow back, and the reason for this was unknown to Sun Yin. Her clothing was no longer the sage's attire, but a ninja uniform, with a mysterious sword strapped to her back, making her look much more capable than before. Are you sure that these ants fighting can catch your attention? Sun Yin frowned and asked. I'm bored and just want to go out for a walk. Besides, would you dare leave me here by myself? One day, if I'm unhappy, I might just kill a few of your lovely ladies, Kaguya replied. Hee, don't use that to threaten me. If you dare to kill, I'll be the first to X you, then kill you, then revive you, and then X you again before killing you. Sun Yin raised an eyebrow. You're shameless, Kaguya said. Thank you for the compliment. Sun Yin replied as he activated his space ninjutsu and disappeared from the spot. Kaguya quickly followed after him. Chapter 180, UchihaFugaku vs. Orochimaru. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the day for the Hokage selection had arrived. The Hokage competition would take place at the 18th training ground in Konoha, similar to the venue for the Chunin exam finals, with a field at the bottom and a circle of stands around it. However, the area of the venue was several times larger than that of the Chunin exam. The Hokage selection would be open to all villagers, but due to limited space, a ticketing system would be implemented, with tickets priced at 50 ryo each, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Although the villagers were quite angry about this, they still rushed to buy tickets, and the Uchiha clan participated en masse. As a result, Konoha made a tidy profit. Sun Yin had been in Konoha with Kaguya for a week, and they finally awaited the preliminary matches. To avoid drawing attention, Sun Yin and Kaguya used transformation jutsu to change their appearances. This day was destined to be recorded in history, as the fourth Hokage of Konoha would be decided in these battles. Early in the morning, countless crowds had already surged toward the 18th training ground. The third Hokage, Minato, and Kurama were also there early to host the event. The Hokage selection was set to begin at 8 o'clock, and the waiting process felt very long, as various ninja clans in Konoha came to witness the birth of the fourth Hokage. When the clan leaders arrived, they were all chatting happily. But once UchihaFugaku appeared with the Uchiha clan members, everyone fell silent and awkwardly looked at the Uchiha, clearly feeling guilty. UchihaFugaku shot them a fierce glare and ignored them. Finally, with a command from the third Hokage, the Hokage selection officially began. The first match was between the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, and his mentor Jiraiya, one of the legendary three. People began to discuss excitedly, clearly eager to know who was stronger between the master and apprentice. As the Yellow Flash, Minato, stepped onto the stage, everyone's breaths became tense. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Jiraiya, with his white hair, looked down at the arena and muttered, "What a hassle, but let me pave the way for Minato." After saying that, Jiraiya leaped down, performing a free fall for a few seconds before running wildly on the wall and finally leaping down to land smoothly on the ground. Then, Jiraiya jumped left 3 times and right 3 times, a cloud of white mist rising as he began to loudly address the audience. "I'm the undefeated sage of the 3 ninjas, the white-haired child of destiny, Jiraiya." Accompanied by this ridiculous opening, the audience initially felt awkward before erupting into deafening cheers. "Yellow Flash, victory! Yellow Flash, go for it! Yellow Flash, beat that greasy old man." "Bro, that's the Yellow Flash's master, the legendary Jiraiya, not just some greasy old man," someone said. "I know, but the Yellow Flash is a belief. Minato is my god." "Minato, I love you. You are my little son," a plump and greasy woman shouted at Minato. "Bastard, fat hag, don't insult my idol." A burly man punched the fat woman in the face. "Bastard, how dare you hit me?" Sitting nearby, Sun Yin quickly pulled Kaguya away. Clearly, Minato's popularity in Konoha had reached an extreme height. Even the former legendary 3 couldn't overshadow his brilliance. Of course, there were also supporters of Jiraiya, as a group of old ladies waved their flags, which bore slogans like "Go, Little Jiraiya," and "Little Jiraiya, victory." The old ladies waved their flags while excitedly cheering. Sunyin watched in shock and sighed inwardly. Jiraiya. Oh, Jiraiya, sigh. Meanwhile, Jiraiya waved at the referee beside him and then snatched the microphone from the referee's hand, loudly saying, I forfeit. With Jiraiya's voice, the entire arena was thrown into an uproar. After such a flashy entrance, he didn't even fight and simply declared, I forfeit. Even Jiraiya's supporters looked disappointed. Jiraiya continued, I think everyone will be very disappointed by my forfeit, especially since you pay to watch the match. However, I want to say that I don't believe I can be a good Hokage, although Minato is young. Followed by Jiraiya's heartfelt declaration, although it was quite dry. The villagers were very receptive to this kind of speech, and Jiraiya successfully moved them, allowing Minato to advance, while Jiraiya left gracefully. Next up was the second preliminary match, which was a battle between Orochimaru, one of the legendary three, and UchihaFugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. In contrast to the deep bond between the previous master and apprentice, these two exuded a murderous intent upon meeting. He, little Uchiha, are you sure you want to fight me? Orochimaru's hoarse voice sent chills down people's spines. He, Orochimaru-senpai, do you really think my Uchiha clan is a soft persimmon, easily squeezed? UchihaFugaku retorted sharply. He was not afraid of Orochimaru's strength, especially now that he had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, making him look down on Orochimaru. I'm just reminding you that I won't hold back during the match. Be careful not to die. Orochimaru's voice faded as his hidden snake hands technique instantly activated. Attacking UchihaFugaku. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A 3-meter diameter fireball ignited, burning the venomous snake into nothingness, followed closely by the fire release. Peony claw red. Suddenly, Orochimaru pulled a sharp, long sword from his mouth and scattered all the fireballs. UchihaFugaku also drew the long sword from his back, infused it with fire release chakra, and the two began to engage in combat. As their battle commenced, the arena erupted into wild screams. This was true combat, a real duel between ninjas. People paid to see a performance, but we came to witness a battle. The fight in the arena had reached a fever pitch, with both combatants evenly matched in physical techniques. However, UchihaFugaku, possessing the Sharingan, had a slight edge, while Orochimaru's body moved as if it had no bones, dodging attacks at extremely tricky angles. Just then, the sword in Orochimaru's hand suddenly elongated and slashed toward UchihaFugaku. By sheer luck, UchihaFugaku narrowly avoided the sharp blade. But his heart raced. He had long suspected that Orochimaru's sword was extraordinary, but he never expected it could extend. Chapter 181. The preliminaries in the dozens of meters long sword swept across the arena, cutting down trees in half. Lightning release. Lightning body technique. After dodging a fatal blow, UchihaFugaku began his counterattack, teleporting next to Orochimaru as he retracted his sword. He then stabbed Orochimaru in the chest. At that moment, the arena fell silent, and the third Hokage's expression turned grim. How could Orochimaru be so weak? UchihaFugaku also felt that he had won too easily. Was this all Orochimaru had? The next moment, Orochimaru's body detached from its original form. His arms suddenly elongated, and with a punch, he sent the stunned UchihaFugaku flying. UchihaFugaku's figure transformed into a flurry of electric light, clearly not his true body, merely a lightning clone. UchihaFugaku reappeared, thinking to himself that he was lucky to have used a lightning clone. Seeing UchihaFugaku's figure, Orochimaru smirked coldly, then slowly retracted the sword into his mouth and swallowed it. Is Orochimaru still human? This is simply unbelievable, a girl screamed. The crowd erupted in astonishment. I was going to play with that sword, but I didn't expect him to be so disgusting, said Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was beside her, looking nauseated. What that snake uncle did was right. Otherwise, wouldn't you have taken the sword? Sunyin laughed. Hee, Uchiha's young man, not bad, but now with just one move, you will be blown to bits, Orochimaru said, staring at UchihaFugaku. UchihaFugaku suddenly realized that, without him noticing, his body had been bound by a snake, which was covered in explosive tags that could detonate at any moment. Oh really, Orochimaru-senpai, you should be careful not to hurt yourself, UchihaFugaku replied. As UchihaFugaku's voice echoed, the scene before Orochimaru transformed instantly, and he felt a tightness in his body. The snake that was supposed to be wrapped around UchihaFugaku had somehow coiled around him instead. Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat, wondering when that had happened. Hee, Orochimaru-senpai, since the fight began, you haven't made eye contact with me, but even the most meticulous can have a slip the moment you use the substitution technique. You inadvertently made eye contact with me, UchihaFugaku said slowly. He, is this the power of the Sharingan? So captivating. However, do you really think this level of damage can kill me? You're too naive, Orochimaru said, beginning to struggle against the snake's binding. The explosive tags in the snake's mouth detonated in an instant, and Orochimaru's body emerged from the flames. As the smoke cleared, Orochimaru walked out unscathed, greedily gazing at UchihaFugaku, though he did not look him in the eyes. Ninjutsu, Serpent's Array, Orochimaru said with a cold smile, pressing his hands to the ground, causing a massive swarm of snakes to appear out of thin air. The snakes lunged at UchihaFugaku, their mouths emitting sword-like energy. Faced with this spectacle, UchihaFugaku felt alarmed as he looked at the thousands of snakes closing in. He steeled himself. The three tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly, then coalesced into a five-pointed pinwheel shape, revealing the Manjiki Sharingan. Orochimaru was shocked, and the third Hokage on the platform was equally astonished. When did UchihaFugaku awaken such eyes? The village was completely unaware. This was incredibly dangerous. They must strengthen surveillance on the Uchiha clan to prevent another Uchiha Madara from emerging, the third Hokage thought, seeing the shocked expression on the third Hokage's face. UchihaFugaku felt a flicker of disdain. He then turned his gaze to the approaching snake swarm. Muttering Amaterasu, an infinite black flame erupted, drawing an insurmountable chasm between UchihaFugaku and the snakes. Any snake that came into contact with the Amaterasu flames was instantly reduced to nothingness. The third Hokage watched in shock as the power of this fire release was terrifying, and it had an extremely strong corrosive ability. The next moment, UchihaFugaku turned his gaze to Orochimaru, who was still in shock and greed, and activated Amaterasu once more, engulfing Orochimaru's body in flames. Stop! The third Hokage shouted, rushing down from the platform to stand in front of Orochimaru, blocking UchihaFugaku. This is just a competition for Hokage. Fugaku, you need not use lethal force. He. Third Hokage, does this mean I've already won? UchihaFugaku smiled. This match is yours, the third Hokage said. Behind him, Orochimaru had no choice but to transform into a small white snake, then reverted to human form, gazing greedily at UchihaFugaku while looking at the third Hokage beside him, saying, Third Hokage, you are being a bit redundant. I'm not so easy to kill. He revealed a cold smile. All right, let's concede this match for now, the third Hokage said. If it weren't for. Orochimaru murmured as he slowly exited the arena. He was not disappointed because it seemed he had discovered something new. Once Orochimaru left the arena, the third Hokage sighed and announced, UchihaFugaku wins. Furthermore, the finals of the Hokage selection will be held tomorrow at 8 a.m. As the third Hokage finished speaking, the entire arena erupted in excitement, especially the Uchiha clan, some of whom went completely wild. The reason was clear. They saw hope, the hope belonging to the Uchiha clan. In contrast, the cheers from the Uchiha clan made the other clans frown. The earlier recommendation incident had offended the Uchiha. If UchihaFugaku really became Hokage, it would mark the beginning of a nightmare for them. The crowd began to disperse, and Sun Yin, along with Kaguya atSix, vanished into the throng. What should we eat tonight? Sun Yin asked. Iraka ramen, Kaguya atSix blurted out. Why Iraka ramen again? Did you eat something that reminded you of home? Sun Yin thought to himself. Boss, 1 bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen and 1 bowl of seafood ramen, Sun Yin ordered. Okay, Iraku replied. Looking at the familiar scene before him and the familiar Yale, Sun Yin couldn't help but reminisce about his younger days. Meanwhile, a spaceship in the universe burst forth with an extraordinary speed, heading towards the nearby blue planet. Chapter 182. Arrival of the Tsutsuki. That blue planet in front of them must be the ninja world, said Tsutsuki Rinshi on the spaceship. We finally arrived at this place. We just need to find that Tian-Sha orphan and then completely destroy this planet, said Tsutsuki Kenshiki. Yeah. I must capture a few more female slaves and absorb their yin essence, said Tsutsuki Fushur with a sinister grin. Don't be careless. I've always felt that our every move is under someone else's watch. The strength of this native might exceed our expectations. Let's first head to the Tsutsuki space and wait for the right moment to act, said Tsutsuki Shur solemnly. You overestimate this Tian-Sha orphan too much. Even if the Tian-Sha clan is strong, can they withstand the combined power of the 7 of us? Said Tsutsuki Haishi defiantly. Caution is the mother of safety. Shur replied, piloting the spaceship towards the blue planet. Suddenly, a surge of spatial power emerged, enveloping them, and they vanished completely. At the same time, Sun Yin, resting in his guest room, sensed this, and a charming smile crept across his face. Tsutsuki Kagaya also sensed something at this moment, looking at Sun Yin with a face full of panic. Slowly, she said, "Sun Yin, they are coming. They have already entered the space of the Tsutsuki clan." "Yes, I sensed it too," replied Sun Yin. "The people who came this time are the descendants of several supreme elders from the clan. Each one is extremely formidable, and they should be able to sense that I am still alive," said Tsutsuki Kagaya, frowning. "He, what's wrong? Is the ancestor of Chakra afraid?" Sun Yin teased. "Of course. These guys are all terrifying, and they came in a group of 7. If they act, the entire ninja world will be destroyed," said Tsutsuki Kagaya. "Don't be afraid. You are now mine. As long as I am here, no one can touch you." Sun Yin smiled as he looked up. "I'm not yours. Don't try to get close to me," Tsutsuki Kagaya said proudly. "Ha ha. To capture you, they would never mobilize such a luxurious team. Their targets are only 2. One is me, the Tiansha orphan, and the other is the entire ninja world. As for you, you might just be a byproduct," Sun Yin said slowly. "TCH, Tsutsuki Kagaya clicked her tongue, and then said, "What should we do next?" "Next, we hold our positions. If the enemy doesn't team move, we won't team move either. As long as they make a move, and preferably not in the ninja world, it is best to lead them into another space. Otherwise, just the aftermath of the battle would be enough to wipe out the ninja world," Sun Yin said. The enormous spaceship landed steadily in the Tsutsuki space. An 8-pale Tsutsuki emerged from it. "Everyone, I will go ahead to find my elder brother," Tsutsuki Nishi said as he stepped off the spaceship, addressing the 7 others. "He, Brother Nishi, go ahead. If you can find Brother Ishii, this trip to the ninja world will be more certain," Jaisure said with a smile. Nishi nodded and then activated the Space Eye technique, disappearing into the Tsutsuki space. "Jaisure, why be so polite to him?" said Kenshiki. "Don't underestimate Nishi's strength." Jishi smiled. "What should we do next? Should we kill all the natives of this planet directly, or release the remaining 10 tails to let them have some fun?" said Dishur with an evil grin. "Yamade, let us observe first. I have a feeling that this ninja world is not as simple as I thought. Let us act low-key for now and secretly search for the Tiansha clan's orphan," Jaisure said, which immediately drew dissatisfaction from the others. However, what Jaisure said made sense, and they had no choice but to hold back their thoughts. Then the 7 of them disappeared into a spatial vortex. As soon as Tsutsuki Nishi emerged, he sensed the aura of his elder brother Ishii and quickly flew in that direction. In the land of rain, Nagato, Obito, White Zetsu, and Kankuro were discussing the next steps for the Akatsuki organization, which included plans to seize the 9 tails and schemes involving the Uchiha clan. At that moment, a green flash streaked across the sky, heading towards the location where the 4 were discussing. The resilient stone wall was instantly shattered, revealing the imposing figure of Tsutsuki Nishi, who surveyed the group with a scrutinizing gaze, finally locking eyes on Kankuro. He then began to walk towards Kankuro. Shinra Tensei, an invisible repulsive force pressed towards Tsutsuki Nishi. Nishi's figure was also repelled, but immediately afterward, he vanished and reappeared behind Nagato, and several black rods inexplicably pierced through Nagato's body. Then he punched towards Nagato, and the repulsive force appeared again, first breaking the black rods inside him, then continuing with its momentum to strike Nishi. Faced with the invisible repulsion, Nishi performed an action that left Nagato and Obito utterly shocked. He swung his fist and struck the repulsive barrier, actually breaking through it with a single punch. Of course, this was also because Nagato hadn't used his full power. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" Nagato asked. I didn't expect someone in the ninja world could awaken such eyes, but it seems you cannot fully utilize their true power," Nishi said, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Nishi, are you done playing?" Kankuro said slowly. Brother, what is wrong with you? What happened?" Nishi saw his brother in a strange body, clearly having used the chakra to reincarnate. "This is a long story. Let us not discuss it for now," Ishii said blandly. So should we kill these guys?" Nishi asked. Ishii thought for a moment, shook his head, and said he couldn't be sure without Sun Yan's orders. Hurry and thank my brother for not killing you, foolish natives," Nishi said to Nagato and the others. "What do you mean?" Kankuro asked, his face full of confusion. "This man who calls Kankuro brother is definitely not from the ninja world. His pale skin and pointed head suggest he is an alien." "Kankuro, what is going on?" Nagato asked, enduring the intense pain in his body. Foolish ants, your life and death brother has long been dead. This body now belongs to me. Do you understand now?" Ishii said, as red chakra began to gather, and countless patterns surged on his body, with a pointed horn beginning to grow from his head. Chapter 183. Konoha. Crisis in the pitch-black sky. Two streaks of red and green light rapidly flashed by, which were Ishi and Nishi. Brother, why are your eyes? Nishi asked. He. I accidentally blinded them, Ishi replied. Brother, do you know that there are not just me among those who came to the ninja world? All 7 grandsons of the Supreme Elders came here to deal with the Tiansha orphan. Brother, you have been in the ninja world for over 10,000 years. Do you know who this person is? Nishi asked. I can tell you, but you absolutely cannot participate in this operation, Ishi said. Why is that, big brother? Maybe those few useless ones won't be able to capture that heavenly evil orphan, and then I can step in and take it down in one go. Perhaps I will earn the praise of the clan leader and be rewarded with a divine fruit. Urshi said eagerly. Urshi, you must find out about me and not get involved, Ishur said with a frown. Why? Does big brother have a connection with that heavenly evil orphan? Urshi asked. Upon hearing this, atSix Ishur fell silent, recalling Sun Yan's words. Soon, your clansmen will come to the ninja world as guests. If they find you, just tell them I am the heavenly evil orphan, and let them come to the land of fire, Konoha village, to find me. Oh, by the way, there's an atSix who looks remarkably like you. Could he be your brother? It's best not to let your brother die, for no reason. You promised me first, Ishur said in a deep voice. Seeing her brother get angry, Urshi had no choice but to agree for now. The name of the heavenly evil orphan is Sun Yan. His full name should be Heavenly Evil Sun Yan. This is his portrait. He should currently be in Konoha village, the land of fire. After you pass the information to Linshur and the others, come back immediately. We have more important matters to attend to, Ishur said. More important matters? What matters, big brother? Urshi asked. Ishur remained silent and instructed Urshi to quickly deliver the portrait to Linshur and the others. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, Urshi's figure disappeared from spot. In the land of rain, with atSix Ishur and Urshi's departure, only Uchiha Bito, Nagato, and White Zetsu remained, confused in the rain and wind. What the hell is going on? What is happening in this world? What about those two, just now, with horns on their heads? What the hell? At this moment, Nagato was lying on the ground, at a loss, his wounds gradually scabbing over thanks to his powerful Uzumaki physique. Obito remained silent for a moment, then said to Nagato, this world is too crazy. Nagato, we need to speed up our progress. When the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki gives birth, I will go bring the Nine-Tails back. As for you, follow this list and recruit new members in the ninja world. Yahiko is dead, and I didn't expect Conan to be dead as well. And her body has been taken over. I completely failed. I want the whole world to feel pain, Nagato shouted. After saying this, Nagato controlled the repulsion and attraction, flying into the distance, while Obito fell into a spatial vortex. This is terrifying, Lord Madara. This world is increasingly overturning my understanding, White Zetsu said before burrowing underground. atSix Urshi used space ninjutsu to find the atSix 7 who were wandering around in the northern part of the ninja world. He delivered his information to the 7. Urshi, have you found your big brother? Jusher asked. Yes, I am most familiar with my brother's aura, but his original body is already dead and is currently relying on a shell, Urshi replied. Hee, what about his maid, atSix Kagaya, the 3rd princess of the branch family? I've been coveting her for a long time, with that holy aura and that delicate waist, Fushur said greedily. Upon hearing this, Urshi frowned. After all, atSix Kagaya was his brother's maid, and Fushur's words clearly showed he didn't regard his brother and himself seriously. Did your brother ever explain how he lost his original body? It wouldn't be that he was drained by atSix Kagaya, would it? Hee, Fushur said with no restraint, becoming even more brazen. Fushur, please keep your mouth clean. This is not Takamagura, Urshi said. Hee, Urshi, are you joking? Why get angry? Fushur laughed. All right, I've completed what I came here to do. I wish you all success in capturing the orphan, Urshi said before using his eye technique to disappear from the spot. Fushur, you have gone too far. Discussing a servant in front of the master is a great disrespect, Linshur said. Hee, atSix Kagaya should have been my woman, Fushur said, showing a hateful expression. All right, the heavenly evil orphan has been found. We will set off immediately and then destroy this world before returning to Takamagara, Jusher said, disappearing. Damn, Jusher actually took the lead. I can't let this kid snatch the head. Let's go, Dosher said, transforming into a streak of light. The others also showed their abilities and rushed towards Konoha in the land of fire. At this moment, Konoha village was peaceful. With Sun Yin using his 1,000 light eye to gaze into the distance, clearly seeing the figures of the 7. They're coming quickly. I don't want to tarnish my divine space, so let us go to your realm to fight. Sun Yin smiled at atSix Kagaya. My space can be ruined as much as you want, right? atSix Kagaya gritted her teeth. The night in Konoha should have been beautiful and peaceful, but tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. In the distant sky, 7 beams of various colors rushed towards Konoha with immense power. The first to charge in was Doshur, who easily pierced through Konoha's defensive barrier as if it were made of paper, hurtling toward the center of Konoha. Boom! Like a meteor falling, a pit with a diameter of 100 meters appeared. Moreover, the massive shockwave generated by the impact only settled after destroying buildings within 100 meters. Even the office of the third Hokage was not spared, collapsing into ruins. Behind Hokage Rock, Minato was holding the pregnant Nanako, appearing at this location. If it weren't for the flying thunder god technique, the two would likely have been unable to escape the earlier shockwave. Minato, what on earth is happening? Nanako asked in panic. It seems to be a very powerful enemy. Nanako, stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. At the same time, 6 figures were floating in the sky above Konoha, each exuding a powerful aura. Let Doshur take the lead and test the strength of this heavenly evil orphan. If Doshur is defeated, we will all attack together. If Doshur crushes him, we will each show our abilities, and whoever grabs the head counts it as theirs. Does anyone have any objections? Lyncher said with a smile. Hearing this, several people shook their heads, seeming to fully agree with Lyncher's opinion. Chapter 184. Doshur's terrifying strength. Roar, surrounded by crimson chakra, atSix Doshur resembled a humanoid beast, howling at the sky. Ha ha! It seems you 6 don't plan to make a move. That's fine. The head of the heavenly evil orphan must be mine. No one can snatch it. atSix Doshur declared to the sky. At this moment, the ninjas of Konoha finally noticed the 6 floating figures in the sky, causing panic among the people. Screams, cries, shouts, and the sound of flames burning. Konoha was plunged into absolute crisis. Just then, a flash of yellow light appeared before atSix Doshur. Immediately after, a specially made kunai was thrown beside atSix Doshur. Doshur didn't care about this sudden attack at all. Instead, a smirk of disdain appeared on his face. Throwing a shuriken and missing? This native can't be that stupid, right? The next moment, Minato's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at Doshur's side, swinging the azure light ball in his hand. Doshur was momentarily stunned, but the look of mockery on his face only intensified. At that critical moment, Doshur swung his right fist, countering the azure light ball that was rushing toward him. Boom! With a loud noise, Watergate's figure was instantly sent flying. Following that, the flying thunder god technique was activated again, appearing in a blank area. However, at this moment, Watergate looked somewhat disheveled. The sleeve of his right arm had been completely torn during the recent collision, revealing an arm with several scars. It's truly unexpected that the ants of this world can actually master time and space abilities, said atSix Toji. Who on earth are you? And why are you attacking Konoha? Watergate asked in a deep voice. Why attack Konoha? Not only do we want to attack Konoha, but we also want to destroy the entire ninja world, atSix Toji said. Destroy the ninja world, Watergate murmured, gripping the kunai in his hand tighter. Boom! A thick stick was thrust out from the ruins. Soon after, the third Hokage's figure jumped out from the rubble, casually throwing aside his Hokage robe and running towards the center of the battle. Watergate, leave the next battle to me, the third Hokage said to Watergate. Third Hokage-sama, be careful. The enemy is very strong, Watergate said. No problem, leave this to me. Watergate, you go gather the Umbu, the third Hokage instructed. Third Hokage-sama, we're here. A group of Umbu rushed over. In the distance, countless ninjas were also heading this way. Sun Yin had brought atSix Kagaya to the top of Hokage Rock. When are we going to make our move? atSix Kagaya asked. Just wait a bit longer. Isn't it nice to watch a spectacular battle for free? Sun Yin smiled. Who on earth are you, and why are you attacking Konoha? The third Hokage asked. I am a deity from the universe, here to exterminate you ants, atSix Toji said. A deity? If having horns on your head and pale skin makes you a god, then there are plenty of gods in this world, an Umbu said. Toji, don't forget our main mission, the Sky Limited style said. Who is the heavenly calamity, Sun Yin. Step forward, or the entire Konoha will be buried with you. Toji proclaimed loudly while floating in midair. Heavenly calamity, Sun Yin, who is that? I've only heard of Sun Yin. Are heavenly calamity Sun Yin and Sun Yin the same person? Several Umbu said in a low voice. There is no heavenly calamity, Sun Yin here. The third Hokage said in a deep voice. Then hand over this son, Yin, to me, Toji said. The third Hokage frowned, thinking that this guy must be after Sun Yin, but he mistakenly believed Sun Yin was from Konoha and came here. However, this no longer mattered. They had already caused tremendous casualties to Konoha and must pay a heavy price for it. Ninja technique, multiple shadow clone kunai technique. The third Hokage threw several kunai, which then split into hundreds of kunai, shooting towards Toji. Ding, ding, ding. Countless kunai struck Toji's body, making the sound of weapons clashing. What? How is this possible? The third Hokage's famous ninjutsu was actually defended against like this, Anumbu said. The third Hokage also frowned, then ordered, use ninjutsu, long-range attack. Saying this, he began to form hand signs. Countless ninjutsu shot towards Toji, who looked down on them, seemingly to demonstrate the strength of his physical body. Toji directly abandoned any defensive measures. Countless ninjutsu hit Toji's body, burying his figure. Truly overestimating oneself. Not even dodging. This time he must be finished, a ninja said. Don't be careless, his physical body. Watergate's words were not finished. A red figure emerged from the smoke and dust, then transformed into a red light, rushing towards the surrounding Konoha ninjas. Every time the red light flashed, a ninja fell, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of Konoha's ninjas were dead. Bastard, eat this! The third Hokage shouted angrily, picking up the Vajra Rui staff and striking at Toji. Watching the Rui Vajra staff coming towards him, Toji's figure transformed into a red light, charging towards the third Hokage. The two instantly clashed, with the third Hokage executing every move with a grand momentum, swirling the staff in a flurry of shadows. However, the third Hokage underestimated Toji's speed again. Toji weaved through the staff shadows. And no matter how impressive the staff technique was, it couldn't harm him in the slightest. A trace of disdain flashed in Toji's eyes as his figure turned into an afterimage, appearing behind the third Hokage, and with a punch, he struck. The third Hokage had no time to dodge and could only cross his arms in front of his chest to block Toji's punch. Boom! The third Hokage's body was instantly sent flying, crashing into the ground and leaving a massive crater. The third Hokage was already on the verge of death, with both arms bent at an unnatural angle, and his chest had a huge dent. Third Hokage-sama, a group of ninjas shouted. Watergate also threw the flying thunder god kunai and rushed to the side of the severely injured third Hokage, looking at him with a grave expression. What piece of trash! I thought I could test out Toji's abilities, but now it seems hopeless, Sun Yin said. Are you planning to make a move? Otsutsuki Kagaya asked. I will save Watergate in a bit, and then we'll fight in another place, Sun Yin smiled. Chapter 185, Toji's Heavenly Law and Earthly Principles. After finishing off the third Hokage, Toji turned his gaze towards Watergate. Next, tell me, where is Heavenly Calamity Sun Yin? Toji said. Watergate said nothing. His brows furrowed as he looked at the endless stream of ninjas rushing here. He knew that against such a powerful opponent, even a large number of ordinary ninjas would be ineffective. At this moment, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi also stepped onto the battlefield. Heart-to-heart technique. Yamashiro Katsuchi was the first to activate his ninjutsu. Just as Nara Shikaku was preparing to use the Shadow Secret technique, his partner Yamashiro Katsuchi suddenly suffered a mental blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood and fainting. Damn it, multiplication technique. Akimichi Choza instantly transformed into a giant, then charged towards Toji with both hands. Ants who don't know their own limits. This level of multiplication technique is simply laughable, Toji said, watching the descending palm with a cruel smile on his lips. The enormous palm swung down, aiming to smash Toji. One style stood in place and threw a punch at the sky. Boom, with a loud bang. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Following that was Akimichi Choza's earth-shattering scream, as the giant palm was punched through, with Toji's body standing alone within it. The Sky Limited style curled his lip and said, Toji is truly brutal. By the way, is this intelligence accurate? Is Heavenly Calamity, Sun Yin, really here? The Curse style questioned. I don't know, but we're not in a hurry. Watching Toji slaughter the natives is quite exciting, the Sword style said. Orochimaru was originally conducting human experiments in the back mountain, but upon sensing the waves of shock coming from the direction of Konoha, he realized that a fierce battle must be happening in the village. He speculated that perhaps the Uchiha clan had rebelled, but even if they did, it should be because the Hokage had been eliminated. With this thought, Orochimaru hastily made his way back to the village. The battle within the village continued. as if realizing that this battle required their all-out effort or they would never have a chance to fight again. The ninja clans in the village no longer stood by, with the leaders of each clan leading their clansmen to fight to the death. 8 trigrams, mountain opening strike. Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi charged towards Toji. Oh, a family with direct bloodline from the atSix clan. The natives on this planet are quite interesting. In an instant, they knocked the two of them unconscious. It is truly pathetic that my atSix clan's Byakugan fluid technique has transformed you into this. Let me show you what true Byakugan fluid technique is. Divine 40 God Air Strike. With that, Do style instantly unleashed 40 giant punches. An endless flow of chakra began to strike the surrounding Konoha without any gaps. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the entire Konoha was completely destroyed by this blow. Fortunately, the villagers of Konoha had all taken refuge in the defensive structures. Otherwise, the entire population of Konoha would have perished in this strike. At this moment, atSix Ichishi and atSix Urshi were flying towards the ancient country of Lulan in the Land of Wind. Big brother, what is the important matter you mentioned? Urshi asked, puzzled. Just follow me, Ichishi replied, increasing his flying speed. Under the divine air strike of Do style, all the buildings in Konoha were instantly destroyed. All the ninjas present felt heartbroken and ashamed for their inability to protect their home, while a sense of sorrow rose within them. Is it true that the heavens want to destroy Konoha today? At this moment, Minato's eyes were fixed on Do style. Besides Do style, there were also 6 enemies floating in the sky, and a feeling of powerlessness began to arise in Minato's heart. It seems that I will die here today. Even in death, I must protect Konoha, and I must protect Nanako and Naruto. With this thought, Minato created several shadow clones, immediately arranging for 2 of them to sit cross-legged, while the remaining clones rapidly threw several flying thunder god kunai towards Do style. Do style looked down on this and directly withstood the attack of these kunai with his physical body. Is this all you can do? Ants that only know how to dodge? Do style mocked. Minato disregarded Do style's mockery, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. And then all the flying thunder god kunai beside Do style began to emit endless brilliance, enveloping this space with an invisible barrier. Countless flying thunder god techniques began to spread, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the entire barrier. Flying thunder god barriers, flying thunder god slash. As soon as Minato finished speaking, he disappeared from his original spot and reappeared within the barrier. Immediately afterward, Minato transformed into a beam of light, illuminating the entire world. People saw Do style being struck back and forth by a beam of light within the barrier, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. Do style, you're careless. The only one between us who cannot use spatial abilities is him. So facing a native who can wield spatial power is somewhat troublesome, Lin style said. Hee. Do style can block even my ultimate sword. How could he be harmed by such tricks? It's just that he looks somewhat flustered, Jien style remarked. Minato, go for it. Yellow Flash, give it your all, blow him up. A ninja shouted upon seeing this. People placed their hopes on Minato and began to cheer for him. Sun Yin was somewhat surprised that Minato could perform this technique. It seemed that Minato had grown a lot over the past few years and had even mastered sage arts. Sun Yin noticed that the 2 shadow clones Minato left outside the barrier were absorbing natural energy, clearly using the sage arts from Mayaboka Mountain. Do style's body was swaying in the middle of the barrier, but it was evident that Minato's slashes had not caused him any harm. Instead, they had completely enraged him. Damn ants, you've humiliated me. Law of heaven and earth. Do style's body instantly enlarged, transforming into a giant atSix Do style, towering several dozen meters tall, crashing through the barrier. Upon seeing this, Minato immediately activated Flying Thunder God to disappear. As soon as Minato landed, Do style's fist came crashing down. The entire ground was smashed through, creating a massive pit. Do style seems to be enraged. He even used the law of heaven and earth, Lin style said. Hee. Although it didn't cause damage, being beaten by a native while suspended in midair for so long is quite humiliating, Jin style added. Immediately, a red energy long sword appeared in Do style's hand, slashing towards the ninjas of Konoha. Just then, a crimson energy giant appeared. It was UchihaFugaku using Susanoo. As Fugaku poured chakra into it, the entire energy giant grew to a height comparable to Do style. And the energy long sword in its hand slashed towards Do style's energy long sword. Chapter 186. Impure World Reincarnation Boom. The 2 energy giant swords collided, creating a massive shockwave. However, The next moment, Ichushi's giant sword instantly cleaved UchihaFugaku's Susanoo giant sword in half, then continued to slash towards Susanoo itself. The so-called absolute defense of Susanoo began to crack rapidly under the immense strike. Do style moved again, delivering a fierce punch towards UchihaFugaku. The massive body moved with agility as if it weighed nothing, and the giant Susanoo skeleton was pierced through with a large hole by this thunderous punch. UchihaFugaku also suffered a massive backlash, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes as 2 streaks of blood flowed from them. As his ocular power waned, Susanoo began to disappear. Damn it, even Susanoo isn't a match for him. UchihaFugaku exclaimed as he covered his eyes. Clan leader, are you okay? A fellow Uchiha asked beside him. I'm fine. Now let's see if Amaterasu can hurt him, UchihaFugaku said, shifting his gaze to atSix Do style. The next moment, black flames appeared, engulfing Do style's massive body. Looking at the black flames burning on his body, Do style showed no signs of panic, for he knew that these natives could not harm him at all. The next moment, the black flames were absorbed into Do style's body at a visible speed. Useless ants. Your Konoha's Tiansha's son, Yin, is truly a coward. He lets you weaklings die for nothing while he has no idea where he fled, Do style scoffed. We in Konoha have no Tiansha son Yin, as you mentioned. You have the wrong place. Son, Yin has nothing to do with Konoha. He is the chairman of the Land of Flames and the Hidden Flame Village. If you want to find him, go look for him in the Hidden Flame Village. Anambu said angrily. Land of Flames, Hidden Flame Village? Lin style murmured in the sky. Could it be that the intelligence is wrong? Zhou style also said. Looking at these natives, they don't seem to be lying. We have indeed come to the wrong place. However, since we have already destroyed this place to such an extent, it would be better to wipe it out completely, Jian style remarked. Do style, hurry up and finish it. Once you're done, we will head to the Land of Flames. Bingshur said to Do style in the sky. Dealing with these ants, one move is enough, Do style said, once again swinging the energy giant sword in his hand towards the crowd. Upon seeing this, everyone felt despair and began to flee in all directions. Just then, a very thick wooden branch sprouted from the ground, quickly wrapping around Do style's arm, and with the output of chakra, the branch became even thicker. Do style's movements halted as his energy sword veered off its original path, slashing towards the ruins of Konoha. Do style's expression darkened. This was already the 3rd time he had been slapped in the face by these natives. Focusing chakra on his arm, he instantly shattered the thick wooden branch binding his arm. He looked towards 2 armored men in the distance, one in red armor and the other in blue armor. They were the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage Tobarama Senju. Big brother, weren't we already dead? What is happening now? Tobarama asked Hashirama beside him. This should be the impure reincarnation you invented. Why, after it has been reduced to a forbidden technique, are there still people who can successfully practice it? Hashirama did not understand. Ladies, this is not the time for reminiscing. We should focus on dealing with that terrifying guy ahead, a hoarse voice echoed in their minds. It was Orochimaru's voice. Kid, did you summon us from the Pure Land? Why are you hiding? Tobarama asked. Honorable Hokage, Konoha is at a critical moment of survival. You should pay attention to where you are, Orochimaru said. In the emergency moment earlier, Orochimaru had no choice but to control the consciousness of the first Hokage, using ninjutsu to save everyone. And now he had just released the two's consciousness. This is Konoha, the first Hokage exclaimed, looking at the Hokage rock in the distance and the ruined Konoha village in shock. Kid, what on earth happened? Has the Land of Fire been destroyed? Tobarama said with a grim face. The one responsible for Konoha's state is that person. Are you saying that the entire Konoha was destroyed by just one person? Tobarama exclaimed in shock. Could it be that the person floating in midair is on the same level as his older brother? 2 more ants have arrived. No matter how many such ants come, the result will be the same, death. Do said, swinging his massive body with an energy longsword, unleashing a massive sword aura towards the first and second Hokages. Who are those 2? Why do they seem so familiar, as if I've seen them somewhere? Someone in the crowd asked. Idiot, that's the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Another person replied. After saying this, they suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Hadn't the first and second Hokages been dead for many years? Could it be that they had not died and had been secretly protecting Konoha? As they looked at the incoming sword aura, Orochimaru's voice reappeared in their minds. Honorable Hokage, I will completely lift your seals, and you will regain 70% of your strength from when you were alive. After saying this, Orochimaru's voice disappeared, and the two's momentum was once again enhanced. The symbol in the sky looked at the first and second Hokages and said, "These two are not living beings, but have already died." "What? Are you joking? Symbol? In such a low-level world, can they really master the art of resurrection?" Sword Style said, "It's not true resurrection in the real sense, but a technique similar to borrowing a corpse to return a soul." Symbol replied, "Isn't borrowing a corpse to return a soul your specialty?" Temporal Style said, "That's right. So I want these two powerful souls," Symbol said. You can't have them. I also happen to need 2 souls," Curse Style said. Then we'll just rely on our own abilities," Symbol said. Immediately, sparks began to fly between the two's eyes. After the seals of the first and second Hokages were lifted, 2 massive auras burst forth from them. As they faced the incoming sword aura, the first Hokage clasped his hands together, and the earth began to tremble. The ground started to crack, and countless trees burst forth from the ground, instantly spreading throughout the area. They charged towards the incoming sword aura. Wherever the sword aura passed, the trees were completely obliterated, but at the same time, they weakened the sword aura. In the end, the sword aura dissipated, and the trees were all destroyed. "Not bad. Finally a decent end has come, haha." Do laughed heartily. "Bastard, would release, would human technique. Would release, would dragon technique." Hashirama clasped his hands together, and the ground began to shake violently. The ground erupted as countless trees emerged from below, coalescing into a wooden figure nearly 100 meters tall, with a wooden dragon coiling around its waist, glaring menacingly at Do. "Bastard, how dare you destroy Konoha like this? It's simply unforgivable." As he spoke, the wooden dragon lunged at Do, but in the next moment, the fierce wooden dragon was smashed to pieces by a single punch from Do. Hashirama's eyes trembled as he controlled the wooden figure to kick at Do. Looking at the wooden figure that was half a body taller than himself, Do felt displeased and increased the power of his eye technique, causing his already massive body to grow even taller, revealing a 200-meter giant. At this moment, the ground beneath Do also could not bear his weight, starting to crack and sink. What? Now was Hashirama's turn to be shocked. In the next second, Do moved. His massive body leaped up and delivered a devastating kick towards the wooden figure. With a loud boom, Do descended from the sky, and the wooden figure was crushed to ashes beneath his foot, creating a deep pit over 100 meters deep in the ground, with a massive mushroom cloud rising into the sky. In the next moment, Tobirama appeared alongside Hashirama, clearly having used the Flying Thunder God technique to save Hashirama. "Who the hell is this guy?" Tobirama said in shock. "No matter who he is, we must eliminate him. Otherwise, Konoha will truly perish," Hashirama said with deep concern. "Sage Mode," Hashirama declared, activating Sage Mode as black markings appeared on his face. Divine Space Strike. Suddenly, a massive chakra beam surged towards the two. The beam was nearly 10 meters in diameter, moving at incredible speed, reaching the two in an instant. Summoning Technique. 5 layers of the Gate of Rebirth. Would release. Forest Barrier Technique. Hashirama quickly summoned his defensive ninjutsu. At that very moment, the chakra beam struck the Gate of Rebirth, instantly shattering the 5-layered gate. The residual force continued to strike the wooden barrier. The wooden door exploded, and the chakra beam disappeared. In the distance, Sun Yen frowned. Do's strength clearly exceeded his expectations, not weaker than his own physical body, as well as the powerful eye technique of the law of heaven and earth. atSix Kagaya, who was nearby, seemed to notice Sun Yan's worried expression and said, "I can help you hold off the two, but the remaining 4 must be dealt with by you." No need at all. Even if his physical body is strong, there are 100 ways for me to kill him," Sun Yen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, atSix Kagaya ignored him, treating it as a mere jest. Sage Art, True Thousand Hands. Hashirama clasped his hands together, and chakra exploded from his body, forming a monstrous Buddha statue with thousands of arms, towering over 400 meters high. Even Do could only reach its waist. This was also due to the fact that the impure body could not exert its full strength. Otherwise, the size of the Buddha statue would be even more enormous. The atSix group, who always held a disdainful attitude, were also taken aback by this spectacular scene. It was simply inconceivable that such a powerful existence could arise from such a low-level world. No matter who you are, anyone who harms Konoha must pay a painful price. With Hashirama's furious shout, the thousands of arms of the Buddha statue began to move. Top transformation, Hashirama shouted, and thousands of arms mercilessly attacked Do. The expression on Do's face finally changed. He sensed a trace of threat among them. But that was all. True, law of heaven and earth, Do shouted, and his form grew even taller, reaching over 500 meters. Suddenly, the entire body of Do began to gather red chakra. As he faced the incoming giant fist of Senju, he unleashed the 40 gods air strike version of the law of heaven and earth. The chakra giant fist carried an infinite might of heaven and earth, sweeping towards the Senju giant fist. The two collided in midair, and the power of the chakra giant fist was clearly not comparable to that of the Senju giant fist, but the Senju giant fist had the advantage of sheer numbers. Countless Senju giant fists smashed the Senju giant fist into pieces, while the chakra giant fist was weakened in successive clashes with the Senju. For a moment, the two seemed to be evenly matched. To be able to force Do to use the strongest law of heaven and earth, this ant is not simple. Jian said. Indeed, not simple, but Do hasn't used his full power, has he? Zhou replied. However, an ant is still an ant. When Do uses the law of heaven and earth, not only does his physical strength increase proportionally, but his defense also increases tenfold. Even if he withstands these wooden fists, it would feel like just a tickle, Bing said. Boom, 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 with a series of massive explosions. The chakra giant fists and the wooden giant fists all dissipated completely. Ant, you are quite impressive, but you're still ultimately just an ant, Do said, still wanting more. The next moment, Do-Shi's massive form vanished, transforming into a huge red light. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the great Buddha, wielding a hundreds of meters long energy sword, and struck down from the sky. A flash of red light appeared, and Do-Shi's figure shrank to that of an ordinary person. While a red light appeared on the great Buddha's body, the light became increasingly dazzling, and soon the entire great Buddha was cut in half. Senju Hashirama also did not escape this strike. His body turned to ashes. Seeing this, Do-Shi smiled slightly. However, in the next moment, a blue figure appeared in the right space, mercilessly slashing a kunai towards Do-Shi's neck. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and, in the next moment, Do-Shi had inserted several black rods into Tobarama's body, pinning him to the ground. Thus, the battle ended. Even Do-Shi felt an immense amount of exhaustion at this moment. Minato was now kneeling on the ground, as the previous Flying Thunder God barrier had drained all his chakra, leaving him only able to kneel in place to recover his chakra. Next, ants. Are you ready to face death? 6 figures descended from the sky. They were the Tsutsuki clan members who had been watching from above. Brother Do-Shi, may I take care of these 2 soul bodies? Fu-Shi said to Do-Shi. Feel free, Do-Shi replied, turning to leave. Do-Shi, since you look down on them, I will take them, Zhou said with a smile. Master Fu-Shi, I was the one who asked Do-Shi first. What do you mean by that? Fu-Shi asked. I said long ago. Each relies on their own abilities, Zhou said, pointing his hands at the bodies of the first and second Hokage, casting several curse marks. Fu-Shi was unwilling to fall behind, launching several spirit symbols from his hands, first attacking Zhou-Shi's curse marks, then targeting the bodies of the first and second Hokage. Just as the spirit symbols and curse marks were about to enter their bodies, 2 silver flames attacked the spirit symbols and curse marks, incinerating them into nothingness. Seeing this, both Fu-Shi and Zhou were stunned. Bastard, who did this? Ruining my good deed? Fu-Shi said angrily. To Fu-Shi's expression, the others showed disdain, mocking, isn't it you who did something? You're talking nonsense. I thought it was you. Fu-Shi retorted. As the two were about to come to blows, the other Tsutsuki members pulled them apart. At that moment, the 2 reanimated bodies of the first and second Hokage completely dissipated in the ninja world. Damn, Zhou, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have had 2 powerful souls. Fu-Shi cursed angrily. Nonsense. Someone must be sabotaging us. Why does the ant not dare to show its face? Zhou calmed down, unlike Fu-Shi, who lacked shrewdness. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause came. The 7 were instantly attracted, and they saw 2 figures slowly flying towards them from Hokage Rock. One of them had horns on their head, and the others felt a sense of deja vu. However, they were puzzled. There were people on Hokage Rock, and they should have sensed it long ago. Why could these 2 evade their detection? That's Tsutsuki Kagaya. Do-Shi exclaimed in shock. Indeed, that traitor, but wasn't she sealed? Why is she here now? Bing said. She must have broken the seal. Oomph. It's better this way. It saves us the trouble of unsealing her and bringing her back to the clan, Jian said. Exactly. This venomous woman dares to rebel against us. Fu-Shi, I vaguely remember you fell out with Isha over this woman. Are you feeling fortunate now? Zhou mocked. Hearing this, Fu-Shi's expression instantly stiffened, and he almost hated Zhou to death. But he merely chuckled and replied, "Whose youth isn't confused? I will definitely not hold back now." Ha ha! Is this the rhythm of love turning to hate? Zhou laughed heartily. "Tsutsuki Kagaya, you traitor. How dare you appear before us?" Lin Shi, who had been silent, spoke up. "I am not a traitor. The Tsutsuki clan must pay for their actions." Tsutsuki Kagaya said coldly. "Ha ha! Does this venomous woman think that after eating a divine fruit, she can contend with us 7? How ridiculous!" Jin Shi laughed skyward. "He! Tsutsuki Kagaya, why don't you obediently surrender and come back with us to Takamagara to plead for forgiveness? Don't wait for us to act. Otherwise, you will have no way to live," Lin Shi said coldly. "Kagaya-hime, don't attempt to resist. I can spare your life, even if you become my slave," Fu Shi said, a lewd smile curling on his lips as he looked at Tsutsuki Kagaya. Fu Shi, even if I die, I will not surrender," Tsutsuki Kagaya replied. "Ridiculous. You don't really think we won't kill you, do you?" Lin Shi's voice had not yet faded when he appeared behind Tsutsuki Kagaya. A black rod stabbed towards Kagaya's back. However, at that moment, a specially made kunai struck the black rod perfectly, the immense force even shattering the black rod. Lin Shi thought to himself, how is this possible? The next moment, the indigenous person who had been silent next to Tsutsuki Kagaya suddenly appeared above him, a blue chakra sphere smashing down towards his body. Lin Shi was shocked again. This indigenous person also mastered space abilities. The next moment, Lin Shi activated his technique, Shinjutsu, appearing in the sky. However, just as he appeared, a spatial black hole formed behind him, and a silver bone spike pierced through his body. Now, not only Lin Shi was shocked, but all the members of the Tsutsuki clan were also stunned. Lin Shi had clashed with that person for less than a second and had already been defeated. It was inexplicable. The wound on Lin Shi's body began to gradually turn gray, and the gray was spreading continuously. Seeing this, Zhou Shi hurriedly activated several powerful spells, enhancing them on Lin Shi. Fu Shi also cast several spirit symbols to bolster Lin Shi. He, useless, gods from Takamagahara. Welcome to the shinobi world, precious little cutie. Sun Yan's voice, resembling that of the Grim Reaper, struck the minds of the 7. Who exactly are you? Fu Shi exclaimed in shock, as he sensed a deadly danger from Sun Yan. I'm exactly the person you are looking for, the celestial calamity Sun Yan said ominously. Just as the few were stunned for a moment, the entire world underwent a violent change, initiated by Kagaya atSix's heavenly abyss. This is the heavenly abyss, a space technique that can only be possessed by consuming divine fruit. That traitor again, damn it, actually teamed up with the celestial calamity's orphan, truly damned. Jin Shi said, the spatial barrier here is extremely powerful. Even if we have spatial techniques, it will be difficult to escape for a while, Zhou Shi said. What about that dog couple? Bing Shi asked. The 6 looked around, and in this desert-like space, only they remained, while Ling Shi, who was struck by Sun Yan, had already disappeared. Outside, the body of atSix Ling Shi had become increasingly dissipated, and Sun Yan slowly walked over to him, looking at the dying Ling Shi with mockery. Your name is atSix Ling Shi, right? You're about to die. Do you have any last words? Sun Yan said with a grin. Damn it, don't be smug. I've left a wedge in Takamagahara. Even if the atSix army comes, even if you're the celestial calamity's orphan, you will only fall here, Ling Shi roared. Haha, I don't need them to find me. After I kill you, I'll deal with the shinobi world. Then I will personally go to Takamagahara and kill all your atSix clan. Sun Yan laughed. Chapter 189. Sun Yan vs. atSix 6. Ha. Upon hearing this, atSix Ling Shi suddenly burst into laughter. Wow, you're so happy even when you're about to be killed. What a strange taste, Sun Yan said disdainfully. Celestial calamity Sun Yan, you are simply overestimating yourself, seeking your own death, Ling Shi said. You know nothing of my strength, but before you die, let your eyes stay, Sun Yan said as he placed his hand on atSix Ling Shi's head. Followed by a piercing scream. atSix Ling Shi's eyes gradually lost their luster, turning gray, then disappearing completely. Ling Shi's body was also completely destroyed by the shared slaughter, turning into ashes. atSix Ling Shi's technique, named Divine Presence, is a type of space technique. Divine Presence allows one to resist what the eyes can see instantly. It is a spatial ability stronger than Flying Thunder God. Not bad at all. What are you looking at? There are still 6 that haven't been dealt with. Sun Yan said to Kagaya atSix, who was frozen in place, staring at him. Oh! Upon hearing this, Kaguya Otsutsuki regained her senses, with a slight blush on her face. He, are you conquered by my bravery? Sun Yin said. Later, can I personally deal with Otsutsuki Fu Shi? Kaguya Otsutsuki did not respond to Sun Yan's joke, and said, That one who once pursued you? Sun Yin asked with a smile. Kaguya Otsutsuki nodded. No problem, Sun Yin said, activating the Yellow Springs Beach Sokka, and entered the heavenly abyss first. As soon as Sun Yan's figure appeared, several rays of light shot toward him. Silver Seekers instantly condensed and blocked the attacks from the few. Everyone, have you thought about how to die? Sun Yin asked the group. He. Lingshi was just caught off guard by your sneak attack. Do you really think we are no match for you? Jinshi said, summoning countless energy, swords from the space behind him, sweeping towards Sun Yin. Divine Fire Spell. Zhou Shi formed several awkward seals, and immediately, purple flames appeared, transforming into a massive fire dragon, rolling towards Sun Yin. Bing Shi summoned dozens of energy giants, clad in armor and wielding energy swords, charging at Sun Yin. Yin-Yang life and death talismans begin. Countless souls began to gather and then started to materialize. These are the countless powerful souls I have collected. Today they will be used to deal with you. Dying is an honor for you, Fu Shi said. He, divine presence. Sun Yin chuckled, and his figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Fu Shi, and then the Yellow Springs Beach Sokka activated again, throwing him into the initial ball space, where Kaguya Otsutsuki was waiting for him. What? This is Ling Shi's divine presence. How could he do that? Bing Shi said. Forget it, Jian Shi. Quickly use your sword technique space to seal this area. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome, Bing Shi said. Okay. After that, endless energy, swords enveloped the space, completely sealing it off. Sun Yin showed no reaction to this. Soon after, energy light swords, energy divine weapons, and various powerful spells came sweeping in. Only Dou Shi remained unmoving, standing still. To seal the space, do you think you can manage? Sun Yin laughed. The divine realm activated instantly. All the moves passed through Sun Yan's body, crashing into the desert behind him. For Sun Yin, the only one who posed pressure on him was Dou Shi. What is going on with Jian Shi? Bing Shi asked. I don't know either. Why did the sword technique space fail? Jian Shi said. It's very likely that the opponent's space ninjutsu is not on the same level as your sword technique space, Zhou Shi said. Could it be that the once dominant Celestial Calamity clan only knows how to dodge? How ridiculous, Zhou Shi continued. Exactly. Could it be that you only know how to sneak attack and dodge? Bing Shi said. I'm afraid of dealing with you too quickly. And someone 1T have enough word count? Sun Yin scoffed, shaking his head as he placed his hand on the long sword at his back. In the next moment, a flash of sword light appeared. The long sword was unsheathed, and Sun Yan's form transformed into a beam of light, sweeping toward the four. Divine weapon heavenly arrival. After Bing Shi finished speaking, more than a dozen huge energy giants dissipated, and the dissipated energy surged into his body. He was soon clad in energy armor, charging towards Sun Yin. Heavenly God spell, War God. Zhou Shi also cast several spell seals, and then his entire being transformed into a streak of flowing light, also sweeping towards Sun Yin. Jian Shi condensed an almost solid longsword, attacking Sun Yin. Dou Shi was simpler. A red giant cleaver appeared in his hand, and his body turned into a red light, rushing towards Sun Yin. The five instantly engaged in battle, with Sun Yin facing four without losing an inch. Every move from the four seemed predictable to Sun Yin, and he could accurately crack and repel them. Besides that, his swordsmanship, which was masterful, left the four in awe. Especially Jian Shi, whose own swordsmanship compared to Sun Yan's was nothing short of disgraceful. Lightning release, purple lightning, instant slash. Sun Yin infused purple lightning and unleashed his sword technique. It struck Bing Shi, sending him flying instantly, but did not break through his defensive armor. It was evident that Bing Shi's turtle shell was extremely tough. As they fought, Sun Yin suddenly thought of an interesting idea, wrapping repulsion around his sword and using the supreme sword technique to slash. Wouldn't the power be terrifying? Looking at Bing Shi, who was clad in turtle shell, Sun Yin decided to try it. The Yellow Springs Beach Sokka activated instantly, and then the infinite repulsion was condensed, wrapping around the sword body and slashing toward the spatial black hole. Before Bing Shi, who had been knocked to the ground, could stand up, he was struck by this repulsion slash. Boom! Bing's armor instantly shattered, and his exposed body was struck by repulsive force, a burst of blood mist appeared, followed by him being cleaved into a deep pit resembling a heavenly chasm, and he fell silent. Seeing this, the three from Do couldn't help but feel a hint of retreat, but it was already too late. Sun Yin would absolutely not let them leave. Only by unleashing all their strength could they hope to resist him. The myriad laws sword. Jianshi used all of his power. Behind him, energy light swords began to manifest various runes, and a surging sword intent emerged, slashing towards Sun Yin. Sun Yin rarely became serious, and soon dozens of Tao-seeking jades appeared within his body, which began to fuse. A boundless golden light sword slashed towards Jianshi's ultimate move. Chapter 190. One-sided slaughter. The boundless golden light sword shimmered with dazzling brilliance, colliding with the unleashed by atSix Jianshi. In just one exchange, cracks began to cover and in the next moment, the entire was shattered by the golden light sword. The residual power continued to slash towards Jianshi. atSix Jianshi, seeing this, immediately activated a space ninjutsu, hoping to evade this fatal blow. However, Jianshi still underestimated the speed of the light sword. Half of his body was sliced off by the golden light sword. Jianshi, Zhou Shi shouted from the side, his heart filled with shock. How could the celestial killer Sun Yin be this strong? Even with the 7 of us joining forces, we can't match just one celestial killer Sun Yin. At this point, Jianshi had already lost consciousness, nearly half his body severed, but he had not yet died. Sun Yin, seeing this, no longer paid attention, looked at the deep gully carved by the golden light sword, and waved his hand to make it dissipate. Celestial killer Sun Yin, our atSix clan will never rest until you are dead, Zhou Shi roared. Countless curses were unleashed from his hands, sweeping towards Sun Yin. At this moment, a ray of light emerged from Zhou Shi's body, and the surrounding space underwent tremendous fluctuations. Obviously, this guy wanted to forcibly tear apart space and escape. Do Shi, Zhen Shi, help me break through this space together. We are not his opponents. We must flee quickly, Zhou Shi said to Do Shi and Zhen Shi. Zhen Shi nodded in response and immediately flew towards Zhou Shi. What about Bing Shi and Jian Shi? Do Shi disdainfully glanced at Zhen Shi and shook his head. Do Shi, don't be foolish. Jian Shi and Bing Shi are doomed. If we don't leave now, we will never get away, Zhou Shi said. No, if you want to leave, you two go. I will not abandon Jian Shi and Bing Shi, Do Shi said, and ignoring Zhou Shi began to radiate red light, charging towards Sun Yin again. To this, Sun Yin chuckled, not expecting this big fool to be so righteous. Seeing this, Zhou Shi also no longer cared about Do Shi, and he and Zhen Shi each activated their own spatial abilities, starting to forcibly tear through the spatial barrier. Sun Yin showed no reaction to Zhou Shi and Zhen Shi's actions and began to engage Do Shi in hand-to-hand combat. Fist against fist, foot against foot. Both of their physical forms were incredibly powerful, and the mere collision of their bodies created a sound that resonated through heaven and earth. Zhou Shi and Zhen Shi exchanged glances, feeling fortunate that Do Shi chose to stay behind, as he could help them hold off Sun Yin, allowing them to escape. He who works hard is not forsaken by heaven. With the joint efforts of Zhou Shi and Zhen Shi, the spatial barrier finally opened. Without saying a word, Zhou Shi slipped out. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Sun Yin's lips as he thought, once you enter my divine realm space, escaping won't be so easy. Do Shi, seeing Sun Yin lost in thought, instantly activated. A 500-meter giant materialized, clenched its fist, and struck towards Sun Yin. Divine arrival. Sun Yin's body instantly vanished, reappearing above Do Shi. Looking at his massive form, he smashed down with a fist. Do Shi's enormous body was directly knocked to the ground by Sun Yin's punch. Do Shi was furious at this moment, and both of his large hands ruthlessly swung toward his head. Sun Yin once again activated divine arrival, and he was getting better at it with each use. This divine arrival, combined with Sun Yin's ability to observe the entire universe, was simply unbeatable. Bastard, aren't you powerful? If you have the ability, don't dodge. Fight me head-on, Do Shi roared, his furious voice echoing through the heavens, deafening. Sun Yin looked down on this. The infinite power of the thousand light eyes surged again. This time it wasn't affixed to the sword, but rather to the entire ground. The sudden overwhelming force caused Do Shi's body to be pressed flat against the ground, creating a human-shaped giant pit. Bastard, if you have the ability, fight me head-on. Do you only know how to use these despicable tricks? Do Shi roared again. Fool, stop yelling, or I'll chop off your little brother, Sun Yin said. Despicable coward. What technique are you using that allows you to control gravity? Doshur struggled madly, trying to break free from the overwhelming power. However, no matter how he struggled, he merely writhed on the ground like a maggot, causing the pit beneath him to deepen. Stop struggling. You're wriggling like a maggot. I'll ask you a few questions, and if you answer, I can let you all go, Sun Yin said with a smile at Doshur. This guy was purely a muscle-bound fool. It was most suitable to extract useful information from him. Kid, are you telling the truth? If I answer your questions, will you let us go? Doshur asked in a deep voice. Of course, the celestial killer Sun Yin, keep my word. If I say let go, I will let go, Sun Yin said, patting his chest. Good, ask away, Doshur replied. He, how do the 7 of you rank in strength within the atSix clan? And how strong is the clan leader? Sun Yin asked. Among the 7 of us, we rank within the top 50 in the clan. Especially me, I am the 15th in the clan. If I had space abilities, my ranking could be even higher, Doshur said proudly. Then how strong is your clan leader? Sun Yin smiled. Our clan leader is undoubtedly the strongest under the progenitor. He has consumed a high-grade divine fruit and 3 medium-grade divine fruits. I advise you to let us go and escape quickly. Otherwise, you will surely die without a burial place, Doshur said. Oh, what is a high-grade divine fruit? And what is a medium-grade divine fruit? Do these fruits have different levels? Sun Yin continued to ask. It's a shame you're a celestial killer descendant and so ignorant. Divine fruits are divided into high-grade, medium-grade, and low-grade. As for how to distinguish them, it is certainly based on the amount of power they contain. The power stored in a high-grade divine fruit is 3 times that of a medium-grade divine fruit, and the power in a medium-grade divine fruit is 3 times that of a low-grade divine fruit. Medium-grade and high-grade divine fruits are for the atSix clan, while low-grade divine fruits are for the servants, Doshur explained. I see. So your clan leader is equivalent to having consumed 2 high-grade divine fruits, right? Sun Yin smiled. That can be understood that way. Doshur thought for a moment and said, how many people in your atSix clan have consumed divine fruits? Sun Yin asked. Countless people have consumed medium-grade fruits. Even I have eaten one, but only 10 people have consumed high-grade fruits. That is, the top 10 in the clan, Doshur said. Chapter 191. Devouring the chakra fruit I see. So the fruit that atSix Kagaya ate is a high-level existence? Sun Yin asked with a smile. How do you know that? Did Kagaya tell you? No, the branch family doesn't even know the levels of the divine fruits. Doshur said. If it were just a mid-level or low-level fruit, your atSix main family wouldn't send out a strong man like Ishur for it, Sun Yin laughed. What rank is Ishur in your clan? Sun Yin asked. Ishur's strength ranks 12th. Among the clan members who haven't eaten high-level fruits, only Longshur can surpass him. Doshur seemed to recall past events. Also, what level of strength does your ancestor have? Sun Yin asked solemnly, thinking that the atSix family head was not to be feared. But this atSix ancestor must be guarded against. I haven't seen the ancestor myself, but I heard my grandfather say that in his youth, the atSix ancestor had already consumed 5 high-level fruits. Over the years, he has acquired no less than 5 high-level fruits. But they haven't been distributed to the young talents of the clan as before. Instead, they were offered to the heavenly God Temple. And this time we came to the ninja world not only to eliminate you, but also to gather the chakra fruits of the ninja world and bring them back. We can then obtain a second mid-level fruit, further improving our strength, Doshur said. I see. I understand now. Sun Yin nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Doshur immediately said, then you should quickly release me, along with Jianshur and Bingshur. No problem, Sun Yin chuckled. And then several huge silver bone spikes pierced through atSix Doshur's body. Tiansha Sun Yin, you liar? Doshur roared at Sun Yin as he sensed his body gradually disappearing. Sun Yin chuckled, appearing above Doshur, saying, I will reluctantly accept your abilities. After speaking, Sun Yin began to absorb the ocular power from Doshur's body, and Doshur's dark red eye began to lose its light, ultimately turning to ashes. However, his soul still did not escape Sun Yan's clutches, being instantly burned to nothingness by the God Radiant's fire, and then fed back to Sun Yin himself. However, Sun Yin truly looked down on Doshur's meager soul power. After finishing all this, Sun Yin turned his attention to Jianshur and Bingshur. The abilities of these two were not impressive, so he chose not to kill them. Immediately, Sun Yin activated the heavenly god on the two. They became his loyal servants. At this moment, in the parallel space connected to the dragon vein, Ishur and Urshi had just gone through a life-and-death battle. This parallel space was devoid of life. The entire world was illuminated by a scarlet blood moon, and Uchiha Obito and Kurizetsu in this world were dead beyond resurrection. Big brother, how did you discover this parallel world? Urshi asked. Though he had just experienced a bloody battle, he showed no signs of fatigue, for they had not worked in vain. A high-level divine fruit was about to be born. The 10 tails transformed into a divine tree finally absorbed enough chakra, and after blooming a beautiful flower, a dazzling chakra fruit appeared at the top of the tree. Urshi was so excited he could hardly speak, and then he said to Ishur, "Big brother, we must not let anyone know about the existence of this fruit. Otherwise, our clan will definitely make us hand it over." "Of course, I want to hand it over." Ishur nodded in response. "Big brother, you should eat this chakra fruit first. Now that your divine eye is gone, your strength has severely declined. After eating this fruit, your strength will likely surpass what it once was," Urshi said. Upon hearing this, Ishur said nothing but slowly gazed at the sky. The next moment, a pitch-black spatial portal appeared, and then a man in a white robe with flowing black hair stepped out, standing at the top of the divine tree. Seeing this, Urshi instantly panicked, ready to seize the fruit, but was immediately stopped by Ishur. "Big brother?" Urshi asked in confusion. Ishur said nothing, bowed toward the white figure in the sky. Urshi was dumbfounded. Was this still his once proud big brother? How had he become so? "Master, the task you entrusted to me has been completed." Ignoring Urshi's shocked gaze, Ishur bowed to Sun Yin. "Well done," Sun Yin praised, then took the chakra fruit in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Urshi was stunned. Everything seemed too unbelievable. But seeing the divine fruit had already fallen into Sun Yin's mouth, Urshi's body vanished from the spot and charged at Sun Yin. However, the next moment, before Urshi could reach Sun Yin, an exceptionally powerful aura emanated from Sun Yin, leaving Urshi dumbfounded. This momentum was something even the clan leader did not possess. The next moment, Urshi was blasted away by this powerful aura, while Sun Yin underwent some changes. A giant golden 3-tomo rinnegan appeared on his forehead. His height increased once more, and the strength of his physical body received a qualitative improvement. In addition, there were no horns growing on his head or his hair turning white. The long-absent I spirit also reappeared. I suggest you supply this power to the divine root for absorption. As for the rinnegan, this divine has already begun to absorb and can evolve again. Sun Yin was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then smiled, thinking, will this evolution allow my eyes to reach their final form? No, your eyes can only evolve to their final form after you absorb the power of the stars. The eye spirit replied, "Power of the stars, the ancient stars of the universe?" Sun Yin asked. The eye spirit did not respond. While Sun Yin felt the eye on his forehead had disappeared, and his own eyes began to change again, the stars in his silver pupils gradually turning golden, making them appear even more beautiful. Sun Yin also sensed several ocular techniques that accompanied this change. Moreover, the divine root within his body had completely grown, and the chakra within Sun Yin had vanished, replaced by the divine power emitted by the divine root. Feeling the power filling his body, Sun Yin could only say one thing, so refreshing. Urshi also came to his senses, looking at Sun Yin without speaking or making another move. As a slight illusion arose in his heart, he felt that if he made a move, he would be instantly erased. "Ishur, let us go," Sun Yin said, first putting the divine tree into his space, then disappearing from the spot, returning to his main world through the dragon vein. When Ishur and Urshi emerged, Sun Yin casually waved his hand, absorbing the entire dragon vein into his body. Chapter 192. Dealing with Zhun Shi and Zhou Shi big brother. What the hell is going on? Who is he, and why do you call him master? Urshi asked Ishur. He is the Tiansha orphan, the person Du Shi and the others wanted to kill Tiansha Sun Yin, and he's also my master, Ishur replied. Urshi, do not attempt to attack him, otherwise. Even I cannot save your life, Ishur said sternly to Urshi. Big brother, what has happened to you? Why have you become so unfamiliar with your pride? Even the clan leader wouldn't receive such treatment from you, Urshi said angrily. Atsutsuki Urshi, today I will not kill you. When you return, tell your clan leader and ancestor to prepare their necks for me. Sun Yin naturally heard their conversation and said to Urshi, Damn bastard, what kind of sorcery did you use to make my brother lose his mind? Urshi shouted angrily at Sun Yin. Anger made him forget the instructions and charged towards Sun Yin. In Sun Yin's line of sight, countless miniature black wedges were stabbing towards his body. However, before they could even approach Sun Yin, they were already destroyed by an invisible repulsion force. Meanwhile, the body of his second form was suddenly struck to the ground, severely injured by a single punch. It was Tsunyan's new eye technique, the Wheel of Graveyard and Hell. Compared to Uchiha version, it was even more formidable. Even a 9-tomo Rinnegan could not perceive the existence of the Wheel of Graveyard and Hell. Each clone possessed 70% of Tsunyan's strength, and there were as many as 16 of Tsunyan's Wheel of Graveyard clones. The next moment, a black vortex appeared in the sky, followed by a terrifying aura emerging from it. A gray light then appeared, shrouding all regions within it in an eerie calm. Tsunyan's new eye technique, Time Domain. Within the Time Domain, time is controlled by Tsunyan. When he absorbed the giant Rinnegan last time, his time ability evolved. One ability allows time reversal, and the other allows time stop. However, the opponents were too weak, and there was no chance to utilize them. Now, only the leader of the atSix clan might have the strength to fight him. Tsunyan slowly approached the second form, placing his hand on his head to begin absorbing the power of his eyes. This second form was choosing to die when there was a way out. The second form's abilities were the same as his brothers, both being Deikokutten and Shomei Baikuna. These abilities were of no use to Tsunyan, but absorbing the eye power could evolve into the Thousand Light Eye. As the second form's eye turned to ashes, Tsunyan waved his hand again, and light illuminated the area, causing the second form's vitality to rapidly drain away, turning him into an old man in the blink of an eye. This was the terror of the Time Domain. But Tsunyan had yet to try other applications of the Time Domain, such as attaching it to a sword. Suddenly gaining too many abilities left him unsure of how to choose. Looking at the nearly dead atSix second form, Tsunyan withdrew the Time Domain, as he still needed the second form to deliver a message to the atSix clan. With the Time Domain revoked, the first and second forms regained their movement. The second form struggled to rise from the ground. Although severely injured, he would fight to the death even if it meant dying. However, the hand he was using to support himself suddenly trembled, and his body fell down. At that moment, he realized that his body had turned into a withered shell, like a dying old man, devoid of any vitality. What was going on? He looked at his body in terror, panicking in his heart, wondering how he could become like this from just one punch. Tsunyan no longer paid attention to the two, as there were still two people waiting for him in the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm activated, and Tsunyan disappeared from the spot. In the Divine Realm, Curse and Truth were in a desert. They had been flying here for many days and still had not exited this desert. Curse, where exactly is this place? This is definitely not the shinobi world, Truth said. It is absolutely the shinobi world. The spatial barrier of the origin sphere is the largest and is the only one connected to the shinobi world, Curse replied. This must be a desert in the shinobi world, Curse continued. If this is the shinobi world, we should be able to sense the clan's spatial area. But right now we can't sense anything, Truth said. Moreover, the spatial barrier here seems stronger than Kagaya's origin sphere, Truth continued. You're not wrong. This is indeed not the shinobi world. A familiar voice came, but there was no one around. Upon hearing this voice, the two immediately huddled together, as they were all too familiar with it. Although their acquaintance was brief, they would remember this voice for life. The owner of this voice was Tsunyan. Demon Tsunyan, what are you sneaking around for? Why don't you dare to come out and fight us to the death? Curse's voice trembled with fear. He. Then I will come out and fight you to the death. Tsunyan's voice fell, and he appeared behind Curse. You've fallen for it. Tsunyan, soul-devouring Curse. Curse's body erupted with a red light, which then shot towards Tsunyan's forehead at incredible speed. Hell Journey. To prevent Tsunyan from escaping, Truth also used his eye technique, and a massive gravitational force descended upon Tsunyan. This caused Tsunyan's form to shudder, and the red light instantly shot into his forehead. The next moment, smiles filled Truth and Curse's faces. Curse laughed maniacally, saying, "Haha, no matter who you are, once you are hit by my soul-devouring Curse, your soul will be devoured by Hashirama, scattering your spirit. Ha ha ha, did you not expect this? Demon Tsunyan, despite your immense strength, you still fell into our hands," Truth said. Tsunyan clutched his head, a painful expression on his face as he pointed at the two and cursed. "You dare to ambush me? I will not rest in peace." The two laughed even harder. "Ha, Demon Tsunyan, we pretended to fear your strength just to make you let your guard down and lure you into our trap. We already realized this is not the shinobi world. What we just said was to bait you," Curse said. "Ha ha, did you think that at the very moment you appeared, I had not already noticed? My perception is the strongest among our 7. We then secretly communicated to lure you in. Initially, it was a desperate gamble, but you killed the others and thought you could easily take us down, daring to relax your guard like this, leading to your downfall," Truth said. Very well, You want to ruin my illustrious name, Sunyan? I am unwilling. I am unwilling. Chapter 193. The atSix clan's fury. Ha ha ha. What use is your unwillingness? You have fallen into our hands, and we will make you wish you were dead, Curse said, preparing to move in for the kill. However, before he could go forward, he was stopped by Truth, who pointed at Sunyan and said, "Be careful of tricks. This guy, although hit by your soul-devouring curse, isn't dead yet. If we approach and he uses those powerful techniques, we will be buried with him. So let us just wait here for him to die. No, if he dies, we won't be able to leave this space," Curse said. "By the way, don't you have a spirit control curse? Use it on him. Then control him to let us out of this space. After he dies, we can cut off his head and take it back to Takamagara," Truth suggested. "Right? I almost forgot about my spirit control curse," Curse said, and then shot a curse towards Sunyan's forehead. The curse instantly entered Sunyan's forehead again. Seeing this, Curse said to Sunyan, "Say, I'm a big fool 100 times, then let us out." Truth could no longer watch and punched Curse on the forehead, saying, "Hurry and get him to let us go, or we will have long dreams." "Got it, kid, let us out of the shinobi world quickly," Curse said after getting punched. However, Sunyan did not comply. Instead, he slowly fell to the ground, silent. "Damn, this kid isn't dead, is he? If he dies, what do we do? The spatial barrier here is so thick, we can't get out," Curse said, holding his head in despair. "Maybe this guy wants to trick us. We can't fall for it. Let us just observe the situation," Truth said. "Exactly, what you said makes sense. I'll cast a curse on him to see if he is pretending to be dead," Curse said. A spirit fire spell was cast out, sweeping towards Sun Yin, the small spirit talisman instantly transforming into a purple sea of fire, engulfing Sun Yan's body. And in the next moment, Sun Yan's figure vanished without a trace. Bang! Jinshi's fist struck the desert, creating a massive crater on the ground. "Zhou Shi, look at what you've done. You used a spell on him. Why did you use the spirit fire spell? Now you've burned him to death while pretending to be dead. Great. Now there's no saving him. We'll perish in this space," Jinshi said angrily. "Humph, you can't blame me. Who knew his physical body was so weak?" Zhou Shi replied, feeling extremely frustrated. At this moment, Sun Yin, watching the spectacle from the sky, struggled to contain his laughter as he observed these two fools pointing fingers at each other. They didn't even realize it was just an illusion. These two idiots were counting on outsmarting Sun Yin, and every action they would take in the next 15 seconds was reflected in Sun Yan's mind. After upgrading his 1,000 light eyes, his precognitive ability had improved to 15 seconds. For example, in the next second, Jinshi would punch Zhou Shi in the right cheek, and Zhou Shi would kick Jinshi in the groin. Sure enough, as their argument escalated, Jinshi's fist landed on Zhou Shi's face, and Zhou Shi retaliated with a kick to Jinshi's groin. The two began to grapple with each other. Just then, Sun Yan's voice echoed in their ears again. "How are you two doing?" Hearing the voice, both of their bodies trembled as they turned around to see the supposedly dead Sun Yin reappearing not far away. Are you human? Or a ghost?" Jinshi stammered. "Fool, he is definitely human. If he were hit by my soul-devouring curse, he would be dead. Don't you know that, Jinshi?" Zhou Shi retorted. Suddenly, Zhou Shi seemed to realize something and pointed at Sun Yin, trembling as he said, "You're alive? Die. Your whole family is dead. I'm just having a little fun with you. Do you really think your pathetic soul-devouring curse could harm me?" Sun Yin sneered. Underworld Journey. Jinshi instantly activated his eye technique, applying invisible gravity on Sun Yin. However, Sun Yin continued to stroll leisurely towards the two. Spirit Fire Spell, Divine Thunder Spell. Zhou Shi also unleashed several attack spells. 1,000 Light, Eyes Gravity. With the activation of the eye technique, both Zhou Shi and Jinshi were instantly crushed to the ground. Reverse Underworld Journey. Feeling the gravitational pressure on his body, Jinshi cast Reverse Underworld Journey on himself, partially alleviating the pressure behind him, but he couldn't eliminate it completely. "Bastard, how come you can also use Underworld Journey?" Jinshi shouted. "Heh, your Underworld Journey is not even worthy to be compared to mine," Sun Yin said as he increased the output of his eye power, causing Jinshi to be crushed back down to the ground again. "Damn it," Jinshi yelled. At the same time, Zhou Shi was in dire straits. As the eye power was applied, his body began to crack, blood gushing out instantly. Jinshi's insides also started to rupture, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. "Bastard, if you have the ability, let us go and fight one-on-one," Zhou Shi shouted. "I really look down on your eye techniques, so I will give you a dignified death. Are you happy about that?" Sun Yin said with a smile. Divine Reflection Buddha's Angry Fire Lotus. An endless silver flame surged forth, and under Sun Yan's control, The flames began to crazily compress and condense. Finally, it transformed into a silver lotus, calm and beautiful, yet radiating a deadly aura. With a snap of his fingers, the fire lotus condensed from the divine reflection. Fire flew towards it too. Boom! With a sound that echoed through the heavens and earth, a mushroom cloud rose from the ground. The surrounding hundreds of kilometers of desert were enveloped by the raging divine reflection fire. Even Sun, Yin in the sky, activated space ninjutsu to evade the shockwave from the explosion. The divine reflection Buddha's angry fire lotus was not only compressed from the divine reflection fire, but also infused with the principles of destruction and the explosive divine essence, the mysterious power within him, referred to as divine essence. Sun Yin stepped out of the divine realm space and arrived at the battlefield where atSix Kagaya was fighting with Fushur. At this moment, Fushur was already on the verge of collapse, waiting for atSix Kagaya to deliver a fatal blow. atSix Kagaya was also seriously injured, but her physical constitution was much stronger than Fushur's. Finally, with an 80 divine sky strike, she obliterated Fushur, using the last remnants of his power to completely dissipate him. Meanwhile, Sun Yin used the divine reflection flames to burn Fushur's soul into nothingness. At the same time, at the center of the universe on the planet Takamagara, the spirit tablets inscribed with the names of Zhou-Shur, Fushur, and Jinshur exploded one after another. The head of the atSix clan, atSix Shinji, had a very grim expression, for had already died. Even if they left a seed for rebirth, their strength would still greatly diminish after being reborn. atSix Shinji smashed the table in front of him into pieces and ordered a nearby servant, gather for an emergency meeting. Chapter 194. The Death of the Three Generations. Minato the Hokage in the magma space of atSix Kagaya, from the moment Fushur's soul was burned into nothingness. It was destined that the first direct confrontation between the atSix and Sun Yin would end in a complete defeat for the atSix. Looking at the seriously injured atSix Kagaya, Sun Yin waved his hand, and golden light enveloped Kagaya, rapidly healing her injuries at a visible speed. You seem to have gotten stronger again, atSix Kagaya remarked as she looked at Sun Yin. Wow, is your intuition that sharp? Sun Yin replied. I could see right through you before, but now I can't see through you at all, atSix Kagaya said. And the power within you is no longer chakra, but a mysterious power several times stronger than chakra, she added. That's right. The power within me transcends chakra and even natural powers. I call it divine essence. Sun Yin explained. All right, let us go outside and take a look at Konoha, Sun Yin said as he activated Zukibayama to take atSix Kagaya out of the starting ball space. Konoha had become a wasteland with no building left undamaged, and the ninjas present were either dead or injured. The Edo Tensei bodies of the first and second Hokage had also suffered severe damage during the intense battle just now, having long since crumbled and disappeared from the ninja world. Minato was desperately trying to recover his chakra. Although the two individuals who suddenly appeared had attacked the atSix clan, it was still unclear whether they were enemies or allies. A black hole in space appeared, and Sun Yin and atSix Kagaya emerged from it. The surrounding ninjas who still had combat ability immediately gripped their kunai tightly, but when they realized who was coming, they relaxed their grips, knowing that if this man chose to attack them, they would have no chance to fight back. Minato also opened his eyes, feeling a bit dizzy from the extreme chakra depletion, and as he looked at the man walking towards him, he felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Minato, you look quite disheveled, Sun Yin's voice came. It's really you, Yin, Minato said with a wry smile. Sun Yin waved his hand, and golden light surged into Minato's body, restoring his strength. Who are they, Yin? Minato asked. Do you remember the letter I gave you before I left Konoha? Sun Yin inquired. Upon hearing this, Minato's eyes flickered, and he quickly replied, could they be the aliens you mentioned? You're right. I told you I couldn't protect Konoha with you, because I had more important things to do, Sun Yin said with a smile. I see now, Yin, Minato said, looking at Sun Yin with deep emotion. Hey, Watergate, don't look at me with such an aggressive gaze. I'm not into that, Sun Yin said as he took a step back. Yin, what are you talking about? What does ganging up mean? Watergate scratched his head, confused. It's nothing, Watergate. You have to understand that right now, only the vanguard team of the atSix clan has come to Earth. The real battle is yet to come, Sun Yin explained. Watergate nodded in response. So, Watergate, you must become the fourth Hokage, and, I mean a truly worthy fourth Hokage, Sun Yin said with a meaningful look at Watergate. Then, Sun Yin shifted his gaze to the third Hokage, who was barely alive after being beaten badly. The third Hokage's arms were bent, and his chest had a huge dent, indicating he could die at any moment. Under sun, in his thousand light eyes, the third Hokage's life force had diminished to an extremely subtle level. Yet he still hadn't died. It seemed that a strong belief was keeping him alive. Perhaps that was the so-called will of fire. The master of the thousand light eyes activated the repulsive force, which attached itself to the third Hokage's body. With a loud bang, the area where the third Hokage was located mysteriously sank into the ground, and his internal organs were crushed by this inexplicable force. The surrounding ninjas rushed over upon hearing the noise. They saw that the third Hokage was bleeding from all 7 orifices and had died completely. Some of the third Hokage's trusted subordinates immediately began to wail. Watergate hurried to the side of the third Hokage, looking silently at the deceased third Hokage, lost in thought. At this moment, UchihaFugaku hurried over to Sun Yan's side. With the third Hokage dead, Watergate instantly became the backbone of everyone present, as they knew Watergate was the third Hokage's chosen successor and the most reasonable and respected leader. Lord Watergate, the third Hokage has died. Please give us your orders. A group of ninjas said, kneeling on one knee. The leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans also came to Watergate's side, bowing and saying, "The third Hokage has died. Please, Lord Watergate, take charge and rebuild Konoha to prevent other countries from taking advantage." Seeing the succession of statements from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans followed suit, and gradually more small ninja clans expressed their support. Hinata Hizashi also brought the Hyuga clan to Watergate's side, and soon the entire village's ninja clans had expressed their stance, leaving only the Uchiha clan without a statement. At this time, Elder Uchiha was speaking to UchihaFugaku, saying, "Clan leader, what should we do now that this has happened? With the third Hokage dead, should we revolt? With Konoha gone, what is the point of revolt? Besides, you all know the relationship between Sun Yin and Watergate. Didn't you hear what Sun Yin just said to Watergate? He clearly indicated that this Hokage should be Watergate." UchihaFugaku replied to his clansmen. "Why should he? He is from the land of fire. Why should he interfere in our Konoha's internal affairs?" A Uchiha clansman muttered quietly. "What are you mumbling about? If you have the guts, say it to Sun Yin." Another clansman retorted disdainfully. "All right, stop talking. Follow me. I hope this Watergate won't target our Uchiha clan like the previous Hokages did," UchihaFugaku said, leading his clansmen toward Watergate. "We, the Uchiha clan, are willing to serve Lord Watergate," UchihaFugaku said expressionlessly. Watergate felt honored to receive the Uchiha clan's acknowledgement and replied with a smile. "I will not disappoint everyone's expectations and will take on the responsibility of revitalizing Konoha and protecting it." Sun Yin looked at Watergate and smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "I have cleared all obstacles for you. I look forward to your actions, Watergate." Sun Yin smiled at Watergate, while Otsutsuki Kagaya smiled at Sun Yin, as she had noticed the little gestures from Sun Yin. The man before her had a deadly attraction that made Kagaya want to get closer and feel him. Chapter 195. Guiding the juniors, the bright moon shines high. The flowers smile at me. In this moment, I really want to compose a poem, Sun Yin said, turning his back to the blazing fire and the ruins of Konoha, while looking up at the moon at a 45-degree angle, sighing. Hearing this, Kagaya felt her eyelids twitch. She thought that Sun Yin was somewhat different from the Sun Yin she knew. He used to be more serious, but now he seemed increasingly frivolous. It should be that after gaining strength, he became a bit arrogant, lacking the tempering of society. Having lived through nearly 200 chapters, the third Hokage died today, and Sun Yin couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental, as the third Hokage had once valued him so highly. However, to die on the journey of protecting Konoha could be considered a relatively dignified death. Overall, the third Hokage should not be viewed with an absolute perspective, but rather with a fair one. Watergate used a body flicker technique to appear beside Sun Yin, who turned around and asked, "Aren't you busy, Watergate?" Yin, I actually came to find you, too." Watergate stammered, unable to get the words out. "Yeah," Sun Yin exclaimed, quickly retreating. "Watergate, didn't I say I'm not into that? I really am not into that," Sun Yin said, his voice trembling. A big awkward character appeared on Watergate's forehead. He had just asked Kakashi what ganging up meant. Kakashi had looked at Sun Yin strangely, then stepped back a few paces terrified, saying, "Teacher, I'm not into that." Watergate was immediately furious and gave Kakashi a beating, then forced him to reveal the meaning of ganging up, which left him feeling embarrassed afterward. Yen. Stop messing around, Watergate said angrily. Hee, I was just joking with you. What were you stuttering about? Sun Yin said, noticing Watergate's annoyance. I officially request material support and a financial loan from you. The Hidden Leaf Village, Watergate said, straightening his posture. Is that all? Simple, Sun Yin said, pointing at the ground, and immediately countless grains, supplies, and even gold appeared before Watergate. Watergate was dumbfounded, and atSix Kagaya, who stood beside him, was also shocked. Staring at Sun Yin, she had seen this kind of scene when she was young, witnessing the atSix family's divine arts, the ability to create things out of thin air, which could only be performed by someone who had mastered extreme yin-yang power. Now, the boy before her seemed even stronger than the clan leader of her family, for the power within him was no longer chakra, but the divine essence that surpassed natural energy and chakra, as recorded in ancient texts. Watergate was also astonished. His mouth agape. Just now, there had been no spatial fluctuations, and everything before him had been created out of thin air. Seeing the shocked expressions on both of their faces, Sun Yin smiled and said, "Don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend." After a moment, Watergate's expression grew serious as he said to Sun Yin, "Yin, although these people are attacking Konoha, it seems they are actually targeting you. What's going on?" How should I explain this to you, Watergate? After they learned that I am the strongest existence on this planet, they realized that if they couldn't defeat me, they wouldn't be able to destroy this planet. So after they arrived in the ninja world, they started asking around who the strongest ninja was. Once they found out it was me, they began to frantically search for me. I don't know who leaked outdated information to them, leading them to mistakenly believe I was still in Konoha, which is why they came. After learning the news, I brought my top henchman to Konoha for support. However, upon arrival, I found that Konoha had already become a wasteland. Seeing them still trying to evade justice, I directly led my henchmen in a heavy strike. Sun Yin explained the ins and outs of the situation. Hearing this, Minato nodded, while atSix Kagaya rolled her eyes at the side. Minato received the supplies and stored them in a space scroll, then rushed to assist with the rebuilding of Konoha. Sun Yin, meanwhile, continued to compose poetry in Konoha with atSix Kagaya. You're the one who asked 50-50, right? Do you remember who I am? Sun Yin patted a white-haired ninja who was digging a pit with lightning release. Kakashi trembled at the words, thinking, did he find me out? Ha ha ha. Hello, Senior Yin. Kakashi replied, turning around. You little brat, let me tell you, stop staring at those adult books all day and cut down on your activities. Next time we meet, if your chakra isn't at the shadow level, I'll beat you up. Do you believe it? Sun Yin glared, puffing out his cheeks. Kakashi seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and quickly nodded in agreement. Also, don't rely too much on the Sharingan. Your family's swordsmanship is extraordinary. Sun Yin walked over to Guy, who was wearing tight green pants and moving bricks, and punched him twice on the chest. Guy nearly spat out blood from the punches. Seeing this, Sun Yin shook his head and said, young man, you're on the path of taijutsu, but with your physique, you still have a long way to go. If you can't even withstand my 2 punches, how can that work? If your physique is weak, the power of the 8 gates will be limited. You need to train hard and practice diligently. Yes, Senior Yin, have you also practiced the 8 gates? Guy asked, bowing. That's right. Back in the day, my 8 gates were taught to me by your father. Although the 8 gates have immense power, the side effects are too great for an ordinary person. Now, I'm passing on to you a breathing method I developed myself. This method will greatly enhance your taijutsu, allowing you to unleash amazing power even without opening the 8 gates. This method is called the 9 Heavens breathing technique, created from some inspirations of mine. Once you master the 9th technique, its power will be comparable to the 8 gates being opened. As Sun Yin spoke, he placed his hand on Guy's head. Immediately, a diagram of the 9 Heavens breathing technique appeared in Guy's mind. Guy was so excited that he wanted to bow to Sun Yin, but was stopped. Senior Yin, I will definitely promote the 9 Heavens breathing technique and the 8 gates. Guy exclaimed excitedly. I believe you can do it, Sun Yin said, giving Guy's shoulder a heavy pat, nearly dislocating his arm. Sun Yin then went to the Uchiha clan and found a boy of about 10 years old. Don't underestimate this boy. He shone brightly during the 3rd Great Ninja War and is the Uchiha genius known as Shursui the Teleporter. Several Uchiha clan members watched as Sun Yin approached Shursui, their hearts racing. Shursui was also drenched in cold sweat. Although he was known as a young genius, he understood that in front of this person, his achievements were insignificant. Hello, Senior Yin, Shursui said nervously. Shursui the Teleporter, you are quite impressive. Would you like to join a mysterious and powerful organization? Every member, there is a genius ninja like you, Sun Yin said, patting Shirsui's shoulder. Senior Yin, what is this organization for? Shirsui asked. This organization has a noble mission, to uphold love and justice, maintain world peace, protect the ninja world, and resist foreign invaders. Sun Yin declared with great dignity. Uphold love and justice, maintain world peace, protect the ninja world. Shirsui murmured, his eyes growing brighter. Does such an organization really exist? Shirsui asked. He, did you see the scene before you? The power of those extraterrestrial invaders is immense. You have witnessed it firsthand. In the face of absolute power, everything seems exceptionally small. Without strength, without the power to crush your enemies, you will be bullied and slaughtered. This is the principle of this world, and what our organization aims to do is to change this principle, to uphold love and justice, resist foreign invaders, and restore peace to the ninja world, Sun Yin said passionately. Senior Yin, I want to join this mysterious organization, Uchiha Shirsui said, looking at Sun Yin with determination. Wanting to join our organization is not easy. First, your strength must reach the shadow level, and then you must undergo several assessments. Only by passing the assessments can you enter, Sun Yin stated. Damn, I really am too weak, Shirsui said, lowering his head upon hearing this. The surrounding ninjas were speechless, thinking, can you not be so pretentious? You're only 10 years old and already an elite Jainin, yet you call yourself weak? Don't be anxious. When I was your age, my strength was not nearly as strong as it is now. I was only at the peak of the shadow level. It's okay. Don't be discouraged. You're still young, and there's plenty of room for improvement. When you reach the shadow level, come find me in Hidden Flame Village, Sun Yin said, patting Shirsui's shoulder. The surrounding ninjas were now kneeling, thinking, you're even more pretentious than before. How is this even human? Shirsui nodded heavily in response, saying, okay. Senior Yin, UchihaFugaku and several elders brightened at the conversation between the two, realizing that Shirsui being noticed by Sun Yin meant a bright future for the Uchiha clan. Sun Yin then turned his gaze to Uchiha Itachi, who was 6 years old and still looked a bit immature. Seeing Sun Yin's gaze on him, he couldn't help but tremble. UchihaFugaku, you've raised a good son, Sun Yin said to Fugaku. UchihaFugaku pulled his son behind him, thinking, you took my wife. Are you not going to leave my son alone either? After circling Konoha and finishing all the pretentiousness, it was time to return to Hidden Flame Village. After bidding farewell to atSix Kagaya and Minato, the two activated their space ninjutsu and returned to Hidden Flame Village. The next day, in a training ground behind Hidden Flame Village, Sun Yin was examining the members of the second-generation Flame organization. After years of training, each member had reached the shadow level. The ninjutsu and taijutsu of these second-generation members were personally taught by Sun Yin's shadow clones, while the swordsmanship was taught by Hitaki Tsukumo himself. The members of the second-generation Flame organization were Take-Torai Tenda of the Kagaya clan, Mizuki Akira of the Mizuki clan, the Taijutsu youth Ito Chozei, the lightning-release Taijutsu youth Koge Maru, the girl Kiku Teisei with 7 chakra natures, and the Taijutsu youth Yoshida specializing in the 8 gates and the 9 heavens breathing technique. There was also the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Natsuki, who served as the healer and heavy damage dealer of the team. Sun Yin taught her the monster strength fist, as well as the 100 heal technique, sealing technique, and powerful sealing techniques. This was the current composition of the second-generation Flame organization, aside from the Taijutsu youth. All were children Sun Yin had picked up from the ninja world. Good, each of you is excellent. From today on, you are officially members of the second-generation Flame organization. Your first task is to become the rulers of the bounty world, establish your own reputation, build your own forces, and then monitor the direction of the entire ninja world. Be ready at all times. Once there is a mission, I will notify you immediately. Do you understand? Sun Yin said. Understood. Several voices rang out loudly. After finishing, Sun Yin disappeared from the spot. The members of the second-generation Flame organization finally exploded with excitement. We've finally made it. I'm coming to the ninja world, Yoshida exclaimed, immediately doing a few big whirlwind moves, jumping up and down in excitement. Yoshida, don't be too happy too soon. The chairman knows your Chinibyu personality, so he let me team up with you to explore the ninja world, Take-Torai Tendo said expressionlessly. Everyone in the ninja world, here we come, Mizuki Akira said, activating the body flicker technique and disappearing from the spot. Seriously, Akira is still so impatient. Doesn't Shinoda wait for me? Uzumaki Natsuki said as she chased after her. Seeing this, the members of the second-generation flame organization left one after another, leaving only Ito Chosho behind. Teacher Tsukumo, I heard Konoha was destroyed yesterday, Ito Chosho said with a smile as he approached Hitaki Tsukumo. Hearing this, Hitaki Tsukumo frowned. This person often caused trouble during training, and now it seemed he was up to no good. He didn't say much, just nodded. Hehe, Teacher Tsukumo. Some people were once ninjas of Konoha and made great contributions to it, but who would have thought they'd become strays in a foreign land? Just by guiding a few people in the back mountains for a few years, one can get the position of Deputy Minister of the Ninja Department. How can that person have the face to do so? Ito Chosho said. Ito Chosho was very dissatisfied because this man, who had only guided them for a few years, could be promoted to Deputy Minister of the Ninja Department. His elder brother had gone through many hardships and made many contributions to reach this position. According to his thoughts, the position of Minister of the Ninja Department should be given to his brother. However, Senju Ropetree had also made significant contributions to the Flame organization and had a very close relationship with the chairman, which allowed him to gain the trust of others. But when Sun Yin ordered yesterday to promote Hitaki Tsukumo to the position of Deputy Minister of the Ninja Department, it caused some dissatisfaction among certain people. But no one dared to oppose it, because Sun Yin was the sky of the Flame organization. However, the faction led by Ito Maeda, who was Ito Chosho's brother, although they didn't dare to speak out, still strongly opposed it. Ito Chosho, you don't have to do this. Although Yin values me, I'm aware of my own abilities. The fact that Yin village has developed to this point has nothing to do with me. And if it weren't for Yin, Ahui and I might have already died, so I want to accept the position given by Yin. I know my own worth. Hitaki Tsukumo said with a bitter smile. Now, Hitaki Tsukumo's only wish was for his son to grow up quickly, and also for the war that was soon to come. Chapter 197. The Art of Weighing Options. Teacher Tsukumo. Ito Chosho felt a bit ashamed. Kids, the world outside belongs to your generation. Go for it. I believe in you, Hitaki Tsukumo said. Ito Chosho nodded heavily and left. Senior Tsukumo, aren't you going to consider it? You have great ambitions. Sun Yin's figure appeared again, obviously having witnessed the previous scene. Yin, you didn't leave just now? Tsukumo said. I knew that little brat Ito Chosho wouldn't say anything good. Sun Yin shook his head and laughed. Yin, don't go just for me, Hitaki Tsukumo said. Your refusal is your refusal, and his disrespect for elders is his disrespect for elders. These are two different matters. Our flame organization will not give up on White Fang, Sun Yin said angrily. The next moment, Ito Chosho's body, uncontrollably, flew towards the back mountain, eventually landing next to Sun Yin, crashing heavily to the ground. Chief, Ito Chosho exclaimed in fright. Ito Chosho, do you know your crime? Sun Yin asked. I don't know what crime I committed, Ito Chosho said in fear. I'll give you one last chance. Do you know your crime? Sun Yin said in a deep voice. Ito Chosho looked at Hitaki Tsukumo with a venomous glare and shouted loudly. All right, Hitaki Tsukumo, how dare you report me? Boom! Sun Yin's imposing aura fully unleashed, enveloping the entire Yanin village. Everyone suddenly felt a tremor in their hearts, and even breathing became difficult. Otsutsuki Kagaya activated the Hell Valley instantaneous technique and appeared beside Sun Yin. At this moment, Ito Chosho had already been shaken to the ground by this imposing aura, blood pouring from his mouth. Makoto, Yakura, and others also rushed over. All the high-ranking members were mobilized, including Ito Chosho's brother, Ito Maeda. Seeing this, Ito Maeda quickly knelt on the ground and said, Chief, I don't know what my brother did to anger you. I hope you spare his life. Ito Maeda was originally very happy because his brother had successfully become a member of the second-generation Flame organization today, which meant that his future achievements would definitely not be worse than his own. However, the current situation had scared him into a cold sweat. What kind of disaster had his brother caused to provoke such anger from the chief? Sun Yin slowly retracted his imposing aura, as he noticed that most of the ninjas had turned pale on the verge of passing out. Makoto and Yakura also approached Sun Yin. Yin, what happened to make you so angry? Makoto whispered close to Sun Yin's ear. There's a saying that's quite right. It's easy to win a country, but hard to keep it, Sun Yin whispered to Makoto. The people around were dumbfounded. Are we here to watch you show affection? What happened? Just get to the point. Ito Chosho, what exactly did you do to make the chief so angry? One of the leaders asked. I disrespected my elders, insulted my teacher, and was discovered by the chief. Ito Chosho wanted to remain silent, but unexpectedly, the words slipped out. Damn little brat. Ito Maeda slapped Ito Chosho's face, followed by a flurry of slaps. Why are you hitting me? Didn't you tell me that Hitaki Sakomo is not worthy of being deputy minister of the ninja department? And you said the chief Ito Chosho hadn't finished speaking when Ito Maeda slapped him again, forcefully stopping his words. He directly knelt on the ground. Chief, don't listen to that brat-ass nonsense. He must have some kind of mental problem and needs timely treatment. Humph. Did you really never say that? Sun Yin said with a faint laugh. No. Chief, I was just speaking out of drunkenness. My admiration for Senior Hitaki Sakomo is as boundless as the river, and his becoming deputy minister of the ninja department is simply too reasonable, Ito Maeda said. Immediately, others chimed in. That's right. Senior Hitaki Sakomo's reputation is well known. It's truly a case of people being put in the right positions. One of Ito's subordinates said. Sun Yin smiled, but didn't say much. This Ito Maeda was like he shunned from the Qing dynasty in his previous life. His flattery skills were top-notch, and his strength was naturally not bad. Otherwise, it would be hard to gain trust. He had no desire for money, but a great desire for power. However, if he really were to rebel, he wouldn't have the capability, and his subordinates were all people who flattered and followed the wind, lacking any real ability. Fortunately, Sun Yin didn't kill him, leaving him in Yin village for amusement and to keep a balance. Ito Chosho was sentenced to a light punishment, stripped of his identity in the second-generation Flame organization, and would earn 10 billion Ryo for Yin village through bounty hunting over the next 3 years. Since everyone had no objections and were very much hoping for Senior Sakomo to take on the role of deputy minister, starting tomorrow, Senior Sakomo would officially take office. And regarding the ninja troops, they would be mobilized from the various deputy ministers. After Sun Yin finished speaking, he left with Kagaya and the others. Hearing this, the faces of several deputy ministers trembled. You have quite a clever means. In the room, Yitsong said with great interest. Indeed, but why bother to play these political tricks with these ants? If they rebel, wouldn't it be easy to wipe them out? Atsutsuki Kagaya also said. Upon hearing this, both Mikoto and Yitsong's faces changed slightly. This white-haired girl really is a ruthless existence. No wonder she is the progenitor of chakra. Brother Yin with this. Senior Shuo, Mo won't be able to refuse, and it also weakens the power of several vice ministers, Mikoto said. My Mikoto is the smartest. Let me reward you with a kiss. Saying this, Sun Yin pulled Mikoto over and kissed her on the forehead, causing her face to flush red. You don't know. This time when we go to Konoha, Minato is about to become a dad, and UchihaFugaku is expecting a second child. We're just missing out. Tonight, let's call Kushina, Linglong, and Konan, and we'll all try hard, Sun Yin laughed. What a lecher. Atsutsuki Kagaya scolded. Yitsong and Mikoto both blushed, wondering if they would be sharing a bed again. Although it wasn't their first time, just thinking back to those scenes made them feel really embarrassed. What are you bawling about? Let's all be together tonight, Sun Yin said, looking at Atsutsuki Kagaya's fair body. Aren't you afraid that I will ensure your line ends here? Atsutsuki Kagaya said, then activated her space ability and disappeared. Why do I feel like that progenitor of chakra is interested in you? Yitsong asked suspiciously. Of course, look at how handsome I am, Sun Yin replied, then took Yitsong and Mikoto to the divine realm, landing on top of the clouds. Cloud, don't shake me. Chapter 198, 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze in the Land of Fire, Konoha Village. At this moment, Konoha was in a state of rebuilding, and everything was in the process of restoration. This day was particularly special because today marked the official appointment of Minato Namikaze as the 4th Hokage. Although Konoha had experienced a great battle with countless casualties, one must always look forward. Konoha needed a bright leader. At this moment, Minato stood on a high platform giving an inspiring speech. Below him was a sea of ninjas and villagers, all looking at Minato with fervent eyes. They believed in him, they looked forward to him, and they also anticipated a better tomorrow. On Hokage Rock, a circular spatial vortex appeared, and then a masked man in black appeared. Uchiha Bito. He looked solemnly at the blond man on the platform, observing his Hokage ceremonial robe, murmuring to himself, Congratulations, Teacher Minato, for achieving your dream. However, this world was inherently flawed, and I will personally bring this flawed world to an end. Let's start with the Nine Tails, Teacher Minato. After saying this, Uchiha Bito disappeared into the spatial vortex. In the Land of Rain, on a tall building, Uchiha Bito appeared, and White Zetsu was also present. Konoha seems to have just gone through a great battle. Do you know what happened? Uchiha Bito asked. Indeed, Konoha went through a great battle a few days ago. but my clone there mysteriously died before the battle even began. So, I don't know what that war was about, White Zetsu replied. Oh, Uchiha Obito pondered. Who cares? Obito. It doesn't matter who made a move against Konoha. It is beneficial to us. At that moment, two figures flew in from outside the window, one of which was Nagato, and the other was a red-haired youth. Nagato, you're here, Obito said. Let me introduce you. This is the genius puppeteer from Sunagakure, Sasori of the Red Sand. Nagato, having lost Yahiko and Konan, had completely lost hope in this world. He swore to make this world feel pain. Hello, Sasori of the Red Sand. Welcome to join us. Uchiha Obito said solemnly. Hello, I'm White Zetsu. Can you tell me what it's like to take a dump? White Zetsu asked, circling around Sasori with great interest. Sorry, I cannot disclose that information, Sasori replied with a machine-like expression. Come on, really? None of you are willing to tell me the truth, White Zetsu said helplessly, shaking his head. When do we start? Nagato asked coldly. Nagato, I know and understand how you feel right now, but we can't be careless about this. In 5 months, I will go to Konoha and bring back the Nine Tails first, Uchiha Obito said. But the outer path golem can only absorb from the one tail to the 9 tails in order. Nagato said, once we get the strongest of the tailed beasts, the 9 tails, collecting the others will be much easier, Uchiha Obito said. Do you need my help? Nagato asked. No need, Uchiha Obito replied, then disappeared into the air. In the center of the universe, on the planet Takamagara, the atSix clan was engaged in a heated discussion. Patriarch, Lin Shi and the others were completely wiped out. This matter must be settled with the Tiansha orphan with blood for blood, an elder shouted angrily. It was the Grand Elder. Behind her stood Lin Shi, the only surviving member of the atSix 7, thus avoiding a fate of total annihilation. Lin Shi, you lost in just one exchange, atSix clan leader Shin said after confirming multiple times. Patriarch, it's absolutely true, Lin Shi replied. And he even used Yomi's Birisaka and the combined death of Ashbones? Shin asked again. That's right, and he used them quite skillfully. I myself died under that combo, Lin Shi said resentfully. This Tiansha orphan must have already consumed high-level divine fruit. We underestimated his strength and growth rate, Shin said, frowning. Patriarch, in that case, let the Shi, Long Shi, and Jian Shi, who have consumed high-level divine fruit, go capture the Tiansha orphan. The high-level divine fruit is life-sustaining. After killing him, we can refine the divine fruit from his body, and then drain the ninja world, obtaining 2 divine fruits, another elder said. It was the second Grand Elder. That's right, please give the order, Patriarch, blood for blood. Indeed, it has been many years since anyone dared to treat our atSix clan this way. Now, a Tiansha orphan dares to strike at us. Please send troops. No matter the cost, we must capture the Tiansha orphan. Capture the Tiansha orphan, blood for blood, blood for blood. The continuous calls made Shin unsure of what to do, because even he couldn't manage to defeat Lin Shi, who possessed spatial ocular jutsu, without using time abilities in one exchange. Yet he also didn't believe that the Tiansha orphan was stronger than him. Thus, he believed that Sun Yan's ability to defeat Lin Shi in one exchange was due to Lin Shi's carelessness, allowing Sun Yan to take advantage. And because he had the lethal technique of combined death of Ashbones, which resulted in Lin Shi's death. However, as long as he dispatched Long Shi and the other 3 atSix who had consumed high-level chakra fruit to the ninja world, capturing the Tiansha orphan would surely be within reach. Thinking this, Shin's expression softened slightly as he said, dispatch Long Shi, Da Shi, and Jian Shi, leading servants and an army of 100,000 branch families to immediately head to the ninja world and exterminate the Tiansha orphan. Long live the Patriarch. Blood for blood. With the order from the Kamishiki, the people of the main family cheered, while atSix Hige, the head of the branch family, furrowed his brows, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding that they would meet the same fate as the Lin family, going on a mission and never returning, costing the lives of countless branch family members in vain. However, no one cared about his feelings. Only those of noble status could become servants of the main family, while commoners were regarded as no different from pigs and dogs in the eyes of the main family members. This was the tragedy of the atSix clan's branch families. Thinking of this, he remembered his 3rd daughter, whose fate was still unknown. She was supposed to be the beloved 3rd princess of the clan, but because she was born into the branch family instead of the main family, she ended up as a plaything for the main family members, a coveted object for them to fight over. With this thought, he sighed, feeling powerless. Chapter 199. The Nine Tails' uprising time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed since the attack by the atSix 7. The ninja world had returned to a state of calm. However, peaceful days are often beautiful yet short-lived. One day, during their travels in the ninja world, the second-generation Flame Organization members Takaguri Tenda and Yoshida arrived in Konoha village. After several months, Konoha had once again become prosperous. Everything was back on track. In the evening, Minato was in his office reviewing piles of documents, smiling wryly as he thought to himself, being Hokage is really hard work. He spends nearly 12 hours a day working, with hardly any time to accompany Nanako. Just thinking about this gave Minato a burst of motivation. At that moment, Shikaka knocked and entered. Lord Hokage, take a break. Leave the non-essential documents to us. Shikaku said to Minato, Sai, I'm so tired. Why is N, the leader of the Hidden Flame Village, so free? Minato replied, chewing on his pen. Hearing this, Shikaku awkwardly smiled and said, maybe N is just too strong. Just then, several Umbu appeared in Minato's office and whispered a few words in his ear. Minato's brow immediately furrowed, and he said to Shikaku, Shikaku, cover for me. With that, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in an instant. Seeing Minato leave in such a hurry, Shikaku thought for a moment and realized Nanako is about to give birth. Meanwhile, Minato had already arrived at the prearranged barrier, surrounded by countless Umbu ninjas outside, while there were relatively few inside the barrier. He rushed into the cave, where Nanako was lying on the delivery bed, and the medical staff was making various preparations. The third Hokage's wife, a renowned obstetrician, was also among them. Minato, you finally made it, Sarutobi Biwako said, feeling relieved at Minato's arrival. If Nanako's emotions fluctuated severely during childbirth and caused the Nine Tails to break free, it would be a great disaster for Konoha. Nanako was in immense pain. The agony of childbirth was unimaginable. Minato was also very tense, watching Nanako scream in pain, and couldn't help but ask, are you really okay? Don't worry. If it were a man, he would have died from the pain long ago. We women are very strong, Biwako replied. But Nanako, Minato said, as the fourth Hokage, you shouldn't be so nervous about something as small as childbirth. Just focus on the ceiling, Biwako said. Minato awkwardly nodded, reinforcing the seal while cheering for Nanako. Just a bit more, Nanako, just a bit more. Naruto, he said, sweating profusely as he strengthened the seal. Wah wah wah. With the sound of a baby's cry, everyone's anxious hearts finally relaxed. He is born. It's a very lively boy, Biwako said, holding Uzumaki Naruto. Upon hearing this, Minato rushed over to hold Naruto, but Biwako stopped him. Let the child see his mother first. Minato had no choice but to withdraw his hands reluctantly and went to comfort Nanako. Nanako, are you feeling okay? He asked with concern. Minato, I'm fine. Just a bit tired, Nanako replied. Next, just rest well, Biwako said, taking Naruto for various checks. Thank you, Nanako, for making me a father, Minato said excitedly. Hearing this, Nanako's face flushed slightly as she said, It's nothing, Minato. At that moment, two loud thuds were heard from behind. Turning back, they saw Biwako and the nurse collapsed in a pool of blood, while Naruto was crying loudly in the arms of a man in black. A sharp kunai poised dangerously close to Naruto's neck. Who are you? Minato asked in a deep voice. The fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. If you want this child to live, release the Jinchuriki immediately, or I will kill him right now, the man in black said in a low voice. Wait, don't act rashly. Calm down, Minato said nervously. I'm very calm. The one who needs to calm down is you. With that, the man in black tossed Naruto into the air and raised the kunai towards the sky. In the next moment, Minato moved. The seal on the baby's wrap had already been marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. Minato's figure reappeared in a forest, and seeing Naruto safe and sound made him secretly breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, that guy's target is Nanako, or perhaps the Nine Tails. With this thought, Minato's expression darkened to the extreme. Everyone has a reverse scale, and Minato's reverse scale was the village in Nanako. With that, Minato returned home with Naruto and placed him on the bed. Then, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique again. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito had completely broken the seal, and a crimson chakra surged forth, followed by a ferocious fox appearing out of thin air in the forest. The Nine Tails' eyes glowed with a scarlet three-tomo, which was a result of Obito invading Nanako's spiritual world while the seal was still intact. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to control the Nine Tails on his own. How's it going, Nanako? To tell you the truth, I've been waiting a long time for this plan. When you give birth and the seal weakens, I will take the opportunity to release the Nine Tails and then destroy Konoha. Uchiha Obito laughed maniacally. He, let us see you die at the hands of the Nine Tails. With that, Obito commanded the Nine Tails to swipe its claws. At that moment, a flash of yellow light appeared, and Minato and Nanako's figures appeared on a large tree. Obito also praised, as expected of the yellow flash. Minato ignored him, and then activated the Flying Thunder God again, appearing in the room and placing Nanako next to Naruto. Nanako, rest well. I'll take care of the rest, Minato said, patting her head. Minato donned the Hokage's ceremonial robe and disappeared from the room. Nanako kissed Naruto's forehead and wiped her tears, saying, Minato, thank you. At that moment, an ominous aura enveloped the hearts of all the people in Konoha. This familiar feeling felt reminiscent of the time when the atSix attacked. They had felt such unease in their hearts. Some people, sensing the danger, had already taken their families to hide in underground shelters. Sure enough, the ground began to tremble as a massive body approached the outskirts of Konoha, with Nine Tails swaying in the sky and on the ground, shattering all the buildings surrounding the village into pieces. Chapter 200, The Chaos of the Nine Tails, Part 2. A gigantic fox was venting its anger, with a man in black standing on its head. In the next moment, chakra began to gather in the fox's mouth, with a yin-yang ratio of 2:8. A massive purple chakra sphere appeared in the Nine Tails' mouth, and then shot towards the Hokage rock. However, there was no explosion. A white figure appeared, quickly followed by a spatial barrier that absorbed the purple chakra sphere. Soon after, a loud explosion sounded from the mountains in the distance, and a massive shockwave could be felt clearly even from thousands of meters away. The next moment, Minato's figure vanished and reappeared above the Nine Tails, followed by the summoning technique, as Gamabunta appeared out of thin air and slammed down towards the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails was knocked to the ground, letting out a tremendous roar, but the next moment, it swatted Gamabunta away and continued its frenzied destruction. Kakashi and the others rushed over upon hearing the sound, but they were intercepted by the previous generation of ninjas. At that moment, UchihaFugaku led the Uchiha clan members to attack and obstruct the Nine Tails. What's going on? Look at the Nine Tails' eyes, said one Umbu. Those are Sharingan. Could this all be an Uchiha conspiracy? Another ninja remarked. Don't talk nonsense. Can't you see our Uchiha clan is fighting too? One Uchiha clan member replied. Who knows if you Uchiha have some hidden agenda, a ninja said. Bastard, what are you talking about? If our clan really had the ability to control the Nine Tails, we would have acted long ago, UchihaFugaku stated. Stop talking, Meiji. We can't escape this blame. What's most important now is to take care of this guy, UchihaFugaku said. The next moment, a scarlet Mangeki Sharingan appeared, followed by a 50-meter-tall dark red energy giant, wielding a red energy bow, shooting black flames that transformed into arrows at the Nine Tails. Seeing this, the Nine Tails gathered another tailed beast ball and launched it towards the rapidly approaching black flame arrows. The two collided in midair, resulting in a tremendous explosion that flattened everything on the ground. The clan leader is wise. The clan leader is invincible. The Uchiha clan members began to cheer. If this really was the Uchiha clan's doing, then our clan leader wouldn't need to resist so fiercely. An Uchiha clan member said to a nearby leaf ninja. The ninjas exchanged glances, realizing that the Uchiha clan was indeed not involved in this matter. Meanwhile, they couldn't help but ponder why the Hokage had not yet arrived. At the same time, Minato had defeated the black-clad man. The man was now hit by a Rasengan and had his connection to the Nine Tails severed by Minato's sealing technique. And the prosthetic limb, made from Hashirama cells, was completely destroyed. Uchiha Obito directly removed his arm, weakly saying, "No wonder you are the yellow flash of the ninja world. Minato Namikaze, I'll let you go this time." With that, he vanished into a space-time vortex. Minato furrowed his brow upon seeing this because he realized that the flying thunder god mark he had left on the black-clad man had also disappeared. However, he didn't dwell on it and activated the flying thunder god again, reappearing in the center of the village. At this point, the battle between UchihaFugaku and the Nine Tails had reached a fever pitch. Feeling his vision blur and the pain in his eyes, UchihaFugaku thought to himself, he shouldn't have meddled, but if he didn't act, the Uchiha clan would be blamed regardless. And the beast in front of him was not something he could handle alone. Just then, the Nine Tails' gaze returned to normal. UchihaFugaku seized the opportunity and slashed down with a blade, striking the Nine Tails' tail, and then punched its head, slamming the Nine Tails into the ground. The Nine Tails let out a pained cry, then became enraged. Damn humans! Damn leaf ninjas! Damn masked man in black! Damn Uchiha! It roared, crimson chakra swirling around it before it began a counterattack, launching countless small-tailed beast balls at the energy giant. UchihaFugaku immediately increased his ocular power output, unleashing a barrage of shuriken-like chakra, which collided with the tailed beast balls, causing another massive explosion. At that moment, a man wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robe appeared. It was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His blonde hair was blowing in the wind, and the Hokage robe fluttered loudly. Sun Yen, standing nearby, couldn't help but think, what a great show. It's the fourth. He is here. We're saved. A ninja shouted. The fourth has finally arrived. We're saved. An Anbu said. Meanwhile, UchihaFugaku felt displeased. He had fought the Nine Tails for so long and saved countless people, yet none of them had cheered for him like this. With this thought, Fugaku withdrew his ocular power, causing the energy giant to vanish. UchihaFugaku's figure also fell from the sky, but nearby Uchiha clan members jumped up to catch him. Seeing this, UchihaFugaku smiled and then fainted. Minato engaged the Nine Tails, using his incredible flying Thunder God technique to weave in and out between the Nine Tails claws and Nine Tails without suffering any injuries. Nine Tails, surrender, Minato said to it. Minato Namikaze. Why waste words? I have been sealed by you leaf ninjas for decades. Now I will make you pay in blood. The Nine Tails roared, its massive head looking extremely ferocious. In the next moment, Minato vanished, and when he reappeared, he was on top of the Nine Tails' head. In an instant, both Minato and the Nine Tails disappeared from view. And moments later, a loud noise erupted from the back mountain of the Leaf Village. All the ninjas exchanged glances and then rushed towards the back mountain. At the back mountain of the Leaf Village, Minato had brought the Nine Tails into a very sturdy barrier designed specifically to seal the Nine Tails and prevent it from escaping during the sealing process. Minato's figure vanished again, and when he returned, he was holding Nanako. Breathing heavily, Minato said, I'm sorry, Nanako. Nanako shook her head and replied, No, the one who should be thanked is me. Thank you for everything, Minato. After saying that, Nanako once again used the adamantine sealing chains to tightly bind the Nine Tails. I will use my last chakra to kill the Nine Tails, Nanako said. Chapter 201. Saving Minato and his wife No Nanako. If the Nine Tails dies, reviving it will take a tremendous amount of time. Moreover, if the balance of the tailed beasts is broken, a new war will come quickly, Minato said. Then what should we do, Minato? Nanako asked. I will use the dead demon consuming seal, Minato said firmly. Minato, don't. Nanako exclaimed anxiously. Nanako, this is the best way, Minato replied. However, the dead demon consuming seal can only seal half of the Nine Tails chakra, so for the other half, I will use physical sealing to seal it along with the chakra currently within you into Naruto, Minato continued. After saying this, Minato began forming hand seals, and shortly after, a shadowy figure of the Shinigami appeared above him. Meanwhile, the Anbu and many ninjas from the Leaf had also arrived, but they could only anxiously wait outside the barrier. Seeing the shadow of death, even the Nine Tails felt something was wrong and began to struggle frantically. Originally, he planned to wait until Nanako's chakra was exhausted before making a final counterattack. However, it was clear that if he didn't T-resist now, it would be too late. A void-like arm pierced through Minato's abdomen, reaching for the Nine Tails, and in the next moment, nearly half of the Nine Tails chakra was sealed into Minato's soul. Minato's entire body began to feel numb, realizing the power of the Nine Tails chakra. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails body had already shrunk by half. Taking advantage of this moment, Nanako sealed the remaining Nine Tails into Naruto's body. Minato struggled to speak. Nanako did not agree, tears welling up in her eyes. Nanako, if you don't start now, it will be too late, Minato continued. Damn it, Namikaze Minato, you actually want to seal me into that little brat. What a foolish fantasy. The Nine Tails began to struggle wildly. Roar. The Nine Tails roared, and in the next moment, a sharp claw lunged at Naruto on the ceiling platform. Puff. The two figures were pierced by the sharp claws, blood gushing out. Minato and Nanako's bodies shielded Naruto, protecting him with their lives. Then came a touching scene as Nanako began to perform the 8 trigrams sealing and 4-symbol sealing. Soon, the massive body of the Nine Tails was sealed into Naruto's body. Nanako, my life is about to end. Meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life, Minato said. The Grim Reaper's scythe had already pierced towards Minato's body. At this critical moment, an extremely discordant voice sounded. Oh, what I hate most is tragedy. So as the embodiment of love and justice, I'm here to save the tragedy. And by the way, Minato, it's just a beast. Why make it so dramatic? Son, Yin said disdainfully. Son, Yin had appeared in the barrier at some unknown time. Yin, when did you come? Minato said with difficulty. The Grim Reaper, who was about to stab Minato, saw Sun Yan's arrival and immediately sheathed his scythe. Hello, Grim Reaper. Sun Yan smiled at the Grim Reaper. Sun Yan's laughter was unrestrained, making the Grim Reaper feel uneasy. The Grim Reaper, terrifying in the eyes of others, appeared to Sun Yan as a massive spiritual entity. Upon first seeing it, Sun Yan thought that if he burned it with divine fire, his spiritual power would surely undergo a qualitative leap. The Grim Reaper felt the aggressive gaze from Sun Yan and involuntarily took a step back. The next moment, silver flames enveloped the Grim Reaper, then began to burn wildly. The Grim Reaper let out a chilling scream, his body gradually shrinking in the silver flames, eventually transforming into pure spiritual power that surged into Sun Yan's body. The high temperature emitted by the silver flames instantly reduced the entire barrier to nothingness. At this moment, Sun Yan also withdrew the divine fire and walked towards the barely conscious Minato and Nanako. Looking at the still breathing Uzumaki Nanako, Sun Yan couldn't help but sigh. The Uzumaki clan's vitality was truly remarkable. Yen, did you kill the Grim Reaper? Minato said with difficulty. Yep, from today on. You and your son will be the Nine-Tails father and son. Sun Yin smiled. He then walked towards Nanako, placed his hand on her chest, and boundless solar power surged into her body. Immediately, a golden light enveloped Minato and Nanako, and the massive wounds on their chests began to heal instantly. Minato was stunned, while Nanako remained unconscious on the ground. Minato thought, Yin, this isn't how the script is supposed to go. Please stop saving me. Let me die. Yin, are we really still alive? Minato still couldn't believe it. With me around, you can't die even if you wanted to. Besides, Minato, if you die, where am I going to find such a high-end combat force? Now your soul has fused with the Nine-Tails soul. The Nine-Tails chakra is now your chakra. You can use it as you wish. This way, you no longer have to worry about running out of chakra. Son, Yin said with a smile. Yin, you've saved me again, and even gave me an incredibly precious gift, Minato said, teary-eyed and mumbling. TCH, don't say that. I'm just afraid you die without paying back the money and resources from a while ago. After all, your name is on the IOU. If you die, how will Konoha repay? Son, Yin said proudly. The surrounding ninjas couldn't help but roll their eyes. Repay? Who the hell would dare to owe you? Can you not be so proud? Yin, actually I never intended to repay that batch of resources, Minato said with a grin. What? Minato, what did you just say? You actually said that? Sun Yin said with a pained expression. Speaking of which, we haven't trained in years, Minato, Sun Yin said before moving. Minato, disregarding whether Nanako and Naruto were okay, directly used Flying Thunder God to escape. However, how could Minato's Flying Thunder God escape Sun Yan's eyes? In the next moment, the divine presence activated. Fearing that Sun Yin would catch up, Minato continuously activated Flying Thunder God, eventually appearing on top of a towering tree. Yet the next moment, a hand slapped his body, causing Minato to freeze, mechanically turning his head to see Sun Yin grinning at him. Then, a chilling scream echoed, a scream so piercing and soul-stirring that it resonated through heaven and earth. At that moment, Nanako also woke up looking around and at little Naruto, tears streaming down her face. Just a moment ago, it seemed she had stepped into a place called Pure Land, but was pulled back by a force defying heaven. Chapter 202. Memories in a very secluded small training ground on the back mountain of Konoha. The figures of Sun Yin and Minato appeared. Minato was holding his head in pain, looking at Sun Yin with resentment. Don't look at me like that. You look like a jilted wife. Sun Yin felt a chill from Minato's gaze. All right, Yin, this is settled. You've hit and scolded me, but I won't be repaying that batch of resources. Minato instantly dropped the resentful look and smiled. Okay, no need to repay it. Just consider it a congratulatory gift for your child, Sun Yin said. Yin, thank you so much. Minato suddenly became serious, speaking to Sun Yin. I actually know that you still have feelings for Konoha, Minato continued. I don't deny it. Although I hate those people, after all, I've lived here for several years. How could I not have feelings? Sun Yin said. Yin, do you remember this little grove? When we were kids, you were a monster, dragging me here to train every day. Taijutsu, shuriken technique, najutsu, swordsmanship, Minato Romini said. We should thank our past selves for working hard. If it weren't for that effort back then, neither of us could have reached our current positions. Sun Yin said to Minato. Yin, Jiraiya-sensei, said that the ninja world will undergo a major transformation in the future. At first, I didn't really believe it. But with the emergence of the atSix clan and the black-clad man during the Nine Tails incident, everything seems to reflect what I thought was just a joke. So, Minato. Sun Yin smiled. Jiraiya-sensei said I might be the child of prophecy, someone who can bring peace to the ninja world. But if it weren't for you today, Nanako, and I might have already died, and my soul would have been devoured by the Grim Reaper. Therefore, I feel that I am not the child of prophecy. You are the one who can truly bring peace to the ninja world. Minato said. Jiraiya, that guy, all day long just knows I talk nonsense. What he says can only be trusted 7 parts out of 10. Just like you said, the ninja world will indeed undergo great changes in the future. And if we fail in this change, the outcome will be extinction. But the child of prophecy? Don't believe that. As long as one has justice in their heart. Everyone is a child of prophecy, Sun Yin said. Upon hearing this, Minato's body trembled, and his gaze towards Sun Yin became fervent again. Then he nodded heavily. By the way, Minato, you don't want your wife and child anymore, just to compete with me here, Sun Yin said to Minato. Hearing this, Minato's smile froze, and he activated the Flying Thunder God and disappeared from a spot. Sun Yin looked at Minato's departing figure, and his body also merged into the space. At this moment, the atSix clan at the center of the universe had gathered an army of 100,000, led by the top 3 atSix members, atSix Ryoshi, atSix Daishur, and atSix Jianshur, heading towards the ninja world. However, shortly after they took off, they were intercepted by a cosmic storm. When the storm ended, the atSix fleet had disappeared without a trace. In the ninja world, in the Rain Village, Uchiha Obito's expression was very gloomy. Just now, White Zetsu had sent news that the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, was not dead and had become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails along with his son, Naruto Uzumaki. Impossible. A person who has used the dead demon consuming seal would have their soul harvested by the Shinigami. And a Jinchuriki who has been extracted from their tailed beast would also die. How did White Zetsu and the others survive? Uchiha Obito asked. Well, Madara, I don't know. My White Zetsu clone lost contact at that moment, and then Minato and Kushina Uzumaki came back to life, White Zetsu said with a bitter smile. Damn it. Who is really opposing me? Uchiha Obito said. Madara, is this what you call leaving the Nine Tails to you? Nagato looked at Uchiha Obito. Behind Nagato stood another person, the rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Kiba Shizuku. Hearing Nagato's mockery, Uchiha Obito felt quite speechless about himself. He had planned for so long, only to end up delivering the Nine Tails to Minato Namikaze as a cheat. Thinking about his teacher Minato's strength, with his incredible Flying Thunder God, physical arts, ninjutsu, and swordsmanship, all perfected. The only drawback was that Flying Thunder God consumed a lot of chakra, but now this problem no longer existed. In the future, Minato could walk across the entire ninja world. With this thought, Uchiha Obito felt like dying, but for Rin, this little suffering was nothing. I really underestimated Minato Namikaze's strength. Uchiha Obito said. Next, we should still accumulate strength and wait until our Akatsuki organization is truly strong before proceeding with the Tailed Beast Collection Plan, Uchiha Obito said. This is the new member, Kiba Shizuku, the user of the broken blade from the original Miss 7, Nagato said to Obito. Hearing this, Obito nodded and didn't say much, disappearing from the spot. In Konoha Village, having just experienced the Nine Tails incident, Konoha, due to UchihaFugaku's resistance, did not suffer significant casualties. The image of the Uchiha clan in people's hearts had also slightly improved. Of course, they were still very wary of the Uchiha clan, especially since the Sharingan of the Nine Tails was clear to see. In Konoha Hospital, Minato arrived with a group of ninjas to visit UchihaFugaku, who was injured while stopping the Nine Tails. The Hokage is here. Fugaku, who was previously very spirited, sat up weakly upon seeing Minato, while Uchiha Mei-Ling was also impressed by her husband's acting. Fugaku, you just experienced a great battle. It's not suitable for you to move, Minato smiled. Well, then Hokage-sama, please feel free. Mei-Ling, make tea, UchihaFugaku said. No need, Fugaku clan leader. I came this time just to understand a few things, Minato said. Minato then waved his hand, and the surrounding Umbu exchanged glances and left the room. Hokage-sama, you want to ask about the Nine Tails, right? If Hokage-sama suspects that our Uchiha clan planned this, I have no words to defend because the eyes of the Nine Tails are solid evidence. But I want to say, our Uchiha clan did what we did, and we didn't do what we didn't do. The Nine Tails incident has nothing to do with us. Moreover, You know how powerful the Nine Tails is, Hokage-sama. There's only me in the clan who has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, but during the battle with the Nine Tails, even with my ocular power, I couldn't control it. How could I not know how strong the other clan members are? UchihaFugaku said. Chapter 203. Orochimaru's defection. Moreover, on the day of the Nine Tails incident, all the ninjas in the clan were called over to help. If Hokage-sama still doesn't believe, clan leader Fugaku, you misunderstood. My purpose for coming this time is threefold. First, to thank you for stepping up in a time of crisis, which greatly reduced Konoha's casualties. Second, I hope you will take on the position of the Roots Minister to train high-quality ninjas for the Umbu. Minato smiled. As for the third purpose, I hope you can list the names of the missing Uchiha clan members in recent years and send them back to me with your clan members. Minato said with a smile. UchihaFugaku was stunned, being asked to take on the position of the Roots Minister. A position of power that everyone in the village dreamed of, and the position had been vacant for months since that horned man killed the original Root Minister, Mito Minyan. Everyone had been eyeing this position, but Minato had never brought it up. The Uchiha clan had never hoped for this position either, knowing it was beyond their reach. Yet they never expected Minato would leave this position to the Uchiha. This was undoubtedly exciting for UchihaFugaku. Minato, no, Hokage-sama, are you serious? UchihaFugaku asked. Clan leader Fugaku is joking. Everyone knows the contributions your Uchiha clan has made to the village over the years, so I can rest assured to give you this position. However, Hinata clan's Hinata Hizashi will serve as the deputy minister of Root, managing the Root with you. I wonder if clan leader Fugaku is willing? Minato smiled. With Hokage-sama's clear vision, our Uchiha clan will surely follow you to the death, UchihaFugaku said excitedly. Well, clan leader Fugaku, rest and recuperate. After you recover, go to the Root, Minato said. Hokage-sama, my injuries are almost healed. Why not take office today? UchihaFugaku said. Minato felt a bit speechless. He was just weak a moment ago, and now he was lively again. Is clan leader Fugaku really okay? Minato asked. I'm fine. UchihaFugaku had already stood up from the bed and began to get dressed. Clan leader Fugaku, the announcement of your appointment as Root's minister has already been posted. It's getting late today. Why not take office tomorrow? Minato advised. Then I will listen to Hokage-sama's arrangements, UchihaFugaku said. Well, clan leader Fugaku, rest well. I will take my leave first, Minato said, turning to leave, as he noticed UchihaFugaku looking at him differently, with a hint of something intense. Hokage-sama. UchihaFugaku called out to Minato. Minato's body stiffened, thinking that what was to come had finally arrived. Since that was the case, he would face it. Minato turned around to UchihaFugaku and said, I really don't swing that way. Don't push me. I just want to say thank you, Lord Hokage, for your trust in the Uchiha clan, UchihaFugaku said. Okay, I've been led astray by Sun Yen. Watergate's face was flushed, and he hurried back to the Hokage office. He hadn't been home for many days because the security in Konoha had been quite poor recently, with children mysteriously disappearing. Nearly 100 children had gone missing. As a result, no one dared to go out at night, except for ninjas. However, after several days of investigation, Watergate had a lead. The nearly 100 cases of missing children were highly likely related to Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. However, the evidence was not yet conclusive, so he couldn't jump to conclusions. Just then, several Umbu arrived at the Hokage office. Master, we've hooked a fish, a young ninja whispered. Good, Kakashi, take your team to follow them. When you reach the location, fire a signal flare, and I'll come with my team shortly, Watergate said. Hearing this, Kakashi nodded and led his team to follow. At that moment, in Konoha's underground laboratory, Orochimaru was conducting the final experiment on the cursed seal, with a little girl standing beside him, who was Mitarashi Anko. Master, what experiment are you conducting? Mitarashi Anko asked. A very great experiment. It will be ready soon. By stimulating the potential of the human body, we can gain great power. I call it the cursed seal, Orochimaru replied. Is it that powerful? Mitarashi Anko asked. That's right. I will also share it with you, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile, thinking to himself that after finishing the cursed seal, he would move on to the Sharingan. The power that the Sharingan displayed had completely shocked Orochimaru, making him extremely obsessed with it. Uncle Snake has ultimately walked down that path of no return. After thoroughly adjusting the reagents in his hand, Orochimaru injected them into Anko's shoulder. Don't move, Anko, it might hurt a lot, but you must endure it, Orochimaru said. Just then, a figure rushed towards Orochimaru, one of his trusted subordinates. Lord Orochimaru, it's bad. The situation has been exposed, the person said, covered in blood and clearly injured. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru frowned and said grimly, "What exactly happened?" "An Umbu from Konoha transformed into a child," the subordinate said. "Ha! You can't even recognize a transformation technique. What use are you?" Orochimaru said. A snake had already coiled around the subordinate's body, and then the snake's body exploded, shattering the subordinate into pieces. "Watergate, since you've already come, why not show yourself?" Orochimaru licked his lips and said. Just then a huge explosion echoed, followed by a massive hole blown in the wall. In Watergate and several Umbu appeared. "Orochimaru, it's really you?" Watergate said solemnly. Behind Orochimaru were rows of petri dishes, each containing various children. "Hey, that's right. Watergate, I didn't expect you to find me," Orochimaru said darkly. "Don't you want to surrender and accept the law's punishment?" Watergate said. "Hey, Watergate, you're starting to look quite like a Hokage." Orochimaru continued to smile. In the next moment, Orochimaru moved with extreme speed, but Watergate's speed was even faster, and the two began to fight in the cramped space. "Watergate, don't force me. Get out of the way," Orochimaru said. "Impossible. So many innocent children have died because of you. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Watergate shouted. Chapter 204 Watergate versus Orochimaru. "Ha! Watergate, you don't understand. These people die for the highest truth of the world. For them, it's an honor. No need for further talk. I've long wanted to experience the fourth Hokage's techniques." "Ninjutsu. Summoning technique," Orochimaru said, instantly activating the summoning technique. A cloud of smoke rose, and the colossal form of the great serpent appeared, breaking through the ceiling of the laboratory. Orochimaru's figure had already disappeared. The great serpent was quite confused and said, "Orochimaru, you bastard, why did you summon me to Konoha? Where are you? Come out, Orochimaru." Watergate's figure appeared on a nearby tree, and the Umbu beneath felt a lingering fear, saying, "Thank goodness for the fourth Hokage. Otherwise, we would have been crushed under the rubble. You all control the situation. I will chase after Orochimaru," Watergate instructed them. "Yes, Lord Hokage." After saying this, Watergate's figure vanished. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was frantically fleeing towards the outskirts of Konoha, ruthlessly killing any ninja that tried to obstruct him. Kakashi led an Umbu team, blocking the outermost area of Konoha, waiting for Orochimaru's arrival. A figure stepped into their line of sight, instantly raising their alertness. "Huh, it seems you have all been waiting for a long time," Orochimaru said, licking his lips. "Fire release, great fireball technique," one Umbu exclaimed, initiating the attack. "Lightning release, electromagnetic murder," another Umbu also used in ninjutsu. A sharp long sword was spat out from Orochimaru's mouth, instantly extending and cutting through the massive fireball. While he dodged the lightning technique, the grass sword continued to extend. A cold gleam flashed, piercing through the bodies of the two Umbu. And then a large snake inexplicably coiled around another Umbu, followed by a massive explosion that killed that Umbu as well. Only Kakashi remained alive, his crimson Sharingan fixed on Orochimaru, with Raikiri gathering in his hand, but his body trembled uncontrollably. "You're the child of White Fang, Hatake Kakashi." Orochimaru's hoarse voice sent chills down people's spines as he approached Kakashi. "Don't come any closer, or..." The Chidori emitted a loud hum. But it didn't stop Orochimaru's advance, and he was already in front of Kakashi. "Don't attempt to attack me. I don't wish for the descendant of White Fang to die by my hands," Orochimaru said. "This Sharingan should have been left to you by your friend Uchiha Bito, right? It's a counterfeit. I won't accept it," Orochimaru said before disappearing into the distance. It was only after Orochimaru's figure vanished that Kakashi let out a sigh of relief, his back already soaked, because just now, when facing Orochimaru alone, he had not even had the courage to fight back. Kakashi felt very frustrated. He was still too weak and was determined to become stronger, and definitely stronger. Just then, a figure dashed by. It was Watergate. Seeing the dejected Kakashi and the dead team member beside him, Watergate patted Kakashi's shoulder and continued to chase after Orochimaru. The Flying Thunder God Kunai was instantly thrown out and then activated. Under the pursuit of the Flying Thunder God, Watergate quickly caught up with Orochimaru. Upon seeing Watergate activate the Flying Thunder God to catch up to him, Orochimaru's expression darkened instantly. "Watergate, are you really going to leave no survivors?" Orochimaru said grimly. "I'm going to take you back to Konoha and let you accept the law's punishment," Watergate replied. Watergate had already thought this through. He could spare Orochimaru's life, but must imprison him in the Umbu prison forever. "Since that's the case, then let's fight," Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. Ninjutsu, Serpent's Array. An endless swarm of snakes surged toward the Watergate like a tide. Multiple shadow clone technique. Watergate clasped his hands together, creating dozens of shadow clones. Ninja art. Multiple Rasengan technique. Countless water gates instantly pounced on the snake swarm, smashing it to pieces. Orochimaru's neck suddenly elongated and then struck horizontally at all the water gates. A cold gleam flashed. The surrounding forest within 100 meters was cut in half. And Watergate shadow clones were also sliced into white mist by a single move. Whoosh! A kunai fell from the sky, shooting toward Orochimaru's body. Seeing this, Orochimaru retracted his elongated sword and neck, then slashed the kunai away, knowing that if he were to be approached by such a kunai, he would undoubtedly be defeated. Is this all you can do, Watergate? If so, you won't be able to catch me, Orochimaru laughed. At that moment, Watergate's figure emerged not far away, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru immediately had a bad feeling. Orochimaru-senpai, you must stay today, Watergate said, beginning to form hand seals. And then the flying thunder god barrier appeared. Orochimaru was dumbfounded, thinking, when did Watergate set up the flying thunder god barrier? Seeing Orochimaru's shocked face, Watergate smiled and explained, each shadow clone I made earlier inscribed the technique on the corresponding locations. However, I still needed one more technique. So I threw the flying thunder god kunai and simulated its trajectory after you deflected it. I see. You are indeed impressive, Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. I didn't want to use this technique because the new Edo Tensei is not perfected and these 3 Edo Tensei bodies are too weak. But to deal with you, I have no choice. Ninja summoning technique, Edo Tensei. After speaking, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals, and 3 coffins floated up from the ground. Seeing this, Watergate inwardly sighed that it was bad. The next moment, the coffin lids fell, and 3 figures stood inside the coffins. When Watergate saw their faces, he was greatly shocked. The people inside the coffins were none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the recently deceased third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru, it was indeed you who attacked Konoha when the Otsutsuki clan invaded that day, Watergate said. That's right, it was me, Orochimaru replied with a laugh. Since you also don't want to see Konoha destroyed, why would you do such harmful things to your fellow villagers? Watergate asked, puzzled. I told you, this is the charm of science. You don't understand, and no one can understand, Orochimaru said. All right, Watergate, let these old guys have some fun with you, Orochimaru laughed. Then he began to form hand seals, and the 3 Edo Tensei bodies slowly walked out of the coffins. Orochimaru then implanted a seal into their minds. Unlike last time, when it was to protect Konoha, this time it was to deal with the 4th Hokage. If he did not add the seal, once these 3 broke free from control, the first to attack would be him, and then it would truly be a case of self-inflicted harm. The next moment, the 3 began to slowly raise their heads. Big brother, it seems we've been summoned again, Tobirama said with a bitter smile. Yes, dying also brings a solemnity. By the way, we didn't defeat that horn man. Has Konoha already been destroyed? Where's this? Are you Master Hashirama and Master Tobirama? The 3rd Hokage said, confused. What? Tobirama called us master just now. Hashirama whispered to Tobirama. I'm Hashirama. The monkey, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage said. Nanny, you're a monkey? Hashirama said suspiciously. Monkey, you really are a monkey. Then how did you die? Tobirama said solemnly. A man with horns attacked Konoha, and I was injured and died in battle with him, the 3rd Hokage said. Gentlemen, let's catch up later. Right now, the enemy still needs to be dealt with. Orochimaru's voice echoed in their ears. Big brother, it's that person again, Tobirama said as he turned around. Orochimaru's true form appeared before them. At that moment, the most shocked was the 3rd Hokage, as he saw his beloved disciple Orochimaru and his grandson Minato Namikaze, with the current situation indicating that Orochimaru had summoned them to fight against his grandson. Thinking this, the 3rd Hokage directly asked Watergate, Watergate, what exactly is going on? Lord 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru is harming the villagers of Konoha, and I am here to bring him to justice, Watergate replied. Meanwhile, a large number of AMBU ninjas had surrounded the area outside the barrier. Seeing this, Orochimaru's expression darkened further. Watergate, it seems you become the 4th Hokage, the 3rd Hokage said. Monkey, is this the 4th Hokage of Konoha? He looks quite impressive. Tobirama said. Watergate's flying thunder god technique is no less than that of my teacher, the 3rd Hokage said. I can feel a massive chakra within him, and this chakra feels somewhat familiar, like the 9 tails Hashirama said to the others. You are correct, first Hokage. I am now the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Watergate said. What? Watergate? What happened after I died? How did you become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? The third Hokage asked. I said. Let's catch up after Watergate dies, Orochimaru said, forcibly activating the seal. The three bodies began to move toward Watergate. That kid, no, fourth Hokage. You must be careful. We can't control our bodies, Tobirama said. Fire style, great fireball technique. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already launched an attack. Kid, be careful of my wood style. If you get entangled, it will absorb your chakra and tighten further, Hashirama also reminded. Wood style, birth of dense forest. With a command from Hashirama, the earth began to rumble, and countless trees surged toward Watergate. Water style, water dragon bullet. Seeing the incoming attacks, Watergate secretly created a shadow clone, beginning to gather natural energy. He also communicated with the Nine Tails in his heart. Nine Tails, I need your power, Watergate said. Our souls have fused together. What significance is there in you even asking me? Isn't this just seeking your opinion? Watergate smiled. The next moment, Watergate was enveloped in a golden chakra cloak, which was extremely rich, and his body emitted a very gentle aura. The scene before everyone was shocking. The next moment, facing the incoming attacks, Watergate grew several golden chakra arms, each giant claw holding a super Rasengan. The fire style and water style ninjutsu were all shattered by the Rasengan, but the wood style still came in overwhelming waves. The next moment, Watergate's figure vanished. He appeared on the other side, and then, with a flash of golden light, Watergate appeared above the third Hokage, a giant Rasengan with a diameter exceeding 10 meters smashed down. Ninja art, summoning technique. At a critical moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned the summoning technique. Then, the Nine Tails Rasengan was enveloped. On one side, Tobirama was examining the surrounding barrier, thinking, this is the Flying Thunder God space barrier. The technique of Flying Thunder God will gradually spread within it, and eventually, the entire space will be covered by the technique. However, setting up this move is not easy. How could the enemy just watch as they jump into the barrier you set up? Unless shadow clones can also use Flying Thunder God. With this thought, Tobirama finally understood what the third Hokage had just said. This kid named Minato definitely mastered Flying Thunder God better than he did. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's location had already been blasted into a huge pit. A diamond cage wrapped around the third Hokage's form, allowing him to escape from danger. But the massive shock wave still injured him, and the impure reincarnation on his body had dissipated somewhat and was beginning to repair itself automatically. The fourth Hokage has crippled us all and will use sealing techniques to seal us, cutting off our connection with the caster. Not good, be careful, Tobirama said, and began forming hand seals. Water release, water severing wave. A high-pressure water wave swept towards Minato, who vanished once again, appearing in the sky. Water release, great waterfall technique. Immediately, endless water surged forth, instantly flooding the entire barrier. Seeing this, Minato thought it was bad. This would greatly diminish his Flying Thunder God technique. Water release, Vortex Water Blade. Water release, Water Dragon Bomb. Wood release, Birth of the Trees. Watching the trees burst forth from the water, Minato frowned even more. With the addition of wood release, the power of water release would also increase significantly. I can only use that technique. Then, rich yin-yang chakra gathered in front of him, forming a purple chakra sphere that emanated a destructive aura. As he faced the incoming attack, Minato controlled the golden tentacles to strike back with the tailed beast ball. Chapter 206. The Reappearance of the Man in Black. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and Minato's body transformed into a cloud of white mist. The Minato who had just gathered the tailed beast ball was merely a shadow clone. At the same time, the impure bodies of the first and second Hokages were also shaken by the massive shockwave. Minato's form reappeared. Ninja art, technique of darkness. The first Hokage formed hand seals, and soon after, a powerful Jinjutsu was unleashed. In Minato's eyes, all the light around him vanished, leaving only darkness. Realizing this, Minato thought it was bad. He had inadvertently fallen into a Jinjutsu, but a slight, almost imperceptible smile appeared on his face. Minato was deep in darkness, while the three who had undergone impure reincarnation remained clearly visible. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame. Earth release, Earth Dragon Flame. Water release, Water Dragon Flame. Lightning release, Lightning Tiger. Wind release, Vacuum Sphere. 5 releases combined Great Bomb. The third Hokage expanded his attack. Sensei Sarutobi It must feel great to watch your chosen Hokage die by your own hands. Orochimaru's voice echoed in the minds of the three. Orochimaru, you bastard! Wood release. Birth of the trees. The first Hokage also joined the attack. Water release. Water dragon bomb. Tobirama also formed hand seals and placed his hands on the water surface. At this moment, Minato's body had already been ensnared by the resilient trees. His chakra was also being frantically absorbed, and as the chakra was absorbed, the trees became even sturdier. The combined attack of 5 releases and the S-rank water release water dragon bomb surged toward Minato. In the next moment, Minato's body vanished, and the 2 attacks struck the trees, destroying a large area of the forest. When he reappeared, he was already behind Orochimaru, and the sharp kunai of Flying Thunder God ruthlessly slashed towards Orochimaru's head. In an instant, blood flew, and Orochimaru's head was severed. Minato's form vanished again and reappeared behind the first Hokage, following up with a Rasengan. The first Hokage's reaction was also extremely quick, seeing the Rasengan approaching. He swung a fist at it. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and the first Hokage's body was destroyed for the most part. This body is really weak. The first Hokage couldn't help but exclaim. Orochimaru, whose head had already been severed, reappeared, crawling out from the remains of his headless body. Like a snake shedding its skin, this was Orochimaru's substitution technique. How is this possible? You fell under the technique of darkness. Orochimaru exclaimed in shock. That's right. I did fall under the technique of darkness, but I have already broken this Jinjutsu, Minato smiled. It's the Nine Tails, Tobirama pondered. That's right, it's the Nine Tails, Minato confirmed. 3 Hokage-sama. I'm sorry for what's coming next, Minato said, and began forming hand seals. As Minato formed seals, the remaining vacant space within the barrier began to fill with dense Flying Thunder God techniques. At first glance, it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. If this is the case, the battle is really about to end. 4th Hokage, your Flying Thunder God is stronger than mine, and we can rest assured leaving Konoha in your hands, Tobirama remarked. Indeed, and you can perfectly control the Nine Tails. That's impressive, Hashirama praised. Ha! I just had some fortunate encounters, Minato said, as a blue glowing ball appeared in his hand. Then, Minato vanished, transforming into a golden light, while the bodies of the previous Hokages turned into a sky full of impure dirt, beginning to dissipate. Clearly, the impure reincarnated bodies were too weak to withstand the overload of attacks, leading to their destruction before they could repair themselves. In a vast barrier, only Minato and Orochimaru remained, staring at each other. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came from nowhere, and a black figure appeared between the two. The man before them. Even if turned to ash, Minato would recognize him. He was the planner and orchestrator of the Nine Tails incident, the one who nearly caused Minato to lose his beloved. With this thought, Minato's chakra became uncontrollable, and a gigantic golden chakra fox head began to appear. In a moment, a nearly 100-meter-tall golden chakra fox emerged. The golden fox showed a fierce expression, staring intently at the man in black, while Minato above it also fixed his gaze on the man. Minato, there's no need to be so agitated. It's not time for the final battle yet. One day, we will meet on the battlefield. It won't be too late to fight then. At that time, I will personally extract the Nine Tails from you and your son, Uchiha Obito said coldly. So why have you come this time? For Orochimaru? Minato asked. He, that has nothing to do with you, Hokage-sama. Orochimaru, the path ahead is only life or death. It's up to you to choose, Uchiha Obito said. I choose to join you, Orochimaru said without hesitation, though there was little panic in his eyes. In that case, let us go, Orochimaru. After Uchiha Obito said this, he placed a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, and soon a space vortex appeared, gradually absorbing the bodies of Orochimaru and the man in black. Bastard, don't go, Minato shouted, transforming into a beam of golden light, appearing beside Uchiha Obito, and immediately launched a Rasengan at him. However, he was still a step too late. The two had completely vanished into the space vortex. Minato had no choice but to open the space barrier, and soon a large group of Konoha ninjas surrounded him. Orochimaru has been reclassified as an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha and is wanted nationwide, Minato said. Throughout the journey, Minato wore a gloomy expression. The words of the masked man earlier made him ponder deeply about the upcoming decisive battle and the extraction of the Nine Tails from the Jinchuriki. It seems that guy's ultimate goal still revolves around the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, in a forest in Konoha, Kakashi Hatake was chopping down trees with a blade to vent his frustration over his cowardly behavior earlier. Just then, a deep male voice appeared behind Kakashi. So powerless. So weak. You haven't changed at all. Kakashi turned around abruptly, and a man in a black outfit with a swirling mask appeared in his sight. Kakashi was startled. This was the man who had stood atop the Nine Tails during the Nine Tails chaos. Why was he here to find him? However, in that moment of Kakashi's days, the man in black had already made his move, ruthlessly snatching away Kakashi's Sharingan. Such eyes on you are a waste. After saying this, the man vanished into a spatial vortex. In the Rain Village, Uchiha Obito brought Orochimaru into the Akatsuki organization and had Black Zetsu perform surgery on his eyes. The eye that originally belonged to him was returned. Chapter 207, Evolution of the Byakugan. Originally, Uchiha Obito did not intend to reclaim this eye, but after witnessing Minato defeat the 3 Hokages today, he changed his mind. Minato's power had exceeded his expectations. He was not his opponent to begin with, and now, with the Nine Tails, he had no fighting chance. Thus, he had to reclaim the eye that originally belonged to him to have a fighting chance against Minato, or at least to have more confidence in the Eye of the Moon plan. After the Sharingan transplant, feeling the overwhelming power of his eyes, Uchiha Obito revealed a satisfied smile. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the spatial vortex. At the same time, in the Flame Village, Sun Yin was personally conducting research on several gene projects. After meticulous study, Sun Yin discovered the genetic connection between the Byakugan and the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan's genome consists of 68 groups, while the Byakugan's genome consists of 28 to 48 groups. The more groups there are, the stronger the Byakugan's abilities. As long as the genetic deficiencies are made up for, the Byakugan can smoothly evolve into the Rinnegan. However, involving genetic recombination poses significant dangers. Failure would only lead to one outcome: death. Nevertheless, Sun Yin decided to proceed, as this would mean gaining another high-end combatant like Hinata Linglong by his side, and the power of Kaguya Otsutsuki would also increase. Even if it failed, Sun Yin could still bring them back. After extracting all the genomes, Sun Yin found Hinata Linglong and Kaguya Otsutsuki. After informing them of the risks, without needing a response, Sun Yin already guessed the answer. Both women were particularly strong-willed. Once there was an opportunity to become stronger, they would certainly not miss it. Kaguya had ambitions to revive the Otsutsuki clan, and Linglong, having reached the level of a Kage, had not made significant progress since then, which made her quite resentful. Even if it failed, Sun Yin could bring her back. So what burden was there? Kaguya was the first to undergo the injection. After all, she had the physique of a bloodline limit. And Sun Yin had mentioned that her Byakugan genome reached 58 groups, just 10 groups away from the Rinnegan, with a high success rate. The moment the injection was administered into Kaguya's body, even she, with her immortal body, began to scream in agony. Sun Yan's 1,000 light eyes penetrated Kaguya's physique, observing the changes in her Byakugan genes. Finally, after several hours, the remaining 10 groups of genes successfully integrated into the Byakugan genes. If it were an ordinary person, they would have surely died by now due to the strain. Seeing this, Hinata Linglong hesitated for a moment, but in the end, gritting her teeth, she chose to inject herself as well. To Sun Yan's surprise, Linglong's reaction was much milder than Kaguya's, and the gene fusion went very smoothly at first. However, when it came to the final 10 groups, the reaction became extremely intense. Hinata Linglong began to scream in pain, her life force rapidly draining away, while Sun Yin continuously infused her with yang power. After an unknown amount of time, under Sun Yan's 1,000 light eyes, the last group of genes perfectly integrated into Hinata Linglong's Byakugan genes, but she had already fallen unconscious. Seeing this, Sun Yin smiled, picked up Hinata Linglong, and disappeared from the laboratory. Kaguya had long since left. When she departed, her eyes had transformed from pure white to a light green. However, Linglong's eyes did not evolve as quickly, likely due to differences in physique, as evolution required a process. Sun Yin gently placed Hinata Linglong on the bed and slowly left. He initially thought that with himself there, the gene fusion would be problem-free, and afterward, he could even create little ones with Linglong. But unexpectedly, Linglong fainted. Helpless, Sun Yin returned to the laboratory to begin the fusion of a weakened version of Hashirama's cells with Uchiha clan cells. Although Makoto had obtained the Mangekyou Sharingan, excessive use would lead to blindness. Sun Yin believed he could protect them without issue, but everything in the future was uncertain, and future wars would be even harder to predict. So he was looking for ways to make his women stronger, not necessarily too strong, but at least capable of self-defense. Thus, Sun Yin immersed himself back into research. Hashirama cells were indeed exceptionally powerful among ordinary people. Even after Sun Yin weakened them by half. They still appeared overwhelmingly strong compared to Mikoto's cells. Moreover, cell fusion and genetic modification were different, with a greater level of danger involved. However, death was not an option. Sun Yin didn't want anyone to die, and even suicide would be useless. After hundreds of research attempts, he adjusted the quantity and degree between the two to a reasonable level. Sun Yin concluded the research and exited the laboratory, looking at the slightly brightening sky. He felt no fatigue. After all, at his level, exhaustion was impossible. He only felt a bit melancholic and was looking forward to the various possibilities of the future. 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. In 6 years, nothing significant happened in the ninja world. The 6 great nations had a tacit understanding and fell into a strange calm. However, 3 years ago, there was a slight conflict between the Cloud Village and Konoha, seemingly because the Hyuga clan from Konoha killed an envoy from the Land of Lightning, leading to their fury and demand for the culprit surrender, or they threatened to mobilize troops. But Minato firmly rejected this, sending a message back: if you want war, then bring it on. As a result, the Land of Lightning made no further sound. Under Minato's leadership, Konoha was thriving. In addition, the bounty world saw the emergence of several fearsome figures. The Bone Pulse Hunter codenamed Steelbone, the Ice Release Hunter codenamed Ice Emperor, and the Taijutsu Hunter codenamed Dance King, shaking the entire bounty world. The Akatsuki organization had also gradually become a force to be reckoned with. Uchiha Obito had retreated to the background, and the Akatsuki was now directly controlled by Nagato. In Konoha Village, today was the opening day of the Konoha Ninja Academy. 6-year-old Naruto Uzumaki arrived at the ninja school under Nanako's guidance. Along the way, many gazes were directed at Naruto. That's the child of the Hokage, right? So small and so cute. Yes, the Hokage's child, and he's in the same class as my child. All along the way, there were praises from the surrounding crowd. Little Naruto politely called out to the aunts and uncles. Inside, there was a strong sense of pride. After all, my dad was the 4th Hokage. Just then, there was another stir in the crowd as Uchiha Miling arrived at the ninja school with her second son, Uchiha Sasuke, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 208. Naruto and Sasuke's first confrontation. So this is the child of the Uchiha clan leader. He looks really handsome. I wonder if his talent will be stronger than his brother's. Itachi is only 11 this year and has already joined the Umbu as an elite. His talent is not inferior to Shirsue's. Both are rare geniuses. Even if Sasuke cannot reach his brother's achievements, he is still noteworthy. A group of people started discussing. Naruto followed their gaze and saw a boy with delicate features and long black hair, wearing a very indifferent expression. Facing the crowd's attention, he proudly raised his chin. Naruto didn't know why, but he felt a strong dislike for this guy at first sight. He muttered, "Humph, what a cocky guy." Seeing this, Nanao gently patted Naruto's head and said, "Little Naruto, you can't be biased against your classmates. You need to get along well with them." Yeah, I know," Naruto replied reluctantly. "By the way, when will Dad come? Your dad should be here soon." "All right, little Naruto. Mom will leave first and come back to pick you up after school," Nanao said kindly as she patted Naruto's head. Remember to get along well with your classmates," Nanao reminded him as she walked away. Soon, several Chunin teachers appeared to divide the existing students into classes. Naturally, Naruto was placed in the same class as the original 12 young strong ones, but besides them, there were many civilian students, and their teacher remained Irika. In the spacious room, it was extremely noisy, with countless girls surrounding Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, chattering nonstop. Sasuke turned his head coldly, ignoring the infatuated girls. Meanwhile, Naruto was overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, his small face quickly turning red. However, what frustrated him was that a girl with pink hair was surrounding that cocky guy, seemingly very fond of him. Little Naruto immediately developed a crush on this pink-haired girl, but seeing her by Sasuke's side made him feel a wave of depression. "Hello, I'm Nara Shikamaru. Nice to meet you. I'm Akimichi Choji. Nice to meet you. Hello, I'm Yamanaka Ino. Nice to meet you, Naruto-kun." 3 voices came from Naruto's side, bringing him back to his senses. He turned around to see a skinny guy, a chubby guy, and a blonde girl standing next to him. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you," he said with a smile. "Naruto, what are you thinking so deeply about?" Shikamaru asked. "Nanny, how did you know I was thinking?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "You were staring over there and mumbling to yourself. Of course you're thinking," Shikamaru replied. I wasn't thinking about anything," Naruto scratched his head. "Hey, that guy is really cocky," Shikamaru said, looking helplessly at the proud Uchiha Sasuke. His family had originally tasked him with getting along with Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. But it seemed that Uchiha was a spoiled brat and hard to deal with. What? Sasuke is so handsome. How could he be a spoiled brat? Ino countered, starry-eyed as she looked at Uchiha Sasuke. Oh no, another one has fallen, Shikamaru commented to Choji, who was munching on snacks nearby. Sasuke, what do you like to eat? What's your favorite color, and what type of girls do you like? The pink-haired girl, who was Sakura, looked at Sasuke with admiration. Shut up, are you annoying? Go away. Sasuke finally snapped, irritated, and shouted at Sakura and the other girls. Sakura was startled and even shed tears. Sasuke-kun, I'm sorry. Hey jerk, why do you shout at others? Naruto stood up angrily and yelled at Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing this, Sasuke's body trembled. Then he turned to see Naruto glaring at him with fury, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He thought, this guy, I heard from my father that he is the Hokage's son, my biggest rival among this year's students. Heh, I don't care, they really are annoying, aren't they? Uchiha Sasuke said lightly. How can you be so disrespectful? Apologize to them. Naruto said sternly. Heh, why should I apologize? Uzumaki Naruto, don't think you can order me around just because you're the Hokage's son, Sasuke smirked. You're asking for a beating, Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto said coldly. Then you can try, Sasuke replied indifferently. You're asking for it. Naruto shouted as he swung a punch at Sasuke's face. Sasuke dodged Naruto's punch, then got up from his seat and kicked at Naruto's stomach. However, Naruto managed to evade it too, and the two instantly started fighting in the classroom. In the original story, Naruto would have been knocked down by Sasuke with one punch. But this Naruto was different. Whenever Minato had free time, Naruto would ask his father to teach him ninjutsu, taijutsu, and shuriken techniques. Sasuke did the same, constantly pestering Itachi to teach him. The two fought back and forth in the classroom, while the other students were already dumbfounded, especially the civilian ninjas who were terrified. Of course, Shikamaru and the others quickly ran out of the classroom to call Iruka. The two little guys had really started to fight. Naruto landed a punch on Sasuke's face while Sasuke kicked Naruto in the stomach. Both of them flew back and landed heavily on the ground. If you have the guts, let us go outside and fight, Sasuke said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fine, if you want to go outside. Let's go, Naruto said defiantly. The two resumed their brawl on the ground, each having their victories and losses. If you don't admit defeat, I'll use ninjutsu, and then you'll be sorry, Sasuke warned. Chapter 209. Shursue's arrival. Naruto showed no signs of panic. Instead, he looked calmly at Uchiha Sasuke, almost as if to say, bring it on. Damn it, who do you think you are? Sasuke cursed under his breath, then slowly began forming hand signs. Serpent, horse, monkey, pig, rat, tiger. In a moment, Sasuke completed his hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A fireball nearly a meter in diameter shot from Sasuke's mouth towards Naruto. Water style, water wall. Just as the fireball was about to reach him, Naruto quickly formed his own hand signs, and a water wall rose up in front of him. The enormous fireball collided with the water wall, creating layers of mist. At that moment, Iruka finally arrived, witnessing the scene of ninjutsu clashing. However, in the next moment, Naruto's figure appeared, rushing towards Sasuke Uchiha, but Sasuke found an opening and knocked him down to the ground with one move. Just as Sasuke was about to laugh out loud, Naruto's body transformed into a puff of white smoke. Sasuke was dumbfounded, and Iruka, who had just arrived, was also stunned. This was a physical shadow clone. Naruto had already mastered such a technique. However, in the next moment, a stone behind Sasuke turned into Naruto, who then swung a punch towards Sasuke's head. At that moment, a flash of yellow light appeared, blocking Naruto's hand. It was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Dad, Naruto called out somewhat sheepishly. Meanwhile, Iruka, still in shock, hurried over. Hokage-sama, I'm very sorry. I didn't keep an eye on them, Iruka said shamefully. Iruka-sensei, there's no need to be like this. It's my failure to teach properly. Little Naruto is too mischievous and has caused you trouble, Minato said apologetically. He then turned to Naruto and asked, Naruto, didn't you promise Dad you wouldn't bully your classmates? Who told this guy to be so arrogant? He disrespected me first. Little Naruto muttered. Who asked you to meddle? Sasuke retorted. However, Sasuke was still young and not as bold as he would be when he grew up, so he didn't dare to act recklessly in front of the powerful fourth Hokage. All right, you two have fought and gotten to know each other from now on. You will be good friends, Minato said as he patted the heads of the two little guys. Who wants to be friends with him? He's just an arrogant guy. Naruto still disliked him. Me too, both of them said, their eyes sparking with rivalry. So, what are we going to do after the match? Minato asked. To form a reconciliation seal, Naruto muttered quietly, extending his hand under Minato's gaze. Sasuke turned his head and walked away without even looking. Minato frowned. This son of UchihaFugaku had a problematic personality. However, he didn't dwell on it too much, especially since his father and brother were both working under him. Itachi was even one of his most trusted subordinates, and one of the next generations he valued the most. Subsequently, Minato gave an outstanding speech in each classroom, successfully passing on the will of fire to the next generation of students. Then, using the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato appeared in an underground base in the northern part of the Land of Fire. Sun Yin had been waiting there for a long time, along with 2 other people. The crimson Sharingan in their eyes symbolized their identity as members of the Uchiha clan. It was Sure and Itachi. Minato, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Why did you take so long? Sun Yin asked. Sorry, I accidentally talked too much, Minato replied as he poured himself a glass of water and slowly drank it. Sure, are you sure you want to join the Yin organization? Minato asked. Yes, I hope Hokage-sama will grant me permission, Sure said. Big brother Sure, are you really going to leave Konoha? Itachi said reluctantly. Itachi, the responsibility of revitalizing the Uchiha clan is now on you. I am going to save the world. Uchiha Sure said. Big brother Sure, I will join the Yin organization with you. The responsibility of revitalizing the Uchiha clan can be entrusted to Sasuke, Itachi said. No, Minato and Sure said in unison. Letting Sure go is already a huge loss. I absolutely cannot let you go, Itachi. Moreover, I want you to go undercover in the Akatsuki organization. The black-clad person who previously found you and Sure to talk is very likely the one who attacked Konoha. Minato said, you can leave the black-clad person and the Akatsuki organization to Konoha to deal with. The extraterrestrial invaders will be handled by our Yin hidden village. What do you think, Minato? Sun Yin smiled. Yes, that's fine. The atSix clan members are all powerful. They're not something Konoha can deal with, Minato said. Before that, let me give you a little gift. As we all know, excessive use of the Manjiki Sharingan can lead to permanent blindness. The only way to solve this problem is through Hashirama cells. The Sharingan represents Yin power, while the Hashirama cells represent Yang power. Only by combining Yin and Yang can one produce the power of life. So, do you accept the injection of Hashirama cells? Sun Yin looked at Sure and asked, Yin, the cells of the first Hokage, even when weakened, still possess great power. Wouldn't that carry a significant risk? Minato asked. Don't worry, with me here you won't die, Sun Yin said with a smile. Sure looked at Sun Yin and then at Minato, ultimately nodding his head. In that case, come with me. After saying that, Sun Yin took Uchiha Sure into the laboratory inside the base. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the heavens and the earth. It was Sure scream. Upon hearing this, Itachi immediately rushed in, but was stopped by Minato. Itachi, don't worry. With Yin here, nothing will happen, Minato comforted. Itachi nodded, but his expression still showed concern. 2 years from now, I want to send you to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization to uncover the true identity of the black-clad person and understand the true purpose of this organization, Minato said. Understood. Fourth Hokage-sama, Itachi replied. My plan is as follows. Minato began to introduce his plan to Itachi. After a long time, Sun Yin walked out of the base. Itachi immediately rushed over and asked Sun Yin, Elder Yin, how is big brother Sure? Seeing Itachi's worried expression, Sun Yin couldn't help but tease him, saying, It's all my fault. I didn't expect the weakened Hashirama cells to be so powerful. Sure, Sun Yin said regretfully. Minato couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He knew that Sun Yin was just messing with him again. Chapter 210, Itachi's Manjiki Elder Yin. What happened to Minato-sensei? Itachi said nervously. Sure couldn't withstand the invasion of Hashirama cells. His body has turned into a tree, and he has already died. Sun Yin sighed. What? How is that possible? Elder Yin, you must be lying to me, right? Didn't you say that with you here, Sure will be fine? Itachi shouted angrily and rushed into the room, only to be greeted by a lush tree. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Itachi's body began to tremble as he ran towards the tree and hugged it, crying bitterly. Big brother Sure, Itachi cried out heart-wrenchingly. Under Sun Yan's thousand light eyes, Itachi's chakra was beginning to circulate at high speed within his body, becoming colder and colder, and the 3 tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly, eventually condensing into a windmill shape, revealing the Manjiki Sharingan. Seeing this, Sun Yan's mouth curled into a smile, and Minato was also very shocked. an 11-year-old Mangeki. Even earlier than Shui awakened his eyes, he had indeed underestimated this child's talent. Uchiha Itachi also discovered his own abnormality and the increasing chakra within him. But he did not feel any joy. Instead, he looked coldly at Sun Yin. Sun Yin remained unfazed, his smile still intact, even staring directly into Uchiha Itachi's eyes. However, in the next moment, Uchiha Itachi suddenly felt an inexplicable sharp pain in his eyes, causing him to quickly look away. Thinking to himself, I can't even manage to look at him directly. How strong must he be? Uchiha Itachi felt a sense of discontent in his heart as he continued to look at Sun Yin. However, his eyes seemed to be desperately avoiding direct contact with Sun Yin, causing Itachi's breathing to become rapid. Minato naturally noticed Itachi's unusual behavior and turned to look at Sun Yin. Yin, has Shui really already? Minato asked. Haha, of course not. Shui, come out. If you don't come out soon, your little brother Itachi will hate me to death. Sun Yin left. Immediately, from the side door, Uchiha Shui walked out with a smile on his face. It was clear that the fusion with Hashirama's cells had been very successful. And Shui's chakra no longer felt as cold as before. It was also gradually improving thanks to the cells. Shui, you're not dead, Itachi exclaimed in surprise. Then looked at Sun Yin with a hint of apology. Itachi, congratulations on awakening your Mangeki Sharingan, Shui said with a smile. At this moment, Itachi understood that everything that had just happened was a performance for him, aimed at helping him awaken his Mangeki Sharingan. With this realization, Uchiha Itachi felt even more ashamed and bowed his head to Sun Yin, saying, Senior Yin, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. Ha, kid, don't be too happy too soon. I can feel that your Mangeki is very powerful, but you also have the hereditary disease of the Uchiha clan in your body. If this disease is not treated in time, you won't live to see 30, Sun Yin said, looking at Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression remained calm, but inside he was panicking. The Mangeki abilities he had just obtained were indeed very powerful, but the moment he received the eyes, his body seemed to undergo some subtle changes. Although he didn't know what those changes were, he was aware of whether they were good or bad. Senior Yin, is what you said true? Shui asked, clearly worried. Seeing Shui's anxious demeanor, Sun Yin couldn't help but sigh. They were truly good friends. One thought his friend was dead and awakened the Mangeki in anger, while the other, upon hearing his friend's hereditary illness, wished he could take his place. Minato furrowed his brows at the thought. This young man he had his eye on might really not live to see 30. Of course it's true, and that's the longest lifespan possible. It is well known that while the Mangeki Sharingan is powerful, it has great side effects on the body and the eyes themselves. The side effect from using the Mangeki will be several times worse than those of an ordinary person, Sun Yin explained. What can be done to eliminate the hereditary disease in Itachi's body? Can fusing with the first Hokage cells like I did solve it? Shui asked. Fusing with the first cells can indeed increase Itachi's lifespan and slow the onset of the hereditary disease, but it cannot eradicate it, Sun Yin replied. Senior Yin, after fusing with the first Hokage cells, how long can my lifespan be extended? Itachi, who had been silent, asked. That depends on how frequently you use the Mangeki in battle. If used frequently, you might die by your 30s, Sun Yin said. 30s is enough. In that case, please help me fuse with the first cells, Senior Yin. I would be very grateful, Uchiha Itachi said. Hee, aren't you going to ask about the method to eradicate it? Sun Yin smiled. 30 years, compared to before, living a little over 10 more years is already great. Moreover, by that time my brother will have grown up, and I can leave the Uchiha clan to him to protect, Itachi said. But Minato wants you to be his successor, you know. If you die, won't Minato be very sad? Besides, the method to eradicate it is still a piece of cake for me. You just need to find a few more Uchiha clan members, collect their blood, and bring it here in 10 days. Then just wait for my news. Before that, I will give you the first cells. Come with me. Sun Yin beckoned Itachi to come inside. Soon, a sharp scream echoed out again, and after a long while, Sun Yin emerged with a sweating Itachi. Minato, Shui is now part of my Yin hidden village from today on, so don't be too reluctant, Sun Yin teased. Although Minato looked pained, it was Shui's choice, and he couldn't say much. After chatting for a while, the two returned to their own ninja villages with the geniuses of the Uchiha clan. This underground base located at the border between the land of fire and the land of flames became a place where the two often met. At this moment, on the moon, Sun Yin and Kaguya Otsutsuki appeared. Looking at the ceiling of the Ten Tails which had imprisoned her for years, if it weren't for Sun Yan's intervention, Kaguya would have already used the infinite Tsukuyomi to split it in half. Why did you bring me here? Kagaya asked. To take you on a journey through the universe. Sun Yin replied with a smile. Do you want to go to Takamagara? Kagaya asked in shock. No, I'm just testing the power of that new mode. To see how strong it is, Sun Yin said with a faint smile. What do you mean by new mode? Kagaya asked, confused. In the next moment, Sun Yin's body began to be enveloped in a silver energy layer, with starlight surrounding his energy cloak, and points of stars appeared on the silver energy layer. As Sun Yan's aura completely radiated, the entire moon began to tremble violently, and 7 differently colored spheres appeared behind Sun Yan. With a thought, he absorbed them into his body, and at that moment, he sensed something unusual. However, he didn't speak out. He reappeared behind Kagaya, but to his surprise, Kagaya, who possessed the Rinnegan, couldn't detect Sun Yan's presence. Sun Yan reached out and tapped Kagaya on the rear, causing her to notice him. She then looked at Sun Yan in confusion, wondering if her Rinnegan was fake. After this, use the Yomi's path to return to Yin Hidden Village, he told Kagaya. Upon hearing this, Kagaya frowned but then nodded. Just as she was about to activate the Yomi's path to return to Yin Hidden Village, a woman in a purple outfit and mask stepped out from the space beside them. This instantly raised Kagaya's alarm. Sun Yin, however, remained calm, as he had already sensed the woman's presence earlier but had chosen not to reveal it. The moment he activated the 7-star mode, the purple-clad woman had arrived here and was hiding in the space. Who are you? Kagaya asked. You have horns on your head. You must be from the atSix clan. You look pretty good. How about considering being my maid? The purple-masked woman said without any fear, walking toward Kagaya. Stay away, or I'll kill you, Kagaya warned. Kill me? You probably don't have that capability. Even the one behind you, I wouldn't take seriously, the purple-clad woman sneered. Humph, whether you can kill me or not. We'll find out, Kagaya said, preparing to strike. However, Sun Yin stopped her, staring at the woman's alluring silhouette and her vaguely familiar accent, slowly saying, You are the one in the black outfit from back then, aren't you? That's right, it's me, the purple-clad woman replied, no longer hiding her identity, and removed her mask. Her stunning beauty was revealed. Not only was her appearance breathtaking, but the fresh and ethereal aura she exuded was also captivating, yet made one hesitate to harbor improper thoughts. Her exquisite face looked like a meticulously crafted work of art, vividly lifelike, with a slight smirk at the corner of her mouth. However, Sun Yin was not swayed by this woman's beautiful appearance and immediately began to curse. You dare to appear in front of me, woman? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Sun Yin said angrily. This woman is truly ruthless. When I first upgraded my Qianguang Yin, I thought I was invincible, only to be beaten up by her. Sun Yin vaguely remembers that once he became stronger, he would find this black-clad woman and torture the man to death. While he would endlessly ridicule the woman, he never expected that this woman would come to him today. What is she here for? To deliver herself? Who is Liang Jingru, and why should she give me courage? The purple-clad woman asked in confusion. You don't need to care who she is. You just need to know that today I want to take revenge and beat you up, Sun Yin said. All right, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You really deserve a beating, the purple-clad woman replied. Since that's the case, let's fight. I also want to experience your skills, Sun Yin said. Nearby, atSix Kagaya thought to herself, such a powerful Sun Yin actually lost to this woman. It's fortunate that Sun Yin stopped me. Otherwise, I would definitely not be a match for her. Hee, I'm not here to fight, the purple-clad woman said. Then what are you here for? Sun Yin asked. I suppose you should know our identities by now, the purple-clad woman said proudly. That's right, Tong Ling has already told me, Sun Yin replied calmly. Tong Ling, it seems your eyes haven't evolved to their final form yet, the purple-clad woman said with a smile. The so-called Tong Ling is actually an incarnation of the eye's power. Every member of the Tiansha clan can awaken the divine eye, but only those with bloodlines above the 8th rank can possess Tong Ling. When the eyes are about to upgrade to their final form, Tong Ling will retransform into exquisite eye power, helping you elevate your eyes to the highest form. After which Tong Ling will disappear, the purple-clad woman explained. Stop, don't change the subject. What is your purpose for coming here? You haven't said yet. Could it be to ask me to pass on the family line? Sun Yin scrutinized the purple-clad woman. Upon hearing this, even the purple-clad woman showed a hint of blush. You play boy. I really want to kill you with one sword, the purple-clad woman said angrily. Hee, are you angry? Could it be that you really came to pass on the family line? Sun Yin said in surprise. Bastard, the purple-clad woman gritted her teeth in anger. But she was helpless. After all, she couldn't see through Sun Yan's strength now. Even if she could win, Sun Yin could easily escape. Hee, isn't that so? It seems that apart from passing on the family line, we have no other connection, Sun Yin said mischievously. Zixuan is not angry, definitely not angry. It's not worth getting angry at such a playboy. The purple-clad woman thought to herself, her delicate hands tightly clenched, making a creaking sound. Seeing this, Sun Yin was overjoyed. He, indeed, happiness is built on the suffering of others. Sun Yin wanted to continue mocking her, but Tong Ling appeared again. I advise you not to provoke that woman any further. Her eyes and divine roots have completely awakened. If it comes to a real fight, you can only run. Moreover, didn't I tell you before, torturing a wife is momentary pleasure, but pursuing a wife is a funeral? You are burdened with the great task of passing on the family line. If you anger her, there will definitely be consequences, and, generally, women of the Tian-Sha clan have difficulty conceiving, so you better think carefully. And look how beautiful she is. If you anger her, how can you be so indifferent to such a gorgeous girl? Tong Ling tried to persuade Sun Yin to stop his current behavior. Sun Yin pouted and muttered, "She's beautiful, but I'm not the kind of man who can't move his legs when he sees a woman. As for passing on the family line, after I destroy the atSix clan, I can give each song and the others a chakra fruit each, and that would be enough for them to conceive my child. Besides, if I can't win, I can run. Tong Ling, that way, the child's bloodline will be pure. Sun Yin, why do you care about whether it's pure or not? Tong Ling, that's your father's long-sought wife. You have to take her." Chapter 212, Conversation with the Purple-Clad Woman. Fine, Sun Yin said helplessly. Seeing this, Tong Ling finally returned to calmness. "Now tell me, what exactly do you want from me?" Sun Yin said arrogantly. The purple-clad woman forcefully suppressed her anger, managing to squeeze out a smile as she said, "You should know that your eyes and the divine roots within you have not been fully developed, and staying in the ninja world, you won't be able to fully develop them for decades. I'm here to take you to a place to help you quickly develop your divine roots and divine eyes, to master and comprehend the laws. You help me strengthen my power and comprehend the laws?" Sun Yin asked in confusion. "That's right. As you said, we are the only two Tian-Sha clan members in this universe. Moreover, the atSix clan has already made their move. We don't have much time left," the purple-clad woman said. "How is that possible? The only person from the atSix clan whose depth I don't know is the atSix ancestor. How strong can he be?" Sun Yin asked. The atSix ancestor is not as simple as you think. Over the years, the atSix clan has absorbed countless high-level chakra fruits from across the universe. The quantity possessed by the atSix ancestor alone accounts for half. But this is not something to fear. Eating too many high-level chakra fruits will greatly diminish their effects. What truly makes me wary is that this chakra ancestor may very well have mastered the perfect law, the purple-clad woman added. "What does the perfect law mean?" Sun Yin asked in a deep voice. "It refers to the existence of having mastered a certain law to its utmost degree," the purple-clad woman explained. "For example, two techniques of equivalent power. If his law is above yours, or if his law is of a higher level than yours, then your technique will be utterly defeated in front of his." The purple-clad woman smiled, clearly thinking that this kid has little understanding of the laws. "Then how do you know that the atSix ancestor has mastered the perfect law?" Sun Yin asked solemnly. "I have fought him before. At that time, I had not yet developed my divine eyes and divine roots to their final forms, but I was very close. However, I still lost to him," the purple-clad woman said. "The law he mastered should be the law of strength, of very powerful existence. My immature laws of space and time were both defeated by him. Do you currently master a perfect law?" Sun Yin asked. "Of course not. As you know, previously our souls and bodies were separated, and I arrived in this universe only a little earlier than you. Mastering laws requires the accumulation of time. Aside from that, it requires the 7-star inheritance," the purple-clad woman explained. "Damn, does that mean you're also a time traveler?" Sun Yin was shocked. "That's right," the woman nodded. "Did you also travel from Earth?" Sun Yin asked. "No, our planet is called our star, where the order is very chaotic, a world of the survival of the fittest. And I was killed by someone from our star." The purple-clad woman seemed to fall into bad memories. "Sigh, we are both fallen people in the same world. Why must we have met?" Sun Yin couldn't help but sigh at the purple-clad woman's fate. "How did you get here?" the woman asked. "My world is called Earth." Interestingly, the story of the ninja world has been written into manga and adapted into anime, becoming a global sensation. Although the world is not at peace, I am fortunate to have been born in a peaceful country as a seasoned otaku of the 21st century, Sun Yin said. The two began chatting, discussing various aspects of their past lives, getting quite into it. atSix Kagaya could no longer bear it and helplessly said, "Aren't you supposed to be discussing the laws?" "Oh, right? Weren't we talking about the atSix ancestors? How did the topic shift? The purple-clad girl said. Humph. Weren't you enjoying the conversation too? Sun Yin retorted. You. The purple-clad girl was about to snap back when Sun Yin interrupted her. Hold on, miss. Why don't you quickly explain the matter of the seven-star inheritance? Sun Yin said. The so-called seven-star inheritance refers to the inheritance of the seven ancient stars located in the seven-star forbidden zone of the universe. The purple-clad girl explained. What is the seven-star forbidden zone? You really are ignorant. The seven-star forbidden zone is a star region in the universe. But only those with the absolute bloodline of the Tian-Sha clan can enter. Outsiders will be absolutely erased by the seven ancient stars. Isn't that amazing? So, this seven-star inheritance can only be accepted by our Tian-Sha clan, and others shouldn't even think about it, Sun Yin said. That's right, but even so, for billions of years, no one from our Tian-Sha clan has received the recognition of the seven-star domain or obtained the seven-star inheritance. Why is that? It must be because they are too ugly or too weak, Sun Yin said. The purple-clad girl was too lazy to argue with Sun Yin and continued. Because their bloodline power is too weak. Hold on, I want to ask. Why do you know so much while I know so little? Sun Yin asked in confusion. Isn't it because you're too weak? You haven't absorbed the I-Spirit yet, the purple-clad girl said. The I-Spirit contains all the historical records of the Tian-Sha clan. And since you haven't absorbed it, of course, you wouldn't know, the purple-clad girl said disdainfully. All right, you old lady, please continue, Sun Yin said, rolling his eyes. The purple-clad girl clenched her fists, repeatedly telling herself not to get angry. According to the historical records of our clan members with bloodlines below the 8th rank will be directly rejected by the star domain if they enter. Those with 8th and 9th rank bloodlines can practice laws there without being rejected. As for the 10th rank bloodline, no one from the Tian-Sha clan has appeared for billions of years. After finishing, the purple-clad girl fixed her gaze on Sun Yin. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Have I become so handsome that you can't help yourself? Sun Yin said joyfully. The purple-clad girl was speechless. And you are the only one with a 10th rank bloodline in billions of years, the purple-clad girl continued. I know that. Although my I-Spirit is lazy and useless, it still honestly told me that I have a 10th rank bloodline. Also, my father is the leader of the Tian-Sha clan, and you are the wife he has been looking for me for a long time, Sun Yin said happily. Chapter 213, Heading to the Seven-Star Domain. He, didn't your I-Spirit tell you? Sun Yin said with a grin. The purple-clad girl's face was turning visibly red, and her eyes were darting around. Oh, why are you blushing? Are you feverish? Sun Yin said, reaching out to touch her forehead. The result was predictable. The purple-clad girl slapped his hand away and said, if you touch me again, I'll kill you. TCH, I'm just concerned about you. I didn't think you would take it the wrong way, Sun Yin said. By rights, I am the young patriarch of the Tian-Sha clan, and you are my child bride, Sun Yin said. Who wants to be your child bride? I refuse, the purple-clad girl said. Ha ha ha, Sun Yin laughed. What are you laughing at? The purple-clad girl complained. It's nothing. According to what you said, as a 10th rank bloodline, I have a great chance of obtaining the 7-star inheritance, Sun Yin said. I didn't say that. I only said you're the only one with a 10th rank bloodline in billions of years, so you might have an adventure. If you can obtain the 7-star inheritance, that would be great. If not, you can stay in the 7-star domain to cultivate and comprehend the power of the laws, improving your divine roots and divine eye power, the purple-clad girl said. The atSix clan won't leave us much time. After the last battle with the atSix ancestor, I hid in the 7-star domain to escape, and at that time, the atSix ancestor was not in peak condition. There must have been some issues while cultivating the laws that caused him to sustain serious injuries, the purple-clad girl said. Is the atSix ancestor really that strong? Sun Yin asked in confusion. The key is the laws. He has been cultivating the laws for many years and has even cultivated more than one type of law, the purple-clad girl said. What about you? What laws are you cultivating? Sun Yin asked. Time, space, and life, the purple-clad girl said. Hearing this, Sun Yin nodded, feeling a bit of anticipation for the 7-star forbidden zone. He then created a shadow clone to arrange matters with atSix. After all, the duration of this trip to the 7-star forbidden zone was uncertain, and some things couldn't be handled by just a shadow clone. Arrangements had to be made first. Once Sun Yin finished his arrangements, atSix face darkened. Then, she and the shadow clone activated the Yellow Springs Hirio and disappeared from the spot. Where's the 7-star forbidden zone, and how do we get there? After watching the shadow clone and atSix disappear, Sun Yin turned to ask. Follow me, the purple-clad girl said. In the next moment, the space began to split, and an opening appeared, with Sun Yin and atSix Kagai's bodies vanishing into space. When the two reappeared, they found themselves in an unknown star region. Sun Yin couldn't help but marvel at the purple-clad girl's mastery of space. "Is this the 7-star Forbidden Zone?" Sun Yin asked. "That's right. Ahead are the 7 ancient stars," the purple-clad girl said. "How far is this from the ninja world?" Sun Yin asked. Very far, very far. This is the highest star region in the universe, several dozen star systems away from the ninja world," the purple-clad girl said. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin activated his 1,000 light eyes and indeed found that he couldn't detect the ninja world. In the middle of the 7 ancient stars, there was a massive formation where we would comprehend and practice the laws, the girl said, flying towards the formation first. They passed through an invisible barrier, and once they entered, they disappeared without a trace. Sun Yin was astonished to find that even his 1,000 light eyes couldn't probe the area inside the barrier, realizing the barrier's brilliance and strength. But the more it was like this, the more excited Sun Yin became. In a flash, he transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into the barrier. The purple-clad girl was already waiting here for a long time. "Oh, I need to remind you that time here will be 10 times that of the outside world, meaning 1 day here is equivalent to 10 days outside. So our time will be even more pressing," the purple-clad girl said. "There's an altar ahead. Drip your blood into it." Sun Yin walked over and forced a drop of blood from his fingertip. Blood slowly fell in the air, eventually dripping onto the altar. In the next moment, the altar glowed with a golden light, followed by the gathering and operation of 7 ancient stars, instantly spreading colorful starlight throughout the entire area. 7 rich beams of starlight continuously surged into Sun Yin's body, while Sun Yin fell into a death-like silence. The purple-clad woman also sat here to comprehend the laws. Inside Sun Yin's body, the power of the stars once again washed his tendons and marrow, making his body even more terrifying, while his divine root was crazily absorbing the power of the stars and growing wildly, eventually turning into a rainbow color. As for the divine eye, it was also absorbing power, undergoing its final transformation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed in the ninja world. During this time, Uchiha Itachi, a once-in-a-century genius ninja from the Uchiha clan and the young clan leader of UchihaFugaku, killed his best friend Uchiha Shursui with his own hands to obtain the supreme power of the Manjiki Sharingan, and then defected from Konoha. At Konoha Ninja Academy, Naruto was dozing off in class, much to Irika's helplessness, as no matter how Naruto slept, his grades were tied for first place with UchihaFugaku's grades. Both of them were also quite strong, often having small fights every 2 days and big fights every 3 days. They would occasionally go to the playground to settle their disputes, and before long, it turned serious, with fire release and water release being used. In this version, Naruto has a different mother, which has led to him possessing both water release and wind release. Today, Uchiha Sasuke was in a very bad mood. He couldn't believe that his brother really killed Shursui and then defected from Konoha. "Hey, isn't that Sasuke?" Naruto provocatively called out to Sasuke. To his surprise, Sasuke seemed uninterested in responding to him, turning his head and walking away. "Hey, Sasuke, how can you ignore me?" Naruto shouted as he ran in front of Sasuke. "Get out of the way. I'm not in a mood to play with you today," Sasuke said coldly. Naruto was stunned. It was the first time he had seen Sasuke speak to him like this. "Sasuke, we're rivals. How can you be like this?" Naruto said, blocking Sasuke's path. "Bastard, do you want to die?" Sasuke replied. Chapter 214. Passionate outburst. "Sasuke, even though you are annoying and arrogant, in my heart, I've already considered you a friend. I don't want to see you like this," Naruto shouted. "I'll say it one last time. Get out of the way," Sasuke said coldly. Naruto directly spread his arms, blocking Uchiha Sasuke in front of him, his eyes reflecting undeniable determination. "Bastard, get out of the way, Naruto," Sasuke shouted, then threw a punch at Naruto. However, to Sasuke's surprise, Naruto didn't dodge his punch. The punch landed on Naruto's right cheek, creating a visible bump. "What? Naruto, why didn't you dodge?" Sasuke asked in shock. "It's because I consider you a friend," Naruto said, touching the bump on his face and smiling. Sasuke felt his heart flutter at that moment. Looking at the blonde boy in front of him, he suddenly burst into tears. "Brother, he would never kill Shursui. Brother. He is not like that. I must become stronger and bring brother back to Konoha," Sasuke cried. In the next moment, Sasuke felt a massive chakra gathering from his body. Then surging towards his eyes, a crimson single tomo appeared. Seeing this, Naruto was also startled. But he remembered his father mentioning it and knew that this was the Uchiha clan's unique bloodline limit, the Sharingan, which would grant immense power once activated. Sasuke was overjoyed, having awakened the Sharingan. This brought him one step closer to his brother. Thinking of this, Sasuke stood up and said to Naruto, "Naruto, we are not just friends. We are also each other's strongest rivals." "Ha, that's right. Isn't that the most arrogant Sasuke?" Naruto laughed, but some people were just crying. He said disdainfully, "Damn it, you must not tell anyone about this, or I will definitely beat you up." Sasuke said fiercely, "Huh, too bad I didn't take a picture of it." Naruto laughed. "Baka, do you want to fight? Now that I have the Sharingan, you are definitely not my opponent," Sasuke said. "Then come on. It's just that your eyes turned red. What is so great about that?" Naruto muttered, "Idiot, you know nothing about the power of the Sharingan." Sasuke scolded. "This afternoon, at the training ground number 24, some people better not be too scared to come," Sasuke said, then ran towards the Uchiha clan residence, determined to tell his father about awakening the Sharingan and gain his approval. UchihaFugaku was currently discussing some matters with the fourth Hokage. "Hokage-sama, you came to see me because of Itachi, right?" Fugaku said solemnly. "Itachi killed Shursui and then defected from Konoha, which is an enormous blow to the Uchiha clan. The two geniuses of the Uchiha clan, the future hope, have all been lost at once. This is something that the clan leader UchihaFugaku cannot accept, and it is even harder for a father of a traitor to accept. Yes, it is indeed about Shursui and Itachi." Minato smiled. "Hokage-sama, did Itachi really kill Shursui?" UchihaFugaku still couldn't believe all of this. Although he had seen Shursui's body with his eyes gouged out, he still couldn't accept it. "I came here to explain the truth to you, but before that, you must sign a confidentiality agreement," Minato said, placing an agreement in front of UchihaFugaku. Without saying a word, Fugaku picked up the pen and signed his name. "Hokage-sama, please tell me the truth," Fugaku said. "Itachi did not kill Shursui. Shursui is not dead. Shursui joined the Akatsuki organization, and Itachi was arranged by me to infiltrate the Akatsuki as an undercover operative," Minato said. Upon hearing this, UchihaFugaku trembled and then said, "Understood, Hokage-sama. Rest assured, Fugaku, Itachi activated the Manjiki 2 years ago with Sun Yan's help," Minato said. Hearing this, Fugaku was shocked. Could it be that the Manjiki could be activated with external help? Wouldn't that mean that the Uchiha clan would become the strongest ninja clan in the ninja world? "This is the truth of the matter. It was unavoidable that I did not inform you beforehand," Minato said. Upon hearing this, UchihaFugaku nodded, and then the two began to discuss some work-related matters. At that moment, a sound of hurried footsteps came from the entrance. An 8-year-old Uchiha Sasuke burst through the door, immediately shouting, "Father, I activated the Sharingan." UchihaFugaku, who was about to scold Sasuke for breaking in, suddenly smiled upon hearing that Sasuke had awakened the Sharingan. "How old are you and still so reckless? Didn't you see Hokage-sama? Hurry up and greet him," UchihaFugaku said. Hokage-sama." Sasuke realized his earlier mistake and quickly bowed. "Ha ha ha. Fugaku, it seems that your Uchiha clan has produced another great genius," Minato said with a smile. "I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Hokage-sama," Fugaku replied happily. "All right, I won't disturb you any longer. I still have a pile of documents to handle. I'll take my leave now," Minato said, turning to leave. After sending Minato off, Fugaku felt quite pleased. His eldest son's talent was astonishing, and his youngest son's talent was not far behind. "Sasuke, very good. You are truly my child," Fugaku said to Sasuke. "Father, teach me some new ninjutsu. I must surpass my brother and bring him back myself," Uchiha Sasuke said firmly. Seeing his son's expression, Fugaku felt a bit uncomfortable and thought to himself, "Itachi, you've worked hard. All right, today I'll teach you the great fire dragon technique." "Let's go," Fugaku said, taking Sasuke to the training ground behind the clan compound. As soon as Minato returned to his office, he was immediately surrounded by little Naruto, which left him feeling overwhelmed. "Dad, today Sasuke activated his Sharingan and challenged me to a duel. You have to teach me some powerful ninjutsu quickly, or else I will lose this afternoon," Naruto said, clinging to Minato's arm. "Naruto, didn't I tell you not to always challenge your classmates? You should get along with them," Minato reprimanded. "But those kids playing ninja games are really boring," Naruto replied dejectedly. "Then go find your mother and learn some sealing techniques," Minato suggested. "Forget it, Dad. Why don't you teach me the Rasengan instead?" Naruto said, shaking Minato's arm. Chapter 215. Mastering the Summoning Technique. Know that ninjutsu is very difficult to practice, and you're still too young. Teaching you such a powerful technique might cause trouble, Minato said, feeling a headache coming on. Wow, Minato. You seem to be in quite a predicament. A white-haired man suddenly jumped in through the window, speaking in a carefree tone. Jiraiya-sensei, Minato exclaimed, standing up immediately. When did you arrive? Minato asked. I just got here not long ago. Passing by to gather material, Jiraiya replied. This little guy must be Naruto. He has grown up so much in the blink of an eye, Jiraiya said, looking at the boy with yellow hair, similar to Minato's. Yes, Minato echoed in sentiment. Naruto, this is my teacher whom I often mention, one of the legendary three of Konoha, Jiraiya, Minato said, pulling Naruto out from behind him. Hey, I've seen this white-haired old man somewhere before. Oh right, the day before yesterday afternoon, this old man was peeking at the women's bath and got caught, Naruto exclaimed. Nanny? You little brat, don't say such nonsense. How could I do something like that? I am a respectable member of the legendary three, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya shouted angrily. I'm not making things up. It was definitely you. I can't believe Dada's teacher is a peeping Tom, little Naruto muttered. Baka, you little brat. How dare you say that? Jiraiya was on the verge of going crazy, flailing his arms around. Peeping Tom, Naruto said, making a funny face before running out of the room. Jiraiya chased after him, determined to prove his innocence. Thus, the two of them began to cause a ruckus on the streets of Konoha. By the lakeside, Jiraiya pinned Naruto to the ground, a smile creeping onto his lips. You little brat, now you can't run away, can you? Pervert, peeping Tom, let me go. Naruto struggled. Nanny? What do you know? I'm a writer. I'm gathering material. If you don't understand, don't say random things, okay? Jiraiya said disdainfully. TCH, you a writer? How could a writer be so perverted? Naruto muttered. How about this, you little brat? What do I have to do for you to stop calling me a pervert and a peeping Tom? Jiraiya pondered. Then you teach me some powerful ninjutsu. I have a duel scheduled for this afternoon, and I must make Sasuke lose to me, Naruto said. Oh, who is Sasuke? Is he strong? Jiraiya asked. Of course. Sasuke is my lifelong rival, Naruto replied. Ska. Then I'll teach you a technique. If you master it, you can defeat Sasuke, Jiraiya said. He then looked at Naruto and began to recall his previous conversation with Minato about how to perfectly utilize the tailed beast power. Now, with Minato using the soul-sealing method, he could perfectly control the Nine Tails power. But this little guy in front of him had a Nine Tails inside him that shouldn't go to waste. Ninjutsu, summoning technique, Jiraiya said as he pressed both hands to the ground. Immediately, a large cloud of white smoke rose, and a giant toad, about 7 or 8 meters tall, appeared before Naruto. Wow, big toad, Naruto exclaimed. Perverted old man, hurry up and teach me. What did you call me? Jiraiya glared. If not perverted old man, then what should I call you? Naruto scratched his head. You should call me Toad Sage, do you understand? Jiraiya hopped around. Got it, perverted sage. Hurry up and teach me, Naruto eagerly said. I guess I'll reluctantly teach you, Jiraiya said proudly. He then threw a large scroll onto the ground, which was the contract signed with Mount Mayaboku. You just need to bite your finger and write your name on it. Got it, perverted sage. You're so long-winded, Naruto complained. After saying this, Naruto bit his finger and wrote his name on the scroll. However, when Naruto attempted to summon, he ended up summoning a small tadpole. Then, Jiraiya kicked Naruto off a cliff, successfully summoning a giant toad, but it wasn't Gamabunta, it was Gamaken. In the afternoon, Naruto confidently walked into Konoha's training ground number 24, where Uchiha Sasuke had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Naruto, a smile crept on his Sasuke's face. The Sharingan brought him immense confidence, and he felt that he had become much stronger compared to before. I thought you wouldn't dare to come, Sasuke mocked. Sasuke, be prepared to be defeated by me, Naruto declared. Then let us battle, Naruto, Sasuke shouted. Come on, Sasuke, Naruto shouted back, charging at Sasuke. The two of them began to clash with kunai, and unlike before, Naruto was at a total disadvantage this time. Every attack he made seemed to be anticipated by Sasuke, while he couldn't see through Sasuke's attacks. From the moment I activated my eyes, you are destined to no longer be my opponent, and you'll only fall further behind, Sasuke said, watching Naruto gradually lose. TCH, you arrogant guy, Naruto retorted, retreating and forming hand seals, causing dozens of shadow clones to appear and charge at Sasuke. Sasuke, however, was unfazed. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball from his mouth towards Naruto's shadow clones. A large number of clones were burned to nothingness. You idiot. I've told you before, I'm not the same as I used to be. I now possess the powerful strength of the Uchiha clan, and you definitely won't be my opponent. Sasuke said proudly. Is that so? Don't think you're the only one getting stronger. I'm not far behind either, Naruto replied. Summoning jutsu. Naruto quickly formed hand seals, and at that moment, chakra surged from his body. A huge white smoke rose, and a gigantic toad appeared in front of Sasuke. The toad was about 60 to 70 meters tall, holding a huge pipe in its mouth and a large sword at its waist, looking around. Who summoned me? Is it Minato? Or that dead pervert Jiraiya? The massive voice echoed through the air. Sasuke, standing beside it, was clearly frozen in fear. It was me who summoned you, Naruto said, standing on top of the toad. Why does this toad look so fierce? Suddenly, a huge tongue wrapped around Naruto and pulled him down. Where did this little brat come from, talking so arrogantly? Are you Minato's kid? The toad asked. Naruto nodded. This is outrageous, giving such a technique to someone so young. Did you run into some trouble? The toad inquired. Yes, it's that guy. Big Toad, teach him a lesson. Naruto said. Chapter 216. The beaten Orochimaru in the Rain Village. All members of the Akatsuki organization, except for Uchiha Obito, gathered here. Orochimaru, Itachi, BYJZ, Sasori Nagato, as well as Kagaya's clan member Kagaya Tenti and Kakuzu, after catching this guy and interrogating him about the method of cultivating Earth Grudge fear, let him go. Unexpectedly, he was still favored by Nagato, who after a beating brought him into the Akatsuki. Recently, many powerful ninjas have appeared in the ninja world. If we can recruit them all into our Akatsuki, that would be perfect. Of course, if we can't recruit them, then we will just kill them. So, everyone, our Akatsuki's first operation is to recruit new members or eliminate these powerful ninjas on the spot, Nagato said coldly. Orochimaru looked greedily at Nagato and Itachi. He thought, if I could obtain their bodies, how wonderful it would be. Nagato, unfazed by Orochimaru's greedy gaze, instead smirked coldly. He recalled how Orochimaru had unhesitatingly attacked him when he first joined the Akatsuki, only to be crushed by his overwhelming power, begging for mercy like a pitiful snake. For this mission, Orochimaru and Itachi formed a team to hunt down a very powerful ice-style ninja. Here is his information, Nagato said, tossing a file to Itachi. Seeing Orochimaru's greedy look and a barely concealed smile at the corner of his mouth, Nagato coldly reminded him, Orochimaru, I've warned you twice already. If you dare to lay a hand on Itachi again, I will personally kill you. Do you understand? Rest assured, leader, Orochimaru replied with a hoarse laugh. Sasori and Kakuzu will team up to hunt a ninja with Earth Release, Nagato continued, tossing the information to the two. As for Kagaya Tenti and BYJZ, they will hunt a ninjutsu genius, he said, handing them their information. All right, this is our Akatsuki's first operation. I hope you all won't disappoint me, Nagato said with an air of authority, and then flew out of the high building in the Rain Village, disappearing into the rainy night. The others exchanged glances and then left with their partners. Itachi, you didn't really kill Shursui, did you? Or is there some secret behind this? Orochimaru asked with a grin. I've told you many times, Orochimaru-senpai, don't mention him in front of me, Itachi said sharply. We're about to reach the land of fire. Yet who would have thought that you and I are both rogue ninjas now, Orochimaru commented. Orochimaru-senpai, you seem quite attached to Konoha, Itachi replied. Aren't you as well, Itachi? Orochimaru said meaningfully. Hearing this, Itachi frowned and ignored Orochimaru, moving forward. By the way, I'm quite curious, Itachi, what kind of power did you gain after killing Shursui? Orochimaru asked, walking beside him. Is it the same Mangeki as your father's? He laughed. If you don't speak, it must be a silent admission. Itachi, if you had stayed in Konoha, you would have likely been the next Hokage, Orochimaru analyzed. Itachi no longer paid attention to Orochimaru and focused on reading the information about the ice-style ninja. Behind them, Orochimaru revealed a cold smile, and a large snake silently emerged from his sleeve, slowly crawling toward Itachi's body. However, Itachi remained oblivious. Suddenly, he felt a constriction around his body, and a snake had wrapped around him. Itachi, you are too careless. Never turn your back to someone you don't trust. Did you forget? Orochimaru laughed greedily, moving closer to touch Itachi's cheek. But a cold voice shattered his illusion. Orochimaru, you better understand the current situation, Itachi said coldly. In Orochimaru's line of sight, Itachi was standing perfectly intact in front of him. The next moment, a feeling of suffocation came over Orochimaru as he realized that he was the one being constricted by the snake. When did this happen? Orochimaru asked in shock. from the moment we locked eyes. You were already trapped in my Jinjutsu, Itachi replied. Orochimaru, don't try to uncover the secrets of a Sharingan anymore. The consequences are something you cannot bear, he said, drawing a kunai and slicing at Orochimaru's neck. In the next moment, Orochimaru's head was severed, but Itachi did not let his guard down. Instead, he distanced himself from Orochimaru's corpse. Sure enough, the next moment, Orochimaru's body emerged from the headless corpse, covered in viscous bodily fluids, making anyone who looked at it want to vomit, as expected of Itachi. But today, I will claim your eyes, Orochimaru said as his body transformed into an afterimage, rushing toward Itachi at high speed, quickly forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, evil snakes writhing. In the next moment, Itachi felt the ground beneath him start to shift, as if something was about to break through the earth. He quickly activated the body flicker technique to dodge, and the next moment, a grotesquely shaped Orochimaru emerged from the ground. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi immediately unleashed his jutsu. A massive fire dragon surrounded the entire serpent, quickly incinerating it into ash. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi had completed another set of hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Several small fireballs erupted from Itachi's mouth, rushing toward the swiftly moving Orochimaru. With the dynamic vision of a Sharingan, Itachi perfectly predicted Orochimaru's next move with the Phoenix fire technique, forcing him back. Orochimaru, do you wish to become an enemy of the Akatsuki? Uchiha Itachi said in a deep voice. Just a mere Akatsuki, you can't take me down, Orochimaru retorted, unleashing his signature ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, Serpent's Banquet. Although this technique had rarely killed anyone, it was quite troublesome for ordinary people. Seeing the dense mass of snakes, Itachi thought to himself that it was time to use the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the next moment, the three-tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly, followed by the emergence of a pinwheel-shaped Sharingan. Amaterasu, a blood tear streaked down Uchiha Itachi's eye, and then an endless black flame surged forth, carving an insurmountable chasm before the snake swarm. The next moment, Amaterasu activated again, and Orochimaru's body was instantly engulfed by the black flames, letting out a piercing scream. His body transformed into countless small white snakes, which then scattered in all directions. Despite the intense burning power of the black flames, a few small snakes still managed to escape. After a long while, a white snake transformed back into Orochimaru's form, but he was extremely weak at this point. Damn it. Not this move again, but the Sharingan is truly mesmerizing, Orochimaru muttered to himself. Chapter 217. Sasuke leaves. The winds will rise in the supreme seven-star absolute realm of the universe. Sun Yin sat cross-legged within a formation, the brilliant starlight continuously pouring into his body. Beside him, Tian Shazishuan had already awakened and had been here for nearly 9 months. Her understanding of the laws had matured significantly. However, while 9 months had passed here, a full 7.5 years had elapsed in the ninja world. Yet, Sun Yin was unaware of all this, even oblivious to the passage of time. Nevertheless, the aura around him was growing increasingly immense, so much so that it was terrifying. In addition, Zishuan was surprised to find that the entire 7-star absolute realm had been completely sealed off, meaning she could not leave and could only wait here or continue to comprehend the laws. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke were about to graduate from the Ninja Academy and become real ninjas. Over the years, both had made tremendous progress. On this day, the 9 young ninjas gathered together for a meal. They began discussing. Wow, we're about to graduate, Shikamaru exclaimed. Yeah, life after graduation won't be as easy as it is now. We'll have to complete many tasks every day, and they will be the most basic tasks, Ino worried. I think it will be the same, as long as there are snacks to eat, Choji said. Graduating is great. It brings me one step closer to becoming Hokage, Kiba declared. Hey, the Hokage position is mine, Naruto said, clearly displeased. Seeing this, Kiba said nothing more, knowing he couldn't win in a fight, so he kept quiet. Sigh. After graduation, we'll be divided into different classes, and everyone will separate. Gatherings like this will become less and less frequent, Shikamaru continued. Divided into classes? I really want to be in the same class as Sasuke, Sakura said dreamily. You think too highly of yourself. Of course Sasuke will be in my class, Ino said. What did you say, Ino pig? Sakura retorted angrily, and the two began to argue again. I advise you not to think too much. After all, we Ino Shikicho are inseparable, Shikamaru interjected. That big forehead won't end up in the same class as Sasuke, Ino added. You guys are so boring. You play while I want to continue training, Sasuke said, turning to leave. It's your fault for making Sasuke run off. Sakura shouted at Ino. Nonsense, it was you. With your big forehead, who scared Sasuke away. Ino shot back defiantly, and they began to argue again. Hey, what's up with Sasuke lately? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, Sasuke has been saying less and less, and his aura has become colder, Shino noted. Hinata, on the other hand, was looking at Naruto, her little face occasionally flushing red. Of course, Naruto wouldn't notice because his attention was entirely on Sasuke. I don't know. You all keep playing? I'm going to talk to him, Naruto said. Then noticing Sasuke's lonely figure, he ran after him. Sasuke, what's wrong? Naruto called out as he caught up. Hey, Naruto, if one day I leave Konoha, what would you do? Sasuke asked in a serious tone. Nanny, are you feeling sick, Sasuke? Naruto replied, confused. I'm not sick. I'm asking you very seriously, Sasuke insisted. As serious as ever. Why would you say such things? Isn't it good to stay in the village? Why do you want to leave? Naruto asked, puzzled. The village is too comfortable. In such an environment, I can't truly become stronger, Sasuke replied. Who says? Aren't we already strong? Naruto retorted. Just playing around with you every day? If that's the case, I will never surpass that man and will never be able to bring him back to Konoha, to the Uchiha, to face my father and admit his mistakes, Sasuke shouted angrily. Bastard, Sasuke, how do you know you can become stronger outside the village? Without the guidance of teachers and family, how will you get stronger? Naruto argued. It's precisely because my family and teachers have been too kind to me that staying here will never allow me to defeat that man, Sasuke replied. No way. I absolutely want to let you leave the village, Sasuke. Naruto blocked Sasuke's path. Hey, Naruto, don't stop me. One day I will come back, Sasuke said. Damn it. Sasuke, are you really serious? When do you plan to leave? Naruto struggled to make a choice. Tonight, I'll knock out a few guards and then leave Konoha, Sasuke declared. Have you decided where you are going? Naruto asked. I have decided, and it was he who sent someone to find me, Sasuke replied. Who? Naruto inquired. One of the legendary three of Konoha, Orochimaru, Sasuke stated. Damn it, I absolutely cannot let you leave. Naruto exclaimed. My dad said Orochimaru is an extremely dangerous person, cruel and insidious. If you go this time and fall into his trap, you will die. Seeing this, Sasuke realized he had let something slip and quickly pointed to the side, saying, It's the fourth Hokage. Upon hearing this, Naruto turned his head quickly, and Sasuke took the opportunity to knock Naruto down to the ground with a chop. Sorry, Naruto, Sasuke said as he turned to leave, realizing he had to expedite his plans. Otherwise, once Naruto woke up, his whereabouts would be exposed. With that thought, Uchiha Sasuke quickened his pace and used a transformation technique to change into a merchant's appearance, then swiftly fled into the distance. By the time Naruto woke up, it was already dusk. Rubbing his sore neck, Naruto realized that Sasuke had long since disappeared, and he hurried to the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage office, Minato was looking at his son with a serious expression. After a moment, UchihaFugaku arrived at the Hokage office. Hokage-sama, did Sasuke really leave Konoha? UchihaFugaku asked anxiously. Uncle Fugaku, today's Sasuke was very strange. Later, I approached him and learned that he was going to leave Konoha to find Orochimaru to gain the power to defeat Itachi. Naruto quickly explained. Why is this child so foolish? Fugaku said solemnly. Fugaku, don't worry. I've already dispatched several teams of Umbu to search, Minato reassured. Orochimaru. Damn him, UchihaFugaku growled. Dad, I want to go too. I must bring Sasuke back, Naruto said, looking at Minato. Minato was reluctant to agree, knowing that anything involving Orochimaru was extremely dangerous. Looking at Naruto's determined eyes, Minato found it hard to refuse. He quickly pulled out a flying Thunder God kunai and said, Once you encounter danger, activate the chakra seal on it. Naruto nodded heavily, then followed the Umbu team, led by Kakashi, to search for Sasuke. Chapter 218, The Wind Rises. The clouds move unlike the life and death parting in the original story. Sasuke had successfully left the borders of the Land of Fire, while Naruto and the Umbu returned empty-handed. However, upon returning to Konoha, Naruto was not disheartened. Instead, he was filled with more determination and was taken by Jiraiya to Mount Myaboku for sage training. Time flew by like water, and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. After the failed attempt to capture the second generation of the Flame Organization, the Akatsuki, which had been silent for 3 years, began to stir once again. In a dimly lit hall, a dozen men dressed in black cloaks with red clouds gathered. Compared to 4 years ago, 2 members had left, and 2 new members had joined. Hoshigaki Kisame had sacrificed himself by using the Samahata to protect others during a battle against the 4th Mizukage, while Orochimaru had already defected 4 years ago. However, with some members lost, new ones joined. The artistic youth Deidara joined the Akatsuki 3 years ago after being beaten by Itachi, both to prove his art and to one day defeat Itachi himself. The member from the Kirigakure's Hoshigaki clan, Kisame, also joined, but he was wielding a broken sword instead of the Samahata, which was now in the hands of the Flame Village. Additionally, there was a member named Haiden, who believed in an evil god cult, wielding an exceptionally sharp scythe, loud and absurd. Everyone, I announce that the Tailed Beast Collection plan officially begins, Nagato said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, all Akatsuki members paired up and vanished from the spot. Moments later, a spatial vortex appeared, and IBeat Uchiha's figure emerged from it. Finally, it's starting. We've waited for this day for a long time, IBeat said. Yeah, Nagato replied coldly. But it's best not to provoke the Flame Village for now. Why? Isn't just a brat named Yen? Now that I possess the power of a god, am I not a match for him? Nagato said. Are you planning to take action yourself? IBeat asked. I plan to attack Konoha first, after acquiring the 9 tails. I'll go after the Flame Village. This way, I can ensure everything goes smoothly, Nagato replied. A wise choice. The Flame Village should not be underestimated, IBeat said before disappearing into the spatial vortex. Meanwhile, in the land of Rice, in the Sound Village, Orochimaru was engaged in a life-and-death battle with Uchiha Sasuke. The fight was intense, with Orochimaru recently having used the Impure World reincarnation technique and was currently very weak, which Sasuke seized upon decisively. The room was filled with Orochimaru's severed limbs, and he had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Kabuto dared not speak a word, watching helplessly as Sasuke killed Orochimaru with his own hands and disappeared into the night. In the Flame Village, Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and Sun Yan's group of women had come to the chairman's office. This was because not long ago, Sun Yan's body had transformed into a cloud of white mist, leading everyone to realize that it was merely a shadow clone of Sun Yan. This meant that Sun Yan had completely disappeared for a full 10 years. White hair girl, I ask you, where is Sun Yan? Did you harm him? Kushina pointed at Kagaya Otsutsuki and asked. She vaguely remembered this woman returning with Sun Yan's shadow clone, but she didn't expect that only a shadow clone had returned. Sister Kagaya, what happened to Yen? Makoto asked anxiously. Ancestor, Yen is okay, right? Hinata Linglong also asked worriedly. That brat, he really doesn't make things easy for us. Tsunade was also among them, having returned to Konoha 7 years ago after being tired of wandering the ninja world, and the dreaded shadow clone had successfully captured her. Now that the shadow clone has dissipated, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that Yen is in trouble, and the other is that the chakra of Yan's shadow clone has been exhausted and dissipated, Yakura calmly analyzed. White-haired girl, what happened to Brother Yen? Conan's expression also showed displeasure. How would I know? I only know that son, Yen left with a purple-haired girl, and seems to have no intention of coming back to you. Kagaya Otsutsuki said playfully. Damn white-haired girl. What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Yen could never be that kind of person. Conan shouted angrily. That's right. I believe son Yen would never abandon his friends. Kushina said. Well, I don't know, but the fact is he left with that purple-haired girl and hasn't returned for 10 years, Kagaya Otsutsuki stated. Kagaya Otsutsuki was also in a very bad mood, as her concern for Sun Yen was not less than that of the women before her. While the shadow clone was okay, without it, whether Sun Yen had encountered any misfortune was uncertain. Moreover, she understood how dangerous the 7-star Forbidden Zone was. Even the clan's ancestors could not enter. Although Sun Yen was from the Heavenly Evil clan, he was not necessarily safe. Now, the entire ninja world was on the brink of upheaval, and her sense of crisis was growing stronger. And she understood that this sense of crisis did not come from the ninja world but from the Otsutsuki clan. The more this happened, the more anxious she became, secretly thinking, Sun Yen, you must not be in any danger. Come back quickly. Now that Yen has left, the entire Flame Village is without a leader and has begun to fall into chaos, Kushina said. Some people are just traitors, Linglong said, her emerald eyes showing a hint of killing intent. Then we will help Brother Yen clean up the mess first, Makoto said, as 3 Tomo Sharingan rapidly spun, followed by a Sakura-shaped kaleidoscope appearing. Count me in. It's time to deal with those traitorous scum, Tsunade added with a smile. There's no need for you to act. The living dead and Umbu have already taken action, Yakura said with a grin. Ah, has Sister Yakura already made her move? Makoto asked. Sister Yakura is really impressive. Conan nodded in agreement. TCH, that's so unsatisfying. I haven't beaten anyone in a long time, Tsunade said. Don't worry. The ninja world is about to face a huge war, and there will be plenty of opportunities to take action, Kagaya Otsutsuki said, gazing at the myriad stars in the sky. Knock, knock. Knock. There was a series of knocks on the door. Come in, Yakura said. The visitor was the living dead Zero. Greetings, Lady Yakura, Lady Mikoto, Lady Tsunade. The living dead managed to greet each of them with great difficulty. Have you taken care of everything? Yakura asked. Lady Yakura, my subordinates were negligent and let Ito Michio escape, Zero said, feeling guilty. Hearing this, Yakura frowned but did not blame Zero, waving her hand to let him leave. Ito Michio, that deputy minister of the ninja department with the ability to escape, has long been seen through. He's not a good person, Yakura said angrily. Should I kill him? If needed, I can take action, Kagaya Otsutsuki offered. Let me handle it, Hinata Linglong said, as a pitch-black spatial portal appeared. And she vanished from the spot. From now on, list Ito Michio as a rogue ninja of the Flame Village and issue a bounty across the ninja world, Yakura ordered. After a moment, H.J. Birazaka reappeared, and Linglong tossed Ito Michio out, clearly dead beyond recovery. Ah, each of you has beautiful eyes, powerful abilities, and looks that are truly enviable, Kushina lamented from the side. Chapter 219. First capture the Eight Tails, then the Nine-Tailed Sunagakure had just experienced a fierce battle. The fourth Kazakage, Raza, bravely sacrificed himself while fighting against the Akatsuki Sasori to protect the village, and the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gara, was defeated and taken away by Deidara. In an instant, the entire Sunagakure fell into chaos. Meanwhile, the three tails in its wild form from the Land of Water, the seven tails Jinchuriki from Takigakure, the six tails Rogue Ninja from Kirigakure, and the four tails Jinchuriki wandering in the ninja world from Awagakure were all attacked by the Akatsuki. Shockingly, whether it was the wild-tailed beasts or the Jinchuriki, none survived the Akatsuki's hunt, meaning the organization now possessed five-tailed beasts. The name of the Akatsuki became known far and wide, attracting the attention of the six great nations. In the Land of Fire, the Sunfire Girls gathered once more. Is this Akatsuki really that powerful? To have captured five-tailed beasts so easily? Kushina remarked. Not only are they powerful, but they also have remarkable courage, provoking three major nations at once, or rather, six major nations, Tsunade added. It seems the Akatsuki's goal is the tailed beasts. However, coincidentally, our Sunagakure has two of them, the two tails and the five tails. I wonder if the Akatsuki has the capability to take them, Hugo Linglong said coldly. Although we are not afraid, we should still issue orders to enter a state of high alert, Yakumo stated. If they dare to come, they should be prepared to not return, Mikoto also said coldly. Meanwhile, in Konohagakure, Minato received a message from Itachi Uchiha. It read, the Akatsuki's next target is the Eight Tails, followed by the Nine Tails. Due to the strength of the Eight Tails and Nine Tails, Nagato will personally take action. Please, Hokage-sama, increase your defenses. We are currently en route to the Land of Thunder. Upon seeing this, Minato's expression became very serious. Come in. Two Umbu swiftly appeared before Minato. Send out the order. Konoha is to enter a state of high alert. In the Land of Thunder, the fourth Raikage, felt restless as if something bad was about to happen. However, the Eight Tails incident was impossible. After all, he had already gained the Eight Tails recognition and become the perfect Jinchuriki. But what could possibly be troubling him? Then he seemed to think of something. Could it be the Akatsuki? At that moment, a loud explosion sounded, and a violent shockwave caused the entire room to tremble. The fourth Raikage burst through the wall, and what he saw was chaos. With a young man riding a large white bird in the sky, throwing numerous white clay creations downwards. However, these were not ordinary creations. They were explosive clay. As the clay detonated upon landing, another series of massive explosions occurred. Black background with red clouds. It really is the Akatsuki. Bastards seeking death. The fourth Raikage angrily shouted, transforming into a blue lightning bolt, charging towards Deidara in the sky. At that moment, a gray figure appeared, followed by an incredibly thick-boned shield that blocked the Raikage's furious strike. The next moment, the gray figure was sent flying, crashing to the ground and leaving a deep trench. The extinct Kagaya clan, the Raikage thought to himself in a deep voice. The Raikage's lightning chakra mode is indeed extraordinary. Take Torai Tendu observed, looking at the slightly cracked bone shield. Bastards, idiots, damn Akatsuki. How dare you come to Kumogakure to wreak havoc? You're simply seeking your own death. As a strange rap began to play, Killer Bee appeared before everyone. The target has appeared. Eight Tails, will you come with us willingly, or should we take action ourselves? Haydn, having killed several Him.Therefore ninjas and tasting blood, provocatively approached Killer Bee. The next second, Killer Bee moved, his body enveloped in a foam-like chakra, while the Reikage also moved, transforming into a blue lightning bolt. Absolute, blue lightning blau. With a loud crash of flesh colliding, Haydn's head was instantly knocked off, blood spraying everywhere. Okay, bro, I've taken one down, Killer Bee said. Raikage-sama, Killer Bee-sama is migdi. The surrounding ninjas echoed. Ouch, ouch, you two bastards, Lord Jashin will not let you off. At that moment, Haydn, who should have been dead, let out a wail from behind them. Turning around, they saw Haydn's head and body had separated, but the head nearby was angrily cursing. What the hell is going on, bro? Killer Bee stared blankly at A. I don't know. This should be one of his abilities. The Reikage replied, secretly thinking. As expected, each member of the atSix possesses extraordinary abilities. Idiot, now the head and body have separated. Kakuzu slowly walked up to Haydn and used the chakra threads from his body to reattach Haydn's head to his body. At this moment, Itachi and Kisame also arrived late. In the sky, another figure appeared, a person with long red hair, pale skin, dressed in the atSix's black and red cloud uniform, and possessing a pair of eerie purple eyes that instilled fear. You all retreat for now. Fourth Reikage, Nagato said as he floated above everyone and then landed steadily. You are the leader of the atSix? The Reikage asked. Yes, to avoid unnecessary casualties. Please hand over the eight tails, Nagato said calmly. Reikage explosive bomb. The Reikage moved, but the next moment, an invisible barrier separated the Reikage from Nagato. In an instant, the Reikage was blasted away, crashing through several tall buildings and collapsing into the ruins. It seems you do not wish to resolve this peacefully. In that case, prepare to feel pain, Nagato waved his hand. And the atSix members began their ruthless slaughter as Nagato walked towards Killer Bee. Chapter 220, successfully capturing the Eight Tails Universal Pull. Nagato extended his right hand. An invisible gravitational force appeared, pulling Killer Bee towards Nagato. Bastard, idiot, what the hell is going on? My body is out of control, Killer Bee muttered to himself. The next moment, Killer Bee instantly entered his tailed beast transformation state, then broke free from the pull, with eight tails plunging deep into the ground in an attempt to escape the universal pull. The ground behind Nagato cracked, and then eight crimson tails lunged towards Nagato. However, they were intercepted by an invisible repulsion shield. Rinnegan, summoning technique. Nagato began forming hand seals with both hands, and various giant summoned beasts appeared, rampaging through Him.Therefore. Bastard. Damn it. A red light flashed, and the eight tails, embodied by Killer Bee, engaged Nagato in battle. The power of the tailed beast shook the heavens and the earth, with Killer Bee's every strike carrying immense force, while Nagato's repulsion and attraction were perfectly mastered. For a moment, the two fought fiercely, shaking the heavens and making the gods weep. As for the other members of the atSix, they began to crazily slaughter the ninjas from the hidden cloud, while the fourth Reikage did his best to stop it all from happening. However, he was powerless to change the situation. Uchiha Itachi did not participate and simply watched everything quietly, and the same went for Kisame Hoshigaki. Itachi, what are you thinking? Kisame asked. Itachi did not answer, but Kisame seemed to already know the answer. We live in a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Some things are always beyond our control. However, soon our atSix will bring true peace, Kisame said. Do you also agree with the kind of peace that Nagato speaks of? Itachi asked. In this chaotic world, it is not without its solutions, Kisame replied. Upon hearing this, Itachi secretly shook his head, thinking that Kisame probably did not know the truth about the Eye of the Moon. Itachi, I heard you have a younger brother named Sasuke, right? Kisame asked. Yeah. Itachi nodded. Recently, news came from the land of rice that Sasuke killed Orochimaru and is now searching for you in the ninja world, Kisame said. What? Itachi was surprised to hear this. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to locate Sasuke and Orochimaru and then use the Totsuka blade to completely eliminate Orochimaru as a threat. But he did not expect Sasuke to have grown to such an extent. It seems he wants to find you and bring you back to Konoha, Kisame said. My foolish little brother, Itachi said with a bitter smile. Itachi, you must know about the Eye of the Moon plan, right? Kisame said. Upon hearing this, Itachi frowned and looked at Kisame. One day, a man who called himself Uchiha Madara found me and told me the truth about the tailed beast collection plan. Do you think the ideal world he spoke of really exists? Kisame continued. I don't know. We're just doing our jobs. So whether it's the tailed beast collection plan or the Eye of the Moon plan, we just need to do what we have to, Itachi said, turning to leave. Meanwhile, the battle over there had already ended. The 8 tails had been forced back into its original form, and Killer Bee was unconscious. As for the Raikage, he had been beaten to a pulp. Carrying Killer Bee on his shoulder, Nagato flew towards the sky. How annoying. Sealing the 8 tails will take several days. Standing here the whole time will be exhausting. And those ninjas from the hidden cloud are really useless, Haiden shouted while swinging his scythe. Hey, do you think Konoha will be even worse? Haiden asked. Shut up. Next up is Konoha. They won't be as easy to deal with as the hidden cloud. A careless move could cost you your life, Kakuzu said in a deep voice. In a dark room, a grotesque monster was standing with more than a dozen men in black uniforms with cloud patterns, working together to seal the 8 tails. After 3 days of hard work, they successfully sealed the 8 tails, and the eye of the outer path golem opened one more eye, making a total of 7 open eyes, leaving only the 9 tails, 2 tails, and 5 tails remaining. Next up are the 2 strongest hidden villages in the ninja world, Konoha and the Hidden Hot Water. Everyone, if it's Konoha, I will personally take action. A space vortex suddenly appeared, and Uchiha Obito's figure emerged. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Haiden said. Who is this guy? Deidara also asked. I am Uchiha Madara, one of the founders of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito said with great pride. Uchiha Madara? How is that possible? Didn't you die long ago? Deidara said. That was merely an outsider's baseless assumption. I'm not dead, but Uchiha Obito said. All right, no need to say more. Let's go to the land of fire. Konoha. After Nagato finished speaking, he flew out of the cave first. Itachi, I hope you won't disappoint me later, Uchiha Obito said as he walked up to Itachi's side. By the way, I have already met your brother. I told him that we were going to attack Konoha and take the 9 tails. He should have returned to the village by now. Waiting for you there, Uchiha Obito said. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi clenched his fist tightly. Damn, this man in black is indeed extremely sinister. In Konoha village, the night was so quiet. A group of people in white flame, long coats, sneaked past layers of guards and entered Konoha village. Shirzue, is this your and the chairman's hometown, Konoha village? Uzumaki Natsuki asked. I grew up in the Hidden Hot Water village. Although it's not as prosperous as the Hidden Hot Water, it's also very beautiful here, Uzumaki Natsuki said. Take Terai Tenda sent a letter saying that the Akatsuki will attack Konoha tomorrow. It will be a fierce battle, Mizuki Akira said. Hee. I wonder how strong Tenda has become over the years. I can't wait, Yoshida said. Yoshida, how many gates of the 8 gates have you trained to? And how about the 9 days technique? Asked a man with copper-colored skin beside him. Kujimaru, how's your lightning release chakra mode training going? Yoshida asked. Hee. You'll be surprised tomorrow, Kujimaru said proudly. Tomorrow our opponent is the Akatsuki. We must be very careful. A slight mistake could cost us our lives, Kikujo Issei said. That's right, Issei is right. Although we already have their information, we still can't let our guard down, Shirzue pondered. Don't worry, brother Shirzue, Uzumaki Natsuki said. Hee Natsuki. When did you become so gentle? You weren't like this before, Yoshida chuckled. Shut up, you Uzumaki Natsuki said, her face turning red. Chapter 221, Sasuke's Manjiki. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight illuminated the earth, everyone in Konoha began to move quickly. First, the villagers rushed into shelters, followed by a large number of ninjas setting up ambushes around the village. Outside the Konoha gates, a ninja squad, led by Kakashi, was lying in ambush. Sasuke and Naruto were among them. Sasuke, you really came back, Naruto exclaimed. I told you, I left just to become stronger. After this incident, let us have a fair fight, Sasuke asked. Naruto smiled bitterly. He had not only mastered Sage Mode, but could also freely borrow the 9 Tails chakra. Even the tailed beast cloak form, he could already perfectly control 4 tails, and the Sasuke before him truly did not look enough. All right, after this matter is over, we'll have a real showdown, Naruto said. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki had quietly approached. Crossing over this mountain, we'll be at Konoha, Scorpion said. Haha, that's Itachi's hometown. Do you think Itachi can really go through with it? Deidara laughed. At this time, Nagato, flying in the sky, also looked toward Itachi and said, Itachi, if you don't want to take action, I won't force you. It's fine, I no longer have any nostalgia for Konoha, Itachi said with a faint smile, then shook his head. In that case, Let us split into 5 directions and launch the attack, Nagato said. You all use your advantages to make your own choices. Nagato continued. In that case, Itachi and I will attack from the front, Kisame said. Deidara and I will enter from the air, Scorpion said. Haiden and I will attack from the right side, Kakuzu said. Since that's the case, I can directly enter Konoha with Takebori Tenti, Uchiha Bito said. The 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God is quite tricky, and he is the perfect Jinchuriki, so we must not underestimate him. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, he disappeared into a spatial vortex with Takebori Tenti. After that, the Akatsuki organization moved in pairs toward Konoha. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki walked silently on the road, and the atmosphere was very tense. At this moment, they had already been exposed to Kakashi's team, and Sasuke, who was beside Naruto, was trembling with excitement. Just as he was about to call out, Naruto grabbed him, but it still startled the bushes, drawing the attention of Kisame and Itachi. Itachi, it seems that we have guests waiting for us, Kisame said. As soon as he finished speaking, countless shurikens and kunai with explosive tags swept towards the two. Water style, water barrier. Kisame quickly formed hand seals, and a massive wall of water appeared out of nowhere. All the shurikens and explosive tags were intercepted, and then Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and many Umbu emerged for both sides. As the smoke cleared, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki reappeared. Itachi, you finally showed up, Sasuke said excitedly. Seeing this, Itachi revealed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Hurry up and go in. Lord Hokage has been waiting for a long time. As for this guy, just leave him to me, Kakashi said to Itachi. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was stunned, Naruto was stunned, and Kisame was also taken aback. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Itachi, it really is you. That's right, I am an undercover agent for the Akatsuki. Kisame, surrender. With your strength, the current Kirigakure would definitely accept you, Itachi advised. Kisame shook his head, a bitter smile on his face as he said to Itachi, Itachi, I don't blame you because you are different from us. You still have family and attachments, but I'm different. I've lost everything. Let me die fighting here today. He then turned to Kakashi. I've long heard of the name Lightning Blade, Kakashi from Konoha. Let me see how powerful you are today. As he spoke, Kisame swung his broken blade towards Kakashi and the surrounding Umbu. Nisan, what on earth is going on? Sasuke ran towards Itachi, tears streaming down his face. Sasuke, I did not kill Brother Shursui, nor did I betray. Everything was to protect this village, and of course, the honor of the Uchiha clan, Itachi said, tapping Sasuke on the forehead. The next moment, Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan began to spin rapidly, and a chilling chakra emerged from within him, followed by a pair of crimson 6-pointed star Mangeki Sharingan reflecting from Sasuke's eyes. The scene shocked both Naruto and Itachi. Sasuke, your eyes. Itachi said, is this the power of the Mangeki? Sasuke smiled, feeling the power contained in his eyes. Nisan, is the Akatsuki going to attack Konoha? Where are they now? Just as Sasuke finished speaking, a white bird appeared in the sky, with 2 people standing on it, Deidara and Sasori, ready for an aerial assault. Countless white little birds were then released from the belly of the white bird, rapidly falling towards the ground. Sasuke, that's explosive clay. It can be effectively countered with lightning style. I'm going first, Sasuke, Itachi said, tossing aside his Akatsuki uniform and rushing into the village. Naruto and Sasuke were equally unwilling to back down. Meanwhile, Kakuzu and Haiden, who were preparing to attack from the right side of Konoha, encountered Jakudai Ishiki and Koge Maru. The battle between both sides was about to break out. Fire style, fireball jutsu. At that moment, the Uchiha clan appeared, beginning to unleash their signature ninjutsu, the fireball. Countless explosive clay began to detonate in the sky. At the same time, Uchiha Obito and Takebori Tenti, who had slipped into the village using space ninjutsu, began to confront each other. The two had come to Konoha, hiding in a concealed location, waiting for the rest of the Akatsuki's attack. However, seeing that the battle had already begun, but the Akatsuki members had not even entered the village, Takebori Tenti followed behind Uchiha Obito, and countless bone spikes shot from his fingertips, instantly piercing through Uchiha Obito's body. Takebori Tenti, the traitor of the Akatsuki, it's actually you? What on earth is going on? Uchiha Obito asked in a deep voice. All right, stop looking as if you're about to die. You've already activated as an Aji, right? Let me guess where you will be reborn. It must be behind me. As he spoke, sharp bone spikes grew from behind Takebori Tenti, and Uchiha Obito's body appeared just in time. The bone spikes pierced through Uchiha Obito's body, but this time, They only penetrated his shadow. Chapter 222. Each battle. Is this your space ocular technique, Kamui? What a troublesome ability, Him.Therefore said, distancing himself from Obito, frowning. Damn it, who on earth are you? How do you know so much? Obito said in a deep voice. He, who I belong to, is not important. What's important is that your atSix will be completely buried in Konoha today. Him.Therefore laughed. Let's see if you can survive in my hands, Obito said coldly. Fire style, explosive wind dance. Uchiha Obito formed hand seals, and then a thick fire serpent swept toward him. The storm created through Kamui caused the speed of the fire attack to reach its peak, arriving before Him.Therefore in the blink of an eye. The next moment, multiple bone shields grew from Him.Therfore's arms, wildly resisting the flames' assault. Finally, the flames dissipated, but Obito's ninjutsu had clearly activated again. Wood style, cutting technique. Countless extremely sharp wooden poles fell from the sky, piercing toward Him.Therefore. Bone cloak. A thick layer of white bones covered Him.Therfore's body to resist the wood-style ninjutsu. Kamui. The ability of his left eye activated instantly. Immediately, the thick white bones on Him.Therfore's body were torn open, and the bamboo poles ruthlessly pierced through Him.Therfore's chest. The next moment, Obito had already arrived in front of Him.Therefore, ready to activate the Sharingan Jinjutsu to find out who had sent Him.Therefore. However, when he invaded Him.Therfore's mental world, a pair of silver eyes appeared in his mind, and then Uchiha Obito let out a scream. Forced to exit Him.Therfore's mental world, Uchiha Obito was shocked. Who on earth possessed such powerful eyes? Could it be that Sun Yin, whom he had never met? Corpsebone Path, Ultimate Dance. Just as Him.Therfoore was about to unleash his ultimate technique, a purple arrow cut through the void, shooting towards Uchiha Obito. Obito saw the arrow approaching and remained calm. He activated his intangibility, allowing the massive arrow to penetrate his body and pierce into the ground behind him, creating a large deep pit. Rasengan. At this moment, Naruto also descended from the sky, launching a Rasengan towards Obito, but it still had no effect. The Rasengan passed through Obito's body and smashed into the ground, creating a huge deep pit. Naruto Uzumaki, it seems you got this effortlessly. As he spoke, Obito grabbed Naruto by the neck, and then Kamui activated instantly. Just as Naruto was about to be sucked into the space, his body transformed into a puff of white smoke, clearly a shadow clone. Naruto and Sasuke appeared beside Him.Therefore. Hey, are you okay? Naruto asked. Don't worry. I won't die just yet. This guy has two tricky space abilities. One is Kamui, which can tear apart space and suck objects into his dimension. The other is phasing. Like just now, your attacks have no effect on him at all, Him.Therefore said. Him.Therefore, why are you so miserable? This isn't like you at all. A cheerful voice rang out, and a red-haired woman in a white flame-patterned long robe descended from the sky, landing beside them, instantly raising their guard. Vortex Natsuki. Stop wasting time and heal me quickly. Since you're here, the others should be here too, right? Him.Therefore said. They're all here. Today. Everyone from the atSix will die here, Vortex Natsuki said coldly. Meanwhile, the entire Konoha was engulfed in flames of battle, with fights and explosions occurring everywhere. In the sky, Deidara and Sasori were forced to land under the concentrated attacks of various Konoha ninja. UchihaFugaku and the Hyuga brothers began to fight against them. Kikutake Issei and Kajimaru crushed Kakuzu and Haiden with overwhelming strength. Kajimaru looked at Haiden, whose head had been severed but was still cursing, and unleashed a black lightning punch to Haiden's head. Crack exploded. Kisame also left the human realm satisfied under Kakashi's short blade and purple lightning. Sasori's puppets became weak under UchihaFugaku's black flames, and soon Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui joined the fray. In a short time, Sasori and Deidara were defeated, with Sasori being mercilessly burned to death by black flames. Deidara attempted to self-destruct with his ultimate move, but at the critical moment, Minato Namikaze used Flying Thunder God to redirect it far away, destroying a forest and creating an unforgettable sight. Thus, the Akatsuki's rebellion ended with deaths. Only Nagato and Uchiha Obito remained. Uchiha Obito's face was extremely grim as he faced Naruto and Sasuke. He activated Kamui and vanished. Not far from the outer edge of Konoha, on a towering tree, Nagato gazed at Konoha, lost in thought. Nagato, plans have changed. We've got traitors in our organization. Him.Therefore and Uchiha Itachi are both undercover, Uchiha Obito said solemnly. Understood, Nagato replied, rising and flying toward Konoha. Uchiha Obito was baffled. Wasn't he clear enough? Wasn't the plan to retreat? Why was Nagato flying toward Konoha? However, Uchiha Obito did not stop him and let Nagato fly over. At this moment, Nagato had clearly arrived above Konoha. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, hand over the 9 tails from you and your son, or feel pain, Nagato said from the sky. You're the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato? Minato said solemnly. Exactly. Hand over the 9 tails or die, Nagato said coldly. Absolutely not, Minato replied. In that case, feel pain. Shinra Tensei. A massive force surged from Nagato's body, immediately nullifying the attacks from Sasuke and Shursui. Nagato's body rose again, and he began to press his hands together while chanting, "How many floors can a bag of rice carry?" Seeing this, everyone felt a sense of ominous foreboding. Chapter 223. Nuclear Peace in Konoha. As Nagato ascended, he crazily gathered his chakra. His hands emanated dazzling light. Feel pain. Ah, Super Shinra Tensei. Nagato's face became even paler, and his body grew weaker. An immense force erupted from Nagato's body, and everything around him was flattened. The 4 energy giants also shattered under this overwhelming force. Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God barrier, enveloping everyone and disappearing from the spot. When Minato and the others reappeared, they were already on the Hokage Rock, while the Uchiha men as Susanoo were forcibly shattered, suffering significant injuries. Before them lay the ruins of Konoha. Although this was not the first time Konoha faced such a situation, the scene still jolted everyone's nerves. After that devastating attack, Minato saved only the ninjas behind him with Flying Thunder God, while many others perished in the earlier Shinra Tensei. Damn it, it's infuriating. Minato's eyes turned red as he glared at the still floating Nagato. Heh, now you should deeply understand the feeling of pain, right, Minato Namikaze? Nagato laughed. Damn bastard. You've turned Konoha into this. I will never let you go. Before Minato could speak, Naruto was already furious. For Naruto, the importance of the village surpassed everything except Sasuke. Crimson chakra surrounded Naruto's body, and he was soon enveloped in a crimson chakra cloak, with 4 tails swaying in the wind. Meanwhile, in the back mountains of Konoha, a shadow clone gathering sage mode also transformed into a white mist. Naruto's eyes turned into a cross pattern. In the next moment, his body became a red blur, and he punched toward Nagato. Nagato did not back down, wrapping his punch in repulsion, and the two began a spectacular duel. Despite this, Nagato still had the upper hand over Naruto. Sasuke watched this scene, feeling envious. He thought, has Naruto really become this strong now? Damn, even with my Manjiki, I won't be his match. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Tail Beast Bomb. Naruto spewed countless small-tailed beast bombs, and his tails expanded to 6. Looking at the endless-tailed beast bombs, an invisible repulsion barrier appeared, defending all the tailed beast bombs beside his body. On the mountain peak, Minato also began to worry, as Naruto had already surpassed his limits and was starting to go berserk. Countless chakra tails surged toward Nagato. Nagato's figure flickered repeatedly, and the repulsive punch was also aimed at Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto's tails had already reached 7, with speed and strength once again enhanced. Nagato, while fighting, continued to gather chakra. Finally, white skeletal structures sprouted from Naruto's body, followed by a furious roar, completely transforming him into a small monster. Yin-Yang chakra gathered again, and a heavy-tailed beast bomb formed, shooting toward Nagato. However, this pure chakra giant ball became Nagato's best supply. The chakra giant ball was instantly absorbed by Nagato, and then a black sphere appeared in his hand. Then, Nagato threw it into the sky. Soon, the earth began to tremble, and the ground started to crack. Countless floors began to rise, and Naruto, who was under the black sphere, was also pulled up into the sky by this immense gravitational force. Immediately, countless fragments of stone, soil, and land enveloped him. The gravitational force continued to increase. What technique is this? So strong, Sasuke said. That idiot. Minato's figure flashed and appeared beside the rampaging Naruto. But the next moment his body was also attracted by the endless gravity, and the chakra within him began to stop circulating. Nine Tails, what's going on? Minato asked. This person has the Sage's Eye and is using the strongest sealing technique, planetary devastation. You shouldn't be so reckless, Minato, the Nine Tails replied. Sorry to trouble you, Nine Tails, Minato said. In the next moment, the pure chakra of the Nine Tails enveloped Minato's entire body, and a giant chakra hand grabbed Naruto's body. Then, the flying thunder god technique was activated again, making them disappear from the spot. The gravitational force of planetary devastation had already reached its peak. Seeing that Minato had successfully rescued Naruto, Nagato's expression darkened again. As expected, Minato is the most troublesome one. With a wave of his hands, the giant stone ball formed by planetary devastation was hurled towards Minato and the others. However, a golden chakra phantom appeared, followed by a giant golden fox with 9 tails and 2 arms, supporting the planetary devastation with great difficulty on its shoulders. Nagato also moved, flying onto the planetary devastation and unleashing Shinra Tensei again. Half of the golden 9-tailed fox's body was pressed into the ground. "You all hurry up and leave. I can't hold on much longer," Minato shouted. The few people under the boulder quickly dodged. The Uchiha male team activated Susanoo again. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito, who had been watching from a distance, also moved and appeared in front of the Uchiha male team. "Your opponent is me, Susanoo," Uchiha Obito said as he activated Susanoo. A light blue Susanoo appeared before everyone. 5 towering Susanoo, each dozens of meters high, gave a stunning visual shock. "Itachi, Sasuke, I'll deal with him. You go help Lord Hokage." At the same time, after all the ninjas under the boulder had escaped, the golden fox began to gather a large-tailed beast ball. A dark purple sphere, nearly 10 meters in diameter, gathered from the mouth of the golden fox and shot towards it. At that moment, Minato activated the flying thunder god technique again. Boom! A loud explosion occurred, and the entire boulder was blown to pieces, while Minato's figure appeared not far away, beside everyone, holding the unconscious Naruto in his arms. Clearly, the seal he had reinforced within Naruto was suppressing him. "9 tails, can't you talk to your other half and let him accept Naruto?" Minato asked. "Humph, we only accept the strong. This little brat hasn't earned our recognition yet. How can we make an exception?" The 9 tails replied. "That's right, although this kid has performed decently, it's still not enough," the young 9 tails also said. "He, then let Naruto prove himself to you," Minato said with a smile. Chapter 224, The Final Battle from a Distance. Nagato coldly observed everything before him. He had indeed underestimated the strength of Konoha and the power of the 9 tails. However, if he did not continue this time, the chances of capturing the 9 tails in the future would only decrease. So Nagato made up his mind. This time, if he did not succeed, he would perish. Nagato quickly formed hand seals and then let out a roar. Summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. With a massive white smoke rising tall, fierce-looking stone statue appeared in everyone's sight. Nagato then stood on the body of the Outer Path Golem, and in the next moment, he began to form hand seals again. And 6 figures emerged from the mouth of the statue. They were the Jinchuriki of the 6-tailed beasts, but they no longer had any life fluctuations. Their bodies were pierced with black chakra rods, and they looked coldly at the people of Konoha. "These are the Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki organization has actually gone this far," Kakashi said. "I'm afraid this is the Akatsuki's trump card," Minato said with a frown. "Nagato, don't continue to be deluded. You were once a student of Jiraiya-sensei, clearly possessing sage-like power. Why not use it to protect the ninja world instead of waging war?" Minato asked coldly. "Minato, don't preach to me about these grand principles. Coming from a great nation, how could you possibly understand when you great nations bring war to small countries for your own interests? Where were you then? And when small countries suffer because of your wars, where were you?" Nagato replied. "Those of you from great nations can never comprehend the sorrow of small countries, nor can you understand our pain. But now it seems you understand quite a bit. So next, let me make you understand even more." Saying this, Nagato controlled the Jinchuriki, and instantly the 6 Jinchuriki transformed into 6 enormous tailed beasts. 1 tail, 3 tails, 4 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, and 8 tails. "Tail beast ball," Nagato said solemnly. In the next moment, the 6-tailed beasts began to gather chakra, and 6 giant-tailed beast balls were slowly forming. "Damn it, everyone listen up. We must interrupt their gathering process. Otherwise, it will be disastrous," Minato said as he flashed his figure. As Minato spoke, the golden fox reappeared, and it also began to gather a tailed beast ball with great effort. Itachi and Sasuke exchanged glances, and Susanoo appeared again, but Sasuke had clearly reached his limit, and his eyes were in great pain. "Sasuke, can you still hold on?" Itachi asked worriedly. "No problem, Nisan. Why is your eyesight effect so minor?" Sasuke asked. "This matter will have to wait for later. For now, we must defeat this guy," Itachi said. Hearing this, Sasuke nodded. The two of them increased the output of their chakra, and two giant figures, one red and one purple, over 50 meters tall, charged at the two-tailed beasts. Seeing this, Nagato abandoned the gathering of the giant-tailed beast ball and shot the already formed tailed beast balls towards everyone. Minato did the same, launching the tailed beast balls he had gathered. The 8-tails tailed beast ball was the largest, just slightly smaller than the 9-tails. Sasuke and Itachi each used Amaterasu arrow and the 8-span mirror for absolute defense. Meanwhile, a shadow clone, left by Minato, shifted the attacks of the other tailed beast balls at a critical moment. The golden fox charged into battle, instantly engaging with the many-tailed beasts, creating a scene of earth-shattering chaos and flying dust. The two energy giants also fought fiercely against the other tailed beasts. Nagato concentrated on controlling the tailed beasts. UchihaFugaku and Uchiha Shursui intercepted Obito, but Obito's abilities were extremely annoying, leaving Fugaku and Shursui very frustrated. Eventually, UchihaFugaku's eyes could no longer withstand the burden, and his suit dissipated immediately. He, that thing's eyes must have reached their limit. Yours should be close to Uchiha Shursui. Obito said. That might disappoint you, Shursui said as he launched another attack. Wait, you're not my opponent, Uchiha Shursui. Goodbye, see you again. Saying this, Uchiha Obito's body transformed into a phantom. On the battlefield with Obito, Nagato was also watching. He secretly cursed the despicable and shameless actions of the man in black. At this moment, his situation was quite dire. His tailed beast army was being pushed back relentlessly by the combined efforts of Minato and his team. And Minato was even attempting to break the seals on the tailed beasts. He had even found a clue, which shocked Nagato greatly. In a hurry, he had no choice but to return the 6-tailed beast back into the outer paths Geto-Mazo. Nagato, release all the tailed beasts and return them to the various countries. I can guarantee your survival, Minato said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha. Nagato laughed loudly in response. Ha, I was just one step away from success, but unexpectedly, I fell into the hands of you Konoha, guaranteeing my survival, Minato Namikaze. I've been dead since Yahiko's death, Nagato said crazily. 6 paths, planetary devastation. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Nagato's mouth, and then 6 black orbs flew out from his hands, slowly rising into the sky. Each of the 6 black gravitational spheres was larger than the previous ones, and the gravitational pull they generated was unimaginable. The trees and land within a radius of 400 miles of Konoha began to tremble, the ground started to crack, and the world seemed on the verge of destruction. The people at the center of the gravitational pull, including Minato and his group, were caught off guard. Only Minato, using the flying thunder god, kept moving his body. Ha ha ha, let the entire Konoha accompany me in death. Nagato spat out blood and fell to the ground. Damn it, there's no way to launch an attack on the black spheres, Minato said angrily, filled with despair. Golden will rebirth explosion. A delicate shout came, and then a golden light appeared in the sky. The next moment, the 6 gravitational black spheres were instantly obliterated. Those being pulled by the gravity also fell rapidly downward. Multiple shadow clone technique. Minato created over 1,000 shadow clones, starting to frantically catch people. So strong, Linglong, what was that move called again? Golden will rebirth explosion, right? Kushina looked at Linglong with envy. Yes, that's right, Linglong nodded and said. Sigh, I can't say without my colored contacts. Who can I blame? Kushina pouted. All right, we've saved Konoha. Let's head back, Michiru said beside them. Just going back? I haven't seen Nanako in a long time, Kushina said with a pout. After Konoha went through this disaster, Nanako probably won't have time to pay attention to you. Let's go, Michiru said, pulling Kushina's hand as the 3 disappeared into the forest. Chapter 225. Convening the Six Nations Conference, a space vortex appeared next to Nagato's body. It was the black-clad masked man who had left earlier. The Konoha ninja, who had just stabilized, became tense again. Not good. He wants to take Nagato's eyes, Kakashi shouted. But it was still too late. The man in black had already disappeared into the space. Minato furrowed his brows tightly at first, but then a barely perceptible smile crept onto his face. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Konoha had been rebuilt once again. Fortunately, the villagers had been evacuated in advance, leading to minimal civilian casualties, although the ninja casualties were still quite heavy. However, it was fortunate that apart from Uchiha Madara, all members of the Akatsuki organization had been wiped out, which was a commendable achievement against the Akatsuki. On this day, the Fourth Reikage proposed to the other 5 great nations to hold a 6-nation conference to discuss the joint elimination of the Akatsuki organization and the retrieval of the lost-tailed beasts. The land of fire, the land of earth, the land of wind, and the land of water all responded, while the land of flames sent the Second Flame organization to participate in the meeting and provided a venue for the Six Nation Conference, which was located in the land of iron. Although the Raikage was very dissatisfied with this, he dared not say much, as their fists were strong enough that even the Akatsuki organization did not dare to provoke them easily. In Konoha, Sasuke had already received the transplant of his father's Mangeki Sharingan, and Naruto had successfully gained the recognition of the Nine Tails. Minato had taken Kakashi and Itachi to the land of iron for the Six Nation Conference, and the Second Flame organization had also set off. In the Konoha training ground, Naruto and Sasuke stood facing each other, their eyes filled with sharpness. You, Naruto, you are definitely no match for me now. I have obtained power surpassing that of my father and brother, the supreme eye of the Uchiha clan, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Sasuke declared. Is that so? I don't think so. Sasuke, I've also gained the power of the Nine Tails, which is not much inferior to your system, Naruto countered. If that's the case, then let's fight, Naruto, Sasuke shouted. TCH, do you really think I'm afraid? Sasuke, Naruto retorted angrily. All right, you two, instead of fighting here, why not follow Lord Hokage to the land of iron? I want to tell you both that the ninja world is about to undergo a huge transformation. An old man with white hair came over and said to the two, it was Jiraiya who had just returned from gathering materials. That's right, Sasuke. Why don't we go to the land of iron? Naruto suggested. I'm worried about them, Sasuke said. In that case, let's go, Jiraiya said, leading the two out of the training ground. In a cold mountain cave, Orochimaru was discussing a deal with Uchiha Bito. Are you sure you are Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru asked, looking at Uchiha Bito with a smile. Of course, Uchiha Bito said in a deep voice. Is that so? In that case, who should this person be? Orochimaru smiled and said. He then formed hand seals, and a huge black coffin emerged from the ground. The next moment, the coffin lid fell, revealing none other than Uchiha Madara inside. Uchiha Bito exclaimed, how did you find him? So who exactly are you? Orochimaru laughed. Don't think that just because you have some trump cards, you can act recklessly. Some things are beyond your reach, Uchiha Bito replied. In that case, I wish us a pleasant cooperation, Orochimaru said. Uchiha Bito ignored Orochimaru, activated Kamui, and arrived at a laboratory filled with white Zetsu clones. Seeing this, Obito's lips curled into a cruel smile. He then disappeared from the spot. In the land of iron, the five Kage and the representative of the flame hidden, Uchiha Shursui, were engaged in a series of discussions regarding the Akatsuki organization, first criticizing the countries to which the original Akatsuki members belonged, and then deeply discussing how to eliminate the man in black. Just as the discussions became heated, a huge space vortex appeared above the room, and the man in black appeared in the view of everyone. That outfit is from the Akatsuki. It seems he is the only Akatsuki member left, Inoki said. Bastard. How dare you appear before us, five Kage, seeking death. The fourth Raikage transformed into a bolt of blue lightning and punched at Uchiha Bito. However, the punch passed through Uchiha Bito's form and smashed into the wall, causing it to collapse instantly. Useless Raikage, your attacks are ineffective against me, Uchiha Bito said. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for those from Konoha and the Flame Organization, was shocked. Inoki looked at Uchiha Bito in astonishment, unable to reconcile his image with that of Uchiha Madara, who was once so invincible. The reason we have to. Then comes a long-winded speech. What? You want to resurrect the 10 tails, then cast infinite Tsukuyami to pull everyone into an illusion? Inoki shouted angrily. Asking us to hand over the remaining 3-tailed beasts is simply a pipe dream. Chiyo, as the acting Wind Shadow, also shouted in anger. In that case, there's nothing to discuss. Now, I, Uchiha Madara, officially declare war on the 6 great nations. The 4th great ninja, war begins, Uchiha Bito said. Prepare for war, everyone. After Uchiha Bito finished speaking, he used Kamui and disappeared from everyone's sight. What a ridiculous Akatsuki organization, truly arrogant to the extreme. Who gave them the courage? Inoki roared. The Akatsuki, since they dare to do this, they must have their trump cards, so we cannot let our guard down. Madarumi said, that's right. I propose forming a ninja alliance to jointly resist the Akatsuki organization, stop the Eye of the Moon plan, and prevent Uchiha Madara. Minato said, we, the Hidden Flame Village, have decided to hand over the 2 tails and 5 tails to the Ninja Alliance for protection, but this time in the 4th Great Ninja War. Our 2nd Generation Flame organization will join the Ninja Alliance. Shursui said. Upon hearing this, the 5 Kages frowned. You Hidden Flame Organization mean to send only your second-generation flame organization to participate in this 4th Great Ninja War? The Reikage said with a dark face. What is wrong, Reikage? Is there anything wrong with that? Shursui asked with a smile. Uchiha, Shursui, this concerns the survival of the ninja world. And you Hidden Flame Village are still thinking about preserving your strength. Inoki shouted angrily. Heh, whether to participate is our freedom. Are you trying to interfere with our Hidden Flame Village's internal affairs? The person behind Shursui, Take-Terai Tenda, laughed. Chapter 2, 26 The 4th Great Ninja War begins. Sun Yin can't really think that he alone can stop Uchiha Madara, can he? Inoki mocked as well. You don't need to worry about it, Lord Tsuchikage. Take-Terai Tenda chuckled. In that case, you should quickly hand over the 2 tails and 5 tails to our ninja alliance for safekeeping. Otherwise, if you Hidden Flame Village can't guard them, the entire ninja world will be destroyed because of you. Inoki said. That's only natural. The 2 tails and 5 tails are already on their way. Take-Terai Tenda said, as the entire room began to shake violently. It was as if some enormous creature was rushing towards here. The next moment, a huge blue fireball burst through the wall. A giant cat appeared in front of several people. The 2 tails, the Reikage exclaimed, and the 5 tails. Inoki echoed. That's right, we, the Hidden Flame Village, have already transferred the 2 tails and 5 tails to the Land of Iron a few days ago. Uchiha Shursui smiled and said. The Reikage and Tsuchikage were somewhat confused about what Sun Yin was planning. How could he so easily hand over 2-tailed beasts? When did Sun Yin become so easy to negotiate with? Humans, you better protect us well, otherwise the ninja world will fall into a great catastrophe. The 2 tails said. We need to find a safe place to hide the 2 tails and 5 tails. Madarumi said. There's a place in my Land of Lightning that is perfect for hiding the 2-tailed beasts. The Reikage smiled. That's great. I can also use space ninjutsu to transfer the tailed beasts. Minato said, we have the flying thunder god technique in our cloud village, so there is no need for Lord Hokage to worry. The Reikage directly refused. I suggest you'd better not hide the tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara's space-time ninjutsu can reach almost anywhere in the ninja world. Rather than keeping 2 massive combat powers idle, it's better to bring the 2-tailed beasts to the battlefield. Take-Terai Tenda said. Take-Terai Tenda. Since your Hidden Flame Village does not intend to participate in this 4th Great Ninja War, please do not interfere with our decisions in the 5 great nations. The Reikage said in a deep voice. I'm just making a suggestion. Whether you take it or not is up to you. Take-Terai Tenda sneered. All right, now let us discuss the next issue. Since we're going to form a ninja alliance, we need a unified commander. Inoki smiled. I'm already old, so I want to get involved in this. Inoki continued. I propose that Lord Hokage take on the role of commander for this time. Lord Hokage's strength is well known, with his mastery of the flying thunder god technique, and now he is also the perfect Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. So I believe Lord Hokage is very suitable to be this commander. Madarumi looked at Minato and licked her lips. Minato felt a bit uneasy under Matarumi's gaze, but still waved his hand to decline, while the Reikage looked a bit dark. As he also wanted to be the commander, but in terms of strength, he and his deceased brother together might not even be Minato's match. I also think it's fine for the Hokage to be the commander. Chiyo said. All right, in that case, I have no objections. Reikage, what about you? Inoki said. I have no objections either. The Reikage said. From now on, Lord Hokage will be the commander of our ninja alliance. Inoki said. The command center will be established in Konoha. The 5 of them discussed various subsequent issues. Hidden Flame Village. Sun Yan's wife group also discussed this 4th Great Ninja War. Sister Yakura, are we really going to remain inactive? Makoto asked. Sun Yan hasn't returned yet, so we'll wait and see for now. Yakura said. That little brat. When he comes back, I will definitely give him a good beating. Tsunade said angrily. But can he really come back? Kushina's eyes shone with tears. Kushina, don't say such things. Linglong next to her gave Kushina a hard slap. Brother Yin will definitely be fine, Makoto said firmly. Yakura looked at the heavily snowing sky, shedding a tear, but she quickly wiped away her tear stains. Turning to everyone with a smile, she said, Don't worry, Sun Yin must have important things to do. He will definitely come back. Upon hearing this, the girls nodded. By the way, Shikomo contacted me a few days ago. He said he wants to participate in this 4th Great Ninja War. Tsunade said to Yakura, Shikomo-senpai? Then let Shikomo-senpai go. Yakura said with a smile. Sister Tsunade, are you not planning to lend a hand to the ninja world? Yakura teased. Actually, I want to. but I think it's better to wait for Sun Yin to come back before discussing it. Tsunade said. In space, a fleet of galactic warships was rapidly advancing towards the direction of the ninja world. On the most advanced warship, Longshore, Dashi, and Jinshur stood side by side, overlooking the vast starry sky. Longshore, why are we so unlucky, running into an interstellar storm as soon as we step out? Jinshur said with a headache. How would I know? Damn interstellar storm. Longshore also felt extremely annoyed. Fortunately, after going around in a circle, we still arrived at the ninja world. Dashi said, this time, there are only two targets. One is the head of the Tiansha orphan, and the other is the chakra fruit on Kagaya Otsutsuki. Longshore said, at that time, we will throw the traitor Kagaya Otsutsuki into the furnace and extract the divine fruit, and our mission will be complete. Dashi said, no, there is one more thing, which is to destroy the ninja world and take revenge for Jinshur and the others. Jinshur said, after saying this, the three of them let out a sinister laugh. Their spaceship accelerated again, racing towards the ninja world. At this time, the entire ninja world was engulfed in the flames of war. Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru formed a powerful alliance and engaged in a deadly battle against the ninja allied forces. With 100,000 white Zetsu and the reanimated undead army, they clashed with 100,000 ninja from the allied forces, plunging the entire ninja world into chaos, except for the Land of Fire, which remained a sanctuary. At this time, the reanimated Uchiha Madara was single-handedly taking on the 5 Kage, while the 2 Tails and 5 Tails had already fallen into the hands of Uchiha Obito. Currently, the Outer Path Golem had only yet to absorb the 9 Tails. However, the issue was resolved when the reanimated Kinshiki and Momoshiki successfully absorbed the power of the 9-tailed beasts, opening its final eye and transforming into the 10 Tails. Uchiha Obito had also implanted the Rinnegan, controlling the 10 Tails to engage in battle with Naruto and Sasuke. Chapter 227. Sun Yin returns. Uchiha Obito fused the 10 Tails into his own body, becoming the new 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara also easily defeated the other 4 Kage, while Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique and rushed to the battlefield with Naruto and Sasuke, who were clearly struggling against the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. The 4th Hokage was quite impressive. Watching Minato disappear using the Flying Thunder God, Uchiha murmured softly, it seems Obito's side should be about ready. After saying this, he headed towards Uchiha Obito's direction. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke had already suffered a beating from Obito, along with Kakashi, Guy, and others. Obito, why did it have to be you? Kakashi said, heartbroken. Kakashi, I want to create a world with Rin, and of course, that world will also have you. Uchiha Obito said coldly. As he spoke, a tailed beast bomb was rapidly shot towards him. Despair filled everyone's eyes. At that moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and Minato's figure emerged, using the Flying Thunder God to redirect the tailed beast bomb. The next moment, a huge explosion sounded not far away. Minato Namikaze, we meet again, Uchiha Obito said with a smile upon seeing the newcomer. Obito, it really is you, Minato said solemnly. That's right, it's me, Obito replied coldly. Why? Minato exclaimed, heartbroken. There is no reason. This world is fundamentally flawed. I want to create a truly peaceful world, Uchiha Obito said in a deep voice. I want to know how you became like this, Obito. Have you forgotten your dreams? Didn't you say you wanted to become Hokage and protect Konoha, to protect the village? Minato shouted. Heh, Minato Namikaze, I'm no longer a child. What significance do those childhood jokes hold now? Uchiha Obito laughed. In the world I'm about to create, there will be a place for you, Minato. As he said this, Uchiha Obito fired the tailed beast bomb. Dad, only sage techniques can hurt him, Naruto shouted to Minato. Understood. Sage mode, Minato nodded, and a shadow clone in the distance transformed into white smoke. Minato entered Sage mode. The battle was about to begin. In the highest realm of the universe, the 7-star absolute domain, Sun Yin slowly opened his eyes. The moment the shadow clone ended in the ninja world, Sun Yin had already sensed it, but he was in a critical moment of cultivating the laws. Sun Yin stood up, and the purple-clad Zishuan also rose at the sound. How is it? Did you receive the 7-star inheritance? Zishuan asked curiously. Well, sort of, but not exactly, Sun Yin pondered. What do you mean? Zishuan inquired. You can understand it this way. I've only obtained a part of the inheritance, and there are greater opportunities waiting for me, Sun Yin said, looking at the purple-clad woman. How's your comprehension of the laws going? Zishuan asked. Not bad, but my divine root and divine I have achieved their final evolution, and my eye spirit has transformed into I power, Sun Yin said somewhat sadly. Are you feeling a bit reluctant? After all, it has accompanied you for many years. Zishuan smiled. Yeah, by the way, what's your name? Sun Yin asked. Heavenly Scourge Zishuan, the purple-clad woman replied with a smile. So, Heavenly Scourge Zishuan, what are your plans next? Sun Yin asked, smiling at her beautiful face. Of course, to eliminate the atSix, Zishuan said, feeling a bit uncomfortable under Sun Yan's gaze. No, your primary goal should be to have a child with me, Sun Yin teased. You're really shameless, the purple-clad woman said in admiration. Hee, thanks for the compliment. I'm truly sorry, Sun Yin said, scratching his head in a humble manner. How about you come back to the ninja world with me first? It's quite lively there now, Sun Yin said with a smile. What do you mean by lively? Zishuan asked, her curiosity piqued. The fourth great ninja war is underway, and there's a dance king about to emerge, Sun Yin said with a smile. Dance king? What the heck is that? Zishuan asked in confusion. Let's go. I'll take you to see him dance, Sun Yin said, grabbing Zishuan's hand. A massive gap appeared in the sealed space, and Sun Yin and Zishuan's figures disappeared into it. When they reappeared, they had arrived in the ninja world. In the hidden flame village, Sun Yin and Zishuan appeared on the rooftop of the flame-hidden building. The next moment, alarms blared throughout the flame-hidden village, and in an instant, two pitch-black spatial portals appeared, from which emerged two figures, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Hyuga Linglong. Kagaya had already gathered a sharp bone spike in her palm, while several beads appeared beside Linglong. Linglong, Kagaya, I'm back, Sun Yin said softly. The next moment, Hyuga Linglong directly leaped into Sun Yan's arms. For Sun Yin, it had only been a year since he last saw them, but for them, it had been a 10-year wait. Otsutsuki Kagaya also shed a tear, while Heavenly Scourge Zishuan looked on with an unhappy expression. So shameless and fickle. She muttered under her breath. Yin, I missed you so much, Linglong said, her eyes glistening with tears. Well, I'm back now, Sun Yin said, patting Linglong's shoulder. Hyuga Linglong nodded. Fortunately, you returned. Otherwise, they would have blamed your departure on me, Otsutsuki Kagaya said, clearly feeling jealous. Thanks for your hard work, little Kagaya. Sun Yin immediately replied with a smile. Heavenly Scourge Sun Yin, did you call me to the ninja world just to watch you show off your love? Heavenly Scourge Zishuan said through gritted teeth. No, it's not over yet. There are more exciting things to come, Sun Yin said with a smile. As soon as Sun Yan's voice fell, Yetsong came over with several women. Without saying a word, Yetsong gave Sun Yin a French kiss, causing the other women to blush. You scoundrel, you finally know how to come back. Hey, be gentle with your touch. Yetsong swatted Sun Yan's hand away, mumbling quietly. Of course, I'm not the kind of man who abandons someone after a fling, Sun Yin said with a smile. Who is that purple-clad woman? You must explain yourself to the sisters, Yetsong said, biting Sun Yan's ear. Explain? Where do I even start? Sun Yin said with a mischievous grin. I hate you so much, you scoundrel, Yetsong said, her face flushed. By the way, Kagaya, find a place for that purple-clad girl to stay. I have urgent matters to attend to now. Sun Yin waved his hand, disappearing from the spot with several women, leaving Zishuan and Kagaya in a state of confusion. What urgent matters could they be attending to? Zishuan wondered, feeling a bit lost. You'll understand later, follow me. Kagaya Otsutsuki said as she led Zishuan to her residence. Chapter 228. Dance King Uchiha boom, boom, boom. Countless massive explosions erupted, leveling the entire battlefield. Naruto and Minato, father and son, were using sage techniques to battle 6 paths of Bito, while Uchiha Sasuke and his companions were engaged in battle with their ancestor, Uchiha Madara. The younger generation of the Uchiha clan had produced a few formidable characters. But that was still far from enough, Madara scoffed. Your eyes seem different from those too. No, all 3 of your eyes are not ordinary Sharingan, Uchiha Madara said, gazing at the 3 distinctive Susanoo forms before him. The little brat named Uchiha Sasuke, your eyes should be the eternal Manjiki Sharingan form from the fusion of 2 Manjiki. As for the other 2 brats, I sense a very familiar power within you, a power that comes from an old friend of mine, the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama. Madara smiled at the 3. Upon hearing this, Sasuke and the others were taken aback. Just from a brief exchange, the opponent had already figured them out, which was terrifying. It seems just as I guessed. So you ready to dance now? Madara laughed maniacally. Dancing? I'll be the one to make you dance. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke declared. After saying that, disregarding Itachi and Shursui, he used a body flicker technique to appear beside Madara. In an instant, Chidori was condensed and stabbed fiercely at Madara. Meanwhile, Itachi and Shursui were still stunned and hadn't reacted. An invisible repulsion blocked Sasuke's attack, and the next moment, universal pull activated, causing Sasuke's body to uncontrollably fly towards Madara. Sasuke! Itachi and Shursui exclaimed in horror. Amaterasu! Itachi instantly used the eye technique, Amaterasu, and black flames engulfed Madara's body in an instant. However, universal pull was still in effect, and Madara, engulfed by the black flames, showed no signs of distress. Instead, the black flames began to weaken. Useless. No ninjutsu works on me, Madara laughed. Sasuke's body had evidently reached Madara's side, and a black chakra rod appeared from Madara's hand, stabbing towards Sasuke. Bang! The black rod struck the purple energy skeletal structure. He! A mocking smile appeared on the corner of Madara's mouth, and in the next moment, Madara's body was already above Sasuke, followed by an endless repulsion force surging from Madara's body. Nanny! Sasuke shouted. Boom! A deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters appeared centered around Madara, and dust and smoke rose. Sasuke! Itachi cried out in anguish. At this moment, the Crimson Susanoo also reached its semi-complete form, and Shursui was staring intently at the deep pit, hoping for a miracle. Cough, 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 as the dust settled. A battered figure appeared in everyone's sight. It was the severely beaten second pillar. Just in that moment of life and death, it activated Sasuke's potential, allowing him to use the semi-complete Susanoo to survive under the universal pull. At this time, the second pillar had blood flowing from his eyes, his clothes were in tatters, and he spat out blood. Although he had escaped a disaster by using the semi-complete form, the backlash from the shattered Susanoo and the residual power of universal pull still inflicted significant damage on him. Oh, not dead yet? He, quite a resilient life, Madara laughed. Then next, would release, Flower Tree World. Saying this, in Pure World Madara joined his hands together. In the next moment, the ground began to tremble, and countless thick trees burst forth from the ground, engulfing the entire area. At that moment, it seemed Madara sensed something, his brow furrowing, and then a faint, inscrutable smile appeared on his lips. He murmured softly, Hashirama, is that you? This makes things even more interesting. Seeing the trees approaching, Uchiha Itachi and Shursui activated their Susanoo and began to counterattack frantically, but the pollen released by the flowers seemed to have a hallucinatory effect, causing both of them significant discomfort. Black flames burned through endless trees, but still struggled to stop the spread of the trees. After all, Itachi's chakra was limited, and they were not on the same level. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A rough voice rang out. Everyone turned to look, only to see a thin old man summoning a monkey, which transformed into a long, thick stick that flew into the old man's hand, who then began to strike the trees with it. Shadow Kron technique. Water release. Water severing wave. A cold-faced, white-haired man appeared, first creating several shadow clones, then unleashing a high-pressure water wave toward the trees. Would release. Tree World. A tall, black-haired man joined his hands together, performing a wood release technique that rivaled Madara's. Madara. Senju Hashirama shouted. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara shouted back. The two glared at each other. Madara. I never expected we would meet again in this way, Hashirama said. Hee, indeed, Hashirama, Madara replied with a smile. When I arrived, I already knew your intentions, Madara. Stop this, Hashirama urged. Hee, Hashirama, do you think you can stop me now? Madara said. Since that's the case, no need to waste words with him, brother. Let's take action, Tobirama said to Hashirama. Senju Tobirama, you treacherous one, you're here too? Madara said coldly. Boom, just as the few were still arguing. The battlefield of Minato and Naruto against Obito erupted with tremendous explosions again. Madara frowned, thinking that Obito had clearly lost control of the Ten Tails within him. With this in mind, Madara created dozens of wood clones and headed towards Obito's direction. Can't control the power of the Ten Tails anymore. If that's the case, let me help you, Madara murmured. In the next moment, his hands began to form seals, and countless cursed seals and runes appeared on Obito's body. Obito's screams grew more anguished, and at that moment, Minato and Naruto were also heavily drained and could only watch helplessly as this unfolded. The next moment, Uchiha Obito clasped his hands together and began to form seals. Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. A dazzling light appeared, and then the impure world Madara beside Obito began to undergo a strange transformation. Chapter 229, Six Paths Madara before them. The body of Uchiha Madara that had been reincarnated from a pure world began to emit boiling white smoke, and the cracks on his body were gradually closing. And the Rinnegan in his eyes turned to ashes in an instant. Uchiha Madara reached out and plucked the Rinnegan from Obito's body, while White Zetsu also emerged from the ground, handing another Rinnegan to Madara. A smile crept onto Madara's lips as he placed both eyes into his eye sockets, followed by a maniacal laugh directed towards the heavens. Wonderful, only such a body can let me experience the joy of battle. This exhilarating feeling is so beautiful, Madara said with a laugh. Madara, you actually revived. Hashirama exclaimed in shock. Hashirama, do you remember what I once told you? By combining two opposing powers, one can attain the power of all creation, Madara said. Madara, it seems that after you left Konoha, you began a series of schemes, Hashirama said in a deep voice. It's not entirely true. I also met like-minded juniors, which allowed me to reach this point today. Moreover, one of my juniors helped me resolve my concerns. But he didn't appear here today. Could it be that he has already died? Uchiha Madara said. Who are you referring to when you say you resolved your concerns? Naruto glared at Uchiha Madara and asked. His name is Sun Yin, Uchiha Madara replied with a smile. Uncle Sun Yin, how could that be? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. It seems he is still alive, but I just don't know why he dares not appear before me. So, are you all ready to dance? Uchiha Madara chuckled. Hashirama, I must stop you, he said as he charged at Uchiha Madara. In the next moment, countless black rods appeared out of thin air, pinning Hashirama to the ground. Uchiha Madara then stepped on Hashirama's face. You seem to have lost that power, Madara mocked as he placed his hand on Hashirama's neck. In the next moment, pure chakra was absorbed into Uchiha Madara's body, and then a strange face appeared on Uchiha Madara's chest. Is this sage art? Is it really that simple? Uchiha Madara said with disappointment. Whoosh, whoosh, two sounds of slicing wind came, and it was two shuriken of different shapes. Uchiha Madara smirked at the sight. Flying Thunder God Slash. The second Hokage's figure appeared, and the shuriken in his hand slashed towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara easily dodged it. However, at that moment, another figure appeared between the two. It was Minato Namikaze, who had gathered a Rasengan in his hand and launched it at Uchiha Madara. Will tomb. Edge hell. In the next moment, Minato and Tobirama's bodies were struck by inexplicable attacks, and the two were sent flying. Uchiha Madara immediately threw several black rods, pinning Tobirama to the ground. Minato then activated Flying Thunder God again, disappearing from the spot, while Tobirama was pinned to the ground because he was a step slower. Tobirama, letting the juniors charge forward and launching a fatal strike when necessary, is indeed a good tactic, Uchiha Madara taunted. Likewise, Tobirama said bitterly. I've long wanted to pin you to the ground like this, but venting anger on a corpse is of no use, Uchiha Madara said. Next, let's proceed to the final step, Uchiha Madara said. He activated the Wheel Tomb, Edge Hell again, and the eight-tailed beasts were instantly attacked and knocked to the ground. What is going on? Naruto asked in shock. Tobirama beside him was also very surprised. Summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals, and a puff of white smoke rose, revealing the massive Outer Path Golem in front of him. In the next moment, 9 chains shot towards the eight-tailed beasts. The eight-tailed beasts were immediately subdued, and Naruto became Madara's target. A purple chain pierced into Naruto's abdomen, and the eight-tailed beasts were instantly absorbed into the mouth of the Outer Path Golem by the purple chakra chain. Meanwhile, Naruto was still struggling. The purple chakra chain had an indescribable control over the power of the tailed beasts, and in front of it, Naruto had no ability to resist. Super Giant Rasengan. Amaterasu. Minato and Sasuke attacked simultaneously. However, Uchiha Madara showed no concern. The Wheel Tomb, Edge Hell appeared again, and Sasuke was struck hard, a large pit forming in his chest as he was sent flying. As for Minato, he disappeared again from his spot. However, at that moment, the 9 tails within Naruto was extracted and he fell into a state of unconsciousness. Naruto! Minato caught the falling Naruto and shouted anxiously. Transfer the chakra of the 9 tails inside you to Naruto, and he won't die, the 9 tails said just before being devoured. Now we have reached the most critical moment, Uchiha Madara laughed maniacally. Saying this, he began to form hand seals, and the 10 tails were revived. Madara used his Rinnegan to absorb the 10 tails into his body. Madara's body began to undergo a huge transformation. First his skin turned pale, then his hair followed, and his body was adorned with the sage's clothing with tomo, and a pair of horns sprouted from his head. He held the sage's staff made of the truth-seeking ball. Watching the changes in his body and feeling the boundless energy within him, Uchiha Madara let out a heartfelt maniacal laugh. Ha! The world created by the Sage of Six Paths will be personally ended by me, Uchiha Madara said. However, at that moment, a strange light emitted from the unconscious Naruto and Tobirama. The two experienced a miraculous dream during their unconsciousness, where an old man imparted immense power to them, informing them that only they could save this world. At first, they merely regarded it as a dream, or thought that their souls had arrived in the pure land after death. But when they opened their eyes again, they realized that everything was real, and the power they had gained was also real. I have obtained the ultimate in power, the Rinnegan, Sasuke murmured softly, then looked at Naruto beside him. Naruto was surrounded by golden light, with several black tomo printed on his clothes, and 6 pitch-black orbs floated behind him, identical to the orbs behind Uchiha Madara. Sasuke, it seems you have also received the Sage of Six Paths gift, Naruto said. Sasuke nodded. The Sage of Six Paths said that only the two of us can save the ninja world, Naruto said. Enough chatter, I'm going first, Sasuke said, his figure disappearing in an instant. Chapter 230, The Arrival of atSix. Heavenly Hand Power. Sasuke's figure vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Six Paths Madara. The Kusanagi sword was imbued with lightning and ruthlessly stabbed into Madara's chest. Pooh! Blood spilled from the mouth of Six Paths Madara. But in the next moment, Six Paths Madara's body had vanished from the spot, reappearing several meters away from Sasuke. How is this possible? You've also awakened the Rinnegan, Six Paths Madara said, slightly surprised. At the same time, both began to secretly analyze the techniques they had just used against each other. Just now, my attack clearly pierced his body, but couldn't cause any actual damage. However, one of those 4 shadows is missing, which indicates that these shadows lurking in the dark can transfer damage. Moreover, the control I experienced earlier must also have been caused by these shadows, Sasuke analyzed in secret. It can jump through space to attack me. It seems that after awakening the Rinnegan, he has gained a good spatial ability. I must be cautious, Uchiha Madara analyzed silently. Sage Art. Lava Release Rasengan. Meanwhile, Naruto also threw a massive lava release Rasengan. The truth-seeking ball beside Madara instantly expanded, blocking the nuclear bomb-like attack. However, Naruto had already used a body flicker technique to arrive beside Madara. Tail Beast Bomb. He had also gathered a tailed beast bomb in his hand. Bang! At the critical moment, Naruto blocked the attack from the Wheel Tomb, Edge Hell. The tailed beast bomb in his hand also dissipated. Sasuke, be careful. Something is flying around wildly, Naruto reminded. I know, I can see it, Sasuke replied. I can sense it too, Naruto said. Sage Art. Storm Release Light Fawn. A purple lightning bolt shot out from Uchiha Madara's mouth, heading towards Naruto. In a critical moment, Naruto threw out 2 black rods transformed from the Sage of Six Paths Chakra, breaking Uchiha Madara's attack. In an instant, he used the body flicker technique to arrive beside Sasuke. That rod can only be harmed by using the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths, Sasuke said. Moreover, his shadow returns to his body after a certain period. You will deal with that shadow while I handle the real body. Get ready to control the shadow, Sasuke instructed. Hearing you order me makes me feel annoyed. I still haven't managed to change that habit, Naruto self-deprecatingly replied. All right, that rod, it's time to prepare. Soon, we will use, Sasuke said. Naruto then formed a sphere in his hand. It was the Sage Art, Magnetic Release Rasengan, while Sasuke gathered black lightning in his hand. The two exchanged glances and unleashed their techniques towards each other. Heavenly Hand Power. The Heavenly Hand Power activated again. The body of Six Paths Madara had already appeared between the two. Their attacks instantly struck Madara's body. Why did my body suddenly appear here? Is it Sasuke's eye technique? Limbo, Border Prison. Following that, Six Paths Madara activated Limbo, Border Prison again, switching the shadow and the real body. What? That move again, Naruto exclaimed. Hee. It seems I can't treat you as ordinary kids anymore. In that case, the show ends here, Uchiha Madara said. As he spoke, Madara summoned 4 Limbo, Border Prison clones, and then his body rose into the sky. With his hands clasped together, a massive gravitational black sphere emerged from Madara's hands, forming countless smaller gravitational black spheres. The next moment, the ground of the battlefield began to crack, and huge boulders were drawn into the sky. Countless ninjas started fleeing into the distance. Moments later, dozens of giant spherical boulders appeared in the sky. Is this Madara's power? Kakashi exclaimed in shock. If it's just SOSO. If our leader were here, he wouldn't dare act so recklessly, Takaguri Tenda said. Speaking of which, we should find a place to hide, Uzumaki, not Suki, suggested. We need to do our best to stop these meteors from falling, Gujingmaru said, as black lightning chakra armor covered his body. With the strength of just a few of us, we can probably stop just one, Kikyote Issei said. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke had already started their solo show, with the complete body of the purple Susanoo appearing, wielding 2 purple energy katanas, looking at the falling meteors. Naruto was continuously gathering tailed beast bomb shurikens in his hands, launching them towards the heavenly explosion. Madara had already approached the moon, reaching out to break off one of his horns, murmuring the legend inscribed on the stone tablet. Just as Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan was about to activate, a huge sound of breaking air echoed from the sky. Countless cosmic warships flew towards the ninja world at high speed. Boom, boom, boom. Countless warships landed on the ground, creating massive craters. However, this was still not the end. Warships continued to fly in from the sky. Uchiha Madara was dumbfounded. Naruto and Sasuke were stunned, and Minato seemed to recall something bad, his expression growing even worse. Teacher? Kakashi asked. What was bound to come has arrived. The atSix clan from deep space, Minato murmured softly. At that moment, the hatch of the leading giant warship opened, and 3 horned men slowly walked out, surrounded by 3 servants. Uchiha Madara was also shocked because the 3 men who emerged from the spaceship had a single crimson 9-tomo Rinnegan on their foreheads, and their aura was even greater than his. The next moment, countless hatches opened, and groups of pale-skinned atSix clan members emerged, surprising all the ninjas. Isn't this the Hyuga clan from Konoha? Why are they descending from the sky in a spaceship? So this is the ninja world? Hehe, we finally arrived. atSix Ryushiki remarked as he looked around. Indeed, a place where lowly creatures survive, and it seems a war is going on here, Kanketsu commented. Foolish lowly creatures, always driven by endless desires, bringing about endless warfare. Our arrival is to give them a sacred baptism, Dishiki said. Oh, that guy in the sky seems to have fused the 10 tails into his body. Ryushiki's gaze shifted to Uchiha Madara. How wonderful. Arriving in the ninja world and already having a 10 tails to reclaim, Dishiki laughed. Leave it to me, Kanketsu said, disappearing from his spot. Huankwan Baizaka. A black spatial portal appeared behind 6 Paths Madara. A gray bone spike shot out, piercing through 6 Paths Madara's body in an instant. Chapter 231. Madara's Awakening what? Uchiha Madara exclaimed in shock. Even with the power of the 10 tails, you're still so weak, a pitiful ant, atSix Kanketsu said. However, the next moment Kanketsu frowned, then tilted his head to dodge the attack from Limbo, border prison. Immediately after, a divine strike hit beside him. Is this the ability of your Rinnegan, ant? atSix Kanketsu addressed 6 Paths Madara. Who exactly are you? 6 Paths Madara asked with a dark expression. The man before him had casually dealt heavy damage to 2 of Madara's Limbo clones. Even Madara couldn't help but be shocked. Hehe, stop your meaningless struggles, ant. I've seen through your technique, and your Limbo clones have already been pierced by me. You shouldn't be able to use them again for a while, atSix Kanketsu said. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to obstruct my Moon Eye plan will be crushed, 6 Paths Madara declared. God, even the explosion. As he spoke, 6 Paths Madara clasped his hands together, and a massive gravitational black sphere appeared. Mahasata. Seeing this, atSix Kanketsu smirked. The next moment, a force of time enveloped 6 Paths Madara. Madara's body suddenly froze, and the gravitational black sphere in his hands also stopped condensing. Kanketsu slowly walked to 6 Paths Madara's side, and the next moment, he punched out, sending Madara's form turning into an afterimage, crashing down to the ground. Naruto and Sasuke were also shocked by this stunning scene. Sasuke, this guy is too strong, Naruto's voice trembled. For them, the formidable 6 Paths Madara was unable to withstand a single strike from this pale-skinned man with horns on his head. At this moment, Uchiha Madara finally regained his movement, slowly crawling up from a massive pit. He appeared twisted, spitting blood, with disheveled hair, clearly no longer the ethereal figure he once was. Looking helplessly at the man, still flying in the sky. Do you still want to make meaningless struggles, ant? Kanketsu looked down at Uchiha Madara with a sinister smile. Who are you exactly? Uchiha Madara continued to ask. Hehe, we are gods from Takamagara, here to bring redemption to your world. Kanketsu laughed. Hand over the 10 tails obediently, or your fate will be very miserable, Kanketsu said with a smile. God, bringing redemption? Hehe, I see your target is also the 10 tails, 6 Paths Madara mocked. Hehe, you're right. Well, I do it myself. or will you do it? Kanketsu laughed. Haha, how beautiful the thought is. Even if I, Uchiha Madara, die, I will never hand over the 10 tails to you. God? What a joke. Uchiha Madara laughed maniacally. Hey, who are you? The 10 tails absolutely cannot be given to you. Naruto also shouted angrily. Self-proclaimed gods? I see you as a bunch of horn monsters, Sasuke mocked coldly. Naruto, Sasuke, listen to me. They are the atSix clan from the center of the universe, descendants of the chakra progenitor atSix Kagaya. Don't act impulsively. Wait for the right moment. Watergate said as he teleported to the side of the two descendants of atSix Kagaya. Upon hearing this, both of them were taken aback. Just hearing about atSix Kagaya from Grandpa Six Paths was already very strong, and now so many of her clan members have come. Naruto said with frustration. Just a bunch of garbage who call themselves gods. If you're scared, you can stay here. I'm going to save Uchiha Madara. The 10 tails must not fall into the hands of these monsters. After Sasuke finished speaking, his heavenly hand power was activated, and he exchanged space with the air beside atSix Kinshiki in the sky, then stabbed forward. Another ant has come. However, atSix Kinshiki had already predicted Sasuke's movement the moment he moved. Saka Geikatsu stabbed forward into the space behind him. In the next moment, Sasuke appeared, facing the attack from Saka Geikatsu. In a split second of life and death, heavenly hand power was activated again, and Sasuke's body appeared on a clearing 100 meters away, panting heavily, while the area behind him was obviously cold. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto said as he ran toward Sasuke. Silver style, copper style, steel style, have fun with these ninja world natives. The nearby dragon style smirked and said to the three's bodyguards. Yes, the three replied in unison. Immediately, 3 beams of chakra, blue, purple, and green, emerged from the three's bodies and swept towards Naruto, Sasuke, and Watergate. The 6 immediately clashed. For a moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The strength of the atSix servant trio was extraordinary, especially their taijutsu, which temporarily restrained Naruto and the others. Next, let's kill these natives, okay? The style said. With the style's command, all the atSix branch family members rushed towards the ninja allied forces to fight. The ninja world became a battlefield once again. Members of the second-generation Flame organization were also fighting fiercely. However, the ninja allied forces had already experienced a great battle, suffering heavy casualties, and the remaining ninjas were exhausted, while the atSix branch family members each possessed extraordinary physical abilities, chakra, and advanced ninjutsu, causing the ninja allied forces to be defeated. Should we kill them all? Dragon Style asked. It doesn't matter if they live or die. They can all become nourishment for the 10 tails. I'm wondering if we should also kill these branch family members, the Style said with a sinister smile. Are you crazy? Although they're lowly, they are still our clan members. Dragon Style shook his head and said, You don't have to bear the responsibility. The Style smiled and said. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara in the sky watched the ninjas and atSix clansmen fighting on the ground and recalled what Sun Yin had said to him years ago. Feeling a wave of regret, he thought that with the 10 tails, he would be invincible, but ultimately he was still a frog at the bottom of a well. Even if I die, I will take the 10 tails down with me. Thinking this, Uchiha Madara formed hand seals and began to merge the tailed beast bombs around him into his body. Nanny? Aunt, are you crazy? Even atSix Kinshiki was shocked upon seeing this. Even if I die, I will not leave the 10 tails to you. Everything I've plotted is for peace. But I was ultimately narrow-minded. Sun Yin, if you're not dead, you must stop these guys, Uchiha Madara said. In the next moment, Uchiha Madara's body emitted a dazzling light. Chapter 232. Sun Yin appears. Damn it, Mahasato's cooldown hasn't ended yet. atSix Kinshiki cursed inwardly. Uchiha Madara let out a wailing scream, his body overflowing with radiant light. Seeing this, atSix Kinshiki had already activated the yellow spring Hiriazaka. Even he couldn't withstand the power of the 10 tails self-detonation. atSix Dragon Style and atSix Style also frowned deeply. They really didn't expect this ant to choose such a way to prevent the 10 tails from falling into their hands. However, just as everyone prepared for the imminent massive explosion, a huge crack appeared in the space beside Uchiha Madara, and a white figure emerged. In the next moment, a force of time enveloped Uchiha Madara's body, causing time to begin to reverse for him. The brilliance of Uchiha Madara's body faded, and the truth-seeking balls scattered from his body. Uchiha Madara, it's been a long time. Sun Yin appeared beside Uchiha Madara and said with a smile. Sun Yin, you finally appeared. Uchiha Madara hurriedly turned around, then his eyes narrowed as he said loudly. He, I was thinking of waiting for you to finish showing off before I come out to slap your face, but now it seems you can't even handle the atSix clan. So I had to come out. Sun Yin smiled at Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression instantly changed. You are the Celestial Scourge's heir. Celestial Scourge, Sun Yin? A voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. It was atSix dragon style. As soon as the words fell, dragon style to style, and Kinshiki instantly rose into the air, surrounding Sun Yin and Uchiha Madara. Sun Yin did not speak, not even glancing at the three. However, the more this happened, the angrier Kinshiki and the others felt. In the next moment, countless spatial rifts appeared out of nowhere, and numerous Iwagakure ninjas rushed out from them, attacking the atSix branch family's army. In the sky, a purple streak of light flashed, and Celestial Scourge Zishuan instantly broke through the defenses of the style and the others, coming to Sun Yan's side, followed closely by atSix Kagaya and Hinata Linglong. atSix Kagaya, you traitor, you're still alive. atSix dragon style said angrily. This bitch, she truly is born with a rebellious nature. First, she betrayed Kinshiki, and now she stands opposite the Celestial Scourge's heir. How shameless, the style said. As for Kinshiki, he said nothing, but felt that something was wrong. The technique Sun Yin just used made him feel apprehensive. The Celestial Scourge's heir very likely also possessed time abilities, and they might be stronger than his own time abilities. This made it extremely difficult to deal with him. And the purple-clothed woman beside Sun Yin was also inscrutable to him. But just the fact that she disregarded the control of the three of them to come to Sun Yan's side indicated that her strength was not ordinary. Celestial Scourge Sun Yin, you dare to ignore us? Dragon Style looked at Sun Yan's indifferent expression and said angrily. The power of the Byakugan was instantly released. The pressure surged, and even Uchiha Madara, standing beside Sun Yin, felt uncomfortable, while Sun Yin, Zishuan, and Kagaya ignored this pressure. Linglong's expression was somewhat unsightly upon seeing this. Sun Yin released his own aura to help Linglong resist the pressure from Dragon Style. Looking at the ugly faces of Dragon Style and the others, Sun Yin turned to atSix Kagaya and asked, "What are these three? Don't underestimate them. They're the top 3 experts of the atSix main family, excluding the family head." atSix Kagaya said with a frown. From their appearance, they must have also consumed high-grade divine fruits, Hinata Linglong said. That's right, and their abilities are all extremely powerful. atSix Kagaya added. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin disdainfully tapped his ear and then spoke to the heavenly evil purple Xian behind him. Xiao Xian. These 3 cattle and horses are up to you. What did you call me? Heavenly evil purple Xian looked coldly at Sun Yin. Xiao Xian, what's wrong with that? Sun Yin laughed. I'm just here to watch the show. I'm not going to take care of your business. Heavenly evil purple Xian replied irritably. Damn it. Heavenly evil Sun Yin, you dare to ignore us? Seeking death. The most irritable atSix sure couldn't stand Sun Yin's indifference. His body transformed into a red streak of light and rushed towards Sun Yin. Seeing this, atSix Kagaya was about to draw her sword. But Sun Yin stopped her with one hand. This time, I will do it myself, Sun Yin said with a slight smile. In the next moment, the red streak of light arrived in front of Sun Yin and threw a punch at his face. However, atSix Shi's lightning-fast strike appeared extremely slow in the eyes of everyone. Sun Yin slowly turned his head and extended a finger to flick atSix Shi's forehead. In the next moment, a tremendous force erupted, sending atSix Shi flying. He crashed through several mountains before stabilizing his form. At this point, all the horns on his head had broken off, and his body was shattered halfway, slowly repairing itself. Damn it, Shi. atSix Long Shi roared, activating his eye technique. In the next moment, the space around Sun Yin was instantly solidified, and Sun Yan's body became stiff in place. In the next moment, countless black holes appeared around Sun Yin, and several gray bone spikes instantly pierced through his body. Sun Yin's body began to disintegrate. Seeing this, atSix Long Shi smirked with a hint of malicious glee. atSix Kagaya panicked and was about to step in to help, but was pulled back by heavenly evil purple Xian, who smiled and said, "This isn't his main body, just a shadow clone." As soon as heavenly evil purple Xian's voice fell, Sun Yan's body turned into a puff of white smoke. What's going on, Jian Shi? Didn't you foresee Sun Yan's death? Long Shi asked in astonishment. I don't know. This guy definitely has time abilities and is even above me, atSix Jian Shi said with a frown. Long Shi, be careful. Jian Shi seemed to see something and warned Long Shi. Upon hearing this, atSix Longsure instantly activated his spatial abilities, preparing to escape. In the next moment, atSix Sure let out a scream, as Sun Yin had seized him by the throat of fate. In desperation, atSix Sure activated Tian Zhiyuzhong. But the Supreme Eye technique that could only be obtained through blood inheritance did not activate successfully. atSix Longsure also used his own eye technique. However, it had no effect. Sun Yin still firmly gripped atSix Sure's throat. Your ability should be time manipulation, predicting the future and stopping time. Pretty good, Sun Yin said with a smile. Destruction 80 Gods Airstrike. At that moment, a strike containing the laws of destruction charged towards Sun Yin. Sun Yin turned his head and looked at the white-clad man in the sky, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 233. atSix God Sure seeing the approaching destruction 80 Gods Airstrike. Sun Yin threw atSix Sure towards the white figure in the sky. In the next moment, Sun Yan's figure vanished, transforming into a streak of white light, actively heading towards the purple chakra, giant fist. Drawing the long sword from his back, dark purple light enveloped it as he slashed at the giant fist. In the next moment, a purple sword energy shot into the sky, instantly cleaving the white-clad man's chakra giant fist into nothingness. Seeing this, the white-clad man's eyes narrowed, and in the next moment, he crossed his arms over his chest. Meanwhile, Sun Yan's figure had already appeared next to the white-clad man, throwing a punch at his chest. The white-clad man was instantly sent flying. He was deeply shocked. The heavenly evil orphan before him not only mastered the laws of destruction, which were not inferior to his own, but could also use spatial abilities under his 10th level pure eye. Stabilizing himself in the air, the white-clad man rubbed his slightly numb arm, his gaze fixed on Sun Yin. Heavenly evil orphan, why don't you surrender? atSix God Sure's voice boomed like thunder, causing the ninjas and atSix branch family members fighting below to turn pale and spit blood. Patriarch, why did you come out personally? atSix Sure and the others had also come to atSix God Sure's side at this time. The ancestors sent me, saying there was a change. It seems to be true, atSix God Sure said solemnly. Patriarch, this isn't our fault. It's all because heavenly evil Sun Yin is too strong. atSix Sure said aggrievedly. Patriarch, heavenly evil Sun Yin's strength is not beneath yours, atSix Sure whispered to God Sure. Upon hearing this, atSix God Sure furrowed his brow tightly. He possesses time abilities that are not inferior to mine, and he should also have control over the laws, atSix Sure said. The power of time is indeed troublesome, but before my pure eye, all abilities will turn into nothingness, atSix God Sure said, still frowning. Although he had just been pushed back by Sun Yan's punch, atSix God Sure did not believe he was not his opponent. In the next moment, atSix God Sure moved. His body vanished into space and reappeared behind Sun Yin. Destruction Kong Sha Gue Gu. Several dark purple bone spikes appeared and shot towards Sun Yin. However, atSix God Sure's body inexplicably halted in midair. In the next moment, an invisible force appeared on atSix Longsure, sending atSix God Sure flying. It was Sun Yan's wheel grave boundary prison. He, space shattering. Sun Yin looked at the flying atSix Longsure and activated his spatial abilities. An irresistible spatial power enveloped atSix God Sure's body, instantly shattering half of it. Blood gushed forth, but under his immense vitality, the shattered body was rapidly repairing itself. Damn bastard, pure eye space lock. Feeling the endless pain in his body, atSix God Sure nearly went mad. In the next moment, an unimaginable spatial power enveloped the entire area, locking everyone's forms, including atSix Longsure and atSix Sure. As for Jian Sure, he used Maha Sado on himself to seal his time and avoid the spatial lock. However, upon seeing this, heavenly evil purple Xian waved her hand, releasing a radiance that allowed everyone within the light to move freely. Seeing this, Sun Yin smiled, and then his body was also sealed. Haha, heavenly evil orphan. Heavenly evil Sun Yin, no matter what tricks you have, they are meaningless struggles before my double 10th level pure eye. atSix God Sure laughed maniacally. Stepping into the void, atSix God Sure said while activating his spatial abilities, appearing next to Sun Yin. In the next moment, dozens of purple Dao balls appeared around atSix God Sure. Clearly not ordinary Dao balls, but those containing the laws of destruction. In the next moment, dozens of Dao balls fused together, transforming into a dark purple, carrying immeasurable destructive power, shooting towards Sun Yin. Farewell, Heavenly evil Sun Yin, atSix God, sure, said cruelly. Yin, Mei Qin, and the others gasped. And the hearts of those sealed by space rose to their throats. In their hearts, Sun Yin had become their only hope. The purple lightsaber pierced through the void and arrived in front of Sun Yin. The humming of the sword tip and the smile at the corner of the divine style's mouth were imprinted in everyone's hearts at that moment. Everyone couldn't help but think, has everything come to an end? Even someone as strong as Sun Yin is no match for these aliens. In the next moment, Sun Yin, who had been sealed, moved, and the purple law lightsaber stopped right in front of him, unable to budge an inch. Under the astonished gaze of the atSix divine style, Sun Yin pinched his nose and casually gave him the middle finger. He, just right to test the current defensive power of the holy light celestial. Sun Yin muttered to himself. In the next moment, a layer of dark golden divine source armor enveloped Sun Yin's body, with 7 stars engraved on the dark golden armor. The next moment, Sun Yin extended his finger and pointed at the dark purple lightsaber. The lightsaber moved and struck Sun Yin's body. Boom! A purple light column rose from where Sun Yin stood, followed by a thunderous explosion that echoed through the heavens and the earth. The space that had been sealed by atSix divine style began to shatter under this unparalleled strike. There was no smoke or dust. Under the destruction, it was all void. Only a sword-shaped giant pit appeared on the ground, filled with magma, and above the magma floated a dark golden energy figure. The dark golden energy armor on him showed no signs of damage, but instead was even brighter than before. Damn, 6 purities divine fire. A pale flame emerged from the void, enveloping Sun Yin's body, and the temperature of the surrounding environment instantly increased. However, it still could not inflict any damage on him. Devour. Sun Yin smiled under the energy armor, and in the next moment, the pale flame began to be devoured by the armor. How is this possible? My 6 purities divine fire burns everything. How could it be devoured? atSix divine style found it hard to understand. Under my devouring law, is there anything that cannot be devoured? Sun Yin looked at atSix divine style's already pale face and said with a smile. Next, you've had your fun. Now it's my turn. Sun Yin said with a smile. His body transformed into a beam of light, instantly appearing above divine style. And a massive golden lightsaber condensed in his hand, swinging down towards atSix divine style. The constructive thunder god, atSix divine style's body was instantly wrapped by a 1,000-meter-tall black energy giant, holding black lightning giant spears in both hands, swinging at the golden lightsaber. Chapter 234, atSix ancestor He, constructive thunder god, just a futile struggle. Sun Yin looked at the 1,000-meter-tall black energy giant, the corners of his mouth curling into a grin. The boundless golden lightsaber instantly severed the black lightning spear and slashed towards the body of constructive thunder god, instantly shattering it to pieces. How is this possible? atSix divine style was shocked again. With the enhancement of the law of light, your constructive thunder god is as fragile as a piece of white paper. atSix clan leader. Sun Yin had already arrived behind atSix divine style. In the next moment, a small lightsaber pierced through atSix divine style's body, and then the lightsaber dissipated, merging into his body. Sun Yin smiled slightly, whispering in atSix divine style's ear. Light explosion. In everyone's eyes, cracks appeared on atSix divine style's body, followed by an infinite amount of light shooting out from his body. And then his body erupted with a massive explosion. The power was comparable to the previous destructive lightsaber, and after a long time, a similarly deep pit appeared, filled with swirling hot magma. Is it over? Did Sun Yin kill the alien? Just as everyone thought, everything had come to an end. A broken figure emerged from the magma, his body red and his clothes tattered, but his injuries were not severe. Only his left eye was noticeably dimmer. Heaven's curse, Sun Yin, you can't kill me. atSix divine style shouted arrogantly at Sun Yin. Could it be the clan leader's eye technique, the ultimate eye technique void? Has the clan leader been forced to this extent? atSix Kanjitsu thought to himself. Indeed, a very powerful eye technique. Void can turn unfavorable real factors into virtual ones. Just now, you turned my attack into nothingness, thus avoiding the damage from the attack. You agree, right? Sun Yin said to atSix divine style with a smile. Nanny, how do you know? atSix divine style was astonished. Because under my eyes, everything about you will have nowhere to hide. Sun Yin pretended to be profound. Everything will have nowhere to hide. Do you think I would believe that? atSix divine style said disdainfully. Void is indeed a good ability, and it has even slightly touched upon the laws of the void, but to turn my attack imbued with the law of light into nothingness. Your eyes can't be used for a short time, right? Sun Yin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, atSix Divine Style's expression changed dramatically, but he quickly regained his composure and said to Sun Yin in a deep voice, "Whether I can use it or not, we will know if we try." "All right, let's try." Rewind. An invisible power of time reversed the time around atSix Divine Style, and in the next moment, his body once again emitted a brilliant light. Boom! Another massive explosion. Another giant, deep pit. And soon after, atSix Divine Style's body emerged from the magma. His right eye also dimmed slightly. "Kenjutsu, what are you doing in a daze? Don't you have time abilities, too? Stop him." atSix Divine Style shouted angrily at atSix Kanjutsu. Mahasato. Kanjutsu reluctantly used his ability against Sun Yin, but his time-eye technique seemed to have no effect on Sun Yin. "Hee, your eyes seem to have dimmed quite a bit, huh?" Sun Yin walked through the void towards atSix Divine Style. "Time domain." In the next moment, Sun Yin waved his hand, and a golden light illuminated the entire area. atSix Divine Style found that his body could no longer move, and it was not a spatial fixation. Clearly, this was a time blockade. Void. atSix Divine Style had no choice but to use his ultimate eye technique again. However, this time, Void did not work, and his body still could not move an inch. "I forgot to tell you, I am an existence that has mastered the laws of the Void." Sun Yin walked up to atSix Divine Style's side and whispered, "Destruction Spiral Sphere." A dark purple energy ball appeared in Sun Yan's hand, and in the next moment, it struck atSix Divine Style's chest. The power of destruction completely obliterated atSix Divine Style's limbs, inflicting irreparable damage. With a piercing scream, atSix Divine Style's body fell from the sky, crashing to the ground and leaving a human-shaped deep pit. At this moment, atSix Divine Style had lost his previous elegance. His entire body roasted into charcoal by the destruction spiral sphere. "Why are you able to master so many laws?" atSix Divine Style said in shock. "Because I am your ancestor." Sun Yin looked at atSix Divine Style and smiled. "Next, are you ready to say goodbye to this world?" Sun Yin stared at atSix Divine Style and smiled. "Heaven's curse, Sun Yin. Don't think that just because you defeated me, you can do as you please. The strength of the ancestor is unfathomable. If you kill me, the ancestor will surely crush you to ashes and scatter your soul." atSix Divine Style said fiercely to Sun Yin. "Oh, really? Then tell me, how strong is your ancestor?" Sun Yin smiled at atSix Divine Style. "Wishful thinking." atSix Divine Style said, barely hanging on. I don't even need to ask you, Celestial." Sun Yin fixed his gaze on atSix Shinji's eyes. In the next moment activated his eye technique, Heavenly God. He flipped through the memories related to atSix Shinji, but there was scarce information about the ancestor he mentioned. Moreover, Sun Yin seemed to have sensed that someone was peering at him through some means. In the next moment, a pair of blue eyes appeared in Sun Yan's line of sight, forcibly sending Sun Yan's consciousness into atSix Shinji's mind. In an instant, blue runes covered atSix Shinji's body, and a strong vitality surged throughout him. This power was familiar to Sun Yin. It was the law of life. As the runes increased, atSix Shinji's aura was once again elevated. He formed hand seals, and in the next moment, an infinite gravitational force emerged from his body, pulling the seal Daru and Long to his side. The next moment, Shinji placed his hands on the heads of the two, and their pure energy surged into atSix Shinji's body. In a moment, two crystal-like divine fruits condensed above their heads, while atSix Long and Daru lost their chakra fruits. And the 9-tomo golden rinnegan on their heads slowly closed, ultimately collapsing weakly to the ground. "You are the heavenly calamity, Sun Yin." A voice like muffled thunder echoed in Sun Yan's ear. "You're the atSix ancestor?" Sun Yin asked in return. Chapter 235. Battle with the Ancestor. Yes. I am atSix ancestor atSix Zushi. atSix Shinji's body was inscribed with blue runes, and his voice had changed. "So what?" Sun Yin looked at atSix Zushi and said, "You're quite interesting, heavenly calamity orphan. I sent someone here for one purpose only, to kill you," atSix Zushi stated. "Is that so?" "To me, your actions are just giving me experience," Sun Yin replied with a smile. Really? Then I will personally eliminate you," atSix Zushi said fiercely. "Why must you eliminate me? By the way, we are not acquainted," Sun Yin asked atSix Zushi. "The Heavenly Calamity clan has become a thing of the past. The atSix clan is the current ruler of the universe. However, The former atSix clan was your heavenly calamity clan slave, and only you know this hidden past. Only by completely eradicating you can I bury this secret forever in the long river of history and find peace, atSix explained. Is that so? But to me, it seems you are afraid of losing your position as the ruler of the universe, because your strength is truly insufficient compared to my heavenly calamity clan, Sun Yin mocked. I would fear your strength. Young man, you know nothing of my power. atSix shook his head. Is that so? Then let's find out, Sun Yin said, fully releasing his aura, followed by a massive storm erupting out of nowhere. A tremendous pressure enveloped the entire area. Even atSix felt greatly oppressed under this immense pressure. I didn't expect you to have grown to this extent, heavenly calamity, Sun Yin, atSix said solemnly. He. Sun Yin shook his head, saying nothing. The next moment, both of them moved simultaneously. Two streams of light, one white and one blue, began to clash violently in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed in the sky. In this fierce collision, atSix was completely at a disadvantage, though this was not the true atSix, but rather the body of Shinji being used. Light body flicker, spiral shuriken. Watching the falling figure, Sun Yin condensed a golden light body flicker shuriken in his hand and ruthlessly threw it at Zushi. The shuriken traveled at the speed of light to atSix front. Upon seeing this, atSix attempted to use spatial abilities to evade, but it was too late. The light body flicker shuriken exploded in front of atSix in an instant. Zushi realized the danger. Kamamisubi appeared instantly, and a towering energy giant emerged. Additionally, countless blue, truth-seeking orbs fused into the energy giant's armor. The next moment, a 100-meter-wide light body flicker spiral shuriken crashed into the blue-black energy giant. The golden light instantly engulfed the blue-black energy giant. After a long while, as the dust settled, the 1,000-meter energy giant completely dissipated, and atSix's body was left in a state of disarray, with one arm completely obliterated. Such strong light law, atSix said solemnly. At your age, it is impossible to comprehend such profound laws. You must have obtained the 7-star inheritance, atSix remarked. If I had obtained the 7-star inheritance, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from me, and I would have long gone to Takamagara to wipe out your atSix clan, Sun Yin laughed. How is that possible? If it were solely your own cultivation, you would never be able to comprehend such a powerful law ability, atSix said seriously. You need not worry, for I am a legend, an unsurpassable legend. Well then, are you ready to welcome death? atSix asked. Sun Yin smiled. Time domain, time stop. As Sun Yin spoke, the power of time surged forth. Divine illumination. The next moment, a golden flame appeared in the void, instantly enveloping atSix's body, along with atSix Shinji not far away. As the golden flames burned, the runes on Shinji's body were turned to nothingness by the divine illumination fire. And a spirit emerged from atSix Shinji's body, instantly engulfed by the divine illumination fire, emitting a wretched scream. Heavenly calamity Sun Yin, we will meet again soon. It will be the final battle between you and me. The spirit made a fierce remark before being burned to nothingness by the divine illumination. Divine fire transformation furnace. Under Sun Yin's control, the divine illumination fire transformed into a furnace, and then the bodies of atSix Shinji and atSix were thrown inside. Moments later, 5 chakra fruits appeared in Sun Yin's hand. With a wave of his hand, he stored the chakra fruits in his divine realm space. He then waved to lift the time domain, and everything returned to calm. The Ninja Alliance and the Hyuga branch members who were originally fighting also stopped. Even atSix's close servants dropped their weapons. Everyone turned their gaze to the figure in white above, Heavenly Calamity Sun Yin, seemingly waiting for him to wrap things up. Heavenly Calamity Zishuan also brought the women to Sun Yan's side. What do you plan to do with these atSix branch members? Kill them all or? Heavenly Calamity Zishuan asked. Hearing this, atSix Kagaya, who was nearby, wanted to say something but hesitated. In fact, killing them all is the best choice. Their eyes can be used to condense a giant Rinnegan, and the bodies can be used to condense chakra fruits. However, I am not such a cruel person. I will leave this to you, Kagaya, Sun Yin said, glancing at Kagaya. Upon hearing this, Kagaya felt a strange sense of emotion. She then flew into the sky and addressed the members of the atSix clan. You were originally my kin, oppressed and exploited by the atSix clan. I know that you do not wish to resist, but are afraid to. However, things are different now. The atSix clan is no longer an unbeatable existence. You now have a choice, an opportunity to resist, and a chance to live anew for yourselves. Now, you choose, submission or death. atSix Kagaya continued. Princess, your family treats you as a traitor, as a disgrace, but in my heart, you are my deity. You are the first person in thousands of years to dare to oppose your family, and the first to rewrite your own fate. Now that such an opportunity is before me, I choose to submit and will henceforth follow Princess Kagaya's orders. A skilled member of the atSix branch declared loudly. Soon, another clan member began to echo, and the voices of submission grew louder, until the sound of submission in the room became deafening. Sun Yin smiled upon seeing this, and then disappeared with the women and Uchiha Madara. Chapter 236, Uchiha Madara, captain of the security team, in a dim room. 4 pale-skinned beings with horns on their heads were imprisoned. They were atSix Madara, atSix Kinshiki, atSix Mamashiki, and atSix Kagaya. Among the 3, their strength was nearly invincible in the ninja world, but in this small room, they had no thoughts of rebellion. Kinshiki, what do you think Tensei Sun Yin will do with us? Will he also want to execute the clan leader and turn us into divine fruits like Kagaya? Mamashiki trembled as he spoke. I doubt it. The divine fruits within us are merely the lowest level of existence. With Tensei Sun Yan's vision, he probably wouldn't care about us. Even if he were to refine something, it should be that person first, Kinshiki indicated with his eyes. What if? I don't want to die. atSix trembled. A bunch of idiots, atSix Madara sneered from the side. Uchiha Madara, what did you say? atSix Kinshiki shouted angrily. I said you were idiots and a bunch of cowards, Uchiha Madara replied coldly. Looking for death, Kinshiki said as he was about to make a move, but seemed to recall something terrifying and reluctantly withdrew. Useless, Uchiha Madara continued to mock. Creak, the sound of a door opening occurred, and 2 hidden ninjas walked in. The 2 looked at the 4 in the room, and although they were trembling in fear, they still pretended to be calm. Uchiha Madara, atSix Kinshiki, Mamashiki, and Kagaya. Come with us. One of the ninjas maintained his voice, trying to sound less shaky. Finally here? Uchiha Madara and the others thought simultaneously. Understood, the 4 said in unison, following the 2 ninjas towards their fate. In the bright hall, it was originally bustling with noise, but as 4 tall figures appeared, the crowd fell into an eerie silence. In the hall, Tensei Sun Yin was at the center with Minato and the 4 Kages on his left and Sun Yan's female entourage on his right. Naruto stood behind Minato, serving as the Hokage's guard. Uchiha Madara, do you know your crimes? Inoki, using his authority, questioned Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara coldly glanced at Inoki, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Sun Yin, we can be considered old acquaintances. Do as you please, Uchiha Madara said to Tensei Sun Yin in a deep voice. Chairman, Uchiha Madara has committed many crimes, and the Akatsuki organization born from him is even more wicked. I hope Lord Yin will extract the 10 tails from him and return it to the 5 great ninja villages, completely eliminating Uchiha Madara to prevent future troubles. The 4th Raikage said solemnly. That's right, Uchiha Madara is too dangerous and must be killed to prevent future troubles, Inoki echoed. Is that so? Then what does Lord Mizukage think? Sun Yin turned to look at the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Upon meeting Sun Yan's gaze, Terumi Mei panicked, a blush appearing on her face, thinking how handsome Lord Yin was and if she could be with the chairman. Terumi Mei couldn't even imagine, but soon she received several sharp gazes, and even Tensei Zishuan looked at her with interest. It's up to the chairman, Terumi Mei said softly. Are the young people so open nowadays? I think Uchiha Madara should be executed immediately, Granny Chiyo said sharply. In that case, I now announce that the 10 tails will be extracted from Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara will be appointed as the head of the security team of my Yin Alliance. Sun Yin declared loudly. Chairman, what does this mean? After extracting the 10 tails, won't Uchiha Madara already be dead? And what is this Yin Alliance? Inoki felt a bad premonition in his heart and asked Sun Yin. That's right for you. Extracting the tailed beast will indeed lead to death. But I want to say, whoever I want to live will live, and whoever I want to die must die, Sun Yin said with a smile. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became tense, but no one dared to refute, as they knew Sun Yin had the strength and confidence. Then what is this Yin Alliance? The Raikage asked solemnly. Haha, from this moment on, I announce that the 5 great nations and 5 hidden villages will be completely dissolved. And the 6 hidden villages will merge and unify to form the only ninja organization in the ninja world. The Yin Alliance, Sun Yin said with a smile. What? A chorus of astonished voices erupted from the crowd. Our Cloud Hidden Village strongly opposes this. The Rakage took the lead. Our Rock Hidden Village strongly opposes, Inoki retorted. Our Sand Hidden Village states it is absolutely impossible, Granny Chio said the same. Our Mist Hidden Village expresses willingness to join, Terumi Mei said. As for Minato, he simply smiled and observed, saying nothing throughout. Everyone, you should understand one thing. I am not discussing this with you. I am making a decision. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish, Sun Yin said, slightly releasing his aura, causing the entire hall to fall into a dead silence. Except for Tensei Zishuan, everyone else was nearly suffocated by this pressure. As for the 3 Rakage, their bodies had already collapsed to the ground, looking very disheveled. Now, I give you 3 options, submit or die, Sun Yin said with a smile. His voice was like a demonic sound lingering in the ears of the 3, coming and going. Our Rock Hidden Village chooses to submit, Inoki said with great difficulty, raising his hand and gritting his teeth. Sand Hidden Village submits, Granny Chio quickly said. Cloud Hidden Village will never submit. Only the 4th Rakage was a tough nut to crack. Don't Tensei. Uchiha Shursui seized the opportunity and used a technique. What did you say? Sun Yin asked with a smile. I said, Cloud Hidden Village swears to follow, the 4th Rakage said. So I look at you all, clearly able to talk well, but you have to force me to resort to violence. Really? How uncouth, Sun Yin said as he withdrew his aura and smiled. Hearing this, several black lines appeared on the foreheads of those around him. Was this even human speech? As for Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Mamashiki, and Kagaya, Sun Yin had other arrangements for them. Sun Yin then placed Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kinshiki into his divine space, placing his hand on Uchiha Madara's abdomen. In the next moment, a great force pulled the Ten Tails chakra, and in an instant, a gigantic Ten Tails with a terrifying face appeared in the divine space. While Uchiha Madara had already collapsed exhausted on the ground. Am I going to die? Experiencing death once again is somewhat enjoyable, Uchiha Madara said weakly. You won't die. The next moment, a golden light appeared in Sun Yan's hand, enveloping Uchiha Madara's body, and then abundant life energy surged into Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Madara felt the vigorous life force within him and excitedly stood up from the ground. It's time to deal with you. Ignoring Uchiha Madara, Sun Yan flew into the sky. An invisible great force pulled the 3 copper-style individuals into the mouth of the Ten Tails. In the next moment, the Ten Tails' body erupted with a huge light, and a joyful cry came from its mouth. Clearly receiving ample nutrients, the Ten Tails was very excited, but in the next moment, its form stiffened. The Ten Tails began to transform into the divine tree, starting to take root and sprout, with 2 high-level chakra fruits slowly forming. After a long time, the high-level chakra fruits were fully condensed. Sun Yin waved his hand, bringing them into his own possession, and then disappeared with Uchiha Madara into the divine realm. Chapter 237. The women share the fruit. Time flew by, and it had been a month since the last great battle. During this month, the 5 major hidden villages had relocated to the Flame Hidden Village, which also underwent the largest expansion in history. Thus, the largest ninja organization in the ninja world, and the only one moving forward, was born. In a bright hall, Sun Yin gathered his girl group, including Tian Shazi Xian and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Yin, why'd you call us so early this morning? Kushina rubbed her drowsy eyes and said unhappily, murmuring under her breath about how they stayed up late the previous night. Sun Yin twitched the corner of his mouth, wanting to refute, but Kushina's words were indeed reasonable. Brother Yin, what is so important that you woke us up this early? Conan also asked. I prepared a surprise for you, Sun Yin said with a smile. Surprise? Brother Yin, what kind of surprise? Mikoto said with wide eyes. Now is the moment to witness a miracle, Sun Yin said, waving his hand. Immediately, 7 high-level chakra fruits flew out from his sleeve, floating in midair and radiating bright light. Seeing this, the girls gaped in shock. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya was no exception. Yin, is this the surprise you prepared for us? Yitsong looked at the fruits in front of her, feeling incredibly touched, but she didn't want to accept them because she knew the rarity of these fruits. That's right. This is the surprise I prepared for you. Let me count. 1 for Yitsong, 1 for Mikoto, 1 for Linglong, 1 for Conan, 1 for Kushina, 1 for Tsunade, and there's still 1 left. Sun Yin said while counting on his fingers, then turned his gaze to atSix Kagaya. The last one is for you. Little Kagaya, Sun Yin said with a smile. Hearing this, atSix Kagaya's face showed joy, wanting to say something, but Sun Yin mischievously said, call me good husband, and this divine fruit will be yours. atSix Kagaya's smile froze, and a blush appeared on her face as she turned her head away and said arrogantly, humph, I don't care for it. Ha ha ha. Sun Yin laughed at atSix Kagaya's aggrieved expression. You dare to laugh at me? atSix Kagaya said. I won't laugh anymore. I'm just teasing you. Sun Yin shrugged and smiled. Humph, atSix Kagaya huffed. Yin, this gift is too precious. We can't accept it, Yitsong said. That's right. Brother Yin, these fruits should be kept for you to eat. This way, your strength will become even stronger, Mikoto said. Exactly, kid. There are even stronger enemies waiting for you. You need these fruits more than we do, Tsunade said with concern. Yin, we can't accept these fruits, Linglong said. While the girls were still persuading, Tiansha Zixian could no longer listen and said lightly, you can rest assured and eat. These fruits are of little use to him now. Sister Zixian, is that true? Mikoto asked. Why would I lie to you? These fruits are indeed not very useful to us. Tiansha Zixian shrugged and said. That's right. What Zixian said is true. Eating this fruit will grant you nearly infinite lifespan. You wouldn't want to become old hags while I'm still in my prime, would you? Sun Yin laughed. Oomph. Even if we become old hags, you must too, Kushina said fiercely. Of course. All right, now find a spacious place and devour the fruits. Sun Yin said with a smile. Yin, will we grow horns and turn pale after eating the fruits? Mikoto raised a sole question. Probably. You all have some bloodline from the atSix clan, so some ancestral traits should appear, Sun Yin said with a smile. What about us? Conan and Yitsong asked. I don't know, but it should be lighter for you than for Mikoto and the others, Sun Yin said with a smile. I don't want to grow horns. That would be so ugly. I don't want to eat. Kushina complained. Well, when you become an old hag. Don't regret it, Mikoto said. I was just complaining. Eating is a must, Kushina said, then took the divine fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. In the next moment, a massive surge of energy erupted within Kushina, and her body began to undergo tremendous changes. Under the overwhelming energy of the chakra fruit, her physique began to undergo a frenzied transformation, gradually condensing the power of the bloodline limit. After a moment, a crack opened on Kushina's forehead, revealing a scarlet nine-tomo Sharingan. Kushina's eyes also underwent a huge change, turning blue with several petals within. Seeing this, the other girls exchanged glances and stuffed the chakra fruits into their mouths. In the next moment, several immense auras enveloped the entire Flame Alliance, causing some weaker individuals to find it hard to breathe under this pressure. Uchiha Madara, who was patrolling with people in the Alliance, also felt these immense powers and couldn't help but be shocked. Naruto and Sasuke, who were enjoying a bowl of Ichiraka ramen, exchanged worried looks. Sasuke, could it be that the atSix clan has come again? Naruto asked. With senior Sun Yin here, if it were atSix clan members, he would appear immediately. It should be our people, Sasuke said. Any one of these powers is stronger than all of us combined, Naruto said with a bitter smile. Yes, with senior Sun Yin here, there will be no more wars in the ninja world. Peace is about to arrive, Sasuke said. However, there is still one atSix ancestor. Only by defeating him can the ninja world truly settle down, Naruto said. Yeah, I seem to foresee that the final battle is approaching, and I will definitely contribute my share of strength, Sasuke said. It's rare for you to have such awareness. Don't worry, I won't lose to you. No matter what, Naruto laughed heartily. Since that's the case, from today onward, we will begin training to welcome the final battle, Sasuke said with a smile. Sure, Naruto laughed as well. At night, the entire world fell into a dead silence. Sun Yin and Tiansha Zixian stood side by side, overlooking the entire ninja world. When will we act? Tiansha Zixian asked. 2 days later, we will march to Takamagara, Sun Yin said calmly. Chapter 238. Marching to Takamagara 2 days later? Isn't that a bit too rushed? Tiansha Zixian said with some concern. Time is indeed a bit tight, but speed is of the essence. I don't know why, but I always feel that the longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us, Sun Yin said. Are you completely confident? Tiansha Zixian stared at Sun Yin and asked. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Sun Yin said with a smile. What is a lie and what is the truth? Tiansha Zixian pressed on. That's a lie. I can blow up atSix Kagaya with one punch. Sun Yin said with a grin. And the truth? Tiansha Zishuan asked, staring intently at him. The truth is, if I die, you should remarry after all. Our engagement was set by the previous generation. By the way, can you promise to protect Mei-Chin and the others for me? And then help me take revenge once you comprehend the perfect law? Sun Yin said, looking at Tiansha Zishuan with deep affection. You're talking nonsense, aren't you? Tiansha Zishuan said angrily. No. Sun Yin shook his head. How is that possible? You've already obtained the 7-star inheritance. Atsuki Kagaya is definitely not your match. Tiansha Zishuan said nervously. Girl, I haven't truly received the 7-star inheritance. What I've obtained is merely the 7-star baptism, and my mastery of the 7 laws is far from perfect. So in this battle, I don't have complete confidence. In fact, when Atsuki Kagaya controlled the divine body and fought me, he already understood my strength. However, Kagaya wasn't shocked after learning my power, which indicates that he doesn't take me seriously, Sun Yin said. Impossible. You must be lying to me. Kagaya was clearly shocked by your strength, Tiansha Zishuan said, eyes wide. Hearing this, Sun Yin smiled, looking at her stunning beauty, and continued, That's the truth. By the way, you seem really worried about me. Upon hearing this, Tiansha Zishuan's face flushed, and she bit her lip, saying, That's right, I'm worried about you. I just don't want you to die. Sun Yin was taken aback and looked at her beautiful face, softly asking, Why? Are you doing this on purpose? Tiansha Zishuan pouted. What do you mean on purpose? Just tell me, Sun Yin said, suppressing a smile and speaking seriously. Isn't it because we're the last 2 members of the Tiansha clan in the entire universe? Tiansha Zishuan replied. That's all. I guess I was overthinking it, Sun Yin said, turning away, a hint of loneliness appearing in his eyes. Tiansha Zishuan's heart trembled, seeing Sun Yin's lonely figure, feeling a trace of regret and guilt. Sun Yin pretended to be very lonely as he walked towards the edge of the platform. Sun Yin, a delicate voice called out, and in the next moment, a pair of jade hands wrapped around Sun Yin's waist, and he felt 2 soft touches on his back, causing his heart to flutter. Zishuan, Sun Yin called softly. You promise me you can't die. I will fight alongside you. If you die, I will never live alone. Tiansha Zishuan said gently. At that moment, Sun Yan's heart stirred with a long-lost emotion. He turned and looked at her face so close, then leaned down and kissed her. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the Yinming Square was packed with people, bustling with noise. In the next moment, 9 extraordinary figures appeared in the sky, 1 man and 8 women, elegantly standing there. Sun Yin and his 8 beautiful wives. Originally, Sun Yin didn't plan to bring all 8 of them, but Tiansha Zishuan had declared that if he didn't take them, she would use her spatial abilities to find him in Takamagara. Left with no choice, Sun Yin had to agree to bring them along. In the square, Minato, Obito, Naruto, Sasuke, Shino, Jiraiya, Shikamu, Kakashi, Reikage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, members of the 2nd-generation Yen organization, and even Orochimaru and Kabuto were all present, each leading a team, waiting for Sun Yan's command to head to Takamagara. I won't say much more. Everyone should know what this battle signifies. Survival. Winning means life, losing means death. The Atsuki clan has dominated the universe for many years, committing countless evils and planting the 10 tails across the universe, plundering resources to consolidate their hegemonic status. Wherever they go, they burn, kill, and loot, committing every crime imaginable, and our ninja world has suffered greatly from their tyranny. Now, the Atsuki clan is severely weakened, and this is our best opportunity to counterattack. Are you all willing to go to Takamagara with me, to fight for survival, to fight for peace, to fight for the ninja world, to fight for the universe? Sun Yin shouted. As soon as those words were spoken, all the ninjas and the clansmen of the Atsuki branch below were instantly fired up, shouting in unison. Fight for survival, fight for peace, fight for the ninja world, fight for the universe. Good. Each of you is doing great. I know this journey will be fraught with danger, but as long as we work together, we can surely overthrow the hegemony and strike at the heart of the enemy. Sun Yin shouted. Overthrow the hegemony. Strike at the heart of the enemy. Overthrow the hegemony. Strike at the heart of the enemy. Countless shouts erupted, and at that moment, the blood in everyone's veins was ignited. With anger surging, Sun Yin shouted, Everyone, follow me to battle. His aura burst forth, instantly changing the color of heaven and earth. In the next moment, Sun Yin clasped his hands together, and a huge spatial wormhole appeared in the void. Minato was the first to step into the wormhole. Sasuke, let's settle this once and for all, Naruto said to Sasuke. and then he was the second to step into the wormhole. Baka, I won't lose to you, Sasuke said, activating his abilities to swap bodies with Naruto. However, the next moment, Naruto's body turned into a puff of white smoke, and the real Naruto walked out from the side, making a face at Sasuke before diving into the wormhole. Damn it. He tricked me again, Sasuke cursed under his breath and then jumped into the wormhole as well. Let's go, Sun Yin said to the women behind him, and then a new small wormhole appeared. The few exchanged glances and stepped into the wormhole together. atSix Kagaya. I'm coming. Takamagura, tremble. Sun Yin murmured as he and the women disappeared into the wormhole. At this moment, a massive opening appeared in the sky above Takamagura, and countless figures began to emerge one after another. A sense of ominous crisis filled the hearts of every atSix clan member. Chapter 239. The Final Battle, Part 1. Inside the enormous spatial wormhole, countless figures emerged, and beyond that, battle machines powered by natural energy cannons, and energy missile vehicles also arrived one after another. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of troops gathered here, including 100,000 atSix branch members, 150,000 ninja coalition members, and a large number of white Zetsu. Meanwhile, the atSix main family had also assembled hundreds of thousands of troops, led by the remaining 7 bloodline limit-level experts of the atSix clan. Where's your ancestor? atSix Kagaya. Bring him out to fight me. Sun Yin said to the 7 with a smile. You think you deserve to challenge us? One of them said angrily. Oh, it seems you are well prepared. Sun Yin replied with a slight smile. Tiansha, Sun Yin, who gave you the courage to attack Takamagara? The leader of the atSix clan said, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ancient soul-devouring array. Activate. The 7 began to rapidly form seals with their hands, and in the next moment, an endless amount of power surged from their bodies. An instant later, a dark red light enveloped everyone, including the members of the atSix branch. What? Spatial ninjutsu can't be used? At this moment, Minato beside Sun Yin attempted to use Flying Thunder God for teleportation, but within this barrier, spatial ninjutsu was indeed unusable. In the next moment, countless screams erupted from the crowd as they began to visibly wither at a visible speed, clearly due to the formation's effects. Our chakra is rapidly depleting, Minato said to Sun Yin. My god, even my heavenly hand power can't be used. Sasuke said with a frown. Damn it, Nine Tails. How much longer can you hold on? Naruto asked the Nine Tails. At most for 1 hour. If it goes any longer, I won't be able to hold on. The Nine Tails replied. Hearing this, Sun Yin also frowned. Although this formation was useless to him, it had already caused great disaster for these ordinary people. This formation shouldn't be effective against you, right? Sun Yin asked Tiansha Zixin and the others. We possess divine roots within us, and the power generated is divine essence. This formation is ineffective against us, but for those with chakra in their bodies, it is a huge disaster. Tiansha Zixin said. Mikoto, how are you all feeling? Sun Yin asked. The formation seems to be gradually strengthening. The chakra extracted before is far less than the speed at which we generate chakra within us, but now it has already surpassed our chakra generation speed. And the speed is still increasing, Mikoto said. In that case, we need to speed up the process of breaking the formation. Sun Yin said to Tiansha Zixin. This formation was originally the great formation of our Tiansha clan, but after the clan leader left, it was taken over by the atSix main family. Now, there is only one way to break the formation, and that is to forcefully break it, Tiansha Zixin said. Let me protect their lives. You go break the formation. Sun Yin said with a smile. Okay, Tiansha Zixin nodded, and the next moment, endless silver flames erupted from her body, forming several silver flame dragons that circled around her. Tiansha Zixin's body was also enveloped in multicolored starlight, entering the star mode. Sun Yin informed hand seals. An infinite golden light emerged from his hands, soon enveloping everyone. The ninjas who were already withered and on the verge of death instantly regained vitality under the golden light. Chairman hasn't given up on us. Long live the chairman. Long live the chairman. The rescued people cheered loudly. Meanwhile, Tiansha Zixin had already gathered her technique. Starlight, 9 dragons burning. 9 fire dragons struck the formation. The flames collided with the barrier, and instead of the expected explosion, they began to spread upwards along the barrier. While the 7 members of the atSix main family turned pale and instantly spat out a mouthful of old blood. They then increased their power output. But the atSix branch family within the barrier did not receive the same treatment as the Ninja Coalition. Hundreds of thousands of atSix branch members were devoured by the formation, turning into dry corpses. At this moment, the formation was burned through with countless cracks, and the next moment, the power of space distortion struck the cracks of the formation, causing the immensely powerful formation to become riddled with cracks. The next moment, the formation shattered, and the 7 members of the atSix main family spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, seemingly suffering a great backlash, but smiles of success appeared on their faces. About to die, yet still laughing, Kushina stepped out of the formation and struck the 7 with an 80 gods airstrike. We have bought a great deal of time for Lord atSix. Our mission is complete. Ignoring the incoming 80 gods airstrike, the leader laughed and said. The next moment, 7 high-level chakra fruits flew out from the bodies of the 7, heading towards the temple. Stop those chakra fruits, Kushina said, and then instantly activated Hades by Yao Saka, reaching out to grab the chakra fruits. However, in the next moment, Sun Yin appeared beside Kushina, holding her in his arms, and then punched towards the left. Boom! A huge sonic boom echoed, and Sun Yin, carrying Kushina, was rapidly sent flying backwards. After sliding nearly 1,000 meters in the air, Sun Yin and Kushina stabilized their bodies. Feeling the pain in his arm, Sun Yin looked up at the figure in the sky. Tiansha, Sun Yin, you finally came. The figure in the sky had sharp eyes and horns on its head, and around it were nearly 100 chakra fruits. That's right, I came to take your life. Sun Yin said. Ha 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 ha. Come and take my life, Tiansha Sun Yin. You should consider your own capabilities before making such bold claims, atSix said with a loud laugh. Tiansha Sun Yin, the era belonging to your Tiansha clan has already passed. Our atSix clan's era has just begun. You must not let him be destroyed by your hands, atSix said. To correct your mistake, the reality is that the era belonging to your atSix clan may have just begun, but it has already ended. Sun Yin set Kushina down and spoke to atSix. Then let us settle this once and for all, Tiansha Sun Yin, atSix roared. In the next moment, hundreds of various level chakra fruits were stuffed into his mouth. The next moment, atSix's body transformed into a beam of light. Chapter 240. Final Battle 2. A terrifying pressure emanated from atSix, causing the surrounding void to ripple. atSix's momentum gradually climbed, and his body underwent a tremendous change. The horns on his head grew again. His physique became even more robust. His muscles suddenly bulged as if inflated. His white hair was blown straight by the airflow. His clothes were instantly torn by the bulging muscles. His eyes glowed red, and the 16-tomo golden rinnegan on his forehead emitted an unusual light. Good heavens! Is this a transformation into a scion? Sun Yin was also stunned by atSix's current appearance. Tiansha Sun Yin die. Before atSix's voice fell, his body had already reached Sun Yin's side. A punch was hurled at Sun Yin, and in the blink of an eye, facing the attack infused with the perfect laws of power, Sun Yin didn't dare to hold back. The divine realm was instantly activated, and atSix's fist instantly penetrated Sun Yin's body. The residual force of the punch struck the ground. With a loud bang, a bottomless pit appeared. Sun Yin had already activated the divine presence and distanced himself from atSix. Mastery of the 4 invincible laws: space, time, destruction, and light. If you were to completely grow, I would definitely not be your opponent. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant. In this battle, you are bound to lose. atSix looked at Sun Yin and said, It seems you can't even touch my body. Sun Yin said in a deep voice. Ha ha. Under the crushing rules, all the flashy things will eventually become nothingness, atSix said. The next moment, a powerful force of rules enveloped the entire area, and Sun Yin felt that the rules within him were gradually being suppressed. Power domain. atSix roared, then unleashed his own domain. Unlike Sun Yan's time domain, which was a technique similar to a domain created using his ocular technique and could be considered a mini version of a domain, the two could not be compared in terms of power or the degree of laws. A domain is an embodiment of mastering a rule to the extreme. Clearly, atSix was an existence that had mastered the laws of power to the utmost. Damn, my divine realm and time domain abilities can't be activated. Sun Yin secretly activated his powers and cursed inwardly. Ha! Tiansha Sun Yin, I suppose your abilities are now unusable, right? Ha! atSix laughed maniacally. Although the abilities related to time and space cannot be used, I can still use the rest of my abilities. The spatial and temporal abilities cannot be used, and the other laws have also been weakened to a certain extent. Therefore, although his field of strength is formidable, its suppression of other laws is still limited. Sun Yin analyzed inwardly. So, have you given up resistance and are ready to accept death? Tian Sha Sun Yin. atSix Zushi said. The situation is still uncertain. You may not be able to kill me. 8 gates of Duanjia. Open the 8 gates. Sun Yin looked at atSix Zushi in the sky, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, Sun Yin's body was enveloped in crimson energy, and the world changed color. The divine essence within Sun Yin erupted completely at this moment, transforming him into a humanoid beast, sweeping towards atSix Zushi. Gravity. Seeing this, atSix Zushi waved his hand, and a huge gravitational force was immediately applied to Sun Yin, causing his speed to slow down instantly. Shockwave. In the next moment, an endless shockwave surged forth, causing everything within the field of strength to tremble wildly. Sun Yan's figure momentarily stalled, and then a mouthful of blood spilled out. atSix Zushi's right hand was enveloped in a more refined shockwave, and then he instantly appeared next to Sun Yin, throwing a punch at his chest. Boom! A loud bang sounded, and then a shadow fell from the sky, crashing into the ground and leaving a massive crater. Within the crater stood a dark golden energy figure. Clearly Sun Yin had used the holy light celestial. The dark golden energy armor enveloped Sun Yan's body, and there was an obvious concave fist mark on the chest of the armor. Oh, have you hidden in your turtle shell? atSix Zushi said while rubbing his fist, but the look in his eyes toward Sun Yin became more serious. That last punch felt like hitting cotton, as if a shockwave had been inexplicably devoured. Sun Yin shook his head, and then the energy armor began to dissipate. In the next moment, countless golden Dao orbs floated beside Sun Yin. Meanwhile, Sun Yin was secretly gathering the rule of destruction. Destruction golden wheel rebirth explosion. In the next moment, the golden Dao orbs merged into a boundless dark golden lightsaber, slashing toward atSix Zushi. Kagetsuchi. In the next moment, a 10,000-meter tall energy giant appeared, with several Dao orbs, each 100 meters in diameter, floating behind it. The energy giant then grew 3 heads and 6 arms, and the black Dao orbs transformed into various weapons, first blocking the golden wheel rebirth explosion, and then attacking Sun Yin again. Holy light, celestial. Sun Yin's 1,000 light, I trembled. In the next moment, an equally 10,000-meter tall energy giant appeared. 7-star divine sword. Sun Yin controlled the holy light celestial to draw out the golden energy longsword from his back. The 7 stars imprinted on the 7-star divine sword instantly erupted with bright light. And then the 7 ancient stars from the highest reaches of the universe began to rotate wildly. 7 beams of starlight crossing time and space and shining upon the holy light celestial and the 7-star divine sword. In the next moment, Sun Yin was surprised to find that the power of the laws that had imprisoned him began to gradually dissipate. Divine Power 6-Blade Slash. atSix Zushi manipulated the Kagetsuchi, swinging the Dao Orb Greatsword, infused with the power of the laws, towards Sun Yin. Will Grave, Edge Hell. Seeing the incoming attack, Sun Yin smiled slightly. atSix Zushi's Greatsword was intercepted in midair, unable to move an inch. What? atSix Zushi exclaimed in shock. atSix Zushi, are you ready to welcome death? Sun Yin asked, looking at atSix Zushi's astonished expression. Your power of laws is recovering? atSix Zushi said in disbelief. As you can see, Sun Yin nodded. Is it because of the starlight? atSix Zushi asked. Destruction all-encompassing sword. In the next moment, a dark purple brilliance covered the 7-star divine sword, and then it ruthlessly slashed at atSix Zushi. Chapter 241, The Death of Zushi. Watching the incoming destruction divine slash. atSix Zushi's expression was heavy as he manipulated the Kagetsuchi to swing the Dao, or divine, sword to meet it. Repulsion divine power slash. atSix Zushi roared. The two forces collided in midair, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the clash, Sun Yin found himself at a disadvantage. Even with the enhancement of the starlight laws, he still could not make up for the gap in the laws. The 7 stars enhancement is nothing like this. atSix Zushi realized he still had the upper hand over Sun Yin and immediately mocked him. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, Sun Yin laughed. Will Grave Edge Hell. After Sun Yin finished speaking, atSix Zushi's Kagetsuchi was hit by several fierce attacks, and the 10,000-meter energy giant was instantly shattered. atSix Zushi's body was also sent flying into the air. Damn it, shockwave power. atSix Zushi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then his entire body was enveloped in a shockwave shield, turning all attacks into nothingness. Damn it, another troublesome spatial ability, but I can use spatial abilities too. atSix said, his hands quickly forming seals. Space freeze, atSix shouted, and then a force of space erupted from his body, attempting to seal off the entire field of strength. At this moment, Sun Yin also flew out from the holy light celestial, hovering in the sky. Watching atSix's actions with a smile on his face. Wheel grave holy light slash, Sun Yin murmured softly. In the next moment, the smug atSix was hit by several slashes containing the laws of light, and his expression was extremely sour. How is this possible? What is going on? atSix exclaimed in shock. How is it impossible? Your laws can suppress me, but my laws cannot suppress you. atSix? Sun Yin said, looking at atSix. Holy light, celestial fix. After Sun Yin finished speaking, the 10,000-meter tall holy light celestial began to condense at an extremely fast speed. The golden energy giant becoming even more dazzling, radiating brilliant light. atSix was dumbfounded, feeling an ominous premonition arise in his heart. Repulsion, gravity, dual polarities rebirth explosion. In the next moment, two rich powers of law appeared in atSix's hands. Then atSix combined the two opposing forces into one, and a dark sphere of light coalesced in his hand, releasing immense pressure as it formed. Sun Yin looked at the black sphere, feeling something was amiss, and sent a message to Tiansha Zixuan outside the field, urging her to prepare for defense. Tiansha, Sun Yin, let our grievances end here. Let's settle it with one move, atSix shouted madly, still channeling laws into the black sphere with both hands. atSix, are you out of your mind? If you do this, the entire Takamagara will be buried with you, Sun Yin said sternly, looking at atSix. Buried for me? He. Wasn't all of this caused by you? If you could resign yourself to being killed by me, none of this would have happened. It's all because of you. Because of your resistance, that so many people will be buried with us, atSix said crazily. Resign yourself to death. What a good resignation to death. atSix, you have gone mad. Since you insist on this, then bring it on. Sun Yin shook his head and then accelerated the condensation of the holy light celestial. The holy light celestial's size grew smaller, while the light it emitted became even more brilliant. When the holy light celestial had condensed to human size, Sun Yin manipulated it to raise the 7-star divine sword in his hand, the nearly solid 7-star divine sword, with the 7 stars emitting a strange glow. Destruction. Light, life, devouring, space, time, nothingness, the 7 stars unite. The 7 stars divine slash. Sun Yin murmured softly. The next moment, both moved simultaneously. Sun Yin swung the 7 stars divine sword towards atSix, while atSix threw the black sphere of light at Sun Yin. Both unleashed their strongest attacks. The 7 stars divine slash, containing 7 laws, collided with the duality rebirth blast, which contained the law of perfect power in midair. In the next moment, the two energies began to devour each other, and then merged into one. The entire Takamagara was illuminated by white light. At the same time, Tiansha Zixuan quickly absorbed herself and others, including Mikoto, into her divine realm space. However, it was still a moment too late, as a strand of white light followed into the divine realm space, shooting towards Tiansha Zixuan and the others. Tiansha Zixuan instantly gathered the power of time and space rules, managing to dissipate the white light. The entire Takamagara planet had completely vanished from the universe, leaving only a ragged figure floating in the cosmos. Has everything ended? Have Zixuan and the others also died? Tiansha, Sun Yin murmured. The next moment, a crack opened in the space beside Sun Yin, and a pale Tiansha Zixuan, accompanied by atSix and others, emerged. Upon seeing this, Sun Yin smiled and immediately plunged into Tiansha Zixuan's embrace. Brother Yin, the girls exclaimed. He has suffered serious internal injuries. Let us go. We should return to the ninja world first, Tiansha Zixuan said. She opened a spatial wormhole and took Sun Yin and the others back to the ninja world. In Yin village, Sun Yin slowly awakened after a half-month slumber. At this time, Sun Yin sat cross-legged atop a mountain, absorbing the 7 stars divine light, repairing his body. The final battle with atSix had damaged his divine roots, requiring a long time to recover. Come with me to the 7 stars forbidden zone to heal. A voice came, and then Tiansha Zixuan appeared before Sun Yin in a purple outfit. Well, that's fine. The sooner I restore my divine roots, the sooner I can revive them. Sun Yin nodded and said, yes, ordinary resurrection methods are completely ineffective for them. Their souls have already scattered under the rules, Tiansha Zishuan said. Reviving them is very difficult, she continued. Zishuan, you don't need to persuade me anymore. They all died because of me. I will do whatever it takes to bring them back. Sun Yin shook his head and said, tell Yi Tsong and the others. Let us go, Sun Yin said. Sigh, all right, Tiansha Xuan sighed, then turned to leave, leaving Sun Yin alone gazing at the starry sky. The 7 stars inheritance. This time, I must obtain it. Only you are the only hope of reviving them. Sun Yin murmured softly. Chapter 242. The True 7 Stars Inheritance in the Supreme Universe. The 7 Stars Forbidden Zone. Sun Yin's figure was being bathed in rich starlight. Beside him, Tiansha Zishuan was also immersed in the starlight, comprehending the laws. Both of them falling into a profound state. Time passed, and Sun Yin awakened from his meditative state, seeing himself draped in colorful starlight, his bright eyes reflecting the vast starry river. He turned to look at Tiansha Zishuan, who was still in deep comprehension, then waved his hands. 2 rays of light enveloped Tiansha Zishuan's body. After a moment, Tiansha Zishuan slowly opened her eyes, also surrounded by starlight. Sun Yin, you did it? Tiansha Zishuan looked at Sun Yin and smiled. Who are you? Do we know each other? Sun Yin looked at Tiansha Zishuan in confusion and asked foolishly. Tiansha Zishuan was taken aback. Could it be that Sun Yin had lost his memory? Tiansha, Sun Yin, do you really not remember me? Tiansha Zishuan asked anxiously. I don't remember. I only remember that my name is Tiansha Sun Yin and that you are my child bride. Sun Yin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tiansha Zishuan realized that Sun Yin was teasing her again and immediately threw a punch. Ouch! You try to murder your husband, Tiansha Zishuan. Came Sun Yan's cry from within the 7 stars forbidden zone. Hearing this, Tiansha Zishuan kicked out again. But this light kick was shamelessly caught by Sun Yin, who then pressed Tiansha Zishuan to the ground. Ah, Sun Yin, what do you want to do? Tiansha Zishuan blushed, nervously looking at the beastly Sun Yin. He, what do you mean? Of course, I'm going to do something meaningful. Sun Yin said with a mischievous smile. No, I'm not ready yet. Tiansha Zishuan shook her head, her face flushed. He, today you have no choice. Sun Yin said with a wicked grin, and then leaned in to kiss Tiansha Zishuan. Tiansha Zishuan did not refuse, and the two embraced each other. Time passed, and Sun Yin shivered, then happily put on his clothes. You're such a big bad guy, Tiansha Zishuan said with a resentful look at Sun Yin. I can't help it. Who told you to be so beautiful? I couldn't resist, Sun Yin said with a mischievous smile. By the way, how long have we been here? Sun Yin scratched his head and asked. I don't know. You entered meditation soon after, and I entered meditation too. I only woke up after you did, Tiansha Zishuan said, standing up with some difficulty, looking at Sun Yin with a resentful expression. It shouldn't be late. Time here is 10 times that of the outside world. Fortunately, Mikoto and the others ate the divine fruit. Sun Yin frowned and said, by the way, you have perfectly mastered the 7 laws, right? Tiansha Zishuan asked. Of course. If Otsutsuki Kagaya were standing in front of me now, I could defeat her with one move, Sun Yin said proudly. TCH, what is there to be proud of? I have also perfectly mastered the laws of space and time, Tiansha Zishuan said, looking at Sun Yin with pride. Of course, my wife is exceptionally talented and intelligent. But Zishuan, do you know that perfection is not the end, but a new beginning? Sun Yin looked at Tiansha Zishuan and smiled. Not the end, but the beginning? Tiansha Zishuan exclaimed in surprise. What does that mean? Tiansha Zishuan asked. I don't quite understand the specifics either. To get the answer, perhaps I can only find out by leaving here, Sun Yin said solemnly. Are you saying that the clan leader and the others left for this reason? Tiansha Zishuan said. That's just my guess. To unravel these doubts, it depends on whether I can obtain the true 7 stars inheritance, Sun Yin said solemnly. And then his body floated into the air. He began to form seals with both hands rapidly. As he formed the seals, 7 stars began to spin wildly again, and the brilliance of the 7 stars grew even more dazzling. Finally, Sun Yin sliced his finger, and several drops of golden blood oozed from his hand, flying towards the center of the formation. In the next moment, all the starlight gathered above Sun Yin's body. Sun Yin's invincible physique, under this starlight, was once again enhanced. This made Sun Yin show a joyful expression, and then 7 brilliant lights flew towards Tiansha Sun Yin, hovering beside him, revealing 7 stones of different colors, each radiating different laws of power. Sun Yin wanted to reach out and touch them, but unexpectedly, the 7 stones directly shot into Tian Sha Sun Yin's body. Sun Yin was greatly amazed, and then he looked inward at his body, discovering that the 7 stones were actually floating next to his divine roots, which were continuously absorbing the power of the stones. His 7 laws, which he had perfectly mastered, were also further enhanced. However, he could never break through that bottleneck. Sun Yan's figure fell from the sky and landed beside Tian Sha Zixian. What has happened? Did 7 stones fly into your body? Tian Sha Zixian asked. That's right. Just as Sun Yan's words fell, an illusion appeared beside the 2 of them. Immediately, a middle-aged man with a strong presence appeared, smiling as he looked at Sun Yin and Zixian. He said loudly, You must be my son Tian Sha Sun Yin, and this little girl must be that Zixian. You are my father? Sun Yin questioned the middle-aged man. That's right, but I am just a spiritual body, a spirit that has been waiting here for billions of years, the man replied. Being able to see me, I believe you have mastered the laws to a perfect level and obtained the 7-star inheritance. Have you noticed a slight problem within? The middle-aged man asked. Our cultivation and laws have reached a bottleneck, an insurmountable bottleneck, Sun Yin said. Exactly, little guy, your insight is sharp. No wonder you are my son. You spotted the issue at a glance, the middle-aged man praised. Billions of years ago, the reason I led the entire clan to break through the universe was to find a way to continue growing stronger. But what one faces when breaking through the universe is unknown to anyone. Therefore, to preserve the bloodline of the Tian Sha clan, I left you, the newborn with the highest bloodline level, and the granddaughter of the elder, Zixian. Looking at it now, you have indeed lived up to your father's expectations. I see that Zixian is no longer a maiden. You must have already united, the middle-aged man said with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Tian Sha Zixian's face instantly turned red, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. If you want to preserve the Tian Sha clan's bloodline, why not arrange a few more for your son? Sun Yin sneered. Brat, our Tian Sha clan has always practiced monogamy for all members except the clan leader. How many do you want? The middle-aged man said angrily. Then what about the atSix clan? Sun Yin retorted disdainfully. The atSix are nothing but lowly slaves. Those Tian Sha clan members who had relations with the atSix were severely punished, and those atSix women were strictly executed. As for the children born, they were thrown onto the Goshinyuan continent to fend for themselves, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin was stunned. No wonder the atSix clan hated the Tian Sha clan so much. It all made sense now. Chapter 243. Reviving everyone now that you have obtained the 7-star inheritance. How will you choose the next path? The middle-aged man asked solemnly. If I stay in this universe, my life will definitely be very good and comfortable. After all, I am an invincible existence in this universe, Sun Yin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and he immediately propped up his chin. But unfortunately, I am someone who likes to seek excitement, so I will definitely leave this universe. And I will take Zixian and the others with me. Sun Yin continued. Sigh, I knew it would be like this. The middle-aged man sighed. Old man, why sigh? Isn't it good to pursue a higher realm? Sun Yin asked. You can leave, but you must leave descendants for the Tian Sha clan. Otherwise, you cannot go, the middle-aged man said with a frown. Old man, you're being too controlling. Leaving descendants before leaving? Separating my child's soul and body, then reincarnating the soul at the right time? Don't you think that is too cruel? Sun Yin said in a deep voice. Although cruel, at least it preserves the bloodline of the Tian Sha clan. No one knows what lies beyond the universe. The unknown is the most terrifying, and my true body may very well perish, the middle-aged man said. Impossible. I will never do that, Sun Yin insisted. Brat, even if I beg you, can't you consider it? The middle-aged man said. Sun Yin, Tian Sha Zixian advised. Zixian, what do you mean? Sun Yin asked. Just agree to father, Zixian said, lowering her head. I need time to think. Let us not talk about this for now, Sun Yin said with a furrowed brow. The middle-aged man, sensing the situation, did not bring it up again and turned to say, I can't hold on much longer in this spiritual form. I'm satisfied to have met you before I dissipate. Kid, although I know I can't stop you, I must remind you that the universe beyond is definitely very dangerous. You must be extremely careful. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, his body became increasingly transparent and finally dissipated into space. Only Sun Yin and Zixian were left, looking at each other. Sun Yin slapped his hand and patted Tian Sha Zixian on the backside, then said, Let us go back to the ninja world and create little people. Go away. Don't mess around, Tian Xian said with a red face. Then the two disappeared into space. In the ninja world, in the hidden flame village, Sun Yan stood alone on a high platform. In the next moment, Sun Yan's hands began to form seals rapidly, 7 kinds of laws coalescing in his hands, reflecting infinite brilliance. In the next moment, time and space stopped, and then human silhouettes appeared, transforming into various shapes. In a moment, the area below the platform was filled with a dense crowd. Where's this? Sasuke. Weren't we in Geoshianyuan? Naruto asked Sasuke beside him. Idiot. I don't know either, Sasuke replied, also looking confused. Dad, what exactly happened before? Naruto turned to ask Minato. I'm not sure either, but Yin must know something, Minato said as he looked at Sun Yin on the platform. Everyone, the atSix clan has become a part of history. From now on, the entire universe will enter a new era. I hereby officially announce that I am stepping down as the first leader of the Flame Alliance. And the second leader will be succeeded by Minato, Sun Yin said loudly to the crowd. What? The atSix clan has been defeated by us? Why does it feel like I took a nap and everything was over? The crowd said in confusion. Yeah, what exactly happened? A group of people asked in bewilderment. Minato then used a body flicker technique to appear beside Sun Yin. Yin, what exactly happened? Minato asked. Nothing happened. It's just that everything has ended. The ninja world has achieved true peace, and the atSix clan has been completely eradicated, Sun Yin said with a smile. Why do I feel like there is a gap in my memory? Minato asked in confusion. Haha, back then, atSix Tsukimi used a time-space blockade, so of course, you wouldn't remember anything, Sun Yin said with a smile. All right, Minato, get ready to take over as the second leader of the Flame Alliance, Sun Yin said, patting Minato on the shoulder. Yin, why so hasty? Minato asked. Because I might not be long before I leave the ninja world, Sun Yin said. What? You're leaving the ninja world again? Minato exclaimed. To be precise, I'm leaving this universe, Sun Yin said, looking at Minato with a smile. Leaving this universe? Yin, are you serious? Minato asked. What kind of question is that? Well, have I ever lied to you? Sun Yin rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, Minato had several black lines appear on his forehead, thinking, haven't you lied to me enough? Isn't that very dangerous? Minato continued to ask. Of course. The unknown is the most terrifying, Sun Yin nodded and said. When are we leaving? Watergate asked with concern. In a while, Zixian is pregnant. Let's wait until the baby is born before we leave, Sun Yin replied with a smile. Yin, you must be extra careful, Watergate said, his eyes filled with concern, frowning. Come on, we're all grown men. No need to be so sentimental, Sun Yin said, avoiding that unusual gaze. After we leave, some people might not behave, but with Ban and Ming's around, they shouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. However, I must remind you not to be too merciful. If you need to kill, then kill, Sun Yin said. I understand, Watergate nodded in response. All right, I've said everything I needed to say, and I've also mentioned what I shouldn't have. I won't say much in farewell. Once you officially take over as the second-generation leader of the Flame Alliance, we will set off, Sun Yin said. Meanwhile, Tsunade and the others were also saying goodbye to their families. You little brat, hurry up and find a partner to pass on the bloodline of our Senju clan. Do you hear me? Tsunade said, tugging at Rope Tree's ear. Cease. Be gentler, Rope Tree shouted. I think the current 5th Hokage, Mizuki Tsurumime, will be a good match for you. Although she's a bit younger, you two are quite compatible. I'll personally introduce you to her. What do you think? Tsunade said. No way, absolutely not, Rope Tree rejected. Whether you like it or not is not up to you. This is the consensus after discussions with your sisters, Tsunade said with a smile. Sister, you're just afraid that Tsurumi May will compete with you. Oh, don't hit me, sister, Rope Tree cried. Yakura had also arrived at the room of Sakura Taniguchi, her disciple, and the one she couldn't let go of. Mikoto, Linglong, and Kushina were gathered with Nanako, enjoying their last moments together. As for Sun Yen, he was mingling with Jiraiya, Shua, Emo, and Orochimaru, drinking and chatting happily every day. Watergate was busy with the transition, overwhelmed with work. Uchiha Madara had raised a dog named Dejuzi, taking it on walks while leading the security team to patrol the village and maintain order. Meanwhile, Zixian was peacefully taking care of her pregnancy. Everything had become so beautiful, and good times always pass quickly. Brief introduction. Sun Yin is a college student at a vocational school, originally an ambitious young man with grand aspirations. But the reality of society forced him to lower his head. No matter how extraordinary he believed himself to be, ideals had become mere fantasies for him. Therefore, after failing the college entrance examination, being a couch potato became his only dream.